A generation of underworld gangster Chu Tian is reborn and becomes the villain in the bad ending novel, hating the demon lord when he was young. As soon as Chu Tian was born, he was named the holy son of the Shengxian sect. His father, Emperor Tianwang, is one of the most powerful people in Hengtian continent. His mother is a goddess from the extraterritorial gods. The eldest sister was born with holy bones, the second sister had supreme bones and ancient double pupils, and the third sister. Chu Tian even awakened the chaos demon body and was hailed as the #1 genius in Hengtian continent throughout history. With his extraordinary talent and unrivaled family background, it seemed as if he was destined to stand at the top of the world. But in the original novel, his father was framed by his fiancée's family, and was poisoned in a sect prison, with his tendons and veins broken, and he died with hatred. My mother, eldest sister, second sister, and third sister all met a miserable end, with their bodies mutilated and were despised by the entire continent. He was labeled as a doomed star, spurned by all the world, fell into the path of evil, and called himself the great demon lord of hate. Chu Tian was reborn as the demon lord's childhood and vowed to change this ending. At the beginning of the story, Bai Yugong's fiancé Lu Yun came with the son of destiny whose tendons and veins were damaged by poison, asking for the holy vein flower fruit needed to rebuild the tendons and veins. In the original novel, Lu Yun colluded with this loser and falsely accused him of killing his entire family. Son of destiny, Chu Feng smiled coldly. The villain is bound to the system, plundering everything and helping the protagonist become the only child of destiny. Bitch, I'm giving you two choices. 1, I will kill you and then destroy your entire family. 2nd, you will personally tear out the tendons and skin of this useless person and hang him on the top of the sex mountain. Chapter 1 The Godfather travels through the demon lord's childhood. Deeply mourned, Chu Tian, chairman of Tianai Sonic Group and a generation of Godfather, suffered from brain cancer and other diseases. The country urgently summoned top medical experts. After an emergency consultation overnight, treatment was ineffective. Godfather Chu Tian died of brain death at 5 a.m. on April 3rd. On April 3rd, 2018, the Dragon Country officially released a piece of news that spread across the world like a storm through the internet. That day, the whole world was shocked. The United States announced a 3-day nationwide internet shutdown in mourning. In Mao's country, the Iron Army was like a torrent, firing guns continuously for 3 days. It is said that the well-known iron-blooded tough guy was locked in the room that day and someone heard crying from inside. In the British Empire, the royal princess voluntarily jumped into the sea to be buried with the deceased. After his brain died, Chu Tian only felt endless darkness, drowning him like a tide, and he could vaguely hear many cries coming from the outside world. Chu Tian sighed in his heart. If he were given another 20 years, he would like to sit on a rocket and explore Saturn himself to see if there are aliens in the outer universe. After all, there was nothing on this planet that could bother him except disease. Vaguely, a childish, clear, and angry voice suddenly came into his ears. Chu Tian, I order you to go back and pick the fruit of the holy vein flower for me right now, immediately. How dare a woman order him around? Hearing the sound, Chu Tian opened his eyes and looked around. He was now on the top of a mountain. White clouds were floating around him, and it seemed that he could touch them with just a raise of his hand. The person who was speaking in the front was a little girl wearing a light white dress with red lips and white teeth. She was probably only 8 or 9 years old. Her cheeks were tender, but she already showed the foundation of a stunning beauty. The little girl's face, like a porcelain doll, was full of anger. Seeing Chu Tian seem confused, she became even more furious and said, Chu Tian, you idiot, I told you a long time ago that he fan saved my life, and I will give him everything I have to repay him. Since you are my fiancé, you should help me repay my kindness wholeheartedly. Moreover, Yifan's life story is so pitiful. He was killed when he was born and his tendons and veins were broken. Only the holy vein flower can repair them. Don't you have any sympathy at all? Go back immediately. I don't care what method you use, you must pick the holy vein flower fruit, otherwise I will ignore you in the future. Compassion. Chu Tian frowned. This was really a rare thing. No one had said these 3 words to him for a long time. After all, at his level, it was all about exchanging interests. Mentioning sympathy is likely to make people laugh, as it is something only children would say. Adults only talk about benefits. But who is this little girl in front of me? Fiancé. Chu Tian looked down and realized that his body had turned into a child. He was wearing a black tights and looked about 8 or 9 years old, similar to the other person. It turns out he really is a child now. It's like traveling through time and being reborn. Chu Tian suddenly felt a headache, and a large amount of information flooded into his mind. I actually traveled through time, and into a novel. Emperor Qinshuan, the great hateful demon lord Chu Tian, the profound Emperor Yifan, the holy goddess Lu Yun. Chu Tian muttered to himself, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up slightly. Interesting. That's really interesting. Even though he was a godfather, wielding influence in both the black and white worlds and building a super business empire, he also had a period of fantasy. When he was in high school, he stayed up all night for 3 consecutive days to read a cheesy novel called Qinshuan Emperor. A very long time ago. However, Chu Tian was deeply impressed. After all, he had experienced a lot, and he always liked to recall the passionate time of his youth when it was late at night inside that he also had a pure and innocent time. The person he is reborn as is the teenage version of Chu Tian, the great villain who runs through the entire novel, Qinshuan Emperor, which has an unfinished story. I actually traveled through time and space and became this great enemy. My entire family was murdered, my fiancé cheated on me, and I hooked up with Yifan, the son of destiny. Everything was plundered from me, and I was finally so angry that I fell into the devil's way. I called myself the great hate demon lord and was hunted by all the sects in Hengtian continent. The corner of Chu Tian's mouth twitched slightly. In the plot, this great demon lord Chu Tian is arguably the most miserable character in the entire book. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. His father is Emperor Zun, one of the strongest men in Hengtian continent and deputy leader of Shengxian sect. Shengxian sect is one of the 7 top sects in Hengtian continent. The Chu family is the founding family of the Shengxian sect and has been passed down for millions of years. The current generation is the most prosperous period for the Chu family. His father, Chu Tian, married the goddess of the ancient sword clan from outside the domain, broke through to the level of emperor and reached the pinnacle of his life. After giving birth to 3 girls in a row, she gave birth to Chu Tian, her only son. Chu Tian was also very ambitious. As soon as he was born, he awakened the supreme physique, the chaos demon body. The strange phenomenon shocked the entire Hengtian continent, and he was hailed as the #1 genius in Hengtian continent throughout history. The person in front of him was his childhood fiancé Lu Yun, who had an innate Taoist body and was extremely talented. However, despite his invincible talent and background, as the villain who opposed the protagonist in the novel, the original owner's end was extremely tragic. But speaking of it, the original owner is already very outstanding among the villains in major novels. He has a very strong background, and the plot runs through almost the entire book. Moreover, because the author did not finish writing it, he was not killed by the protagonist in the end. Although I have done a lot of bad things, God still favors me. At least I have been reborn. Chu Tian muttered to himself. After going through countless storms and life and death tests, few things could move him. His expression quickly returned to calm. Suddenly, a gentle and pleasant female voice sounded in his ears. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have bound a super plundering system and plundered everything from the Son of Fortune. You will receive a destiny value reward. Chapter 2, Unrivaled Background, Extraordinary Talent, why? Host, don't be too worried or sad. A gentle female voice comforted softly. The purpose of this system is to help the host counterattack the Son of Fortune, reach the pinnacle of life, and become the only son of destiny. The reward is a time travel gift pack, a copy of the Chaos Creation Scripture, a Heavenly Adverse Advent Talisman, and a creation pill. Host, please do your best and plunder everything from the Son of Fortune to receive destiny points as rewards. Destiny points can be used to redeem items in the system mall. Come on, host, you are nothing but trash in front of me, the son of luck. The gentle female voice of the system cheered Chu Dian on. System, you're absolutely right about one thing. The so-called son of luck is nothing but scum. Chu Dian muttered to himself, integrating into the identity of this life, with a terrifying cold light flashing in his eyes. With such an unbeatable background and extraordinary talent, why did he fall into the evil path? Who is qualified? The son of destiny and the heroine are all scum. As a godfather of his generation, what was he afraid of? The only things that can limit him are lifespan and illness. Since the cheating god let him do it again, in this life, the strong have a long lifespan, and disease is no longer a limitation. He steps on these so-called sons of luck and reaches the top of the world. Humble and pitiful great hateful demon lord, you are both unfortunate and fortunate. Since I have been reborn, let me rewrite the tragic fate of your entire family. With a sudden thought, I opened the system panel. Host, Chu Dian. Realm, Bone Forging Realm 7th level possessing 700,000 Jin of divine power, comparable to the cub of the ancient giant beast, the host is awesome. Constitution, Chaos Demon Body. Skill, Chaos Creation Sutra 1st level. Magical powers, none. Treasures, Emperor's Coming Talisman gives 10 minutes of Emperor's Combat Power Creation Pill after taking, there will be no side effects and the host will be promoted to the 3rd realm. Hengtian Continent, the realms are divided into Blood Coagulation Realm, Bone Forging Realm, Spirit Refining Realm, Fusion Realm, God Realm, Heavenly God Realm, True God Realm, God King Realm, Great Emperor Realm. Chu Dian's blood was coagulated at the age of 3 and he could carry a mountain. At the age of 6, he entered the bone forging stage and possessed a strength of 100,000 pounds, comparable to the cub of an ancient ferocious beast. It is conceivable how extraordinary his talent is. Now, only 2 years have passed, but he has already reached the 7th level of bone forging, possessing a divine power of 700,000 pounds, and can lift a mountain with one hand. You can imagine how terrifying the chaos demon body he possesses is. Chu Dian felt that the Chaos Creation Sutra was automatically running in his body. In a short period of time, his body was strengthened by 10%, and his skin was covered with a layer of chaotic divine aura, which greatly increased his defense. It was estimated that even those in the spirit refining realm would not be able to break through it easily. Chu Feng glanced at the system panel and saw that his strength had reached 800,000 Jin. As expected of a system product, it must be a top-quality product. If the Chaos Creation Sutra with this terrifying function were to be dropped onto the continent, it would probably cause the sects of Hengtian Continent to fight each other and cause rivers of blood to flow. Chu Dian took out the creation pill and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. All precious elixirs are external things. Only improving your strength is real. The Schwanen melted in his mouth, and a warm current rushed into his body. The warm current was like a tsunami, madly transforming his body. Bang, bang, bang. There was a violent sound of bones crackling in Chu Dian's body, like a thunderclap. The sound waves swept across and the clouds and mist surged violently. In the blink of an eye, Chu Dian's realm rose 3 levels and reached the peak of the bone-tempering realm. The power on the panel reached 1.5 million pounds. At the age of 8, he reached the peak of bone forging, weighing 1.5 million pounds. Once this string of digital keys is spread, it will cause a sensation in the world. You know, even the cubs of the ancient giant beasts only have a strength of about 1 million pounds when they are young, and humans in the spirit refining realm will tremble when they see them. The 8-year-old Chu Dian was already able to fight against the cubs of ancient giant beasts. The violent roar immediately attracted the attention of the sect's strong men, and patrolling disciples arrived one after another. But when he saw Chu Dian in black, he immediately retracted his neck and hid in the clouds to guard silently. Wasn't this little saint following his father, the Heavenly King Emperor, to hone his body? Why did he come to this deserted place with Miss Lu? Judging from the situation on the scene, it seems that everyone is very unhappy. What's going on between these two people is not something they can get involved in unless they want to die. Chu Dian, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Lu Yun's fair face grew even angrier, and her voice became sharper. You made such a big noise, are you deliberately trying to attract the sect's strong men to rescue you, instead of helping me get the holy vein flower fruit? Very good, since you are unwilling to help me, then don't come to me in the future, I will never pay attention to you. Buzz. Suddenly, Lu Yun's voice stopped abruptly, and her face, which was as white and tender as jade, turned pale. Because just now, Chu Dian came to his senses and looked up at him. That look was so cold, ruthless, domineering, cruel, and majestic that she didn't even know what words to use to describe it. Just one glance made her feel cold all over, as if she had fallen into an icy cave. It seemed that if she dared to say another word, she would die on the spot. It was very similar to the look in the sect leader's eyes that she had seen once. Just one glance was enough to make people tremble and want to surrender unconsciously. But the sect master seemed to be missing something compared to Chu Dian's look. Holy vein flower fruit, is this it? Chu Dian spoke calmly as he took out a black box from his chest and opened it. A fiery red fruit shone brightly inside. The fruit was half the size of his fist, and was covered with mysterious web-like patterns. As soon as it appeared, a rich spiritual energy spread out. The holy vein flower is one of the supreme divine medicines of the Holy Heaven sect. It can only produce 3 fruits in 100 years. Elders who are not at the level of gods cannot access it. Only when one makes great contributions to the sect and breaks through to a great realm will the sect reward one fruit. It is extremely precious. The sect's divine medicine field is the area under the charge of his father, the Heavenly King Emperor. Yi Fan, the son of luck, had his tendons and veins damaged by poison. The fruit of the holy vein flower is a magical medicine that can clear his tendons and veins. The original owner was very simple-minded. It wasn't that he didn't take the holy vein flower fruit. He felt that this was to help his playmate who grew up with him and had an arranged marriage with him. It was his duty to help Lu Yun repay the favor of saving his life. But he felt that Lu Yun was obviously his fiancée, but she was always so concerned about that good-for-nothing Yi Fan, and repeatedly asked him to steal precious elixirs and treasures from heaven and earth, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. He then lied and said that he didn't take it out secretly, but just wanted to tease his fiancée. Unexpectedly, what she got was Lu Yun's angry scolding the original owner for not understanding her desire to repay a favor and for having no sympathy. Chu Dian was also speechless. In his opinion, the original owner was already extremely kind and compassionate. He has been helping Lu Yun to repay her kindness without any regrets. He watched his fiancée getting entangled with other men every day, and kept shouting that he would give her everything to repay her. It turns out that Yi Fan is not his fiancée. Why do you give up everything you have and ask him to search for elixirs everywhere to create a persona for you who is grateful? From the original plot, it can be seen that even more than 10 years later, Lu Yun has always been hanging out with Yi Fan under this name, and she hates her fiancé, the Demon Lord, so much that she is cold-blooded, heartless and ungrateful if she is slightly dissatisfied with him. However, Lu Yun has the image of the White Moonlight Saint. Her good reputation spreads throughout the Hengtian continent and she is called the Holy Goddess. Countless people think that the cold-blooded Chu Dian is not worthy of Lu Yun. Later, when his entire family was killed, the enraged Chu Dian fell into the path of evil, but it was already too late to turn the tide. On the contrary, Lu Yun and Yi Fan finally got married and obtained everything from Chu Dian. Otherwise, the great Demon Lord of Hate would not be affectionately called the Great Wrongdoer by thousands of readers. Supreme Divine Medicine, Holy Vein Flower Fruit. The sect disciples and strong men hidden in the clouds around also gasped, and finally understood why the little saint and Lu Yun would meet secretly outside the sect. The sect's magical medicine can only be obtained by powerful people in the sect who have made great contributions. Chu Dian took it out, and he must have relied on the power of the Heavenly King Emperor to sneak into the divine medicine field and steal it. Chu Dian is only at the body refining stage now, so the Holy Vein Flower Fruit is useless to him. There is only one explanation, that it was stolen and given to Lu Yun. Of course, even so, no one dared to show up and scold. This matter cannot be controlled, and no one dares to control it. The eldest son of the Chu family stole a Holy Vein Flower Fruit. If anyone dared to accuse him, at most the disciples of the sect would privately criticize him and feel that it was unfair, which would indirectly affect the reputation and prestige of the Heavenly King Emperor. After all, the Supreme Divine Medicine, the Holy Vein Flower, belongs to the sect's property, not to a certain family or powerful person. Chu Dian, what do you mean? You actually lied to me. Seeing Chu Dian take out the fruit, Lu Yun was not happy after reacting, but even angrier. What does this guy want to do? He clearly took it, but he lied to her and deliberately made such a big fuss. Chapter 3 is your life, Lu Yun, so precious. You little bitch, you are absolutely ridiculous. Chu Dian looked at Lu Yun, his eyes filled with deep coldness and a hint of murderous intent. My Shengxian sect governs an area of tens of millions of miles. There are more than 1 million inner disciples and countless powerful people. Why should a useless person with no cultivation and no achievements be given the chance to consume the Holy Vein Flower and fruit? Just because she saved your life. Is your life, Lu Yun, so precious? Are you worthy? Chu Dian, are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Yun's face turned red and she screamed. She couldn't believe that Chu Dian would say such words to her. Chu Dian's expression was cold. He was not the original owner, nor was he a bootlicker. He said indifferently, Star Slave, come out. As soon as the words fell, the space distorted. A graceful girl with a snow-white veil and a light yellow maid's dress appeared and half knelt in front of Chu Dian. I'm here, please give me your orders, my master. She is an orphan adopted by the Heavenly King Emperor. She is 10 years older than Chu Dian. She has been trained since childhood and is a loyal warrior trained by the Chu family. She is loyal to the Chu family and is Chu Dian's personal servant who has been with him since childhood. He also protected Chu Dian closely when his mind was still immature and he had no ability to protect himself. These assassins do not have their own names, they only have a code name before the word, slave. The sun, the moon, the stars, the universe and the vastness of the world are the top code names for the death squads trained by the Chu family. As soon as Xingnu came of age, he was ranked third among the Chu family's death squad, which is full of powerful and evil people. He was named Xing in advance, so you can imagine how talented he is. Raise your hand. Chu Dian placed the Holy Vein Flower Fruit into Xingnu's palm, helped her up, and said, practice hard, and you will definitely have a place in the upper echelons of the Holy Heaven sect in the future. In the original plot, after he fell into the path of evil, the only one who followed him till death was Star Slave, or what was called Ugly Slave at the time. About 10 years later, Yi Fan was trapped in the forbidden land of Skyfire, and his life or death was unknown. Lu Yun rushed into the forbidden land of Skyfire to rescue him despite any obstruction. At that time, Chu Dian was in seclusion and was at the critical moment of breaking through the realm, so he sent Star Slave to rescue him. Although Lu Yun had been rescued, she insisted on taking Yi Fan with her, causing the Star Slave to be engulfed in the hellfire in the forbidden area. Her whole body was burned to charcoal, her face was completely destroyed, and she looked like a demon, which was creepy. From then on, she was also called the Ugly Slave. After Chu Dian fell into the path of evil, he escaped from Shengxian sect and was hunted down by all the sects in Hengtian continent. He had no way to go up to heaven and no way to go down to earth. It was Chonu who opened up the passage connecting Hengtian continent to the outside world at the cost of burning his soul, allowing the great hate demon lord to escape. She burned her soul, and in the last second of her life, she was killed by the angry Lu Yun with a sword piercing her head. My lady, how can I deserve to receive such a miraculous medicine? I would rather die than accept it. Fear was visibly reflected in Xingnu's beautiful eyes, as she thought Chu Dian was taking the opportunity to drive her away. She followed Chu Dian and watched with her own eyes as Chu Dian sneaked into the divine medicine garden and picked the fruit of the Holy Vein Flower. This is a serious crime in Shengxian sect, how could she dare to accept it? The future lady's wife has always been dissatisfied with her following the young master around, and has repeatedly said bad things about her to the young master. Even though she had never said anything bad about the young master's wife and kept it a secret, the young master was already dissatisfied with her. She grew up in the Chu family. The master was very kind to her. If Chu Dian didn't want her, she could only repay him with her death. This is a reward from this young master. Take it. Chu Dian was very perceptive and immediately understood Xingnu's concerns. He raised his head and said to the seemingly empty sky, this young master is the sect's appointed holy son. According to the sect's rules, upon reaching adulthood, he can obtain 2 Holy Vein Flower fruits. This Holy Vein Flower fruit will be deducted from the share. The Holy Vein Flower is the sect's property, and although it is precious, the Chu family is not unable to produce a miraculous medicine at the same level. There is no need to affect the reputation of the Chu family and his father, the Heavenly King Emperor, for such a small thing. In the original plot, it was because Chu Dian messed around for Lu Yun, offended too many people, and ruined the reputation of the Emperor of Heaven and the Chu family. Yi Fan is lawless, he defies everything and does whatever he wants. In the name of repaying a favor, Lu Yun used the Chu family's reputation to clean up Yi Fan's mess. Chu Dian felt that he could also handle this kind of lucky child. That's exactly why. When the Lu family slandered the Chu family for rebellion, the Chu family, which had been passed down for 1,000,000 years and was the founding family that had run the Shengxian sect for 1,000,000 years, collapsed so easily. The Heavenly King Emperor was besieged, suppressed and imprisoned, but not many powerful people from the sect came forward to speak out. Because before the collapse of the Chu family, it was already in a situation where everyone deserted it, and the strong members of the family were either dead or betrayed. Chu Dian was reborn, so naturally he would not gamble his reputation for such a small profit. As the Godfather, he knows what is important. When people follow you, feelings are important, but the distribution of benefits is more important. Damaging the authority of the Heavenly King Emperor and hurting the reputation of the Chu family for a mere few resources is definitely not worth it. The little saint is so generous. The sect's patrolling disciples and strong men hidden in the surrounding clouds gasped. Looking at the Holy Vein Flower fruit in Xingnu's hand, he felt an indescribable envy and jealousy. The fruit of the supreme divine medicine. It has endless magical uses. If it were put on the mainland, even the gods and powerful people would fight for it. And Chu Dian's explanation, they felt an indescribable yet comfortable feeling in their hearts. It was as if he was standing on the same level as Chu Dian. The little saint clearly has a huge background, so no one dares to say anything even if he takes possession of the holy vein flower fruit. But he explained to everyone that he took it with his share and did not wantonly encroach on the sect's property. The little saint is so kind and friendly. He is such a good person. My lady, I am your servant, I am your servant. Xingnu was wearing a veil, but one could clearly see that her face was flushed and her starry eyes were filled with tears. She was holding the holy vein flower fruit, her whole body trembling slightly, and finally she just got down heavily to the ground. My life was saved by the master, and my lady has been so kind to me. I have no gratitude for this. I don't know how I can repay you even if I die. Congratulations to the host for changing the fate of the star slave and being rewarded with 500 points of destiny value. The system's gentle and pleasant reminder sounded in Chu Dian's ears at the same time. Chu Dian was stunned for a moment. That works too. It seems that you can get destiny points by suppressing the Son of Luck, but the destiny points you get from suppressing the Son of Luck are not as many as before. In the original plot, although Xingnu protected him closely, his attitude towards her was always lukewarm, so she naturally would not be valued by the Chu family. Rewarding Xingnu with the holy vein flower fruit was actually a disguised acknowledgement that she was close to him. This was crucial. In the future, her status in the Chu family would rise, and she would receive support from various resources, and her destiny would be completely changed. Slut, this is my magic medicine, are you worthy of taking it? Lu Yun's voice was sharp and full of anger. She rushed over and snatched the black box away. She also kicked Xingnu on the back, knocking the kneeling Xingnu to the ground. She was very angry and felt that something that belonged to her had been taken away, and she felt very uncomfortable. Moreover, she was going to give this holy vein flower fruit to Yi Fan, so how could this slut be worthy of it? It was certainly not that Xingnu was unable to react. Even if her talent was not as good as Lu Yun's, it was not much worse. In addition, the gap in age and realm was there, so she just didn't dare to dodge or resist. After all, the status is there. Lu Yun is Chu Dian's fiancé. They were engaged at birth, and everyone in Hengtian continent knows about it. Chapter 4 Chu Dian, I hate you. Young madam, I know my crime, I know my crime. Xingnu got up and kowtowed violently to apologize. Bang! At this moment, Chu Dian raised his hand and slapped Lu Yun's ferocious little face hard, sending her flying hundreds of meters away and smashing a 3-meter-high boulder into pieces. At this moment, the air seemed to stop flowing and everyone was shocked. The people from the sect hiding in the clouds opened their mouths wide, their pupils contracted violently, and they wished they could turn around and leave immediately. This kind of scene is not something they are qualified to see. One is the little saint's son, and the other is the future eldest lady of the Chu family. Moreover, she has an innate Taoist body and her future achievements are limitless. Everything that Chu Dian and Lu Yun see now will become their black material when they stand at the top of the sector or even the continent. I hope you won't be murdered to silence him. Moreover, the little saint had always treated Lu Yun very well. If not to say, he obeyed her every word, then she would obey him in everything. How could he suddenly slap Lu Yun in the face for a maid? If this gets out, how will Lu Yun live her life in the future? The black box containing the holy vein flower fruit flew out of his hand. Chu Dian raised his hand to catch it, then lifted up Xingnu and placed her in her palm. Xingnu, remember, you belong to this young master. From now on, apart from this young master, the master and the mistress, no one has the right to make you kneel, let alone hit you. Chu Dian gave the order calmly before turning to look at Lu Yun. A ruthless and cold light flashed in his eyes that was completely inconsistent with his childish appearance. Everyone in the sect in the clouds couldn't help but rub their eyes. For some reason, they felt that the little saint seemed like a different person. He is cold, ruthless, domineering, cruel, and majestic, making people dare not look directly into his eyes. If it happened to a powerful person who had experienced many hardships and battles, or even a deputy sect leader, they would not find it strange. But the little saint is only 8 years old this year. Chu Dian, you bastard, you actually hit me for this bitch. Don't come to me in the future, I don't want to care about you anymore. Lu Yun crawled out of the ruins, half of his cheek was swollen and bleeding, and there was resentment in his eyes that was inconsistent with his age. As a congenital Taoist body, although she is not as good as Chu Dian, she is not far behind. This slap will naturally not kill her. But she still seemed unaware of the seriousness of the problem. You should be thankful that I still have some use for you. I only used 1% of my strength, otherwise your head would have exploded. Chu Dian came over and said calmly, tell me, who told you that the fruit of the holy vein flower in the divine medicine garden is ripe and can help Yi Fan clear his meridians, and asked you to come to me to get it. The fruit of the holy vein flower is the sect's supreme elixir. When the fruit is ripe, it becomes the sect's top secret, known only to a select few. As far as I can remember, even the original owner didn't know. It's really strange that a little girl like Lu Yun could know this. Chu Dian has a keen sense of smell and always feels that there's something else going on. A hint of panic flashed across Lu Yun's eyes. She immediately lowered her head and dared not look directly into Chu Dian's eyes. She said anxiously, I found out about it myself and wanted to repay Yi Fan for saving my life. As my fiancé, you don't think about repaying my kindness with me, but instead you doubt and slander me. Chu Dian, I hate you, Lu Yun shouted. After saying that, Lu Yun turned around and was about to leave quickly. But the next moment, a shadow enveloped Lu Yun, and Chu Dian blocked her way, looking down at her, less than a fist away from her. His cold and domineering eyes seemed to want to swallow her up. Lu Yun's petite body trembled violently, as if she had fallen into an icy cave, and all the color disappeared from her face. Tell me, who is it? A thunderous sound exploded directly in Lu Yun's ears. Boom, no matter how scheming she is just an 8 or 9-year-old girl after all, and her willpower is far less than that of an adult. Instantly, Lu Yun shuddered, her mind went blank, and she blurted out subconsciously, Jewel told me. But the moment she said that, Lu Yun immediately reacted, her whole body stiffened, and she explained, no, it's not. But Chu Dian was already lost in thought and ignored her feeble quibbles. Jewel, Chu Dian muttered to himself, and information about Jewel automatically emerged in his memory. On Lu Yun's second birthday, the Lu family held a grand birthday party for her, inviting powerful members of the sect and prominent families. This Jewel is a servant specially trained by the Yi family, equivalent to Xingnu, an assassin trained by the Chu family. She was given to Lu Yun as a birthday present. Of course, this Jewel was specially trained to be used as a gift, so her talent is naturally far inferior to that of the star slave. The Yi family is another founding family of the Shengxian sect. Together with the ancestor of the Chu family, they founded the Shengxian sect. The current leader of Shengxian sect, Yi Shang, is the head of the Yi family and a well-known emperor-level powerhouse in Hengtian continent. He is respected as Emperor Tianshang. He and Chu Dian's father, Yi Tianwang, who is the current deputy leader of Shengxian sect, Emperor Tianwang, are sworn brothers who grew up together. They are known as the Shengxian duo by the outside world. The two emperors of the Shengxian sect were so powerful that they shook the Hengtian continent. It was with the concerted efforts of the two that the Shengxian sect was pushed to the top of the Hengtian continent, ranking first among the top sects in the Hengtian continent today, and its power was feared by all the worlds. Yi Fan, the son of destiny, was born into the Yi family, but he was a well-known loser in the family. He was born with broken tendons and veins, was not valued by the family, and was looked down upon by everyone. Yi Fan is even a direct descendant of the Yi family, so he has to call the leader of the Shengxian sect, uncle. Thinking about it again, in the original plot, the Chu family was disgraced and hated by everyone. Lu Yun, a person with an innate Taoist body, the apple of the Lu family's eye, and the future mistress of the Chu family, mysteriously fell into the water and was saved by the waste of the Yi family. This sets the stage for a series of events that will happen later. But is all this really a coincidence? Interesting, really interesting. Chu Dian's eyes were darker than his appearance. He muttered to himself before looking down at Lu Yun and said coldly, for the so-called repayment of gratitude, you forced your fiancé, the Holy Sun, to steal the sect's supreme divine medicine fruit. This is a heinous crime that is enough to destroy your entire clan. Yi Fan relied on the life-saving grace to threaten the fiancé of the sect's Saint Sun and helped her steal the magical medicine fruit, which was a serious crime punishable by death by 1,000 cuts. A bitch like you is not worthy of being the future mistress of the Chu family, let alone my fiancé. Lu Yun, this young master will give you two choices. First, this young master will kill you with his own hands and then wipe out your entire Lu family. Second, your Lu family will personally capture Yi Fan, strip him of his tendons and skin, and hang him on the top of the sect's main peak as a warning. This young master may, at his discretion, give him a lighter punishment. The words fell. Chu Dian turned around and led Xingnu down the mountain. His cold voice echoed across the mountaintop. Xingnu, the supreme divine medicine Shengmai flower is the sect's top secret. Now it has been leaked for no reason. You must immediately bring the law enforcement team to capture the lowly maid Jur and interrogate her strictly to see if there is any hidden reason behind this. As you command, my lord. Xingnu and Chu Dian quickly disappeared on the mountain peak. Chapter 5 Hengtian Ranking, System Tasks, Villains are no longer low-key. That's not the case, Chu Dian, please listen to my explanation. Lu Yun's face was pale and she was so frightened that she collapsed on the mountain and shouted weakly at Chu Dian's back. She really couldn't understand why Chu Dian's attitude towards her, and even towards Yi Fan, had taken a 365-degree turn. Aren't the Yi family and the Chu family of the same origin? What's wrong with her helping Yi Fan? However, she was precocious and understood that she might cause a big trouble, which might even affect the survival of her family. The sect's patrolling disciples and strong men hidden in the clouds were terrified. Since the little saint, the Chu family, and the Lu family were involved, they dared not intervene. They didn't even dare to help Lu Yun up and left quickly. Soon, news of what happened on the mountain spread throughout the sect at lightning speed. The good-for-nothing Yi Fan relied on the fact that he had saved Lu Yun and used the life-saving grace to threaten the little saint's son and forced him to steal the sect's magical medicine, the holy vein flower fruit. The little saint's son came to his senses and, in a rage, slapped his fiancée and ordered her to personally capture the good-for-nothing Yi Fan. The little saint even said in person that Lu Yun was not worthy of being the future mistress of the Chu family. In less than half an hour, with the authorization of the Heavenly King Emperor, Xingnu led the sect's law enforcement team to forcibly break into the Lu family and arrest Lu Yun's personal servant Jur. The Shengxian sect was shocked. Not long after, the Yi family announced that Yi Fan had been arrested and was being interrogated strictly. If his crimes were proven, he would not be forgiven, which reassured the Chu family. On the mountain peak, it was not until a long time later that a strong man from the Lu family arrived and brought back the frightened eldest daughter Lu Yun. Congratulations to the host for suppressing the lucky girl Lu Yun. You will be rewarded with 2,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host for suppressing Yi Fan, the son of destiny. I will reward you with 3,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. Lu Yun, the daughter of fortune, has developed a strong fear of you. I reward you with 500 destiny points. Congratulations, host. Yi Fan, the son of destiny, has a huge grudge against you. I will reward you with 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. On the way back to the sect, the system's gentle and pleasant reminder sound rang in Chu Dian's ears from time to time. In a short period of time, the destiny points he obtained had reached more than 10,000 points. Chu Dian was not in a hurry to return to the sect. After coming down from the mountain, he asked Xingnu to rush back to the sect to capture Jur. This is the territory of Shengxian sect. Anyone who dares to attack him must be tired of living. Chu Dian was thinking about the situation within the Shengxian sect. The Shengxian sect has been passed down for millions of years, and the position of sect leader has been taken turns by the two founding families, who have always maintained a delicate balance with each other. But in this generation, as his father, King Chu, married his mother, a goddess from the extraterritorial tribe, the Chu family's power grew greatly. Although he was the deputy clan leader, his authority was already slightly above that of the Yi family. In addition, the birth of his own chaotic divine and demonic body, and his marriage with the innate Taoist body, made his power reach its peak, causing the Yi family to feel a huge sense of crisis. In his memory, what King Chu said to him the most was that he must keep a low profile, be cautious, don't strive to be the first in everything, and don't show off his talents easily. Obviously, the deputy sect leader Chu Tianwang also sensed that something was wrong with the situation. In order to maintain the unity within the sect, he asked him to keep a low profile so as not to irritate the already sensitive Yi family. The original owner was also very obedient. Although he was the son of God and his strength was almost comparable to that of the cubs of ancient giant beasts, he never stood out and kept a low profile. He had a great reputation but few achievements. You have to know that the powerful immortal ancient clans and top sects will let their geniuses start to gain experience from a very young age, cultivate them from childhood, and hone the talents of their geniuses. The invincible mentality must be cultivated from childhood. Only in this way can one hone an invincible will and compete for supremacy in the world. It is really strange that someone like Chu Dian, who has a supreme physique and a top-notch background, has always been unknown. The outside world has also been speculating whether Chu Dian is useless, or something went wrong in his cultivation, and it has even affected the reputation of the Chu family. Even in the original plot, until the very last moment, when the conflict between the Chu and Yi families had completely erupted and the Yi family's true intentions were exposed, King Chu Tianwang still put maintaining the unity of the sect first, did not completely break off relations, and chose to trust his sworn brother Yi Tianshang. Otherwise, with the Chu family's heritage accumulated over millions of years, even if they were deserted by their friends and relatives and fought back with all their might, the Shengxian sect would not only be torn apart, but at least be severely damaged and fall from the throne of the top sect. If you take a step back, there will be no broad horizon. If you take a step back, you will eventually hand over the foundation left by your ancestors to the other party. Chu Dian said to himself. As a godfather of his generation, Chu Dian has always believed that one punch is enough to prevent 100 punches from coming. Deterrence is achieved through fighting, not through humility. Ordinary people have the space to be low-key. After all, they don't have the capital to show off. But the Chu family stands in this position. With such a huge size and terrifying strength, they still want to develop in a low-key manner. This is an extremely strange thing. Although King Chu is invincible and powerful, he obviously does not understand how cruel the struggle involving the survival of his family is. From Yur's point, it is obvious that the Yi family has definitely begun to make plans. It is even possible that Yi Tianshang was the one who arranged and set up this scheme personally behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could a waste of the Yi family repeatedly come into contact with the jewel of the Lu family and the future mistress of the Chu family, and thereby interfere with the cultivation of the young master of the Chu family? This is simply something that cannot be explained by common sense. The system task has been released, and the villains are no longer low-key. A gentle female voice sounded in Chu Dian's ears. As a supervillain, the only child of destiny in the future, you should shine like a star and be feared by the heavens. This mission is a continuous plot mission. In the first stage, if you rank first in the body tempering realm on the Hangtian ranking and suppress all the geniuses of the same realm, you will receive generous system rewards. Even the system understands that as a genius, you should be feared and powerful, dominating the world. But my father doesn't understand. He keeps a low profile and gives in. This will only make outsiders think that the Chu family has declined, and they will want to pounce on us and take a biter step on us. Hearing the task issued by the system, Chu Tian smiled slightly, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he looked up and looked forward. At the entrance of the sect, a huge golden stone that is 100 meters high stands tall. Hangtian list, 3 golden characters, gleaming brightly on the top of the boulder. The Hangtian list was jointly created by many top sects in the Hangtian continent. It has been passed down for endless years and has a history longer than that of the Shengxian sect. Every top sect and family in the Hangtian continent will have one erected at the entrance. The Hangtian ranking is divided into the heaven ranking, the earth ranking, and the realm ranking. The heavenly ranking carries the ranking of the strongest people in Hangtian continent. The earth ranking includes geniuses and talented people under the age of 30, and their ranking is determined by their potential. The realm list is where one's combat power ranks among the top in a certain realm, and this list is one of the important criteria for evaluating the heavenly and earthly lists. Being on the list means that your name will be remembered forever, which is the highest honor in Hangtian continent. There are small golden characters on the boulder, which are the names of people. They are all geniuses who have left their names on the list in the endless years of Hangtian continent. The first on the heavenly ranking, Lord Hangtian, the strongest person in Hangtian continent since ancient times, blocked the attack of the extraterritorial demons and protected hundreds of millions of lives. 96th on the heavenly ranking, Heavenly King Emperor, Deputy Sect Master of the Holy Heavenly Sect, had occupied the top 30 of the earthly ranking for 27 years, second in the bone tempering realm, first in the spirit refining realm, third in the fusion realm and first in the heavenly god realm. 97th on the heavenly ranking, Tianshang Emperor, the leader of the Holy Heavenly Sect, had occupied the top 30 of the earthly ranking for 27 years, ranking first in the bone tempering realm and second in the spirit refining realm. It has to be said that from the Hangtian ranking, one can see how fierce the competition is between the sworn brothers Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianshang. They have loved and fought each other for decades, fighting for each other and winning and losing against each other. Behind this, it also represents how cruel the secret struggle between the two founding families of Shengxian sect is. However, this balance was suddenly broken after King Chu married Jian Kongzu, the broken sword goddess of the ancient sword god clan, and gave birth to 3 daughters and 1 son. Chu Tian looked up and saw the 28th place on the heavenly ranking, the wife of the heavenly king emperor of the Holy Heavenly Sect, who killed the great desert demon lord of the heavenly demon forbidden land with 1 sword. That's right, Jian Kongzu not only leads the 2 leaders of Shengxian sect by a huge margin, but also has only a short introduction and no past battle record. He killed the forbidden land demon lord with just 1 sword and directly rushed into the 28th place on the heavenly ranking. Because the Hangtian list only records the strong people in the Hangtian continent. Jian Kongzu only started to appear on the list after she married King Chu Tian, which also completely established the Shengxian sect's position as the number 1 sect in Hangtian continent. She directly killed her way into the top 30 of the heavenly ranking with just 1 sword. You can imagine how ferocious this old lady, the great hate demon lord, is. With such a good hand, the Chu family's power reached an unprecedented peak, but it plummeted and was wiped out in less than 30 years. From the perspective of Godfather Chu Tian, something unusual must have happened. The biggest evildoers are his father, King Chu, and his 3 sisters. After all, I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. In Chu Tian's view, Yi Fan, the son of destiny, and external enemies like the holy goddess Lu Yun have never been the key. Fortresses always begin to collapse from the inside. Chapter 6 How can such an invincible mother be low-key? Low-key, how can I be low-key? With such an invincible mother and possessing the supreme physique of the chaos demon body, it is impossible to be low-key. Chu Tian continued to complain about his father, King Chu Tian, in his heart. In the original plot, the great demon lord was largely responsible for his incompetence and rage, but the biggest responsibility for the Chu family's demise must be attributed to this old man. He ruined a good hand of cards and also restricted the performance of his wife Jian Kongzu and son Chu Tian. If a genius keeps a low profile for too long, he will really become a mediocre person. Which genius does not show extraordinary qualities from childhood? Chu Tian looked down at the Hangtian list. Number 1 on the earth ranking, Holy Maiden Hylian of the Sihang Holy Sect, possessed the body of a holy maiden, born with immortal energy in her mouth, her blood coagulated at 1 year old, her bones tempered at 2, and her spirit refined at 4. She was once ranked first in the blood coagulation realm, second in the bone tempering realm, first in the spirit refining realm, and first in the fusion realm. Looking down, there is a series of shocking events. Chu Tian directly passed by this one, although she was indeed very powerful and beautiful, and was a very important female character. But after all, the protagonist Yi Fan, the destined nemesis of Saint Hylian, is probably still a waste at the moment, and it is not yet time for her to be born. Deal with her later. 4th on the earth list, Yi Feng, son of the Tianshang Emperor, was once ranked 3rd in the blood coagulation realm, 5th in the bone tempering realm, and 5th in the spirit refining realm. Yi Feng, a cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. This man was the fiancé of his elder sister Chu Yunsheng, who was born with a saintly bone. He was even more of a representative of being mean-spirited, cold-blooded and ungrateful. The eldest sister Chu Yunsheng would later be called the Heartless Witch, spurned by the Hangtian continent, and hunted down by all the major sects, all for him. But Chu Yunsheng died at his hands in the end. He sacrificed his own family for the sake of justice and killed his own Taoist partner, which actually enhanced his reputation. In this lifetime, I will never allow such a tragedy to happen to my family. Chu Tian looked at the name Yi Feng, with a terrible murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The name finally fell on the 5th place on the bone tempering list, a name called Yi Chang. Yi Chang, Yi Fan's elder brother. Yi Fan is such a loser, but he can stay in the Yi family and not be expelled, all thanks to the support of this elder brother. Later, the king of heaven died tragically and the Chu family was wiped out. It was Yi Chang, who was honest, simple, strong and resolute, who killed the most cruelly. He even spared no effort to kill the babies of the Chu family. He told Yi Fan that if the roots of the grass are not removed, they will grow again in the spring breeze. Let him do this kind of dirty work. Yi Chang is also the strongest bone forging realm master in Shengxian sect. He is 12 years old, has reached the 9th level of bone forging, has a strength of 300,000 jin, and can kill 10 ancient mammoths in 1 minute. Number 1 on the bone tempering ranking, Huaimei from the Sihang Holy Sect, 10th level of bone tempering, 900,000 pounds of strength, 1 minute. 6th on the bone tempering list, Lu Yun from the Holy Heaven Sect. 9th place, Yi Tian from Shengxian Sect. 13th place, Saint Heaven Sect Yi. On various lists, the names of the Yi family members can often be seen, and there are also many other disciples of the Shengxian sect. However, the Chu family, the founding family of the Shengxian sect, has very few names of family members, almost none at all. In order not to arouse the Yi family's suspicion, King Chu not only asked his own son to keep a low profile, but also did not allow many of the Chu family's children to emerge and compete with the Yi family. The rumors from outside world speculating about the Chu family's decline are not without reason. There was a cold light flashing in Chu Tian's eyes. When a beast retracts its fangs and claws, it will definitely make people feel that the beast is old. This situation is extremely dangerous and must not continue. After having a preliminary plan for the future in mind, Chu Dian strode into the sect and did not choose to return to the Chu family but headed towards Hengtian Palace. Hengtian Palace. As Chu Dian stepped into the palace, he heard a sound of people gasping for air in front of him, followed by a flood of flattery. In just 30 seconds, Yi Chang has already killed 15 ancient mammoths. 40 seconds, 20 statues. Is Yi Chang planning to challenge for the top spot on the bone tethering ranking? Except for that loser Yi Fan, everyone in this generation of the Yi family is so powerful. Could it be that the rule of rotation of the position of sect master in this generation of Shengxian sect is going to be broken and the Yi family will continue to be the boss? The sect master's son, Yi Feng, is already incredibly talented and Yi Chang is catching up with him with great momentum. 50 seconds, 25 mammoths, 10 seconds left. 28. Chu Dian looked up and saw that behind the name of Yi Chang, who was ranked 5th on the bodybuilding list, words kept jumping. Before the 1-minute countdown was over, the number of ancient mammoths killed had reached 30. However, Chu Dian didn't care too much and stood there quietly waiting for Yi Chang to come out. Yi Chang was not his target, and he didn't have the time or energy to cause trouble for such a supporting character. In the end, when 1 minute was over, the number of mammoths killed by Yi Chang reached 33. Almost every 2 seconds, an ancient mammoth with a strength of 100,000 pounds was killed, which was very close to the level of instant kill. Yi Chang's ranking instantly reached 3rd place on the bone tethering list. Yi Chang, who had reached the 9th level of bone forging and possessed a strength of 500,000 jin, killed 33 ancient mammoths in 1 minute. Suddenly, the Hengtian ranking and the D ranking also began to glow, and Yi Chang's name appeared at the end at number 99. 99th on the Earth list, Yi Chang, 12 years old, had reached the 4th level in the blood coagulation realm and the 3rd level in the bone tethering realm. Hiss. Inside the palace, many disciples of Shengxian sect cast envious and jealous glances. There are millions of inner disciples in Shengxian sect alone, but less than 1 in 10,000 can make it onto the list, and only 1 person can make it onto the Earth list every few years. Being on the Earth ranking means that you have entered the sect's key training area. Even if you are the last one, it is still a huge honor and an endless supply of resources. A vortex appeared on the golden boulder, and a young man wearing grey coarse cloth, with a strong build and a crew cut walked out of it. The pseudo-son of luck, Yi Chang, has been scanned. A gentle and pleasant prompt sounded in Chu Dian's ears. System, what is the pseudo-son of luck? Chu Dian asked. The son of fortune has great fortune. Those close to him will also be enveloped by the overflowing fortune and will grow up with the son of fortune. Therefore, they are classified as pseudo-sons of fortune. After the system finished explaining, it reminded. Targeting a fake son of fortune also falls under the category of suppressing a son of fortune, and will deal a huge blow to the son of fortune's fortune. At this time, Yi Chang, who had just walked out of the golden vortex, immediately noticed Chu Dian at the door. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chu Dian, you slandered my brother. Instead of hiding in the Chu family, you dared to run to Hengtian Palace. There was a strong murderous aura in Yi Chang's eyes. He had hurried to Hengtian Palace for testing after learning that his brother had been arrested by the sect. After all, only if he is outstanding enough, the clan will save his younger brother Yi Fan for his sake. But what he hated more was Chu Dian. It's pitiful enough that my brother's tendons and veins are broken, but this guy not only has no sympathy, but he even slanders his own brother and puts him in danger. The reason why he recognized Chu Dian was that when Chu Dian went to Lu's house to look for Lu Yun, he happened to be at Lu's house with his younger brother Yi Fan and saw Chu Dian from afar. Chapter 7. You don't deserve it, but you still want to come to me. Chu Dian, is he the little saint Chu Dian? Inside the hall, many disciples were shocked and turned their gazes towards Chu Dian. Although Chu Dian is very famous and shook the Hengtian continent as soon as he was born, he lives in seclusion and ordinary inner disciples cannot recognize him at all. This matter concerns the 2 founding families. What just happened has already spread throughout the Shengxian sect, and even ordinary disciples have heard about it. Boom, Yi Chang's eyes were cold. He leapt up, and his body as big as a mountain made a loud sound of breaking through the air. It fell in front of Chu Dian like a meteorite, and a dark shadow enveloped Chu Dian. Chu Dian, why do you want to slander my brother? Yi Chang didn't finish his question. Bang! Suddenly, Chu Dian moved and threw a punch as fast as lightning, going against the trend, and his fist hit Yi Chang directly in the lower abdomen. Puff! Yi Chang spat out a large mouthful of blood and didn't have time to react at all. He flew backwards at a speed even faster than when he came, and hit the golden boulder on the bone forging list heavily. With a loud bang, the terrifying crash was so dull that it seemed to shake the entire palace. Click, click, click. Along with this, the sound of bones breaking and shattering continued to be heard on Yi Chang's body. Yi Chang slipped off the bone tethering list and fell in a pool of blood. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot, and finally blood continued to flow out. He struggled for a few times, but still couldn't get up. At this moment, the whole audience was suffocated. Everyone in the field opened their mouths wide, their eyes wide open, filled with shock. No one expected that the little Saint Chu Dian would be so domineering and fierce. He attacked without saying a word. What was even more unexpected was that Yi Chang, the prodigy who had just entered the 3rd place on the bodybuilding list and squeezed into the end of the Earth list, was instantly crushed by Chu Dian without even a chance to react or fight back. They were all confused. This little saint, whose height seemed to be only up to Yi Chang's chest and whose face still looked childish, actually had such terrifying power hidden in his body. At this time, Chu Dian raised his foot and walked towards Yi Chang step by step. The invisible and terrifying power almost stagnated the airflow in the hall. Many disciples thought that Chu Dian wanted to kill Yi Chang. After all, he was Yi Fan's brother. But unexpectedly, Chu Dian didn't even look at Yi Chang. He walked straight past Yi Chang lying in a pool of blood and stepped into the golden vortex of the bone forging list. The whole audience was shocked. During the whole process, Chu Dian didn't even respond to Yi Chang with a single word. He just threw a punch without even looking at Yi Chang. They couldn't describe what it felt like. Just give them the impression that attacking Yi Chang was a natural thing to do. If Yi Chang hadn't come forward on his own initiative, Chu Dian wouldn't even have had the motivation to attack Yi Chang, because Yi Chang was too weak to be his opponent. It seemed as if his purpose of coming to Hengtian Palace was to challenge the bone tethering list, and Yi Chang was just asking for a fight. I killed Yi Chang, who is ranked 3rd on the bone tethering ranking and 99th on the Earth ranking, and possesses a massive strength of 500,000 pounds, with 1 punch. I am not dreaming, am I? Even if it's the offspring of the ancient giant golden winged rock, it's impossible to instantly kill a monster of the same level on the Earth list. He's the most talented person on the Earth ranking, but he's the most talented person on the Hengtian continent. Is the Hengtian ranking sensing wrong? Is Yi Chang's inclusion on the list fake? All the disciples in the audience were stunned and began to talk among themselves, even forgetting that Yi Chang was struggling in a pool of blood and seemed likely to die at any time. All the bones in his body were shattered by Chu Dian's punch. Even if he didn't die, he would be disabled for life. Just then, a name suddenly appeared on the bone forging list on the golden boulder. Chu Dian, 1 second, 10 mammoths. The word count quickly jumped again. 2 seconds, 30 mammoths. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. In an instant, everyone in the audience was stunned. What the hell? In the test space, thousands of ancient mammoths roared sharply and heavily, making a deafening sound. Their snow-white tusks flashed with sharp light, and they rushed towards Chu Dian like small hills. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Dian's face was calm, and he moved like a flash of lightning among the mammoths. With a wave of his hand and a step, the ancient mammoths were directly blown up. Wherever it passed, blood mist rose into the sky. He once led a mercenary corps and charged against an army of 100,000 men, witnessing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although this scene was grand, it was not enough to move him. Chu Dian's current strength is too terrifying. With the Chaos Demon body and the Chaos Creation Sutra, he has reached the 10th level of bone forging and possesses a strength of 1.5 million pounds. Even a true dragon cub cannot possess such terrifying power when it reaches the bone-tethering realm. 1.5 million pounds, Chu Dian's full strength punch could even blow up a small mountain. The mammoth, which only has a strength of 100,000 pounds, is as fragile as tofu in his hands. Chu Dian's blood was boiling, and he charged back and forth among the elephants like a lightning tank. Wherever he passed, the elephants, blood splattered and no bones were left. With just a wave of his hand, several mammoths were blown to pieces. At this moment, the atmosphere outside was so weird that it seemed as if there was no one in the Hangtian Hall. Even the sound of breathing no longer existed. On the bone-tempering list, the number at the end of Chu Dian's row was jumping wildly. Chu Dian, 10 seconds, 365 ancient mammoths. 15 seconds, 500 ancient mammoths. 20 seconds, 675 ancient mammoths. 30 seconds, 8,000 ancient mammoths. Buzz. The bone-tempering list suddenly shook, and Chu Dian's time calculation stopped at 30 seconds, above 1,000 ancient mammoths. The whole place was in deathly silence. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and they stared at the string of numbers with wide eyes. In a pool of blood, Yi Chang was shaking violently, his eyes wide open, and he was coughing up blood continuously. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Heavy breathing sounds like those of wild beasts began to appear in groups, and everyone in the palace seemed to have gone crazy, with bloodshot eyes. Impossible. Absolutely not. It must be cheating. Killing ordinary wild beasts wouldn't be this easy. This is an ancient mammoth, with a strength of 100,000 kilograms. It's not a chicken. Many people who have reached the 10th level of bone forging would find it extremely difficult to kill an ancient mammoth, and they might even be killed in return. Everyone was stunned. Is this the level of the bone-tempering ranking? Chu Dian muttered to himself in the test space, frowning as he looked at the vast empty land in front of him. He held his breath, wanting to launch a big attack directly to give a small shock to the Shangxian sect and even the sects in Hangtian continent. But unexpectedly, he was too focused on killing and killed all the mammoths before the time was up. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, earth-shaking dragon roars and piercing cries resounded throughout the vast space. 10 nine-clawed golden dragon cubs, 10 golden-winged rock cubs, and 10 true roar cubs appeared at the same time, their eyes cold, and they all rushed towards Chu Dian. The dragon roared and shook the sky, and the space was shaken when its tail swung. The golden-winged rock was as fast as lightning. It flapped its wings as if teleporting, and instantly traveled through space. Its dark golden claws tore towards Chu Dian's face. The roar of the real roar was even more tangible, like the magical power of sound waves, which made Chu Dian's eardrum slightly painful and his head a little dizzy. 30 cubs of ancient ferocious beasts. It's so terrible that it's unimaginable. Each one of them has the ability to slaughter the top human geniuses, but 30 of them appeared at once. Chapter 8. Fighting a real dragon is like eating, are you human? That's exactly the effect we want. Not only was Chu Dian not afraid, but he let out a low roar, raised his palm filled with chaotic black light, directly pinched the sharp claws of the young pung bird, and tore it apart fiercely. Puff! The baby rock was torn in half, and golden blood splattered everywhere. Chu Dian roared, his blood rushed to the sky, and a chaotic light flowed on his body. The dragon tail of the real dragon cub hit his back, leaving only a faint mark, which could not even break his defense. Chu Dian turned around and punched out, directly blowing the dragon cub's head apart. With a kick, the true roar cub exploded on the spot. At this time started moving again on the bone-tempering list outside. Chu Dian, who had reached the 10th level of bone forging, killed 1,000 ancient mammoths in 30 seconds, and killed a golden-winged rock cub and a true dragon cub in 3 seconds. 10 seconds, 2 true dragon cubs, 3 golden-winged rock cubs, and 1 true roar cub. Did I see it wrong? Isn't it the spirit refining realm, or even the fusion realm, that will lead to the appearance of ancient ferocious beasts in the test? Fighting against a real dragon cub, is this a human? Isn't it the limit for humans to fight against the cubs of ancient giant beasts in the physical realm? 1 in 3 seconds, no, 2 seconds to kill a cub of the ancient giant beast. Time passed second by second, the numbers behind it kept changing, and the heavy breathing sounds in the hall became heavier and heavier, like a cow panting. If the Hangtian ranking trial process could not be interrupted, they would even want to rush into the test space to see if Chu Dian was cheating. Soon, when the time reaches 1 minute, the test ends. Chu Dian's name instantly came to the top of the bone-tempering list. Chu Dian, with the 10th level of bone forging and a strength of 1.5 million pounds, can kill 1,000 ancient mammoths, 10 true dragon cubs, 10 golden-winged rocks, and 10 true roar cubs in 1 minute. Second place, Sihang Holy Sect, Huaimei, 10th level of bone forging, 900,000 jin of strength, 1 minute. 1.5 million pounds of strength. My eyes are blurry. Someone muttered to himself, looking at the person next to him and asking, how much did you see? 150. I also saw 150. Chu Dian is in the bone-tempering realm and possesses a strength of 1.5 million jin, which is almost twice that of a young ancient beast. Is the chaos god and demon body so heaven-defying? Is this the holy son of the holy heaven sect? Cough, 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 cough. In a pool of blood, Yi Chang's face was extremely pale. He coughed violently, and his whole body kept twitching, as if he would die at any time. But at this time, no one has time to pay attention to him. Buzz. At this time, Chu Dian walked out of the golden vortex. He was dressed in black and his face was calm. He glanced at Yi Chang lightly, then glanced at the bone-tempering list. He seemed not to feel the strange atmosphere in the hall, and left Hangtian Hall. His purpose in coming to Hangtian Palace was to suppress all the people of the Yi family, including Yi Chang, not just one person. If Yi Chang didn't come over, Chu Dian wouldn't even have the motivation to cause trouble for him. Defeating him would just be a matter of convenience. If he wants to die, just give him a ride. It's that simple. As for paying too much attention, Chu Dian felt that his energy was precious and should not be wasted on insignificant people and things. Congratulations to the host for suppressing Yi Chang, the pseudo-son of destiny, and severely impacting his mentality, causing him an irreversible shadow. I will reward you with 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host for suppressing the luck of Yi Fan, the son of luck, and rewarding him with 1,000 destiny points. The system's gentle and pleasant voice sounded. Chu Dian left. But at this time, in Hangtian Palace, the rankings on the Earth list suddenly changed, and Chu Dian's name suddenly appeared in the first place. Number 1 on the Earth list, Chu Dian, the holy son of the holy heaven sect, is 8 years old and has a chaos god and demon body. He ranks first on the bone-tempering list. Second on the earth ranking, Sihang Holy Sect, Holy Maiden Hylian, with the body of a holy maiden, born with immortal energy in her mouth, blood coagulation at 1 year old, bone forging at 2, and spirit refining at 4. She was once ranked first in the blood coagulation realm, second in the bone forging realm, first in the spirit refining realm, and first in the fusion realm. Third on the earth ranking, the Heart Demon Sect. Yi Chang, who had just squeezed into the 99th place on the earth list, also disappeared from the list. The Hangda ranking only records the 99 geniuses under the age of 30 with the greatest potential. The whole place was in complete silence. In a pool of blood, Yi Chang's eyes bulged out in anger, and then he fainted. The Shengxian sect has two main peaks, representing the two founding families, the Chu family's Shengwang Peak and the Yi family's Shengdi Peak. The main hall at the highest point of Shengwang Peak. Chu Dian returned to the Chu family. As soon as he arrived outside the hall, a hunchbacked old man came up to him and saluted him respectfully. Young master, madam has descended from the God clan and is discussing matters with the master. Please wait a moment. The hunchbacked old man had a face full of wrinkles and his eyes were cloudy and lifeless, like a dying man. But Chu Dian knew that this was just Tuo Lao's appearance. No one knows the real name of Tuo Lao, but he has been in charge of guarding the main hall of Shengwang Peak. Even King Chu Dian has to call him Master Tuo when he sees him. There seemed to be countless strong people on the Holy Emperor Peak, but this old man could at least be ranked second. After the death of King Chu Dian, who had fallen into the devil's way, was able to escape from the siege, all thanks to this old man who risked his life to stop Yi Tianshang. Although he is not a member of the Chu family, he has been in the Chu family all his life. He is better than the people of the Chu family and is even more reliable than a group of direct descendants of the Chu family. Okay, Mr. Camel. Hearing that his mother Jian Kongzu had arrived in spirit form, Chu Dian's heart moved slightly. He politely returned the greeting and then stood at the door with Tuo Yi waiting. It seems that the butterfly effect caused by his action appeared. In the original plot, Jian Kongzu had been in seclusion in the ancient sword clan outside the domain. No one knew what he was busy with, and he finally died in the struggle within the clan. It was precisely because of Jian Kongzu's death that she lost her deterrent power, which dealt a huge blow to King Chu and the Chu family, that the Yi family dared to launch a final attack on the Chu family. However, Yi Tianshang once had a conversation with Yi Fan, which vaguely revealed that Jian Kongzu seemed to have had a fierce dispute with the ancestor of the ancient sword god clan because she wanted to get something important for Chu Dian, and Yi Tianshang was behind the scenes fanning the flames, which led to her death. Now that Jian Kongzu can split herself into two and descend, it means that she is still free and can return to Shengxian sect at any time. At this moment, a cold female voice suddenly rang out from the hall. King Chu, I don't care about the overall situation and unity of the Holy Heaven sect. I don't even bother to care. I only know that if something like this happens again, I will return immediately and chop down the Holy Emperor Peak of the Yi family with one sword. A piece of trash from the Yi family actually dared to bully my precious son. How can you be the deputy sect leader? You might as well just change your name to Yi Songbao. Ahem, madam, please keep your voice down, there are people outside the palace. King Chu's voice sounded with a hint of embarrassment. Why are you whispering? I'm just saying this to my son. My son has a very high background. He possesses the supreme physique, the chaos god and demon body. His gifted physique is rare in ancient times. He is also the son of my broken sword goddess Jian Kongzu. He was born to stand on the top of the starry sky, shining his light on the heavens. But in your Shengxian sect, he has to be low-key and cautious in everything. Why? Jian Kongzu's voice was still cold, not leaving King Chu Dian with any face. Even though he was only a distracted being, Jian Kongzu could still clearly sense everything inside the Holy Emperor Peak. Chapter 9, One Punch to Avoid 100. Tiener did a great job this time. A piece of trash from the Yi family, and a little bitch with a mere innate Dao body, who do they think they are? How dare they bully and plot against my Tiener? I hope this is just a farce between children and does not involve the Lu family or even the Yi family. Otherwise, I will demolish them all. And King Chu, let me tell you, if you dare to interfere again, saying things like, let's be merciful, and asking Tiener to give up the pursuit, I will kill you with my first sword when I come back, and then I will uproot that Saint Emperor Peak and cripple Yi Tianshang. King Chu kept smiling bitterly, but facing his angry wife, he could only nod in agreement. Madam, I didn't agree to let Xingnu lead the sect's law enforcement team to break into the Lu family and arrest Zhuer. The Yi family should understand our tough attitude. Haha, if I hadn't been distracted and come here this time, you, King Chu, would probably have just killed Zhuer and not pursued the matter any further. Well done, Xiaodian. Zhuer must be tried and the truth must be revealed. I want to see whether Yi Tianshang is the one plotting against my son behind the scenes. Jian Kongzu said in a resolute voice. Madam, that's not the case. It must be some old guys from the Yi family who are causing trouble behind the scenes. Tianshang is my sworn brother. He has traveled the continent with me, explored the starry sky, and experienced life and death together. I know him very well. He would never do these shady things to plot against me behind my back. If there is anything, he will communicate with me directly. Tianshang is also a witness to our acquaintance. Why should we delve into it, break the balance, and make the scene so ugly? Look, Tiener is fine now. I trained him personally. Now he has reached the 7th level of bone forging and has a strength of 700,000 pounds, almost comparable to a real dragon cub. King Chu Dian tried to persuade him earnestly, brought up past events, and made a promise to Yi Tianshang. Father still values the brotherhood with Yi Tianshang too much. Chu Dian lowered his head, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The reason why he left Hangtian Palace and rushed here quickly was to persuade King Chu Dian to let him handle this matter. Even participating in the Hangtian Palace bone tethering ranking test was for the purpose of breaking the deadlock. Chu Dian was still thinking about how to convince King Chu Dian. After all, his age was his biggest weakness at the moment, and it was difficult for him to get involved in many things. Fortunately, his mother Jian Kongzu is not pedantic. With Jian Kongzu's support behind the scenes, he saves a lot of energy. Hearing Chu Dian's words, surprise flashed across the old camel's cloudy eyes, and he said seemingly unintentionally, after the master became the deputy clan leader, he attached too much importance to many things. This led to a loss of direction and initiative. However, many people couldn't tell that the young master's tough counterattack this time actually inspired many powerful people in the clan. It is my fault for speaking out of turn and making irresponsible remarks about the deputy sect leader. Please punish me, young master. After saying this, the old camel immediately bowed his head tremblingly to apologize. Old Tuo, you are an old elder in the clan. You are embarrassing Xiaodian by saying this. Chu Dian helped Tuo Lao up, but his eyes were shining with brilliance. What old Tuo meant by this was obviously to tell him that there were many people in the Chu family who supported him. Many people in the Chu family were dissatisfied with King Chu's conciliatory and concessionary strategy towards the Yi family. My strong counterattack this time has inspired this group of people. Tiener, come in quickly and let your mother see if you are injured. At this time, Jian Kongzu's voice was heard. As soon as Chu Dian stepped into the hall, a beautiful woman in a white gauze dress, with slanted eyebrows and a sharp spirit, came to him and hugged him. She asked about his well-being and checked on his body. Her eyes were full of doting, as if she was afraid that her son had suffered any injustice at the hands of King Chu Dian. Madam, Tiener is also my son. How can I bear to let him suffer any injustice? The tall middle-aged man on the side, King Chu, looked helpless. Outside, he is the invincible Heavenly King Emperor, the deputy leader of the Holy Heaven sect, and has great power. But at home, he is just an ordinary middle-aged man. Faced with his strong and protective wife, he is too scared to interrupt. It was clearly his son who stole the holy vein flower fruit and beat his fiancée. In the end, he even threatened to skin and tendons the Chu family as trash, otherwise he would destroy the Lu family. But in Jian Kongzu's eyes, it seemed that his son had suffered a great injustice. But facing his fierce wife, he didn't dare to say much, otherwise his wife would get angry and really run back from outside the domain to destroy the Lu family and chop down the Holy Emperor Peak with a sword, and the situation he had painstakingly built would collapse. After asking about Chu Tian's well-being, Jian Kongzu let him sit in her arms and asked, "Xiao Tian, mommy doesn't want to argue with your father, that coward. What do you think we should do with that loser from the Luanyi families?" King Chu smiled bitterly and was about to explain that he was not a coward, but Jian Kongzu glared at him fiercely. He was so scared that his neck shrank and he could only look at his son for help. His purpose, of course, was to hope that Chu Tian would show mercy and not make things worse. Chu Tian felt a little uncomfortable with Jian Kongzu's intimacy. After all, he was an adult soul. But after feeling Jian Kongzu's deep maternal love, that feeling of resistance no longer existed. As for King Chu Tian's pleading look, Chu Tian simply ignored it. If it weren't for his status, he actually wanted to call him coward dad. Chu Tian only hesitated for a moment, then raised his head, his eyes cold and firm. "Mother, my opinion is that we must get to the bottom of this and find out all those who plotted against me. One punch is enough to prevent 100 punches from coming. In order to maintain the stability and unity of the sect, we must never make mindless compromises. If we keep giving in, the other side will only think we are weak and vulnerable, and then they will take advantage of us." Upon hearing this, King Chu Tian smiled helplessly and his face immediately changed. He looked at his son in surprise. Is this something his well-behaved and obedient son could say? Jian Kongzu's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands in praise. "What a great man. He strikes with one punch to prevent 100 blows. You are worthy of being my son, Jian Kongzu." "Just do as you say, Xiao Tian." The old camel standing at the door shuddered all over, and shock flashed in his turbid eyes. Is this something an 8-year-old child can say? The young master is worthy of being the descendant of the broken sword goddess and the master. Not only does she have amazing physical talents, but her knowledge can also be called a gifted talent. One punch is enough to prevent 100 punches from coming. Just 10 short words, but the more you chew on them, the more you feel that they contain endless truths of life, giving you a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Ha 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 ha, what a good way to start a fight with one punch to prevent 100 blows from coming. This is the attitude of my Chu family. Third uncle also expressed his full support for you, Xiao Tian, to get to the bottom of this and find out the real culprit behind this. A middle-aged man walked into the hall, laughing heartily and applauding. "Big brother, you have given birth to a good son. I, the third brother, am so envious." The person who came was Chu Tianyan, the third elder of the Chu family, the younger brother of King Chu Tian, the fifth elder of the Shengxian sect, and the head of the sect's law enforcement hall. He was a big shot in the Shengxian sect, so big that the whole sect would tremble with just a stomp of his feet. Tianyan, greetings to sister-in-law, and congratulations to sister-in-law. Xiao Tian has won the first place on the earth list in one fell swoop. This has greatly won honor for our Chu family and enhanced the reputation of our Shengxian sect. Chu Tianyan saluted Jian Kongzu and said with a smile, with excitement on his face. Chapter 10. How can I be so low-key when my son is so outstanding? Number 1 on the earth list. Do you mean the Hengtian list? Jian Kongzu asked. She was not born and raised in the Hengtian continent. Although she knew about the Hengtian list, she did not quite understand its status in the Hengtian continent. I only know that the ranking of this thing is very important in Hengtian continent. At this moment, the pupils of King Chu Tian beside him shrank violently. He had originally expressed some dissatisfaction with Chu Tianyan's arrival, but at this moment, he threw all of his dissatisfaction behind him and said in horror, "Third brother, what did you say? Xiao Tian made it to the top of the earth ranking. Are you making fun of me and your sister-in-law? I guess everyone in Hengtian continent knows what it means to be number 1 on the earth list. The most promising genius under the age of 30. But how old is Chu Tiansai? He is only 8 years old and is only at the bone-tempering stage. This is really horrifying. Brother, you're not doing your job as deputy sect leader. The whole sect is in turmoil. Some old antiques who have been in seclusion for many years have come out of the secret realm to see if there is a problem with the Hengtian ranking or if there is a mistake. And you're personally responsible for teaching Xiao Tian. Don't you know how strong Xiao Tian is?" Chu Tianyan looked at Chu Tian with a strange expression, as if he was looking at a monster, and said, "Just now, Xiao Tian killed Yi Chang, who was at the bottom of the earth ranking, with one punch, killed 1,000 ancient mammoths in 30 seconds, and killed 30 ancient giant beast cubs in 30 seconds. Directly broke into the first place of Hengtian bone-tempering list and the first place of earth list. Now not only our Shengxian sect, but the entire Hengtian continent has been in an uproar. A large number of old monsters have come out to see what kind of monster our Shengxian sect's holy son is, and whether he is a cub of an ancient divine beast that has transformed into a human form and was brought back by us. The 3 supreme elders of the sect have personally come out and are currently entertaining those old monsters outside the sect." As Chu Tianyan spoke, his eyes became more and more strange, which made Chu Tian's scalp cold. He felt as if this middle-aged uncle wanted to dissect him. But he actually reached the top of the local list. It was somewhat beyond his expectations. He just tried his best to make a big move, to tell the outside world that the younger generation of the Chu family had not declined, and to complete the system task by the way. "You are worthy of being my good son. This is the bloodline of my ancient sword god clan, the legendary chaos god demon body." Boo. Coming back to his senses, Jian Kongzu, extremely excited, kissed his son's fair and tender face hard. "If your father hadn't been such a coward, Mom would have taken you on a journey through the starry sky. At the very least, you would have defeated all the top sects, the geniuses of ancient clans, and even the cubs of ancient mythical beasts one by one. My son is indeed the best. Congratulations to the host for completing the first stage of the host's mission to no longer keep a low profile. I am rewarded with 10,000 destiny points and a magical pill resurrection. Flesh and bones can heal all injuries." At this time, the system's gentle and pleasant reminder sounded in Chu Tian's ears at the same time. Number 1 on the earth list, number 1 on the earth list, number 1 on the earth list. King Chu on the side kept muttering to himself, and the emotions on his face were extremely complicated. He was both excited and relieved. After all, Chu Tian was his only son, and which father didn't want his son to become successful? There are also helpless smiles. First on the local list. This meant that all his years of low-key efforts to prevent the Yi family from being wary of the Chu family had gone to waste. My son is so outstanding that he has directly ranked first on the list. How can I be so low-key? Forget it, Xiao Tian. Dad also supports you to investigate this matter thoroughly, but try not to involve too many people. After all, Yi Qianshang is Dad's brother in life and death, and our Chu family is the founding family. We must maintain the unity and stability of the sect. King Chu sighed. At this point, how could he not understand that not only his wife, but even his 8-year-old son was dissatisfied with his attitude and secretly ran to Hengtian Temple to participate in the test without telling him? Chu Tianyan came running over in a hurry. Although he didn't say anything directly, he was using Chu Tianyan to express his dissatisfaction with him. "Xiao Tian, you were gifted and were named the Holy Son when you were born. In the future, Shangxian sect will definitely be yours. Daddy is careful in everything and maintains the overall interests of Shangxian sect for your own good. King Chu Dian instructed. Don't worry, Dad, I know what I'm doing. Chu Dian smiled slightly and clasped his fists towards King Chu Dian. Finally, this big internal trouble was solved. After all, what he was most worried about was not how amazing Yi Fan, the son of destiny, was, but rather this old man. Chu Dian was worried that Yi Fan would be conservative and would hinder him from behind and that he would be disloyal. That would be really troublesome. You, a coward, have some conscience. You know who your family members are. Jian Kongzu rolled his eyes at King Chu. Buzz. At this moment, King Chu Tianyan and Jian Kongzu's eyes moved slightly at the same time and looked outside the hall. Master, madam, the leader of Chenchong sect is here to visit with a young man and is waiting for you at the foot of the mountain. Camel old man reported. What a terrifying power. Chu Tian looked up at the sky outside the hall, only to see the wind and clouds rolling. The originally clear sky suddenly became gloomy. The strong people in this world are indeed terrifying. Their influence is externalized, and their words and actions can even affect the celestial phenomena. Xiaodian, I'm trying to secure a very important opportunity for you in the ancient sword god clan, so I can't always be by your side. Jian Kongzu placed his hand on Chu Tian's head, his eyes full of doting, but whatever you want to do, just go ahead and do it. I have mother well, and your cowardly father to back you up. Jian Kongzu glared at King Chu Tian and slowly began to dissipate. Old thing, if you dare to bully my youngest son, I will cut you into pieces with my sword when I get back. Also, take good care of my 3 daughters. If they get hurt. My sworn brother is here, why don't you let Chenchong in? Forget it, I will go and greet Chenchong myself. Third brother, Xiaodian, you two wait here. King Chu laughed loudly and flew down the mountain quickly. Xiaodian, don't blame your father. He and Yi Tianchong are brothers for life and death. Plus, our Chu family's ancestral motto is to put the sect first. Otherwise, with your father's temperament, you wouldn't be so tolerant. Of course, your father is your father, and you are you. Do what you think. Your third uncle will be here soon, so don't be afraid. Chu Tianyan explained with a smile, and then looked at Chu Dian in amazement. It is worthy of being the legendary supreme physique, the chaos god and demon body. If you don't make a sound, you will be nothing, but when you do, it will shock the world. At the age of 8, he was at the bone tempering realm and directly ranked first on the earth ranking. None of the novels written by novelists in the mainland dared to write like this. Yi Tianchong. A cold light flashed in Chu Dian's eyes, and then he smiled and said, how could it be? This is also human nature. I am also a member of the Chu family, so naturally I will prioritize the overall interests of the sect. My nephew just wants to find out the truth behind the scenes and resolve the misunderstanding between my Chu family and the Yi family. Chapter 11. As the child of destiny, what's wrong with picking up a treasure? Old Tuo, Xiaodian once heard my mother say that you have a hidden injury in your body. Chu Dian turned his head and looked at Old Tuo at the door and asked. What he said was of course fabricated. Old Tuo had stayed in the Holy Emperor Peak for many years and had never taken action. He had hidden injuries in his body, which were only exposed when the Chu family was destroyed in the original plot. Even King Chu didn't know about it. But since Jian Kongzu is not here, if there is anything that cannot be explained, just put the blame on her. Just now, Xiaodian came out of Hangtian Palace, and the void suddenly cracked, and a pill fell down. It looks very much like the legendary creation pill to me. Old Tuo, please take a look and see if it is true. Chu Dian talked nonsense and walked over to put the pill into Old Tuo's hands. King Chu is a bit unreliable. Since the creation pill is produced by the system, it cannot be fake. Besides, he doesn't need it now, so it's better to heal Old Tuo and add a top-level combat force to the Chu family. Buzz. A strong medicinal fragrance suddenly filled the entire huge palace. The divine pill of creation. The old camel was shocked and looked at the pill in his hand. Legend has it that only the emperor of the medicine god clan can refine this top-level divine pill that can bring the dead back to life and turn flesh into bones. Chu Tianyan instantly appeared beside Tuo Lao. When he saw the 9 light purple lines on the pill, he was horrified to death. It's exactly as described in the classics. Just by sniffing a breath of Dan Qi, the minor Dao injuries I suffered in my youth have been healed. Chu Tianyan looked at Chu Dian with his eyes wide open and said, Xiaodian, did you really pick this up on the street? It's actually the legendary creation pill. Chu Dian was surprised. The top geniuses in this fantasy world can cause the avenue to roar when they are born. Although it is rare for them to be hit by treasures while walking on the road, it does happen. Why can't Chu Dian, a chaotic god and demon, who is the only son of destiny in the future, fail? In that case, please take it quickly, Old Tuo. It should be good for your hidden injuries. Chu Dian said. My lord, absolutely not. This creation pill is so precious. It can bring back the dead and restore the dead. It's almost like a second life. I'm just a servant of the Chu family. How dare I accept such a great gift from you, my lord? Madam, you have a keen eye. You can actually see the hidden injuries of this old servant. They are just minor injuries and will not cause any harm. After being tortured by hidden injuries for so many years, day and night, how could Tuo Lao not be moved, but he still returned the magic pill to Chu Dian. Old Tuo, it's just a pill. Compared with your contribution to the Chu family, it's nothing. Xiaodian is just doing his part to show his gratitude to my parents. Chu Dian said modestly. After all, there is a system, and there are so many sons of luck who can exchange for destiny points. This magic pill of good fortune is said to be precious, but it is really nothing to him. No matter how precious external things are, they are not as reassuring as having a top-level expert in charge. Old Tuo, you really have a hidden injury. We didn't even notice it for all these years. Chu Tianyan was shocked, and immediately said, Xiaodian is right, Old Tuo, you have made great contributions to the Chu family. This is what we young people should do. Consider this creation pill as a gift from your family. The tribe will use other things to exchange with Xiaodian. Chu Tianyan pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, Xiaodian, in 3 days, the Holy Heaven Pond in the sect's Holy Land will be open. Now within the family, I will exchange this opportunity to enter the Holy Heaven Lake with you. The Holy Heavenly Lake was formed from the physical body of Saint Ancestor Duanmu, and is of great use to the powerful gods in forging their souls. You have reached the 10th level of bone refining, and have reached the stage where you can begin spirit refining. The Holy Heaven Pond will also be of great benefit to you in your journey into spirit refining, and its value is in no way inferior to that of the divine creation pill. After Chu Tianyan finished speaking, he looked at Tuo Lao and said, Tuo Lao, now you can take the creation pill with peace of mind, right? In that case, I have overstepped my bounds. Thank you, young master, and the third master, for your kindness. Everything I have, including my life, was given by the Chu family. How could I possibly deserve such care? Old Tuo did not continue to be pretentious. He understood how important this pill was to him, so he took the creation pill immediately. Buzz. The old camel closed his eyes, a purple divine aura flowed, and the power of creation flashed by. Holy Tianqi. When Chu Dian heard this name, his heart trembled slightly. He didn't expect to come across this place so soon. The Holy Heaven Lake contains a great opportunity, which was later obtained by the Son of Destiny and directly affected the balance of the Holy Heaven sect. The Shangxian sect has been passed down for millions of years and has undergone tremendous changes. Naturally, it has experienced various ups and downs, as well as crises. And this Saint Ancestor Duanmu was the ancestor of the revival of the Shengxian sect, who helped the Shengxian sect overcome a critical period of decline. The Duanmu family is also the top family in the Shengxian sect, second only to the two major families. The body of Saint Ancestor Duanmu is hidden in the holy heaven pool. After hundreds of thousands of years of baptism by the essence of heaven and earth, his immature spiritual consciousness has been initially born. More than 10 years later, when the holy heaven pool opened, Yifan gained the recognition of the young disciples in the once-in-a-century baptism. The Saint Ancestor Duanmu became extremely dependent on him, and thus indirectly gained the support of the Duanmu family, and from then on he gained a firm foothold in the holy heaven sect. The living Saint Ancestor Duanmu, this is definitely a great opportunity, one of the greatest opportunities Yifan has ever obtained. If I could get in earlier, I could do something about it. Chu Tian smiled at his third uncle Chu Tianyan. Although this guy was of no great use to the Chu family in the original plot and was a villain who died in less than 3 rounds, his role is now definitely maximized. Moreover, he learned from his memory that it was not as Chu Tianyan said, that the family exchanged the creation pill with him, and the opportunity to enter the holy heaven lake actually belonged to Chu Tianyan. Chu Tianyan took the initiative to give him this precious opportunity to enter the holy heaven lake to cultivate his soul. Thank you, third uncle, for giving this precious opportunity to my nephew. I am also planning to enter the holy heaven lake to cultivate my spirit and build a peerless foundation. Chu Tianyan was a little surprised when he heard this. Chu Tian actually knew this. Then he smiled with emotion and said, third uncle is old. If he enters Shengtianchi, he will only be able to go up 1 or 2 small realms at most. The continent has been turbulent in recent years, with tensions rising among the major sects and the younger generation emerging as a force to be reckoned with. Even within our own sect, undercurrents are surging, with the Yi family eyeing us covetously. If this continues, even our Chu family, despite its deep foundation, may be in danger. It would be better to give this opportunity to you, Xiaodian, and build a future for my Chu family. If you have a chance in the future, just help me take care of that arrogant beast in my house. Chu Tianyan said with a smile, raised his hand and patted Chu Tian's shoulder, telling him not to worry about it. In fact, if Chu Tian had not ranked first on the earth list, he would not have given up this opportunity. Thanks to my nephew, third uncle, Chu Tian said sincerely, and he couldn't help feeling emotional in his heart. It was worthy of being an old and powerful family that had been passed down for millions of years, united and farsighted. Chu Tianyan said it simply, it was only 1 or 2 small realms higher, but many strong people risked their lives to make some progress but failed. Cowardly dad, cowardly dad. It was clearly a good hand, but you played it like that, and in the end the whole family was wiped out, the children died, and some were possessed by a demon. At this time, a star slave with a snow-white veil appeared outside the hall, knelt on one knee, and said, Star slave, I pay my respects to the young master, the third master. Get up. Chu Tian said calmly, did you get any results from the interrogation of Jur? Xingnu glanced at Chu Tianyan, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Ah, ha 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 ha, even I don't believe it, Xiaodian, you have a loyal and good servant. Chu Tianyan smiled and didn't mind. He turned around and walked aside. It's okay, Xingnu, just say it directly. Third uncle is family, Chu Tian said calmly. There was no need to conduct the forcible attack on the Lu family and the capture of Jur secretly. Not to mention that Chu Tianyan is the head of the law enforcement hall. Without his consent, Jur would not be able to command the sect's law enforcement team. Young master, I and many disciples of the law enforcement hall have used many harsh punishments. Even when Jur was on the verge of collapse, she still refused to confess even if it meant death. Xingnu gritted her teeth and said, under no other circumstances, I used the soul-searching technique without authorization and learned the entire truth. This servant has used the secret magic of the devil. Please punish me, third master and young master. Countless years ago, the devil almost destroyed the Hengtian continent, so the secret magic of the devil is no longer tolerated in the Hengtian continent. This was also the reason why the great demon lord later fell into the path of evil and was hunted down by all the sects in the Hengtian continent. Go on. Chu Tian had a blank expression on his face. He knew all this, of course, but in his heart, there was no distinction between good and evil. There is no good or bad in secret techniques, they are just tools, a means to achieve a goal. Chapter 12. Kneel down and Cao Dao to apologize to the young master of the Chu family. It's okay, it's just a small matter. Chu Tianyan's face was calm. The Shengxian sect governs a territory of tens of millions of miles and a population of hundreds of millions. The law enforcement hall is responsible for maintaining order, and secretly using some secret magic techniques is nothing but a common occurrence. All major sects have used it to varying degrees. It's just that everyone kept it a secret and didn't make it public. Jur is a death warrior trained by the supreme elder Yi Hongwu. She is responsible for instilling the good ideas of the Yi family into Miss Lu Yun and destroying the relationship between Miss Lu Yun and the young master. The news that the fruit of the holy vein flower is ripe and can help Yi Fan practice was revealed to Miss Lu Yun by Yi Hongwu. After Xingnu finished speaking, he immediately lay on the ground and held up a jade slip in his hands. This contains records of Jur's memories of Yi Hongwu instructing her to interfere with Miss Lu Yun's actions. Please check it out, young lady and third master. This matter involves the Yi family's supreme elder, and it is of great importance to the world. Chu Tian's face remained calm. It was the Yi family's doing, which was not beyond his expectation. It was just a formality. Chu Tianyan, on the other hand, had a cold expression on his face, with a strong murderous look on his face. At this time, King Chu Tian and a square-faced, dignified middle-aged man came side by side and said with a hearty smile. Xiaodian, why don't you come and meet Uncle Tianchong? Your Uncle Tianchong dotes on you the most. Not long after you were born, you even peed on Uncle Tianchong's face. Saint Son Chu Tian, greetings to the sect master. Chu Tian was very polite, but he did not call Yi Tianchong uncle. Instead, he called him sect master, and followed the sect's etiquette, which was impeccable. He then turned his gaze to the young man following behind Yi Tianchong. The boy was probably in his early teens, but despite his young age, his face was stern. While Chu Tian was looking at him, he was also staring at Chu Tian, with a murderous look in his eyes that was inconsistent with his age. It was obvious that he was a child who had experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature since childhood, and he revealed the maturity of an adult. Carrying a thorny branch to ask for forgiveness, that's interesting. Chu Tian curled his lips. He had too many impressions of this young man in his memory, and Lu Yun was always present. The son of destiny, Yi Fan. He was an important figure in the destruction of the Chu family and played a great role. Yi Fan was shirtless at this time, with his arms tied with iron chains. There were several thorny iron vines behind him, and the sharp hooks were inserted into his back, tearing out his flesh and blood, and scarlet blood kept dripping. However, there was no trace of pain in Yi Fan's eyes. Instead, he stared at Chu Tian with gritted teeth and suddenly shouted, Chu Tian, you bastard. If you want to kill me, come at me. There's no need to involve Lu Yun and the Lu family, and there's no need to vent your anger on my brother. Yi Fan was extremely angry and suddenly rushed towards Chu Tian like a beast. Chu Tian stood there quietly, expressionless, but a hint of murderous intent flashed across his young face. This scene was very similar to the one in Hengtian Palace where Yi Chang took the initiative to provoke. Although Yi Fan is a son of destiny and has experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature since childhood, he is still young and lacks cunningness. Since Yi Fan wanted to die, Chu Tian didn't mind fulfilling his wish. But at this moment, Yi Tianchong's majestic and indifferent rebuke suddenly sounded. You are rude, you are wrong first. Chu Tian is the holy son of the sect, how can a loser like you roar at him? Kneel down. Yi Qianqiang had an expressionless face. He pulled the chain in his hand, and Yi Fan fell directly to the ground and knelt in front of Chu Tian. Xiaodian, your uncle came here in person this time, first, to congratulate you on being number 1 on the Evergrande list and to congratulate your father. Second, it is to resolve some of your misunderstandings about the Yi family, so as not to hurt the brotherhood between your uncle and your father and affect the unity of the sect. Yi Qianqiang looked at Chu Tian with a kind smile on his face, as if he didn't notice that Chu Tian only addressed him as sect master. Uncle has brought this piece of trash here. You can kill him or chop him up, skin him alive, whatever you want. Even if he's my third brother's child, I won't show any favoritism. If this incident hurts the brotherhood between your father and me, or even affects the relationship between our two families, this loser won't be able to make up for it even if he has 10,000 lives. Chu Tian's eyes turned slightly cold. This old fox was indeed much more difficult to deal with than Yi Fan, the son of destiny. It is obvious that Yi Qianqiang knew that King Chu regarded him as his brother for life and death and would protect his face, so he played the emotional card and acted impartial. Otherwise, he is the holy son of the sect, and a mere waste like Yi Fan would surely die if he faced him. No one saw Yi Chang take the initiative to provoke him, but he was almost crippled by his punch, and no one dared to cause trouble to him until now. Rules are important, but strength is more important. This is a world where the strong and the geniuses are respected. If a waste takes the initiative to provoke a powerful genius, no one will stand up for him if he is beaten to death, and the senior leaders in the sect will also stand on Chu Tian's side. Yi Fan rushed over just now, and he was ready to kick Yi Fan to death, but Yi Qianqiang pulled him and saved Yi Fan's life. The son of luck indeed has a strong destiny, and Yi Qianqiang actually came out to protect him. Yi Qianqiang probably realized that something was wrong when he learned that he had reached the top of the earth list. So the shrewd old man made a prompt decision and tied Yi Fan up like a dog. If he really attacked Yi Fan, he would probably appear petty and would be actively destroying the relationship between the two families and the unity of the sect. There was also discussion within the sect about the Chu family's lack of vision. But Yi Qianqiang probably didn't expect that his target from the beginning was not Yi Fan, the waste, and dealing with him was just a side job. His ultimate goal is to awaken King Chu and the Chu family through Yi Fan's incident, and then take advantage of the situation to strike at the Yi family. Xiaodian, the Chu and Yi families are brother families. Do you think we should just end this matter here? Let Xingnu bring the Zhuor here and kill her directly. King Chu Tian really couldn't bear it any longer and advised. If Jian Kongzu hadn't come and asked Chu Tian to handle it, he would have let Yi Fan go directly. Chu Tian frowned slightly, a cold light flashed in his eyes, but before he could speak, Chu Tian's cold and murderous voice suddenly rang out. Can't let go. Brother, I know you're thinking of your brotherly relationship with the sect master, but this matter isn't just about a piece of trash. Someone is plotting against your legitimate son, the young master of our Chu family, the future hope of our sect. We can't let this go so easily. Chu Tian strode over, holding a jade slip in his hand, staring closely into Yi Qianqiang's eyes, and said, Master, I am the head of the law enforcement hall. Do I have the qualifications to interrogate a girl? The law enforcement hall is responsible for maintaining order in the sect and has functions such as arresting and interrogating. Naturally, it has the qualifications. Yi Qianqiang said calmly, but a dangerous cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then I would like to ask Sect Master, the Sect Supreme Elder, who is also your direct uncle Yi Hongwu, trained assassins and placed them around the fiancé of the son of the head of my Chu family. He instigated sabotage in various ways and revealed the sect's top secrets. He also instigated my sect Saint Chu Tian to steal the holy vein flower fruit and give it to Yi Fan to take. What crime should he be punished for? Chu Tian's voice was filled with strong murderous intent and his eyes were cold. Now I seriously suspect that there are a large number of people in your Yi family who are deliberately plotting against my Chu family's heir apparent, Tianjiao. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Chu Tian said this, the sky began to change, the world twisted, and thick dark clouds covered the sky above the holy Emperor Peak. The atmosphere between heaven and earth seemed to freeze. Chu Tian's words were suffocating, and he actually pointed the finger directly at the Yi family. Chu Tian's eyes were calm as he glanced around. He keenly felt that the moment Chu Tian said this, although there seemed to be no one around, a large number of terrifying fluctuations emerged. Yi Qianqiang came in person. The strong men of the Chu family, and even the high-ranking members of the sect and the big families, were probably paying attention to this place. However, Chu Tian had no intention of stopping it. The Chu family has been silent for too long and needs a satisfying showdown to let the outside world know that the Chu family's fangs and claws are still there, and even if the Yi family offends them, they will have to pay a heavy price. Chu Tianyan, do you want to destroy the unity and stability of the sect? Yi Qianqiang's eyes darkened instantly. He looked at the jade slip handed over by Chu Tianyan and did not take it. Instead, he directly put a big hat on it and shouted coldly. Do you know that what you are saying now is slandering the Grand Elder? You know that this is a serious crime. As the head of the law enforcement hall, you should take it as your responsibility to maintain the order of the sect. Don't you think before you say anything? Retreat immediately, Yi Qianqiang shouted angrily. The moment Chu Tianyan came out and spoke, he keenly realized that something was wrong, as if something had happened that he didn't know about. After all, King Chu Tian's attitude has not changed, but Chu Tianyan dared to come out and provoke him without the order of the head of the family, and even directly involve the supreme elder of the Yi family, his uncle. His keen sense of smell told him that he must not continue with this topic. Third brother, what are you talking about? I'll settle the score with you later. But at this time, King Chu Tian came over with an extremely ugly expression, raised his hand and snatched the jade slip from Chu Tianyan's hand. Chu Tianyan actually dared not ask for instructions from the head of the family for such a big matter. King Chu Tian quickly scanned the jade slip with his spiritual sense. For a moment, he froze in place. Yi Hongwu. Suddenly, King Chu's voice was hoarse, and these three words almost jumped out of his throat. The terrifying murderous intent instantly filled the vast sky. When the emperor gets angry, mountains collapse, seas surge, and the sun and moon lose their light. Elder Hongwu, no, how is this possible? There must be a misunderstanding. At this moment, Yi Fan, who was kneeling on the ground, turned pale and turned to look at Yi Qianqiang. Wasn't it said that this was to resolve the dispute? How did it suddenly spread to such a large area? Yi Fan felt cold all over. Yi Hongwu was the only elder in the Yi family who treated him well and provided protection to him and his brother Yi Chang. Even the fact that he was able to survive despite his damaged tendons and veins was something Yi Hongwu had saved at great cost. At this moment, Chu Tianyan strode over, looked down at Yi Fan's eyes, and said fiercely, you were poisoned when you were born, and the poison has penetrated into your internal organs. Just to save your life, huge resources are consumed every moment. In these years, to eliminate the poison, all kinds of precious magic medicines and natural treasures have been consumed. Tianyuan fruit, star spirit, dragon blood vine, etc., as well as this time's holy vein flower fruit, which one is not a wonder in the world. To save your life, Yi Hongwu exploited your kindness in saving Lu Yun's life and repeatedly instigated our Chu family's young master to steal, causing enormous losses to the sect. His crimes are too numerous to list. Bang! Chu Tianyan raised his hand and hit Yi Fan's chest, making it cave in. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. A waste like you is worthy of spending so many rare treasures to prolong your life. Without the help of my Chu family's young master, you would have died long ago and your bones would have rotted away. How dare you roar at my Chu family's young master? Kneel down and kowtow to apologize to the young master of the Chu family. Chapter 13, Qinchuan Divine Ring, Hidden Mission, Grandpa Saint. I did nothing wrong, why should I kneel down and apologize to him? Yi Fan spurted blood, his chest collapsed, and his mouth was full of scarlet sticky blood. But instead of giving in, he glared at Chu Dian and roared. I, Yi Fan, will not kneel to the sky, nor to the earth, but only to my parents. So what if I'm number 1 on the Hangtian list? If I hadn't been cut off from tendons and veins since childhood, I wouldn't be inferior to him. If I were given some time, Chu Dian wouldn't be my opponent either. If you have any dissatisfaction, come to me, don't involve Elder Hongwu, you bastard. Congratulations to the host for striking a powerful blow to the mind of Yi Fan, the son of fortune. I will reward you with 1,000 destiny points. Chu Dian walked over, half squatted down and looked down at Yi Fan, and said calmly and indifferently, Waste, in fact, with your talent and strength, you are not worthy of my attention at all. You are not worthy enough for me to kill you myself. It will only dirty my hands. But Yi Hongwu and some people have been plotting against me behind the scenes to help you. They want you to suck my blood. This is simply lawless. Tell me, who is behind you? Is it just Yi Hongwu, the Supreme Elder? Chu Dian seemed to be asking Yi Fan, but his eyes were looking at Yi Tianchong, with a slight smile on his lips. Uncle Tianchong, you're the leader of my Shengxian sect, and you know more. Do you think that Yi Hongwu, the Supreme Elder, is really capable of controlling the overall situation of the sect, avoiding the attention of many powerful people in my Chu family, playing with the Lu family in the palm of his hand, obtaining the sect's top secrets, taking away many precious and magical medicines from my Chu family, and prolonging the life of this waste? Why do I feel like there might be a bigger guy hiding behind the scenes? Quote. Yi Tianchong stared at Chu Dian's tender little face, his expression extremely gloomy. It was unknown what he was thinking. After a long while, he spoke. Grand Elder Hongwu is a half-step emperor. He has been in charge of many important departments of the sect and has made great contributions to the sect. He is highly respected. Xiaodian, if you think he is not a big shot, then who can be considered a big shot? The masters of the various halls, or the masters of the various peaks, or even me, the sect master, is not enough. Yi Tianchong's eyes were cold, showing little emotion, but his hands holding the chains were clenched tightly. A terrifying aura filled the air, making the sky dark and changeable. Slandering a Supreme Elder is a serious crime, and it has even affected the overall unity and stability of our Shengxian sect. Xiaodian, although you are the Holy Son, you are still young after all. There are many things you don't understand or know. Don't be influenced by these treacherous people. Yi Tianchong glanced at Chu Tianyan with a murderous look. He believed that someone from the Chu family must be behind the scenes, and it was most likely Chu Tianyan, the head of the law enforcement hall and one of the most important figures in the Chu family. Someone was plotting against me behind the scenes. Uncle San was speaking up for me, but how could it be that my Chu family was destroying the unity and stability of the sect? Chu Tian's tender face was filled with coldness as he said word by word, Master, this hat is too big for you. You should take it back and wear it yourself. Since this involves Grand Elder Yi Hongwu, we should first arrest Yi Hongwu and interrogate him carefully to see who is destroying the unity and stability of our Shengxian sect. Uncle really underestimated you, Xiaodian, before. Yi Tianchong looked at Chu Dian deeply and said in a deep voice, every Supreme Elder has made great contributions to our Shengxian sect and is ranked among the top leaders. They must be carefully investigated and have sufficient evidence before they can be arrested. Yi Tianchong looked at King Chu Dian and said in a low voice, King, there must be a misunderstanding here. Don't be misled by false and fabricated information. If we are not careful in this matter, the sect will be in turmoil. As the chief and deputy chief, you and I have great responsibilities and must not be easily misled by emotions. Misleading. Xiaoju's soul was searched. What was in her memory was clearly recorded. She was the assassin trained by Yi Hongwu. But at this time, King Chu raised his head rarely and asked Yi Tianchong with a cold and murderous look in his eyes. Brother, the facts and evidence are all there, and you actually told me this is misleading. Tianyuan fruit, star spirit, dragon blood vine, and even the holy vein flower fruit this time, which one is not a treasure of the sect? Xiaodian is my son and your nephew. How can you say such things so openly? Fortunately, Xiaodian arrested Xiaoju resolutely and decisively this time. Otherwise, in a few years, Xiaoju would suddenly disappear, and the news of the theft of the sect's magical medicines and treasures would leak out. Even if Xiaodian jumped into the Tianqing Sea, he would not be able to clear himself of these charges. How will the other families, powerful people, and hundreds of thousands of disciples in the sect view Xiaodian, the young saint's son? Quote. King, don't get excited. There may be a misunderstanding. Let me go back and ask Uncle Hongwu. Yi Tianchong said in a deep voice. He understood that this involved the Yi family's Supreme Elder and Chu Dian. King Chu was also angry this time. King Chu Dian suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. Brother, I can make some concessions for the sake of the overall interests of the sect, but this does not mean that I can allow others to plot against my son behind the scenes. I thought it was just a joke between kids. But you, the Yi family, have gone too far this time. Yi Hongwu must pay a heavy price. A terrifying aura emanated from King Chu Dian's body, squeezing each other. The sky was actually twisted, and then it collapsed directly. A huge black vortex appeared in the sky. It was extremely terrifying and made people tremble. This is a confrontation between two emperors who are famous on the heavenly ranking and are among the most famous in the history of Hengtian continent. Heavenly King, for the sake of the sect's stability, and also because it involves Uncle Hongwu, can't you let your elder brother go back and conduct a thorough investigation? Yi Tianchong's eyes were majestic and cold, and he refused to give in. The sky was suffocating, and countless powerful people in the Shengxian sect were frightened to the point of being frozen cold. It has been a very long time since the Shengxian sect has faced such a serious crisis. The confrontation between the chief and deputy sect leaders represents the two founding families. If one is not careful, a civil war will break out within the sect, which will be a world-destroying scene, and even the Shengxian sect may be divided. If you want to kill me, come at me. Don't harm Grandpa Hongwu. Yi Fan on the side was trembling with fear, but no matter how he struggled and roared, he could not move at all. A trace of King Chu's breath leaked out, causing blood to ooze out of his pores. At this moment, a faint breath suddenly enveloped his body, blocking most of the pressure from the outgoing breath. Everyone's eyes were on the two emperors, but Chu Dian kept his eyes on Yi Fan and immediately noticed the black ring on his left middle finger. It was this ring just now that emitted a ray of black light. It seems that the Tianquan divine ring has begun to revive. I wonder if the Tianquan saint girl inside has awakened. A cold light flashed in Chu Dian's eyes. He suddenly stepped forward and stepped on Yi Fan's arm, saying coldly, my father is talking to the sect leader, and it involves the Supreme Elder. Do you think it's your turn to speak nonsense? He exerted force with his feet and crushed Yi Fan's arm bones into powder, but Chu Dian's other hand was as fast as lightning, taking off the black ring on Yi Fan's finger and putting it in his pocket. Tianquan divine ring, this is the origin of the name Tianquan Emperor in the original novel. Yi Fan began to rise to prominence with the help of this ancient divine ring and the holy maiden Tianquan within it. The holy lady Tianquan is like an old grandfather. Since there is an opportunity, Chu Dian will naturally not allow Yi Fan to have such a chance to rise again. Yi Fan screamed miserably as his arm was completely broken. He didn't even feel that the black ring on his palm had disappeared. Moreover, Chu Dian deliberately squatted down to block his sight, and many eyes in the sect were also focused on Yi Tianchong and Chu Tianhuang. No one noticed that he took away the black ring from Yifan's palm. Congratulations to the host for plundering the protagonist's great opportunity, the Tianquan Divine Ring, and being rewarded with 10,000 destiny points. The host plundered the treasure of the Son of Fortune, the Tianquan Divine Ring, triggering a hidden mission to subdue the Tianquan Saint Girl. Host, come on, if you conquer the Holy Maiden Tianquan, you will receive generous rewards from the system. A gentle and pleasant female voice encouraged Chu Dian. What a vicious little beast. Yi Qianqiang on the side subconsciously glanced at Chu Dian, but thought that he was deliberately taking revenge on Yifan, so he looked at King Chu Dian. Heavenly King, what do you think of this? Brother, I will go back immediately to capture Yi Hongwu and interrogate him personally. I will give you a satisfactory explanation within 3 days at most. Faced with Yi Qianqiang's dominance, King Chu Dian's face was gloomy and his eyes were bloodshot. He keenly felt that something was wrong, but it was difficult for him to refuse directly. After all, Yi Qianqiang personally brought his nephew Yifan to apologize, and his courtesy was very considerate, which gave the Chu family enough face. Yi Hongwu is indeed a big shot in the Yi family and is Yi Qianqiang's uncle. If he is captured directly, the impact will be huge. Uncle Qianqiang, I don't think this is appropriate. Seeing that King Chu Dian was about to retreat again, a cold light flashed in Chu Dian's eyes. He immediately stood up and spoke calmly, no longer paying attention to Yifan's wailing. 3 days is too long. What if Yi Hongwu has other accomplices or even bigger figures behind him? Wouldn't that give him a chance to clear himself of any involvement? Furthermore, as a Grand Elder, he knows many of our sect's important secrets. If he were to defect or do something irrational, it would cause great harm to the sect's interests. He must be immediately apprehended and strictly interrogated. King, is this what you mean? Yi Qianqiang asked coldly, unwilling to get entangled with Chu Dian. He was also a little confused. Although Chu Dian was the son of God, he was so young, how could he analyze things so clearly and dare to interrupt their conversations repeatedly? Despite his young age, he seemed to have the Chu king under his control. This doesn't make sense. According to the past, King Chu should have the final say in the Chu family. There were too many things that happened today that exceeded his expectations. King Chu Dian had an ugly and gloomy expression on his face and ignored Yi Qianqiang's question. It was not only because he had agreed to let Chu Dian handle the matter, but also because he was filled with deep anger. Seeing this, Chu Dian's young face showed a ruthlessness and decisiveness that was inconsistent with his age. He suddenly turned his head to look at Chu Tianyan and said fiercely, Uncle San, this matter is of great importance and there is no time to delay. As the head of the law enforcement hall, you have the power to execute first and report later and make a decision immediately. Xiaodian, you are right. He must be arrested and questioned immediately. If you hadn't acted decisively and arrested Zhuor last time, the Lu family would have almost secretly sent her away. After receiving Chu Dian's personal instruction, Chu Tianyan, with a strong murderous aura, did not hesitate and immediately shouted, Law enforcement hall, listen to my order, immediately seal off the Shengxian Elder's secret realm and do not allow anyone to enter or leave. If any problems arise, this hall master will be responsible. Chu Tianyan was filled with murderous intent and flew out directly without asking for the consent of King Chu Dian and Yi Qianqiang. This matter was handed over to Chu Dian's nephew to handle, as Jian Kongzu said, and King Chu Dian promised it himself, so he could not be held responsible afterwards. Crackle, clackle. On the other side, above the law enforcement peak, thick golden chains pierced through the sky, covered with runes and flashing divine light, binding a huge secret realm deep in the void. One after another, the most powerful men flew out from the law enforcement peak and followed Chu Tianyan into the secret realm, with murderous aura filling the air. The entire Shengxian sect was shocked. The third most important person in the Chu family actually led the law enforcement hall to seal off the Elder's secret realm. This is really going to be a big deal. Chapter 14. Who says it's meaningless? Bold, Chu Tianyan, who gave you the power to seal off the secret realm of Elder Shengxian? Yi Qianqiang's face was extremely gloomy, and he shouted angrily, Heavenly King, it's not that I don't want to give face to the Chu family, it's just that some people have gone too far. In order to maintain the unity of the sect, Big Brother has no choice but to do this. Drink. Yi Qianqiang stretched out his huge hand, covering the sky and the sun, and the universe twisted. It seemed as if there was a world hidden in his palm, directly enveloping Chu Tianyan. Upon seeing this, King Chu Dian's face became uncertain, his fists kept clenching and unclenching, and he was filled with murderous intent. But at this moment, an old voice resounded through the sky. You plotted against the young master of the Chu family and tried to escape. Old Tuo walked out of the main hall, with a sharp light flashing in his turbid eyes. He stretched out his big hand, past Yi Qianqiang's big hand, and suddenly grabbed into the void. Boom, the vast void collapsed and became dark. The terrifying divine power of the Emperor raged, destroying the heaven and earth. Puff, in the void, an old man with white hair and beard, a strong and tall figure, spit out blood, his hair was disheveled, and he fell heavily from the depths of the void onto the Holy Emperor peak. This person was none other than Yi Hongwu, and no one knew when he had learned the news, but he had actually escaped to the outside of Elder Shengxian's secret realm, preparing to escape from the sect. If you were to escape from the sect by assassinating the young master of the Chu family, how would our Chu family maintain its reputation? Camel old man said softly, then turned and walked back into the main hall. But at this moment, there was a suffocating atmosphere in the sect, and countless powerful people were stunned. In addition to King Chu Dian and Yi Qianqiang, the sect actually has another emperor, and he is hidden in the Holy Emperor peak. Old Tuo is actually the hidden emperor, oh my god. I visited the Chu family and met Tuo Lao countless times, but I never realized that Tuo Lao was actually the emperor. Using the emperor to guard the door, the Chu family. Inside the sect, countless powerful men had their mouths twitching wildly, and the shock in their hearts was beyond words. Now, there are 3 emperors in the Chu family. It also includes Jian Kongzu, the heaven-defying sword emperor, who is the strongest person in Hengtian continent today. At this moment, inside the Yi family of Shengdi Peak, there was complete silence. The Yi family's supreme elder was seriously injured and shot down, and terrifying wars kept flashing in the Yi family. Inside the sect, countless people were terrified and panic-stricken. They wondered if the 2 founding families would really fight. King Chu, does your Chu family still take the sect's rules and me, the sect leader, seriously? Yi Qianqiang withdrew his hand with a gloomy face and questioned King Chu loudly. Without my permission and the consent of the Council of Elders, what right do you, the Chu family, have to directly suppress a supreme elder and surround the Holy Heaven Elder's secret realm? Although Yi Qianqiang kept questioning, his voice was obviously much smaller and he did not continue to attack Chu Tianyan. It was obvious that Tuo Lao's move and the appearance of another emperor in the Chu family had brought him great shock. Grandpa Hongwu, are you okay? Yi Fan's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the white-haired old man lying on the ground, bleeding continuously, his whole body trembling. The cowardly dad is indeed unreliable. Fortunately, the old camel has recovered from his injury. Chu Tian's eyes were cold, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he was about to stand up and respond to Yi Qianqiang. But at this time, King Chu Tian did not answer his eldest brother Yi Qianqiang's question. Instead, he came to Yi Hongwu, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up with one hand. With a murderous look in his eyes, he said, Uncle Hongwu, tell me why you were plotting against my son. Is there someone behind the scenes directing you? These words were suggestive, and it was obvious that King Chu had also developed some doubts. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianchong's body trembled slightly, and his face became even gloomier, as if water could drip from it. He really didn't expect that things would develop like this, and it was beyond his control. This was not what he knew. King Chu's actions were so swift and decisive. He rushed into the Lu family, captured Zhu'er and searched for Soul. The Chu family was so bold that they directly suppressed the Supreme Elder Yi Hongwu without even asking for the consent of King Chu. What happened here? Deputy sect leader, everyone has their own share of responsibility. I just couldn't bear to see my Yi family's genius crippled for life, so I took the risk. Yi Fan is a monster that only appears once in a million years in the sect. Please don't hold him accountable. Yi Hongwu's cloudy eyes turned with difficulty and glanced at Yi Qianchong. Suddenly, flames burned in his old eyes. Brother, he is burning himself with soul fire and wants to commit suicide. Stop him quickly. Chu Tianyan's loud shout came from outside the peak, and he was flying towards him rapidly. But it's too late. Bang! Suddenly, the fire in Yi Hongwu's eyes went out, his vitality dissipated, the spiritual energy in his body scattered, his head tilted, and he died in the palm of King Chu. Asshole! Chu Tianyan flew over, furious, and shouted, Brother, he must have committed suicide to hide the person behind the scenes, to obtain all kinds of top-secret information of the sect, and to plot against the sect's holy son. This evildoer of our Chu family is definitely not something that a mere supreme elder who withdrew from the core of the sect's power and entered the holy heaven secret realm for seclusion can do. Investigate, we must investigate to the end. Chu Tian stood up and said coldly, of course he couldn't help feeling a little regretful in his heart. We are just one step away from following the clues and pulling out the real big fish behind the scenes. Although King Chu exploded, it was obvious that he still had some illusions in his heart. But it is obvious that Yi Hongwu had already prepared to commit suicide. A strong man at this level is not Zhu'er, who is determined to die, so it is impossible to search his soul. Congratulations to the host. Yi Hongwu's death has dealt a heavy blow to Yi Fan, the son of destiny. I reward him with 2,000 destiny points. Of course we have to investigate. This matter will also be investigated to the end by the sect leader. Yi Qianchong said with a gloomy face, but it can be seen that after Yi Hongwu's death, he was more relaxed than before, and said to King Chu, this time, big brother will not let it go. If I find out who is behind the framing of Uncle Hongwu, I will never let it go. Brother, I will also get to the bottom of this. King Chu Dian raised his head forcefully, looked at Yi Qianchong, and said word by word, shouting is my bottom line. Brother, it's best to tell some people in the clan and stock. Yi Qianchong regained his composure, smiled slightly, and said, okay. Heavenly King, I still say the same thing. As long as we brothers work together, no one can interfere with the unity and development of the Shengxian sect. King Chu Dian's face was gloomy, but he still nodded. Grandpa, asshole, you killed my grandfather, I will fight you to death. At this time, Yi Fan's eyes were bloodshot, like a wild beast, and he pounced on King Chu and started biting him madly. His blood was filled with extremely rich energy, and his bones made explosive sounds, which was even more terrifying than Yi Chang's. He had reached the peak of bone forging, and his strength was even over 600,000 pounds. Of course, with his limited strength, even if King Chu stood there and let him hit him, he would only be shocked to death. Sure enough, you have been hiding your strength all along. Chu Dian's eyes flashed coldly. Yi Fan was already able to practice, which was not beyond his expectations. The reason why Yi Fan has been hiding is obviously that he wants to use Liu Yun to get more magical medicines and treasures from him. Yi Hongwu, and even the people behind him, probably never expected that he would suddenly turn against him and continue to investigate. The sect has wasted so many magical medicines and natural treasures, but you can only produce less than 700,000 kilograms of power. What a waste. Chu Tianyan fell from the sky with murderous intent in his eyes. Brother, just kill this kind of trash and let everyone in the sect see what will happen if you plot against the Holy Sun. Buzz. Yi Qianchong, who had just calmed down, suddenly turned his head, a terrifying murderous look erupting in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, Chu Tianyan, Uncle Hongwu has already sacrificed his life for this matter and taken the initiative to bear everything. Yi Fan is just a child. Is it necessary? Heavenly King, what do you say? Yi Qianchong stared at Chu Tianwan. Yi Fan's tendons and veins are completely damaged, and he has already swallowed many magical medicines. There is no point in pursuing this matter further. King Chu Dian remained silent. In his heart, he actually felt that it was pointless to pursue this waste. It would be better to let it go. The stability of the sect was still the top priority. Who says it's meaningless? At this time, Chu Dian stepped forward and said with a smile, Uncle Tianchong, if so many magical medicines are wasted on a loser, no disciple in the sect will be convinced if this gets out. Moreover, Yi Fan is only at the bone-tempering realm and is in the stage of sharpening his muscles and bones. Most of the power of the magic medicine is hidden in his body. The nephew thought that it would be a good idea to send him into the realm of sin, where the spiritual energy is cut off, which can prevent Yi Fan from continuing to refine the medicinal power of the magical medicine in his body. My second sister has been practicing with the Lord of Poison for many years and has a deep understanding of the human body. She must have a way to extract these medicinal properties. Even if it is impossible to extract it, let my second sister refine it into a pill directly. With so many magical medicinal properties, it must be a peerless magical pill. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, a faint sound of people sucking in their breaths of cold air could be heard in the surrounding sky. Turning living people into elixirs, and it came from the mouth of the holy son of a great righteous sect, which was simply suffocating. Chapter 15. Young, yet so evil. Refining living people into magic pills is a definite act of the devil and a taboo for the righteous path. Who could have imagined that these words came from the mouth of the sect's little saint? The Shengxian sect is a great righteous sect. Chu Dian had a blank expression on his face. In his heart, there was no distinction between good and evil. In the original plot, the great demon lord was hunted down by many sects on the continent because he had fallen into the path of evil. The biggest reason is that the Chu family is gone, and without the support of the background, everyone wants to step on this famous peerless genius and pounce on him to take a bite. The Chu family is at its peak and has great power. Let alone just talking about refining a magical elixir that can save lives, even if he refines Yi Fan into elixir on the spot, who can punish him and who dares to hunt him down. In the original plot, the hidden medicinal properties of these miracle drugs provided great help to Yi Fan. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Yi Qianchong was present, so it was difficult for him to kill Yi Fan directly, but it was also impossible for Yi Fan to get away so easily. Yi Fan's face turned pale instantly, and his voice became sharp. Chu Dian, you're so vicious, you will definitely not die a good death. So vicious. My Shengxian sect is a great righteous sect. How can it use such evil methods? Yi Qianchong was furious and looked at Chu Dian coldly, almost unable to control his emotions. He never thought that Chu Dian, at such a young age, could say such vicious words. Moreover, he, the sect leader, came to the door in person, but he didn't even give any face and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Xiaodian, what you said is an excellent method. Chu Tianyan clapped his hands in praise, and did not mention good or evil, as that was something only children would care about. Yu Yao has been training with the absolute poison master for many years. She has sent a message to the clan saying that she will be back in 2 months. She should have a way. With so many magical medicines and natural treasures, if refined, it will definitely be an astonishing magical pill, and it will also provide an explanation for the sect's losses. Chu Tianyan turned around and smiled at his eldest brother, Chu Tianwang, saying, "Brother, don't forget what my sister-in-law said. This matter is under Xiao Tian's disposal, and the clan also thinks that Xiao Tian's decision is not wrong." Upon hearing this, King Chu Tian was silent for a moment, then nodded and said to Yi Qianshang, "Brother, the sect has suffered such a huge loss and caused such a big commotion. Although Yi Hongwu committed suicide, as the chief and deputy chief, we should give an explanation to the whole sect. I am responsible for the order of the sect. It is reasonable to arrest Yi Fan according to the laws of the sect. Considering Yi Fan's young age, if you can offer a magical medicine of equal value in exchange, I can spare his life. Take him away and throw him into prison. Come here, take this trash away." Chu Tianyan waved his hand, and soon a law enforcement disciple arrived, took Yi Fan, who looked pale, and flew him to the prison. At this point, there is no need to let my son suffer for a loser. Let Chu Tian vent all the anger and frustration in his heart. He and Chu Tianyan both believed that Chu Tian was pursuing the Yi family and Yi Fan, the waste, so relentlessly because of Lu Yun's matter. He's just a piece of trash, so just kill him. Uncle Tianshang, save me, save me. Yi Fan was so frightened that his face turned pale. After all, he was just a teenager who had just experienced the heavy blow of his grandfather's tragic death in front of him. At this moment, he was terrified to the extreme. A ghost place like the prison of sin is isolated from the world and has no spiritual energy. It is a place where big demons and extremely evil people are suppressed. If he goes in, he will probably be completely ruined. You said that as long as I come with you to Holy Emperor Peak, you will keep me safe. Yi Fan was escorted and soon disappeared into the horizon. Yi Qianshang clenched his fists, his face changing from gloomy to bright, and the terrifying aura made the sky change color. Final, he slowly opened his fist and looked at Chu Tian and said, "Nephew, your uncle is an experienced man, and he and your father are sworn brothers, traveling through the worlds. So my uncles and aunts advise you to forgive others when you can. There are countless strong people in the world, and countless strange people and things. Even if you were in a dominant position, a single setback could lead you into an abyss of no return." Chu Tian clasped his fist and smiled, saying, "I will follow the sect master's instructions, but I also want to say something to you, sect master." "What are you talking about?" Yi Qianshang's face was cold. "You were too clever and calculated everything, but ended up costing your life," Chu Tian said with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianshang looked at Chu Tian deeply before flying away from Shengwang Peak. "Heavenly King, congratulations, big brother, you have given birth to a good son. Ha 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 ha, so refreshing, so fucking refreshing." Chu Tianyan laughed heartily when he saw Yi Qianshang leave in defeat. On the Holy Emperor Peak, the many Chu family warriors who were paying close attention also showed wanton smiles. It may feel good for a moment, but it will cause endless troubles later. King Chu sighed slightly, but he did not regret it. His son is his bottom line. It would be good to warn the Yi family this time, so that they can understand that the Chu family is not without the means and power to fight back. "Xiao Tian, what are you going to do with the Lu family?" King Chu Tian asked his son. Chu Tianyan, standing aside, said with murderous intent in his eyes, "Of course, they must pay a heavy price. They are a bunch of overconfident fellows who want to play both sides, taking advantage of our Chu family and even trying to get on board with the Yi family. They are courting death." He thought that since Chu Tian was so angry, he would not let the Lu family go. "Dad, please discuss this matter with third uncle and let the clan handle it on my behalf." Chu Tian shook his head and said calmly, "I don't want to spend my precious energy on such an insignificant thing. As a godfather of a generation, in this world where the strong are respected and the weak are preyed upon by the strong, Chu Tian understands what is most important. Strength. Strength is respected. If he had not gone to Hangtian Palace for the test first and ranked first on the earth ranking, Chu Tianyan would not have come to express support on behalf of the Chu family's upper echelons. King Chu would not change his attitude so easily. Even Yi Qianshang would not suddenly bring Yi Fan to apologize. Strength, the foundation of everything, is strength. Being ranked first on the earth ranking list caused everyone's attitude towards him, a mere 8-year-old child, to undergo an almost earth-shaking change. The Lu family is just a second-rate family in the Shengxian sect and cannot affect the survival of the Chu family. Chu Tian is too lazy to pay too much attention to it. This time he just wants to express his attitude through the Lu family and strike a blow against the arrogance of the Yi family. Congratulations to the host for striking a powerful blow against Yi Fan, the son of destiny. I will reward you with 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host for striking a powerful blow against Yi Fan, the son of destiny. Reward. A gentle and pleasant voice kept ringing in Chu Tian's ears. "Dad, third uncle, I passed the Hangtian ranking test and have some new insights. I will go back and meditate to digest them first, and strive to break through the spirit refining realm as soon as possible." Chu Tian saluted with a fist, then turned and stepped into the main hall. King Chu Tian and Chu Tianyan were both stunned for a moment, thinking they might have misheard, and looked at Chu Tian's back in astonishment as he left. This kid really seemed to have no intention of paying attention to the Lu family, which was a world of difference from his relentless pursuit of the Yi family just now. "I really don't understand this kid. Doesn't he hate Lu Yun's betrayal?" Chu Tianyan complained speechlessly. After all, Chu Tian's proposal just now to refine Yi Fan into a peerless divine elixir scared them all. However, they thought that the reason why Chu Tian was so angry was because Yi Fan was hooking up with Lu Yun. But suddenly he turned around and didn't bother to care about the Lu family, which was confusing. The child is old, and his father can't understand his thoughts. King Chu shook his head helplessly. "Tianyan, Yi Hongwu committed suicide this time. I still have to deal with many things. You will take care of the Lu family. Just warn them and teach them a lesson. Lu Yun is a young girl who is not sensible. After all, she will be Xiao Tian's legal wife in the future. There is no need to worry too much." "Okay, don't worry, big brother. I will handle it properly." A murderous look flashed in Chu Tianyan's eyes. They had long been dissatisfied with the Lu and Yi family's affairs, but since this was their eldest brother's family affair, and King Chu and Chu Tian didn't say anything, it was not easy for them to interfere. But now it has even affected the reputation of the Chu family and almost harmed Chu Tian. Chu Tian's words had been spread, and the two options given to Lu Yun were widely circulated in the Shengxian sect, and almost everyone knew about it. How can I let it go so easily? How can the young master of the Chu family be easily bullied by outsiders? After King Chu Tian left, Chu Tianyan muttered to himself, then flew out of the Holy Emperor Peak, bringing with him thousands of strong men from the law enforcement hall, and headed straight for the Lu family outside the sect. Xiao Tian gave you two choices. You personally pulled out Yi Fan's tendons and skinned him, but you didn't do it. In other words, you chose the first option, confiscating the property and exterminating the entire family. Chapter 16. If you don't accept it, you can only endure it. If you don't accept it, you have to hold it in. Law enforcement peak, crime prison. Uncle, Grandpa's death was so unjust. I will never accept it even if I die. In prison, Yi Fan roared hoarsely, covered in blood, and knelt heavily in front of Yi Qianshang, kowtowing repeatedly. The supreme divine medicine and those sect treasures were clearly stolen by Chu Tian himself. Even if Grandpa Hongwu leaked the information behind the scenes, it is not entirely his fault. Chu Tian is the main culprit with the greatest responsibility, and the Chu family also has the responsibility for failure to supervise. Why? Why did my uncle commit suicide to apologize? I was also thrown into this prison in the criminal domain, but Chu Dian is safe and sound, and the Chu family is also unharmed. And brother Yi Chang was attacked by Chu Dian for no reason in Hengtian Palace. He was severely injured, most of his bones were broken, and he was seriously injured and dying. But Chu Dian did not have to bear any responsibility at all. Yi Fan is dissatisfied. I beg you, uncle, to help me for my father's sake. Yi Fan's eyes were full of bloodshot, and he called out frantically to Yi Tianchong. I beg my uncle to order me to go out. I have to go out to take care of my elder brother and Lu Yun. Because she helped me, the Lu family is now under tremendous pressure. I have too many things to do and cannot die in this sinful domain. Please, please, save me. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Fan called out frantically, his forehead hitting the black stone floor, blood dripping, and the heavy impact sound echoed throughout the empty and dark earth. After all these years, you are finally willing to ask me, your uncle, for help. Yi Tianchong turned his back to Yi Fan, with his hands behind his back, and spoke in a majestic but low voice. I know in your heart that you feel wrong, dissatisfied, and unwilling to accept it. But if you don't accept it, you can only endure it now. Even if you are unwilling, you have to hold it in for me. Your life was bought by your uncle with his own life. Otherwise, no one in the entire Shangxian sect could save you, not even me. And you still don't understand how that little bastard Chu Dian managed to get to the top of the earth ranking. Yi Tianchong's voice became deeper and heavier. My Shangxian sect has been passed down for millions of years. During these long years, we have experienced many ups and downs. We have declined countless times, but we have always been able to rise again. Why is this? It is because the philosophy of our Shangxian sect is always strength and talent are respected. As long as he has the strength, our two founding families have to give way to him. The ancestors of the top families of the three major sects, Duanmu Shengzu, Jiyu Mozu, and Su Shenzhu, were once rising stars in the sect and did not belong to our founding families, but as long as they have enough strength, our two founding families will have to give them the position of sect leader. These three founders of the sect's revival were once ranked first on the Hengtian ranking. Do you understand? Quote. Bang. Yi Fan's face turned pale and he slumped to the ground. Only at this moment did he understand why his uncle, upon learning that Chu Dian had ranked first on the earth ranking, did not even care about his eldest brother Yi Chang, who was at the bottom of the earth ranking and was severely injured, and hurriedly tied him up and went to apologize to Chu Dian. What is the concept of the three great founders of the revival? Without them, Shangxian sect would probably no longer exist. It was they who turned the tide, saved the sect from danger and despair, and led the sect to rise again. And when they were young, they also ranked first on the local list. The three top families are now the family second only to the Yi family and the Chu family within the Shangxian sect. They are qualified to own a mountain of their own within the sect. Although Chu Dian is only 8 years old, he has already ranked first on the earth list and can be compared with these three ancestors of the revival. This kind of monster, even if he didn't have the Chu family's background, would probably be nothing if he stole some supreme elixirs and treasures. And a waste like me almost affected the cultivation of this monster. This is a heinous crime that is unforgivable. If Chu Dian kills him, no one will say anything. Yi Hongwu took on the greatest sin with his own life. I was the one who killed my uncles. I am a waste. Yi Fan's eyes were bloodshot and he cried loudly. Yi Tianchong's voice was heavy, like a heavy hammer. He slowly turned around and stared into Yi Fan's bloodshot eyes. Remember, this is a world where strength is respected. Strength is the cornerstone of everything. Is it useful for you to keep a low profile? Uncle is telling you now that it won't work at all. Crying, what's the use of crying? He swallowed so many magical medicines and sect treasures, it obviously possessed great strength, but he was low-key, forbearing, hiding behind the scenes, not fighting or competing, and he didn't even have a name on the Hengtian list. If this isn't trash and cowardice, then what is it? Throughout history, countless emperors and heroes have achieved fame at a young age, dominating the world and rising to the top. Yi Fan wiped the tears from his face and cowed out heavily with a loud bang. His blood and energy surged to the sky, and he no longer hid his strength. Uncle, I was wrong. Please help me and show me a clear way forward. After my nephew leaves, he will strive to enter the Hengtian heavenly ranking and the bone-tethering ranking. He will no longer hide his strength and pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. My nephew is going to challenge Chu Dian and defeat him personally. I want to avenge my grandfather and elder brother. I want to rescue Lu Yun. Chu Dian's heart and methods are so vicious. If Lu Yun follows him, she will not have a good ending. Qi and blood are like a dragon, with a strength of nearly 800,000 kilograms. Looking at Yi Fan's blood and energy, Yi Tianchong sighed, bent down and helped him up. My uncle chose to end his own life to save you. However, your strength is impressive and worthy of my uncle's sacrifice. You were born with a primordial divine bone between your eyebrows. Your talent is even comparable to Chu Dian's chaos divine body, making you a once-in-a-million-year prodigy for our Yi family. Yet, while in your mother's womb, you were harmed by a treacherous agent using magical powers. After birth, you were poisoned, crippling your entire body. Your parents perished searching for the ultimate elixir to save you. I, your uncle, have been secretly investigating for more than 10 years. I have secretly checked the Yi family and even the strong men from all the major clans including the Chu family, but I still haven't been able to find the traitor. Over the years, my uncles haven't taken care of you because they're afraid that you'll be noticed by that treacherous man again and harmed. I can only ask Uncle Hongwu to secretly look after you. Uncle, you, upon hearing this, Yi Fan trembled all over and his eyes turned red. Time is running out, so don't talk and listen to Uncle. Yi Tianchong's face turned grim, he turned around and put his hands behind his back. What my uncle did was for the future of our family, to protect the pride of our Yi family. But this time, although my uncle is the clan leader, the law enforcement hall is under the control of the Chu family, and I cannot directly overstep my authority and release you. In this prison of sin, spiritual energy is exhausted, and even the most powerful person will quickly become a cripple. But you are different. There are many magical powers hidden in your body. Take this opportunity to hone your strength and absorb the power in your body. Uncle is outside and will find a chance to release you. Yi Tianchong turned around and stared into Yi Fan's eyes, his voice solemn, but you must remember, the only thing that can really save you is your own powerful strength. Yi Fan was silent for a moment, and suddenly he lightly tapped his forehead, and instantly a purple holy light flashed by. Uncle, in the past 10 years, my nephew has had a fortuitous encounter. He obtained a precious treasure, the Tianshuan divine ring, which was passed down from ancient times. With the help of the Tianshuan divine ring, the Hongmeng sacred bone between my eyebrows has shown signs of revival. That's why my nephew's strength is improving so quickly. But my nephew just found out that Chu Dian crushed my arm and snatched the Tianshuan divine ring away. Hearing this, Yi Tianchong was stunned for a moment, and the scene of Chu Dian suddenly squatting down, torturing Yi Fan and crushing his arm quickly emerged in his mind. At that time, he thought that Chu Dian was deliberately taking revenge and torturing Yi Fan, and he didn't care too much. Yi Fan has the power of a magical medicine in his body. Even if all his bones are broken, as long as he doesn't die, he will recover quickly. The purpose of that little bastard Chu Dian is actually the magic ring on your finger. Yi Tianchong's face was extremely gloomy. What a treacherous and vicious little bastard. Uncle, the Tianshuan divine ring is very precious. You have to help your nephew get it back. Yi Fan's voice was hurried, and his heart was bleeding. Yi Tianchong shook his head. It was too late now. If he had discovered it on the spot, he could have taken it back. But now this was a fight between the younger generation, and he couldn't interfere, otherwise the strong men in the Chu family would also intervene. As for the little girl from the Lu family, you don't have to worry too much. She won't die. At most, the family will be implicated, with some casualties. The Chu family also needs that little girl to save their face. Yi Qianshang began to persuade Yi Fan that since the Hanmeng Holy Bone had begun to revive, he should not worry too much. The current task was to improve his strength as soon as possible. He originally thought that Chu Dian was absolutely invincible in the bone-tempering realm, and he could only slowly plan to suppress him. But unexpectedly, Yi Fan's Hanmeng Holy Bone has begun to revive. Perhaps he really has a chance to suppress Chu Dian in the bone-tempering realm. As long as you can prove that you are stronger than Chu Dian, everything will be fine. Yi Qianshang encouraged Yi Fan and then left. It's just 1.5 million pounds of strength, but I can do it. Uncles, believe me, I will take revenge with my own hands. Yi Fan's hysterical roar echoed throughout the prison. Chapter 17, Taking Stock of Harvest and Improving Strength. At night, the moonlight falls on the Holy Emperor Peak, as if covering the main peak with a piece of silver silk. Chu Dian leaned naked in the medicine barrel, with thick fog covering his face. He closed his eyes and tried to draw the spiritual energy that the Chaos Creation Sutra had just absorbed into his body, completing a large circulation in his body. Chaos divine light flowed through his body, like a piece of chaotic divine iron that was being constantly hammered. Impurities were constantly being removed, and the essence of the medicine in the medicine barrel was continuously absorbed by him. The expelled impurities made the water turbid. Call. Chu Dian exhaled a long breath, and his breath was like a dragon, which turned into a dragon with bared fangs and claws, and it took a long time to dissipate. This breath of dragon energy could probably kill an ancient mammoth. If someone else saw this scene, they would probably be scared to death. What kind of strong body must one have to have such powerful strength in just one breath? With a strength of 1.7 million kilograms, I can kill a young dragon with one punch. Chu Dian opened his eyes and felt the powerful explosive force in his body, especially the complex and mysterious trajectory of that wisp of chaotic spiritual energy. The Chaos Creation Scripture is worthy of being a product of the system. It is indeed extremely mysterious. The trajectory of its operation is more than 10 times more mysterious than the trajectory of the Chu family's inherited scripture, the Great Emperor Scripture. It is as if the stars in the sky are twinkling, playing a magnificent picture in Chu Dian's body. Even the Holy Heaven Scripture that was passed down to Chu Dian by the Holy Heaven sect early on can only be practiced by the current Holy Sun and Sect Master, and is far inferior to the Chaos Creation Scripture. After completing his training, Chu Dian's heart moved, and the system panel opened in front of him. Host, Chu Dian. Realm, Bone-Tempering Realm, Level 10 possessing 1.7 million kilograms of divine power, capable of killing a young dragon in seconds. The host is truly the only child of destiny in the future. Constitution, Chaos Demon Body. Skill, Chaos Creation Sutra First Level. Magical powers, none. Treasures, Emperor's Coming Talisman gives Emperor's combat power for 10 minutes. Profound Heavenly Divine Ring consumes 1000 life points to refine, contains a wisp of the remnant soul of an ancient master, posing a certain threat. Host should be cautious. Destiny points, 36,500. The system's prompt sound would occasionally ring in my ears, rewarding hundreds of destiny points, either about Lu Yun or about Yi Fan. System, recommend to me the exchange items in the mall that are most suitable for me at this stage. Chu Dian said in his heart. He had already looked at the system mall. There were too many products, covering all kinds of magical objects, treasures, magical medicines, runes, formations, etc., which were divided into dozens of major categories and thousands of small categories. If you look at all the products and then pick out the right ones yourself, it will take a lot of time and energy. As a godfather of a generation, Chu Dian doesn't like to waste his precious time on meaningless things. He will never waste any extra energy on things that can be done by asking or spending money. The host has currently reached perfection in the bone-tempering realm and is at a critical juncture in breaking through to the spirit refining realm. The system's gentle and pleasant voice soon sounded. The soul refining realm is the foundation for the birth of the divine soul, the ignition of the divine fire, and other realms, hence the name soul refining. It focuses on honing and training the divine within the mind, gradually solidifying the ethereal spirit and even transforming it into substance. At this stage, understanding, spirit, and physical fitness are of paramount importance. I suggest the host exchange for the top-grade spirit forging pill, comprehension aura, spirit aura, and physical aura. Top-grade spirit forging pills. Take one pill daily to constantly strengthen your spirit. The 3 auras can keep the host's understanding, spirit, and physique in the most perfect state at all times. Top-grade spirit forging pill, 400 life points per pill, 3 major auras, consuming 600 life points per day, a total of 1000 points. It is estimated that within a month, the host will be able to achieve the most perfect posture, condense his spirit into substance, and break through the spirit refining realm. Exchange, Chu Dian said lightly without hesitation. According to the logic of time travel novels, anything produced by the system must be a high-quality product and there will be no mistakes. After all, with his current strength, he would not be able to exchange for supreme elixirs, treasures, weapons, etc. There is no need to do so. Improving your strength is the first priority. The exchange was successful. A total of 1000 destiny points were spent, and the remaining destiny points are 35,500. The system voice sounded. A light blue pill appeared in Chu Dian's hand, and after practicing, his originally somewhat depressed spirit immediately became full and complete, and the power in his body surged vigorously. He also observed the operation trajectory of the Chaos Creation Sutra in his body more carefully. He understood that this was the effect of the 3 major halos. After swallowing the soul-forging pill, Chu Dian felt as if a needle pricked the back of his head, and a slight tingling sensation continued to come. However, his strong spirit directly offset the tingling sensation and it had no effect on him. Chu Dian understood that this was the effect of the top-grade spirit-forging pill, which was constantly beating his spirit. According to his understanding of this world, refining elixirs of this level is extremely difficult. The various medicinal materials required are secondary. However, because it involves the spirit and soul, ordinary alchemists cannot refine it at all. Only alchemists at the Emperor level, who have a deep understanding of the soul, dare to refine it. But the Emperor alchemist is so powerful and noble that refining elixirs for the spirit refining realm is basically a waste of their precious time and energy. So even though it's only a pill used in the spirit refining realm, the price of the top-grade spirit refining pill is higher than that of divine medicine. Even the Chu family can't afford a few of them, and some are only of medium to upper quality, not top-grade, and are harmful to the spirit. In the top forces of Hengtian continent, young disciples only rely on willpower and talent to hone their spirits, with very few external aids. This is why cultivating talent is so important. To refine the body and strengthen the bones, one can rely on natural resources and treasures, but to refine the spirit, one can only rely on one's own talent. In just a moment, Chu Dian felt that his vision, hearing, smell, touch, etc. had greatly improved. When the breeze blew across his face, he could clearly sense the strength of the wind. Chu Dian understood that this was the great benefit of spiritual improvement. Even though his physical strength has not improved, his combat effectiveness has greatly improved compared to before. The soul represents reaction ability, insight, closeness to the world, adherence to nature, etc., all of which are very illusory, invisible, intangible, but extremely important things. The realm of spiritual refinement is very important. The strength and concentration of the spirit can almost determine how far a practitioner can go in the future. In Chu Tian's mind, there are memories of King Chu Tian describing him in the spirit refining realm, and it was also his intention to cultivate his only son's perception of the spirit refining realm. When King Chu Tian's spiritual cultivation reached its peak, he could sense the friction and vibration caused by falling leaves in the wind in the air 1,000 meters away. Within 100 meters, no movement could escape his perception. His mental power was so strong that he could kill an ancient mammoth with just one glance. As powerful as my father, King Chu, and Yifan in the original plot, even if they reached the peak of spiritual refinement, they were unable to condense and materialize their spirit. At best, their spirit was as majestic as a lake or an ocean. But even though it's majestic and magnificent, it can't be condensed into substance. It's ultimately disorganized and chaotic. If the spirit were to materialize, it shouldn't be difficult to kill a young dragon with a single glare. Chu Tian muttered to himself, then asked the star slave guarding the door to change a bucket of medicine for him, and began to continue to hone his body and practice the Chaos Creation Sutra. This medicinal liquid is also extremely precious. It is refined with thousands of spiritual medicines. It has incredible benefits for strengthening chi and blood and forging bones. Only an ancient family like the Chu family, which has been passed down for millions of years, can cultivate the younger generation at such a cost. The system played a big role in Chu Tian's rapid advancement to his current level of strength, but the strong foundation laid by the Chu family also played an indispensable role. The Tianchuan divine ring worn on the ring finger of his left hand was also constantly absorbing his energy and blood, and would return power to cleanse his body. Chu Tian understood that this was the function of the Tianchuan divine ring. It could cleanse the body and spirit, which was of great benefit to building a solid foundation. The Tianchuan saint girl who was sleeping in it was also unconsciously absorbing his blood and energy to enrich her spirit. He did not intend to use the destiny points to forcibly awaken the holy maiden Tianchuan in advance. A forced melon is not sweet. Some things will be better if you let nature take its course and let things unfold naturally. Chapter 18. The Forged Innate Tao Body, the Hidden Truth Unearthed. The next day, near noon. My lady, the third master has sent a message asking you to go to the Lu family. He said there's something urgent that needs to be discussed with you. It's urgent. Xing Yu's voice came from outside the door. Also, the master has sent servants to inform you that some powerful members of the clans have come with their children and valuable gifts to visit us. There are also many powerful members of the larger clans, as well as the elders of the continent. Please go as soon as possible. Buzz. Chu Tian opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and his eyes actually punched two small holes in the wooden door, making the inside and outside transparent. The sunlight shone through from outside the door and shone on Chu Tian's body. His skin actually reflected a heavy light like chaotic divine iron. Now, his body seemed like a piece of chaos iron that had been hammered millions of times. New. Chu Tian responded, stood up and walked out of the wooden barrel, standing in front of the floor-length mirror. The boy in the mirror had a childish face, but his eyes flashed with an extremely discordant cold light, which was totally inconsistent with his youthful appearance. After a night of strengthening his body and practicing the Chaos Creation Sutra, Chu Tian actually grew another 5 centimeters taller. Although he was still young, his height had reached 1.65 meters, which was no different from some shorter adults. Xing Yu entered the room to change Chu Tian's clothes. When she saw the body flowing with chaotic divine light, her cheeks turned slightly red. She lowered her head to put clothes on Chu Tian. My lord, where are you going first? Xing Yu tied the belt for Chu Tian and asked in a low voice. Chu Tian frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, leave the socializing to dad. Tell the servants that I'm at a critical moment in my cultivation. Let's go to the Lu family first. Since third uncle said it's extremely urgent, it must be something important. Chu Tian understood that this was just a follow-up reaction to his ranking first on the Heng Tian ranking. These people came to congratulate the Chu family and, by the way, wanted their younger generations to get to know him and continue the relationship and friendship between the family and the next generation of the Chu family leader. Whether it is the wealthy and powerful families in the previous life or the ancient families in this world, it is the same, intermarrying, making friends, sharing resources, etc. It was because of King Chu's concession and low-key attitude that he gradually alienated these guys. Now, he, the young master of the Chu family, has been ranked first on the local list. In the eyes of many people, this is a signal that the Chu family has changed its attitude, which naturally attracted people who are on good terms with the Chu family or want to curry favor with them. As for the powerful men and old antiques from other sects, there were naturally many who wanted to find out the news and see with their own eyes the strength of this chaos god and demon. Chu Tian doesn't want to deal with these hypocritical snakes and time-wasting things now, so he leaves it to his father, King Chu Tian, to deal with. His mission is to become stronger, and continue to become stronger, plundering the resources and luck of all the sons of luck. Okay, my lord, I will arrange it right away. Not long, Chu Tian rode on the palace carriage arranged by Xing Yu and was dragged into the air by 9 fiery lion beasts. He quickly left the second arrived at the Lu family, 100 miles away. What comes into view is a vast and continuous palace complex and manor. As soon as I arrived at the door, a strong smell of blood rushed into my nose, making me feel nauseous. Hundreds of powerful men from the law enforcement hall, with long swords slung around their waists and faces as cold as sculptures, stood in 2 rows at the door. There were many scattered corpses around their feet, and blood spread like a stream into the distance. There were still some members of the Lu family who were not yet dead lying on the ground, constantly uttering faint cries for help. With just a quick glance, he found that the number of people from the Lu family killed at the door alone exceeded 100. The star slave who was driving the vehicle turned pale. Although he was a warrior trained by the Chu family, it was the first time he saw such a brutal scene. Chu Tian walked out of the car and glanced around, his face expressionless and his brows not even furrowed. He has seen too many small scenes like this. Compared with the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere caused by thousands of heavy artillery bombarding at the same time, the visual impact is more than 100 times greater. But he keenly felt that something was wrong. Even if Chu Tianyan wanted to vent his anger on the Lu family, he wouldn't just start killing them like this. According to the sect's rules and procedures, it wouldn't be difficult to kill the Lu family. I'm afraid something unexpected happened. Xiao Tian, this is urgent. Let's talk while we walk. Chu Tianyan's face was solemn. He strode out of the manor with blood splattering under his feet. There was a terrible murderous aura and killing intent in his eyes. He took Chu Tianfei directly and fled deep into the Lu family. Let's not waste any more time on this matter. This is a matter of great importance. Uncle San has not yet reported this to your father or the sect, so I'd like to hear your opinion first. Chu Tianyan said solemnly. Uncle San led his men to raid the Lu family and searched. They discovered that your fiancé Lu Yun's innate Dao body was actually a fake. Our Chu family was deceived by the Lu family. Chu Tian was suddenly shocked. This was not in the original plot that he was familiar with, but when he followed the clues, he actually dug out this inside story. As they finished speaking, they arrived at the deepest part of the Lu family, in front of a palace that was 1,000 meters high. Around the palace, the ground was dyed dark red with blood, and a strong smell of blood wafted into the air. It was conceivable that a battle 100 times more brutal than the one at the gate had taken place here, and the Lu family's resistance was extremely fierce. There was still a terrifying pressure spreading across the sky, mixed with Chu Tianyan's breath. It must be Chu Tianyan who took action personally and killed the strongest person in the Lu family. Xiaodian, Xiaodian, you are here. At this moment, a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing a low-cut palace dress at the door suddenly burst into tears and screamed at the two law enforcement disciples who were holding her, let me go, let me go. My son-in-law is here, you're done for. She is Lu Yun's mother, Luo Yushan. Chu Tian has respected Luo Yushan since he was a child, and when he came to the Lu family, he called her aunt. A fake innate Dao body. Chu Tian frowned slightly and followed Chu Tianyan into the palace. When he heard the shouting, he looked up and saw the beautiful Lu Yun standing next to Luo Yushan. Everyone else around her had messy clothes or scars and blood on their bodies, but her snow-white dress was spotless and intact. As a person with an innate Taoist body, the Chu family did not propose to cancel the engagement or anything like that. With these titles, naturally no one dared to touch her. When Lu Yun saw Chu Tian appear, she seemed slightly startled, then a hint of anger flashed in her eyes, her mouth pursed with some grievance, then she snorted and turned her head, as if waiting for Chu Tian to come over. As usual, even if she and Chu Tian had some unpleasantness, Chu Tian would take the initiative to find her and reconcile early the next morning. But this time, it took so long to come and apologize to her, and her family suffered such a great loss. It's too late. Lu Yun decided to leave Chu Tian alone. Girls may mature earlier and become sensible earlier than boys. But she didn't understand the seriousness of the matter. Uncle San, the Shantian Dao body was born from heaven and earth and conforms to the laws of heaven and earth. Can this be faked? Chu Tian asked, just glanced at the mother and daughter, then looked away. Even when he passed by them, he didn't look at them again. He walked into the palace with Chu Tianyan with a serious look. The innate Taoist body is fake, which is not in the original plot. Perhaps there is a deep hidden story in it. Lu Yun's face turned pale. She raised her hand in confusion and grabbed Chu Tian's back, as if she wanted to grab something, and opened her mouth as if she wanted to speak. But Chu Tian's figure had disappeared in the palace. The palace gate was also closed by law enforcement disciples. Lu Yun felt very aggrieved. She was clearly ready to apologize, as long as Chu Tian took the initiative to talk to her and give her a way out. Why? Why didn't Chu Tian even look at her straight in the eye? Chapter 19, The Corpse of a Destined Woman, a Fake Taoist Body. You damn little girl, what did I tell you just now? Why didn't you call Xiaodian? Luo Yushan screamed in panic, as if she was about to drown. What sin have I committed to marry into your Lu family and live in fear every day? Inside the hall, within the myriad realms, there are countless magical Dao bodies, and among Dao bodies, there is also a division between innate and acquired. The innate ones condense a Dao fetus in the belly. The acquired ones also have the opportunity to forge a Dao body through some powerful scriptures, secret techniques, or peerless divine medicines. Chu Tianyan explained to Chu Tian. So, after Lu Yun was born, someone from the Lu family used some means to create her into a Dao body. Chu Tian frowned even tighter, but I heard that when Lu Yun was born, the avenue roared and the strange phenomenon was shocking. It was felt within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Could this kind of strange phenomenon be faked? Even if it was a man-made vision, it couldn't possibly deceive so many powerful people in the sect, right? There are so many powerful people in the Shengxian sect. Among the emperors in public, there are Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianchong, two of the strongest people on the Hengtian list, not to mention Jian Kongzu who was also in the sect at that time. The Lu family is just a second-rate family in the sect. It is really unbelievable that they could deceive the entire sect with a fake vision of the Great Way. It's because the Lu family made this scam too real, so our family didn't notice it for all these years. Xiaodian, if you see it with your own eyes, you will understand everything. Chu Tianyan's face looked very bad, and he took Chu Tian into the palace. The palace was very large, and the underground seemed to have been dug through by the Lu family, forming an extremely long and deep tunnel. Chu Tian suddenly felt a strong sense of Dao spreading towards him. He had felt this feeling from King Chu Tian and Yi Tianchong. It is this kind of Dao essence that allows them to change the weather in clouds when their moods change, and even the celestial phenomena are affected by their moods. Soon, Chu Tian walked into a cave and immediately saw the source of the rich Daoist aura. It was a female corpse in a white gauze dress, floating quietly in the air in the cave. But even though he had lost all vitality and his eyes were closed, the earth-shaking Daoist aura he exuded was still terrifying. The Emperor's corpse. Chu Tian's expression was moved and he blurted out. The Emperor is the most powerful being in the universe and is invincible. Even some of the top sects in the Hengtian continent may not have an emperor. There are two emperors in the current Shengxian sect, and it even directly suppresses the oldest holy land, Sehang Shengzong. It is hailed by the outside world as the #1 sect in Hengtian continent. The corpses of such powerful people contain the principles of Dao, are immortal, and contain great power. It is shocking that the body of a female emperor is hidden under the Lu family, and no one has discovered it. He's more than just an ordinary emperor. He's an emperor who has reached the great perfection of the innate Dao body. He's the leader of the Sehang holy sect who disappeared 100,000 years ago. His name was Tianming Daozhen. Chu Tianyan's face was solemn, and he told Chu Tian in detail what he had learned about the whole story. After Chu Tian learned everything behind the scenes, he was extremely surprised. There were actually things hidden in it that were not described in the original plot. It turns out that the cause of all this was that King Chu married Jian Kongzu, a goddess from the foreign tribe. The two founding families of Shengxian sect have a convention, that is, the wife of the head of the family, that is, the current chief and deputy chief, can only be married within the sect, so as to unite the many families in the sect, share interests and stabilize the situation. The successive patriarchs of the Chu and Yi families had looked for women from other forces, but they could only be concubines. However, King Chu Tian broke this convention. Not only did he marry Jian Kongzu as his wife, he also did not even take a concubine in the sect. This unconventional behavior caused widespread dissatisfaction among the major families within the sect. After he was born, he possessed a chaotic divine body and had an astonishing talent, which caused the Yi family to be strongly wary and shocked many top sects and families. After all, Chu Tian's bloodline has nothing to do with the families within the sect. If he becomes the sect leader in the future, it is likely that he will harm their interests. This is also why King Chu Tian urgently wants to find a girl who is worthy of his newborn baby, establish a marriage between them, and quell the many doubts and dissatisfactions within the sect. The Lu family was a rapidly rising second-rate clan. The current head of the family, Lu Zheng, saw this opportunity as his wife was about to give birth. Lu Yun just appeared out of nowhere. Lu Yun also possesses an innate body. He was born with a breath of innate energy in his mouth. His appearance is similar to that of an innate Taoist body, but in reality, the difference between them is as great as the difference between heaven and earth. Chu Tianyan's face was gloomy, and he said that fellow Lu Zheng released the aura of the emperor's corpse of Tianming Daozhen, and the great innate Dao body was born, which naturally triggered a huge phenomenon in heaven and earth. He also used secret techniques to extract the Dao principles in Tianming Daozhen's body and refined them into the body of Lu Yun who had just left. The rich Dao actually deceived everyone in our Chu family, including your mother. Over the years, Lu Zheng has been secretly inserting the innate Dao principles into Lu Yun's body to deceive our entire clan. The Lu family also took advantage of the power of our Chu family to make a fortune and seize countless sect resources. Your father is not unaware of this, but because of Lu Yun, he has been turning a blind eye, so he can't get angry. But the Lu family knew in secret that they were courting death and that their true intentions would be exposed sooner or later, so they secretly extended an olive branch to the Yi family and moved closer to them, hoping that the Yi family could protect them after the truth was revealed. The Lu family's top brass were not unaware of the origins of Lu Yun's maid Jur, but they tacitly accepted it for this reason. Even Lu Jung has been secretly ordering his subordinates to collect evidence of our family's crimes, trying to counterattack and retaliate against our Chu family at the critical moment. If this matter were to get out, our family would probably become a laughingstock on Hengtian continent, and our status within the sect would be affected and seriously shaken. Chu Tianyin's face was extremely gloomy, and he was filled with murderous intent. Actually, third uncle, I originally just wanted to use this incident to warn the Lu family and ask them to behave more restrainedly. After all, everyone in the sect tacitly agrees that what they did was instigated by our family behind the scenes, which is bringing shame to our family. But I never expected the Lu family to put up such fierce resistance, refusing to allow the law enforcement hall to search the area and even killing several disciples. In a rage, third uncle led his men through the cave, discovering it. Afterward, the Lu family patriarch personally attempted to kill me and silence me. But that old man has already been killed by my uncle, and this matter has become a big deal. After saying that, Chu Tianyin smiled helplessly and said, originally, your mission as a youngster should be to concentrate on cultivation, but this matter involves your childhood engagement, Xiaodian, and has a huge impact. Third uncle can only call you over to discuss it. Chapter 20. What is the child of destiny? You have to believe it even if you don't. Uncle San, you must not tell my father about this. We must strictly keep the news secret, especially from the Yi family. Otherwise, they will definitely take advantage of the situation to attack our family, and even affect his position as deputy clan leader. A cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. He originally didn't bother to pay attention to Lu Yun, who was just a little girl. However, the existence of the Lu family had affected the status of the Chu family, so he couldn't just sit back and watch. Uncle San, are all the law enforcement disciples you brought here trustworthy? Our family has been in charge of the sect's law enforcement hall for nearly 1,000,000 years, and the roots are deep-rooted. These law enforcement disciples are absolutely our own people. Uncle San has some confidence in this, Chu Tianyin said immediately. He also agreed with Chu Tianyin's statement. If this matter reached the ears of King Chu, it would basically be equivalent to reaching the ears of his sworn brother Yi Tianshang. Even if King Chu is furious, he might do something irrational. In the sect, don't many people tacitly agree that the Lu family's actions were directed by our Chu family, and that the Lu family is part of our family? Chu Tian said coldly, since that's the case, now that things have come to this, let's stage a ruthless and impartial campaign of slaying relatives for the sake of justice, and a large-scale anti-corruption campaign for the sect. Third uncle, immediately block all movement from the Lu family. Place Lu Jun under strict control and conduct an in-depth interrogation. Never allow him to have any contact with the outside world. All the resources and wealth that the Lu family has plundered over the years must be seized and handed over to the sect. And immediately, secretly dispatch law enforcement disciples to secretly capture all the Lu family members who are outside the sect and hold important positions in various departments. Destroy all evidence they have collected about our family. Those who are seriously involved in confidential matters will be directly executed. Chu Tianyin frowned, a little hesitant, and said, Xiaodian, isn't this too much of a commotion? The Lu family is also a second-rate family. Over the years, they have accumulated a lot of influence. If we suddenly take action, the Yi family and the other three top families have been somewhat dissatisfied with us over the years. Uncle San is afraid that it will not end well. Especially your father, he is the head of the family after all. It is not good for us to hide it from him like this. That's why we must be ruthless and selfless, and kill our relatives for the sake of justice. Chu Tian said coldly, we will not take any of the natural treasures, wealth, and resources that the Lu family has embezzled, and we will hand them all over to the sect's treasury. All the Lu family members involved in the case will be openly interrogated by the sect disciples without any favoritism. In this way, the Yi family and the other three top families will be speechless. As for the dissatisfaction of the Duanmu family and the other three major families with our family, Chu Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, don't worry, Uncle San, this situation will be reversed soon. His confidence naturally came from the holy ancestor Duanmu in the holy heaven pool. It's hard to say about other families for now, but at least the Duanmu family will take the initiative to get closer to the Chu family in the future. As for my father, Chu Tian pondered for a moment. This old guy was indeed a headache. After all, according to King Chu Tianwang's idea, it is basically to stop at the right time and to maintain the unity of the sect first. Apart from the rather tough act of marrying Jian Kongzu, he has basically not been very tough so far. Well, I'll find a chance to tell my mother. She will definitely agree. Ha 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 ha. As soon as these words came out, Chu Tianyin laughed and patted Chu Tian's shoulder, saying, third uncle has been waiting for you to say this. With the support of you, Xiaodian, and your mother, that is, my eldest sister-in-law, third uncle is not afraid of anything. Just do as you say, Xiaodian. Chu Tian also smiled slightly. After all, it seemed that the only one who could control King Chu Tian was Jian Kongzu. But what should we do with the corpse of Tianming Daozhen? Chu Tianyin frowned slightly, a little hesitant. The Siheng Holy Sect is the oldest holy place in Hengtian continent and has long held the title of the continent's #1 sect. It was only in recent years that the two brothers Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianshang fought their way into the heavenly ranking together, and with Jian Kongzu's marriage, they were able to barely suppress this ancient holy land. Logically, the corpse of Emperor Tianming Daozhen should be returned to the Siheng Holy Sect for burial. But what a huge opportunity it is to have an emperor's corpse, not to mention that it is a highly accomplished innate Taoist body. One can attain enlightenment by getting close to it, which is of great benefit to practitioners in the realm of the gods. Otherwise, the Lu family would not have risked their lives to protect it. The hair, blood, etc. on the emperor's corpse are all extremely precious treasures. Even if the corpse is directly refined by a weapon refiner, it will immediately become an invincible killing weapon. I don't know how the Lu family got so lucky to get an emperor's corpse. Chu Tianyin was unwilling to return it to the Siheng Holy Sect just like that. Congratulations to the host for the great opportunity to plunder the girl of destiny, Lu Yun, and the corpse of the Emperor of Destiny Dao. The reward is 10,000 destiny points. System prompt, the host can spend 5,000 destiny points to plunder the emperor's corpse. A gentle and pleasant system prompt sounded. Chu Tian was happy. There was such a good thing. Not only could he get a lot of destiny points as rewards, but he could also spend half of the rewards to directly plunder opportunities. It seems that the emperor's corpse of Tianming Daozhen is indeed a great opportunity in Lu Yun's life, but she probably doesn't know it at the moment. Plunder, Chu Tian said in his heart. Buzz. Suddenly, boundless Dao energy burst out from the emperor's corpse, divine light filled the air, and the corpse of Emperor Tianming Daozhen flew across the sky. His eyes opened, as if he had come alive, and he stretched out his hand and pointed at Chu Tian's eyebrows. Is this the emperor's inheritance across generations? Chu Tianyin was stunned. He was still hesitating whether to return the emperor's corpse to the Siheng Holy Sect, but he never expected that Chu Tian directly obtained the emperor's corpse's recognition and wanted to pass the inheritance to Chu Tian. That's not right. Xiaodian is not an innate Taoist body, not even an innate body. He has never practiced the scriptures of the Siheng Holy Sect. How come he suddenly obtained the inheritance? Chu Tianyin was shocked and confused at the same time. Could this be the son of destiny who can see the creation pill even when walking on the street? Originally, Chu Tianyin was a little skeptical that Chu Tian could pick up the creation pill while walking on the road. After all, this was a pill that would make even the emperor break his head over his head. But now, he kind of believed it. After all, a greater mystery lay before him. The Dao turned into a divine chain, covering every corner of the huge cave. The divine light was vast, and the Tao essence was surging, pouring into the center of Chu Tian's eyebrows. Chapter 21, Shocking Treasure, Great Adventure. Congratulations to the host for plundering the Emperor's corpse scripture in the Heavenly Destiny scripture. Congratulations to the host for plundering the Emperor's corpse, the Eye of Heaven. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Tao Pearl. It is condensed from the Tao essence cultivated by the Heavenly Fate Tao Master throughout his life. It is of great assistance in cultivating and understanding the Tao principles. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, under Chu Tianyan's shocked gaze, the boundless Tao principles contained in the Emperor's corpse surged out and condensed into a 9-colored bead the size of a baby's fist, falling into Chu Tian's hands. Oh my god, this, Chu Tianyan opened his mouth wide. Extract the Tao principles from the Emperor's body and condense them into Tao beads. Whoever can comprehend the Tao principles will probably be the next Tao Master of Destiny. What an amazing treasure this is. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a great adventure. Even if you cannot fully comprehend it, as long as you practice it in your hands, there will be unimaginable benefits. Suddenly, the Tao aura flowed through Chu Tian's body, and an eye opened between his eyebrows, as if it could see through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even Chu Tianyan, a half-step emperor, felt a chill on his back, as if he was naked in front of Chu Tian. The Eye of Heaven, the peerless divine pupil condensed from the lifelong understanding of Heavenly Fate Dao Zun, is known as the 3,000 Great Daos, all of which are encompassed within it, reaching up to the 9 heavens and looking down to the 9 underworlds. Chu Tianyan only felt dry mouth. Although the person in front of him was his nephew, Chu Tian was powerful, which was good for both his family and him, but he still felt jealous for no reason. What kind of luck is this? Bang! The Emperor's corpse that had been drained of energy lost the laws of circulation and crashed to the ground. In an instant, the earth shook and the sky collapsed. Even though the Emperor's corpse had lost the laws of circulation, it still contained terrifying energy, but it had lost the power to destroy the world. Boom, boom, boom. The underground cave, which was originally supported by the power of the Emperor's corpse avenue, collapsed with a loud bang, and dust and smoke billowed. Chu Tianyan took Chu Tian in one hand and the Emperor's corpse in the other and flew out, appearing outside the palace in an instant. Chu Tian closed the eye of the Tao between his eyebrows, and he digested all the Tao scriptures of Heavenly Fate. Then he slowly opened his eyes, but suddenly, a big face with some flattering intentions came up to him. Xiaotian, can you lend this Tao to me, third uncle, for a few days? There was a hint of embarrassment in Chu Tianyan's voice. After all, as an elder, he should give Chu Tian benefits. But Chu Tian's parents are both emperors, and they have so many good things on them that he has nothing to give to Chu Tian. On the contrary, this Tao Pearl contains the Tao principles of the Heavenly Destiny Taoist Lord, which will be of great benefit to his comprehension of the Tao and may even help him reach the threshold of the Emperor. Chu Tian laughed in silence, wondering what Chu Tianyan was going to do, and casually threw the Tao Pearl in his hand to Chu Tianyan. Uncle San, Tao essence is something that only those in the divine realm can access. I'm only at the bone tethering realm right now, a million miles away from igniting the divine fire. This thing is useless to me. You've made a great contribution to the family, so it's only right that I give it to you, Uncle San. Uncle San, you can discuss this with Dad later. Using this Tao Pearl as the core, we can build a secret realm similar to the Holy Heavenly Pond. Anyone who has made great contributions to the family can enter and cultivate there. As a godfather of his generation, he was never a short-sighted and shallow person. The same principle applies to giving the creation pill to old Tuo. The stronger the Chu family becomes, the more secure his position as the sect's holy son will be. Moreover, expanding the Tao Pearl into a secret realm can maximize its function. As the young master of the Chu family and the owner of the Tao Pearl, he can enter it to practice at any time. Looking at the Tao Pearl in his hand, Chu Tianyan was stunned for a moment before he said, "It is third uncle who is shallow." Xiaotian, your mind and vision really don't seem like that of an 8-year-old child. If that arrogant brat of mine had even 1/10 of you, I would die with my eyes closed. Chu Tianyan sighed. Thinking of that bastard and his family and comparing him with Chu Tian, he became furious again. He had to beat him up when he got back to vent his anger. Uncle San, actually, cousin Chu Shang is not bad. Chu Tian laughed dumbly, naturally understanding who Chu Tianyan was talking about. Xiaotian, my aunt is here, tell them to let me go. At this moment, Luo Yushan screamed like a pig being slaughtered. She turned around and glared at Lu Yun beside her. Xiaotian is out, why don't you go and apologize to him? Have you forgotten what I told you? Luo Yushan was pinned down by 2 law enforcement disciples and knelt on the ground, screaming like a pig being slaughtered at Chu Tian, trying to attract his attention. There was mist in Lu Yun's eyes, but her snow-white dress was still spotless. Her face was full of grievance, but at the urging of her mother Luo Yushan, she still walked towards Chu Tian step by step. I have to say that although she is still young, she already has the foundation of being a stunning beauty. Her aggrieved look with tears in her eyes is so heartbreaking at first glance. Hearing the voice, Chu Tian just subconsciously glanced over and met Lu Yun's eyes for a moment. Chu Tian's eyes became dull and cold. He quickly turned his head and walked out of the manor with Chu Tianyan. In his 2 lifetimes, he has seen too many peerless beauties, such as top stars and royal princesses. In his eyes, they are all no different from skeletons. Even if Lu Yun would become a goddess famous throughout the Hengtian continent many years later, it would be difficult for him to feel any impulse. On the contrary, because of the plot he knew, he not only did not feel the slightest bit of affection for Lu Yun's tearful look, but instead felt disgusted. Seeing Chu Tian's cold expression, Lu Yun's eyes became even redder. Endless grievances surged in her heart. She stopped and stood still, tears streaming down her face. Uncle San, it seems that Luo Yushan and Lu Yun don't know the truth and have been kept in the dark by the Lu family. In this case, we can relax the control over Lu Yun and release some confusion to the outside world. Chu Tian said lightly. It's not that he feels pity, but he wants to control and blockade the Lu family. Such a big move will definitely attract the attention of the outside world. It would be better to use Luo Yushan and Lu Yun, who don't know the truth, as smoke bombs, release them, and muddy the waters, making it easier for Chu Tianyan to secretly and completely control the actions of the Lu family. Chu Tianyan nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. That's true. Our family is destroying the Lu family under the pretext of righteousness. Luo Yushan and Lu Yun are indeed a living signboard. We will never pursue innocent people. Otherwise, our family will be implicated and become a waste of resources. Just do as you say, Xiaotian. Chu Tianyan raised his hand to signal, and the 2 law enforcement disciples quickly released Luo Yushan. Luo Yushan stood up, glared at Lu Yun fiercely, and then pulled her to quickly catch up with Chu Tian. Aunt Luo. Seeing Luo Yushan catching up, Chu Tian still called out politely. Xiaotian, this girl is ignorant. Don't bother with her. Those relatives and side branches of the Lu family, who use the Chu family's name to do those dirty things, are what Annie has always opposed. Luo Yushan glared at her daughter angrily before saying, Annie has always believed that it's Lu Yun's blessing to be able to be engaged to you. It's this girl who's always been stubborn. She relies on the support of that bastard Lu Jung and hangs out with that loser Yi Fan every day, clamoring to repay her gratitude at any cost. Aunt Luo, I'm not angry. Chu Tian's face was calm. He didn't take these little things seriously. Auntie heard that you, Xiaotian, have made it to the top of the bone forging ranking and the earth ranking. I haven't had time to congratulate you yet. Luo Yushan flattered him before carefully revealing her true purpose. Xiaotian, since you're not angry, can you please tell your third uncle about it? If it's nothing serious, just release that bastard Lu Zhang. Although he did make mistakes, he's still Xiao Yun's biological father, your father-in-law. As she spoke, Luo Yushan glanced at Chu Tianyan beside her in fear. Chu Tianyan's killing spree just now made her hair stand on end. Chapter 22. Why do you despise her? What did she do wrong? Let him beg for mercy. Chu Tian turned his head and glanced at his third uncle Chu Tianyan, then smiled and said, okay, Auntie, I will ask my third uncle for mercy. Chu Tianyan, who was standing next to him, also burst out laughing when he heard this. The one who asked him to imprison Lu Zhang and closely monitor and interrogate him was none other than his son-in-law Chu Tian. Luo Yushan actually turned to Chu Tian for help. Auntie is taking the place of that bastard Lu Zhang. Thank you, Xiao Tian. Don't worry, Xiao Tian. When he comes out, I will keep an eye on him and will never let him do anything wrong. Luo Yushan thanked him repeatedly before turning around and scolding Lu Yun beside her. You girl, how come you don't understand anything? Xiao Tian doesn't make a fuss about you, but you can't even apologize and say thank you to Xiao Tian. Chu Tian, thank you for saving my father. Lu Yun bit her lip and spoke in a low voice, as if saying this had exhausted all her courage. After all, no matter how willful she was or how excessive her demands on Chu Tian were, Chu Tian always took the initiative to tolerate her, forgive her, and be considerate of her. But in the past 2 days, Chu Tian seemed like a different person. He looked at himself as if he were an unrelated person. He would not secretly bring the precious cultivation resources given to him by King Chu Tian to share with her, and he did not even apologize or show any tolerance, let alone take the initiative to say hello. It seems like I am just an irrelevant passerby. Especially after hearing the news that Chu Tian had broken into the first place on the Earth list, Lu Yun felt more and more aggrieved, always feeling that she seemed to be disliked by Chu Tian. But why do you, Chu Tian, despise her? What did she do wrong? It was your Chu family who took the initiative to propose marriage to the Lu family and arrange the marriage, and it was you, Chu Tian, who took the initiative to find her and willingly helped her. What did she do wrong? When she saw Chu Tian coming to the Lu family just now, she had thought that as long as Chu Tian took the initiative to talk to her, she would take advantage of the situation, forgive him, and not care about his third uncle killing so many people from the Lu family. But Chu Tian ignored her. Isn't it just that he made it to the first place on the bone tethering list and luckily made it to the first place on the Earth list? What's so great about that? It's not certain how long you can stay at the top of the local list. Why did Chu Tian suddenly become so unkind to her? He was so mean to her yesterday and even beat her for a slave girl. Lu Yun was full of grievances, but still didn't think she had done anything wrong. She pouted and lowered her head, unwilling to apologize. Seeing her daughter like this, Luo Yushan was furious and anxious. She hurriedly defended herself. Xiao Tian, don't be angry. Xiao Yun knows she did something wrong. She's a shy girl. Please forgive her. Although you are still young, you have already been engaged. You will be a family in the future. Don't take it to heart. A family. Hearing these 3 words, a cold light subconsciously flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. Thinking of the disgusting things in the original plot, murderous intent surged in his heart. Chu Tian immediately became too lazy to continue pretending to be a snake, and said indifferently, it's not a small matter, it's worth my concern. As for the family, forget it, I can't afford it. Luo Yushan's face suddenly turned pale. The meaning of this sentence was too profound. Xiao Tian, listen to what your aunt is explaining to you. Chu Tian ignored the mother and daughter and walked forward. But at this moment, Lu Yun's eyes were red, and tears were rolling down her cheeks like beads. She suddenly ran to Chu Tian and opened her arms to stop him. Chu Tian, explain to me clearly, are my affairs trivial in your eyes? Yi Fan saved my life, and I want to repay him with everything I have. Is that wrong? Why do you treat me like this? Explain it to me clearly, or don't even think about leaving. Chu Tian's eyes were cold, and he said indifferently, what you do has nothing to do with me, get out of the way. I won't let you. You must explain it to me clearly today. Lu Yun shouted. Bang! There was a violent sound of breaking wind and a crisp slap, and Lu Yun flew backwards. Chu Tian withdrew his hand, said hello to Chu Tianyan, left the Lu family manor, and returned to the palace carriage. 9 fiery lions snorted, took off into the air, and flew towards the sect. He was never some saint. We are reborn to see the wonders of this world, to reach the pinnacle of this world, and to see the scenery above the pinnacle. This kind of girl who likes to be clever, her little thoughts are really exposed in front of him. If it weren't for the fact that the Chu family and the Lu family had been deeply involved due to their marriage over the years, he really wouldn't even look at Lu Yun. Chu Tian, you bastard, hit me again. Lu Yun's face became red and swollen again. She lay on the ground and cried very sadly. She really didn't understand why Chu Tian's attitude towards her had changed so much. It felt like the puppy that had always belonged to her would rush over to her with its tail wagging, but suddenly it would ignore her. If she went up to talk to her, the puppy would bite her. Girl, why are you so stubborn? Luo Yushan hurried over to help her daughter up, and angrily said, you were taught badly by your father, that bastard. Talk about repaying a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude, and about giving everything you have to repay a favor, that's all nonsense. All the benefits you've given that loser over the years are worth 100 of his lives. Now it's alright, retribution has come. But even if she scolded him, she was still her daughter after all, and the life and death of the Lu family still depended on Chu Tian. Luo Yushan whispered, I've been through this before, and I can see that Xiao Tian still values you very much. As long as you bow your head, admit your mistakes, and promise not to have any contact with that loser or anyone from the Yi family in the future, Xiao Tian will forgive you. Mom, I just want to repay you, what's wrong with that? Lu Yun gritted her teeth, retaining the last bit of stubbornness in her mouth. But for no reason, she suddenly felt a trace of regret in her heart. In order to repay his kindness, did he go too far and ignore Chu Tian's feelings? Should I find an opportunity to apologize to Chu Tian in person? You want to repay a favor, but what does it have to do with my Chu family? Suddenly, Chu Tianyan's voice sounded with a strong murderous aura. The mother and daughter turned their heads and saw Chu Tianyan staring at them, which made them tremble suddenly and their faces turned pale instantly. We have already investigated and found that the Lu family's violation of clan law has nothing to do with you. You may return to your residence in the manor and travel to and from the clan. However, you are not allowed to walk around the manor, and you are not allowed to talk to others casually. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Chu Tianyan didn't pay much attention to the mother and daughter. There were still many things in the Lu family that needed him to deal with. After all, it now seems that retaining Lu Yun's title of child marriage is just a temporary measure. Without the blessing of Tianming Daoxin's Dao essence, Lu Yun's true talent will soon be revealed. At that time, after the Chu family has sacrificed their own relatives for the sake of justice, they can cancel the engagement in a natural way without causing any doubts in the sect. How could an ordinary girl who only possesses a congenital body and whose family has original sin and fake physique be worthy of the young master of the Chu family? Chapter 23, To forgive or not is God's business. Congratulations, host. Lu Yun, the daughter of fortune, feels a little sorry for you and rewards you with 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host. The fate of Lu Yun, the girl of luck, has suffered a major blow. Her luck has declined. I will reward you with 5,000 destiny points. Just as he returned to the foot of Shengwang Peak, the system's gentle reminder suddenly sounded in Chu Tian's ears. Lu Yun regretted it. Chu Tian's eyes were calm, with a cold glint in them, and he didn't care too much. What does it have to do with him if he regrets it? The great demon lord of hate gave up everything for Lu Yun, and his reputation was ruined and his entire family was killed. What did he get in return? Lu Yun personally led strong men to hunt him down, and finally pierced the star slave's head with a sword. As the saying goes, it is easy to change the country but difficult to change one's nature. If you must say there is a connection, then forgive Lu Yun, that is what God should do. What he should do is send Lu Yun to see God. But there is still a lot he needs to do. As long as Lu Yun doesn't come to provoke him, he doesn't have the time to cause trouble for Lu Yun. The decline of the Lu family was just a matter of time. Without the protection of the Lu family, Lu Yun, who only has an innate body, will see his luck continue to decline. In the Shangxian sect, he is just a slightly more outstanding genius. From now on, he and him will be like two completely parallel lines that do not intersect. For the time being, he does not have the energy to take the initiative to cause trouble for Lu Yun. Why would I bother with a little girl like this? I'm really bored. Chu Dian came back to his senses, suddenly burst into laughter, and put this boring thought behind his mind. With a thought, the system panel opened in front of him, just in time to check the many benefits he had gained from the corpse of Emperor Tianming Daozhen. Host, Chu Dian. Realm, Bone Tethering Realm, level 10 possessing 1.8 million pounds of divine power, capable of killing a young dragon in seconds. The host is worthy of being the only child of destiny in the future. Constitution, Chaos Demon Body. Cultivation Method, Chaos Creation Scripture. First level Destiny Scripture. This scripture is not suitable for the host and is not recommended for cultivation. It can be sold to the system for 10,000 destiny points. Avatar, Eye of Heaven. Treasures, Emperor's Coming Talisman can gain Emperor's combat power for 10 minutes. Tinshuin Divine Ring costs 1,000 destiny points to refine, contains a trace of ancient remnant soul, poses a certain threat. Hostess Kasha Stanao Pearl treasure to assist cultivation, has been refined. Destiny points, 51,500. Chu Dian didn't expect that the Emperor's scripture obtained by plundering could be sold to the system. Without hesitation, he sold it to the system. The amount in the destiny points column directly increased to 61,000 points. My lady, Camel Master wants to see you. At this moment, Xing Yu's voice came from outside the car. A vertical pupil opened between Chu Dian's eyebrows, and his eyes immediately passed through the palace, and he saw Po Lao standing respectfully at the foot of the Holy Emperor Peak, as if he was waiting for his return. Even after his injuries recovered, Po Lao still regarded himself as a subordinate and did not behave in any presumptuous manner. Chu Dian stepped out of his car, clasped his fist and saluted, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Tuo. You came all the way here to wait. Did something happen?" The old camel grinned, his yellow and leaky teeth attracting the eye, and said, "My young master is really smart, and some things did happen, but it's not a big deal. You have made it to the top of the Bone Tempering ranking and occupied the first place on the Earth ranking, suppressing the two contemporary geniuses of the Sehang Holy Sect. Now people have come to see you, but they have waited for a whole day and you have not appeared. Huaimei, the pride of the Sehang Holy Sect, set up a ring in anger to challenge all the disciples of our sect below the spirit refining realm. The master doesn't want to make a big fuss, so he asked this old servant to wait for you here and remind you that he and the Tianshang sect master will handle this matter, and you don't need to show up. Quote. This is a slap in the face of our sect. It's too unscrupulous. Xingyu was shocked when he heard this. You should know that this is the base of the Shangxian sect. What kind of lawless person can do such a thing? If Hylian were to sweep through the entire sect, the reputation of Shangxian sect, the #1 sect in the continent today, would be completely ruined. Generally, top sects would not do things so dishonorably and would always leave some room for maneuver. It's just kids playing around. Chu Dian smiled and explained to Xingyu that this was indeed Huaimei's style of doing things. She was eccentric, lawless, and liked to show off. Otherwise, in the original plot, she would not have been beaten up so many times by the protagonist Yi Fan. But now, Yi Fan was suppressed by him and the Tinshuin Divine Ring was snatched away. Now he may not be Huaimei's opponent. However, Huaimei's eccentric behavior does not mean that she is stupid. She is definitely capable. Looking across the world, she is a top-notch genius. Chu Dian felt that there were almost no people in the Bone Tempering realm and Shangxian sect who were qualified to be Huaimei's opponent. Yi Tianshang and his father Chu Tianwang were probably having a headache. Moreover, he didn't expect that he would come into contact with this person so soon. He wondered if the Holy Lady Hylian came with her. Upon hearing this, Old Tuo was speechless. He glanced at the young lady and thought to himself, you are also a child, and Huaimei seems to be 2 years older than you. Old Tuo, is this also what the sect leader wants me to do? Asking me not to show up. Chu Dian's smile was intriguing. Yes, my lord. Tuo Lao said, Tianshang sect master means that now that things have come to this, the Chu family should not confront the Sehang Holy sect, so as not to damage the relationship between our family and the Sehang Holy sect. Let him handle this matter. You speak better than you sing. You just don't want the young master to achieve merit and want the Yi family to be in the limelight. Xingyu whispered to speak up for Chu Dian. That Huaimei is also mentally ill. He actually set his sights on challenging those below the spirit refining realm within the sect. He wouldn't think that this is the same as the Hengtian Palace's bone refining realm test, where only physical strength can be used. Chu Dian naturally understood what Xingyu meant. After all, he had also started to concentrate his mind last night. Some people in the bone tempering stage who have begun to condense their spirits can exert their strength exponentially. It is common for some geniuses on the bone tempering list to exert a strength exceeding 1 million pounds after condensing their spirits. Therefore, even if one is ranked first on the bone tempering list, it only means that one's physical strength is invincible, and it does not mean that one is invincible below the spirit refining realm. Hylian's strength on the list is only 900,000 pounds. Yi Tianshang probably sees this loophole, so he dared to tell Chu Dian, who was #1 on the bone tempering list, not to worry about this matter and let him handle it. Xingyu, since the sect master and my father both mean this, then I, the young master, will not get involved in this matter. Besides, it's not easy to get in the spotlight. At this time, Chu Dian said meaningfully that he did not think Huaimei would not understand these things. Even if Huaimei did not understand, the people behind him would definitely understand. But Huaimei still set up the stage, which obviously had a problem. However, Chu Dian was too lazy to pay attention. He clasped his fist and saluted Tuo Lao, saying, Tuo Lao, since there is no need for me to intervene, Xiao Dian will go back to practice first. Please come in, young master. Camel old man said respectfully. At night, as soon as the effects of the top-grade spirit forging pill and the 3 halos ended, Chu Dian immediately exchanged them from the mall and continued to forge his spirit. With the top-grade soul forging pill, Chu Dian didn't have to spend any energy on tempering his spirit, so he focused all his energy on polishing his body and practicing the Chaos Creation Sutra. In fact, according to common sense, even those who are at the spirit refining realm or even higher realms cannot practice all the time and need sleep and breathing regulation. But after being blessed with the 3 halos, Chu Dian's energy will always be in a full and prosperous state no matter how much he consumes, and he does not need any rest or respite. For him, as long as he has the halo blessing, he will not feel tired even if he practices for billions of years. Chu Dian first practiced the Chaos Creation Sutra, causing the spiritual energy to circulate in his body for 9 major cycles, polishing his body and absorbing the medicinal liquid. In the second half of the night, he began to study the Eye of Heaven that he had just obtained. Buzz. The Eye of Heaven between Chu Dian's eyebrows opened, and all of a sudden, he felt his spirit expand instantly. He even saw the star slave who was guarding outside the door and meditating with her eyes closed. He even saw her true appearance through the veil on her face. It was a flawless, stunningly beautiful face. However, Chu Dian did not linger too much and quickly regained his composure. Xingnu seemed to have noticed something and opened her star-like eyes. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. It seemed like someone was spying on her just now, gently stroking her face with very light movements. Just like the young master's hand. It must be an illusion. This is the Holy Emperor Peak, where powerful people are everywhere. Anyone who dares to use spiritual sense to spy on the residence of the young master of the Chu family must do so if he doesn't want to live. As the supreme elder, Yi Hongwu plotted against the young lady behind the scenes and he will also die. There is a lesson first from the past. Pooh, Xingnu spat at herself in her heart, and two blushes appeared on her face. Star Slave, Star Slave, what are you thinking about? The young master is so young, yet you have such bad thoughts and even imagine that the young master is touching her face. Shameless, Xingnu cut off the reveries in his mind, closed his eyes and entered the state of cultivation again. Chapter 24. The sect is shaken. Xiaodian, you have to come out. The Star Slaves didn't even notice my snooping. Chu Dian has been paying attention to Xingnu's reaction, thinking about something in his mind. Since the Star Slave was said to follow him, he must be extremely talented. Now that he has reached adulthood, his strength has long surpassed the realm of spirit refining. His spirit has been condensed for many years and a divine soul has been born. But even so, the Star Slaves only noticed it slightly and could not sense the source of the spying. The magic of the Eye of Heaven was even beyond Chu Dian's imagination. It was worthy of being the supreme magical power created by the Taoist master Tianming with his lifelong comprehension of a great innate Taoist body. With the blessing of the Eye of Heaven, although he has not yet entered the realm of refining the spirit, he can already achieve the state of leaving the body with his spirit. The concentration of his spirit is amplified more than 10 times. Generally, those who have broken through the realm of refining the spirit cannot compare to him. Although he has not yet broken through the spirit refining realm, his spirit is already better than that of the spirit refining realm, and his physical body has not yet reached the limit of the bone tempering realm, so there is huge room for improvement. At this moment, a mosquito-like insect suddenly flew past the screen window. Suddenly, a silver needle as thin as a hair appeared in Chu Dian's hand, and he flicked his finger. Buzz! The spirit insect was directly nailed to the tree trunk by the silver needle, and the silver needle only poked its almost transparent wings and did not hurt its life. Buzz! Another silver needle popped out and accurately nailed the other wing of the spirit insect to the tree trunk. After the spirit becomes stronger, the control over strength becomes more subtle, and the control over the body becomes more handy. No wonder the spirit refining realm is classified as the next realm after the bone tempering realm. Chu Dian said to himself. He now possesses a strength of 1.7 million jin, but with the tenfold spiritual blessing of the Eye of Heaven, he is comparable to the spirit refining realm, and his insight is far beyond that. I'm afraid the strength he can exert is at least 3.5 million jin. Practice overnight. Chu Dian already had extraordinary comprehension, and with the blessing of the comprehension aura, after one night, he had already mastered the Eye of Heaven with ease. His own mental strength had also greatly improved. When he opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed, and his concentrated gaze could already leave marks on the solid bluestone floor. Chu Dian's physical strength also increased by 100,000 pounds, reaching 1.8 million. If word of this speed of improvement were to get out, even the cubs of the ancient ferocious beasts would be frightened to death, unable to tell who was the ferocious beast and who was the human. Even if it is an ancient ferocious beast with extraordinary talent, a strong body and powerful bloodline, it is impossible to have such a speed of improvement. However, that night, the amount of medicine Chu Dian consumed increased exponentially, reaching 4 barrels. Chu Dian woke up Xingnu 3 times during the night. Young master, after I changed your medicine last night, I stopped by Shangdi Peak to check out the arena. The Tianchong sect master is in a state of panic right now. Xingnu said as he changed Chu Dian's clothes, with a hint of excitement in his voice. Ever since the young lady rewarded her with the holy vein flower fruit, their relationship has become closer, and she dares to tell the young lady some private things. Oh, what do you mean? Chu Dian smiled, raised his hand and asked Xingnu to squat down and tie his belt. Those Yi family prodigies who haven't yet broken through to the soul refining and bone tempering realm took turns challenging her, but almost none of them could withstand a single blow from Wei Mei from the Sehang holy sect. As soon as they clashed, they were beaten to the point of having their limbs broken, and were left seriously injured and vomiting blood. Xingnu's voice was filled with relief. Even the Yi family's prodigies who have been on the bone tempering ranking for years, Yi Guan, Yi Hong, and Yi Qin, were all 12 years old this year. They possess a strength of 300,000 to 400,000 pounds, are full of vigor, and have taken a half step into the spirit refining realm. With their full strength, they can even exert a strength exceeding 1 million pounds. But none of them could withstand a single blow from Wei Mei. When I went there, the sect disciples were all in an uproar. The senior leaders all had dark faces and said nothing. The atmosphere was very heavy. I heard that in a moment of desperation, Sect Master Tianchong gave Yi Chang, the young man you paralyzed, a magical medicine and used a secret method to strengthen his spirit so he could challenge Huai Mei. Even the master was anxious and asked some of our Chu family's geniuses to prepare to fight. Anyone who could defeat Wei Lian would be directly rewarded with the sect's magical medicine. Oh, by the way, I heard that the third master's eldest son Chu Shang was also preparing to fight at that time. But I hurried back to change the medicine for you. I don't know what happened next. Chu Dian smiled slightly, this was what he expected. In the original plot, Huai Mei is a notorious evildoer in the world. In the Shengxian sect, the monsters who can rival Huai Mei are either still in the prison of crime or have already surpassed the bone tempering realm and are unable to take the field. Yi Tianchong actually thought of letting other disciples in the sect at the same level defeat Huai Mei. This was simply underestimating Huai Mei. Chu Dian could imagine the irritability and heaviness of the sect's top leaders at this moment. If a 10-year-old kid was allowed to sweep away the same generation of the Shengxian sect, and no one could even withstand the next move, the Shengxian sect would have no face to survive on the Hengtian continent. At this moment, King Chu Dian walked into the door, looking heavy and a little tired, and said, Xiaodian, come with me to the ring. If things can't be helped, you will have to go up there. If King Chu Dian was not desperate, he really didn't want Chu Dian to continue to be so prominent. It would be better to let the Yi family take the limelight to ease the current situation. But as the deputy sect leader, at this time, he must consider the reputation of the sect. Okay, Dad, Chu Dian said with a smile. Not long. Chu Dian and King Chu Dian came to another main peak of the Shengxian sect, the Shengdi Peak, which is also the main peak where the current Shengxian sect leader Yi Tianchong is located. Just as he flew to the middle of the mountain, Chu Dian heard a slightly childish but arrogant voice. I've heard of the prestige of the Holy Heaven sect for a long time. It has surpassed my Sehang holy sect and is known as the #1 sect in Hengtian continent. But now I see that I am really disappointed. Such a huge sect, yet there isn't even a single disciple who can withstand my attack. On the ring, a small bald man with red lips and white teeth was arrogant, with his arms folded across his chest. He was wearing a milky white coarse linen shirt and glanced at everyone below the ring with disdain. The little bald boy has delicate and beautiful features, red lips and white teeth. He is about 1.6 meters tall. Although he has no hair and is a boy, he gives people a sense of enchanting beauty. Many women would probably feel ashamed when they see him. Below the arena, many disciples from various sects looked extremely aggrieved and filled with righteous indignation, regretting that they were not at the bone-tempering realm and that they were looked down upon by a brat from an outer sect. Where is the little saint Chu Dian? Why isn't he allowed to play yet? The little saint is the strongest bone forging realm in our Shengxian sect, ranked first on the bone forging list. What are the sect leaders, the two founding families, and the three top families doing? Are they just eating and drinking? How could a little bald guy be so brazen as to belittle our sect on the main peak of our holy heaven sect? It's so frustrating. If you're not as skilled as your opponent, you can only take the beating. That Yi Chang is said to have reached the third level of the bone-tempering realm. After taking a magical medicine to recover from his injuries, his strength increased to 600,000 jin. The sect leader even used a secret method to force him to concentrate his spirit before going into battle, and the strength he could exert even reached 1.3 million jin. That's already considered cheating, but even so, he was still killed instantly by this little bald guy. If this cheating thing gets out, our Shengxian sect will become a laughingstock. The frustrated discussions of the sect disciples continued to echo in the square. The faces of the sect leaders sitting at the top of the viewing platform became even gloomier, as if water could drip from them. Why is the sect leader nowhere to be seen? A senior official said in a deep voice, turning to look at Yi Qianshang see, but it was empty. The deputy sect leader is also missing. Did he go to invite the little saint? An old man with white hair and beard frowned slightly. This concerns the reputation of our Shengxian sect. Now is not the time for internal strife. If there is really no other way, let's ask the little saint to take action. This little bald guy is too arrogant and actually despises my Shengxian sect. The supreme elder's face turned ashen. Chapter 25. The leader has ordered me not to take action. Just as many high-level officials and supreme elders were discussing, King Chu Dian brought Chu Dian to the high platform and sat down. He pointed at the little bald man on the stage and said in a deep voice, this little bald man is only 900,000 pounds of strength according to the bone-tempering list, so Dad and your uncle Qianshang were careless. He should now possess at least 1.1 million jin of strength, which is stronger than many of the cubs of ancient fierce beasts. Moreover, his mental power is strong and concentrated, and his eyes are focused. He has reached the realm of seeing the big picture from the subtle, and knowing the falling leaves from the autumn wind. He is only half a step away from the spirit-refining realm, and the strength he can exert is at least 2 million jin. Xiao Dian, are you sure you can defeat this little bald guy? King Chu Dian's voice was low and full of anger, but he did not let his son play immediately. After all, Chu Dian was 2 years younger than Huaimei, and it took time and energy to concentrate his spirit. If his son refused, he would not force him. King Chu Dian was in a high position and rarely cursed people, but he pointed at Hylian and called him, little bald head. It can be seen that Hylian's arrogance and lawless attitude made him, the emperor, a little upset. No one has ever dared to be so arrogant and contemptuous of the Shengxian sect. But the target was just a 10-year-old kid, and no one had the nerve to teach him a lesson. If it was someone a little older, even if he was from the Sehang holy sect, he would have been killed without leaving any trace. At this time, many sect leaders also looked at Chu Dian, with scrutiny, amazement and expectation in their eyes. Chu Dian was personally taught by King Chu Dian and lived in seclusion. Although he was named the little saint's son as soon as he was born, even they rarely saw him. Chu Dian doesn't look very strong, and even has the aura of a gentle and elegant young man. If it weren't for the fact that he never made a mistake in the Hengtian ranking test, they really wouldn't have thought that this guy with a somewhat elegant appearance slaughtered 1,000 ancient mammoths in 30 seconds, and used another 30 seconds to kill 30 ancient ferocious beast cubs, including mythical creatures such as true dragon cubs. Little saint, this concerns the reputation of our sect. This little bald guy is too arrogant. Are you sure? A high-ranking member of the sect couldn't help but ask. If you have any requests, feel free to ask the sect. We don't require you to defeat him, little saint. As long as you can withstand 3 of his moves, at least our sect won't be too embarrassed if we tell others about it. The white-haired and bearded supreme elder said in a low voice. The other sect leaders also nodded. At this point, they don't ask for too much. After all, Huaimei, the monster of Sehang holy sect, is indeed abnormally powerful. There are so many monsters in the sect who are famous on the Hengtian bone-tempering list. They are several years older than him and have concentrated spirits, but they can't even withstand a single move. They are beaten to the point of broken bones and tendons, vomiting blood, and directly losing their combat effectiveness. This kind of monster only appears once in tens of thousands of years in Hengtian continent. They would be satisfied if they could withstand 3 moves and save the reputation of Shengxian sect. Chu Dian glanced at Wei Lian on the ring. Although she was still young and had not yet appeared on the stage in the original plot, she was just like what he remembered. She was so charming, arrogant, and lawless in her childhood, which made people subconsciously want to slap her bald head. No wonder the protagonist Yi Fan later suppressed him, sealed his power, sent him to a brothel to auction his virginity, and directly sold it for a sky-high price. Apart from the fact that his appearance does have this capital and is more attractive than many peerless beauties, it really makes people want to severely strike a blow to his arrogance. But under the expectant gazes of many sect leaders, Chu Dian shook his head and said with a smile, my dear uncles and grandfathers, I'm sorry that I can't obey your orders because the sect master said that he will handle this matter and Chu Dian will not be involved. The sect master's words are binding, and I cannot disobey. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of many sect leaders became visibly gloomy. The corner of King Chu Dian's mouth twitched slightly. After all, he was also involved in asking Chu Dian not to take action, and it was not just Yi Qianshang's opinion. However, many sect leaders don't know about it, but Chu Dian's words removed him from the picture, saying only that Yi Qianshang did not allow him to take action. It's already this late hour, and you're still fighting among yourselves, scheming against each other, and having no regard for your dignity anymore. The white-haired and bearded supreme elder's eyes widened with anger, and his beard stood up. He is a supreme elder of the Duanmu family, with very long seniority and of the same generation as King Chu Tianwang's grandfather. Whenever King Chu Tianwang sees him, he has to bow respectfully. It's boring, really boring. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? On the stage, Wei Lian saw that no one had stepped up to challenge her for a long time, so she started shouting again. The Shengxian sect is said to have nearly 1 million disciples, 2 founding families, and 3 top families that are famous throughout the continent, but where are the people? Where are they all? Is there no one else who can be proud of their achievements besides Chu Dian? Are you all scared to death? In that case, don't waste my time and let that little brat Chu Dian come out quickly. I can take care of him in no time. How dare you take my sister's first place on the land rankings and step on me? I want to see how much of a real talent this brat has, and how many punches his chaos god demon body can withstand from me. You little evil beast, you bastard. Elder Duanmu was so angry that he was shaking all over, his face flushed red, and he kept turning his head, looking for the figure of the sect leader Yi Qianshang. I can't stand it anymore. They've already dared to directly point out our families. Uncle can tolerate it, but even that can't. A high-ranking official growled and looked at King Chu Dian, saying, Deputy sect leader, let the little saint take action. Some high-ranking officials even said to Chu Dian directly, little saint, just go ahead and kill this little bald guy. If the sect leader wants to investigate, we will take the blame for you. This is a battle for the reputation of our Shengxian sect. It is a great achievement. The sect master will never dare to pursue it. The most qualified and senior elder even started cursing. When I was fighting for the sect, Yi Qianshang was still a child. If he dares to pursue me, just let him go. Don't think that just because he has become the sect leader and achieved the emperor's level, I won't dare to hit him. King Chu, please say something, or do you also disagree with letting the little saint go on stage? The Supreme Elder looked at King Chu grimly. Although these Supreme Elders do not hold high positions and their strength may not be stronger than Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianchong, they have made great contributions, have long experience, high seniority and great influence. As long as they do not violate taboos like Yi Hongwu, they can basically walk around the sect with their own will. At their age, they already have one foot in the coffin, and they don't care about hierarchy at all. In the eyes of them who have fought for the sect for most of their lives, the honor and interests of the sect are the first priority. Grand Elder Yi Hongwu was forced to commit suicide, leaked sect secrets, and murdered young geniuses. They all felt that his death was a good one and he deserved it. This. King Chu Dian smiled bitterly, but was forced to turn his head and look at Chu Dian, saying, Xiao Dian, you. Before he could finish his words, Chu Dian shook his head and said calmly, the sect master has given an order. As a disciple of the sect, it is only natural to obey the sect master's orders. I cannot take action. King Chu was helpless, covering his forehead with his hands, suffering from a severe headache. He should have understood long ago that the reason his son followed him was not because he listened to him, but because this kid held a grudge and was probably determined to force Yi Tianchong to bow to him. If I had been obedient, I wouldn't have gone to Hangtian Palace for testing, and none of this would have happened today. Right at this moment, a young man with torn and blood-stained clothes stepped out of the ring. He looked at Huaimei with a determined look in his eyes and said in a low, hoarse voice, Yi Fan of the Yi family, I will fight you. Chapter 26, I thought he was a big shot, but this is what happened. When these words were spoken, many disciples from various sects below the stage were slightly stunned. Wasn't Yi Fan thrown into the prison? How did he get out and go on stage to challenge? Such a big thing happened on the Holy Emperor Peak. A Supreme Elder was forced to commit suicide, and there was also a bloody incident involving the little saint and a waste of the Yi family. Naturally, it had already spread throughout the sect. What's going on? Why did this loser Yi Fan come out? It would be fine if you just ran away, but you even went up to challenge Huaimei. Don't you think that the Holy Heaven sect hasn't been embarrassed enough? The sect disciples below were discussing the matter, and they couldn't understand why such a waste was allowed to come out. He is indeed a shrewd old fellow. He actually has this purpose and wants to take the opportunity to clear Yi Fan of the charges. A cold light flashed in Chu Dian's eyes, and a figure suddenly appeared at the corner of his eyes. It was Yi Tianchong who suddenly appeared in the chairman's seat, right next to King Chu Dian. Everyone, all the great elders, I've been waiting for you. Yi Tianchong said with a dignified look, Yi Fan is the son of my third brother Yi Tianyin. Although it is wrong to swallow many sects, magical medicines and treasures, he is still young after all, and his crime does not deserve death. In addition, the Hongwu Supreme Elder has already paid the price of his life and assumed everything. Please give Yi Fan a chance to redeem himself for his crime, considering that he had made great contributions to the sect when Tianyin was alive. My Yi family is also willing to give out a portion of the magical medicine of equal value to compensate for the sect's losses. Yi Tianchong looked at King Chu and said in a deep voice, Second brother, what do you think? King Chu nodded. He was just trying to ease the situation between the two families, so he agreed. As long as you can make contributions to the sect, the merits and demerits will just offset each other. Many sect leaders fell silent. After all, Yi Tianchong had spoken, and it was difficult for them to refute. Master, can this boy withstand Huaimei's 3 moves? Asked the Duanwu family's Supreme Elder. For the honor of the sect, Yi Fan will do his best. Yi Tianchong looked at Yi Fan on the stage, and suddenly curled his lips and said with a smile, I'm afraid you don't know yet, but the Hongmeng holy bone between Yi Fan's eyebrows has shown signs of revival, and his strength has reached 700,000 kilograms. Maybe she's not as strong as Huaimei, but even if she can hold out for a while, let alone 3 moves, it won't be a big problem. As soon as these words were spoken, many senior executives were shocked. Yi Fan's Hongmeng holy bone was revived. Doesn't this mean that the Yi family is also going to produce a peerless genius who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Dian? But Yi Fan's Hongmeng holy bone was defiled, and even the emperor was helpless. Is it true or false? Many Supreme Elders nodded. Since the sect master has personally pleaded for mercy, let Yi Fan try. If he can take 3 moves, he will be rewarded for his crimes. Letting him go will also leave a genius for our sect. Chu Dian had a blank expression on his face, but cold light flashed in his eyes. He was indeed the son of destiny and a protagonist-level figure. In order to protect Yi Fan, Yi Tianchong didn't even pretend and came forward to protect him. The Hongmeng holy bone has actually revived a little. It seems that he was still a step too slow in plundering the Tianshui divine ring. Yi Fan had already used the power of the divine ring to revive a trace of the power of the Hongmeng holy bone. Want to rise? A cold light flashed in Chu Dian's eyes. He glanced at the divine ring on his left ring finger and asked in his heart, System, can you revive the Tianshui divine ring and take back the power covering the Hongmeng sacred bone of Yi Fan, the son of fate? The system was very diligent and responsible, and a gentle and pleasant voice immediately sounded, Yes, host, you can revive the divine ring and regain its power by spending 500 life points. You can directly refine the divine ring by spending 1000 life points, but doing so will cause the remaining soul within it to awaken. Spend 500 destiny points to take back the power of the divine ring. Chu Dian said directly. The system will never disappoint you, you can always trust the system. Okay, host, buzz. Suddenly, a black light flashed from the magic ring on Chu Dian's ring finger. On the ring, Yi Fan was confronting Huaimei, ready to strike, with a very thin purple light faintly flowing between his eyebrows. But suddenly, his eyebrows shook slightly, as if an inexplicable force flowed out, and the purple light suddenly disappeared. No, Yi Fan's pupils, which were determined in his eyes, suddenly contracted violently. In his horror, he blurted out subconsciously, No. As the battle was about to begin, he suddenly felt that he seemed unable to use the power of the Hongmeng holy bone. He hasn't yet concentrated his mind. Without the support of the power of the Hongmeng holy bone, he would be just an ordinary person. With a strength of 700,000 pounds in the bone-tempering realm, there is such a huge gap. Without the blessing of the spirit, he would be beaten to death. Yi Fan was born with the Hongmeng holy bones, but they were polluted and filthy, and his tendons and veins were damaged by poison. At this moment, Huaimei smiled charmingly, raised her hand and rubbed her shiny head, and she didn't know where she got all the information about Yi Fan from. That's quite interesting. You dare to challenge me. Has the power of your Hongmeng sacred bone recovered? Let me test your strength. Wait, Yi Fan felt cold all over and his face turned slightly pale when he heard this, but he hadn't said anything yet. Boom! Huaimei let out a low shout, stomped her feet suddenly, and her body shot out like an arrow, rushing forward with a violent sound of breaking through the air, like an ancient demon bull charging, with such great force that the huge arena shook violently. It seemed that because he knew that Yi Fan was the Hongmeng holy bone, he did not hold back at all in this attack. The powerful spirit even penetrated his body, causing the surrounding air to roll and spin like a whirlpool, and he used his body's strength to the extreme. There was a deep fear in Yi Fan's eyes, his blood rushed to the sky and exploded violently, but his feet were retreating madly. Without the power of the holy bone, he knew his own strength and there was an absolute possibility that he would be beaten to death by this weird bald man. You useless thing, why are you running? Come on. Did you go there specifically to throw away the sect's people? Seeing this, some disciples from the sect below the stage, who had been holding back for a long time, started cursing. Something is wrong. Yi Qianqiang narrowed his eyes, realized something was wrong, and stood up suddenly. Yi Fan said that with the power of the Hangmeng Holy Bone, he might not be able to defeat Huaimei, but he would have no problem taking on 3 moves. Chu Tian's eyes flashed coldly, and he said to himself, if you want to rise, you're dreaming. You useless piece of shit. Did you come up here just to run away? Huaimei's weird face was filled with anger. She had thought that a genius worth fighting had come up. That's the result. Stop right there, master. Buzz. Huaimei let out a low roar, ran quickly, suddenly bent down like a bow, and shot out like a sharp sword in an instant, and her shiny head hit Yi Fan's chest heavily. Puff. Yi Fan spat out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes bulged out, but he did not fly backwards, because Huaimei's bald head actually pierced directly into his chest, leaving a big hole in his chest. A large lump of flesh bulged out from Yi Fan's back, the size of Huaimei's head visible to the naked eye. The sound of bones cracking resounded wildly, and blood flowed down, instantly staining his entire body red. The bluestone slabs of the arena beneath his feet turned crimson. Dark red and sticky blood gushed out of Yi Fan's mouth violently. Chapter 27. This was an accident. I didn't expect it. You piece of crap, how dare you challenge me on stage? But at this time, Huaimei seemed to be getting more and more angry, with a look of exasperation on her weird face. She stood up and punched Yi Fan again, hitting him hard in the center of the face. Blood spurted out and splashed on Huaimei's weird cheek. It seems like you guys in Shangxian sect are really out of people. You actually let this kind of trash come up. Each one is worse than the other. They are even worse than those useless people on the Yi family's bone-tempering ranking. You can't send this kind of trash to humiliate me. Roll. Huaimei shouted angrily and kicked Yi Fan hundreds of meters away. Scarlet blood splattered all over the sky and fell heavily on the square from a height of dozens of meters. Yi Fan's face was covered with dirty blood at this time, and his original appearance was completely unrecognizable. No one knew how many bones in his body were broken. He was lying on the ground, breathing in more than breathing out, looking extremely miserable. But the disciples around him looked at him with endless disgust and aversion on their faces, as if they wanted to rush up and step on him to vent their anger. He stole and swallowed so many of the sect's magical medicines and treasures, and then he came on stage with such a fierce momentum, thinking that he would be of some use, but in the end, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. What do you mean by one move? He was killed instantly because he ran away. Although those before him didn't take one move, at least they faced the enemy head-on. Even a pig, after eating so many magical medicines and treasures, can possess the strength of hundreds of thousands of pounds. The sect has truly lost all its face. I don't understand why the sect would waste so many resources to support such a waste. If he wasn't a descendant of a founding family, this kind of trash wouldn't even be qualified to be an entry-level disciple, let alone stay on the main peak. Overwhelming insults echoed throughout the arena. If it were a normal day, everyone would be busy practicing. Even if they knew that Yi Fan had wasted so many magical medicines, since the Supreme Elder had already paid with his life, they would at most feel a little dissatisfied, grumble a few times, and would not bother to pay too much attention. But now, Huaimei has come to the door, and it concerns the reputation of the sect. At this critical moment, Yi Fan ran out and was teased and beaten like a monkey. It can be said that this directly aroused public outrage and ignited the anger of everyone. As a child of a wealthy family, you behave like this on a daily basis, and everyone is used to it. After all, everyone is used to it. But at a time like this, you still have to come out and make trouble. What for? Do you think everyone is not frustrated enough? Or do you think that the sect is not embarrassed enough? Not only did no one show mercy to Yi Fan, some disciples even shouted out, kill Yi Fan and hang his body for public display. At this time, the expressions of the sect leaders on the high platform were no longer gloomy. They just felt that they were being played a trick. If the other party was not the founding head of the family or the leader of the sect, they would have probably lost their temper. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a sign of dark clouds gathering and a superstorm approaching. This is an accident. I didn't expect it, Yi Qianqiang explained to everyone with veins twitching in the corners of his eyes. He is telling the truth, but it was obvious that no one would believe him. Master, everyone knows that you love your nephew, but there's no need for him to perform on stage in such a serious occasion that concerns the reputation of the sect. The Supreme Elder said in a low voice. After all, he still gave the master some face and did not directly say the word, shameful, but just said to go up and perform. Alright, at a time like this, internal strife is just a joke to outsiders. The Duanmu family's grand elder had a grim expression on his face and said, Sect Master, I heard that you ordered the little saint not to take action and that you would resolve the situation. However, at this point, the family's Tianjiao have been defeated, and some have even been humiliated and thrown into the Western Ancient Forbidden Zone. The Tianjiao of our major families have also been humiliated enough. Could you please revoke your order and let the little saint take action? Otherwise, today's incident will be difficult to resolve. The sect's ancestral teachings state that the sect's interests come first. At a time like this, we should stop the internal fighting. Master, please take back your order. Otherwise, if today's incident gets out, our Shangxian sect will be in trouble. Master, please put the reputation of the sect first. Many high-ranking officials from various sects also spoke out, but King Chu Dian on the side silently lowered his head and dared not say a word. After all, he was also involved in this matter, but who could have expected the situation to develop like this? If he showed his head at a time like this, he would be asking for a scolding, but he didn't have such a masochistic tendency. Moreover, Yi Qianqiang ended up in this situation because of his own reckless actions. If Yi Fan had not been exposed, everyone's words would not have been so harsh. Yi Qianqiang's face was ferocious, and veins bulged on his neck. Facing the accusations from everyone, he felt like he had no way to defend himself. He suddenly realized that something might have happened while he was away. But why did everyone only point the finger at him and not involve King Chu? After all, in order to avoid accidents, he deliberately dragged King Chu into it. However, Yi Qianqiang also understood that in this situation, any excuses at this time would be meaningless and would only anger everyone more. Yi Qianqiang's eyes were bloodshot, and a few words almost jumped out of his throat. Please invite the little Saint Chu Dian to play. He understood that no matter whether the sect was embarrassed or not, he had lost all face today, his authority would be affected, and it would even indirectly affect everyone's perception of the Yi family. A family that is willing to sacrifice the interests of the sect for the sake of internal strife will not be welcome anywhere. Little Holy Son. At this time, many senior officials and supreme elders turned their eyes to Chu Dian with expectation in their eyes. Chu Dian, are you sure? The Duanmu family's grand elder said carefully. I can hold on for 3 moves, right? After all, this is the little saint, the eldest son of the founding family, the Chu family, and his parents are both emperors. If Chu Dian is unwilling, no one dares to force him. Under the expectant gazes of many, Chu Dian slowly stood up, clasped his fist and saluted the grand elder, then said calmly, beating him is as easy as taking something out of a bag. Since the sect master has spoken, it's fine for me to take the stage. After all, this is for the reputation of the sect, and personal honor and disgrace are insignificant. But uncles, grandpa, Chu Dian has a condition. If you agree, I will finish Huaimei off within 3 moves. There was horror in the eyes of many sect leaders, and they subconsciously thought that this kid was too arrogant. After all, although this little bald guy is indeed extremely arrogant and disgusting, his strength is real. But Chu Dian's expression and tone gave them an inexplicable strong confidence, as if Hue Mei would be swept away as long as he took action. What are the conditions? Asked Elder Duanmu. A cold light flashed in Chu Dian's eyes. He looked at Yi Qianchong and said, from now on, no matter what reason, Yi Fan must not be allowed to escape from the Sin domain. I said that he must pay the price for his actions and refine all the magical medicines and treasures he swallowed. Even, you can directly refine it into a pill. Chapter 28. This is the first and last time. Asshole, you are so young, yet you are so vicious and relentless. Are you determined to destroy the pride of my Yi family? Yi Qianchong suddenly let out a low roar and stared at Chu Dian. He was filled with murderous intent and a terrifying sense of majesty spread out. As an emperor on the Hengtian list and the leader of the Shengxian sect, who dominates the rise and fall of thousands of miles of land, Yi Qianchong has accumulated an extremely terrifying sense of majesty. When he glares with his eyes, the aura of having been in a high position for a long time can make the legs of an ordinary adult go weak, and they subconsciously dare not look into his eyes. But Chu Dian has lived 2 lives as a human being. As a godfather of a generation, his willpower is no less than Yi Qianchong. With a hint of indifference on his lips, he looked at Yi Qianchong and said, Master, as the holy son of the sect, I am upholding the rules of the sect. The strong are respected, and only the excellent can obtain all resources. And your nephew Yi Fan has no talent, no strength, and has made no contribution to the sect. He privately took so many magical medicines and treasures, wasting a huge amount of the sect's resources, which is a capital crime. If Yi Hongwu had not committed suicide to take the blame and the Yi family had not handed over some of the miracle medicine, he would have died long ago. What's worse, he is a loser, but he dares to approach my fiancée Lu Yun repeatedly and sow discord between us in the name of saving my fiancée. Just for this reason, I can do him 1,000 times. He is a piece of trash. Who does he think he is? How dare he step on my head? I am just respecting my own heart. Facing Yi Qianchong's terrifying majesty, Chu Dian's eyes were cold and indifferent, without any fear. He took a step forward and stood some distance in front of his father, King Chu Dian, and said in a cold voice. Master, there is no room for bargaining on this matter. Yi Fan must die. I hope this time is the first and last time. My dear uncles, I am here to bear witness for Chu Dian. If the Yi family releases Yi Fan from the prison under any pretext next time, I will follow my heart and kill him on the spot according to the sect's rules. A terrifying murderous aura raged from Chu Dian's cold eyes, and his tender face was filled with murderous intent that was inconsistent with his age. At this moment, the shock felt in the hearts of the surrounding sect leaders and supreme elders was simply unimaginable. They had never expected that Chu Dian, at such a young age, could be so brave and tough as to confront Yi Qianchong face to face. Not to mention that Chu Tianxai was only 8 years old. Even the disciples in the sect who were already in their 20s and close to igniting the divine fire were trembling with fear when facing Yi Qianchong, and they didn't even dare to raise their heads. Such a tenacious mind, unshakable by external factors, is what many practitioners seek, yet cannot obtain it. They actively venture out to hone their minds, refine their will, and explore the myriad calamities. But Chu Dian, no matter how young he is, seems to be born with it. King Chu Dian's heart was trembling violently. Looking at his son, it was as if he was understanding Chu Dian for the first time. Could it be that all these years, the son has been putting himself in a difficult position to accommodate his father? After all, with Chu Dian's talent, he should have been famous throughout the continent, the focus of everyone's attention, and surrounded by countless halos. Because of him, his son lives in Shengwang Peak all day long. When he goes out occasionally, he goes to the Lu family to look for Lu Yun. But even because of this, he was still plotted against by outsiders. Congratulations to the host for triggering the second stage of the villain no longer keeping a low profile. You have defeated Hue Mei, the son of destiny of the Sihang Holy Sect, and will be rewarded with 10,000 destiny points and a sapling of the innate elixir enlightenment tea tree. The gentle voice of the system sounded in Chu Dian's ears. After Chu Dian finished speaking, he stepped hard and without waiting for Yi Qianchong to answer, his body shot out from the high platform and landed on the ring. Chu Dian, the holy son of the Holy Heaven Sect. Chu Dian's lips held a cold tint as he hooked his finger towards Fang Hue Mei. Don't waste time. Stop talking nonsense. I can defeat you in 3 moves. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Afterwards, violent cheers erupted in the square, and the sect disciples who had been suppressing their emotions for a long time suddenly burst out. After watching the sect's famous genius being beaten by Hue Mei in various ways all night, trembling with fear after going on stage, and even Yi Fan turning around and running away in fear, they really had enough. This is the territory of the Shengxian sect, the #1 sect on the continent. Why should a little bald guy from outside be so arrogant? You're the one who outranked me on the bone tethering ranking, and you even stole the #1 spot on the Hylian Earth ranking from my cousin Chu Dian. Very good, you finally dared to show up and accept my challenge. Hue Mei raised her hand and rubbed her bald head. The smile on her enchanting face was a little ferocious. You are indeed very arrogant, but I don't know how strong you are. Boom. Hue Mei moved her feet and her figure disappeared instantly. Her body turned into afterimages and appeared in every place on the ring. At this moment, it seemed as if there were hundreds of Hue Mei on the ring, attacking Chu Dian at the same time. Hue Mei was very arrogant in her words, but when facing Chu Dian, she was not careless at all and directly used her magical martial arts. The secret art of Phantom Wandering Dragon is the Sihang Holy Sect's top-level magical power. It was created by their 18th generation Holy Master after observing the trajectory of the ancient divine dragon's flight. It ranks among the top 10 magical powers in the myriad realms. It is extremely difficult to practice. No one in the Sihang Holy Sect has been able to master it for many years. The Grand Elder Duanmu growled, with shock in his eyes. The other high-ranking members of the sect also had horror in their eyes. He is only at the bone tethering stage, but he has already comprehended the top-level magical power and has made initial achievements. This little bald guy has truly appalling talent. No wonder the people accompanying the Holy Son of Sihang still condone his actions even though they know that he has a strength of 1.5 million kilograms. A high-ranking official of the sect said in a low voice. With his spirit, he can unleash a force exceeding 2 million kilograms. Coupled with this top-level magical power, he is essentially invincible in the body tethering realm. It's not unfair that the little saint was defeated by him. After all, he is 2 years younger than him and has not had enough time to cultivate the sect's magical powers. I hope the little saint can withstand 3 attacks. At this moment, Yi Qianchong's face was extremely grim, but he didn't look at the battle on the ring. Instead, he turned to look at King Chu Dian and said in a low voice, Second brother, in the Chu family, are you still the one who makes the decisions? How can you let Xiao Dian act so recklessly? Didn't we agree to work together to revitalize the sect and never fight among ourselves? Yi Fan has the Hongmeng Holy Bone. Although it is contaminated, it still has great hope. Yi Qianchong is unwilling to give up no matter what. It's not that I, as his uncle, don't love him, but Xiao Dian has such a cruel and vindictive temperament and is narrow-minded. Now it has affected the relationship between our 2 families. As a father, shouldn't you take care of it? Yi Qianchong's voice gradually became colder. Tianyin has made great contributions to the sect. I can't be in a good position within the Yi family. Brother, you'd better stop. Suddenly, the low voice of King Chu sounded. Yi Qianshang's heart was shaken, but he saw King Chu Tian raise his head, staring into his eyes, and said word by word, "Brother, you should understand that Chu Tian is my only son. Over the years, because of the things in the sect, I have wronged him too much. We all know what is right and what is wrong. Xiao Tian did nothing wrong this time. As his father, I will never restrain or restrict him in the name of unity for the sect. I can't let my son down again." Chapter 29, beaten to tears. It really is like seeing a ghost. Second brother, what do you mean? Are you going to allow Xiao Tian to continue to act recklessly like this and destroy the unity of the sect? There was murderous intent in Yi Qianshang's eyes, and his voice seemed to tremble with anger. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura of Dao suddenly spread out, causing Yi Qianshang and Chu Tianwang, who were confronting each other, to shudder all over and turn their heads to look at the ring. Facing the hundreds and thousands of densely packed bald Huaimei on the stage, Chu Tianmei opened a vertical eye in his heart, and purple light burst out from it. In an instant, most of the afterimages melted away like spring snow after rain. Eye of Heaven. Yi Qianshang's pupils suddenly contracted. This is, oh my god, the Eye of Heaven. Elder Duanwu blurted out, his pupils wide open, filled with endless disbelief. The Dao essence is flowing through, purple light overflows, and the laws resonate. It has the appearance and characteristics of penetrating the heavens. It is exactly the same as the Eye of Heaven created by the Heavenly Fate Daoist Master. Eye of Heaven, why, how could you? Huaimei's voice was horrified. Without the cover of many afterimages, she appeared alone behind Chu Tian. Boom, without the cover of the afterimage, Chu Tian appeared in front of him in an instant and punched out, hitting Huaimei's chest hard. Puff, Huaimei vomited blood, her chest bones shattered, and she flew backwards into the air. But at this moment, Chu Tian appeared above him and stepped down. Huaimei fell from midair and slammed heavily onto the ring. The terrible impact was like a falling meteor. The ring shook and terrible cracks appeared. At this moment, on the other side of the platform, an old man in white clothes, who had a smile on his face, suddenly stood up and shouted, "How dare you hurt my young master?" A terrifying evil aura emanated from him, and the sky darkened. But at this moment, King Chu Tian appeared in front of the old man in white with an indifferent expression. He put his hand on the old man's shoulder and pressed it lightly. The old man involuntarily sat back in his seat. "Don't worry, Mr. Chu. This is a fight between the younger generation. The winner hasn't been decided yet." King Chu Tian said lightly, turned around and looked at Chu Tian, his eyes filled with shock. The Eye of Heaven, how could such a thing appear on Xiao Tian? He had no idea what had happened. The Siheng Holy Sect is probably going to be shocked. "I am invincible in the world, how could I possibly be defeated by you?" Huaimei's furious voice echoed from the pit. Boom. His body shot out like a sharp sword, and his shiny head turned into an arrow, rushing straight towards Tianhong. The rich spiritual flow made his strength condense at one point, and the power that burst out reached as much as 2.6 million pounds, which doubled directly. With such tremendous force, even a mountain would be knocked down by him, let alone a human. "If you want to fight hard, I'll help you." Chu Tian closed the Eye of Heaven between his eyebrows, releasing a strong spirit, and the Chaos Creation Sutra was activated. He let out a low shout and suddenly slapped out hard. Boom. The air current swept through, the wind and clouds reversed, and this blow seemed to make the void tremble and emit a buzzing sound. The vigorous energy and blood surged into the sky, making him look like a blazing sun, shining brightly. At this moment, he possessed a strength of 1.8 million kilograms. With the powerful spiritual blessing, the power of this slap directly exceeded 4 million pounds. The loud shout was like a thunderclap, causing pain in the eardrums of everyone near the ring. The slap landed directly on Huaimei's shiny head. 5 deeply sunken dark red palm prints were visible to the naked eye and appeared directly on the top of her bald head. Huaimei screamed miserably, her weird face twisted, and she flew back into the pit at a faster speed. Boom. The arena shook violently, as if a meteor had fallen from outer space and smashed heavily onto the Holy Emperor Peak. Tiny cracks appeared all around the arena. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and debris flew everywhere. The scene was horrifying. This. Around the arena, many sect disciples opened their mouths wide, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Looking at Chu Tian's slender body and tender cheeks, they really couldn't imagine that the strong and powerful energy and blood power just now burst out from his body. It is really hard to imagine that a little child has the power to blow up mountains. On the high platform, many sect leaders were shocked. Looking at Chu Tian's small figure, there was only one thought left in their minds. This guy is not bragging. He really has the ability. This is the monstrous genius of my Shengxian sect. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the Grand Elder Duanwu burst into laughter, laughing wantonly and releasing all the frustration he had just felt. "So what if you're a monster from the Siheng Holy Sect? I said I can defeat you in 3 moves, and I will defeat you in 3 moves. Let this little bald guy be arrogant. I gave you face on my Shengxian sect's territory, but the little saint was too merciful. He held back at the last moment. If I were you, I would have knocked his head off." Many high-ranking members of the sects also began to curse, venting all the anger they had just experienced. For many years, no one has dared to be so arrogant on the territory of Shengxian sect, pointing fingers at others and saying that Shengxian sect has no one. They are the evildoers of the Siheng Holy Sect. Their background is too strong. If it were a small sect, they would have raised the entire sect mountain to the ground. This time, there was no sound coming from the pit for a long time, and Huaimei did not get up. It seemed to verify what Chu Tian said. It is said to be 3 moves, and it is exactly 3 moves, not one more, not one less. "Young master, are you okay?" An old man in white appeared in the big pit. Looking at the young master lying in the deep pit with lifeless eyes, his heart was filled with distress. He quickly helped the young master up, rubbed the magic medicine into powder and sprinkled it on Huaimei's head. The young master had a smooth life since he was a child and was used to being lawless. He had never experienced such a blow. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, Huaimei burst into tears, her voice heartbreaking. "Grandpa Chu, he beat me and humiliated me, but I couldn't beat him." Huaimei cried so sadly that tears as big as beans rolled down from the corners of her eyes like they were free. It was as if it was not him who came to the door and beat up the genius of the bone-tempering realm of the Holy Heaven sect, but Chu Tian who bullied him. Huaimei threw herself into the arms of the old man in white, her shoulders shaking constantly, feeling extremely aggrieved. "Young master, don't cry, don't cry. You are the best. The reason you couldn't beat him this time is because he has the Eye of Heaven. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat you so easily." The old man in white comforted him softly, but his heart was filled with horror. He understood that even if Chu Tian did not have the Eye of Heaven, the young master would definitely not be able to win. It would just be more difficult for Chu Tian to win. But with a force of 4 million pounds, if Chu Tian had not stopped at the last moment, that slab would probably have directly exploded the young master's head. Not to mention the young master's head, even a mountain would be blown up. Woo 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 woo. Huaimei cried even harder. Isn't my cousin cultivating the inheritance of heavenly fate Daozun? Why did the Eye of Heaven appear on him? This is what my cousin wants most. The old man in white sighed and said, Grandpa Chu doesn't know either. He has already sent a message back to the Holy Sect. It's really like seeing a ghost. Chapter 30 Big Brother, please accept my bow. Congratulations to the host for defeating Huaimei, the son of luck, and successfully making him cry. You will be rewarded with 5,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host for completing the second stage of the villain's no longer Loki mission, receiving a reward of 10,000 destiny points. The innate spiritual medicine enlightenment tree sapling has been placed in the warehouse. A gentle and pleasant voice sounded in Chu Dian's ears. Chu Dian's face was calm, but when he saw Huaimei crying, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. In the original plot, the ghost saint, who was so popular, was famous for his enchanting looks, super talents, strange body movements, and powerful strength. He fought back and forth with Yifan, but his bad temper made Yifan angry, so he attacked him and sealed him up and auctioned him off in a brothel. Who would have thought that I was so fragile when I was a child, and was beaten to tears by him? After all, he is only 10 years old and has never experienced any hardships. Remember, this is the territory of the Holy Heaven sect. It's not your turn to act so presumptuously. Chu Dian said this calmly and ended with this sentence before walking down the stage. The disciples of the sect crowded below the stage were in awe and took the initiative to make way for him, even though many of them were at a much higher level than Chu Dian. This is the treatment for top geniuses. Chu Dian walked up to Yifan and frowned slightly. He saw that although Yifan was in a coma, his chest, which was sunken by Huaimei's beating, had recovered and he was breathing normally. Chu Dian understood that this was the divinity condensed in Yifan's body after he swallowed many magical medicines and treasures. Combined with the power of the Hongmeng Holy Bone, it made him like an indestructible cockroach. In the original plot, he was seriously injured many times, experienced countless crises, and committed various suicide attempts, but he was able to survive and rise again. This is the reason. System, is there any way to extract the power of the magical medicine from his body? Chu Tianxin asked. They originally wanted to imprison Yifan in the crime domain prison, monitor him, and look for an opportunity to take action, but Yi Qianqiang, who was hiding behind the scenes, suddenly didn't even pretend this time and directly brought Yifan out to help him get rid of the crime. Yi Qianqiang is the sect leader after all. He has stepped out from behind the scenes and is a big threat. Chu Dian does not want to keep Yifan, this big trouble, for too long. The Son of Destiny has too many possibilities, which only adds variables. He had a strong murderous intent in his heart and wanted to take action directly and crush Yifan's head. But he could feel that there was a vague cold gaze staring at him from the platform, watching his every move. Yi Qianqiang has been keeping an eye on him. With Yi Qianqiang's strength, the probability of him killing Yifan under his nose is infinitely close to zero. But he couldn't kill him, and Chu Dian didn't want to let Yifan, the son of luck, wander around. Although the crime zone prison could not completely confine him, his every move was under Chu Dian's eyes. This is also one of the reasons why Chu Dian would confront Yi Qianqiang head-on. The host can turn to practicing alchemy, practice the top-level scripture Danwang Shenjing, practice the destiny extraction technique, and after reaching the fusion realm, he can easily extract the power of the magic medicine in Yifan's body. The gentle and pleasant voice quickly recovered. Reminder host, the power of the magic medicine is the foundation of Yifan's life. Without the magic medicine, the powerful toxins in his body are likely to kill him directly. This is a way to wipe out the Son of Destiny. Completely wipe out the Son of Fortune, and the host will receive a huge reward of destiny points. How many destiny points are needed to exchange for the Pilking Heart Sutra and the destiny extraction technique? Chu Dian's heart moved. He naturally didn't want to switch to practicing alchemy. He still understands the principle of biting off more than you can chew. A person's energy is limited. Professional matters should be left to professionals. His silly second sister Chu Yuyao had been schemed by Yi Qianqiang since she was a child, and followed the Poison Lord to practice poison and alchemy. Although she had extraordinary talent in cultivation, she was suppressed by her poison skills and embarked on the wrong path of alchemy. But since she had already embarked on this path, it was most appropriate for her to practice the Pilking Heart Sutra and the destiny extraction technique, and to break free from the control of the Poison Lord. Host, a total of 11,000 destiny points are required. The system replied. Not much. Chu Dian nodded thoughtfully. He had asked Chu Tianyan, and he knew that his second sister Chu Yuyao would come back in the next few days to get some precious magic medicine for the Lord of Poison. After all, alchemy is not mainstream, and although it is a top-level scripture, the price is not high. At this time, two disciples of the law enforcement hall appeared and said respectfully to Chu Dian, Little Saint, we are here on the orders of the hallmaster to apprehend the prisoner Yifan who escaped from prison. Chu Dian nodded, realizing that it was Chu Tianyan who got the news and sent people to hunt him down. He waved his hand and said, take him away and strengthen the guard. Tell my uncle that no one is allowed to take Yifan out of the prison without my permission. Remember, it's anyone. Yifan was taken away directly by Yi Qianqiang without obtaining the permission of the hallmaster Chu Tianyan. It is not an exaggeration to say that he escaped from prison. But if Yifan really took Huaimei's 3 moves and made great contributions to the sect, and the Yi family gave him some magical medicine, and it was approved by many high-level officials, perhaps he could really be cleared of the charges. Yi Qianqiang's face was extremely ugly. He actually said that Yifan was an escaped prisoner. It was obvious that Chu Tianyan was criticizing him for being the sect leader but not abiding by the sect's rules and procedures. He bypassed him, the law enforcement hallmaster, and privately took away the serious criminals in the crime domain prison. And as for Chu Dian's words, the so-called anyone obviously refers to him, the sect leader. But even though he was humiliated by the uncle and nephew, he could not refute. Because after Yifan came out, his performance on the ring was so shameful that it could even be said that he had brought disgrace to the sect. If Chu Dian had not stepped up to end the matter and defeated Huaimei, the Shengxian sect would probably have become a laughingstock. At this time, Yifan was able to save his life only because of his surname Yi and his uncle, the sect leader. Not to mention, even King Chu Dian is not cooperating with him now, and Chu Dian has just made great contributions and won the praise of many senior officials and supreme elders. In this situation, Yi Qianqiang could only watch with a grim face and silence as Yifan was arrested and taken away again. Okay, Little Saint. The unconscious Yifan was quickly chained up by the law enforcement disciples, taken away, and disappeared on the Holy Emperor Peak. There was a hint of coldness in Chu Dian's eyes. He looked up at Yi Qianqiang, whose face was ashen, on the high platform, and then he raised his foot to walk down the Holy Emperor Peak. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that someone was hugging his thigh. Chu Dian turned around and looked down, and a shiny bald head came into view. 5 dark red fingerprints could still be vaguely seen on it, but it had almost recovered. Huaimei's eyes widened, and she hugged his legs with both hands. There was a hint of embarrassment on her enchanting face, and tears were in the corners of her eyes, but she said with determination, brother, please accept me as your little brother. Soon, Chu Dian returned to Shengwang Peak in confusion, and this time he came back with a bald follower, Huaimei. Chu Dian was also speechless. How come he just went out to fight and got a little brother for no reason, and he was a son of luck? But Huaimei followed him with the consent of King Chu. Even though there was a big commotion just now and Huaimei was making a big move, for the 2 giant sects, this was just a small episode. The Sihang Holy Sect behind Huaimei is an ancient holy place that has long occupied the top position in Hengtian continent. King Chu Dian naturally wants to make friends with it, and it is not easy for Chu Dian to drive people away. However, a son of luck, after being beaten, shamelessly insisted on recognizing him as his elder brother. Chu Dian found it extremely strange no matter how he thought about it. He is a man bound to the villain system. Brother, this is a gift from me to you. Do you like it? As soon as Huaimei returned to the main hall, she took out a purple box and opened it. Suddenly, rich vitality and profound Taoist aura spread out. A purple-red divine fruit, shaped like an apple, the size of a fist, and covered with purple lines, lies in the box. It is shining and has an incredibly attractive appeal. Sihang holy fruit. Chu Tian took a look and regained his composure. He raised his hand to close the box and said calmly, no reward without merit, not to mention, I just beat you up. The Sihang holy fruit is said to be able to cleanse the body of impurities, transform oneself, and comprehend the rules of heaven and earth. It is very useful for breaking through to the emperor. You gave me such a valuable gift, you are not begging me to beat you up, right? If so, I can help you now. Chu Tian said with a smile, raised his hand, and violent mental fluctuations spread. Brother, no, I'm telling you, don't do it, I give in, I can't beat you. Huaimei scratched her shiny bald head and said a little embarrassedly. I'm telling you, but you have to promise not to spread it out. That's right. Can you teach me how to practice the Eye of Heaven? I want to pursue my cousin, Hylian, the one who was ranked first on the earth ranking and was suppressed by you. Chapter 31. This is too tragic. You want to pursue Saint Hylian? Chu Tian's face became more and more weird. Saint Hylian is the most important female protagonist in the original plot. At least, this is the case for now in the plot that the author has ruined. In other words, looking at the Hangtian continent at this time, Saint Hylian is one of the most outstanding geniuses. But in the original plot, there was no plot about Huaimei liking Hylian. The most was that Yifan took advantage of Hylian and made Hylian suffer. Huaimei was furious and said that she would hunt Yifan all over the world. Could it be that the reason Huaimei was furious and hunting Yifan all over the world was not just because Hylian was his senior sister, but the biggest reason was that he had always had a crush on Hylian but didn't dare to say it? The more Chu Tian thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The flamboyant and lawless ghost saint has been secretly in love with his senior sister, Saint Hylian, for decades, but he watched Hylian fall for Yifan but never dared to reveal his feelings. This is a bit too sad. Hey. Huaimei smiled with her head down, seeming a little shy. She scratched her shiny head vigorously with both hands, as if her scalp was itchy. But Chu Tian felt that there should be no dandruff on her smooth head. Brother, I'm only telling you this. Please don't tell anyone else, or others will laugh at me. As she spoke, Huaimei became extremely distressed. The biggest reason I came to Shengxian sect to challenge you this time wasn't because you stole my #1 spot on the bone tempering ranking. It's because you want to use this incident to attract the attention of Saint Hylian, because I grabbed the first place on the earth list. Chu Tian said lightly, and said the next words for Huaimei. Brother, you're so smart that you can guess this. Huaimei looked at Chu Tian with surprise, she was simply shocked by his beauty. This is how reserved and introverted people are, Chu Tian said silently in his heart. A person who has been secretly in love with someone for decades but dares not express his feelings, the degree of his reserved and introverted nature is rare even in his previous life. The reason why you act so high profile, act cool, and pretend to be awesome is because you want to attract the attention of the goddess in your heart, Saint Hylian. As long as she looks at you for a second, you will be extremely excited in your heart, but you will try to appear calm and disdainful on your face. Am I right? Chu Tian said with a smile. Oh my god, big brother, from now on you are my real big brother, that's it, you are absolutely right. Huaimei was simply astonished, and became more and more excited. She rushed forward and hugged Chu Tian's thighs. That's why I want to acknowledge you as my elder brother and learn the Eye of Heaven. My cousin practices the scriptures of the Heavenly Tao Master. The Eye of Heaven is the condensation of the Heavenly Tao Master's lifelong understanding. It is very important to my cousin. As long as I learn it, I can't. Huaimei hesitated for a long time, her face flushed red, and finally said, anyway, big brother, as long as you teach me, you will be my real big brother in this life. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. I can't teach you. Chu Tian shook his head. This Eye of Heavenly Tao was directly passed down to me by Heavenly Tao Zun. It is equivalent to an alternative Emperor Zun weapon. There is no specific method for practicing it. You can only comprehend it. Brother, I know. That's why you just let me stay by your side every day and comprehend the Eye of Heaven. If there are any difficulties, you can guide me. The Eye of Heaven is very important to my cousin. She will definitely practice it, and then I will be able to follow my cousin, Huaimei said, and suddenly she laughed, hee, as if she was lost in some reverie. Bang! Seeing Huaimei's stuffy and loser look, Chu Tian was speechless. He raised his hand and slapped him on the shiny head. Sorrow, I accept the Sihang holy fruit. If you want to follow me, you can follow me. If you don't understand something, just ask me. But there's one thing, you are not allowed to interfere with my cultivation. Chu Tian said lightly, took the box and walked into the room. Thank you, brother. Huaimei's surprised voice came from behind. At this time, the star slave who had been guarding the door frowned and said, since the young master has given your permission, you must stay here obediently and not run around. This is the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak. There are countless forbidden arrays. If you accidentally trigger them, no one can save you. Xingnu felt a little uncomfortable. After all, she had always been responsible for guarding outside the young master's door. This was her exclusive territory. Now a bald little brat suddenly came and wanted to compete with her for territory. After Chu Tian entered the room, Huaimei's expression changed. Her eyebrows slanted as she glanced at Xingnu. You are my eldest brother's personal servant, right? You look okay, fair-skinned, and have a good figure, but you are still far inferior to my senior sister. What's your name? This bald little brat, he's obviously pretty, but why is he so unlikable? Xingnu's face darkened, and he said, I don't have a name, only a code name, Xingnu. Then do you want to know who I am? Huaimei said lightly with her hands behind her back. I don't want to know. I am Huaimei, the son of the patriarch of the Wei family of the Sihang Holy Sect. I will be the future leader of the Sihang Holy Sect, and your young master is my elder brother, my sworn brother. Huaimei said, I'm going to stay here for a while. As long as you behave yourself, you'll definitely get some benefits. Where are you going? Before Huaimei could finish her words, she found that Xingnu had turned around and was about to leave. Go get the bodybuilding medicine for the young master to cultivate. That's perfect. Bring me a medicine barrel and fill it with an extra bucket of liquid medicine. Huaimei said in a domineering tone, I also want to practice here and comprehend the Eye of Heaven. Well, I'm telling you, a slave, that you won't understand. Just be obedient. Don't worry, my elders have already informed your patriarch, King Chu Tianwang, and no one will scold you. If you need medicine, come with me. I only serve the young master. Xingnu's face darkened. For some reason, looking at the smug look of the little bald guy, he always wanted to slap the back of his bald head. You little girl, how dare you disobey me? Do you know what the relationship between me and your young lady is? Huaimei was angry. At this time, Chu Tian's calm voice came from the room. Xingnu, this is Shengwang Peak, it's your home. No matter who it is, if they dare to despise or humiliate you, you will beat them up. The young master will support you. As soon as the words fell, Huaimei's face fell. He was fearless, but he had a psychological shadow on Chu Tian. After all, Chu Tian is about the same age as him, so beating him up wouldn't be considered bullying, but he just couldn't beat him. In terms of background, Chu Tian's parents are both emperors, especially the broken sword Emperor Jian Kongzu, who is a fierce man that even his father is afraid of. In every aspect, Chu Tian restrained him. Bang! At this moment, Huaimei felt a pain on the back of her head. It was Xingnu with a dark face who slapped her on the back of her head without hesitation. Xingnu felt that he actually had a good temper, but he had never wanted to beat someone up like this. This little bald guy seems to have a kind of temperament that makes people want to slap him. Huime glared at him. A lowly maid actually relied on her higher realm to dare to hit his head. Bang, bitch, do you believe that I can let someone? Bang, my father is the emperor. Bang, bang. You're finished, completely finished. Do you know that you drew the future of the Sehang holy sect? Bang, okay, big sister, can I go get the medicine myself? Don't smoke anymore. Chapter 32, Eye Gouging. Jian Kangzu returns. Congratulations to the host, you have plundered the opportunity of becoming the son of fortune, the holy fruit of compassion, and are rewarded with 3,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully suppressed the son of luck and are rewarded with 1,000 destiny points. The system's gentle and pleasant voice sounded. Reminder to the host, if you kill the son of luck, you will receive a huge reward of destiny points. Chu Dian glanced at the little bald man who was also taking a medicinal bath outside the room, and his heart was slightly moved. This is the territory of Holy Emperor Peak. It was indeed not difficult for him to kill this little bald guy. But after thinking about it carefully, Chu Dian gave up this idea. It's easy to kill Huime. But Huime died in the Shengxian sect, and there would be endless troubles afterwards. The Chu family had not solved all the troubles in the sect, so there was no need to provoke a powerful Sehang Shengzong. Chu Dian took out the Sehang holy fruit and swallowed it. The fruit melted in his mouth and turned into a powerful purple energy, which began to baptize Chu Dian's body. The Sehang holy fruit is of the supreme divine medicine level, known as the elixir of immortality. It is the treasure of the Sehang holy sect and has been cultivated for an extremely long time. Its preciousness is much higher than that of the holy vein flower and fruit. This supreme divine medicine is of great benefit to practitioners of all realms, whether they are forging the body, refining the mind, or even reaching the level of Emperor Supreme and comprehending the Tao. I'm afraid the Sehang holy sect doesn't have many of them in stock. They were meant for Huime to use to strengthen her body, sharpen her spirit, and build a solid foundation. Instead, he used it to pay homage to his elder brother and pick up girls. White Eye suddenly feel a little cold. At this time, Huime, who was soaking in the medicine barrel, suddenly shivered, opened her eyes and glanced around, and finally her gaze fell on Shengnu. Could it be that this slave has become addicted to spanking him on the back of the head? It seems that he has to find an opportunity to please this girl, otherwise he won't be able to bear it if she comes to hit him on the head every day. But he had no idea that he had just been to the gates of hell. At night, the starlight fell, and the Shengxian sect was covered with a silver silk. The main hall of Holy Emperor Peak. Many high-ranking members of the sect gathered together. King Chu Dian and Yi Qianshang sat on the main seats on the left and right sides of the center, while the high-ranking members of the Shengxian sect sat on the left. On the right, the old man in white from the Sehang holy sect sat in the first seat, followed by a group of men and women in the same white clothes with noble temperaments. Above the main hall stood a projection of a spirit. His face could not be seen clearly, and he was wearing a loose white robe. His terrifying majesty and divine power were not inferior to those of King Chu and Yi Qianshang who were sitting in the main seat. Boom! Suddenly, King Chu Dian's deep and furious voice echoed in the main hall. I wonder who dares to dig out the eye of heaven between my son's eyebrows. I don't care whether the eye of Heavenly Tao belongs to Heavenly Destiny Dao Zun or someone else. I only know that the eye of Heavenly Tao has recognized my son as its master. Whoever dares to take advantage of my son will be killed by me. King Chu Dian's face was furious. He glanced at the many men and women in white, especially old Chu who was sitting in the first seat. His eyes were filled with terrible murderous intent. He then looked at the soul projection in the air. Taoist Master Tianyan, if the Holy Sehang sect wants to go to war with my Holy Tian sect, I can fight to the end, but I don't want to hear such words again. See a visitor out. King Chu Dian burst out with a rare powerful and terrifying aura, which made the faces of many powerful men and women in the Sehang holy sect pale slightly. Heavenly King, please calm down. Taoist Tianyan spoke slowly, his voice neither hurried nor slow. He is the current Holy Lord of the Sehang Holy Sect, ranked 85th on the Hangtian list, even above King Chu Dian and Yi Qianshang. I am not here to threaten your Shengxian sect, but I come with great sincerity and want to negotiate with you. You two should also understand how important the Eye of Heaven is to our Sehang Holy Sect. Tianming Daozhen is one of the strongest people in the history of our Sehang Holy Sect. The Eye of Heaven that she condensed has a huge benefit to the cultivation of the people of our Sehang Holy Sect. Our Holy Sect's current saint, Hylian, has practiced the Heavenly Tao Sutra. If she can obtain the Eye of Heavenly Tao, she will be even more powerful and her future will be limitless. As expected, the scripture that the young saint Chu Dian practices should be the Chu family's Tuangi Sutra, or the Shengxian Sutra. Although the Eye of Heaven is useful to him, it cannot maximize its effect. As long as your sect agrees, you can propose any conditions you want. I guarantee with my character and the reputation of my sect that after digging out the Eye of Heaven, I will never damage the foundation of the little saint in the slightest. King Chu Dian's face became increasingly gloomy and ashen, and a terrifying aura circulated through his body. In the main hall, the faces of the Chu family's senior executives became increasingly grim. Taoist Master Tianyan, I'll say it again, King Chu Dian almost spat out each word from between his teeth. Second brother, don't get angry first. At this time, Yi Qianshang suddenly stretched out his hand and placed it on King Chu Dian's shoulder. His face seemed a little gloomy, and he said comfortingly, the reason why Tianyan Daozhen did this is also for the benefit of the sect. As the leaders of the sect, we should remain calm and understand his starting point. Buzz. King Chu Dian only felt a buzzing sound in his mind, and said in disbelief, brother, what do you mean by this? Xiaodian was also raised by you. You even proposed to adopt Xiaodian as your adopted son, but you gave up in the end because Kangzu was unwilling. Even if Xiaodian's attitude towards you has been a little bad these past few days, it's because of the Lu family's affairs, so it's understandable. Besides, he's still a child, how could you say such things now? The Eye of Heaven has been refined by Xiaodian, recognized his master, and fused with his flesh and blood. He wants to dig the Eye of Heaven out from between Xiaodian's eyebrows. How can I understand this and remain calm? King Chu's eyes were bloodshot, veins popped out on his neck, and he looked at his most trusted and respected elder brother in disbelief. Second brother, calm down first and listen to what your elder brother has to say. Yi Qianshang growled, we are the leaders of the sect and must plan for the long-term interests of the sect. Look, Uncle Hungwu did something wrong and was forced to commit suicide. Third brother's child was imprisoned by Xiaodian in the prison. As the sect leader and the head of the Yi family, did I say anything? King Chu's eyes were bloodshot, his fists were clenched, and murderous aura was rolling. You also understand the importance of the Eye of Heaven to the Sehang Holy Sect. They are determined to obtain the Eye of Heaven. Rather than letting them plot secretly and harm Xiaodian, it is better to agree to it and gain huge benefits for the sect from them. Yi Qianshang said in a low voice, I watched Xiaodian grow up with my own eyes, and I can't bear it, but for the long-term interests of the sect, second brother, you have to understand big brother. Even if it's not Xiaodian, but my biological son, for the benefit of the sect, I will do it no matter how much I can't bear it. King Chu Dian was trembling all over, with endless anger in his heart, but Yi Qianshang kept talking about the overall situation and interests of the sect, and he didn't know where to start to refute him. Boom! At this moment, the sky was torn apart, and a sword light crossed the void, slashing towards Tianyan Daozhen and Yi Qianshang at the same time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The terrifying sword energy tore through the sky of the Holy Emperor Peak, and it seemed that even time and space were about to be destroyed by the sword light. Jian Kangzu, are you crazy? How dare you attack us at the main peak of the sect? Yi Qianshang's face changed drastically. He slammed the table and stood up, shouting angrily. He raised his hand and clenched his fist, punching out into the depths of the void, colliding with the sword light. Broken sword god. Tianyin Daozin's figure disappeared into the depths of time and space, but the sword light followed him like a shadow, directly following and slashing into time and space, slashing down repeatedly, causing most of his projected soul to be consumed. In the main hall, many sect leaders were horrified and used their magical powers to eliminate the scattered sword energy. Otherwise, who knows how many people on the Holy Emperor Peak would be killed by the aftermath. On the top of the Holy Emperor Peak, seeing this, the old camel grinned, his sparse yellow teeth showing through, and he put away the small silver sword in his hand. Fortunately, before leaving this time, the lady knew the master's character and was careful, so she left him away to contact her privately. Chapter 33, I can't intervene, go talk to my son. Madam, why are you back again? King Chu Dian stood up and looked at the shadow of Jian Kongzu's spirit in the sky, holding a broken sword and brimming with murderous intent. He said in a trembling voice, Madam, please don't be impulsive. I'm discussing this with my eldest brother. Put the sword away first. Chu, you coward, luckily I was careful. If I hadn't come back, you would have been sold, your own son's eyebrows would have been dug out, and you would have had to count money for others. Just get out of my way. Jian Kongzu's voice was cold and filled with murderous intent as he stared at Yi Qianchong. Old man, do you think that I can't chop you with a sword just because I'm back at my parents' house to do something? You actually want to plot against my precious son? Are you tired of living? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The broken sword in Jian Kongzu's hand was flowing with sword energy and divine light. The scattered strands of sword energy caused the void of the Holy Emperor Peak to distort and tear apart. It seemed that a sword would be cut down at any time, splitting the Holy Emperor Peak in half. Yi Qianchong's face was ugly and gloomy to the extreme, with his fists clenched. He didn't understand. This woman had returned to the ancient sword god clan, which was separated from the Hengtian continent by the endless starry sky and countless realms. How could she get the news so quickly and come back so promptly? It seems that it will be difficult to take this opportunity to destroy this kid Chu Dian. Jian Kongzu, this is a major sect matter. I am the sect leader and am currently discussing it with my second brother. What's there to discuss? Jian Kongzu's voice was icy. He swung his sword and interrupted Yi Qianchong directly, saying, Tell me, what is there to discuss? What are you talking about? Are you discussing some suitable conditions in exchange for digging out the eye of heaven from between my precious son's eyebrows? Everyone in your Yi family, died together, is not as valuable as a finger of my precious son. What can you offer in exchange? Do you dare to dig one and try? Jian Kongzu looked at King Chu and said coldly, King Chu, tell me, is there any room for negotiation on this matter? King Chu Dian had a wry smile on his face, but he was secretly relieved. He said, Madam is right. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Yi Qianchong's face was extremely ugly, but he did not say anything else, knowing that it was impossible to do anything. Jian Kongzu looked towards Tianyin Daozin in the depths of time and space and said indifferently, Old man, you'd better put away your little calculations. If my precious son gets hurt, those two little guys of your Sehang Holy Sect, Hylian and Huaimei, will die even if they hide in the depths of Sehang Holy Sect. If you don't believe me, you can try it. After Jian Kongzu finished speaking, he looked towards Shengwang Peak. It seemed that he could see Chu Dian practicing in the medicine barrel. His eyes were full of doting, and the projection gradually dissipated. Across the endless starry sky, several large world projections took action. Even with her strength, she could not hold on for too long. The old man in white, Mr. Chu, and many men and women from the Sehang Holy Sect had expressions of infinite horror on their faces, as if they were watching a myth reappear. Crossing the endless starry sky and killing Emperor Qianchong and the Holy Lord at the same time with a sword, if this isn't a myth, then what is? They suddenly understood that the Eye of Heaven should have belonged to the Holy Sehang sect, so taking it back was reasonable. But why did the usually overbearing and powerful sect master suddenly break his usual habit and negotiate with the Holy Heaven sect, willing to pay a huge price? Taoist Master Tianyin emerged from the depths of time and space, looking somewhat helpless. He sighed, clasped his fists towards King Chu and said, Your Majesty, I'm sorry. I had to do this for the benefit of our sect and for the sake of future generations. I am also puzzled as to why the Eye of Heaven recognized your son as its master. It is obvious that he is neither a member of my Sehang Holy Sect nor has he practiced my Holy Sect skills. It's really a ghost. Taoist Tianyin shook his head, his voice filled with helplessness. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, he would be willing to dig out the eyebrows of a little guy whose parents were both emperors. But the Eye of Heaven is extremely important to the Sehang Holy Sect, especially to Hylian, a member of the Sehang Holy Sect who is a monster that appears only once in hundreds of thousands of years. It is related to how far she can go in the future. He searched all the worlds, asked for help from countless powerful people, paid a huge price, and asked people to spend their lives to deduce the secrets of heaven, but he still couldn't find the inheritance of Tianyin Daozin. Who could have predicted that the Eye of Heaven would appear, but it had already recognized the Holy Son of the Holy Heaven sect as its master. That brat Huaimei is staying on the Holy Emperor Peak right now. Soon, I will ask the little girl Hylian to come over as well. Tianyin Daozin said with a fist salute. I'm afraid that the two little guys from my Holy Sect will have to bother you a lot in the future. I hope that Emperor Qianchong will do me a favor. My Sehang Holy Sect will definitely reward you handsomely. King Chu Dian smiled and said, No problem, no problem. Shengxian sect and your sect have been friends for many years. As long as that brat of mine doesn't chase him away, I, as his father, naturally don't mind. At this time, Yi Qianchong's face was extremely gloomy. The thing he feared most finally happened. In this way, the Chu family established a relationship with the Sehang Holy Sect. The Holy Sehang sect directly bypassed the sect and asked for help from the Chu family. The influence of King Chu in the sect will inevitably increase sharply. Suddenly, a roar exploded from outside the main hall. Damn it, if anyone dares to dig out my nephew's eyebrows, I will kill him. Chu Tianyin strode in from outside the hall, his face full of murderous intent, holding in his hand a dried corpse wearing a snow-white gauze dress. The terrifying majesty of the emperor emanated from the corpse. Brother, is that old man Yi Qianchong stirring things up again? Damn it, I really can't stand it anymore. You're bullying my Chu family. Whoever dares to dig out the eyebrows of my Chu family's pride, I will leave the law enforcement hall and wipe out his entire family. Chu Tianyin was filled with murderous intent, his eyes swept over many sect leaders, and finally fell on Yi Qianchong. Yi Qianchong, my elder brother treats you as a brother, but don't think that I don't know what you are planning. There's nothing to discuss about this matter. There's no room for negotiation. Get out of here, everyone. King Chu was spitting everywhere. He was originally handling some matters at the Lu family. When he heard the news, he was so angry that he almost exploded on the spot. He rushed over quickly carrying the dried corpse of Tianyin Daozin. Chu Tianyin, you are too presumptuous. This is the master's hall, not your Shengwang Peak. Yi Qianchong was furious. He was the master of Shengxian sect. First it was Jian Kongzu, and now Chu Tianyin appeared. Chu Tianyin sneered repeatedly. At this time, King Chu came over and told him everything in a low voice, but even so, his eyes were still full of murderous intent, and his eyes swept over the Sehang Holy Sect headed by old Chu. You are so good, Sehang Holy Sect, you are bullying my Chu family. At this time, Tianyin Daozin suddenly spoke up and said, Temple Master Tianyin, what you have in your hands is the corpse of the founder of our holy sect, Tianyin Daozin. I seem to still be in your body, sensing the Tao essence of the Tao Pearl. That's right, but so what? Chu Tianyin sneered, his murderous aura thick. After Shao Dian obtained the inheritance of the emperor's corpse, I considered your Sehang holy sect's reputation and planned to return it to you, but you actually wanted to dig out the eye of heaven between Shao Dian's eyebrows. In that case, if you want the emperor's corpse, go ask Shao Dian for it yourself. I won't care. After Chu Tianyin finished speaking, he walked out of the main hall, carrying the emperor's corpse, and flew directly to the Holy Emperor Peak. Emperor Tianwang, the new Taoist master Tianyin looked at King Chu Tian, his face full of helplessness. He really didn't expect that what the little Saint Chu Tian obtained was not even just the eye of heaven, but the entire inheritance of Taoist master Tianyin, including the corpse. This is really weird. King Chu Tian smiled helplessly and said, you can see it too. I can't interfere in this matter. You can send someone to talk to my son. Chapter 34. This middle-aged man really wants to kill him. Holy Emperor Peak, the stars are shining and I have a sleepless night. Huaimei went through a very painful and agonizing night. She had never felt so tortured before. It was a double blow to her mentally and physically. But what made Huaimei suffer was that after a whole night, he could barely absorb the medicinal power of a bucket of liquid medicine. However, Chu Tian called Shengnu for a whole night and changed the medicine 5 times. This means that in the same amount of time, Chu Tian's efficiency in absorbing the medicinal liquid is 5 times that of his. This shouldn't be the case. Why is there such a big gap? I have a strength of 1.1 million kilograms. A difference of only 400,000 kilograms shouldn't be this huge of a difference. Is the Chaos God demon body really that terrifying? Huaimei was in psychological torment all night. There were faint bloodshot eyes and she stared at Chu Tian's door without blinking. The psychological stimulation of this night was extraordinary. And it's not just a blow to talent, because there was a tall middle-aged man standing next to him, holding a female mummy in his hand, staring at his face with murderous eyes, and he didn't move his eyes away all night, as if he wanted to dig a hole in his face. Huaimei was terrified all night, her whole body was cold, and she was exhausted. Even though she knew that this middle-aged man was probably trying to scare her, the terrifying murderous aura he exuded could not be faked. This middle-aged man really wanted to stab him from the bottom of his heart. That night, let alone comprehending the Tao essence emitted from the eye of heaven, he always felt that he would die suddenly at any time. Suddenly, Chu Tian's voice came from the room, Xingnu, change clothes. Okay, young master. Xingnu responded, picked up the folded black clothes, and said to Chu Tianyin, third master, I will go and change the clothes for the young master now. Come in, he grew up under my watch. He's seen everything. Chu Tianyin had a murderous look on his face, and he glared at Huaimei fiercely before pushing open the door and walking in. Brother, help. Huaimei was terrified and rushed into the room. Chu Tian stood in front of the mirror with a calm expression, raised his hands, and asked Xingnu to change his clothes. Chu Tianyin stood aside with a gloomy expression, occasionally looking at Huaimei with murderous eyes, and told him everything that happened last night. After taking the holy fruit of Seheng, his strength improved greatly that night, and his power soared by another 200,000 pounds, reaching 2 million pounds. In the middle of the night, he took another top-grade spirit-forging pill, which renewed his 3 halos. His mental progress was also great, reaching a level of meticulousness. He could clearly see all the lines on a grain of sand, and his control over his body was one step closer. If he were to fight Huaimei, Chu Tian was confident that he could defeat Huaimei with just his body and spirit without using the Eye of Heaven. Chu Tian estimated that his physical strength should have reached its limit. After all, the true dragon cub, known as the strongest divine beast, usually weighs only a little over 1 million pounds. The Seheng Holy Sect wants to dig out my Eye of Heaven. After listening to his third uncle, Chu Tian muttered to himself, waved his hand to let Xingnu stand aside, walked out of the room, looked at the Holy Emperor Peak in the distance with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Chu Tian was not surprised by Yi Qianshang's attitude, it was understandable. However, Chu Tian felt that the attitude of the Seheng Holy Sect was a little strange. He knew the original plot and that Tianyin Daozhen was a powerful figure who could plan and strategize, so he should not do such a stupid and irrational thing. Because if this kind of thing happened to an ordinary disciple of Shangxian sect who had no background, it might not be surprising. But what is his background? This will almost certainly anger King Chu, the emperor who holds great power. Even if he is aware of the overall situation, he would not allow people to dig out the eyes of his only son. It would also anger and offend the Chu family, the founding family of the Shangxian sect, and create a big enemy for no reason. Brother, this has nothing to do with me. Mr. Chu really never mentioned it to me. At this time, Huaimei had a sad face. After hearing what Chu Tianyin said, he was shocked. He finally understood why the middle-aged man had looked as if he wanted to dig a big hole in his face all night. My own sect actually wants to dig a hole in the forehead of the other party's young master. No wonder the other party's elders want to open their eyes. Shao Dian, this matter is also my fault for not being thoughtful enough. I didn't expect the Seheng Holy Sect to be so unscrupulous for the Eye of Heaven. Therefore, I didn't inform your father in advance, so he was caught off guard. But your father responded very firmly last night. He endured the tremendous pressure and slammed the table to express his disagreement. He even talked about going to war with the Seheng Holy Sect. Chu Tianyin's face was gloomy, and he said, the main reason is that our family has been isolated. Yi Qianshang dragged a large group of families to hold a high-level meeting, and kept talking about the righteousness of the sect. In addition, the Seheng Holy Sect is really willing to make sacrifices, and the conditions they offered are very tempting. Fortunately, your mother's spirit returned and with one sword she broke through all the magic and silenced them. Chu Tianyin sneered as he raised the emperor's corpse in his hand and said, Shao Dian, you're the protagonist in this matter, so it is up to you to decide whether to return the emperor's corpse of Tianyin Daozhen to the Seheng Holy Sect. If you're feeling angry, just let me know, and third uncle will ask second uncle to refine this emperor's corpse into a weapon, so that the Seheng Holy Sect will be furious. Then, we'll call a family meeting and find an opportunity to kill a bunch of Seheng Holy Sect members and wipe out several of their branches. Third uncle has already passed on the message. From now on, if anyone in the clan encounters the Seheng Holy Sect, especially those from the Tianyin Daozhen lineage, they must fight them to death. If any problems arise, the clan will protect them. Later, third uncle will hang this little bald guy up to the top of Saint Emperor Peak and have someone whip him to relieve your anger. If you dare to humiliate our family, you must first consider how much you will pay. Brother, third uncle, please don't be angry or impulsive. Oh my god, I'm still young and I still want to pursue my cousin. I don't want to die, and I don't want to lose face. When Huaimei heard this, her charming little face turned pale. She felt that her life was in danger because Tianyin Daozhen was her master. Her master was going to let her die in the Chu family. She said tremblingly, Tianyin Daozhen is one of the most powerful ancestors of our Seheng Holy Sect. If her emperor corpse was refined into a weapon, all the ancestors in the sect would be furious and the sect master would vomit blood. This is a great humiliation that will never end. Big brother, third uncle, please don't be impulsive. There must be a misunderstanding. My master loves me very much and will not harm me. Haha, you're so young, yet you still understand that this is a great shame and humiliation. Then, when you, the leader of the Seheng Holy Sect, come to us to discuss digging out the eyebrows of our sect's holy son, have you ever considered the reputation of my Chu family or even the Shangxian sect? Chu Tianyin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Is this something that can be negotiated? Then I will dig out one of your eyes first, and then pay you double compensation from the Seheng Holy Sect. He looked at Huaimei's face, as if wondering which eye to dig out first. The strong evil aura frightened Huaimei so much that her face turned pale, but she didn't know how to respond and her legs were trembling. It's over, the Chu family is going to be killed. No matter how powerful the holy sect is, it is impossible for it to rush to the Chu family's main hall to save him. Little Saint Son, Master Tianyan, please calm down, calm down. At this time, the old man in white, Mr. Chu, arrived. Seeing Huaimei's little face pale with fear, he hurried forward to hug her with heartache, and turned around to tell the people from the Sehang holy sect who followed them to stay at a distance and watch. Little Saint, Master Tianyan, there's a misunderstanding here. Please listen to me and let me explain. My Sehang holy sect truly did not intend to offend the Chu family in this way. Elder Chu said with a wry smile, just as the matter at Holy Emperor Peak was resolved overnight, the Holy Master instructed me to come here and personally explain the whole situation to you, Little Saint. Huaimei's charming little face turned pale, and even her shiny bald head lost its color. She nodded repeatedly and said, brother, it's a misunderstanding, it must be a misunderstanding. My master loves me very much and would never hurt me like this. He was lawless and was really scared. He is extremely bold, but not stupid. This is not some childish competition. Under such great humiliation, the Chu family will really take his life. Chapter 35 Enough, shut up. Misunderstanding, if there is any misunderstanding, go tell the king of hell. My eldest brother is easy to talk to, but I won't tolerate you. Chu Tianyan was murderous and sneered. You are rushing here now just for the emperor's corpse, right? My Chu family has decided to refine it into a weapon. As for you guys, every last one of you, don't even think about leaving Shengxian sect. Otherwise, if the news gets out, my Chu family will be finished on Hangtian continent. Uncle San, let's listen to what the Sehang holy sect has to say before we refine the emperor's corpse into a weapon. Chu Tian's face was calm. With his intuition as a human in two lives and his understanding of the original plot, he always felt that there must be a deeper reason behind this. The little saint is magnanimous and broad-minded. His future achievements will surely be limitless. Old Chu breathed a sigh of relief, flattered Chu Tian a little before continuing. Master Tianyan, please calm down your anger and listen to what this old man has to say. The emperor's corpse of Tianming Daoxing's ancestor is indeed one of the reasons why I came here. After all, the top leaders of my holy sect all think that this is really weird. After all, there is no fate between the little saint and my holy sect, and there is no connection between us, but he can obtain the entire inheritance of his ancestors. It is really bizarre. But since the Eye of Heaven has already recognized the little saint and become one with him, and the Chu family and my holy sect have been friends for a million years, we are only thinking about how to resolve this matter in a way that can both solve the problem and protect our friendship. Beforehand, the sect's leaders held a meeting to discuss the matter. Most of them were unwilling to antagonize the Holy Heaven sect, a sentiment shared by the Holy Lord. Only a small number of people felt the Eye of Heaven should be excavated, arguing that it was a divine artifact condensed from the utmost care and effort of our ancestors. However, the leader of your sect contacted the Holy Lord and said that as long as the Sehang holy sect is willing to pay a sufficient price, this matter can be discussed. After considering it, the Holy Lord felt that Emperor Tianchong and Emperor Tianwang were sworn brothers for life and death, and that this was also what Emperor Tianwang meant, so he personally projected forward to negotiate, and was also prepared to pay any huge price in exchange for the Eye of Heaven. After the Holy Lord proposed this, he never expected the Heavenly King Emperor to be so furious, even threatening to go to war with our holy sect. Even the broken sword Divine Lord projected down from beyond the boundless starry sky. So the Holy Lord immediately sensed something was amiss and abandoned the idea of gouging out his eyes. He later apologized to the Heavenly King Emperor. Elder Chu held Huaimei in his arms, looked at Chu Dian, and said with a wry smile, Little Saint Son, Master Tianyan, the Saint Master felt something was amiss afterwards, so he asked me to come and explain to you quickly, to prevent your family from taking any extreme actions that would damage the relationship between your Chu family and our Sehang holy sect. Eye gouging was not the original intention of our Sehang holy sect. There is indeed a misunderstanding. Huaimei's shoulders were still trembling slightly. After all, she was still young and hadn't recovered from the shock. There were tears in the corners of her eyes, but she raised her head and said with gritted teeth, Old Chu, that bastard Yi Tianchong wanted to kill me. When I grow up, I will chop him alive. He said that his master loved him so much and he was still in the Holy Emperor Peak. It was impossible for him to suddenly run to the Chu family for no reason to discuss digging out Chu Dian's eyebrows. Wouldn't that kill him? Boom, Yi Tianchong, I knew that this guy was full of righteousness in his words, but he actually had bad intentions in private and was full of conspiracies and tricks. Only my eldest brother was stupid enough to treat him as a brother for life and death. Chu Tianyan was filled with murderous intent, and his anger was like a volcano about to erupt. Our own sect leader has taken the initiative to propose to dig out the divine eye between the eyebrows of the sect saint. If this gets out, Shengxian sect will become the laughingstock of the entire continent. It turns out that after a whole night of commotion, the real cause was within the Shengxian sect and its own sect leader. Chu Dian's face was calm. As expected, he felt something was wrong from the beginning. His parents were both emperors, and even though the Sehang holy sect had a deep foundation, was arrogant and lawless, they would not be so outrageous as to come to negotiate and dig out the Eye of Heaven between his eyebrows. In the original plot, Tianyan Daoxing was able to teach Huaimei and Hylian, two monsters who could make clouds and rain with a flip of their hands. No matter how you look at it, they wouldn't be so stupid. This was also the first time he felt that there was something hidden. I'm afraid Yi Tianchong also wants to take advantage of the opportunity, ideally to dig out his Eye of Heaven, and by the way, make the Sehang holy sect and the Chu family completely hostile to each other. At this moment, Chu Dian suddenly curled up the corners of his mouth. This Tianyan Daoxing was really so naive that he only realized afterwards that this was Yi Tianchong's trick, regretted it, and apologized quickly. If a great hero of his generation was stupid enough to be played as a pawn by Yi Tianchong, he would not be able to sit on the position of the Holy Lord of Sehang. I'm afraid it's just to sow discord, take advantage of the situation, and divide the relationship between the two founding families of the Shengxian sect. However, from this perspective, King Chu Dian's various compromises and concessions, and his willingness to make concessions to maintain the authority of his elder brother Yi Tianchong as the sect leader, did indeed make the Shengxian sect extremely powerful, and even the hero Tianyan Daoxing was wary of him, and wanted to take the opportunity to sow discord. Of course, King Chu's constant compromise and concessions were all at the expense of the Chu family's interests, and ultimately pushed the Chu family to its doom. If you're trying to sow discord, I can turn the tables on you. Chu Dian's eyes flashed coldly. Yi Tianchong probably didn't expect that Tianyan Daoxing would turn the tables on him and reveal everything. The sect leader colluded with outsiders and wanted to dig out the eyebrows of his own saint son. The whole sect must be in an uproar. However, this matter needs to be thoroughly confirmed. The Holy Lord was sighing. Fortunately, Broken Sword Divine Master returned at the last moment and interrupted the negotiations. Otherwise, if a fight had really taken place, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, Elder Chu said in a low voice, the relationship between the Holy Sect and the Chu family will be completely hostile. There will be no room for maneuver. This is just your family's opinion. Do you have any evidence? At this time, Chu Tian suddenly said calmly, Uncle Tianchong and my father are sworn brothers. He watched me grow up. How could he do such a thing? I have reason to suspect that your Sehang holy sect is trying to sow discord between the two founding families of my Shengxian sect. Chu Tian is very familiar with the tactics of taking advantage of contradictions, using other strength to defeat them, and using a small force to achieve a great effect. If Yi Tianchong wanted the Chu family to be at odds with the Sehang holy sect, then he had to make Yi Tianchong hate the Sehang holy sect. Unjust, unfair, Lil Saint, how can you say that? Even if I had the courage of heaven, I wouldn't dare to talk nonsense about such a thing. Elder Chu smiled bitterly. Tianqiang's sect master used his magical powers to communicate. Where did he get the evidence? But little Saint Sun, you can ask the Heavenly King Emperor to go to the Holy Sect to find the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord has supernatural powers and can go back in time and recreate the conversation at that time. Chu Tianyan sneered repeatedly and said, Xiaodian, why do we need any evidence? The facts are clear. It's just that you targeted him twice, forced Yi Hongwu to death, and imprisoned Yi Fan. In addition, you ranked first on the Earth ranking. He felt that you were too threatening and wanted to take the opportunity to destroy you. What facts are you talking about, third brother? Don't talk nonsense in front of outsiders. At this time, the voice of King Chu Tian came from outside the door. He had just returned from the Holy Emperor Peak. His face looked slightly tired and he felt a little exhausted. Xiaodian, you know everything, right? King Chu smiled at his son and said, don't worry, it's okay, it's all over. With your father and mother here, no one can hurt you. But don't blame Uncle Tianqiang, he's just like Dad, he's devoted to the future of the sect. Brother, it's already this time. He wants to dig out your own son's eyes, and you are still speaking for him. But at this moment, Chu Tianyan shouted angrily and interrupted King Chu directly. Chu Tianyan pointed at Elder Chu and said fiercely, damn it, old man from the Sehang Holy Sect, repeat everything you just said to my eldest brother in full. Let him know what good things his sworn brothers have done in secret. Old Chu smiled bitterly, and understood that the Holy Lord had assigned him a thankless task. But there was nothing he could do. The ancestor's imperial corpse was in someone else's hands, and it was his side that was at fault first. He immediately repeated the matter to King Chu. Master Chu, the Holy Lord also said that he is currently in seclusion and cannot come out for the time being. If you don't believe it, you can go to the Holy Sect and he will use his magical powers to travel back in time and space. Then the truth will be revealed. That's enough. Suddenly, King Chu roared angrily, and the terrifying roar of the Emperor made Chu Laojun vomit blood and fly backwards. After landing, he staggered back dozens of steps with a pale face. Chu Tianwang's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Elder Chu. You were so mean, Sehang Holy Sect. First you tried to dig out my son's eyes, and now you're trying to sow discord within my sect. You want to cause a fight between my two founding families, with both sides suffering, so that you, the Sehang Holy Sect, can reap the benefits and regain your position as the #1 sect on the continent, right? Chapter 36-2, 2 million Jin. King Chu Tian roared angrily, his hair dancing wildly, and the terrifying roar of the Emperor burst out. The whole house exploded, the sky changed color, and dark clouds pressed down in an instant, making Chu Tianyan feel like he couldn't breathe. Chu Tian's eyes were calm. He could see that King Chu Tian's hands and even his entire body were shaking violently. King Chu Tian did not disbelieve it, but he did not want to believe it, nor did he dare to believe it. His brother Yi Tianqiang, who had traveled through the worlds together, experienced life and death together, and pushed Shangxian sect to the position of the strongest sect in Hangtian continent, actually did such a thing behind his back. Although Tianyan Daozin's plan was to sow discord, in a sense, it also helped him a lot. Brother, at this point, what is there to doubt? He is just afraid of our Chu family's prosperity. Your repeated concessions have only been met with him becoming more and more demanding. Let's go find Yi Tianqiang and confront him. Chu Tianyan's face was slightly pale, but his eyes were full of murderous intent, and he growled. Third brother, stop talking. Let me think about it. I need to think about it. King Chu Tian's voice was hoarse, and he interrupted Chu Tianyan's words. He lowered his head and was silent for a while before saying to Chu Tian, Xiaodian, give Dad some time. Dad needs to think carefully. Cough cough cough. King Chu suddenly started coughing violently, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He then said, remember, you are the eldest son of the Chu family, a peerless genius and the next leader of the Holy Heaven sect. The entire Holy Heaven sect will belong to you from now on. So no matter what the true situation is, the sect must not split up and fight each other. Otherwise, we will only deplete our own strength and allow outsiders to take advantage. Do you understand? In the current context, King Chu Tianwang's words had a strong hidden meaning. Having been in power for many years, he has long seen through the fickleness of human nature. He just trusted his sworn brother too much. It can be seen that he was really hurt this time. Chu Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, bowed respectfully and said, I will know how to handle this properly, don't worry, Dad. He also understood that fighting each other would only benefit outsiders, but the Yi family wanted to kill the Chu family, and he would never allow the fate of the Chu family in the original plot to be repeated. He wanted the power of Shangxian sect, but he would never obtain it by King Chu Tian by making concessions step by step. Instead, he wanted to get it in his own way. No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today, or you will be punished according to family rules. King Chu Tian's face turned pale, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. Only his voice echoed, Tianyan, my elder brother will be in seclusion for a few days. You will temporarily handle the affairs of the clan. If there is any major incident, please report to me. Okay, big brother. Chu Tianyan gritted his teeth, still unwilling to give in, but in the end, he sighed. Damn it, that Yi Tianqiang, after all, is relying on our family's isolation and helplessness, so he dares to be so arrogant. According to my opinion, we should just overturn the table. We have 3 emperors. Let's see how many lives Yi Tianqiang has left to kill. Uncle San, there's a long way to go, and the situation is very good now. Chu Tian said with a smile. As long as King Chu doesn't make any mistakes in the future and stops being superstitious about his sworn brother, he will make a lot of money this time. The Sehang Holy Sect may have had its own little tricks and calculations, but it inadvertently helped him a lot. Besides, Dad is in seclusion, so you, third uncle, can take over the affairs of the Lu family temporarily. Then the affairs of the Lu family will be much easier to handle, right, third uncle, Chu Tian said with a smile. Chu Tianyan's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands, saying, that's right, Uncle San didn't think of this. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. Xiaodian, you are really quick-witted. Chu Tian was silent. Who could tell whether he was quick-witted or his uncle was stubborn? Xiaodian, third uncle has dispersed all the active members of the law enforcement hall. We have basically taken control of all the important figures of the Lu family. That old fellow Lu Zheng has been clamoring to see you in prison. Otherwise, he refuses to answer any questions. Do you want to see him? Chu Tianyan said, and that girl Lu Yun. When I came back last night, I saw her wandering outside the main hall, yelling that she wanted to see you and had something important to tell you. She also asked me to tell you that she knew she was wrong and wanted to apologize to you in person. This father and daughter are really annoying. Lu Zheng, my nephew can go and see him, but I need to leave him alone for a few days to temper his edge. Chu Tian shook his head and said calmly, as for Lu Yun, give the order to drive her off the mountain and not allow her to enter the Holy Emperor Peak again. Can. Chu Tianyan nodded, and suddenly he was amazed. He looked at Chu Tian and said jokingly, you kid, I never realized it before. You kept clamoring to find Lu Yun every day, and now you turn against me without saying anything. You are really cruel. Uncle, I think that little girl is indeed a beauty. When she grows up, she will definitely be a stunning beauty. Don't you want to consider her? Chu Tian said calmly, my nephew only wants to concentrate on cultivation and revitalize the family in the sect. If third uncle is interested, my cousin Chu Shang doesn't seem to be married yet, so Lu Yun can give him. Okay, Xiaodian, stop. Chu Tianyan was startled and waved his hands repeatedly, even you almost fell into her trap. If Lu Yun really married him, she would have played him to death. My family can't withstand such a toss. Chu Tian curled his lips and said nothing more. At this time, Elder Chu came over with the gleaming Huaimei. His face was still a little pale, but he couldn't help asking, Little Saint, Tianyan Hall Master, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, could you please let me take the corpse of the Heavenly Fate Taoist Master back to the Holy Sect for burial? I will definitely reward you handsomely someday. Have you explained it clearly? Chu Tian sneered and said, when did you make it clear? How could I not know? You wanted to dig out the eye of heaven between my eyebrows and use this opportunity to sow discord within my holy sect. I didn't order my men to apprehend you right then and there, but it was already because of the long-standing friendship between our two sects. You even want to take back the Emperor's corpse. There's no such thing as a cheap deal in this world. Originally, he didn't want to be involved with the Sehang Holy Sect for the time being, and the Emperor's corpse of Tianming Daozen should indeed be returned. But now that the Sehang Holy Sect has come to them, and there's a ready-made excuse, if they were to end it so easily, the outside world would think that the Chu family is too cowardly and afraid of the Sehang Holy Sect. If we don't take advantage of the situation to blackmail him, we will be doing a disservice to the good thing Yi Qianshang has done. The little bald guy can stay, but the rest, I'm sorry, our Chu family can't host them. Chu Tian's face was calm, and he waved his hand indifferently, send out. Old Chu gave a bitter smile, and the people from the Sehang Holy Sect who followed behind him also looked aggrieved. In this matter, they suffered a loss in silence, losing both their wife and their soldiers. The kind that has yet to be told. Little Saint, I will report to the Saint Lord and send others to negotiate with you to exchange for the Emperor's corpse. Please do not be impulsive and refine the ancestor's corpse into a weapon. Elder Chu clasped his fists, put down the pale Huaimei, and said, Young Master, the Holy Lord is on the Holy Emperor Peak and has already greeted the Heavenly King Emperor. You can continue to practice with the little Holy Son Chu Tian. The Holy Girl will come here to practice soon. My cousin is coming too. Suddenly, Huaimei, who was a little frightened and had tears in her eyes, brightened up. He had already backed out. After all, in this situation, continuing to follow Chu Tian would be asking for trouble. But if his cousin is coming, he won't be afraid anymore. After all, the misunderstanding has been resolved and the Chu family will not kill him. Big brother. Huaimei came up to Chu Tian with a smile and said, Last night, I was comprehending the lingering charm of the Eye of Heaven and had some insights. I hope you can give me some advice, big brother. Speaking of which, big brother, how many pounds of strength do you really have now? After the incident, Chu Tian seemed to be thinking about something and responded casually, it's only 2 million kilograms. Huaimei's smile froze. 2 million jin. Elder Chu and the people from the Sehang Holy Sect who were about to leave were shocked all over and their minds went blank. Chu Tianyan, who was standing by, was also completely confused. He asked, isn't it 1.5 million jin? At this time, Chu Tian's eyes turned slightly cold, and he walked out of the hall, leaving everyone with their mouths open. Brother, where are you going? Huaimei asked from behind. Hengtian Palace test. Chu Tian didn't even turn his head. This was just the beginning, but Yi Qianshang couldn't help but jump up and down. They wanted to dig out his eyes under the banner of the sect's interests. Since this was the case, he didn't mind giving Hengtian Continent and the Yi family a bigger shock. Chapter 37 My eldest brother is here, how dare you talk like that? It was approaching dusk. Chu Tian came to Hengtian Palace, Huaimei followed beside him with a lazy look on his face. The setting sun shone on his shiny head, his rosy skull and charming cheeks were particularly eye-catching. The Hengtian Hall was as lively as usual, but the small branch hall belonging to the Bone Tempering list had only a few figures in it, not many people. After all, Huaimei challenged for the entire night and injured almost all the disciples of Shengxian sect who had the opportunity to challenge the Bone Tempering list. They probably haven't recovered yet. At this moment, there were bursts of gasps of air suddenly coming from the fusion hall next to them. In 5 seconds, young Master Yifeng has killed 20 red flame golden crystal leopards. 10 seconds, 50 statues, my god. Young Master Yifeng has only just broken through to the fusion realm less than half a year ago. Could it be that he is going to start from 95th and break into the top 10 of the fusion list in one fell swoop? Yifeng, hearing this name, a cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. He looked at the Hengtian fusion realm list and saw that the 95th place on the fusion list was a name called Yifeng. Ranked 4th on the Hengtian list, Yifeng, the son of Emperor Tianshang, was once ranked 3rd in the blood coagulation realm, 5th in the bone tempering realm, 1st in the spirit refining realm, and 95th in the fusion realm. The eldest sister Chu Yansheng's fiancé, Yi Qianshang's son, is one of the culprits of the Chu family's destruction. He even deceived the eldest sister who was born with holy bones to death. He asked his third uncle Chu Tianyan, who told him that his eldest sister had gone out with Yifeng to gain experience. It seems that the eldest sister Chu Yansheng has also come back. There was a deep coldness in Chu Tian's eyes. He would never allow the tragedy in the original plot to happen again. At this time, Chu Tian's suddenly noticed that his ranking on the Evergrande standings had dropped to 2nd place again. The ranking of Saint Hillian once again came to the 1st place. Although her ranking of the 1st in the fusion realm did not change, her subsequent battle records were greatly refreshed. This is such a strong-willed woman. Chu Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly. In the original plot, this was an extremely strong-willed and arrogant woman who wanted to be the first in everything. His cousin has become stronger again. Huaimei grimaced constantly and scratched her head hard, her scalp itching uncomfortably. If this goes on, when will I be able to catch up with her? At this time, bursts of exclamations were heard in the God Refining Temple. Yu rushed to the 83rd place on the Spirit Refining ranking and killed 10 nightmare beasts in the illusion in 1 minute. Why are all the Yi family members so excited today? This is the 16th person from the Yi family who has come to Hengtian Palace to challenge for the list below the fusion realm. Does the Yi family intend to dominate both the fusion ranking and the Spirit Refining ranking? You haven't heard about it, right? Yesterday, our sect's bone tempering realm cultivator was beaten by that bald guy from the Sehang Holy Sect. After he was defeated by the little Holy Son, the sect master went back and got really angry, scolding the younger generation of the Yi family for being incompetent and bringing shame to the Yi family. The children of the Yi family are now holding their breath and rushing to the top of the list with all their might, trying to overshadow the little Saint Chu Tian. They even called back young Master Yifeng who was away training. It's truly astonishing. The Yi family is indeed worthy of being the founding family. There are so many geniuses in this generation. On the other hand, the Chu family has only a few capable individuals of this generation. Although the young Saint Chu Tian is very talented, he is still too young to carry the family alone. At this moment, a burst of exclamation suddenly came from the fusion hall next to it. In 1 minute, I killed 367 red flame golden crystal leopards, my god. Yifeng has made it into the top 10, ranking 6th on the fusion list. My god, young Master Yifeng is only 17 years old this year. Hurry up and look at the rankings on the Earth list. Young Master Yifeng has risen to 2nd place on the Earth ranking, surpassing the little saint. Chu Tian looked up when he heard this and saw that his ranking on the list, which had originally fallen to 2nd place, had dropped to 3rd place while Yifeng's ranking jumped forward and jumped ahead of him. Only 17, and 2nd on the Earth ranking, and 6th on the fusion ranking. Such incredible talent. I'm afraid she's on par with my cousin. Huaimei scratched her head vigorously, grimacing, why do your generation from the Shengxian sect seem so impressive? They're only a little behind ours. Brother Feng, that little bald head is Huaimei, and Chu Tian is here too. A familiar voice came from the fusion hall. Chu Tian looked up and saw Yi Chang, who looked pale, walking out of the fusion hall. He was pointing at him and Huai Mei and speaking to a handsome man in a white robe beside him. The man in white robe was tall and slender, and he walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. He had a kind of divine and powerful aura, and one glance at him would inevitably attract people with his temperament. He is Yi Feng, the young master of the contemporary Yi family, a genius and the fiancé of Chu Tian's eldest sister Chu Yunsheng. Chu Tian was about to step into the test space when he heard a voice. He turned around and glanced, and his eyes met Yi Feng's. Xiao Tian, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Yi Feng smiled gently and waved to Chu Tian, asking him to come over. He was like a kind elder calling a child at home, and his attitude was very intimate. In Chu Tian's memory, Yi Feng was very close to him because of his marriage to his eldest sister Chu Yunsheng. He treated him very well. Every time he returned from training, he would bring him some strange gadgets, natural treasures, etc. Chu Tian also respected this eldest brother who was talented, yet elegant and amiable. The eldest sister Chu Yunsheng was deceived by his appearance. Later, for him, she was despised by the entire Hengtian continent, hunted down by major sects, and finally died tragically at his hands. In the end, Yi Feng personally led the strong men to hunt down the great hate demon lord, who had no way to go to heaven or enter the earth. However, he was not as elegant and amiable as he is now. Chu Tian's face was calm. He suddenly raised his hand and made a gesture of cutting Yi Feng's neck, then stepped into the vortex of golden rocks. After all, this was the purpose of his visit. From the moment of his rebirth, Yi Feng was already a dead man in his eyes. The only difference was when he would die. Chu Tian is such a bastard, so bold that he actually dares to provoke you, brother Feng. Yi Chang said in a low voice. Yi Feng's smile remained elegant as he explained, don't worry, Xiao Tian probably has some misunderstandings about me. Let's wait here. At this time, Yu also walked out of the spirit refining hall and had already rushed to the 80th place on the spirit refining list. He was a strong young man. Brother Feng, you just have too good a temper. The little devil of the Chu family forced the supreme elder Hung Wu to death, imprisoned Yi Fan, and disobeyed the sect leader. He doesn't know any etiquette at all. He is simply lawless and needs discipline, Yu said coldly. If my eldest brother were here, would you dare to speak like this? At this moment, Huai Mei crossed her arms, sneered, and mercilessly ridiculed him. You only dare to speak ill of my eldest brother behind his back. Trash like you will always be destined to be ordinary people. Because she was cheated by Yi Tianchong and was terrified all night, Huai Mei hated the entire Yi family. Yi Chang on the side had an ugly expression on his face, but he still had a shadow in his heart when facing Huai Mei. After all, he was hit so hard that his bones and tendons were broken. Even after taking healing pills, his arm still hurt slightly. Even if Chu Tian were standing here, I would say what I want to say. He dare not do anything to me. Yu sneered, glanced at Wei Mei's bald head, and said, he has no hair on his head and is not reliable. The evildoers of the Sihang holy sect are no more than that. They say they can defeat the enemy with one move, but after being defeated, they still cry and hug Chu Tian's thighs in public. You can only bully the useless people in the bone-tempering realm of my Shengxian sect. You must know that the real monsters of my Yi family are my eldest brother Yi Feng and the geniuses of other realms. Even if you have reached the spirit refining realm, you are far from being invincible. I can defeat you with just one move. Yi Chang's face was gloomy. Yu's words could be said to be a mockery of him, but he did not dare to retort because both his parents had passed away and he still needed the help of the other party's parents to rescue his younger brother Yi Fan. A 15-year-old loser who is only ranked 80th on the spirit refining list dares to be so arrogant. A fierce light flashed in Huai Mei's eyes. Facing Chu Tian, he was like a little lamb. After all, he was not as skilled as Chu Tian, so he admitted it. But when facing other people, he is a completely different person. Boom! Huai Mei's body shot out like an arrow, her spirit fluctuated violently, her blood and energy rushed to the sky, and she punched straight at Yu's face. The violent explosion in the air was like thunder. Chapter 38 The gap between the bone-tempering realm is greater than that between humans and pigs. How dare you? Yu was furious. He didn't expect that this guy would dare to cross the border to challenge him. His mental power was like a flood, condensed in his fist, and he collided with Huai Mei in a punch. Boom! It was like two huge mountains colliding, causing pain in the eardrums. Yu took 5 steps back, each step leaving a deep footprint on the floor and small cracks spreading. Yu stopped, his face slightly pale. Even though he was in a state of spiritual power, his arms were trembling slightly, as if he had punched a huge steel mountain, causing him pain. The people around Hengtian Palace gasped, their mouths slightly open in shock. The spirit in the soul refining realm is as vast as a long river or stream, and can cover the body. Compared with the bone-tempering realm, it is a qualitative change. When covered by the spirit, a random blow can unleash a force of millions of pounds. Yu, who is ranked 80th on the spirit refining list, has a strength of at least 3 to 4 million pounds after the superposition of his mental strength. It is simply incredible that Huai Mei can force him back. Huai Mei flew backwards and took 10 steps back after landing. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were cold. He raised his hand to rub his bald head and sneered, as the founding family of the Yi family no longer has anyone. Such a weak soul refining realm, how dare you call yourself a genius? It's okay to be weak, but you dare to be arrogant in front of me. If I break through to the soul refining realm, I will kill you with one punch. Little bald head, you are simply seeking your own death. Yu grew increasingly furious and was about to charge forward, but Yi Feng stopped him with his hand, frowning slightly and raising his voice slightly. Have you had enough of this? Aren't you ashamed enough? A soul refining realm beats a bone-tempering realm like this. You think it's impressive, don't you? Brother Feng, he was the one who did it first. Yu was dissatisfied. Back off, Yi Feng said lightly. Yi Feng had a very high prestige. Yu gritted his teeth and stepped aside, but when he looked at Huai Mei, there was a fierce gleam in his eyes. You are from the Sihang holy sect. Guests are welcome. I am sorry for offending you because I am a young brother of mine who is ignorant. Yi Feng smiled elegantly. Huai Mei sneered and did not accept Yi Feng's kindness. She moved her mouth to Yu and said, waste. There was a slight gloom in Yi Feng's eyes, but the smile on his face remained, indicating that he didn't mind. Just then, Chu Tian's name suddenly appeared on the golden boulder belonging to the bone-tempering list, and the numbers behind it began to jump rapidly. Chu Tian, in 1 second, 20 ancient mammoths. Buzz, a flash of golden light. Chu Tian, 2 seconds, 100 ancient mammoths. Chu Tian, 4 seconds, 300 ancient mammoths. The number of words fluctuated too quickly, almost increasing wildly at an irregular rate. The golden light flashed so quickly that it dazzled the eyes. The time numbers barely moved, while the numbers behind them jumped wildly. It only took a breath or two. Chu Tian, 5 seconds, 550 ancient mammoths. 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 780 ancient mammoths. 8 seconds, 900, 9 seconds, 8,000 ancient mammoths. In just 9 seconds, the time between 2 breaths, the numbers on the golden stone stopped ticking. It was only then that everyone in the hall reacted. But when I reacted, the number on the Hengtian list had already frozen. Inside the hall, you could hear a pin drop. It was completely silent. It's really as easy as stepping on a group of ants. This is no longer a primeval mammoth. It can kill a large number of them with 1 foot. Suddenly, a disciple smiled bitterly. Last time, it took 30 seconds, but this time it only took 9 seconds. The gap between the bone forging realm and the bone forging realm feels even greater than the gap between humans and Fays. When the gap is big enough and the stimulation is too strong, everyone feels weak all over. I don't know how to describe the feeling in my heart. I feel powerless and unable to complain. Yi Chang's eyes were bloodshot and his face was pale. He looked at the golden boulder and his whole body was shaking violently. It was the same as last time. He was lying in a pool of blood under the boulder, watching the golden numbers on it jumping wildly. He was so excited that he almost died. Fortunately, people from the Yi family arrived in time to rescue him, otherwise he would have died there. 2 days passed, and his strength had improved greatly, but the gap between him and Chu Dian seemed to have widened to the point that he couldn't even see Chu Dian's back. Yi Feng's eyes were slightly gloomy, but there was still an elegant smile on his face, and he seemed very pleased with his brother-in-law's performance. This monster, Huai may complain, and at this moment, the numbers on the bone tempering list moved again. Chu Dian, 10 seconds, 1 true dragon cub, 1 true roar, and 1,000 ancient mammoths. Damn it, killing the same level ancient beasts is just like killing dogs. Huai Mei's eyelids twitched wildly. Although he believed that he could now command and kill the cubs of ancient beasts, it would never be so easy. In the test space, sensing that my strength has increased, the number of ferocious beast cubs has tripled, reaching 90. In the test space, Chu Dian's eyes were cold, his vast blood rushed to the sky, and the light of chaos flowed on his body. He was like a sharp sword, shuttling between the beasts, and the blood of the beasts splashed and spurted. Yi Qiancheng asked the Yi family members to act together and put in all their efforts to suppress his limelight. He also wanted to plot secretly and find an opportunity to destroy him. This time, he wanted to let Yi Qiancheng know what a true genius was. Ahead, 30 true dragon cubs, 30 true war cubs, and 30 golden winged rock cubs came towards him from all directions, from the sky and the ground. They were simulated by the Hengtian list and seemed to have a bit of intelligence. They actually knew how to surround and attack Chu Dian's flaws. The dragon roars to the sky, the golden winged rock is as fast as lightning, the true roar is in close combat, and the coordination between them is flawless. If you want to kill me, this is far from enough. Chu Dian's eyes were cold, his body was like lightning, his speed was unimaginable. When he moved, his force was so strong and heavy, like a meteorite falling, the earth trembled, and there was a sharp buzzing sound. With the help of his fists, 2 real roars were blown to pieces. As he raised his foot, several golden winged rocks were beaten into bloody mist. Reaching a strength of 2 million jin and 1 million jin is not just a simple increase in strength but a qualitative increase. Chu Dian simply ignored their attacks, chaotic light flowing on his body. The sharp claws of the golden winged rock grabbed his back but couldn't even break his skin. The true dragon cub swung its tail and hit his chest, but it couldn't make him retreat even a step. Instead, Chu Dian raised his hand and grabbed it, swinging it like a whip, and beat several true war cubs to death. Chu Dian's figure was as fast as lightning, rushing back and forth in the vast space, and blood mist surged. After a few rounds, all 90 ancient ferocious beast cubs were slaughtered. At this moment, the numbers on the golden boulder outside froze again, and the dazzling golden light shone as if it could pierce people's eyes. Everyone in the hall had their eyes wide open, with faint bloodshot veins in their eyeballs, and heavy breathing sounds could be heard. The line of words on the golden boulder struck their minds like lightning, shocking their hearts and making them freeze in place. Chu Dian, 30 seconds, 30 true dragon cubs, 30 golden winged rock cubs, 30 true war cubs, and 1,000 ancient mammoths. It was a long string of numbers, and each word seemed as heavy as Mount Dai, making everyone in the room feel heavy in their hearts. Chapter 39, True Dragon Cub in the Spirit Refining Realm. The number of ancient ferocious beast cubs has tripled compared to last time, but the time used is 3 times less. Someone's voice was hoarse in the hall. You really didn't cheat. This is a true dragon cub that can be used to compare with the top geniuses of the human race. This is the pace of breaking through the Hengtian bone tempering list. It's only been 30 seconds. How can we test it next? A string of golden numbers is fixed on the boulder. In Hengtian Hall, after a moment of dead silence, the atmosphere became completely boiling. The smile on Yi Feng's face was gone. His expression was slightly gloomy and his fists were clenched slightly under his white gown. He must have cheated. I'm going back and asking Dad to investigate thoroughly. I've also been on the bone tempering list. It's impossible for someone at the bone tempering level to be this strong. Even you, brother Yi Feng, couldn't kill 1,000 ancient mammoths in just 1 minute. How could he be so powerful? Yu's eyes were bloodshot. He had also made it into the top 10 of the bone tempering list. He knew too well how difficult it was. Unless Chu Feng can use his spirit, there's a slight possibility, but in the test space, spiritual power cannot be used. It must be cheating. Yu gritted his teeth and said firmly. Huai squinted her eyes, glanced at Yu and said sarcastically, how can a mortal like you understand the true genius and evildoer? Just because you can't kill them all doesn't mean others can. On the bone tempering list, his name was ranked second, Huai with a strength of 900,000 jin, and he killed 836 mammoths in 1 minute. Moreover, he could have passed the test and killed all the mammoths half a year ago. However, because he had a huge lead over the people behind him on the bone tempering list, even Yi Chang, who was ranked third, only had 33. His position as the number 1 was almost unshakable, so he was too lazy to continue challenging. He was planning to challenge it, but now it seems that there is no need for this because Chu Dian is also far ahead of him. Huai calculated that after killing the mammoth, he could kill at most 5 cubs of the ancient ferocious beasts. The gap is so big that it is despairing. 5 barrels of medicinal liquid, 5 times the absorption efficiency. The chaos demon body is in the blood coagulation and bone tempering realm. It's too amazing. No wonder it is known as the strongest physique. Huai grinned. In the bone tempering realm, he was not going to compete with the pervert Chu Dian, but the spirit refining realm was his territory. Brother, when we reach the spirit refining realm, I will be the big brother and you will be the little brother. At this moment, in the palace filled with heavy breathing, someone suddenly said in a low voice, look, the time numbers are moving. Strange, why haven't the numbers at the back moved? On the golden boulder, one could see the time behind Chu Dian, which suddenly jumped to 31 seconds, but the string of numbers behind it remained motionless. And soon, the time came to 33 seconds, and there was still no movement. People who were used to the crazy changes and geometric increases in the numbers at the back were now a little uncomfortable. There was confusion in their eyes. What happened in the test space? Only time passed, but there was no movement. Roar. In the test space, dragon roar shook the sky, golden light was dazzling, and a 20-meter-long golden dragon was dancing and winding in the sky, waving its claws, causing the space to tremble. A tangible light burst out from the huge dragon eyes covered with true dragon patterns. Rays of golden light blasted towards Chu Dian, causing dust to fly and leaving tangible traces on the ground. This is actually a real dragon cub in the spirit refining realm. The concentration of its eyes can kill people, and the spirit is shrouded in the dragon claws. With a casual wave, it can smash a small mountain. This is a true dragon cub in the spirit refining realm, extremely terrifying. This is one of the most powerful divine beasts in the world, loved by God. The more time passes, the more terrifying its strength becomes, and it stands at the top of the food chain in the universe. During Chu Tian's test at the Bone Tethering Realm, he actually forced the Hang Tian ranking to produce a true dragon cub at the Spirit Refining Realm, which was directly one major realm higher than the tester, and it was also an ancient ferocious beast. This was unprecedented. It was like a real dragon's roar, combined with the power of the spirit, which made Chu Tian's eardrums hurt slightly. The true dragon cubs in the Soul Refining Realm have all emerged. It seems that I have reached true invincibility in the Bone Refining Realm. The Hang Tian ranking also understands that no matter how many come, it will be useless. Chu Tian muttered to himself. Under the powerful attack of the real dragon cub, deep scars that could be seen to the bone appeared on his body. However, under the strong pressure, he could still remain calm, with his blood rushing to the sky. Occasionally, he would clash with the divine dragon cub head-on, making a dull roar and then be beaten to spit blood and retreat. The power of the true dragon cub is extremely terrifying. With the blessing of the spirit, a random attack can have a force of 4 million pounds, almost twice that of Chu Tian. If it weren't for the powerful chaos god and demon body, and the operation of the Chaos Creation Sutra, with the chaotic luster flowing, making his body as hard as divine iron, he would probably have been killed in an instant. It is ultimately unrealistic to cross the border to challenge the true dragon cub in the Spirit Refining Realm. If you can use your spirit, there may still be some chance. However, this Bone Tethering Realm testing space prohibits the use of any power other than the physical body. Flesh body. Chu Tian muttered to himself, as if thinking about something, and at the same time dodged the sharp dragon claws, but was swept away by the dragon's tail. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated repeatedly. At this moment, Chu Tian's heart moved, and a vertical pupil between his eyebrows suddenly opened. In an instant, purple light flashed, the Taoist essence flowed, and a thin spiritual power spread throughout Chu Tian's body. Sure enough, the Eye of Heaven is a special divine object, condensed with flesh and blood. It is an innate magical power, just like the wings of the golden winged rock, which is a part of the body. Chu Tian waved his hand casually, and 2 million pounds of strength combined with the blessing of the Eye of Heaven made the space buzz. In the outside world, the Eye of Heaven can increase Chu Tian's spiritual power tenfold, which is comparable to the Spirit Refining Realm. However, in this test space, Chu Tian's own spiritual power cannot be used. This is the spiritual power that comes with the Eye of Heaven. At this time, the dragon's tail came out, golden light flashed, and the sound of the air explosion was like thunder. A cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes, and his palms were like claws. He grabbed the dragon's tail directly, grabbed it with both hands, and swung the real dragon like a web. Boom! Small mountain peaks were blown apart, and the dragon cubs let out deafening roars, as if they had gained a certain level of consciousness and were extremely angry. The real dragon cub was thrown out by Chu Tian, crushing a mountain with great force, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. Roar! The real dragon cub roared, countless dragon scales on its body shattered, dragon blood flowed down, but it rushed towards Chu Tian madly. Although without the superposition of spirit, even with the Eye of Heaven, it can only burst out to a force of 4 million kilograms, but it is enough. The Eye of Heaven between Chu Tian's eyebrows burst out with purple light, covering his entire body. He instantly understood all the trajectories and flaws of the true dragon cub. The Eye of Heaven looks up to the 9 heavens and down to the 9 underworlds. Although the dragon cub was as fast as lightning, in Chu Tian's eyes, it was as slow as a turtle. Boom! All of Chu Tian's energy and blood erupted, and he rushed out in an instant. Without any fancy moves, he went straight to the dragon head. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he ignored all attacks from the real dragon cub and punched the dragon head hard in the center of the eyebrows. Every second of the testing space was extremely precious, and he had no time to waste. Puff! A flood-like force surged out madly, directly blasting the dragon's head apart. The blood mist rushed back to the sky, and the dragon's body slammed heavily to the ground, raising smoke and dust. Chu Tian's body was also torn into 2 halves by the dragon claws, turned into light, and disappeared in the test space. It was at this time. The numbers on the golden stone of the bone forging list froze. Chu Tian, number 1 on the bone tempering list, killed 1 true dragon cub in the Spirit Refining Realm, 30 true dragon cubs, 30 golden winged rock cubs, 30 true war cubs, and 1,000 ancient mammoths in 1 minute. Oh my god, a true dragon cub in the Spirit Refining Realm. The Hang Tian ranking must have shown it wrong. Huaime's eyes widened in anger, and she was almost scared to death on the spot. The whole audience was dead silent. At this time, Chu Tian, who had fallen to 3rd place on the Hang Tian ranking list, instantly surpassed Yifeng in the 1st place Holy Maiden Hylian and came to the 1st place again. Chapter 40 Yu confirmed that it was not cheating, it was real. In the physical realm, being able to fight against the cubs of ancient ferocious beasts is not the limit of human beings. Now tell me, did the little Saint Chu Tian cross the border and kill a true dragon in the Spirit Refining Realm? Is this a joke? Blatant cheating. The whole place was in an uproar, and many disciples, faces flushed red, in shock. The disciples of Hang Tian Palace began to discuss it heatedly, and even the powerful ones in the high-level Hang Tian Palace who had already ignited the divine fire were attracted to come over. Looking at the line of words that appeared on the bone tempering list, they also shook their heads, expressing that they were completely unable to understand. Number 1 on the bone tempering ranking, Chu Tian, 8 years old, with a strength of 2 million jin, killed a true dragon cub in the Spirit Refining Realm. The latter ones were still acceptable, but this line was beyond their understanding. Yi Cheng's whole body began to tremble, his face pale, and the line of dazzling golden words made his lower abdomen ache slightly. Last time, Chu Tian took half of his life with 1 punch. Now, the strength has skyrocketed from 1.5 million to 2 million jin. Now, Chu Tian could definitely blow him to pieces with 1 punch, leaving him with no chance of survival. At this time, Chu Tian walked out of the golden vortex and first glanced at the Hang Tian list. His name appeared first on the earth list and first on the bone forging list. Then, Chu Tian's indifferent and calm voice rang out in Hang Tian Hall. Some people, under the banner of the sect's interests, want to plot against this saint's son in private, but they don't know. I, Chu Tian, am the greatest benefit to the sect. This sentence is a response to Yi Tianshang, and it is also the purpose of coming to Hang Tian Palace. In this world, the strong are respected, the geniuses are influential and shining. He wanted to respond to Yi Tianshang's words of sacrificing for the interests of the sect with practical actions. He is the greatest benefit of Shangxian sect. Chu Tian's voice was calm, even with a hint of childishness. After all, he was still young and his vocal cords had not yet opened. But the incomparable dominance in his words was like a meteorite, smashing into the calm lake and causing huge waves. In an instant, the whole audience was suffocated. Everyone in the field fell into complete silence. These words are extremely arrogant, but there is no way to refute them. Being ranked first on the earth ranking is the best proof, no further explanation is needed. Brother, from now on, you are not only my brother, but also my idol. Huaimei came over with her eyes shining. He suddenly realized that when it comes to pretending to be cool and attracting attention, Chu Tian could be his ancestor. Who hurt you? Chu Tian asked calmly when he saw the blood at the corner of the little bald man's mouth. It's a small matter, no problem, Huaimei wiped the blood and said casually. As a demon from the Sihang holy sect, he was proud and had no habit of complaining. Xiaodian, come here, your brother-in-law has a gift for you. At this time, Yifeng smiled amiably, half knelt down and waved to Chu Tian, with a strange-looking blue sword appearing in his hand. It's been 2 months since we last met, Xiaodian, and you've already become so outstanding. You've even surpassed me on the earth ranking. I'm going to reward you well. Yifeng has a majestic appearance and is over 1.9 meters tall. Even if he squats down, he is almost as tall as Chu Dian. Brother-in-law, Chu Dian did not leave immediately. Instead, he walked to Yifeng with a calm expression. Without even glancing at the blue sword in his hand, he stared into his eyes and said calmly, "You are not worthy of marrying my sister. In a few days, I will ask the elders of the clan to come and cancel the engagement." He had already learned that Yifeng and his elder sister Chu Yansheng would hold their wedding soon after returning to the sect. He would never allow the tragedy in the original plot to happen again. Since the wedding is approaching, he doesn't want to do anything fancy and instead chooses to go straight to the point. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the audience just came back to their senses from the shock and only heard a buzzing sound in their minds. What they heard, little Saint Chu Dian, does not agree with the marriage between Chu Yansheng and Yifeng. Yifeng is not worthy. What the hell? Yifeng was gifted with extraordinary martial arts, and Chu Yansheng was born with holy bones. They were engaged since childhood and were hailed as the golden boy and jade girl, a perfect match. Just like the engagement of Chu Dian and Lu Yun, they were envied by countless people in the sect. It is said that the clan leader and the deputy clan leader have already discussed and are preparing to hold a wedding for the two soon to demonstrate the million-year-old friendship between the two families. The little Saint Chu Dian suddenly said that he would come to cancel the engagement in a few days. If this were true, it would be a slap in the face of the Yi family. Would the entire sect be shaken? Everyone was stunned. What did you just say? Say it again. Even though Yifeng was very cunning, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. His expression turned gloomy, and he clenched his fists, tightly gripping the small blue sword in his hand. What is Chu Dian's identity? The eldest son of the Chu family, the sect's little saint, and the next generation leader. Although he is young, every word he says is stared at by countless people under the spotlight and has a great impact. Children may speak without restraint, but their words must be considered according to the occasion and the person to whom they are addressed. This sentence is tantamount to slapping the Yi family in the face and trampling on the Yi family's dignity. Chu Dian, you are so unscrupulous and bold. Yu was already dissatisfied with Chu Dian and suddenly became furious and shouted. Chu Dian did not respond to Yifeng. He didn't like to say unnecessary nonsense. One sentence was enough. Instead, he turned and walked towards Yiwu with a cold look in his eyes. No one has ever dared to touch my little brother. Who gave you the courage? Chu Dian's voice was calm, yet filled with ruthlessness and dominance. Although Huaimei didn't say anything, his mind had reached a state of meticulousness at this moment. Under the eye of heaven, nothing within 100 meters around him could escape his attention. Observing that Yiwu's arm was still trembling slightly, and obviously having just experienced a strong physical collision, he was able to basically deduce what had happened. Buzz. Suddenly, Chu Dian opened his eyes between his eyebrows, and the eye of heaven burst into purple light, and his spirit like a river was instantly magnified tenfold. Chu Dian, just try to move if you dare. Yiwu's eyes were bloodshot and his hair was standing on end with rage. In one day, he was looked down upon and threatened in public by two brats in the bone-tempering realm. Boom! The powerful spirit flowed into the sea, and Chu Dian punched out. In a trance, it seemed as if a dragon's roar resounded, and the sound of mountains collapsing and tsunamis roared up. With one punch, the vortex of airflow exploded and headed straight for Yiwu's chest. You deserve to die. Yiwu was furious, his spirit boiling, and he collided with Chu Dian with fists, with ruthlessness in his eyes. It was you, Chu Dian, who took the initiative to attack, so don't blame him for being ruthless. Yiwu, don't, Yifeng suddenly shouted angrily, but it was too late. He didn't expect Chu Dian to attack as soon as he said so. Snap! Suddenly, the bones in Yiwu's arm exploded, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the spirit that enveloped him was instantly shattered. The force of Chu Dian's punch reached 6 million pounds, which was enough to blow up a mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Dian's fist was powerful and domineering, and he moved forward without hesitation, hitting Yiwu's chest directly. Puff! Yiwu's chest collapsed, his eyes widened, blood gushed out wildly, and his body shot into the spirit refining temple like a sharp arrow, hitting the golden boulder, and the earth seemed to tremble violently. In a flash, blood began to flow and Yiwu fell into a pool of blood, dying. The whole audience was suffocated. Many disciples opened their eyes wide in anger. Flash sale. Yiwu, who was ranked 80th on the god refining list, was not necessarily much worse than a young true dragon, but he was killed instantly. Yiwu used his fate to prove that Chu Dian's killing of a true dragon cub in the spirit refining realm was not cheating, but real. Chapter 41. Since you have come to the dock, I will protect you. Number 1 on the earth list, well deserved. A sect disciple who had ignited the divine fire said to himself, his words filled with shock. How many people in the body tempering realm could instantly kill the top 80 on the spirit refining list? The little saint just said that he is the sect's greatest interest. I suddenly think it is reasonable. A god whispered in the sky. As the entire audience was in shock, news of what happened in Hangtian Palace spread madly within the sect at lightning speed. At this time, Yifeng instantly appeared beside Yiwu, took out a healing pill and fed it into his mouth, and ground the elixir to apply on his chest to save his last breath. Chu Dian, you disappoint me so much. I haven't seen you for 2 months, and you seem like a completely different person. You are lawless, killing your fellow disciples, disrespecting your elder brothers, and trampling on the sect's rules. When I get back, I will report the truth to Uncle Chu and ask him to teach you a lesson. Yifeng turned around and shouted angrily, his eyes already bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. No matter how well educated and cunning he was, he could no longer tolerate such repeated provocations. Chu Dian retracted his fist, raised his eyebrows and closed his eyes. He just glanced at Yifeng lightly, made a neck-cutting gesture, and then walked out of Hangtian Palace. Yifeng is stronger than Yi Chang, so he deserves more of his time and energy and more attention. Huaimei recovered from her shock and hurriedly followed Chu Dian, scratching her head and asking, Brother, are you trying to help me? Since you have become my sworn brother and called me big brother, I will protect you in Shengxian sect, Chu Dian responded. This was what he had insisted on for 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, he never treated his brothers unfairly. Whenever his subordinates were bullied, he always took the lead in retaliating. Even after he became the godfather, this principle never changed. What does paying respects mean? Huaimei felt her scalp itchy even more and scratched it hard. But this time, Chu Dian did not respond to him but looked forward. In front of Hangtian Palace, a middle-aged man flew over and landed not far from Chu Dian. Little saint, you probably don't know me. The middle-aged man was wearing a green robe and had a smile on his face. Let me introduce myself. I'm Duan Mulei, the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall and the current second elder of the Duanmu family. The middle-aged man has a gentle temperament that makes him approachable, just like the uncle next door. However, after hearing this name, Chu Dian didn't think so. In the original plot, this person is one of the strongest people in the Duanmu family, half a step away from being an emperor, and his strength is almost the same as that of his third uncle Chu Tianyan. The Internal Affairs Hall is responsible for managing the affairs of the sect, giving rewards and punishments, formulating etiquette, managing the food, clothing, housing and transportation of the sect's disciples, and holding ceremonies such as heavenly offerings. It is a very powerful department within the Shengxian sect. Duan Mulei, as the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall, is also a well-known figure in the sect. However, as far as Chu Dian knew, just as the law enforcement hall had been controlled by his family for a long time, the internal affairs hall had also been controlled by the Yi family for a long time. For millions of years, all the hall masters had the surname Yi. In this generation, the head of the internal affairs hall is the fourth elder of the Yi family, Yi Tianhong. Under the layers of control of the Yi family, Duanwu was able to become the deputy head of the internal affairs hall. One can imagine his strength. Chu Dian, greetings to Master Duanwu. Chu Dian was very polite and saluted with his fists clasped. Little saint, you are too polite. Your father and I have been friends for many years. You can just call me Uncle Lei. Duanwu smiled and reminded, besides, I am only the deputy hall master. Little saint, please don't omit the first word, lest outsiders hear it and cause misunderstandings. It was my nephew's negligence, please don't blame me, Uncle Lei, Chu Dian said calmly, as if it was really just an unintentional address. I wonder what Uncle Lei wants to see my nephew for. After a few pleasantries, Chu Tiansai asked and got to the point. As the deputy head of the internal affairs hall, in charge of the affairs of all the disciples in the sect, it is impossible for him to come to him for no reason. My uncles came here to congratulate the little saint for once again reaching the top of the earth ranking. Duanwu smiled and said, secondly, it's to make up for the awarding ceremony that should have been held for the little saint a few days ago. According to the rules of our sect, in order to encourage disciples to practice diligently, any disciple who reaches the top of any list on the Hangtian ranking will be given a reward ceremony on the sacrifice peak. The sect leader and the head of the internal affairs hall will personally encourage them and grant them high rewards, raising their status by one level, such as magical medicines, scriptures, weapons, spirit stones, magical powers, etc. Especially the one ranked first on the earth ranking can make any request to the sect, and the sect must do its utmost to meet it without any excuses. Of course, the little saint certainly doesn't look down on these rewards, but these are the sect's rules and regulations, and the process must be followed. Moreover, this is also a great honor for the deputy sect leader and even the Chu family. Duanwu smiled again and said, although you, little saint, were designated as the sect's heir at birth, the internal affairs hall's rank records currently place you at only level 1, which puts you in the category of outer disciples. But now you've been promoted 2 levels in a row, reaching level 3 at the age of 8, making you the equivalent of an inner disciple. This is unprecedented in the sect's history. Since it is the sect's rules and regulations, my nephew has already ranked first on the 2 lists 2 days ago. Why is the reward ceremony being held today? There was no surprise on Chu Dian's face, but he changed the subject and asked. He naturally knew about the awarding ceremony. In the original plot, Yi Fan later broke into the first place on the earth ranking, and proposed to the sect that he wanted to marry Lu Yun, hoping to cancel the engagement between the great hate demon lord and her, and give the Chu family a hard slap in the face. King Chu Dian was so angry that he vomited blood, but this was the sect's rule, so he had to agree. The great demon lord Chu Dian began to embark on the path of evil from that time. He gave everything, but in return, his fiancée fell into Yi Fan's arms. Duanwu lowered his eyes and casually glanced at Yi Wu, who was seriously injured and dying in the god refining hall, before saying it was delayed for some reason. Chu Dian naturally understood that it was Yi Tianhong, the head of the internal affairs hall, or Yi Tianshong, the clan leader behind him, who was suppressing him. They did not want Chu Dian to stand out and become famous. And now, he has once again made it to the top of the earth ranking, in the bone tempering ranking records that he killed a young true spirit dragon, and the sect was shocked again. Even if they were unwilling, they had to hold the awarding ceremony, after all, so many eyes in the sect were watching. The Yi Wu who was injured by him was Yi Tianhong's second son, so Duanwu seemed to glance at Yi Wu unintentionally. Uncle was ordered by Hall Master Yi Tianhong to come here in person to invite the little saint to the heavenly sacrifice peak. Duanwu said, the sect master is very busy, so this time, the Hall Master will personally present the reward to the little saint and fulfill any request the little saint has made to the sect. Chu Dian's face was calm, and he suddenly clasped his fists towards Duanwu. Uncle Lei, please come in person, but I can't go to accept the reward. Chapter 42, the sect is about to have an earthquake. Why? Duanwu frowned slightly. Yi Tianhong, as the head of the internal affairs hall, is the guardian of the sect's etiquette and rules, but he did not respect the sect's rules and regulations and arbitrarily suppressed the award ceremony. This is one. Chu Dian looked up, looked into Duanwu's eyes, and said, back then, Saint Ancestor Duanwu left behind a family precept that the higher-ups in the sect should do their utmost to protect the younger generation's cultivation and not abuse their power or suppress them. Only by allowing talented disciples to stand out can the sect prosper from generation to generation for thousands of years. The sect master, however, used the sect's righteousness as an excuse to try to dig out the eye of heaven between my eyebrows to curry favor with the holy Sang sect. This is actually trampling on the sect's interests, disrespecting ancestral teachings, and damaging the sect's internal unity. This is the second reason. Back then, Saint Ancestor Duanwu was oppressed within the sect when he was young. After he assumed the position of sect master and led the sect out of adversity, he specifically left behind this ancestral precept, which no one is allowed to violate. As the holy son of the sect, Chu Dian, although still young, is unwilling to be associated with those who have no spirit of strength and go against the ancestral teachings. These rewards and honors are too filthy for me to accept. Chu Dian's voice was not loud, but Duanwu was a senior member of the sect and had come in person. The Hangtian hall had already been silent. At this moment, Chu Dian's words were like thunder, clearly ringing in the ears of many disciples. At this moment, many disciples in Hangtian hall were stunned. The amount of information in Chu Dian's words was so great that they couldn't digest it all at once. The sect leader wants to dig out the divine eyes between the eyebrows of the little saint to please the Sihang holy sect. For them who grew up in the territory of Shengxian sect and became disciples of the sect, this was a bolt from the blue. Chu Dian, how dare you humiliate my father and ridicule the sect master? You know this is a grave sin of treason. Yi Feng was furious. His father was slandered in such a way that he could no longer bear it. He shouted angrily and appeared in front of Chu Dian in an instant, slapping Chu Dian in the face. As your elder brother, I will teach you today how to respect your elders, understand etiquette, and be filial to them. Bold. The smile on Duanwu's face disappeared, and his expression became a little gloomy. He waved his hand casually, a green light flashed, and the rules of Taoism fluctuated. Yi Feng vomited blood and was directly knocked away. Yi Feng, you are so bold that you actually dared to attack the sect saint in front of me. Do you really think that I, the deputy head of the internal affairs hall, can't deal with you, the son of the sect leader and the young master of the Yi family? Duanwu said coldly. The internal affairs hall was responsible for rewards and punishments, as well as the formulation of the sect's etiquette and order. As for the sect's holy son, for the sake of the sect's reputation, Yi Feng actually dared to attack Chu Dian in front of him, with so many people watching. This wasn't a beating of Chu Dian, but a slap in the face. Yi Feng was spitting blood, staining his white robe red. His hair was disheveled, and he looked extremely miserable. He no longer had the majestic aura of a god. After hearing Duanwu's cold words, his face turned even paler. He immediately clasped his fist and said, Uncle Lei, please forgive me. I was so angry that I lost my mind. But Chu Dian, he slandered the sect master and disobeyed the orders of the internal affairs hall, which is also a serious crime. He even injured his cousin Yi Wu for no reason before, which is also a serious crime. Uncle Lei, please capture Chu Dian first and maintain the dignity of the clan leader. Otherwise, once this matter gets out, the consequences will be disastrous. Chu Dian smiled indifferently and said calmly, every word I said is true and can withstand investigation. If even one word is slanderous, I will resign from the position of Holy Son. Since the number 1 on the earth ranking can make any request to the sect, then for the sake of justice for the sect, I hereby ask Uncle Lay to make a request to the sect's Elders Council, asking the Law Enforcement Hall, Internal Affairs Hall, and Judicial Hall to jointly investigate this matter and get to the bottom of it. CFI, Chu Dian, am slandering Hall Master Yi Tianhong and our Lord Sect Leader. Chu Dian, Yi Feng's face turned even paler. He had just been summoned by his father Yi Tianchong, urging him to return to the sect immediately. He didn't know much about what had happened recently in the sect. Seeing Chu Dian's aggressive words, he didn't dare to answer or agree. Duan Mulei was silent, then said, I will report the Little Saint's request to the Elders Council truthfully in accordance with the sect's rules. What happened last night was top secret within the sect, but Duan Mulei, as a senior member of the sect, was also present at the time and naturally knew about it. The 3 top families actually maintain a neutral attitude towards this matter as a whole and may slightly lean towards the Yi family. After all, this is an issue that should not be discussed. They went to the meeting, neither supporting nor opposing, which actually represented an attitude. Of course, it's only a slight bias. The news was limited to the sect's top leaders and was classified as top secret. They thought the matter ended there. But who could have thought that Chu Tian would be so tough? Not only did he again make it to the top of the earth list the next day, shocking the entire sect and forcing Yi Tianhong to hold a reward ceremony, but he also put the matter out in the open in front of so many people for the entire sect to discuss. Duan Mulei could imagine how huge a shock this would cause once it became known and discussed by hundreds of thousands of disciples in the sect. However, Chu Tian was targeting Yi Tianchong and the Yi family, and was acting in accordance with the sect's rules. The number 1 on the earth list could make any request to the sect, and the sect must meet it. But he was from the Duanmu family and the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall. Naturally, he would not risk the world's condemnation and openly oppose it for the sake of the Chu family. Duan Mulei looked at Chu Tian, his calm eyes filled with shock, horror and other emotions. Chu Tian's tough and domineering performance really refreshed his impression of the Chu family. After all, the Chu family's family rules have always put maintaining the stability and unity of the sect first. Chu Tian's style of doing things is almost the opposite of King Chu Tian's. He ruthlessly tore off the fig leaf of the discord between the 2 founding families and exposed the contradiction between the Chu family and the Yi family to the eyes of everyone in the sect. Uncle Lei, my nephew has something else to do, so I'll go ahead. Chu Tian's expression was calm, as if he had just said some insignificant words. He clasped his fist in salute, then turned and left. Huai Mei gasped. After all, he was of noble birth and not stupid, so he naturally understood how much of a shock Chu Tian's words would cause. He believed that he was already lawless enough, but he would never dare to act so recklessly in the Seheng Holy Sect. Compared with Chu Tian, his behavior was as childish as a child playing house. So throughout the whole process, he stood obediently behind Chu Tian and didn't dare to interrupt. Seeing Chu Tian leave, he hurriedly cut up, scratching his head and sighing, brother, why don't we have such rules in the Seheng Holy Sect? Otherwise, I would have rushed to the top of the earth ranking and put forward conditions to get engaged to my cousin. There's going to be an earthquake in the sect. Duan Mulei muttered to himself, then flew towards the Internal Affairs Hall. In the sky, the setting sun was blood red, and the light was like a blood red silk, spread flat on the major peaks of the mountain gate, as if reminding everyone that a storm was about to come. Chapter 43 Sister, look what this is. It was just getting dark. A furious roar suddenly resounded from the Inner Affairs Hall, full of murderous aura and overwhelming energy, which changed the color of the sky. Not long after, above the Holy Emperor Peak, an even more terrifying roar was echoing, covering the sky for thousands of miles. The sky and the earth changed color. The heavy pressure from the Emperor was so strong that it was hard to breathe, and thunder exploded in the sky. Within the sect, the 3 top families remained silent and watched the situation develop. Outside the sect, families big and small were in a state of solemn concentration. Such a big thing happened in front of the Hengtian Palace, so naturally they all knew the news. The sect's leaders looked solemn. They soon received a message from the Elders Council, demanding an emergency meeting of the sect's leaders that night, so they hurriedly got up and rushed there. But at the same time, a huge golden hand stretched out from the Holy Emperor Peak, spanning 100 miles, and slammed towards the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Faintly, a painful roar could be heard, and vaguely, it seemed to be the 3 words, Chu Tianwang, accompanied by the sound of vomiting blood. The plaque that had been hanging in the Ministry of Internal Affairs for a million years was smashed into powder by the golden hand. Afterwards, the golden hand reached into the Holy Emperor Peak, circled around, and finally pressed down on the top of the peak, crushing several palaces of the Yi family into powder, leaving a huge 5-finger handprint in its place. The golden hand then retracted and disappeared into the darkness. The main hall of Holy Emperor Peak. Yi Tianchong sat on a high seat, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the dark sky outside. After a long while, he turned his head and said in a low voice, Funger, that little devil really said that he would come to my Yi family to break off the engagement. Yes, father, Chu Tian said that I am not worthy of his sister. Do you think he has discovered something? Yi Feng stood before the prince, his face as pale as paper, and suddenly asked, Father, that golden hand just now, was it Uncle Chu? Yi Tianchong's eyes were slightly bloodshot. He nodded and said, it has nothing to do with you. He was warning father not to go too far. This time, father miscalculated. Funger, don't be nervous. Daddy believes that even if that kid has the guts, he wouldn't dare come to cancel the engagement. He won't be able to find out about that. That girl Yansheng, are you getting along well with her? Does she have any doubts about you? No, father, Yi Feng said respectfully, Yansheng listens to me and always asks me before anything. She can't wait to get married and marry into the Yi family. Uncle Chu also trusts and loves me very much. That's good, you can leave first. Yi Tianchong waved his hand and stood up. Dad is going to meet with King Chu to calm him down, and then attend the elders' meeting. This will have a huge impact, and my family is likely to suffer heavy losses. Tiener, you have to watch carefully and learn well. Sooner or later, you will be the one to take charge of our Yi family. Remember, a little impatience can ruin a big plan. Dad's impulsive behavior this time is a bloody lesson. For the long-term benefit of our Yi family, you must maintain a good relationship with Yansheng and that kid Chu Tian. If my generation can't do it, you must continue to do it. Do you understand? Dad, I understand. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and said, Chu Tian is a simple-minded person who follows his own way. He is not cunning. I will soon regain his trust. Yi Tianchong nodded, walked out of the palace, and disappeared. The Holy Heaven Lake will open tomorrow, and Chu Tian will also enter. You also have a spot, so don't waste this opportunity. Holy Emperor Peak. Chu Tian had just returned to the top of the mountain when a milky yellow figure flashed past the door of the main hall and a joyful and surprised voice rang out. Xiaotian, you miss me so much. A fragrant breeze echoed in the air, and Chu Tian's eyes subconsciously flashed with coldness, but when he saw the person coming, a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He let her hug him, and then he felt a soft kiss on his face. Baji, don't move, let your sister kiss you a few more times, just as a reward for being my most powerful brother and reaching the top of the earth ranking. Baji, Chu Tian was helpless. In his memory, Chu Yansheng had this kind of lively and simple personality. She doted on her younger siblings very much. She was almost 2 different people from the heartless which he knew later. Chu Yunsheng was born with holy bones and amazing talent. Although it is not as good as his chaos god and demon body, it is also rare to see in 10,000 years. Shortly after Chu Yunsheng was born, King Chu and Yi Tianshang arranged a marriage for her with Yifeng. She was weak in character, had never suffered any hardship, had no scheming, and was the type who didn't have much of her own opinion, so she obeyed her family and started to have contact with Yifeng. Under Yifeng's conscious guidance, she fell in love with him wholeheartedly and gave everything for him. The original plot describes Chu Yunsheng as a heartless witch who was both pitiful and hateful. Come, let me take a good look at this guy of mine who can reach the top of the earth ranking and crush that annoying, iceberg-like brother of the Sehang holy sect. Chu Yunsheng smiled brightly with a touch of playfulness. She was wearing a milky white dress, which made it almost impossible for anyone to refuse her. She raised her hand and pinched Chu Tian's arm, left and right. Not bad, not bad. I haven't seen you for 2 months. You seem stronger now. Tisk tisk, you've grown so much in just 2 months, you're almost catching up with your elder sister. Why do you always have such a stern face, like a little adult? Come on, smile for your sister. This time, my sister and Yifeng went out for training, and the experience was wonderful. Xiaotian, you have never left the sect before, so you must be very curious. Come, let me tell you slowly. Chu Yunsheng was very happy. She pulled Chu Tian to sit at the door of the main hall, looking at the stars in the sky, chattering non-stop. She also told Chu Tian how good Yifeng was to her during the trip, how much he loved her, was considerate of her, and obeyed her. Chu Tian listened quietly and enjoyed this rare family warmth. The old camel leaned against an old tree not far from the main hall. He turned his head from time to time and grinned. His withered and leaky front teeth seemed to glow in the night. Inside the main hall, in a dim room, King Chu Tian withdrew his palm from the void, looked at his children chatting at the door. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but the bloodshot in his eyes became thicker. No one can hurt my children, King Chu said in a low voice. He stood up and tore a crack open, then stepped into the void. Xiaotian, I've told you all my experiences. Now it's your turn to tell me what interesting things happened during this period. Chu Yunsheng blinked and said, with her hands supporting her chin. This is the daily life of the two siblings. Although Chu Tian's previous experience was to practice with King Chu Tian and hone his body, and the process was boring, she could still listen to it with gusto. At this time, Chu Tian smiled slightly, pointed at his eyebrows and said, Sister, look at this. Wow, Xiaotian, you have grown a third eye. It's so beautiful. What kind of magical power is this? Chu Yunsheng reached out and touched it carefully, her eyes full of excitement and curiosity. This is called the Eye of Heavenly Tao. It's the magical power of the Heavenly Tao Master of the Sehang Holy Sect. I can observe the 9 heavens above and the 9 underworlds below. Nothing can be hidden from my eyes, such as the cultivation method of others or the physical changes caused by practicing magical powers. Chu Tian looked at his elder sister Chu Yunsheng, his voice gradually becoming lower, but Chu Yunsheng was still happy. She did not notice Chu Tian's mood changes and excitedly touched her brother's eyes between his eyebrows. For example, I can tell now, big sister, what Yifeng asked you to practice a strange secret method. Chu Tian's voice became lower and lower, with a hint of coldness and murderousness. The Eye of Heaven is so powerful. You, Xiaotian, have figured it out. Chu Yunsheng widened her eyes in surprise. She didn't tell anyone that Yifeng asked her to practice a secret technique, and said it was a secret between the two of them. Sister, is the secret method called the Supreme Yin and Yang technique? Chu Tian's voice became increasingly gloomy. Under the ancient tree, the leisurely and contented camel old man's face suddenly darkened when he heard this, and he slowly stood up. Xiaotian, you can even see this. Chu Yunsheng was even more surprised. Chapter 44. This boy is destined to die, he deserves to die. Old servant, I greet the young lady, my mistress. Old Tuo suddenly appeared in front of the two of them and saluted respectfully. However, Chu Tian noticed that Old Tuo's eyes were slightly gloomy, but he concealed it very well, at least Chu Yunsheng couldn't see it. Grandpa Tuo, I always ask you to call me Yunsheng, but you always agree with me and then call me Ms. the next day. Chu Yunsheng pouted and ran forward to hug Grandpa Tuo's arm, shaking it and acting coquettishly. Old Tuo has been in charge of guarding the main hall of Holy Emperor Peak for many years. The 4 siblings of the Chu family were all born in the main hall and were raised by Old Tuo. It can be said that although they are not relatives by blood, their relationship is better than that of family. Alright, my dear lady, stop shaking. You're about to break my old bones. I'll definitely do it next time. The old camel grinned, his face was smiling, but while he was speaking, his eyes were looking at Chu Tian. My dear, the Supreme Yin Yang art you just mentioned, could it be the technique left behind by the Supreme Demon Clan that invaded our Hengtian continent in ancient times? Old Tuo is very knowledgeable. He is the one of the most secret techniques of the Supreme Demon Clan left behind after the Supreme Demon Clan withdrew from Hengtian continent. It is the Supreme Yin Yang technique that their high-ranking officials and core disciples all practice. Xiaotian knows about it because the inheritance of Tianming Daozen contains information about the Supreme Yin Yang technique. Chu Tian responded in a low voice, but his fists were clenched. As for the record of the Supreme Yin Yang technique and the inheritance of Tianming Daozen, he was naturally talking nonsense. The system only plundered the inheritance of Tianming Daozen, not his memories. Furthermore, Tianming Daozen was a Daozen from 100,000 years ago, while the Supreme Demon Sect was annihilated by the top sects of Hengtian continent nearly a million years ago. The remaining demon sect scriptures and magical powers were sealed away by the powerful masters of the major sects. Tianming Daozen might not understand them. However, if there's any problem, just push it to Tianming Daozen, which can save him a lot of unnecessary explanations and troubles. Damn it, bastard, how dare this evil creature be so cruel and lawless as to plot against the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Suddenly, the old camel roared in a low voice, and a sharp light burst out from his turbid eyes. The terrifying roar that flashed by seemed to make the dim night sky tremble slightly. The hunchback straightened, and it seemed that a tall and burly figure emerged, with grey hair dancing and demonic energy rising to the sky, as if to destroy the world. Chu Yunsheng was so frightened that her face turned pale. At that moment, her eyes seemed to be blurred and she had some kind of hallucination. The hunchbacked old man in front of her was as tall as a mountain, with blood-red hair. He was a demon god with his hands stained with countless blood. Grandpa Tuo, what's wrong with you? Chu Yunsheng's voice trembled. But soon, the scene she saw disappeared. The old camel still had a kind smile on his face and grinned at her. Miss, it's okay. That's good. Grandpa Tuo, you were so scary just now. You looked like a demon god who had killed countless people. Chu Yunsheng stuck out her tongue playfully and turned to ask her brother if he had seen it just now. Chu Tian shook his head and denied it directly. Sister, you may have just returned from training and your mind is exhausted, so you are hallucinating. Master Tuo has been guarding our main hall for many years and has never even left the sect. How could he be a demon god? That's true. It seems I'm really tired. Chu Yunsheng was frightened by the scene just now. She was still uneasy and her face was a little pale. She kissed the old man and her younger brother respectively, then turned around and went back to the main hall room to rest. After watching Chu Yunsheng leave, the smiles on Tuolao and Chu Tian's faces disappeared immediately. My lady, are you sure that the eldest lady is practicing the supreme secret technique of the Supreme Demon Sect, the Supreme Yin Yang technique? The old camel's face was rarely serious, as if he had become a different person, with an extremely terrifying light flashing in his eyes. Master Tuo, it is not only the Supreme Yin Yang art, but I can confirm that it is the secondary formula of the Supreme Yin Yang art. Chu Tian's eyes were cold, and he said word by word, Big Sister, Yifeng treated her as a humanoid demon weapon furnace cauldron. The day that Big Sister ignites the divine fire will mark the time when the supreme yin-yang art reaches its peak. The 7 emotions and 6 desires within Big Sister will ignite, and the power of yin and yang will condense into a demonic fruit. At that time, Big Sister will enter the demonic path, transforming into a ruthless and desireless humanoid demonic soldier. Once the fruit is plucked by someone who practices the main art of the supreme yin-yang art, she will become a person almost as hard as stone, devoid of individual desires, knowing only to kill and practice, providing the master with the fruits of their cultivation. Chu Tian's question just now was actually just a test, because the stage of his rebirth was the childhood of the great hate demon lord, and Chu Yansheng had not yet married Yifeng, so he was not sure whether Chu Yansheng had practiced this secret method now. But when he received Chu Yansheng's response, a surging murderous intent filled his heart. The supreme yin-yang art is divided into 2 techniques, main and secondary. The one who practices the main technique is the master of the one who practices the secondary technique. Their souls are connected and cannot be separated throughout their lives. When the one who practices the main technique dies, the consciousness of the one who practices the secondary technique will be extinguished in an instant. Moreover, the moment the one who practices the secondary technique ignites the divine fire, his eternal life will be transformed into a furnace, and the results of his practice will be automatically shared with the master. That's not all. Those who practice this second secret will burn away all their 7 emotions and 6 desires, become completely oblivious to other emotions, and have no external interference. They only have the master in their hearts, live for the master, die for the master, and are wholeheartedly devoted to the master. Their combat effectiveness will increase exponentially, and their practice speed will be extremely fast. They can be said to be a humanoid magic soldier that has both offensive and defensive capabilities and can assist the master in practice. In ancient times, the senior members and core disciples of the Supreme Demon sect would capture the geniuses and even senior members of various major sects, forcing them to practice the Supreme Yin-Yang technique and forge them into their own human-shaped magic weapon furnaces. Because their methods were too evil, the Supreme Demon sect acted recklessly, and the enraged major sects of the Hengtian continent joined forces to encircle and suppress them, and their sect was completely destroyed. The many magic scriptures and magical powers left behind by the Supreme Demon sect have been sealed up, and only the chief and deputy chiefs of the major top sects can open them. In the original plot, after Chu Yansheng ignited the divine fire, she cut off all emotions and desires and turned to the path of evil. With her natural holy bones, her combat power increased dramatically, and her demonic power was terrifying. After she rebelled against the Shengxian sect, she killed countless people, causing the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people on the Hengtian continent. King Chu loves his daughter dearly and repeatedly protects her, causing the Chu family to be hated by many sects. The Chu family, which had been passed down for millions of years, was eventually destroyed, which was closely related to this. Because the Chu family has long been hated by the people and the gods on the Hengtian continent, no family is willing to lend a helping hand to the Chu family. Otherwise, a top clan that has been passed down for millions of years, with its accumulated connections, marriages, etc. over generations, would not be wiped out so easily. Chu Dian originally thought that Yifeng allowed his eldest sister to practice the Supreme Yin-Yang Sutra only after his eldest sister got married into the Yi family and lived in Shengdi Peak. No one expected that Yifeng would be so bold and unscrupulous. He had already taken advantage of Chu Yansheng's innocence and let her practice the Supreme Yin-Yang art. Because the earlier you practice the Tai Sheng Yin-Yang Ju, when the divine fire is ignited, it will be sublimated to the extreme, burning the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the stronger the effect of the magic fruit that blooms and bears will be. How audacious! How audacious! This boy deserves death. He deserves death. Tuolao was shaking with anger, as if he was extremely familiar with the magic skills of the Supreme Demon sect. My lady, Yifeng must be killed. He actually dared to practice the Supreme Yin-Yang magic art and use the young lady as a magic weapon furnace to refine a puppet. What should we do now? Once the person who practices the main technique dies, the consciousness of the person who practices the secondary technique will immediately collapse. The old camel's cloudy eyes were covered with a faint blood color, and his voice was trembling. And as one practices, the dependence of those who practice the secondary art of the Supreme Yin-Yang art on the master of the art will continue to grow. This process cannot be interrupted, otherwise the practitioner will be instantly annihilated. The young lady is so kind and lively. Although she is incredibly talented and was accepted as a disciple by the Holy Spirit from the outer realm at birth, she has never been arrogant. Yet, she was actually bullied by such a villain, such a villain. Chapter 45, The Supreme Dao Clan, The Supreme Secret Art. Faintly, the blood-red fierce light in the old camel's eyes showed signs of revival. His hunchback kept straightening up, and a terrifying roar was looming, making the sky dark and gloomy. The terrifying murderous intent caused the surrounding space to become distorted, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Old Tuo, don't get excited. I have a solution. Chu Dian immediately stepped forward to support Old Tuo and said in a deep voice. The old camel stood still, turned around, and said in a trembling voice, Young lady, could it be that in the inheritance of the heavenly fate Taoist, there are magical scriptures that target the Supreme Yin-Yang technique? Do you already have a solution? Can you save the young lady? Chu Dian nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and said, Old Tuo, please don't be impatient. Don't be impulsive. Don't let anyone else know about this, so as not to alert the enemy. If Yifeng gets desperate, my elder sister will be in danger. The old camel's eyes were bloodshot, but he finally nodded. He knew that even if he reported it to the master and mistress, or even informed the young lady's master, the outer domain saint, it would be useless and would only make matters worse. He said, the Taoist master of heaven's fate is a scholar of heaven and man, well versed in ancient and modern times. He created the eye of heaven, which can see the 9 heavens above and the 9 netherworlds below. Since he can see that the young lady has practiced the Supreme Yin-Yang technique, there must be a solution in the inheritance. My lady, the young lady's safety is now in your hands. If you need anything, please inform me. I will save her even if it costs me my life. Chu Dian knew that Tuolao had no children in his life and had long treated the 4 siblings as his own children. After comforting Tuolao and calming him down, he turned around and returned to the main hall room. Xingnu had already prepared the medicine early. After helping Chu Dian undress and get into the bathtub, he carefully closed the door and closed his eyes to practice outside. She was a sensitive person and could feel that the young lady seemed a little irritable and depressed after her return. Chu Dian was not in a hurry, but first exchanged for a top-grade soul-forging pill and took it, allowing the system to renew the 3 auras of physique, comprehension, and spirit. He calmed down and guided the Chaos Creation Sutra to circulate the chaotic energy in his body for 3 major cycles, first calming his slightly anxious heart. There's a road to heaven but you don't take it, there's no door to hell but you break in. Chu Dian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He muttered to himself before asking, System, is there any secret method in the mall that can solve the Supreme Yin-Yang art? It would be best if we could use the same method against the person who attacked us, so that my elder sister Chu Yansheng can turn around and transform Yifeng into a humanoid demon soldier to benefit her cultivation. As the saying goes, the system will never let you down. A gentle and pleasant voice soon sounded in Chu Dian's ears. Host, the scan has been completed. You can practice the great Tao of Supreme Yin and Yang. After breaking through the spirit refining realm, you can condense the great Tao seed of Supreme Yin and Yang. Inject the primary Tao seed into Chu Yansheng's body and the secondary Tao seed into Yifeng's body, thus reversing the primary and secondary Tao seeds. The results of Yifeng's daily practice will be partially consumed by the Tao seeds and fed back to Chu Yansheng. When he ignites the divine fire, he will transform into Chu Yansheng's humanoid demon soldier. The Supreme Demon Clan and the Supreme Taoist Clan both originated from the Supreme Realm, a higher world among all the worlds. The two clans have been hostile to each other for many years. The Supreme Yin-Yang Dao technique was created by the Taoist ancestor of the Supreme Taoist Clan to restrain the Supreme Yin-Yang technique. To redeem the Supreme Yin-Yang Dao art, 20,000 life points will be spent. To redeem the Yin-Yang Dao art, 2,000 life points will be spent. Combined with the Enlightenment Aura, this will help the host comprehend the Supreme Yin-Yang Dao art in the shortest possible time. Chu Tian's heart moved, and he opened the system panel. Host, Chu Tian. Realm, Bone Forging Realm, level 10 possessing 2 million pounds of divine power, able to kill a true dragon cub in seconds. The host is worthy of being the only child of destiny in the future. Constitution, Chaos Demon Body. Skill, Chaos Creation Sutra first level. Avatar, Eye of Heaven. Treasures, Emperor's Coming Talisman gives Emperor's combat power for 10 minutes. Mysterious Heavenly Ring consumes 1000 destiny points to refine. Contains a remnant soul of the ancients. Possesses a certain threat. Host proceeds with caution. Dao Pearl Assistant Treasure. Already refined innate spiritual medicine. Enlightenment Tree Seedling. Destiny points, 86,100. Suppressing Yifan, Lu Yun, and Yifan all brought Chu Tian a lot of destiny point rewards. In addition, when dealing with some important supporting characters of the Son of Destiny, such as Yi Wu, Yi Chang, and Yi Tianshang, there will also be some sporadic rewards. After a few days, although a lot of destiny points were consumed in purchasing the top-grade Spirit Forging Pill and renewing the 3 halos, the total number of destiny points actually increased by tens of thousands. System, exchange. There was a terrifying cold light flashing in Chu Tian's eyes. Although the Supreme Yin-Yang Dao technique and the True Solution were very valuable, he still exchanged them without hesitation. Yifan and the Yi family must pay the most painful price for their actions. The exchange for the Supreme Yin-Yang Dao technique and the corresponding secret technique was successful. The remaining destiny points are 64,100. The next second, vast runes flooded into Chu Tian's mind, and the insights and opinions of the corresponding strong people's cultivation flowed accordingly in Chu Tian's heart. This is the supreme secret technique of the Taishang Taoist clan, a technique specifically used to restrain the terrifying Taishang demon clan, and contains extremely vast information. With the blessing of the aura of enlightenment and the guidance of the True Solution, Chu Tian mastered the secret technique at rapid speed. With the blessing of his physical condition and spiritual aura, Chu Tian had almost no mental fatigue and no worries about his body being unable to bear it. He kept digesting, understanding, and absorbing this complex and huge supreme secret art. Chu Tian's powerful spirit enveloped his entire body. As he gained insights, mysterious Dao runes condensed around his body. The Dao essence permeated the air and shone brightly, as if it contained the highest method between heaven and earth. He made rapid progress. If an outsider saw this scene, he would probably be scared to death on the spot. You have to know that to comprehend this level of supreme secret art, not only does it require extremely high talent, but it also requires an enormous amount of time and energy. Huaimei is a gifted person. She mastered the top-level footwork skill, the Phantom Dragon secret art, at the Bone Tempering Realm. This shocked the top leaders of the Shengxian sect, who even said that as long as Chu Tian could withstand 3 of Huaimei's moves, he would win. This is the reason. But even Huaimei, who had a strength of 900,000 Jin half a year ago, only increased it by 200,000 Jin half a year later despite the massive resources provided by the Sehang Holy Sect. This was because he spent most of his time and energy on comprehending supernatural powers. It is conceivable how difficult it is to comprehend the top-level magical powers. Otherwise, even if Huaimei's physical talent is not as good as Chu Tian's Chaos Demon Body, as the top monster in the universe in the original plot, she also cultivates top-level scriptures, so the difference would not be so huge. Chapter 46 Give your brother-in-law some face. The night was as dark as water, and the room where Chu Tian was filled with the aura of Dao. Chu Tian was immersed in the comprehension of the great yin-yang art. He did not let Xingyu change the medicine that night, but his spirit had undergone high-intensity polishing due to the practice of the supreme secret art. In just one night, his spirit had improved greatly. After practicing all night, Chu Tian discovered that the great Dao of Taishang Yin and Yang was not simply a secret technique used against the Taishang demons. Targeting the Taishang Yin and Yang technique was only a side effect. As the supreme secret art of the Supreme Taoist clan, it contains many offensive and killing techniques, and its Taoist methods are ever-changing. I'm afraid that even the Shengxian sect does not have many magical arts that can match it. A night passed. Chu Tian opened his eyes, and his 2 dark eyes became focused, directly penetrating the solid and thick bluestone floor, extending to a depth of more than 2 meters underground. There was no trace of cracks on the surrounding floor, and the penetrating power was so powerful that it was terrifying. If he wanted to deal with Yi Chang now, he wouldn't need to use any of his strength, not even the Eye of Heaven. With just one glance, he could pierce Yi Chang's chest, or even blow his head apart. The top-grade soul forging pills continued to beat his spirit, and coupled with the intense comprehension of the supreme secret method of the great yin-yang art that he had spent this night, the power and solidity of Chu Tian's mental strength had reached a limit. Although my physical strength hasn't increased tonight, if I use the Eye of Heaven and my mental power explodes tenfold, the power I can instantly unleash might even exceed 10 million pounds. I could kill Yi Wu with just one punch. If I use the great Dao of Yin and Yang, I can kill anyone in the top 50 of the God refining list. My mental strength has also reached the limit of what the bone refining realm can accommodate. It seems that it is time to break through to the spirit refining realm in the Holy Heaven Lake. Yi Feng, a cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes, and he stood up from the medicine barrel. The medicine liquid that had been drained of its medicinal properties flowed from his sturdy body, flowing with a faint light like chaotic divine iron, and contained terrifying explosive power. The star slave who had been guarding outside the door all night heard the sound of water, pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw the young master's strong and powerful body, his cheeks blushed slightly. He lowered his head and took a towel to dry the young master's body, and helped Chu Tian change clothes. The young lady's body is really like an ancient ferocious beast with explosive power, strong and powerful, and becoming more and more charming. Xingyu thought about it in her mind, her veiled face turned slightly red, she spit in her heart and cursed herself for being shameless. Star slave, oh star slave, being able to serve the mistress closely and receiving her love and favor is already a blessing you have earned in 10 lifetimes. What else do you dare to think about? Brother, everything is ready. I can go into Shengxian Lake with you. At this time, a voice came from afar, and the next moment, a bald forehead came into view, followed by Huaimei's enchanting and beautiful face, with red lips, white teeth, and slanted eyebrows. At first glance, at such a young age, in terms of the degree of temptation, she was even more attractive than the beautiful star slave. The reason why Huaimei did not come back with Chu Tian yesterday was because he learned that Chu Tian would enter the Holy Heaven Lake for 10 days. He was unwilling to waste the precious time to comprehend the Eye of Heaven, and wanted to follow Chu Tian into the Holy Heaven Lake, so he went to find old Chu to smooth the relationship with the upper echelons of the Holy Heaven sect. According to Huaimei, the more he could comprehend the Eye of Heaven, the more attention he would get from his cousin, and the more lofty his image would be in her heart. I just don't know how much time and effort old Chu wasted on talking, how many high-level members of the Shengxian sect he contacted, and how much benefit he gave out that night, just to allow Huaimei, an evildoer from the outer sect, to get the opportunity to enter the Shengxian Lake. You should know that the Holy Heaven Lake is a high-level secret realm that can promote the cultivation of a half-step emperor like Chu Tian, and it is top secret. After Xingyu changed his clothes, Chu Tian took Huaimei to the Inner Affairs Hall. Soon, Chu Tian and Huaimei arrived outside the main hall of the Internal Affairs Peak. The Holy Heaven Pond is one of the few high-level secret realms of the Holy Heaven sect. It contains the corpse of the Holy Lord Duanmu. It is a top secret of the Holy Heaven sect and belongs to the sect's internal affairs and is managed by the Internal Affairs Hall. Little Holy Son, Duan Mulei, the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall, was actually waiting at the door of the main hall. When he saw Chu Tian coming, he smiled and took the initiative to greet him. Uncle Lei, Chu Tian deliberately glanced above the entrance of the main hall, but saw that it was in a mess with many damages, like ruins. The plaque of the Ministry of Internal Affairs that had hung there for a million years had disappeared. He immediately understood Duan Mulei's intention of personally greeting him at the door. He was probably afraid that he would have another conflict with the family members and cause trouble at this tense juncture. However, Chu Tian didn't care. The goals of his trip were, first, Yifeng, and second, the Emperor Spirit born from Saint Ancestor Duanmu. He didn't have the time or energy to waste on outsiders. Duan Mulei was very enthusiastic towards Chu Tian, but he just glanced coldly at Huaimei. Chu Tian's attitude towards Duan Mulei was not surprising. After all, the Holy Heaven Pond was the precious legacy left for the descendants of the Holy Heaven sect by the ancestor Duanmu before she passed away, using her remaining vitality and spiritual essence with her body as the core. People from outside the sect were forbidden to enter. However, in exchange for benefits, the sect's top leaders allowed a person from outside the sect to enter. Although the sect should have also gained a lot of benefits, the sect's top leaders probably also received countless benefits from Mr. Chu in private. As the second in command of the Duanmu family, it would be strange for Duan Mulei to have a good face towards Huaimei. Huaimei, on the other hand, was carefree, with her nose in the air and scratching her forehead, as she followed Chu Tian and Duan Mulei into the Imperial Household Department, looking at people with squinted eyes all the way. He had even survived Chu Tian's tormenting gaze that night, so this cold gaze was nothing to him. Huaimei would glare at any member of the family who passed by with a gloomy face and even punch him in a show of force. He had never been afraid of anyone except Chu Tian, who was at the same level as him and could completely subdue him. The Ministry of Internal Affairs has been controlled and managed by the Yi family for a million years. Even if the internal staff are not surnamed Yi, they are all diehards of the Yi family. Last night, the plaque that has been passed down in their family for a million years was smashed, and now they are being provoked by the people brought by Chu Tian on their own territory. The faces of the Yi family members turned red with anger, and their faces were so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out. I'm afraid that if Duan Mulei hadn't led the way personally, Huaimei would have had to walk in and walk out sideways even if she was a monster from the Sihang Holy Sect. All the way to the depths of the Imperial Household Department. There is a lake in front of us. The water is milky white, and the surface of the water is shrouded in clouds and mist. The smoke is thick. This is one of the high-level secret realms of the Shengxian sect, the Shengxian Lake. Beside the lake, there were young geniuses standing in groups of 3 or 4, and there were also elders of the sect sitting cross-legged beside the huge rocks by the lake, absorbing and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth. They were all people who were about to enter the Holy Heaven Lake. The opportunity to enter the Holy Heaven Lake is not only extremely valuable, but also requires great contributions to the sect. It is extremely rare. Many god-level strongmen cannot get a chance to enter in their entire lives. Therefore, most people will arrive early. Even if they cannot enter, they can practice around the Holy Heaven Lake. The spiritual energy in Taoism are far richer than those in the outside world. People like Chu Tian who are very particular about time are basically the last to arrive. Seeing Deputy Hall Master Duan Mulei personally leading people to arrive, many young male and female geniuses from the sects cast curious glances at Chu Tian, and even the older generation who were sitting cross-legged on the boulder opened their eyes. Little saint, we're here. Duan Mulei said with a smile. Uncle will go and make some preparations. The entrance to the secret realm will be open shortly. Chu Tian looked up and saw 2 familiar figures among the crowd of people. One is his nominal brother-in-law Yifeng, and the other is his fiancée Luyan. Xiaodian, look who your brother-in-law brought to you. Yifeng smiled gently, as if he had forgotten what happened yesterday and his injuries had fully recovered. He walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, looking extraordinary and powerful. Luyan, with her petite and beautiful figure, walked towards him. In order to help you, Xiaodian, clear up the misunderstanding with your fiancé. Your brother-in-law spent a considerable amount of money to allow Xiaoyun to enter Shengxian Lake and create an opportunity for you to meet. Give your brother-in-law some face and talk to Xiaoyun. As long as you are willing to communicate, there is no misunderstanding that cannot be cleared up. Luyan's face was slightly pale, and there was a slight confusion in her eyes, but she still called out softly, Chu Tian. Chu Tian glanced at them, his face calm, and said only one word, get lost. Chapter 47 Soon, I will make you beg for mercy on your knees and ask for a breakup. Roll. Chu Tian's calm and cold voice surprised the people around him. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Not to mention that with Yifeng's identity, he was so humble, and Luyan looked like a porcelain doll, with a slightly pale face and watery eyes covered with mist, which made people reluctant to speak to her even a little loudly. Chu Tian is so young and still has a childish face, but he can act so cold and cruel. He is like an old monster who has been through hardships and seen through life and death. It is surprising. Luyan's face turned even paler, her eyes red, tears streaming down her face. I clearly didn't do anything wrong. Chu Tian, why do you treat me like this over and over again? Why don't you treat me well? I've already taken the initiative to apologize, what else do you want me to do? A trace of gloom flashed across Yifeng's eyes without leaving a trace, and then he smiled and said, Xiaodian, as the saying goes, a husband and wife for a day are bound by 100 days of grace. Although you are only a child marriage arranged by your parents, you have been playing together since childhood and will grow up soon. It is only a matter of time before you hold a wedding ceremony. When the time comes, you will be Taoist companions who support each other for life. Why should you leave a permanent knot in your hearts because of Yifan's little thing? My brother-in-law is an experienced person and he is doing this for your own good. When your elder sister Yunsheng was out gaining experience, she would occasionally act a little willful, but my brother-in-law would just laugh it off. What's more, Yifan had saved Xiaoyun's life, and Xiaoyun's actions were a bit out of line in order to repay him, but they were understandable. You two were both raised by your brother-in-law, and I really can't bear to see you two stay like this. Listen to my brother-in-law. Yifeng talked freely with a gentle and kind smile. He never mentioned what happened yesterday. He kept using his experience with Chu Yunsheng as an example, asking Chu Tian not to take it too seriously and to be magnanimous as a man. He also kept talking about the past and how he watched Chu Tian and Luyan playing together. His words were full of memories and a sense of warmth. This is also the best way that Yifeng felt could restore his relationship with Chu Tian after thinking about it all night. In Hengtian Palace, Chu Tian suddenly said without any warning that he was not worthy of Chu Yunsheng and wanted to cancel the engagement. He had been having unpleasant disputes with the Yi family these days, causing the situation to escalate. Yifeng felt that the root of the problem lay in the matter between Luyan and Yifan, which was the initial trigger. Therefore, he contacted Luyan overnight and helped her to make an introduction, spending a huge amount of money to smooth the relationship, which ultimately allowed Luyan to gain the opportunity to enter the Holy Heaven Lake. Yifeng believed that he had grasped the key to the problem. As long as he could resolve the relationship between Chu Tian and Luyan, everything would be solved. Brother, this man looks tall and mighty, very powerful, but why is he as nagging as an old lady? Huaimei scratched her head and grinned, very impatient. Instead, she looked at the porcelain doll like Luyan a few more times. It seemed that this little girl might even be able to rival his cousin in the future. She was worthy of being the girl who could be engaged to her brother as a child. Because he's a jerk, Chu Tian responded calmly, then looked at Yifeng with a chilling voice. Yifeng, if you mention my eldest sister's name one more time, I guarantee that your fate in Shengxian Lake will be even worse. Because you don't deserve it. Chu Tian. Suddenly, the gloom in Yifeng's eyes could hardly be suppressed. With his talent and status, he was always the center of attention wherever he went. Chu Tian's repeated public disdain had already made his anger rise to the extreme. After all the talk, this guy still refused to listen. You are still young, so your brother-in-law advises you to stop when it is enough. Too much is as bad as too little. Don't be shameless. Yifeng spoke almost through his teeth, word by word. It's not your turn to comment on what's going on between me and Yunsheng. It's not your turn as a little brat to interfere in our marriage. Lu Yun next to her was even paler, because Chu Tian didn't even look at her from beginning to end, as if her existence was just a transparent person. At this time, Lu Yun gritted her teeth, mustered up her courage, and thought about her mother's teachings on how to win back a man. She walked forward, her hands trembling as she tried to grab Chu Tian's arm. Chu Tian, you forgot that we are together. Bang. The loud slapping sounded like thunder. Lu Yun's body flew hundreds of meters across like a sharp arrow, smashing a huge rock by the lake, and the rolling dust submerged her in it. Everyone in the field felt a shudder in their hearts, and a chill ran up their spines. What kind of person is this? He really has no mercy at all. Is his heart made of stone? Chu Tian did not waste even a bit of energy and time on Lu Yun. His eyes were indifferent and seemed to be emitting cold air. He suddenly raised his foot and walked towards Yifeng. Why'd I suddenly feel a little creepy? Huaimei muttered in a low voice. Standing next to Chu Tian, he actually felt a hint of coldness just now. Little brat, do you still want to attack me? Seeing Chu Tian coming towards him, Yifeng sneered, with an extremely dark haze in his eyes. He had done everything he could and had already endured to the extreme. He no longer cared about what his father said and wanted to have a good relationship with Chu Tian. Your sister will be my woman sooner or later. This is a fact that no one can change. If you want to cancel the engagement, you have no say. Your father won't agree, and your sister Chu Yunsheng will definitely not agree. Do you think your eldest sister will listen to me or what I say? Yifeng's voice was icy. He already thought Chu Tian was a guy who would not accept a toast and would only drink a forfeit. He said confidently, if you are smart, just listen to me, get along well with Lu Yun, and release Yifan from the prison. Otherwise. Buzz. Suddenly, a powerful and vast spirit emanated from Chu Tian, causing the people present to tremble all over. They subconsciously thought that Chu Tian, such a ruthless man, would not really attack Yifeng. Chu Tian and Yifeng are two major realms apart. Chu Tian used his spirit to block out any outside observations. His voice was filled with a chilling chill that only Yifeng could hear. You seem quite pleased with yourself for letting my sister practice the secondary technique of the Supreme Yin-Yang technique. Soon, I'll have you kneeling before me, begging for mercy, and asking my sister to come and break off the engagement. Boom. In an instant, a thunderclap seemed to ring out in Yifeng's mind. His face turned pale, and a terrifying murderous intent burst out of his eyes. How could Chu Tian know that? Could it be that Chu Yunsheng told him, but that's impossible. Yifeng's heart was pounding. If this matter got out, he would be completely ruined, and no one in the entire Hengtian continent would be able to save him. In an instant, he even subconsciously wanted to take action and kill Chu Tian. But suddenly, a terrifying Dao aura bound him. It was Duan Mulei who was afraid that Chu Tian and Yifeng would conflict, so he had been secretly paying attention to them. Seeing this, he immediately used Dao aura to control Yifeng's actions. Shish, Chu Tian gently placed his index finger to his lips and said calmly, don't make a sound, otherwise you will die faster. Your life is worthless, and I don't want you to implicate my eldest sister. But Chu Tian's calmness made Yifeng feel cold all over, and his feet were trembling slightly. He couldn't figure out why it was exposed and how Chu Tian knew about it. What should I do? What should I do? Yifeng stood there stiffly like a sculpture, his face pale without a trace of blood. The eyes of the people present were full of confusion. What did Chu Tian do? It seemed that he just whispered something. Yifeng, the majestic son of the sect leader, was frightened like this in an instant. Chu Tian, do you dare to fight me? At this time, a low voice suddenly sounded. A tall man walked out from the crowd by the lake, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He strode to Yifeng's side and said in a low voice, Brother Feng, this little devil is lawless and has no manners at all. He doesn't even give you face. If you want to talk to him, you have to beat him into submission with your fists. Let me challenge him to avenge Yi Wu. Seeing this man walk out, the people around him were slightly shocked, because he was the eldest son of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, Yi Wen. Chapter 48, Ants trying to shake the might of heaven is seeking death. I heard that Yi Wu was severely injured by a punch from a little saint in Hengtian Palace. His chest bones were broken and his internal organs were shattered. Hall Master Yi took action personally and barely saved him, but I'm afraid he won't be able to practice normally for a long time. A genius whispered. The people around suddenly understood. No wonder Yi Wen ran out impatiently after seeing Yifeng being humiliated. He wanted to stand up for his brother. Yi Wen broke through the spirit refining realm many years ago and is ranked 38th on the spirit refining list. The little saint is only in the body tempering realm and is said to be less than 9 years old. It may be against the sect rules for him to challenge the little saint. Before a woman could finish her words, her companion covered her mouth and winked at her frantically, indicating that they were about to enter the Holy Heaven Lake. It was not a good thing to offend the son of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall at this time. Want to challenge him? Chu Tian turned his head, glanced at Yi Wen, then retracted his gaze and walked back to Huaimei. You really don't deserve it. There was a chill in Chu Tian's eyes, but a supporting character like Yi Wen really didn't interest him, and he didn't want to waste time on such a guy. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend the great art of yin and yang, waiting for the holy heavenly pool to open. This guy is obviously younger than me, how could he have such strong murderous intent? Huaimei muttered in her heart. When Chu Tian stood beside her, that creepy feeling came back, and she felt goosebumps popping up. Although she had only known Chu Tian for a short time, Huaimei discovered that Chu Tian seemed indifferent to everything. He seldom wasted even a little time or energy on irrelevant things. He got straight to the point and had a clear purpose, including the time when they confronted each other. This was the first time he felt anger from Chu Tian. Chu Tian, you dared to sneak attack and injure my brother, why don't you dare to accept my open challenge now? Yi Wen's face was gloomy, and he felt that Chu Tian was deeply contemptuous. He said coldly, you are the heir of the founding family, the young saint of the sect, and the #1 on the earth list. You don't even have the courage to accept my challenge. If it weren't for the sect rules that those at a higher level are not allowed to take the initiative to attack those at a lower level, you would have already taken action. Why are you all so annoying, Yi family? My eldest brother doesn't even bother to deal with him, yet you all insist on coming forward one by one. Huaimei scratched her bald head and grinned, besides, you're really unworthy of challenging my eldest brother. You've broken through to the spirit refining realm, yet you still look so weak and frail. If I were at the same level as you, I could kill you with just one finger. He possesses a strength of 1.1 million pounds, and below the divine fire realm, apart from Chu Tian, there are few people he can look up to, including Yifeng. Little bald head, you are also involved in my brother's affairs. Others are afraid of you because you are from the Wei family, but I am not. I will settle the score with you after I deal with Chu Tian. As the son of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, Yi Wen was very confident. He glanced at Huaimei coldly and said to Chu Tian, who still had his eyes closed, what's wrong, Chu Tian? Weren't you very arrogant towards Brother Feng just now? Why are you so cowardly now? Brother Feng doesn't want to embarrass you because of the engagement, but I don't have as good a temper as Brother Feng. If your sister wants to marry into our Yi family, she must abide by our family rules, otherwise. Buzz. Suddenly, Chu Dian opened his eyes, with a terrible cold light flashing in his eyes. The third vertical eye between his eyebrows opened, purple light flowed, a vast spirit surged, a Taoist aura spread out, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Chu Dian instantly appeared in front of Yuan, his eyes filled with cold light, staring at Yuan with terrible murderous intent emerging. You're looking for death. I'm just waiting for you to take action. Yuan had been cautious and vigilant. When he saw Chu Dian appear, he suddenly shouted angrily. He was waiting for a reason or excuse. He didn't care that Chu Dian hadn't made a move yet. His powerful mental power resonated, and he suddenly kicked Chu Dian in the chest with a whip-like kick. The airflow burst and exploded, and the pressure was like a tide, which was terrifying. As the 38th ranked genius on the spirit refining list, the power of his sudden attack had even reached 7 million pounds, enough to blow up a mountain. The people present were horrified and thought that Yuan was simply crazy. He was obviously one realm higher than the Lil Saint, but he suddenly attacked Chu Dian. Moreover, he used all his strength in this kick, and he was determined to kill Chu Dian with one blow. Yuan, stop it. A woman in green rushed out from the crowd and said, this is the place where my saint ancestor Duanmu passed away. You are not allowed to be presumptuous. But Yuan's attack was full of suddenness, almost in the blink of an eye, and he was so close to Chu Dian that he didn't give Chu Dian any time to react. Boom! Chu Dian's eyes were cold, and his spirit turned into a series of great runes that covered his arms. His powerful spirit was amplified tenfold, his blood rushed into the sky, rolling like a dragon and python, and he punched out. In an instant, the very space seemed to tremble. This punch was as fast as lightning and as heavy as Mount Dai. It was so powerful and heavy that it was unimaginable. Fists and feet collided, airflow exploded, the Dao energy surged, and Chu Dian's power surged like a tide. Snap! Suddenly, Yuan's foot was blasted into a bloody mist. He held miserably, and a surge of power surged from Chu Dian's fist, causing blood to ooze from his pores and facial features. In an instant, he became a one-legged bloody man. Chu Dian superimposed the eye of heaven in 10 times the spirit, and the power that burst out instantly reached a level of tens of millions of pounds. With such a powerful force, a mountain would be blown into pieces in an instant, not to mention that Chu Dian also used the Tai Shang Yin Yang Dao technique that he had just acquired. This attack would definitely turn the true dragon cubs in the spirit refining realm with strong bloodlines into a bloody mist in an instant. Yuan's physical body is far inferior to that of a true dragon cub in the spirit refining realm. If it weren't for his vast spirit, which was much stronger than Yu Wu, Chu Dian's attack, even if it only hit his thigh, the spreading shock force would definitely be able to turn him into a ball of bloody mist on the spot. The people present were stunned and almost suffocated. Looking at the scene before them, it was impossible to describe their emotions at the moment. Yuan, who ranked 38th on the spirit refining list, was nearly killed by a punch from Chu Dian. No one would deny that if this punch had hit Yuan's body instead of his legs, he would have exploded and torn into pieces. Who gave you the courage to speak so arrogantly, you who don't know your own limitations? There was a terrifying chill in Chu Dian's eyes, and murderous intent was surging. Originally, he didn't bother to pay attention to this guy who was not even a supporting role, but he insisted on moving forward and talking nonsense involving Chu Yunsheng. He didn't want to bother with the ants, but the ants dared to try to shake the power of heaven. That's seeking death. Buzz. A murderous light flashed in Chu Dian's eyes, and his gaze was focused as he went straight towards Yuan's head. It seemed as if his gaze had punched 2 holes in the space. Yuan had almost no power to resist at this time. If this attack hit him, there was almost no doubt that Yuan's head would be pierced directly. At this moment, a green shadow flashed by, blocking Chu Dian's eyes and saving Yuan's life. The woman in green was very fast. She rescued Yuan and moved away from Chu Dian. Then she looked up and said to him, Chu Dian, the Holy Heaven Lake will open soon. Don't cause any trouble. This opportunity is very important to many people. If you kill Yuan, even if Hall Master Yi is in a meeting at Elder Peak right now, he will be alerted immediately. The Holy Heaven Lake opening will probably be postponed indefinitely. The woman in green was not stunningly beautiful. Her face was a little chubby and looked very cute. Moreover, she was not very tall. She looked about the same age as Yifeng, but she was only about 1.65 meters tall, about the same height as Chu Dian at this moment. But her strength is extremely powerful. She is probably younger than Yuan, but her strength is much stronger. She is already a genius in the fusion realm. Chapter 49. Why are you not restricted by the Holy Heavenly Pawn? Duan Muwan. Looking at the woman in green, her name flashed through Chu Dian's memory. Duan Muwan is the daughter of Duan Murong, the head of the Duanmu family, and also the niece of Duan Mulei. In the original plot, she is also a relatively important female character. Although her talent is not as good as Yifeng, it is not much different. After Yifan gained the recognition of the emperor's body of Duanmu Saint, she took the initiative to approach Yifan on behalf of the Duanmu family. Boom! At this moment, a passage suddenly opened above the lake, and a vast aura of Dao filled the air with a sense of the utmost divinity and holiness. The passage to Shengtianchi is open. Duan Mulei appeared in front of the passage with a gloomy expression. He glanced coldly at Yuan, who was covered in blood and wailing. Shengtianchi is the holy place of the Duanmu family. Fighting is strictly prohibited here. However, Yuan attacked Chu Dian almost by surprise and even tried to kill him. This was a great disrespect to the holy ancestor Duanmu. Uncle Duanmu, I was careless. Chu Dian used his magical powers to sneak attack me. I don't accept it. Yuan wailed, but his voice was filled with resentment and anger. I will fight him in a life or death duel. I will give it my all. I will definitely kill him. Chu Dian, do you dare to challenge me to a life and death duel? Duan Mulei said gloomily, even though he was a realm higher than me, and it was a sneak attack, I couldn't defeat him. If Wanner hadn't reacted quickly and saved you, you would have been a corpse. You still have the nerve to scream. You have completely disgraced the Hall Master. Duan Mulei looked at Chu Dian with horror in his eyes, because he saw a lot of things when Chu Dian made his move just now. The Holy Heavenly Pond will be open for only 3 minutes. Enter immediately. After 10 days, I will open the passage again. As soon as Duan Mulei finished speaking, the people present immediately came to their senses. Without time to be shocked, they began to enter the passage in an orderly manner. After all, not everyone is born into a noble family. The opportunity to enter the Holy Heaven Lake is extremely precious to most people. If you miss it once, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Chu Dian, Yifeng's face was still slightly pale. He gave Chu Dian a cold look before entering the passage with Lu Yun, whose face was red and swollen. Uncle Lei, I'm sorry. Chu Dian clasped his fists. He didn't want to fight before entering the Holy Heaven Pool. It's okay, Uncle saw it all. Duan Mulei smiled slightly, then glanced coldly at the dazed Huaimei and said, Little bald head, hurry up and get out of here. Remember, if you dare to disrespect the ancestor of the Duanmu family, even Tianyan Daozhen can't protect you. Huaimei came back to her senses, looked at Chu Dian with horror, and then entered the passage with Chu Dian. The scene in front of them went slightly dark, and Chu Dian and Huaimei appeared in a huge bluestone square. The square was surrounded by mist and clouds, and there was a sound of splashing water. Indistinctly, they could see dragon-like creatures swimming back and forth in the mist, which was extremely terrifying. A low roar came from around the square. They are extremely large, probably up to nearly 1,000 meters long, winding and circling, with black scales thicker than water tanks, a single horn on their heads, and eyes filled with intense brutality. If you accidentally look at one another, you will tremble all over and your mind will go blank. The legend is actually true. Saint Ancestor Duanmu really raised a group of pure-blooded dragons in the Shengxian sect. Seeing the terrifying beasts wandering around, Huaime's face turned slightly pale. Even for someone as lawless as him, his heart trembled when he saw such horrifying creatures up close. Don't look into the dragon's eyes. Your spirit cannot bear it. In the square, elders were teaching the young geniuses, telling them that this was the heritage left by Saint Ancestor Duanmu to the Shengxian sect. It was a nest of dragon eggs that Saint Ancestor Duanmu had found while traveling through the myriad realms and brought back to the Shengxian sect to raise. They had been breeding in this Shengxian pond for hundreds of thousands of years and would only be released when the sect faced a catastrophe. Rumor has it that within the Holy Heaven Lake, there may even be an emperor-level dragon that has survived for nearly 100,000 years. An elder celestial being marveled at the situation and said to the young genius, the Holy Heaven Lake is permeated with the Tao essence and power of Saint Ancestor Duanmu. Even a half-step emperor would be unable to use his magical powers and spiritual energy. Many young male and female geniuses humbly followed the instructions. When they heard the elders talk about the deeds of the Holy Ancestor Duanmu and some precautions in the Holy Heaven Lake, they were extremely shocked and yearned for it. After hundreds of thousands of years, the remaining Tao essence can still restrain a half-step emperor. How powerful was Saint Ancestor Duanmu when he was alive? A young woman asked curiously. Saint Ancestor Duanmu is one of the greatest leaders in the history of Shengxian sect, and also the only woman. She saved the entire sect during its darkest period. Some older people shook their heads and told them that no one knew how powerful Saint Ancestor Duanmu was, because at that time, she had no rivals in the entire Hengtian continent. She was an invincible figure and no one could block her moves. Soon, the older generation sat down cross-legged and began to practice, unwilling to waste precious time. The Holy Heavenly Pool is filled with the essence of Taoism, and contains the spirit and power of the Holy Ancestor, which is of endless benefit to cultivation. Huaimei was also amazed. Although she was not a disciple of the Shengxian sect, she still yearned for such a supreme figure. Chu Tian's face was calm, and his eyes, filled with a strong chill, kept searching the field. Finally, he saw Yifeng and Lu Yun on the right side of the square. Yifeng was actually looking at him at this moment, his eyes were extremely cold and filled with murderous intent. After Chu Tian learned that Zhu Yansheng practiced the supreme yin-yang technique, he was already thinking about how to deal with the aftermath. Boom! After seeing Yifeng, Chu Tian's eyes opened between his eyebrows, his spirit surged out, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Yifeng and punched him directly. At this time, the Tianquan ring on his right ring finger was glowing slightly, offsetting the Taoist essence and pressure of Saint Duanmu for him, so even though he was in the Holy Heaven Lake, he could still use the power of his spirit and supernatural powers. In the original plot, Yifan relied on the Tianquan divine ring to offset the pressure of the Holy Ancestor Duanmu, which allowed him to come into contact with the body of the Holy Ancestor Duanmu and gain the recognition of the immature Holy Ancestor Duanmu. You can actually use your magical powers and spirit. Yifeng reacted quickly, his pupils widened with anger, but as a powerful person in the fusion realm, even if Chu Tian used his supernatural powers, he still reacted and punched Chu Tian with his physical body alone. Puff! In an instant, Yifeng spurted blood and retreated madly for more than 10 steps. His eyes widened with bloodshot, and he roared, Chu Tian, why are you not restricted by the Holy Heaven Lake? In the square, everyone was completely shocked and stunned. They simply couldn't understand how Chu Tian could use his supernatural powers and spirit. You must know that even those who have ignited the divine fire, or even the older people who have reached a higher level, can only act with their physical strength at this moment. Chu Tian, stop it. You are not allowed to act so recklessly in the Holy Ancestor space. Duanmu Wan shouted angrily from afar, but at this time she could no longer use her magical powers and spirit. She could do nothing with her physical body alone. Lu Yun's eyes were filled with fear, and she frantically moved away from Chu Tian, fearing that she would be affected. Buzz! Chu Tian's spirit was rolling, and the Tao essence was surging. He directly used the Taishang Yin Yang Dao technique. The Dao runes condensed into a big hand, which directly suppressed Yifeng, making him vomit blood and his body crack. Although it was only one night, he had already comprehended the great art of yin and yang to an extremely high level. The secret art contained countless variations and was invincible when used for attacking and killing. Although the chance of Yifeng igniting the divine fire in the Holy Heaven Lake is not high, Chu Tian does not intend to let Yifeng have the opportunity to practice in the Holy Heaven Lake just in case. This way, he can be 100% sure that the yin yang Dao will be implanted into Yifeng's body. The rune hand waved, and the Dao energy surged. Each blow had a force exceeding tens of millions of pounds. An ordinary person in the spirit refining stage would be crushed into a pulp in an instant. Yifeng was beaten so hard that he roared in anger, vomited blood continuously, and his muscles kept cracking. Chu Tian, you don't dare to kill me. Yifeng was covered in blood, his eyes filled with resentment, and he roared almost madly. Even if you can use your magical powers and spirit, what can you do? You dare not kill me, ha 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 ha, you will never dare to kill me. When I get out, I'll make you regret it. Faced with such a great stimulation and being beaten so violently by Chu Tian, Yifeng was furious and almost crazy, but facing Chu Tian's attack, he had no power to fight back. His internal organs were shattered, his body was covered in blood, and his clothes were torn. Chu Tian's eyes were cold, and he kept waving his rune-shaped hands, causing the space to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. A dull thud echoed throughout the square, shattering Yifeng's bones bit by bit. Only when his body collapsed to the ground like a bloody mess did Chu Tian's eyes stop. Yifeng's shrill wail made everyone in the square's hair stand on end, their hair standing on end. The whole process happened almost in a flash, so fast that many people just came to their senses. Yifeng, who was ranked 3rd on the Earth list and 6th on the fusion list, had been tortured to death by Chu Tian who suddenly attacked him. Only the bones of his head were intact on his body. But even so, Yifeng in the fusion realm still has a strong vitality. In this realm, the body and spirit are integrated, and he can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to fill his body. His vitality is strong and vigorous. As long as his head is not broken, Yifeng will not die completely. Chu Tian, you don't dare to kill me. Yifeng collapsed to the ground, but he still smiled viciously. When we get out of Shengxian Lake, I will make you regret everything you did to me today for the rest of your life. Including your sister Chu Yansheng. Chapter 50. How did he do that? The bald pervert is looking for death. Chu Tian, no matter how the Yi family has wronged you, it has nothing to do with Yifeng personally. He is your brother-in-law, the man who was engaged to Yansheng as a child. How could you do such a cruel thing to him? Duanmu Wan finally arrived. When she saw the terrifying chill in Chu Tian's eyes, a chill ran down her spine. But as the only remaining member of a prominent clan present, and a descendant of the holy ancestor Duanmu, she had to stop Chu Tian out of both reason and emotion. In fact, even if the old gods only used their physical bodies, they were not necessarily weaker than Chu Tian. But even if they had 10,000 guts, they would not dare to intervene in the fight between the two founding families. Otherwise, when the reckoning came, they would not have enough lives to die. Duanmu Wan stood in front of Yifeng, who was lying on the ground like a ball of mud and covered in blood, and angrily scolded Chu Tian. Even if we put aside our friendship, as the sect's holy son and the next successor to the sect master, it is your responsibility to uphold the sect's rules and regulations. Shengxian Lake is the sect's sacred land, the place where the holy ancestor of the restoration sat in meditation. How dare you attack here? This is a blasphemy against the holy ancestor and a great disrespect. Chu Tian walked in front of Duan Muan, his face calm, and said lightly, "Get out of the way. Do you want to kill Yifeng? Don't make me do it." "Chu Tian, try to touch me if you dare." Hearing this, Duan Muan's chubby face flushed red with anger, her already swollen chest heaving up and down, she shouted. "As the daughter of the current Duan Mu family patriarch, I solemnly warn you to immediately cease your lawless and unscrupulous behavior. Otherwise, once you leave Shengxian Lake, I will report you to the Internal Affairs Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall, and even to the Council of Elders." At this time, Huaimei was a little shocked. After all, even he didn't expect that Chu Tian would be so bold as to suddenly attack Yifeng. But when he saw Duan Muan's chest heaving, his eyes suddenly widened in anger. "This is too dramatic. My cousin is the same age as her, so how could there be such a huge age difference between them?" Huaimei murmured to herself. Bang! Suddenly, a green figure fell from the sky and landed heavily beside him, accompanied by Duan Muan's cry of pain. Everyone in the field was shocked. They didn't expect that Chu Tian would dare to attack Duan Muan. Although he didn't slap her directly like he did Lu Yun, he just grabbed Duan Muan's neck and lifted her up like a chicken, then threw her away casually. Duan Muan's face flushed red, and her originally chubby face was now like a big red apple. She stood up and shouted angrily, "Chu Tian, I'm not done with you." She was about to rush over, but saw Chu Tian looking back. His concentrated eyes pierced through the space and hit the floor in front of her directly, like a meteorite falling from the sky. There was a dull roar, and the solid floor shattered, with dust and gravel flying. The cold murderous intent enveloped Duan Muan, turning her face pale instantly, because if she moved a little faster, or if Chu Tian raised his head a centimeter higher, his eyes would have pierced through her chest, or even her head. At this time, Huaimei's figure stood in front of Duan Muan, and her charming little face was unusually solemn. "You who are from the Sehang holy sect, how dare you stop me?" Duan Muan said coldly, but she took the opportunity to pause. After all, she had done what she should do. The pervert Chu Tiancheng who could use his spirit and supernatural powers was not someone she could fight against at this moment. "No, I can't stop someone who wants to die." Huaimei shook her head, her charming little face serious. "I want to ask you a very important question. The answer is very important to me. If you tell me, I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future." "What's the problem?" Seeing Huaimei so serious, Duan Muan felt a little curious. "Tell me, how did you make it so bulging here?" Huaimei raised her hand and pointed, her expression extremely solemn. He had just suddenly realized that he particularly liked this kind of plump figure. Although his goal had not changed and he was still pursuing his cousin, he thought this was also very important. So he felt it was his responsibility to get the method from Duan Muan and tell his senior sister later. "Asshole, bald pervert, you're looking for death." Duan Muan was furious, her hair standing on end. She slapped Huaimei in the face and then kicked her over. She couldn't deal with Chu Tian, so how could she deal with this little bald guy? He was so young, yet he dared to tease her. She directly poured out her rage on Huaimei. When she was in the body tempering realm, she was also one of the top 5 monsters on the bone tempering list. Now that she has broken through to the fusion realm, her physical strength is even much stronger than Huaimei's, and she can directly beat Huaimei up. "Chu Tian, you dare not kill me, you dare not kill me." Yifeng's face was covered in blood and looked ferocious. Bang! Suddenly, Chu Tian kicked him in the mouth. Yifeng howled, but he could no longer speak because all his teeth and even his tongue were broken by Chu Tian's kick. The people around him opened their mouths in shock, staring blankly at the little saint, with chills running up their spines. "I told you that your fate in Shengxian Pond will be even worse." Chu Tian's face was calm as he sat cross-legged in the pool of blood beside Yifeng. After locking onto Yifeng with a trace of his spirit, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the Tao within the holy heaven pool, polishing his body and spirit. He had experienced too much blood and gore, and even ambushed in a pile of corpses for 3 days. This pool of blood was just child's play for him. Chu Tian didn't say a single word to Yifeng because there was no need to. He just needed to control Yifeng and prevent him from using the Taoist essence of Shengtianqi to practice. From the beginning to the end, his goal was to break through the spirit refining realm in the holy heavenly pool, comprehend the great Tao of Yin and Yang, condense the Yin and Yang Tao seeds, and reverse the relationship of primary and secondary between his elder sister and Yifeng. In an instant, the transition from earth-shaking roars, surging Tao energy, and huge hands across the sky to deadly silence was completed almost instantly. The people in the square were horrified. Looking at Chu Tian who was sitting cross-legged in a pool of blood and starting to practice with a calm face, their scalps were tense as if they were about to explode. In their eyes, the little saint at this moment did not look like the heir of a righteous sect at all, but rather like the reincarnation of a demon god who had killed countless people. At this time, Duan Muan pinned Huaimei to the ground and beat her violently. She turned around and saw that Chu Tian did not kill Yifeng, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, the little saint openly killed the son of the sect leader. As the young masters of the 2 founding families, she really couldn't imagine what terrible things would happen. A civil war between the 2 founding families or a split in the sect are both possible. "You little pervert, keep your mouth shut from now on, or you'll end up like this." Duan Muan sneered twice, looked at Huaimei with a bruised face and swollen nose. She waved her fist, and her chest suddenly surged again, making Huaimei stare with her eyes wide open. He really wanted to call Duan Muan and ask her to hold him down and beat him for a while longer, but Duan Muan had already stood up, found a place to sit down and began to practice with her eyes closed. Even for the children of top families, the opportunity to enter the holy heaven pool is extremely precious. Otherwise, Chu Tianyin would not have used it to exchange for the creation pill with Chu Tian. The male and female geniuses and the old powerful men in the square also breathed a sigh of relief. The battle came to an end, and they each found a place to start practicing. If Chu Tian's attack had not made too much noise and the square was not small, no one would be willing to waste even a minute of time. Huaimei walked to Chu Tian's side with a bruised face and nose. Seeing Yifeng lying in a pile of mud with a vicious look in his eyes, she kicked him several times. "You useless thing, why are you so arrogant? Look at what you can do. You dare your father to harm me." Chapter 51, Killing a group of ancient mammoths with 1 star. Huaimei still couldn't forget the night when Yi Tianchong badly hurt her. He had been arrogant for many years and had never been so scared in his life. That night, that bastard Chu Tianyin was really thinking about opening his eyes and venting Chu Tian's anger. Just that little bit. When Huaimei thought of that night, she became furious and couldn't help but kick Yifeng a few more times, kicking his head like a ball. After all, she couldn't beat Yi Tianchong for the time being, so she took out her anger on his son first. After venting the anger in his heart, Huaimei glanced at Chu Tian who was sitting cross-legged in a pool of blood. After all, he was only 10 years old, and he felt a creepy feeling in his heart, but his purpose of coming into the holy heaven lake was to get close to Chu Tian and comprehend the eye of heaven. For the sake of her cousin, Huaimei gritted her teeth and sat in a pool of blood beside Chu Tian. At night, the moonlight shines through the milky white lake and shines on the square. Chaos light circulated around Chu Tian's body, pulling the Chaos Creation Sutra into operation. The spiritual power containing the spiritual essence of the Tao was absorbed and turned into thick spiritual mist that enveloped him. This is also the most magical place in Shengtianqi. Not only is the spiritual power here many times richer than that of the outside world, it also contains the Taoism and spirit of the holy ancestor Duanmu. Practicing here is almost equivalent to having Saint Ancestor Duanmu personally guiding your practice. The huge benefits you can gain depend on how much spiritual power you can absorb. Chu Dian practiced the Chaos Creation Sutra to the extreme. It seemed that all the pores on his body were breathing, madly inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. The rolling spiritual energy condensed together, and he was just like an ancient giant beast, opening its mouth wide and swallowing spiritual energy madly. A terrible thundering sound came from Chu Dian's body. It was his bones and muscles being forged, and it was deafening, just like a piece of iron being continuously hammered, removing impurities and leaving only the essence. Originally, Chu Dian felt that he had reached the extreme of physical strength, and it began to rise at an extremely fast speed. The rich blood, like a long river, rushed through his tendons and body, making a tsunami-like sound that made people's eardrums hurt. Other practitioners, after inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, which contains surging Tao essence, need to stop to digest and rest. After all, this is a huge loss to all parts of the body. But Chu Dian's physique, comprehension, and spiritual aura allowed him to devour spiritual power non-stop and crazily. Not only his physical body, but also his spirit was surging wildly. And with the improvement of his spirit, the speed of tempering his spirit with the top-grade soul-forging pill he took was also accelerating. It was like a giant hammer, constantly swinging up in Chu Dian's head, and then smashing down fiercely, making a terrible roar, like thunder. Here's what happened. Huaimei, who was standing nearby, was awakened. He pondered the Eye of Heaven for a while and suddenly discovered that the holy heavenly pool contained endless mysteries, which would be of great benefit to his spirit, body, and comprehension of supernatural powers. So he began to immerse himself in cultivation. Unexpectedly, he suddenly heard the sound of raging waves and thunder. You are still a human being. When Huaimei saw Chu Dian's state of cultivation, she was stunned and felt dry mouth and tongue, as if she was looking at a monster. There were raging waves, thundering skies, and the sounds of giant hammers being swung, tempering the spirit. Huaimei considered herself knowledgeable in the Sihang holy sect, but she had never seen anyone in such a state of cultivation. Huaimei could feel that Chu Dian's physical body and spirit were improving rapidly, and the aura of Taoism around him was becoming increasingly strong. This showed that Chu Dian's comprehension of that unknown magical power was also deepening and reaching a high level. This is crazy. This is going crazy. I really can't stand this anymore. Huaimei was extremely shocked and suffered a huge impact. Originally, he thought that there was a gap between him and Chu Dian, but it was not big. But now, this gap has widened wildly, and he even feels that he can't catch up with Chu Dian. No, I also need to practice and break through the spirit refining realm, otherwise my elder brother might break through before me. Huaimei scratched her head with a gritted teeth, feeling her scalp itchy to the extreme. Stimulated by Chu Dian, she had no time to comprehend the Eye of Heaven. She quickly stood up, found a place not far from Chu Dian but undisturbed, and began to sit cross-legged and practice wholeheartedly. Yifeng, lying in a pool of blood, looked pale, with shock and fear in his eyes. He practiced the magic art of the supreme yin and yang, and for some reason, when he felt the rising Taoist aura in Chu Dian, he inexplicably felt a sense of fear. Yifeng is not stupid. After calming down, he began to think about Chu Dian's words and actions, from when he was outside the Holy Heaven Lake to when he entered the Holy Heaven Lake and attacked him without hesitation. Throughout the whole process, Chu Dian seemed to have everything planned out, so when he discovered that Zhu Yansheng was practicing the supreme yin-yang technique, he chose not to tell King Chu Dian, nor did he tell Jian Kongzu, let alone expose him, otherwise he would surely die. Yifeng kept asking himself, why didn't Chu Dian expose it? A deep chill seemed to envelop Yifeng. The supreme yin-yang art was his lifeblood. If he died, Zhu Yansheng would too. As long as he could escape Shengxian Lake and Chu Dian didn't expose him, he still had a chance to turn the tables. But now, he felt a deep sense of dread. Could it be that Chu Dian really has a way to crack the Tai Sheng yin-yang technique? But his father said that this magic skill has no way to crack it on the Hengtian continent, otherwise the Tai Sheng demon sect would not have been so unscrupulous back then, and eventually forced all the major sects to join forces to destroy it at all costs. Yifeng was extremely frightened and was unwilling to just wait for the possible changes. He tried to absorb and exhale spiritual energy to heal his wounds, but Chu Dian always paid attention to him. Once he found that his injuries had recovered a little, he would immediately condense the Dao rune and slap him back to his original form. Even as Chu Feng inhaled and exhaled spiritual energy, his mental power became increasingly powerful and condensed. He even began to use his mental power to isolate Yifeng from the spiritual energy of the Holy Heavenly Lake, completely cutting off his hope of recovering from his injuries. Under the powerful mental pressure, he could do nothing but wait quietly. Yifeng was almost on the verge of collapse. He really didn't understand why Chu Dian could use his supernatural powers and spirit in the Holy Heaven Lake. What he didn't understand even more was why Chu Dian's spirit could be so condensed and powerful that he could monitor him while improving his strength, doing two things at the same time. This was something that many people in the fusion realm could not do. And Chu Dian is only 8 years old. Buzz. Suddenly, Chu Dian opened his eyes, and the spirit in his eyes condensed into a needle, which instantly broke through the air, broke through the outer membrane of the square, and slammed into a huge dragon body that was nearly 1,000 meters long and winding in the Shengxian pool. This was at least a terrifying beast at the level of igniting divine fire. Bang! The solid scale the size of a bucket broke into a small spot, and then the crack continued to spread, and finally the entire scale exploded completely and turned into debris. The dragon sensed something and opened its cold and cruel eyes, looking at Chu Dian. It found that it was a little human being who was playing mischief and posed no threat, so it lazily fell asleep again. My spirit has finally become fully materialized. Back when my father was at the peak of spirit refining, he could kill an ancient mammoth with a single glare. Although my spirit isn't as strong as someone at the peak of spirit refining, my penetrating power and shocking power are 10 times, or even more, higher than those of the same level, thanks to my spirit's concentration. I can kill a group of ancient mammoths with a single glare. Even someone at Yi Cheng's level would have a mental breakdown if I glared at him. His mind would go blank, and he would lose all ability to resist. Although I haven't broken through to the spirit refining realm, my current mental strength is comparable to that of an average spirit refining realm cultivator at the 3rd level. If I reach the peak of spirit refining realm, a true dragon cub of the same level would be killed by a single glare from me. Chapter 52, Childish Voice, Dragon King. Chu Dian felt the powerful and condensed mental power in his mind and muttered to himself. As he clenched his fist slightly, an explosive force surged into his heart. The spiritual power of this holy heaven pond is even greater than the medicinal power contained in the liquid medicine prepared by my family. In just one day, my physical strength reached 2.5 million kilograms. Now, even if I absorb more spiritual power, I can't increase it even a little bit. Now, with the full power of the Eye of Heaven, my strength can even reach 15 million kilograms. Now facing Yuan, no matter what magical power he has, he will be directly blown away by my punch. I can break all the magic with one force, leaving no room for resistance. Although Yuan's spirit is vigorous, it is scattered and disorganized. In addition, his body is weak, his qi and blood are insufficient, and his foundation is too poor. This kind of cultivator is completely useless. Even if he cultivates to a high level, he will be vulnerable. He is not worthy of being my opponent. Chu Dian muttered to himself, feeling a deep contempt for supporting characters like Yuan. He had never considered these people as opponents before, let alone now. But if someone knew what Chu Dian was thinking, they would probably be scared to death. He was only at the body tempering realm, but he actually regarded Yuan, who was in the top 50 of the spirit refining list, as a waste. Chu Dian has the confidence and self-confidence. Now his physical body has reached the pinnacle of the bodybuilding realm, and his spirit is vigorous and condensed into substance, reaching a point where there is no room for improvement. The dual peak of body and spirit enables him to look down upon all his contemporaries, both ancient and modern. With the spiritual power of the holy heavenly pond and the true understanding, I have also comprehended the great yin-yang Dao art to an extremely high level, which is more than enough for me to condense the yin-yang Dao seed. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Chu Tian made up his mind, glanced at Yifeng, whose face was pale, slowly closed his eyes, and began to work on breaking through the spirit refining realm. Chu Tian began to regulate his breathing, restrain his energy, and put his body in a perfect state. He guided the circulation of the Chaos Creation Sutra, regulated his muscles and bones, and calmed his mind. Time passes. 5 days and nights passed, which was longer than the time Chu Tian had been in this world. For 5 days, he did not force himself to break through the threshold, but just adjusted his breathing, cultivated his body and mind, and became familiar with his own strength. When the time came, he swallowed the top-grade soul-forging pill to renew the 3 halos. Chu Tian felt that cultivation required a natural and silent process, and forcing one to break through a bottleneck would ultimately be incomplete. At night, the starlight moonlight fell on Chu Tian. Suddenly, his eyelids moved slightly, as if waking up from a deep sleep. At this moment, Chu Tian suddenly saw the scene in his mind. Chu Tian understood that he had broken through the spirit refining realm. He saw a dark void in his mind, and a small chaotic colored ball the size of a thumb was suspended in the void. Chu Tian's thoughts moved slightly, and a surge of mental power emanated from it. Chu Tian understood that this was the scene that appeared when his spirit was concentrated to the extreme. However, if a strong person were to forcibly use his spirit to break into Chu Tian's sea of consciousness at this time, he would probably be stunned by this scene, because from ancient times to the present, no cultivator has ever been able to condense his spirit into shape in the realm of refining the spirit. Refining the spirit, combining the bodies, igniting the divine fire, and condensing the spirit and soul, only at this step will the spirit be condensed into the spirit and soul. The spirit and soul can leave the body and roam in the void, traveling through the starry sky with the spirit, and reading the mysteries of the world while sitting at home. However, Chu Tian was in the realm of spiritual refinement, condensing his spirit into substance and possessing the prototype of the soul. This was simply an incredible thing. In the general spirit refining realm, the spirit can only cover a radius of 10 meters. At the peak of spirit refining, it can only reach 100 meters. Even as powerful as my father, King Chu, at the peak of spirit refining, the spirit can penetrate the body and cover a radius of 1,000 meters. I wonder how far I can reach now. Chu Tian's mind moved slightly. With the Tianchuan divine ring, he was not restricted by the holy heaven lake at all. His spirit penetrated his body and covered the square of hundreds of meters in an instant. At this time, even the hairs on Duan Muan's face were clearly visible in his eyes. This was not beyond Chu Tian's expectations. After all, his mental concentration and controllability were far beyond what King Chu Tian could match. Chu Tian's spirit directly penetrated the membrane of the holy heaven pool and went deeper and farther. 1,000 meters, 1,300 meters, 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters. Finally, 2,000 meters reached Chu Tian's limit at the moment, but he did not stop. The eye of heaven between his eyebrows opened, and suddenly, Chu Tian's spirit expanded tenfold and continued to expand. 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters. Until it reached 10,000 meters, Chu Tian's spiritual expansion reached its limit. It was not that his spirit was not strong enough and could not support it, but that the spiritual chaos bead restricted him, that is, it reached the extreme that the current realm could support. Chu Tian was about to withdraw his spirit, but at this moment, a subtle spiritual fluctuation flowed through the holy heaven pond, and a childish voice sounded in his ears. Who are you? The childish voice seemed to speak very little and the words were incoherent. Saint Ancestor Duanmu. Chu Tian's heart was shocked, and the name immediately emerged in his mind. His guess came true. Although Yifan entered the holy heaven pool more than 10 years later, the body of the holy ancestor Duanmu had been baptized by the essence of heaven and earth for hundreds of thousands of years, and had already given birth to a young spiritual consciousness. He remembered that in the original plot, more than 10 years later, the young consciousness of Duanmu Shangzu could already control his body and move freely in the Shengxian lake. He happened to be seen by Yifan, whose mind was unrestricted. Just like a newborn baby seeing its mother for the first time, she recognized Yifan and developed a sense of dependence on him. Chu Tian originally just wanted to find an opportunity to see if he could make something of it in advance. Unexpectedly, after breaking through the spirit refining realm, by chance, he actually collided and resonated with the spirit of Saint Ancestor Duanmu. This was one of the greatest opportunities Yifan had ever obtained in the original plot, and it was also the last straw that completely tipped the shaky balance towards the Yi family and broke the camel's back for the Chu family. Chu Tian began to speak and communicate with the immature spiritual consciousness. I am so lonely. I want to go and play with you. After a while, the childish voice suddenly spoke in a broken voice. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, from the deepest part of Shengxian Lake, a huge dragon head stretched out from the darkness, winding and circling, rushing towards the square. This dragon was so huge that its body swam in a winding manner, causing the water in the entire Shengxian Lake to turbulent and creating huge waves. The entire square was hit by the waves and shook violently. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, roars rang out from the holy heaven lake. It turned out to be the roars of huge dragons, shaking the earth. Chu Tian saw that the 1,000-meter-long dragon not far from the square was lying in a crouching posture with its head raised, as if welcoming the arrival of its king. Shengxian sect, Elder Peak. In the elders' council that had been meeting for 5 consecutive days and was arguing endlessly, the pupils of many sect elders contracted sharply and they suddenly looked towards the direction of the holy heaven lake in the internal affairs hall. What's going on? The dragon king sleeping in the depths of Shengxian lake has awakened. Yi Tianchang said in horror. At this time, powerful and terrifying people from the Chu, Yi, Duanmu, Jiyu, and Su families all woke up. They were shocked and couldn't understand why the dragon king, who would not wake up until the clan was destroyed, suddenly revived. When the dragon king awakens, there will be earth-shattering events. Duan Mulei is presiding over the opening of Shengtianchi. Quickly ask him what happened. Yi Tianchang's voice trembled slightly. At this time, those who were awakened by the terrible waves in the square could no longer describe the shock in their hearts and words. In the air, a pitch-black dragon head snaked out from the depths of the holy heaven lake. Its cold and cruel dragon eyes alone were larger than the entire square. Just by looking at each other, a terrifying mental shock came. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, some old figures who had ignited the divine fire, some even at the level of gods, vomited blood and immediately turned their heads away, not daring to look anymore. This was because the stronger they were, the more they could feel the terrifying power of the dragon, and its rampant tyrannical spirit, which could even shock the strong man who had ignited the divine fire to death. Look, next to the horn on the dragon's head, there seems to be a body wearing a purple skirt. A female genius spoke tremblingly, raised her hand and pointed at the top of the dragon's head, but suddenly she could not bear the strong mental shock, vomited blood and fainted. Chapter 53 Holy Ancestor, Bing Bing. The dragon's head was across the sky, its eyes were as huge as stars, and its cold and violent aura was suffocating. This scene was like a myth. Everyone present had their eyes wide open in horror. They wanted to watch but could not bear the terrible mental shock. Only a few geniuses with deep foundation and strong spirit can see clearly by looking carefully that the female corpse in purple skirt next to the dragon horn on the head of the dragon is actually lying in a transparent crystal coffin. The crystal coffin is sparkling, and each point is shining like a star, and starlight is constantly sinking into every part of the female corpse's body. This scene is so horrible. In the holy heaven lake, thousands of dragons surrendered and welcomed their king. The head of just one dragon seemed as big as a star, and no one knew how big it was. On its head was a female corpse, which seemed to be her mount or pet when she was alive. The star crystal coffin, after death, still uses the Dragon King as a mount to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Could it be that this female corpse the genius trembled and suddenly could not bear the terrible feeling of mental oppression. He knelt down directly with a pale face. At this moment, the identity of the female corpse in purple skirt is about to be revealed. I, the unworthy descendant Duan Muwan, pay my respects to the holy ancestor, Lord Jialong King. Duan Muwan knelt down, her eyes filled with boundless reverence and longing. Duan Mu Shengzu, the founder of the Duan Mu family. Without Shengzu, there would be no Duan Mu family today, and perhaps the Shengxian sect would no longer exist. Bang, bang, bang. The people in the square knelt down one after another, no matter they were young geniuses or old strong men, they all knelt down, their eyes were horrified and full of reverence. That seems to be the legendary star crystal coffin, the most precious treasure of the Star Clan, a super clan in the myriad worlds. Could the legend be true? In his later years, the holy ancestor tried to live his life again and traveled all over the myriad worlds in search of all kinds of mysterious things that could lead to immortality. It seems that the Star Clan's treasure disappeared at that time. An old god seemed to know some rumors, and his voice trembled. The people present only felt a buzzing in their heads, because the Star Clan is a super powerful clan in the world today, ranking among the top 100 in the world. Rumor has it that hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Star Clan was far more powerful than it is today, with 3 or 4 emperors in charge, and was ranked among the top 10 among all clans. But it seems that it suffered a huge catastrophe, and countless strong people fell. The clan's treasure, the star crystal coffin, also disappeared. Since then, it has been in continuous decline, and now it is almost falling out of the top 100 clans. Could it be that the saint ancestor, an old man muttered to himself, and the corners of his mouth suddenly twitched slightly. Many young male and female disciples were dazzled as if they were listening to a myth, with their eyes filled with endless yearning. With his own strength, he defeated a clan ranked in the top 10 in the universe and snatched away the clan's most precious treasure. How powerful was the saint ancestor Duan Mu at his peak? After the holy ancestor passed away, his body has been hidden deep in the holy heavenly lake, guarded personally by Lord Jialong King. His sudden appearance now must have caused some earth-shaking changes. Could it be that the holy ancestor really lived a second life? An old god said to himself with horror in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the holy heaven lake shook violently. The huge dragon head slowly crouched down, and its cold and cruel eyes gradually sank into the bottom of the pool. The strong and cruel mental shock began to disappear until the crystal coffin on the dragon head was parallel to the height of the square, and then it stopped moving. The people in the field were confused and didn't understand what the Dragon King was going to do, but suddenly, their pupils suddenly widened in anger, their faces turned pale, and their bodies began to tremble violently. Saint Ancestor, sit up, a female genius stammered, pointing to the front. She had already suffered the mental shock of the Dragon King and her endurance had reached its limit. Seeing this scene, she was so scared that she fainted. Everyone in the square was stunned. Did the Saint Ancestor truly defy fate and live a second life, or was his body transformed into a corpse? If it was the second case, everyone in the square would die, with no chance of survival. Holy Ancestor, Duan Muwan was stunned, her whole body stiff. She stared blankly at the body in the star crystal coffin, then sat up, stood up, crawled out of the crystal coffin, walked to the square, then glanced around and suddenly walked towards her. Boom! A flash of lightning exploded in Duan Muwan's mind. Could it be that she had received the approval of the Holy Ancestor, which was why she attracted the Dragon King to come here carrying the Holy Ancestor's crystal coffin? Duan Muwan's speculation was not without basis. After all, she was the only one in the field who possessed the pure and direct bloodline of the Duan Mu family. Duan Muwan was so excited that her whole body began to tremble. But at this time, the Holy Ancestor passed by her without stopping at all. His steps were crooked, as if he lacked control over his body, but he kept moving forward until he stopped in front of Chu Dian. Brother Chu Dian, brother, play with me, I'm so lonely. Duan Mu Shengzu took Chu Dian's hand, as if he was acting coquettishly, his voice sounded childish and innocent, as if he was a little girl of 3 or 4 years old. The people in the field had their pupils wide open and their mouths gaping. This time, they were completely shocked. Even the old gods were shaking, and some even felt dizzy and tinnitus, as if they had heard it wrong. They raised their hands and slapped a few times to try to sober themselves up, and then spoke to the people next to them to test if there was anything wrong with their hearing. Then they quickly confirmed that they were in good mental state and had excellent hearing, but this discovery made them feel even more like they were crazy or trapped in some kind of illusion. The Dragon King came carrying the Holy Ancestor's crystal coffin, and then the Holy Ancestor crawled out of the crystal coffin, ran to the little Holy Sun, and asked the little Holy Sun to play with her. This joke is a bit too much. Congratulations to the host for seizing the great opportunity of Yifan, the son of destiny, and obtaining 20,000 destiny points. The gentle and pleasant voice of the system sounded in Chu Dian's ears. Bing bing, please be good, brother has things to do. Chu Dian smiled rarely and raised his hand to rub Duan Mu Shengzu's hair. It was smooth and soft, not like someone who had been sitting in meditation for hundreds of thousands of years. It was extremely well maintained. After the previous communication, Chu Dian had determined that Duan Mu Shengzu's mental state at this time was only comparable to that of a little girl of about 3 years old, which was the age when girls were the most clingy and well-behaved. The name Bing Bing came from a previous conversation when Duan Mu Shengzu said that he didn't have a name yet, and the little snake refused to give her a name and was as silent as a piece of wood, so he asked Chu Dian to give him the name. The little snake that Bing Bing mentioned was naturally the Dragon King who was silently guarding outside the square at this time. Duan Mu Shengzu was wearing a purple dress with tassels and had a chubby face. He looked somewhat similar to Duan Muwan, but he was 5 centimeters shorter than Duan Muwan and was not as tall as him, who was only 8 years old at the time. If Chu Dian had not seen it with his own eyes, it would have been hard for him to imagine that this cute and well-behaved little girl was actually the ancestor of the Shengxian sect's survival. She saved the entire sect in its most difficult times and did many things that shocked the world. For example, in order to live a second life, she defeated the Star Clan, which ranked in the top 10 of the world. Then Bing Bing will just sit next to me and wait for brother Chu Dian. Shengzu nodded and sat down next to Chu Dian obediently, waiting for him to finish his work before playing with her. After being alone for so long, she felt very content even just sitting quietly next to her brother. Chapter 54 Duan Muwan's Discovery, Condensing the Dao Seed. Bing Bing is so good. Chu Dian praised her, raised his hand and rubbed her head, then closed his eyes and began to familiarize himself with the control of the power of the spirit refining realm, preparing to condense the yin and yang avenue seed. Gaining the recognition of Saint Duan Mu was naturally a pleasant surprise, but he did not forget that his main purpose of entering Shengtianchi this time was to reverse the relationship between Yifeng and Chu Yunsheng. Bing Bing also seemed to enjoy this intimate feeling. Her big eyes narrowed slightly and she leaned on Chu Dian's shoulder. She felt a little lazy and tired, and murmured to herself, "Little snake, you go back first. I want to play with brother Chu Dian." Then, Shengzu leaned on Chu Dian's shoulder and fell into a deep sleep, with a satisfied smile on her lips. After living a second life, her consciousness was not yet condensed enough, and she was awake and asleep at times. The long communication with Chu Dian consumed a lot of her energy. The Dragon King seemed to have heard Bing Bing's voice as well. He turned his head, and his long, winding dragon body merged into the darkness. His huge body swam, causing huge waves in the holy heaven lake again, but he quickly disappeared from the sight of the people present. It was not until the Dragon King disappeared that the dragons that had been lying prone in the holy heaven lake resumed their original posture and began to wander in the holy heaven lake. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. The square was suffocating, you could hear a pin drop, and there was complete silence for a long time, not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone held their breath and stared blankly at the holy ancestor who was sleeping on Chu Tian's shoulder, afraid of making any noise and disturbing his sleep. Even the old gods were unable to calm down and enter the state of cultivation. Even someone as arrogant as Huai Mei had an expression as if she had seen a ghost from beginning to end. It was not until Chu Tian re-entered the state of cultivation that the corners of his mouth suddenly twitched violently. Big brother, he is indeed the big brother. He actually dared to rub Duan Wushengsu's head and rubbed it twice. Compared with this, the few times Chu Tian slapped his head was nothing. At this time, Huai Mei suddenly discovered that Duan Wuwan cautiously approached Chu Tian less than 5 meters away and secretly glanced at Chu Tian and Shengzu. Seeing that she did not wake them up, she breathed a sigh of relief and began to sit cross-legged to practice. A supreme being at the level of Emperor Venerable comprehends the laws, their bodies imbued with the essence of the Tao. Even after years of death, the Tao they comprehend will not dissipate. Simply cultivating near the Emperor's corpse will accelerate their comprehension of the Tao and the development of their supernatural powers countless times over. This is why the Emperor's corpse of the Heavenly Fate Tao Venerable was able to rapidly elevate a small, obscure clan within the Holy Heaven sect to a second-rate clan within the Holy Heaven sect. The Holy Ancestor Duanmu was even stronger than the Taoist Master Tianming. He was once invincible and unstoppable in all realms. Before he passed away, he used his body as the core to build the Holy Heaven Pond, which cultivated countless powerful people for the Holy Heaven sect. At this moment, she was sitting in the square. With the help of the spiritual power in the Holy Heaven Pond, the benefits of practicing close to her were enormous. Huai Mei also realized this immediately, and sat down next to Duan Wuwan, squeezing her with her arm. When she saw Duan Wuwan's eyes wide open with anger, and raised her hand to make a fist to hit him, she grinned, and although her eyes were staring at the magnificent place without blinking, she raised her hand and pointed at Duan Wushengsu. Tell me how you managed to get so big, and I won't bother you anymore. Huai Mei lowered her voice. Duan Wuwan was extremely angry, but she was afraid of waking up the Holy Ancestor, so she had to suppress her anger and let Huai Mei sit beside her. After looking at Chu Tian with complicated eyes, she also began to practice. The square was completely silent, but because of Bingbing's arrival, the spiritual power became more abundant and the Tao essence surged. Everyone came to their senses and didn't want to miss it. They approached Chu Tian cautiously and stopped when they were 10 meters away. Even those older people began to gather around Chu Tian, forming a circle with Chu Tian as the center and began to practice. After all, this was a huge opportunity. However, even when they were practicing, they were concentrating their breath and were very careful when absorbing and exhaling spiritual energy, not daring to make any noise. In Shengxian sect, the word, Holy Ancestor, is greater than the sky and has an extremely sacred meaning. Not everyone is Chu Tian and dares to touch the head of the Holy Ancestor. The arrival of Saint Duanmu brought great benefits to everyone except Yifeng. His mind was almost broken at this moment, but he could do nothing, could not enjoy any benefits, and could not even speak. Under Chu Tian's spiritual isolation, he could not absorb even a trace of spiritual energy. Time passed, 3 days had passed, and there was only 1 day left before the Holy Heavenly Lake opened. Yin-Yang Dao Seed, condense. Chu Tian opened his eyes, and the essence of Yin and Yang flowed in his eyeballs. He opened his hands, and rich spiritual energy began to gather in his hands, turning into 2 spiritual energy vortexes. His spirit transformed into runes of the great Tao, constantly merging into the vortex in his palm. It is not difficult to refine the Yin-Yang Dao Seed. The most difficult thing is actually to comprehend the supreme secret art of the great Yin-Yang Dao to a very deep level. Because from the true explanation obtained by Chu Tian, he learned that even the great Yin-Yang Dao ancestor has very few monsters who can comprehend the great Yin-Yang Dao art in the realm of refining the spirit, let alone condense the Yin-Yang Dao Seed. In the Taisheng Daoist clan, if one wants to reverse the Taisheng Yin-Yang arts practiced by a monster like Yifeng who is at the fusion realm, almost all of them have to be personally led by the strongest people above the elder generation of gods. Only after they have comprehended the Taisheng Yin-Yang arts for more than 1,000 years can they have a great chance of success. Someone like Chu Tian actually wanted to condense the Yin-Yang Dao Seed in the spirit refining realm and defeat the 2 evil monsters in the fusion realm who were at a higher level than him. This was simply a fantasy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 2 Dao Seeds, 1 black and 1 white, like 2 thumb-sized pills, gradually began to take shape in Chu Tian's palm. This is the Yin-Yang Dao Seed. Bingbing was awakened by the noise. Seeing the Dao Seed condensed by Chu Tian, she rubbed her eyes and said, Brother Chu Tian, you are practicing the Daisheng Yin-Yang Dao art of the Daisheng Dao clan. Brother is amazing. Even in the Supreme Dao clan, there has never been anyone as amazing as you. At this age and at this level, to be able to condense the Yin-Yang Dao Seed, one must have practiced this secret technique to a very high level. Bingbing, help brother speed up. Bingbing's voice was childish and innocent, but she knew a lot. With a wave of her hand, a surge of spiritual energy and Taoist essence surged and emerged into the Yin-Yang Daoist seeds. Chu Tian was even more surprised. It seemed that the eunuch author in his middle school years had left many things unfinished, because in the original plot, it was not written that Duan Wushengsu had practiced the Taisheng Yin-Yang Dao Shu. This supreme secret art was created by the Taoist ancestor of the Taisheng Daoist clan. It was the clan's secret method and would never be passed on to outsiders. Bingbing's technique seemed a little immature to Chu Tian, because she didn't have enough control over her body, but her Taoist essence was extremely rich. It was obvious that Saint Duanmu's comprehension of the secret technique during his lifetime must have reached a superb level. So even though he had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years, the comprehension he left behind allowed Bingbing to master it to a very profound level shortly after her spiritual consciousness was born. It seems that in addition to the Star clan, the Taisheng Dao clan was also severely troubled by Saint Ancestor Duanmu. With Bingbing's help, her control over the spiritual power and Dao essence in the Holy Heaven pool became extremely terrifying. All of a sudden, the Yin-Yang Dao Seed in Chu Tian's palm accelerated its formation, and soon, it completely condensed into substance. Is this the Thunder Seed condensed by the Yin-Yang Thunder method? At this time, Duan Wuwan, who was not far away, felt a slightly familiar fluctuation and woke up in shock. Seeing the black and white Taoist seeds condensed by Chu Tian, she was immediately shocked. The Duanmu family has a secret art that protects the family, called Yin-Yang Thunder method. It is said that it was created by the holy ancestor Duanmu by combining a supreme secret art with the supernatural powers mastered by his younger brother Duan Mushen. When this secret technique is practiced to a high level, it can condense thunder seeds, which can be given to the family members to swallow, helping them to cultivate this magical power more quickly. The contemporary Duanmu family is the descendant of Emperor Kangxi's younger brother, Duan Mushen. Saint Ancestor Duanmu was invincible in the Hengtian continent and swept through her contemporaries. Naturally, no man caught her eye, and she left no children. The Duanmu family, descended from the god Duanmu, inherited the legacy of Saint Ancestor Duanmu, and was able to become one of the top families in the Shengxian sect. Chapter 55. The Chu family is hiding too deeply. This is not the Yin-Yang Thunder method. It seems to be a method that includes the Thunder method, but it is more grand and contains thousands of secret techniques. I'm afraid it is the supreme secret technique that extends from the Yin-Yang Thunder method. Duan Wuwan was shocked. Chu Tian actually knew the secret technique, and it seemed that he had cultivated it to an extremely high level. Duan Wuwan thought about it and suddenly a terrible guess came to her mind. It is very likely that Chu Tian had already obtained the inheritance of the Holy Ancestor a long time ago. The reason why he has been unknown is that he has been concentrating on practicing and comprehending the inheritance of the Holy Ancestor. The reason why he suddenly appeared today is because he has practiced the inheritance of the Holy Ancestor to an extremely high level. Because Chu Dian practices the inheritance of the Holy Ancestor, he is not suppressed by the Holy Heaven Lake and can use his spirit and supernatural powers. Even allowing Chu Dian, who was at the Bone Tempering Realm, to enter the secret realm was an intentional arrangement by the Chu family. The appearance, awakening, and contact of the Holy Ancestor with Chu Dian were not accidents, and were most likely all under the control of the Chu family. In this way, the logic is consistent and everything can be explained clearly. After all, even the top clans rarely let people in the Bone Tempering Realm enter the Holy Heavenly Pool, because the Bone Tempering Realm belongs to the stage of polishing the body. The Holy Heavenly Pool does have a role, but it is not great, and it is far less cost-effective than allowing people of higher realms to enter. The Chu family is hiding too deeply. Duan Muan murmured to herself in her heart, looking at Chu Dian, her eyes full of horror. At this time, Chu Dian turned around and pinched Yifeng's mouth with his left hand. He flicked his right middle finger, and the black Taoist seed rushed into Yifeng's throat and flowed into Yifeng's dantian. A black light vaguely flowed through his body. Bang! After doing all this, Chu Dian's face remained calm, and he turned his hand and put away the white Tao seed in his hand. Bang! 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 Suddenly, Yifeng, who was like a lump of mud, was covered with a black light, and his injuries began to recover at an extremely fast speed. Yifeng, who was restrained by Chu Dian, actually grew his tongue back very quickly. Chu Dian looked at this scene calmly. He understood that the yin-yang Tao seed he had condensed was successful. The black Tao seed contains the powerful and rich spiritual power he has condensed, which will make those who practice the supreme yin-yang technique become stronger, greatly increase their body's ability to repair themselves, and even their practice speed will become faster, so fast that they themselves cannot control it, and they will involuntarily ignite the divine fire and break through the divine realm. Yifeng's cultivation, yang energy, comprehension, 7 emotions and 6 desires, etc. will be continuously integrated into the black Tao seed. The moment he ignites the divine fire, he will transform into an almost immortal killing demon soldier. The black demon seed will be completely mature and will feed back to Chu Yunsheng, who has swallowed the white Tao seed and practiced the supreme yin and yang technique. And from then on, the results of his cultivation will continue to feed back to Chu Yunsheng. It is almost equivalent to Chu Yunsheng having an extra demon with top talent to help her cultivate, and her cultivation speed is progressing rapidly. Chu Dian, what did you do to me? Yifeng roared and screamed. He was suddenly horrified to find that although his body was recovering at an extremely fast speed, his spiritual power and blood were out of his control and were gathering towards his dantian. He tried to look inward to check his dantian, but found that it was shrouded in a demonic aura that prevented even his spirit from entering. Chu Dian turned to look at Bingbing and smiled slightly. He started to communicate with her and asked her how much she had understood about the Tai Shang Yin and Yang Dao art. As for Yifeng's ending, it was already doomed and it was not worth his time and energy to pay any more attention to it. Even if Yi Tianshang had supernatural powers and could find the supreme realm that had disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years and the supreme demon clan within it, it would be impossible to reverse the yin-yang demon clan, because even they were helpless against it at the time, and from then on they dared not use the supreme yin-yang technique wantonly, because the yin-yang Taoist clan condensed by the supreme Taoist clan had a fatal inhibitory effect on them. Congratulations to the host for dealing a fatal blow to Yifeng, the son of luck. You will be rewarded with 50,000 destiny points. The system's gentle and pleasant voice sounded. Asshole, Chu Dian, answer me. In a short period of time, Yifeng's body, which was almost beaten into mud by Chu Dian, had recovered for the most part, and his bones had grown back. However, he was extremely afraid of the changes in himself, and suddenly reached out to grab Chu Dian's shoulder. Damn it, tell me, what did you do to me? Yifeng roared, not even bothering to remain in awe of Duan Mushengzu standing beside him. Chu Dian turned his head, his eyes focused, and an invisible impact directly blasted Yifeng hundreds of meters away. He lay on the ground spitting blood, but he was horrified to find that even with serious injuries, he was recovering at a speed he could not imagine. At this time, Yifeng was even more horrified to find that his cultivation speed had actually increased. Even if he did not actively practice the exercises, a devouring force emanated from his dantian, actively drawing the rich spiritual power in the holy heaven pool into his body. The surging spirit and Taoist essence made his strength begin to increase at an extremely fast speed. Chu Dian discovered that Chu Yunsheng practiced the secondary secrets of the supreme yin-yang technique, and he himself practiced the main secrets. Would she be so good to him? The dantian autonomously absorbed spiritual power, Tao essence, and cultivation to increase the speed of cultivation. Why is this sign so similar to the supplementary formula of the supreme yin-yang technique? Yifeng was completely terrified. Could it be that what Chu Dian did was to reverse the relationship of primary and secondary between him and Chu Yunsheng? Yifeng couldn't believe that Chu Dian could do it, but he couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. Brother Yifeng, are you okay? It was Lu Yun who arrived. Although her face was slightly pale, it was filled with deep concern. When she saw Yifeng being beaten like that by Chu Dian, she was extremely terrified and could only hide on the edge to practice. Even though Chu Dian was surrounded by stars, she could only watch from afar. Because of Chu Dian, the people in the field were unwilling to contact her, making her feel isolated. Lu Yun understood that Yifeng was her only support here. Get out! Yifeng's face was extremely ferocious. He was anxious and irritable like a wild beast. He poured his anger towards Chu Dian on his fiancée and knocked Lu Yun dozens of meters away. At night, the moonlight is dotted with stars. Chu Dian originally wanted to use the last remaining night to familiarize himself with the power of the spirit refining realm and absorb the Taoist essence of the holy heavenly pool, but he could not resist Bingbing's nagging. She stared at him with innocent eyes full of pleading, holding his hand and shaking it, begging Chu Dian to play with her for a while. Helplessly, Chu Dian had to give up the idea of practicing. Under the envious eyes of the people present, Bingbing pulled him out of the square. Bingbing's innocent and childish laughter, like a silver bell, echoed in the Shengxian lake. It had been a long time since she was born with spiritual consciousness, but the little snakes never played with her. The smaller snakes trembled with fear when they saw her and lay on the ground, making her extremely lonely. With Chu Dian's company, even though her big brother was a quiet guy, she had never been so happy and satisfied. After wandering for a night, Chu Dian discovered that after hundreds of thousands of years, the dragon clan had grown extremely powerful. There were no less than 1,000 dragons of all sizes in the entire Shengxian lake. He was mentally strong, and could still sense several extremely terrifying auras under the holy heaven lake. They were not from the Dragon King, but they were also extremely terrifying. They should be the terrifying sleeping dragons, and they were probably not inferior to Chu Tianyan, or even stronger. Chu Dian couldn't help but sigh in his heart at the terrifying strength of the Shengxian sect that had been passed down for a million years. This was a force that was not controlled by the 2 founding families or the 3 top families, and it would only appear when the Shengxian sect was facing the crisis of extinction. And there are probably still many such underlying powers similar to those left by Saint Ancestor Duanmu in the entire Shengxian sect. In the original plot, the Chu family was at a disadvantage in all aspects. After the ship collapsed, King Chu was poisoned to death in prison. There was a reason for this. Even if King Chu were alive and led the Chu family in a rebellion, his chances of winning would be slim. Chu Dian became more resolute in his mind that the Chu family must not follow King Chu Tian's thinking and continue to keep a low profile, allowing King Yi Tian to gradually squeeze the interests of the Chu family and seize the power of the sect. The struggle for interest is always a fight to the death. Taking a step back never means a bright future, but rather falling off a cliff. The next day, early morning. As soon as the 10-day deadline arrived, the passage to Shengtianchi was opened early in the morning. Duan Mulei appeared at the other end, his eyes bloodshot. His hoarse, deep voice boomed like thunder across the square. Why did the Dragon King awaken? What happened? Yi Tianxiang, Chu Tianwang, as well as many sect leaders and supreme elders were waiting on the side with extremely solemn expressions. The sudden awakening of the Dragon King, who had been sleeping for hundreds of thousands of years, was bound to lead to earth-shaking events. Moreover, the eldest sons and heirs of the two founding families were among them. If something went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the Holy Heavenly Lake would only open once every 10 days at least. They had been waiting for 4 days but had not received any information at all. The anxiety in their hearts was simply beyond words. Chapter 56. Yi Tianxiang is speechless. In the vortex passage, many geniuses and elders walked out one after another with smiles on their faces. After all, the harvest this time was beyond their imagination, and everyone was grateful to the little saint. The entry of Saint Ancestor Duanmu into the square made the spiritual power and the essence of Taoism there several times richer. They all gained great insights and breakthroughs from this. It was only a matter of time before they reached the next level or even several levels. Detain them all separately and interrogate them individually. If any of their answers are inconsistent, no one will be allowed to leave. At this time, Chu Tianyan appeared beside Duan Mulei with a murderous look in his eyes. The strong men from the law enforcement hall he brought with him immediately took away the old strong men and geniuses who walked out of the vortex in the passage and interrogated them separately. For the past 4 days, Chu Tianyan has been extremely anxious and guilty because he gave the place in Shengtianchi to his nephew Chu Tian. If anything happens to Chu Tian, how will he explain to his elder brother and sister-in-law and to the entire Chu family? Even if he dies, he will not be able to atone for his sins. Brother, if anything happens to Xiaotian, don't blame me for not thinking about our brotherhood. There were bloodshot in King Chu Tian's eyes, and he looked extremely tired, even with a sense of hysteria. For the past few days, he had been running around because Yi Tianxiang had plotted against Chu Tian, and he wanted the Yi family to pay the price. But he never expected that when news of the accident at Shengtianchi came, the Dragon King, who had been sleeping for hundreds of thousands of years, would awaken. This was like a bolt from the blue for King Chu Tian. Duan Mushengzu, the ancestor of the revival of the sect, once said that the Dragon King was the foundation of the Shengxian sect. His life was sealed by her personally and he was sleeping at the bottom of the Shengxian lake. His life was passing away 10,000 times slower. He would only wake up when the Shengxian sect encountered a shocking event and was in danger of being wiped out. The sudden awakening of the Dragon King must be a shocking event. King Chu Tian also learned that He Feng had actually entered the Holy Heaven Lake with him. King Chu Tian, almost like a frightened bird, immediately wondered if this was another plot by his elder brother, Yi Tianxiang. Upon learning that Chu Tian would enter the Holy Heaven Lake, he secretly instructed Yi Feng to use the Dragon King to plot against Chu Tian. After all, Yi Tianxiang, who held the power of the sect, was entirely capable of doing so. Last time, Yi Tianxiang had sought to leverage the external power of the Sihang Holy Sect's Tianyan Daozen, and in the name of the sect's righteousness, he had intended to dig out the eye of heaven from between Chu Tian's eyebrows. King Chu Tian was filled with murderous anger. He had been unable to sleep or eat for several days. If something happened to his son, how would he explain to his wife Jian Kongzu? He was so anxious these days that he almost wanted to take action and directly blow up the Holy Heaven Pond in the secret realm, but he was afraid of hurting Chu Tian who was inside it, so he was very anxious. Second brother, I've already explained to you that it was truly an accident. My motivation was all for the benefit of the sect, and I've already apologized to you. I was indeed impulsive, and the Yi family paid a huge price for this. Don't you still understand my painstaking efforts? Yi Tianxiang's face was gloomy, and he felt that he had no way to defend himself and that even all the water in the world could not wash away the guilt. He had clearly asked Yi Feng to enter Shengtianchi and rebuild his relationship with Chu Tian, so how could it have turned out like this? It wasn't just King Chu Tian who was anxious, Yi Feng was his most outstanding son, the one he had high hopes for. Over the past few days, he was also extremely irritated, and he also had to face the constant accusations and threats from King Chu Tian and the Chu Tianyan brothers. Many high-ranking officials from surrounding sects came out to comfort the two. At this time, Yi Feng, covered in blood, walked out of the vortex. Not far behind him was Lu Yun, who was trembling with fear and had a slightly pale face. Boom! In an instant, two terrifying roars erupted. Yi Feng, where is Xiaotian? Why hasn't he come out yet? Chu Tianyan and Chu Tianwang appeared in front of him at the same time. The terrifying murderous aura caused blood to suddenly flow from the corner of Yi Feng's mouth. He half knelt on the ground, but was quickly taken away by Yi Tianxiang who followed closely and asked about what happened in the Shengxian lake. Lu Yun collapsed to the ground, her face pale, and she almost fainted. However, she was still the nominal daughter-in-law of the Chu family after all, so Chu Tianyan ordered people to take her away to treat her injuries and conduct a thorough interrogation. At this time, Duan Muwan and Huaimei followed closely, walked out of the whirlpool, were picked up by Duan Mulei, and began to ask what happened in Shengxian lake. Following closely, Chu Tian walked out of the passage, and Bing Bing was in the whirlpool Holy Heaven pool behind him, standing on the head of the Dragon King and waving goodbye to him, with a look of reluctance on her face and slightly red eyes. She really wanted to leave this lonely place with brother Chu Tian, but the little snake told her that her spiritual consciousness had just been born and was not stable enough. She was sometimes awake and sometimes asleep, so she could not leave Shengtianchi for the time being. Brother Chu Tian, when you have time, please come back and play with Bing Bing. Bing Bing said loudly to Chu Tian. After a night of communication, she spoke much more fluently and no longer stuttered. The vortex in the channel could only last for 3 minutes. Soon, Bing Bing's figure in the channel disappeared above the Holy Heaven Lake. The Holy Heaven Lake can only be opened once a year, with a time window of only 10 days. Xiaotian, you're okay, I'm glad you're okay. Seeing Chu Tian coming out, King Chu Tian walked over and patted Chu Tian's shoulder hard, his voice trembling slightly. But at this time, Chu Tianyan strode over. Although there were still bloodshot in his eyes were filled with weirdness, shock, and disbelief, because the results of the interrogation of the disciples of the law enforcement hall had been reported one after another, and the information obtained from the interrogation was almost the same. Chu Tian was not restricted by the Holy Heaven Lake and could display his magical powers and spirit to brutally defeat Yi Feng. The Dragon King appeared carrying the star crystal coffin. The holy ancestor Duan lived a second life and called the little saint Chu Tian his brother. Chu Tian also gave her a name, Bing Bing. You little brat, you scared your uncle to death this time. Chu Tianyan punched Chu Tian in the chest, then laughed and said, but you did a great job this time. You always managed to surprise me, third uncle. What happened, third brother? King Chu Tian was still a little confused and didn't understand why Chu Tianyan's mood changed so quickly, but he soon learned everything from Chu Tianyan. Saint Ancestor Duanmu has lived a second life. The Dragon King is called a little snake, but he calls Xiaotian his brother and keeps pestering him. King Chu Tian was shocked. He never expected that the awakening of the Dragon King that shook the entire Shengxian sect was actually caused by Chu Tian. Was it because the holy ancestor Duanmu, who had lived a second life, wanted to come and play with his son? Is it because of this reason that he and Chu Tianyan have been unable to sleep or eat these days, and have been pointing at Yi Tianxiang's nose and cursing him for several days in anger and anxiety? Because of the incident with the Dragon King, many old monsters in the sects awakened, and some old seniors who were thought to have been in meditation for many years came out. You kid, you caused such a fuss. King Chu Tian was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he was shocked and helpless. This time, the world was really turned upside down. His son was actually related to the saint ancestor Duanmu who lived a second life. This was something that would shock the sect even more than becoming the number one on the Earth list. At this moment, many sect leaders, supreme elders, and old monsters who had lived for who knows how long, all looked at Chu Dian in shock with all kinds of emotions in their eyes. Chapter 57, Marriage. What the hell? Second brother, do you believe that big brother didn't lie to you this time and let Yifeng in to establish a good relationship with Xiaodian? At this time, Yi Qianqiang came over with a cheerful voice, and beside him was Yifeng, who was covered in blood. He seemed unaware that his son had just been brutally tortured by Chu Dian for 10 days. There are some misunderstandings between children, and Xiaodian also has some misunderstandings about me, his uncle. It's okay, let's resolve the misunderstandings now and bend our emotions. Yi Qianqiang smiled heartily and patted King Chu Dian on the shoulder. Second brother, now that the misunderstandings have been resolved, Zhao Feng and Yansheng will be getting married soon. Our two families are relatives, and as the sect master and deputy sect master, we must prioritize the unity and stability of the sect. Let's stop quarreling. King Chu Tianwang's expression was still very grim, but he nodded and did not continue to be aggressive. After all, Yi Qianqiang had indeed been very humble these days. In order to apologize, he had given the Chu family a lot of benefits and some important high-level positions in the sect. He also learned from Chu Tianyan that his son Chu Dian had brutally beaten Yifeng in the Holy Heaven Pond, shattering all his bones. King Chu Dian guessed that his son was venting his anger at Yi Qianqiang for agreeing to dig out the eye of heaven between his eyebrows on Yifeng. Since Yi Qianqiang didn't care and lowered his attitude so much, he didn't want to pursue the matter any further. Xiaodian, it's better to resolve a feud than to create one. Uncle did something impulsive for the sake of the sect's interests. Uncle formally apologizes to you here and congratulates you on receiving the recognition of the Holy Ancestor. This discovery is a huge contribution to our sect and an unparalleled achievement. Uncle will soon discuss with the elders, council how to reward you. Yi Qianqiang smiled, as if to end all grudges with a smile. Some misunderstandings between you and Zhao Feng are also caused by your uncle. Some things should be left in the past. And Xiaodian, don't forget that you grew up under Zhao Feng's watch. Soon, you will have to change your words and call him brother-in-law. So many things have happened recently that it's hard to keep up. The relationship between our two families has also been greatly affected. Uncle has already agreed with your father to set a date as soon as possible, preferably this month, to hold a wedding for Yifeng and Yansheng to ease the atmosphere between our two families. Wedding. Chu Dian glanced at Yifeng and found that Yifeng was also looking at him resentfully. However, from Yi Qianqiang's words, he inferred that Yifeng did not tell Yi Qianqiang about the matter of Dantian, nor about his discovery that Yifeng was practicing the Tai Sheng Yin Yang Ju. Chu Dian's heart moved slightly, and he immediately understood that Yifeng probably did not dare to tell Yi Qianqiang the whole truth, because of the precedent of Yi Hengwu's suicide. He was afraid that the same script would be played out on him. Yi Qianqiang is not King Chu Dian. After learning that his daughter Chu Yansheng has been possessed by a demon and has killed people infuriating the gods and the people in Hengtian continent, he still softens his heart and takes huge risks to rescue her again and again. The half-true and half-false information that Yifeng said led Yi Qianqiang to make a wrong judgment. He thought that Yifeng was only angry at Yifeng because of the eye-gouging incident. After combining a lot of information, he wanted to put aside the grudges and use Yifeng and Chu Yansheng's wedding to ease the situation and restore the situation to its original state, and then look for an opportunity to release Yifan from the Sin Domain prison. Master, why do you look so pathetic and a little ridiculous? Chu Dian said softly. What did you say? The smile on Yi Qianqiang's face suddenly froze, and his expression became slightly gloomy, causing the sky to suddenly darken and the wind to blow fiercely. He was of such a high status that he took the initiative to ease the relationship with a smile on his face, but what he got in return was a slap in the face. Chu Dian's face remained calm as he stared into Yi Qianqiang's eyes, his gaze cold and indifferent. He said, I rushed to the top of the earth ranking and proposed conditions to the sect. I asked the Law Enforcement Hall, the Judicial Hall, and the Internal Affairs Hall to hold a joint trial to investigate the matter of Tianyan Daozen trying to dig out my eyes, and the matter of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall secretly suppressing my reward. I wonder if the elders, council has come up with a result after their discussion. As for the matter of Yi Hengwu and Yifan, my third uncle Chu Tianyan has already arrested many powerful and important figures of the Lu family and is currently investigating them. Nothing has been revealed yet. It's ridiculous to discuss Yifeng and my eldest sister's wedding at this time. I don't agree, and the Chu family will definitely not approve of it. Chu Dian looked at Yifeng with indifferent eyes. And I once said that your son is not worthy of my sister. I believe your son has recognized this point now. There's no need to discuss the wedding any further. I will report this to my mother and, after obtaining the consent of the powerful members of my family, I will go to the Yi family and ask for a breakup. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was choked. No one expected that Chu Dian would not give Yi Qianqiang any face at all. He directly brought up all the old accounts and was determined to get to the bottom of it without showing any mercy. At this time, Chu Tianyan also came over, his eyes filled with murderous intent, saying, the Lu family is plagued by corruption. I have ordered the Law Enforcement Hall to take control. All the embezzled resources, natural treasures, and spiritual stone minerals have been handed over to the sect's treasury. They are being examined intensively. Once the results are in, the Law Enforcement Hall will inform the entire sect and report to the Council of Elders, the sect master, and the deputy sect master. All signs currently point to a group of Yi family masters, led by Yi Hengwu, colluding with the Lu family and exploiting our Chu family's connections to embezzle a vast amount of our sect's resources. This is definitely not just a simple matter of using Lu Yun to allow our Chu family's young master to steal many of our sect's divine medicines and treasures. Many people in the Yi family have been secretly targeting my Chu family. These things, one by one, are clear and the evidence is as strong as a mountain. I am compiling the evidence and will submit it to the Elder Council soon. It will be jointly examined by many supreme elders and high-ranking members of the sect. Xiaodian is right. With so many things in front of us, how about a marriage? Chu Tianyan sneered repeatedly. You are bullying my Chu family. What the hell? Chu Dian, are you crazy? I've repeatedly given in for the sake of my friendship with my second brother, but you keep pushing me over the head. Do you really think I don't have a temper? You can't do anything about it. Yi Qianqiang's bright smile faded, and his face turned cold. He never expected that even after he humbled himself in public, this guy would still not give him any face and turn hostile in public. King Chu, are you still the head of the Chu family? Do your words still count? A little kid actually dares to represent the Chu family and insult me, the clan leader. Yi Qianqiang looked at King Chu, but found that he was also stunned, as if he was completely unaware of these things. Yi Qianqiang immediately understood. Chu Dian and Chu Tianyan were probably doing something behind the back of the head of the family, Chu Tianwang. The entire Lu family was secretly controlled and arrested. Such a big thing was kept in the dark by him, the clan leader and the deputy clan leader. The Lu family is a prominent clan in our Shengxian sect, with many powerful people holding important positions in the sect. Who would allow you to act on your own without my consent? Chu Dian is young and ignorant. Chu Tianyan, as the hall master, you don't understand the sect's rules and regulations. The Law Enforcement Hall, is it the sect's Law Enforcement Hall, or is it your personal power, Chu Tianyan? This is a serious crime of treason. Yi Qianqiang's eyes were cold. He knew that he could not give in any more at this time. Many sect leaders and supreme elders were watching. If he continued to give in, the Yi family's dignity would be gone and they would lose all face. He is the sect leader and must maintain his authority as the sect leader. Otherwise, he will no longer be able to lead the affairs of the sect and no one will listen to him anymore. Chapter 58, whose interests are we serving? And my son Yifeng would agree to cancel the engagement, thinking that he is not worthy of Chu Yuncheng. This is simply a huge joke. Yi Qiansheng turned to look at Yifeng and said coldly, Fenger, in front of all the great elders, uncles, and sect elders, tell everyone that at the age of 17, you have already made it to the 6th place on the fusion ranking and the 3rd place on the earth ranking. Are you qualified to marry Chu Yuncheng? Your engagement was arranged by Dad and your uncle Tianwang. You and Yuncheng have been childhood sweethearts, growing up together and loving each other. No matter who dares to stand in your way, Dad will support you. But unexpectedly, after Yi Qiansheng finished speaking, Yifeng, who was covered in blood, lowered his head, his eyes gloomy, and did not respond for a long time. Yi Qiansheng's heart sank, sensing something bad was happening, and he suddenly shouted angrily, Fenger, say something. Yifeng raised his head slightly, but not at Yi Qiansheng, but at Chu Dian. He found that Chu Dian was also looking at him coldly, raised his hand to his neck, and made a gesture of cutting his neck. This was the 3rd time Yifeng saw this gesture. The first 2 times, he regarded Chu Dian's actions as a joke, but now, he was really scared and only regretted why he didn't wake up earlier. He could feel that the main technique of the supreme yin-yang art he practiced had completely lost its control over Chu Yuncheng. Even if he died, Chu Yuncheng would not be implicated. Now, if Chu Dian told the truth, he would surely die. Yifeng knows his biological father well. In order to preserve the reputation of the Yi family, Yi Qiansheng will definitely kill his own father immediately. But he doesn't want to die. Although his Dantian had undergone an abnormality, he believed that he could still be saved and that there was still hope. As the 3rd-ranked genius on the Earth list, he had a bright future. Dad, things have come to this. The hatred between Chu Dian and I is irreconcilable. Let's forget about my marriage with Yuncheng. Yifeng's voice was hoarse. He didn't want to have anything to do with Chu Yuncheng and Chu Dian. As soon as these words came out, King Chu Dian's face, which was already gloomy because his own son and 3rd brother had jointly concealed the truth, seemed to be dripping with water. A deep chill flashed in his eyes. Yifeng, what did you say? Forget it. As for what Chu Dian said to Yifeng about breaking off the engagement, he had actually heard from his subordinates, but he naturally disagreed. But now, with so many people watching, he couldn't say anything more on the spot and thought about dealing with it when he got back. But unexpectedly, Yifeng was so bold that he took his anger out on his elder sister Chu Yuncheng because of Chu Dian's brutal abuse of him. My daughter has been engaged to you since she was a child, and now you dare to say, forget it. Very good, very good. Even if we need to cancel the engagement, it will be my Chu family that does it. In a few days, I will personally bring Yuncheng to cancel the engagement. King Chu was furious. He didn't know where to vent his anger, but now it all rushed towards Yifeng. The terrifying pressure from the emperor made the sky pale in comparison, and Yifeng spat out a mouthful of blood. You bastard, you dare not even listen to me. Yi Qiansheng was furious and slapped Yifeng to the ground. Today, he was completely disgraced. Little saint, could you please come to my Duanmu family as a guest? The family head and many elders have already set up a banquet, awaiting your arrival. At this time, Duanmu Lei appeared with an expression of indescribable excitement, followed by Duanmu Wan and Huaimei. It was obvious that he had learned everything from his niece. Uncle Lei, I'm afraid it's not possible now. Our sect leader probably won't let me go. Chu Dian smiled, but his eyes were calm. It was expected that the Duanmu family would extend an olive branch. The only thing that surprised him was that Duanmu Wan, somehow, had spoken to the clan members, and yet the Duanmu family's attitude changed so quickly. After all, he had only just established a relationship with the holy ancestor Duanmu, and hadn't brought any benefits to the Duanmu family yet. They had already made a decisive decision to side with him. Duanmu Lei's sudden appearance shocked many sect leaders. In this situation, they immediately understood that the Duanmu family's attitude was beginning to tilt towards the Chu family. After all, in this situation where everyone was targeting Maimeng, Duanmu Lei suddenly came out to invite Chu Dian to be his guest, which in itself was a gesture of attitude. For many years, it was almost common knowledge among the sect's top leaders that King Chu Dian broke the convention of internal marriage and married Jian Kongzu, causing dissatisfaction among the 3 top families. Yi Qiansheng's face was gloomy and his fists were slightly clenched. At this time, Duanmu Lei's invitation was no different from openly siding with the Chu family. Since he took office, although the 3 top families have not publicly expressed their attitudes, they have actually been secretly on his side. This is the first time that a top family has expressed its stance on the side of the Chu family. He understood that Chu Dian's recognition from the holy ancestor Duanmu, who lived a second life, would trigger a chain reaction. Brother Tianwang and Master Tianyan, my eldest brother told you that it has been a long time since you visited the Duanmu family. Please do us the honor of coming to the Duanmu family. The head of the family has prepared a banquet and is waiting for your arrival. Duanmu Lei smiled and said to King Chu Tianwang again. The eldest brother he mentioned was naturally the head of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Rong. At this time, Duanmu Wan also came up, with a bit of embarrassment on her chubby face, but she still said, Brother Chu Dian, I apologize for offending you in Shengxianpan before. She has already told her father and second uncle about her great discovery, that Chu Dian might have obtained the inheritance of the holy ancestor a long time ago, and the Chu family's secret plan. The inheritance of the holy ancestor and living a second life are related to the rise and fall of the Duanmu family. After all, the rise of the Duanmu family is built on the legacy of the holy ancestor. So after Duanmu Rong and Duanmu Lei discussed it, they felt that Duanmu Wan's judgment was correct. All these were by no means accidental coincidences. It was very likely that the Chu family's plan to make Chu Dian suddenly rise and establish contact with the holy ancestor was to send a signal to the Duanmu family. Duanmu Rong acted decisively and immediately decided to get closer to the Chu family in exchange for information about the holy ancestor. This led to the sudden arrival of Duanmu Lei and Duanmu Wan in their public invitation. King Chu Dian was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Chu Dian. How could he not understand that he was benefiting from his son's influence? After marrying Jian Kongzu, the 3 top families have not invited him to visit for many years. Ha ha ha, no problem, no problem. Chu Tianyan laughed heartily, then shook his head and said, but I'm afraid I can't go to the Duanmu family as a guest now. The sect leader said I'm guilty of treason, and I'm afraid I'm going to be arrested and thrown into prison. These words immediately made Yi Qiansheng's face turn pale. Chu Tianyan's words were simply a mockery of him. He had just said those words in anger. Even if he was the sect leader, he couldn't arrest a hall master at will, not to mention that Chu Tianyan was backed by the Chu family, and King Chu would never allow it. Master, the holy ancestor is too important to our Duanmu family. Please understand, can we put this matter aside for now? Duanmu Lei smiled slightly and said to Yi Qiansheng, the Lu and Chu families are relatives by marriage. The little holy son and the Tianyan hall master did this for the benefit of the sect. They sacrificed their relatives for the sake of justice. All the gains were handed over to the sect. The law enforcement hall is completely loyal to the sect and has no selfish motives. The crime of treason you mentioned is really too severe. Not to mention the law enforcement hall, which already has the power to enforce the law and monitor the sect. Why doesn't the sect master let the Tianyan hall master continue the investigation, catch all the bad apples, and give the Yi family justice? At this time, Chu Tian also stood up and said to Yi Qiansheng calmly, the sect master keeps talking about the interests of the sect, and even used this as an excuse to dig out the eye of heaven between my eyebrows. Now that it involves the Yi family, the sect master seems to have thrown the interests of the sect behind his mind. His attitude is so inconsistent and the contrast is so huge that it is really puzzling. Chu Tianyan, his eyes filled with murderous intent, said, Xiao Tian is only 8 years old, a month shy of 9, yet he's already ranked first on both the bone-tethering ranking and the earthly ranking, shocking the Hengtian continent. Such a prodigy is something many sects would only dream of. Everyone understands that the younger generation is the future of the sect and the greatest interest of a large sect. However, it is ridiculous for the sect leader to use the interests of the sect as an excuse. Whose interests are being served? I'm afraid I don't know. Chapter 59 Fast, Too Fast. Outside Shengxian Lake, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Many sect leaders were terrified when they saw this scene. This was simply a step-by-step attempt to push Yi Qianchong to the edge of the cliff. No one expected that the situation would suddenly turn out like this. Sect, is this going to change? Yi Qianchong is the sect leader, the person who holds the highest power in the Shengxian sect. What does the Chu family want to do? Challenge the authority of the sect leader, start a bloody fight between the two founding families and split the sect. Everyone understands that neither of the two founding families has overwhelming power. Countless terrible thoughts came into their minds, but doing so would not benefit anyone. Yi Qianchong's eyes were gloomy. For a moment, he was pushed to the edge of the cliff by Chu Tian and Chu Tianyan's pressing words, and he had no idea how to respond. How should he answer? What Chu Tianyan and Chu Tian said were all undeniable and recognized facts, like slaps in the face, constantly and heavily hitting him. The good situation he had painstakingly built up over the years was suddenly on the verge of collapse because of this young boy Chu Tian. The absolute authority he established within the sect was also shaken. Damn it! Bloodshot appeared in Yi Qianchong's eyes, and he felt hysterical. After all, he could neither advance nor retreat. He was so frustrated that he almost wanted to vomit blood. But the most important thing was that the Duanwu family took sides on the spot, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Otherwise, if he was only facing Chu Tianyan and Chu Tian, as long as King Chu Tian did not completely turn against him, he would definitely not feel so uncomfortable. At this moment, a furious shout rang out from behind Yi Qianchong. Chu Tian, do you dare to challenge me to the arena of life and death? Yi Wen, with bloodshot eyes, walked out from behind the crowd. His hoarse voice broke the tense situation. He stared at Chu Tian and said, I didn't know you practiced the secret technique before. I was ambushed by you, and I was tied up, which led to my disastrous defeat. Let's fight, I will never be inferior to you. At this time, Yi Qianchong on the side breathed a sigh of relief. The silent situation was broken, and he could finally withdraw naturally and temporarily get rid of this unfavorable situation. Yi Qianchong looked behind him, but saw Yi Tianhong, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, nodded slightly at him. It was he who asked his son to appear, disrupting the tense stalemate and temporarily helping Yi Qianchong escape. Go to the life and death arena. Chu Tian's eyes were cold as he glanced at Yi Wen, with a terrible murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Even though he no longer took this ad seriously, he was still annoyed by being harassed again and again. Why bother going to the arena of life and death? Since you want to die, I will grant your wish now. Chu Tian took a step forward, his spirit fluctuated violently, enveloping his body, and he appeared in front of Yi Wen in an instant as if teleporting. I'll let you make a move first. Chu Tian's eyes were calm, but contained extreme coldness and indifference, and he said lightly. Spiritual transfer requires an extremely powerful spirit and extremely strong control over the spirit. Didn't the little saint just break through the spirit refining realm? A high-ranking official of the sect said in shock. Many geniuses who have entered the spirit refining realm, and have not been able to master mental transfer until they have broken through to the fusion realm, but Chu Tian can do it right after the breakthrough. Brother, you really gave birth to a good son. His talent is terrifying. If my bastard boy had half the talent of Xiao Tian, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Chu Tian sighed and turned to his eldest brother Chu Tianwang and said, I could have mastermind teleportation back then. It seems that you, brother, only did it after reaching the 10th level of soul refining. King Chu Tian's face was also extremely shocked, because he remembered that his son had once asked him about the details of mental transfer. His answer at that time was, don't be too ambitious, and he would naturally teach Chu Tian after he broke through the realm of spiritual refining. But unexpectedly, Chu Tian broke through the spirit refining realm and mastered it directly. What a terrifying talent this is. Reincarnation Emperor technique. Yi Wen was slightly shocked at first, then he smiled grimly. He wanted to make Chu Tian pay for his arrogance. Buzz, a mighty spirit emerged and gathered into a huge vortex. The terrifying devouring force enveloped Chu Tian, as if it wanted to swallow him and destroy him. Chu Tian, do you think you are the only one who knows the secret technique? Yi Wen smiled cruelly, his spirit surged, and then he punched out to kill. The art of reincarnation is a top-level secret art in the Yi family's Emperor Reincarnation Sutra. Yi Wen has mastered it to this level at such a young age. His talent is indeed strong. A high-ranking member of the sect looked at Yi Tianhong, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, because the art of reincarnation was his best secret art. Yi Wen was only 17 years old, but he was able to master it to perfection, which was obviously due to his teachings. Is this all your strength? Suddenly, Chu Tian's cold voice rang out. Boom! Suddenly, vast blood and energy gushed out from his body, like the roar of a real dragon, and a surge of spirit emerged, making the real dragon seem to come alive. Chu Tian threw a punch, and the blood dragon followed like a shadow. In an instant, he punched Yi Wen. Puff! Yi Wen's arm instantly turned into a bloody mist, and under Chu Tian's big fist, it exploded instantly like paper. Chu Tian threw a big punch, the space trembled, the air rolled, and whistled to the surrounding area of 100 meters, as if a hurricane had blown up. The huge rocks around Shengxian Lake were even swept into the air, and countless huge rocks whistled in the air. Break all laws with one force. Chu Tian's punch was so terrifying that the so-called reincarnation vortex formed by the spirit was directly blown up as soon as it took shape. Yi Wen's expression twisted and he screamed in fear. The strong feeling of fear made him almost crazy. This punch oppressed his sense of terror and even made his body seem to explode. He didn't expect that Chu Tian didn't even use the magical powers he used that day, but only used his spirit and body. This punch was enough to blow him to pieces. But how could he know that Chu Tian's physical body reached a strength of 2.5 million jin, combined with his spirit condensed into substance, without relying on any magical powers or secret techniques, and even without using the Eye of Heaven, the power of a punch could reach about 13 million jin. Such a powerful force can break all laws and blow everything to pieces. All magical powers, secret techniques, and secret treasures will be destroyed directly. Stop! Yi Tianhong, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, roared angrily. Even he didn't expect that Chu Tian had just broken through the spirit refining realm and didn't even need to use his supernatural powers. The instantaneous burst of power was enough to kill his son in seconds. Fast, too fast. Yi Tianhong teleported behind Yi Wen and immediately attacked. By this moment, Yi Wen's entire body had been blown apart, crumbling into a bloody mist. Even his white bones had been blasted to dust. By the time he attacked, only Yi Wen's head was left hanging in the air, which he caught with his outstretched hand. My son. Yi Tianhong held Yi Wen's head in both hands, blood dyed his palms red, and the scarlet blood dripped onto the ground. Yi Wen's eyes were wide open, and one could clearly see the infinite fear hidden in his eyes, and all his vitality had disappeared. At this moment, the whole audience was suffocated. Chapter 62 Yunsheng's demonic energy erupts. Many sect leaders were stunned, and not just them. Many elders and supreme elders stayed where they were, unable to react for a long time. Yuan was killed in front of so many people. No one had expected this. He was the son of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall and a direct descendant of a founding family. His status was so noble. But who can say what is wrong? It was Yuan who took the initiative to propose a life-and-death battle. Yi Qianshang and Yi Tianhong, the two heads of the Yi family and his biological father, were present. They didn't say anything at the time, and Chu Dian even let Yuan take the first step. The most breathtaking thing is that Chu Tiansai has just broken through the spirit refining realm, while Yuan has been breaking through the spirit refining realm for 3 or 4 years and has already reached the 10th level of the spirit refining realm. It is reasonable to even accuse Yuan of bullying the weak, but he was killed instantly by Chu Dian with one punch. What should I say? A strong spirit echoed, and Chu Dian used his spirit to teleport back to his original place. His face was calm, and there was not even a trace of blood on his palm. He turned to look at Duan Mulei and said, "Uncle Lei, the battle is over, let's go." He understood that continuing to force Yi Qianshang would not produce any results. These things were not enough to abolish his position as the sect leader. Continuing would only be a waste of time and energy. His purpose was to let Yi Qianshang know that he should not daydream. The Chu family would not cooperate with him unconditionally as they did before to safeguard the so-called interests of the sect that he mentioned. That is the interest of the Yi family, not the Chu family. The words fell. Chu Dian left the field first, as calmly as if he had just killed an ant. Evil beast, evil beast, evil beast. Terrifying murderous intent, shocking rage, and hysterical roars erupted behind him. The shouts of King Chu Dian, Chu Tianyan, and others could be vaguely heard, and one could even feel the raging interrupting power of the emperor, but it eventually subsided. Under the persuasion of Duan Mulei and many sect leaders and supreme elders, the Chu family was willing to pay some burial expenses for Yuan and build a luxurious tomb for him. In the end, Yi Tianhong had to endure the revenge of his son's murder. Moreover, due to Chu Dian's strong demands, Yi Qianshang was unable to reach a settlement, and the elders' council had to continue to meet. The first on the earth list can make a request to the sect. It is the ancestral precept that no one can violate and must come up with an explanation. Duan Murong and Duan Mulei, the heads of the Duan Mu family, as well as Chu Tianyan, had to attend together. As soon as Chu Dian stepped out of the inner affairs hall, Duan Muwan caught up with him and asked with a burning gaze, "Chu Dian, I want to learn your secret technique. What conditions do I need in exchange? You can propose them." This is also what Duan Murong and Duan Mulei asked of Duan Muwan, because through her description, both of them believed that the secret technique mastered by Chu Dian would play a vital role in the Duan Mu family's perfection of the inheritance of the holy ancestor. They even speculated that this Taoist method, in addition to the Yin-Yang Thunder method, might also be related to the divine thunder Taoist scripture practiced by the Duan Mu family or even various other secret methods. As for the current situation of Duan Mu Shangzu, the Duan Mu family felt that the relationship involved was of great importance, and the Chu family would definitely not easily reveal it to the Duan Mu family for the time being. They needed to gradually establish good relations with the Chu family and proceed step by step. Letting Duan Muwan learn the secret method can also promote a relationship with Chu Dian and deepen their friendship. Chu Dian's face was calm. Duan Muwan's initiative to contact him was within his expectations. After all, in the original plot, after Yi Fan established a relationship with Duan Mu Shangzu, the Duan Mu family also asked her to contact Yi Fan. The only difference is that more than 10 years later, Duan Mu Shangzu was able to walk out of Shengxian Lake. "I won't teach you," Chu Dian said calmly and refused directly. Even the holy ancestor Duan Mu valued this supreme secret technique and went to the Taisheng Taoist clan to snatch it personally. Although it was nothing to him, it would be too cheap for him to teach her directly just because Duan Muwan said so. It was the Duan Mu family who took the initiative to make friends with him, not him who wanted to make friends with the Duan Mu family. Duan Muwan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. This was within the expectations of her father and second uncle. It would be strange if Chu Dian agreed as soon as she asked. "You're not still holding a grudge against me for trying to stop you, are you?" "Actually, I also think that Yi Fan should not be let off easily. He's just a piece of trash." In the Holy Heaven Pond, I felt that the Tao essence in Luyuan seemed to be dissipating. I wonder if it was an illusion. Duan Muwan began to chat with Chu Dian in a casual manner, actively looking for topics to talk about. It was obvious that she had no experience in actively interacting with others, and was not as skilled and natural in building relationships as in the original plot. Chu Dian was not surprised. Duan Muwan was only 17 years old now, but more than 10 years later, she had already started to assist Duan Mulei in handling the affairs of the Internal Affairs Hall. She was a middle-level member of the sect and was already a veteran who had been working in interpersonal relationships for many years. Now she is still far from it. Chu Dian didn't mind and responded casually twice, nodding occasionally. But Huai Mei on the side was very interested in Duan Muwan. No one knew what was wrong with her, but she would come to her side for no reason, scratching her bald head hard, looking at Duan Muwan's chest with a pair of eyes that seemed to be glowing, and making a clicking sound. Arriving at the foot of Shengwang Peak, Duan Muwan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Chu Dian, I won't be going up." The disciples of the Moyun County branch reported that there seemed to be signs of disciples of the Heart Demon sect in the county. My second uncle asked me to take people to check it out. I will come back to find you when I come back. If her father and second uncle had not said that having a good relationship with Chu Dian was related to the future of the Duan Mu family, she really didn't want to take the initiative to curry favor with him. This felt 10 times more mentally tiring than practicing for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. The Heart Demon sect, doesn't this top demon sect have a grudge against the Yi family? Why let your Duan Mu family deal with it? Chu Dian's heart moved, and he seemed to say it casually, but his steps that were about to go up the mountain stopped. He remembered that in the original plot, many years later, the position of the Holy Son of the Great Hate Demon Lord was abolished because he was involved with the Witch of the Heart Demon sect in Moyun County and was captured by Yi Fan and Yi Feng. Yi Qianshang personally convened a meeting of elders for trial and finally reached a resolution to abolish the position of the Holy Son. Duan Muwan was stunned for a moment because this was the first time Chu Dian said so many words to her along the way. 8 years ago, the leader of the Heart Demon sect, the Golden Wolf Demon Venerable, infiltrated Moyun County and was killed by the sect master himself. Since then, they have been continuously sending people to infiltrate Moyun County to cause trouble for the Yi family members. A few days ago, several more members of the Yi family's collateral branches were killed, and the report was reported to the Internal Affairs Hall. Hall Master Tianhong was treating Yuan at the time, and my second uncle received the report. Since it involved matters related to the Yi family, he asked me to go and handle it. It was a rare occasion that Chu Tianlai was interested in asking, so Duan Muwan explained in one breath, the few Yi family members who died were only at the spirit refining realm. I guess the ones who came were just a few small fry from the Heart Demon sect, at most at the fusion realm. They won't cause any big waves. I'll be back in half a month at most. The sect has a rule that after a disciple breaks through the spirit refining realm, he must go out for training for half a month. In 2 days, I will go to Moyun County with you. Chu Dian said lightly, and without waiting for Duan Muwan's consent, he walked up to the Holy Emperor Peak and quickly disappeared from Duan Muwan's sight. She hasn't agreed yet. Faced with Chu Dian's tyranny, Duan Muwan felt helpless, but who could blame her for having to rely on him? Cough, cough, cough. Huai Mei, who was standing beside him, coughed twice, her charming little face full of seriousness as she said, "If you tell me how you got so excited, I can help you put in a good word with my brother." "Bang, get out. Who needs your help? Ask your mother." Duan Muwan was furious and cursed. She slapped Huai Mei on the head before turning around angrily and disappearing under the Holy Emperor Peak in an instant. Since Chu Dian was also going, she could only report to Duan Wulei and wait for Chu Dian to go together. My mother is far from being comparable to you. Why are you so angry? Really? Huai Mei grimaced, the place on her head where she was aching slightly. She just wanted to ask how she became so plump, and it wasn't like he was unwilling to exchange things for her. It wasn't this difficult when I wanted to comprehend the eye of heaven with my elder brother. As soon as Chu Dian returned to the main hall, Po Lao appeared in front of him with a heavy face, his eyes slightly dark red. My lord, the young lady had a demonic energy outbreak in her body yesterday, and she has been in a coma all night. Chapter 61 Swallowing the White Dao Seed and Reversing the Yin-Yang Technique. In the main hall of Holy Emperor Peak, outside Chu Yansheng's boudoir. My lady, I will be guarding outside the door. If you need anything, please call me anytime. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will protect you and the young lady. After Chu Dian's comfort on the road, the evil intent in Tuo Lao's slightly dark red eyes had dissipated, but a strong evil aura still surrounded his body. Although Chu Dian was trying to comfort Camel Lao's emotions along the way and acted very calmly, it seemed that he could solve Chu Yansheng's problem in the blink of an eye, and it was almost certain. But what they are facing is the Taishang Yin Yang Ju, which is a martial art left by the terrifying Taishang demon clan. It once ravaged the Hengtian continent for tens of thousands of years, and many powerful people with extraordinary means were helpless. Old Tuo still couldn't let go. He held Chu Dian's hand and repeatedly reminded him to call him at any time if anything happened. Finally, he gritted his teeth, turned his hunchback body, and sat down outside the door of Chu Yansheng's boudoir to guard it. Don't worry, Mr. Tuo. Chu Dian never does anything he is not sure of. Seeing that old Tuo was still restless and uneasy, Chu Dian sighed in his heart. However, it can also be seen that Tuo Lao has been lonely all his life. Like Xingnu, he was raised by the Chu family. He really regards the Chu family as his own home and the 4 siblings as his spiritual sustenance, treating them like his grandchildren. Otherwise, a powerful person at the level of emperor, who has experienced many vicissitudes of life and seen life and death, would definitely not be limited to this. In the original plot, Jian Kongzu died outside the domain. When the news came, King Chu was heartbroken and mentally collapsed. He was then reported by the Yi family and imprisoned. Many families and strong men who had relied on the Chu family for many years saw that the situation was not good and betrayed or fled. Even within the Chu family, many direct descendants and strong men have escaped. The collapse of the Chu family's ship is already visible to the naked eye. On the Holy Emperor Peak, which has been glorious for 1,000,000 years, almost all the maids and servants have fled. The 3 sisters of Chu Yansheng are all dead, leaving only the great hate demon lord, who is being firmly guarded in the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak. Many powerful people who have had dealings with the Chu family are afraid to avoid them and stay away, for fear of being implicated by the Chu family and being liquidated. In the end, the only ones who accompanied him were Star Slave and the old camel who had a great chance to escape. The old camel had been guarding the ancient tree at the main hall entrance, obscure and unknown, just as he was now guarding Chu Yansheng's boudoir. It wasn't until news of King Chu Tian's death arrived, and Chu Tian had fallen into the devil's way, changing his name to the great hate demon lord, and his demonic might swept across the heavens, that the old man suddenly ignited his life force, unleashing peak strength, forcibly creating a passage through time and space, and sending Chu Tian and Chou Nu out of the Holy Heaven Sect's territory. At the last moment, the great hateful demon lord who was pushed into the space crack by the camel old man turned around. In his blood-red eyes, he could only see the old man grinning at him in the flames, and his leaking yellow teeth were so eye-catching. Chu Dian had no doubt that if something happened between him and Chu Yansheng in the room, Tuo Lao, who had recovered his emperor strength by swallowing the creation pill, would definitely choose to become a demon and go to the Holy Emperor Peak to fight Yi Qianshang for his life. Close the door. Chu Dian walked towards the bed, only to see a faint demonic aura spreading over Chu Yansheng's exposed fair skin. The smile on her face was gone, replaced by coldness, indifference, and ruthlessness. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and she seemed to be in extreme pain, struggling with some kind of consciousness. Naturally, a chill appeared in Chu Dian's eyes, and his heart ached. He wanted to tear Yi Feng into pieces immediately. However, Chu Dian understood that this was an impulsive consciousness under the influence of emotions, and it was the murderous intent that naturally arose in his heart after seeing his relative suffering. The chaos pearl in Chu Dian's mind surged with energy, transforming into a long sword, severing this momentary killing impulse. He had read the true explanation of the great Tao of the Supreme Yin and Yang, and understood that when a practitioner of the main technique of the Supreme Yin and Yang technique swallowed the black Tao seed, the secondary technique lost its mysterious restraint and, like a wild horse unbridled, began to wreak havoc in Chu Yansheng's body. These powers were originally the result of Chu Yansheng's unconscious accumulation in her dantian after practicing the Supreme Yin Yang technique, along with the accumulated killing consciousness. This should have exploded when she ignited her body, and was consumed by Yi Feng, who was practicing the main technique, and turned into nutrients. Fortunately, Tuo Lao had been secretly watching Chu Yansheng. The moment her demonic energy erupted, he sealed it off and isolated her, sending her back to her boudoir. Otherwise, if the fact that she was practicing demonic skills had been exposed, Chu Yansheng would naturally be safe. However, Chu Dian's plan to use his own method to retaliate against her would not have been implemented. Now, as long as Chu Yansheng takes the white Tao seed, these evil spirits will be purified by the Tao essence and transformed into her own power, giving her a huge boost in strength. Of course, these are just appetizers. The real feast is the moment when Yi Feng ignites the divine fire uncontrollably and breaks through the divine realm. The rolling Tao essence, divine power, and 7 emotions and 6 desires turned into a melting pot. At that moment, Chu Yansheng will undergo a complete transformation, almost like nirvana. Chu Tian was looking forward to seeing how powerful his elder sister, who was born with holy bones and extraordinary talents, would become after taking Yi Feng's human medicine and undergoing a transformation. Yi Feng will also completely transform into Chu Yansheng's cultivation furnace, cut off all emotions and desires, and turn into a humane killing demon soldier. Chu Dian helped his elder sister up and sat cross-legged, then stuffed the white Tao seed into Chu Yansheng's mouth. Then he closed his eyes, and his powerful spirit surged out like a river, transforming into tiny Tao runes, flowing into Chu Yansheng's body, helping her purify the demonic energy. The entrance of the white Tao seed instantly passed through Chu Yansheng's tendons and entered her dantian. Buzz. In an instant, a stream of Taoism gushed out from Chu Yansheng's dantian, like a snow-white mist, enveloping her entire body, gradually purifying the demonic energy that permeated her body and transforming it into her own strength. At the same time, Chu Dian sat cross-legged at the head of the bed, using his mind to comb out the tendons and veins that were contaminated by the demonic energy for Chu Yansheng. Otherwise, Chu Yansheng would not be able to wake up in 10 days or half a month if he only relied on the white Tao seed to dissolve the demonic energy accumulated over the years. Even if the demonic energy raged in her body for too long, it might cause hidden injuries to Chu Yansheng, affecting her future breakthrough to a higher realm. Chu Yansheng was born with holy bones and extraordinary talent. Although some of her cultivation was robbed by the Supreme Yin Yang technique, she has still broken through to the fusion realm, which is one realm higher than Chu Dian today. Even though Chu Dian's spirit has now been condensed and materialized, he has just broken through the spirit refining realm and crossed a major realm to sort it out. This is still a big challenge for him. Chu Dian exchanged a top-grade spirit refining pill in the system mall and took it, but he found that after breaking through the spirit refining realm, this top-grade pill had little effect. In the face of his powerful and condensed spirit, it was better than nothing. The 3 halos that Chu Dian had been renewing now felt stretched to the limit, unable to keep his energy at its most vigorous and complete state. Chapter 62 System Blueprint, Perfection, Extraordinary. System, there's a solution. Chu Dian was multitasking, combing his elder sister Chu Yansheng's body while asking in his heart. If someone knew that Chu Dian was distracted by other things while using his mind to comb someone else's body, he would probably break out in a cold sweat and worry about Chu Yansheng's life. The human body is an extremely complex system, composed of countless tendons, acupuncture points, and internal organs. If one is not careful when using the mind to sort out the demonic energy, it will cause great damage to Chu Yansheng's foundation, or even permanent and irreversible damage. King Chu Dian attached great importance to the basic knowledge of cultivation, and had been teaching Chu Dian about this knowledge since he was a child. His mind was full of memories about these, and Chu Dian naturally understood them. But trying to do two things at once is a huge challenge for other people in the spirit refining realm, but for Chu Dian it is not difficult. After all, he is in the holy heaven pool, where he can practice while using his spirit to cast the great yin-yang technique to suppress Yifeng and isolate him from the spiritual energy. At that time, his spirit had not even been completely condensed and materialized, let alone the fact that his spirit had now transformed into a chaos pearl in his mind. The materialization of his spirit brought him many huge benefits. He could do two things at the same time without any problem. There was also the method of mind transfer, which was as difficult as a chasm for ordinary people in the spirit realm. Only 1 in a billion could cultivate it, but for him it was a natural thing. Chu Dian even tried it. He could now use both hands to perform two completely different rune secrets of the supreme yin-yang Dao at the same time, and exert their power to the extreme without any impact. At this time, the system's gentle and pleasant voice also sounded in Chu Dian's ears. The soul forging pill is a pill suitable for tempering the spirit in the bone forging realm. Now that the host has broken through the soul refining realm, the spirit has become substantial and condensed. The soul forging pill is no longer effective. It can be exchanged for a top-grade soul condensing pill. 1 pill per day can concentrate spiritual power, break through the realm, and help the host quickly reach the 10th level of the soul refining realm without any side effects. The spirit refining realm is the foundation for the birth of the divine soul and the ignition of the divine fire, hence the name. The host's spirit has now materialized. Improving a little bit of spirit is equivalent to 100 strands of spirit from others. Therefore, this kind of elixir that nourishes and improves the spirit is the most suitable elixir for the host at this moment. In the spirit refining realm, one spirit is condensed and has begun to touch the hidden Tao, rules, and natural laws between heaven and earth. This is the realm where one begins to comprehend the secrets of magical powers and paves the way for the next fusion realm. In the fusion realm, the spirit reaches every acupoint and vein in the body, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, condensing the essence of heaven and earth into the body, and drawing in the power of nature to baptize the body. At the current realm, the more you can cultivate magical skills and the deeper they are, the more condensed the Tao essence you comprehend, and the greater the impact it will have on the host's next breakthrough to the fusion realm. At this level, understanding, Tao essence, spirit, and physique are all essential. I suggest the host exchange these 4 intermediate halos. The 3 intermediate auras of comprehension, spirit, and physique can keep the host's body in perfect condition at all times. The intermediate Dao Yun aura can accelerate the host's comprehension of the power of heaven and earth. Top grade spirit refining pill, 600 life points per pill, 4 auras, consuming 1,200 life points per day, a total of 1,800 points. It is initially estimated that within 3 months, the host will be able to reach the peak of the spirit refining realm, prepare for breaking through the fusion realm, and comprehend 3 top-level magical secrets, reaching the realm of perfection. It is recommended that before the host breaks through to the fusion realm, it is best to cultivate at least 3 top-level secret techniques to the extraordinary realm. With the most perfect posture, break through the fusion realm and prepare to become the only child of destiny between heaven and earth. The gentle and pleasant voice of the system continuously rang in Chu Dian's ears, and it made a preliminary plan for him in the realm of spirit refining. It's quite difficult to cultivate 3 top-level secret techniques to perfection in 3 months. Chu Dian was treating Chu Yansheng's body while talking to himself. He remembered the last time he asked the system for the current mall exchange suggestions. The system gave a time limit of 1 month, and Chu Dian was expected to break through the body tempering realm in the most perfect posture. But it only took him 10 days to reach a strength of 2.5 million pounds, condensing his spirit into substance, and at the same time he cultivated the Dai Shang Yin and Yang Dao art to an extremely high level. It seems that the system's planning only takes into account Chu Dian's cultivation in the most stable and normal manner, and does not take into account various emergencies. Chu Dian's heart moved, and the system panel unfolded before his eyes. Host, Chu Dian. Realm, first level of the spirit refining realm possessing a strength of 2.5 million kilograms, and a spirit that is condensed into substance. Even a young dragon is far inferior to you. The host is truly worthy of being the only child of destiny in the future. Constitution, Chaos Demon Body. Skill, Chaos Creation Sutra 2nd level. Avatar, Eye of Heaven. Secret Technique, Supreme Yin and Yang Dao Technique Advanced. Treasures, Emperor's Coming Talisman can gain Emperor's Combat Power for 10 minutes. Tianchuan Divine Ring costs 1,000 destiny points to refine, contains a trace of ancient remnant soul, poses a certain threat, Hostess Kasha Stat Out Pearl Auxiliary Treasure, already refined. Destiny points, 143,000. Unconsciously, I have already cultivated the great Dao of Yin and Yang to a high level. Chu Dian understood that the reason why he could progress so quickly was because in the Holy Heaven Lake, Bing performed the great Yin-Yang technique to help him condense the Yin-Yang Dao seed and deepen his understanding. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to progress so quickly in just 10 days, even if he had an incredible talent and the help of the comprehension halo. You should know that the comprehension of magical powers and secret techniques is generally divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, great, perfect, and untouchable extraordinary levels. That is, based on the foundation of the predecessors who created the magical powers and secret techniques, one can walk his own path and have his own comprehension. As far as Chu Dian knows, many powerful old men in the realm of gods, throughout their entire lives, until they pass away, are unable to even forge their own path, and can only continue to improve and practice within the scope defined by their predecessors. How many geniuses and evildoers, throughout their entire lives, will strive to perfect a top-level magical power, constantly polishing it and striving for transcendence. Just like Yi Tianhong, who is half a step away from becoming an emperor, as a top-level expert in Shengxian sect and one of the highest echelons of the sect, he has spent his entire life honing the art of reincarnation and has practiced it to perfection. And Chu Dian only took 10 days to cultivate the Supreme Taoist clan's supreme secret art to the advanced level in the bone-tempering realm. If this were to get out, many old monsters would probably flock to him and look for opportunities to dissect him, trying to find out why he could comprehend the supreme secret art so quickly. Exchange for the best grade spirit refining elixir in the 4 halos. Chu Dian said in his heart without hesitation, without the slightest bit of heartache. The first priority is to quickly transform resources into strength. It cost 1,800 destiny points and the exchange was successful. The system's voice was gentle and pleasant. Chu Dian immediately swallowed the top-grade spirit refining pill. In an instant, he felt a tremendous force suddenly erupting in his mind. Originally, he was a little tired because of the huge consumption of combing Chu Yansheng's meridians, but with the blessing of the 3 halos, all aspects of his body immediately recovered to perfection. In an instant, all his insights into the great Tao of Yin and Yang, and all the key tips, suddenly and naturally emerged in his mind, and he sorted them out and figured them out. Chu Dian understood that this was the Dao Yun halo starting to take effect. Chapter 63, with the help of 100-fold spiritual power, the physical strength can reach over 100 million. At night, the stars are shining brightly, and the starlight and moonlight fall on the Holy Emperor Peak. The whole mountain seems to come alive, glowing slightly, and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Chu Tian closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the bed. He used his mind to sort out the demonic energy in Chu Yuansheng's body, and used the Chaos Creation Sutra to guide the spiritual energy in his body, which was already as thick as a baby's arm, and completed 9 major cycles in his body. After breaking through the spirit refining realm, the Chaos Creation Sutra also broke through to the second level. He was able to absorb more spiritual energy from the heaven and earth, which brought a qualitative leap to the baptism of his body. A chaotic light flickered on his skin, and blood and energy flowed in his body. In a trance, he seemed to see a small golden dragon swimming across his chest, winding all the way to the middle finger of his right arm. Buzz. Chu Tian did not open his eyes, but raised his hand slightly. A golden dragon suddenly flew out from the tip of his middle finger. The golden light illuminated the dim room. The golden dragon as big as an arm seemed to come alive, roaring and charging forward. It circled in front of him and occasionally made low dragon roars, which were deafening. The spiritual power contained in the dragon roars could even kill an ordinary person in the spirit refining realm. The real dragon is lifelike, with its fangs bared and claws dancing. Its sharp claws leave substantial traces in the void, and its attacking power is extremely powerful. Just this real dragon formed by blood and energy is probably enough to fight Yuan alone, or even kill him. This is a realm that can only be achieved when one has mastered top-level magical powers to perfection, and has a concentrated mind and extremely powerful control. The magical powers take shape and manifest into substance and last for a long time. It is indeed the top secret technique in the Great Emperor's scripture that focuses on attack and killing. Although it is somewhat inferior to the Great Yin-Yang Dao technique in terms of unpredictability, it is much better in terms of attack and killing, and is even better than the family's reincarnation emperor technique. Chu Tian opened his eyes and looked at the golden dragon that was circling in the air for a long time, with a look of understanding in his eyes. He was practicing a top-level secret attack and killing technique from the Great Emperor Sutra, the prison-suppressing dragon emperor technique. After comprehending the secret technique of attack and killing, Chu Tian's finally understood how great the benefits of spiritual concentration were. It not only brought greater benefits to the physical body, but also to the magical skills. For a genius of Yuan's level, his spirit may seem strong, but it is actually scattered. Therefore, although he may have comprehended the magical skills to an advanced level, after using his spirit to condense the essence of Tao and strike out, the skills may seem powerful, but in fact they are weak inside and can withstand any attack. So he cultivated to the 10th level of spirit refining, and his physical strength was probably 1 million pounds, but the blessing of spirit on the body was not even 10 times, less than 10 million pounds. Even with the comprehension of the advanced stage of the reincarnation emperor technique, he was still blown to pieces by Chu Tian with one punch. One strand of my spirit can be equivalent to 10 strands, or even 100 strands, of a loser like Yuan. If I reach the 10th level of spirit refining, and add that powerful and condensed spirit to my body, I might even be able to unleash 100 times the strength of my body, with a force directly exceeding 100 million. It wouldn't be impossible for me to kill a monster like Yifeng at the fusion realm with one punch. When performing top-level secret arts of the same level, a single strand of my spirit surpasses his by 100 times. My elementary prison dragon emperor technique is comparable to his advanced samsara emperor technique. Now that I've mastered the prison dragon emperor technique to the intermediate stage, I can crush him directly. Even if he reaches the mastery stage, I can still fight him. Chu Tian muttered to himself, feeling the rich blood in his body and the abundant spirit in his mind, and he increasingly understood why there was such a thing as the Hengtian ranking on the mainland. The gap between a true genius and an ordinary cultivator is not obvious at first. It is just a difference of hundreds of thousands or even tens of thousands of pounds of strength, but the different foundations will eventually lead to completely different buildings. He couldn't imagine that after he reached the peak of spirit refining, his physical strength would increase, and with a punch, his strength would exceed 100 million after the spiritual power was superimposed. It would even be possible for him to kill a powerful god who ignited the divine fire with a single punch. Although he has just broken through the spirit refining realm, killing Yuan, who is at the 10th level of spirit refining, is easier than eating or drinking. He can casually use the transformation of the prison dragon emperor technique to fight against a waste like Yuan. Now, in the general fusion realm, I can only burst out 20 to 30 million kilograms of force at most, and I can still kill. Chu Tian looked at Chu Yuansheng and saw that the demonic energy on her body had almost disappeared. However, he felt that there was still a strong demonic energy in her internal organs. However, one night was enough to completely purify the demonic energy in her body. Chu Tian closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the secret technique while dissolving the evil spirit for Chu Yuansheng. With the blessing of the 4 halos, he found that he could already do 3 things at once. Not only could he practice the 2 secret techniques he possessed at the same time, but he could also use his spirit to dispel the demonic energy for Chu Yuansheng. Moreover, with the blessing of the intermediate spiritual and physical halos, he would never feel tired or mentally exhausted. The real dragon hovering in the air also began to slowly disperse, but the dragon roar it left behind echoed in the room for a long time. At this moment, the old camel who was standing outside the door was so shocked that he opened his eyes slightly wide. If this was not the eldest lady's boudoir, he would probably go in and see with his own eyes whether the young lady was practicing magical powers. He had been outside the door the whole time. As the emperor, even if he didn't specifically sense it, he could still feel the subtle fluctuations of magical power in the room. Miss Chu Yuansheng's aura was constantly improving, and after the evil spirit gradually dissipated, he had already gradually relaxed and felt relieved, realizing that Chu Tian was not just comforting him, but really had a way to help Chu Yuansheng eliminate the evil spirit. For the whole afternoon, although Tuolao didn't know what Chu Tian was doing in the boudoir, he could feel Chu Tian's mental fluctuations. He should be helping Chu Yuansheng to relieve the evil spirit while starting to comprehend the secret techniques of magical powers. It should be the prison dragon emperor technique in the Great Emperor Sutra. The old camel opened his mouth slightly in horror, feeling the fluctuations of the true dragon secret technique in the room. Not only did it not dissipate for a long time, it was even constantly increasing. He had a deep suspicion in his heart as to whether the young lady had just broken through to the spirit refining realm in the Holy Heaven Lake. But as an emperor, although his eyesight is blurry and he may be confused from time to time, he should not be wrong. This kind of spiritual control, where a true dragon solidifies and takes shape, is something that even the most powerful gods who have ignited the divine fire cannot achieve. Moreover, he really felt it little by little. In just half a day, the young master's prison dragon emperor technique went from being immature to being proficient, and then to the actual manifestation today. It had definitely crossed the entry level and elementary level and reached the intermediate level. In just one afternoon, while focusing on 2 things at once, he comprehended the top secret techniques in the Tuangi Sutra to the intermediate level. Old Tuo even felt that he had been worrying too much about the eldest lady these days, and was too nervous, which led to hallucinations. He had been in the Chu family for too long and had witnessed countless Chu family prodigies trying to cultivate the prison dragon emperor technique, spending half a year or even a year on it, and even with personal instruction and teachings from elders, they still couldn't get started. If the Chu family's genius, who had worked hard to practice the secret technique but achieved nothing, knew about this, he would probably die of anger on the spot. They were pointed at and called stupid by the older generation, and spent many nights doubting their lives, wondering if they were really stupid. However, Chu Tian took half a day to practice the most advanced attack and killing secret technique in the Tuangi Sutra to the intermediate level. This is the supreme physique, the chaos god and demon body. Old camel sighed in his heart, and in the end he could only conclude that this was the heaven-defying aspect of the chaos god and demon body, and it was worthy of being one of the strongest physiques in the history of Hengtian continent. Of course, the better Chu Dian is, the more pleased he will be. Chapter 64 Chu Yunsheng wakes up and decides. No words were spoken that night. Noon of the second day. Xiaodian, have you and Tuolao been hiding something from me? Chu Yunsheng's slightly low voice sounded in his ears. Chu Dian opened his eyes and saw that his elder sister had woken up from her coma. She was leaning against the head of the bed, staring blankly at the ancient tree outside the window. There was a hint of loneliness and emptiness in her eyes, and she no longer had the liveliness of the past. Her pale face from yesterday was now full of blood, and her cheeks were rosy, which looked very beautiful. The demonic energy cultivated by the supreme yin-yang art was dissolved, and combined with the Taoist essence brought by the Taoist seed of the supreme yin-yang art, Chu Yunsheng even had an innate ethereal beauty. But when he saw his elder sister's lifeless eyes, which no longer had the liveliness and optimism of the past, but were instead filled with deep pain, Chu Tian's heart subconsciously tightened slightly, but he also understood that this was a process that his elder sister had to go through. In the original plot, Chu Yunsheng loved Yifeng deeply, and she never doubted Yifeng until the supreme yin-yang technique broke out. Looking at his elder sister's empty and painful eyes, Chu Tian knew that it was probably this outbreak of demonic energy, combined with his last conversation with Tuolao after he asked about the supreme yin-yang technique, that made her guess something. Chu Tian didn't answer, but stood up, tidied his clothes, and prepared to leave the room. He has always felt that many things should come naturally, and only by understanding them on one's own can one gain a deeper understanding. No matter how much others say, it is not as good as the enlightenment gained through careful thinking. Chu Yunsheng is not stupid, but very smart. She just has little experience. Chu Yunsheng should let herself understand, comprehend, and gradually accept Yifeng's affairs and the family's affairs. If he says too much, it may backfire. The supreme yin-yang art is the magic technique of the supreme demon sect. The sect's high-ranking officials and core disciples have caused widespread outrage and resentment on the continent, leaving all the major sects helpless. At this time, Chu Yunsheng's low voice came from behind, causing Chu Dian to pause and slowly turn around. Sister, you know everything. Chu Dian's voice was low. At this time, Tuolao heard the sound, pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw Chu Yunsheng's empty and painful eyes, bloodshot eyes appeared in his eyes. Miss, please don't be like this. Yifeng is a beast, a bastard. The old camel trembled all over, his voice filled with pain and a strong sense of murder. This old servant will accompany you to the Holy Emperor Peak. You can kill that bastard Yifeng with your own hands to vent your anger. Grandpa Tuo, I don't want to kill Yifeng right now. I just want to know the truth. Chu Yunsheng's voice trembled as she looked at Chu Dian with a hint of pleading. Xiaodian, tell me everything you know and what has happened in the past period of time, okay? I don't want to continue being this stupid and ignorant, like a puppet. Chu Yunsheng's voice was filled with endless pain. It was the kind of pain that came from being betrayed after giving everything to someone who trusted her. She suddenly realized that in the other person's eyes, she was just a puppet, a cauldron, and a chess piece. The huge mental impact on her was simply beyond words. She was innocent, but not stupid, and she was very sensitive. When Chu Dian mentioned the supreme yin-yang art and she gave a positive answer, she could feel something was wrong from the chilling feeling from her brother, the sudden appearance of Tuolao, and the murderous aura that erupted from him. The next day, she began to look through the ancient books treasured in the Sutra library of the Holy Emperor Peak. When she found the record of the supreme yin-yang technique in the dusty records of the demonic sect, Chu Yunsheng felt as if the sky had fallen. After I found the supreme yin-yang art in the Sutra library, I actually tried to comfort myself and find excuses for Yifeng. Maybe he didn't know that this was the secret technique of the demon sect, or maybe he asked me to practice the main formula of the supreme yin-yang art, or maybe he. Chu Yunsheng's voice trembled, and 2 lines of clear tears suddenly slid down her empty eyes, but when the demonic energy in my dantian suddenly erupted, I suddenly felt that I only wanted to kill. The memories of my parents, and the beautiful memories of your brothers and sisters, seemed to be fading away. At that time, in my mind, there was only Yifeng's figure, and all my emotions were leaving me. Miss, if you want to cry, just cry. Don't hold it in. Old Tuo was trembling all over. He suddenly walked forward to comfort the young lady, but in the end, he just patted Chu Yunsheng on the shoulder. You know, he usually abides by the duties of master and servant and never oversteps the line. Grandpa Tuo, what did I do wrong that Yifeng would treat me like this? Chu Yunsheng threw herself into Grandpa Tuo's arms and cried softly. Sister, you didn't do anything wrong. It was Yifeng who deserved to die. Chu Dian spoke in a low voice and told Chu Yunsheng about many things that had happened in the past few days, including the Lu family's betrayal and Yi Tianchong's attempt to dig out his eyes in the name of the sect's interests. Yi Hongwu, Yi Fan, the Yi family actually plotted against you, my little brother. Uncle Tianchong watched you grow up, and he is also my father's sworn brother. Yet, he actually wants to dig out your eyebrows, you bastard. Chu Yunsheng raised her head, and an unprecedented murderous aura appeared in her lifeless eyes. These bastards of the Yi family not only plotted against me, but they even didn't let you, my little brother, go. That little girl Lu Yun usually looks well behaved, but secretly, she is so shameless. And those bastards from the Lu family, they have taken so many benefits from our family, yet they dare to plot against us in secret. Chu Yunsheng gnashed her teeth and suddenly said, Sister, I was a little confused. Why would you suddenly go against Dad's wishes and go to Hengtian Temple to take the test? No wonder Yifeng hurried back after receiving the message from Uncle Tianchong and ran to Hengtian Palace to take the test, along with many other geniuses of the Yi family. They are clearly plotting against our family. Chu Yunsheng looked into Chu Dian's eyes and suddenly said, Xiaodian, is it that the Yi family wants to harm our family, so they don't want our family to stand out? Chu Dian's face was calm. After all, he couldn't say that he knew a lot about what happened later. He nodded slightly and said, Sister, at this stage, I am also suspicious, but all signs have pointed to the Yi family. Xiaodian, I have decided. I will go with you to take part in the test of Hengtian Palace. Chu Yunsheng raised her head, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said with determination. Hearing this, Chu Dian smiled slightly and nodded. Chu Yunsheng's intelligence and rapid growth were beyond his expectations. Nowadays, apart from him, everyone in the Chu family is still firmly carrying out the orders of King Chu, keeping a low profile. He is the only young member of the Chu family on the Hengtian list. Chu Dian understood that it was not that the Chu family's geniuses did not want to rush into the Hengtian list, shine brightly, and be admired by everyone, but their father, King Chu Dian, had too much prestige. Many young Chu family geniuses were tempted when they saw him rush to the top of the earth list, but they still did not dare to disobey King Chu Dian's orders. After he came back, he had actually been thinking about how to reverse the low-key style of the Chu family. As a founding family, the younger generation should have been influential and establish prestige for the Chu family. If they continued to be silent like this, it would only send a signal to the outside world that the younger generation of the Chu family was no good. This caused huge damage to the Chu family's prestige. As everyone knows, Chu Yunsheng has always been the most obedient girl of King Chu. Her entry into the Hengtian ranking will definitely play a huge role in reversing the current situation of the Chu family. At this moment, a shiny bald head appeared outside the door, and Huaime's voice trembled with excitement. Brother, my cousin has arrived at the Shengxian sect. However, after learning that you have taken the first place on the earth ranking again, she went directly to the Hengtian palace for the test. Chapter 65, Why are you saying such unpleasant things? Hateful little brother. Hengtian palace. Chu Dian, Chu Yunsheng and Huaimei had just stepped into Hengtian hall when they saw the hall was crowded with people. Inside the hall, hundreds of sect disciples were crowded outside the spirit refining hall in the fusion hall, their eyes filled with horror, and from time to time, bursts of gasps could be heard. There are too many evildoers among the younger generation of the Sehang Holy Sect. Saint Hylian, who dominated the fusion ranking for 2 years, and the evil Huaimei, who dominated the bone tevering ranking for many years, would have been untouchable if it weren't for the appearance of the little saint. Now, they've even taken over the spirit refining ranking. After the little saint broke through the spirit refining realm and left the bone tevering ranking, there's no one from our Shangxian sect on the 4 major lists below the age of 18. This is a shame that has not been seen in 10,000 years. I think Saint Hylian's goal is to regain the top spot on the earth ranking and surpass the little saint. She has already failed twice. This is her 3rd attempt at entering. The little saint is truly a freak. Just by achieving first place in the body tempering realm, he firmly holds the top spot on the earth ranking, causing Saint Hylian to fail twice. In the Hengtian Palace, voices were heard that were filled with horror and regret, as well as admiration for the little Saint Chu Dian. At this moment, a burst of exclamation suddenly came from the refining god hall. Already ranked first on the spirit refining ranking and having killed over 3,600 illusionary nightmares, Lin Jie was still not satisfied with his performance and re-entered the testing space. 675 fantasy nightmare beasts in 10 seconds. Oh my god, there are 100 more than last time in the same amount of time. These evildoers of the Sehang Holy Sect are simply despairing. Each time they become stronger than the last, how on earth did they train them? Why has this generation of our Shangxian sect become so weak below the divine realm? Chu Dian looked up and saw that the name ranked first on the spirit refining list had become Lin Jie. Lin Jie, the candidate saint son of Sehang Holy Sect, is at the 7th level of spiritual cultivation with a mental concentration level of 70. He can kill 3,640 nightmare beasts in 1 minute. Behind his name, the time number kept jumping. It only took 20 seconds to kill more than 1,300 nightmare beasts. Yi Guolong of the Yi family, who was originally ranked first on the god refining list, has been pushed to 2nd place and is still far ahead of Lin Jie. He only killed more than 1,900 nightmare beasts in 1 minute. It is no wonder that Hengtian Palace suddenly attracted so many disciples from other sects to come and watch. You know, Yi Guolong was almost the only remaining phase of Shangxian sect before Chu Dian appeared. Shangxian sect is recognized as the strongest sect in Hengtian continent today, but the 4 realms below the divine realm are almost a must-win for all evildoers under the age of 18, which also means the future potential of a sect. However, among the 4 major lists, only Yi Guolong barely occupied the 1st place in the soul refining list. His advantage was not that big, and it was completely not on the same level as the overwhelming lead of the Sehang Holy Sect in the bone refining list and the fusion list. After Chu Dian broke through the soul refining realm, he was no longer on the bone refining list, and now he has even lost the only remaining appearance on the soul refining list. There is information about Yi Guolong in Chu Dian's memory, because King Chu Dian has praised him more than once, and he is the grandson of Yi Hongwu who was forced to commit suicide. Chu Dian didn't care too much, because in the original plot, the most important people in the Yi family were Yi Feng and Yi Fan. Apart from these two, even the monster ranked first on the god refining list is not worth his time and attention. The 2 evildoers Huaimei and Hylian from the Sehang Holy Sect are worthy of praise. Lin Jie is just a supporting role. In the original plot, he would be killed instantly by Yi Fan's punch. Chu Dian glanced at the fusion list. The stubborn and icy woman still occupied the 1st place on the list, but she was determined to fight for the 1st place on the earth list. She was frantically killing red flame golden crystal leopards in the test space. The record was refreshed again and again. Now she has killed 5,700 in 1 minute, which is nearly twice the gap of the 2nd place. You should know that Yi Feng, who is ranked 6th, has only 367 statues. It seems that if this woman cannot regain the 1st place on the earth list, she will not leave Hengtian Palace today. This annoying iceberg is too abnormal. It seems that there is no upper limit to his strength. Chu Yansheng looked at the fusion ranking and complained, "Xiaodian, although I have never challenged the fusion ranking, I don't know what place I can get, but I probably can't beat this monster." Chu Yansheng had a good attitude and was an optimist. She quickly calmed down and began to be lively again after leaving Shengwang Peak. After learning from Huaimei that her younger brother had killed Yu Wen with 1 punch, she opened her mouth wide in surprise, hugged Chu Dian and kissed him madly, claiming that she would reward her younger brother well. Along the way, she kept asking Chu Dian how he beat Yi Feng and Shengxian Pang to vent her anger. She kept waving her fist in relief, saying that Chu Dian was indeed her good brother and did not let her down. Chu Dian smiled slightly, turned around and comforted Chu Yansheng. He didn't expect his elder sister to be able to compete with Saint Hylian now. When Yi Feng broke through and ignited the divine fire, turning into a killing demon soldier, allowing his elder sister's holy bones to be reborn, maybe there would be a chance to compete with Saint Hylian. Brother, it's this Lin Jie who always pesters my cousin. I warned him several times but he didn't listen. He even followed me to Shangxian sect. Give me some time to break through a few small realms in the spirit refining realm. I will tear his 3-inch little dick off. Huaimei scratched her shiny head hard and said, gritting her teeth while looking at the spirit refining list. Oh my god, 4,200 fantasy nightmare beasts. At this time, the numbers on the spirit refining list froze, and many disciples exclaimed in surprise, looking at the list with envy and jealousy. At this time, Lin Jie's ranking on the earth list also jumped to 10th place, squeezing into the top 10 of the list, becoming one of the most anticipated geniuses under the age of 30 in Hengtian continent. From the golden monolith of the spirit refining temple, a young man, about 13 or 14 years old, wearing a blue patterned robe and with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, walked out. Yi Guolong, don't waste time testing. There's absolutely no comparison between us. Lin Jie said indifferently to a young man in black robe beside the spirit refining temple, and then walked towards Chu Dian. You must be Chu Dian, the young saint of Shangxian sect. Lin Jie glanced at Wei Mei and said to Chu Dian casually, let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Jie, the candidate holy son of the Sehang Holy Sect. I'll be with senior sister Wei Lian for a while to comprehend the eye of heaven by your side. Don't worry, my Lin family will not treat you unfairly and will give you sufficient benefits and rewards from the Chu family. There was a hint of arrogance in his tone, although it was not as arrogant as Huaimei's, which made people grit their teeth in hatred, and there was a sense of condescendingness in his tone. It was as if it was an honor for the Chu family that he could practice with Chu Dian. Hearing his words, before Chu Dian could say anything, Chu Yansheng said dissatisfiedly, little brother, why are you saying such unpleasant things? You like to talk to yourself. My brother hasn't agreed yet. Besides, does my Chu family need this little benefit from you? Chapter 66, 10 times the spirit, 99 times the prison suppressing dragon emperor technique. My Lin family is one of the strongest families in the Sehang Holy Sect, with a history of nearly 10 million years. I am the young master of the Lin family, the most talented person in the past 10,000 years. Who in the entire continent would refuse to have a good relationship with me? Lin Jie responded casually, then looked at Huaimei and said, you little baldhead, you're really annoying. You're everywhere I go. Go back to the Holy Sect. Otherwise, you'll have already broken through to the spirit refining realm. You'll suffer in the days ahead. I'll make you understand just how big the gap between us is. You little brother are so annoying. I don't like you. Chu Yansheng was a little angry. What kind of person is this? So arrogant. Chu Dian's face was calm. He turned to look at Huaimei and said, little baldhead, not just any cat or dog is qualified to be by my side and be my little brother. Since they are from the Sehang Holy Sect, you handle it. Huime bared her teeth, waved her hands, and said, "Brother, I don't know this cat or dog. It has nothing to do with me. I once swore that sooner or later I would tear off his 3-inch little dick." Immediately, Huime's charming little face turned cold, and she glared at Lin Jie with a bully-like sternness, saying, "Did you hear that? My big brother doesn't welcome you. Get out of here." Lin Jie's face was very ugly. He didn't expect Chu Tian to be so disrespectful to him. "Chu Tian, my sect Saint Lord, Tianyin Daozhen, has already made an agreement with your Chu family to let me come here. Have you ever thought about the consequences of saying such things?" Chu Tian's face was calm, and he suddenly raised his foot and walked straight towards the spirit refining temple. He never had the habit of turning when walking, and his shoulder collided with Lin Jie's shoulder in front of him. The powerful physical strength made him roar and take 3 steps back. He never had the habit of bickering with supporting characters who were not up to par. The purpose of coming to Hengtian Palace with his elder sister Chu Yunsheng was because he also wanted to take part in the test of Hengtian Palace. "Chu Tian, you are too presumptuous." Lin Jie shouted angrily, his handsome face with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes was a little distorted. No one had ever dared to disrespect him like this. Chu Tian's body was too terrifying. He was hit without any preparation, as if he was hit by a towering mountain. He felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart, and his shoulder bones seemed to be broken. "Remember, my eldest sister doesn't like you, so you are not allowed to set foot in the main hall of St. Evrard Peak." Chu Tian responded calmly and stepped into the soul refining temple. At this time, Yi Gulong just walked out of the golden boulder with a pale face. He had just failed the test. Not to mention surpassing Lin Jie, he didn't even reach the result of the last time. "Chu Tian," Yi Gulong blurted out, his face turning even paler. After all, his grandfather Yi Hengwu was forced to commit suicide because he plotted against Chu Tian behind the scenes. Because of Yi Hengwu's incident, all of his family's wealth was confiscated by the law enforcement hall. His status in the clan dropped significantly. The resources provided to him by the sect were also greatly reduced, and he also faced various investigations from the law enforcement hall. If it weren't for his extremely high talent and being ranked first on the spirit refining ranking, he would have probably been forcibly arrested and investigated by the law enforcement hall. This was also the reason why he rushed over after learning that his old rival Lin Jie was aiming for the top spot on the spirit refining list. He didn't expect that after the challenge failed, Chu Tian would actually come towards him. "What do you want?" Yi Gulong's voice trembled slightly, filled with fear. He thought Chu Tian was taking revenge on him because of his grandfather. He also learned that Yuan was killed by Chu Tian with one punch. Although Yuan's strength was far inferior to his, Yuan's background was there. It would be even easier for Chu Tian to find an excuse to kill him. But at this time, Chu Tian came over, walked past him, stepped directly into the golden boulder vortex, and began the test. Yi Gulong's face was pale and he breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still tense and felt a strong sense of humiliation. He felt a strong contempt from Chu Tian. It seemed that I didn't even deserve to be looked at by him for a second time. Before stepping into the vortex, Chu Tian faintly heard a shocking cry coming from the fusion hall. It seemed that the holy maiden Hylian had killed 6,500 red flame golden crystal leopards and regained the top spot on the earth list. Buzz. Chu Tian's eyes blurred, and a dark space appeared in front of him. From the endless darkness in front of him, strange and terrifying beast roars were heard. Suddenly, in the pitch black darkness, pairs of blood-red eyes, larger than lanterns, opened, densely packed together, like terrifying blood-red stars hanging in the sky. Among the blood-colored stars, waves of blood surged, which were a powerful spiritual frenzy, and were accompanied by various things that emerged in Chu Tian's mind, constantly impacting his spirit. The illusion nightmare beast is an ancient beast that is good at mental attacks. It can cast illusions and is extremely terrifying and powerful. Buzz. Chu Tian looked calm, and the spiritual chaos beat in his mind released rays of light, isolating all mental attacks, and all the illusions in his mind were instantly destroyed. His spirit was condensed to the essence, his will was indestructible, and no illusion could interfere with his will. In front of Chu Tian, in the sky ahead, there were ferocious beasts with black wings spread out, which could cover nearly 10 meters of the sky. They looked like bats, had blood-red eyes, and huge mouths that emitted sound waves, containing powerful mental shock. They flapped their wings and flew across the sky, but those in the spirit refining realm were unable to fly and could only use their spirits to cast magical powers and secret techniques to kill the nightmares and the illusions, which restricted their physical strength. This seemed to be something that the founder of the Hengtian list had deliberately established in order to better test the spiritual strength of the trial takers. Time passed quickly because it was Chu Tian's first time entering and observing the nightmare beast in the illusion, and he wasted 10 seconds. At this moment, there was a dead silence in the Hengtian hall. The disciples of the Shengxian sect were breathing hard and concentrating, with anticipation in their eyes. In the territory of Shengxian sect, the disciples of Sehang Holy sect swept the fusion list and the spirit refining list, and the first place in the earth list was also reoccupied by Holy Maiden Hylian. They urgently hoped that someone could stand up and represent Shengxian sect to suppress their arrogance. But when they saw that there was no movement behind Chu Tian's name on the spirit refining list for a full 10 seconds, their hopes gradually turned into disappointment. After all, the little saint has just broken through the spirit refining realm. We need to give him some time to buffer, a disciple said in a low voice, comforting the people around him. That's right, the little saint is so young, but he has already ranked first on the earth list. He has a bright future. We must believe in him, said a girl with a ponytail. Although the people around them also agreed with what they said, they still couldn't help feeling a little disappointed in their hearts. Just then, on the soul refining list on the golden boulder, there was a sudden movement behind Chu Tian's name. Chu Tian, 11 seconds, 965 illusion nightmares. Soon, the time numbers jumped again. 12 seconds, 2,634 illusionary nightmares. 13 seconds, 3,795. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. In an instant, everyone in Hengtian Hall who had been looking at the list was confused. What happened? What did they see? Are you dreaming? At this moment, Lin Jie's face froze. The moment he saw the list, he was stunned. What the hell? He participated in many tests, fighting desperately, and only killed 4,200 statues in 1 minute. In 3 seconds, Chu Tian directly killed more than 3,000 of them. What a joke. In the test space, boom, Chu Tian had no intention of hiding his strength at all. He opened the eye of heaven between his eyebrows, and purple light streamed down. His condensed spirit exploded tenfold. The spirit, filled with light purple light, was like a tsunami, sweeping directly towards the sky and submerging the void for 10,000 meters. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, hundreds of illusionary nightmares were blown up, and disgusting blood mist filled the sky. Huge illusion nightmares, with ferocious appearances and red lantern-like eyes filled with murderous intent, seemed to be made of paper. When swept by the real spiritual torrent, they melted and shattered directly, leaving no room for counterattack. Roar. Chu Tian's heart moved, and his powerful and condensed spirit like a tsunami directly condensed into 99 real dragons. The golden light pierced through the dark sky, and the overwhelming dragon roars roared and exploded thousands of illusion nightmares. Real dragons soared into the sky, golden light boiling, and every inch of their scales and sharp claws were their most terrifying weapons of attack. There were 99 real dragons, like 99 lightning bolts, shuttling back and forth in the darkness. With every breath, hundreds of illusions and nightmares were torn apart, exploded, and turned into bloody mist by the deafening dragon roar. Chu Tian's spiritual power is too terrifying. The power contained in a strand of his spirit is more than 100 times that of an ordinary person in the spirit refining realm. Although he is only in the first level of spirit refining realm, the strength of his spirit is at least above the 5th level of spirit refining realm. The power of a head-on collision can even crush Yuan, a so-called genius who is at the 10th level of body refining realm. Now, after being amplified tenfold by the Eye of Heaven and using the Dragon Emperor prison technique, each true dragon with condensed spirit may not even be weaker than a real true dragon cub with refined spirit. Any real dragon can crush Yuan. With the combined power of 99 true dragons, even a dragon in the fusion realm would be instantly defeated. In the test space, the real dragon turned into lightning and shuttled back and forth. The nightmares and the illusion were slaughtered crazily. At a glance, the sky was filled with blood mist. At this moment, in the God Refining Temple, there was a deathly silence. Directly in front, on the golden giant stone God Refining list. Chu Tian, 35 seconds, 39,700 illusion nightmares. Chapter 67 failed to reach the limit. 35 seconds, 39,700. 40 seconds, 45,001. Impossible, impossible, how could this happen? What the hell? Lin Jie was trembling all over and kept muttering to himself. At this moment, his face was pale and his eyes were wide open. He was almost going crazy. This blow was really too great. Before a minute had passed, the gap had widened to nearly 10 times. What is even more suffocating is that Chu Tiansai is no older than him. Chu Tiansai had just broken through to the first level of spirit refining, while he had already reached the 8th level and had been immersed in this realm for more than 2 years. Chu Tian must have cheated. Even Sister Hylian, who reached the 10th level of spirit refining, only killed 12,000 illusionary nightmares. How could he possibly? If you can't speak, then shut up. My cousin ranked first when she was at the 8th level of spirit refining, but she never took the test. Do you think she's as useless as you? She took the 8th level test so many times, but she could only kill a mere 4,000 and suppress Yi Guolong. And yet you have such an arrogant attitude. Huaimei glared at Lin Jie angrily, but felt somewhat complacent in her heart. After all, he was also beaten by Chu Tian in the same way when he was on the bone tempering list. Now it was finally Lin Jie's turn to enjoy the feeling of powerlessness of being crushed by a huge advantage. I'm at least on the bone tempering ranking, and I was able to kill all the ancient mammoths. But you're so different. You've surpassed several realms and still opened up a gap of more than 10 times. You've completely disgraced the holy sect. If I were you, I'd get out of here and go back to the holy sect right now, so as not to make a fool of myself here. I'm right, cousin. Huaimei had a flattering look on her charming little face. She scratched her head and looked at a beautiful woman not far in front of her. Little bald head, you are talking nonsense, believe it or not. Lin Jie was furious and rolled up his sleeves, ready to beat Huaimei to vent his anger. Shut your mouths, or go back to the holy sect. Holy Maiden Hylian was wearing a snow-white gauze dress, and her beautiful face was as cold as ice. She just stood there, and her whole body seemed to be emitting coldness. Her eyes swept across Lin Jie and Huaimei like ice knives, causing the two to shrink their necks instantly. They glared at each other and then shut their mouths. Hylian understood that although she had killed 11,000 illusion nightmares when she was at the 8th level of spiritual cultivation, by the time she reached the 10th level, the number would only be 4 or 5 times as many at most. And what realm is Chu Tian at now? The first level of spiritual cultivation. How can she compare with Chu Tian? Buzz. At this moment, the numbers on the golden boulder froze. Chu Tian killed 60,315 illusion nightmares in 1 minute. The soul refining list was refreshed instantly, and Chu Tian's name came to the first place on the list. Chu Tian, the first level of spiritual cultivation, spiritual concentration degree 100, killed 60,315 illusion nightmares. Go down the list. Lin Jie, 8th level of spirit refining, spiritual concentration 70, killed 4,000 people. There was a dead silence in the field. All the disciples looked at the spirit refining list. They couldn't express what they felt in their hearts and how to describe that feeling in words. This wasn't just a cliff-like lead, it was a world of difference, like the difference between a bright star and a candlelight. The first place on the spirit refining list was snatched back by the little Saint Sun, and one of the 4 major lists below the God realm was returned to the hands of the Holy Heaven sect, finally saving some face for the sect. But many disciples felt a mixture of sweet and sour, bitter and spicy emotions, excitement, depression, and bitterness. The little saint is so evil. Although Lin Jie is extremely talented, they can at least see his back, but as for the little saint, let alone his back, they can't even reach his heels. I originally wanted to give it a try, at least I could get into the top 10 of the spirit refining list. Huaimei scratched her bald head, as if she wanted to tear off a layer of skin, and the corners of her eyes and mouth on her weird little face twitched violently at the same time. What the hell is this? Even if he had reached the first level of spiritual cultivation, could he kill 1,000 illusion nightmares, or even if he tried hard, could he kill 2,000? What's the use? Not enough to be hit. He had once thought that after breaking through the spirit refining realm, Chu Tian would call him Big Brother. Now that he thought about it, Huaimei's mouth twitched even more violently. She wanted to turn over and sing, but she still had a long way to go. Impossible, impossible, Chu Tian must have cheated. How could a first level soul refiner be so strong? This is impossible. Lin Jie's handsome face turned pale, full of disbelief. How could my spiritual concentration reach 100%? My spiritual concentration reached 70%, and my father and the Holy Sect's supreme elders praised me as a rare genius in the sect's history. Even Sister Hylian, you are hailed as the most extraordinary genius in the Holy Sect's long history, but wasn't your spiritual concentration level only 90 at the beginning? The already icy face of Saint Hylian seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and the cold air released from her body even caused a thick layer of ice to form on the ground. She looked up at the list and saw her name. She had fallen to second place again, and Chu Tian had returned to first place. She tested herself nearly 10 times before she broke through the limit and returned to the top of the earth ranking, but she only stayed there for a minute before being pushed down again. Moreover, Chu Tian's achievement this time made her realize that even if she made some small breakthroughs and killed 1 or 2,000 more red flame golden crystal leopards, she would not be able to surpass Chu Tian. Chu Tian is my biological brother. Chu Yansheng said loudly with a proud look on her face. She looked down upon the crowd. Her brother was so outstanding that she was happier than herself to be ranked first on the earth list. Chu Tian walked out of the golden boulder vortex and glanced at the Hang Ten ranking with a calm face. After seeing the first place on both the refining god ranking and the earth ranking, there was no ripple in his eyes. After all, he knew clearly where the upper limit of his strength was, and it was reasonable for him to rush to the first place on the refining god ranking. Chu Tian quickly turned around and walked into the golden vortex again, returned to the test space, and tested again. The first test wasted some time and some things were not done well. He wanted to know his limit, how many illusion nightmares there were in the test space, and what would appear after he killed them all. Would it be a true dragon cub or some other top-level ancient beast? This time, Chu Tian's name quickly appeared on the golden boulder in the soul refining list. Chu Tian, in 1 second, 1,278 illusion nightmares. 2 seconds, 2,560 10 seconds, 14,800. Final. Time freezes at 1 minute. Chu Tian killed 74,816 illusion nightmares in 1 minute. There was complete silence in the Hang Ten Hall. After a long while, heavy breathing sounds could be heard. Although I understand that the little saint is most likely not cheating, but is genuine, why do I always feel that this is impossible? A handsome and heroic man said unwillingly. They are all 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in a million, and are selected through layers of selection from the tens of millions of miles of territory of the Holy Heaven sect. How could the gap be so big? During the last bone tempering ranking, some people thought that the little saint was cheating. There were even old monsters from the outside world who heard the news and came to check our sect's Hangtian ranking. Everything was fine. The man next to him answered with a wry smile. Later, the little saint proved his strength. When he fought against anyone of the same level in the bone tempering realm, it was almost a one-sided slaughter. He even blew up Yiwu, the son of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, with a single punch, and even crossed the border in the test space to kill a young true dragon. At this time, Chu Tian walked out of the golden vortex, glanced at the numbers on the spirit refining list, shook his head slightly, and muttered to himself in an inaudible voice, "My realm is still a bit low. If I can reach the 3rd level of spirit refining and increase my spirit several times, I will definitely be able to kill 100,000. The 1st level of spirit refining is ultimately not enough to reach the limit of spirit refining realm strength as believed by the creators of the Hangtian ranking. However, Chu Tian was not disappointed. After all, on the body tempering list, he had only killed all the ancient mammoths in 1 minute and defeated 30 ancient ferocious beast cubs when he was at the 10th level of body tempering. Chapter 68 Want to die, I'll make you happy. Chu Tian spoke to himself in a low voice, but the disciples around him had good hearing. When they heard Chu Tian's words, their barely maintained mental state almost collapsed on the spot. After reaching the 1st level of spiritual cultivation, he wanted to challenge the limit set by the Hangtian ranking. Then those of them who have reached the 10th level of spirit refining can only kill a few or dozens of statues. What is the point of the spirit refining realm when it is difficult to kill even 100 statues? Is it garbage? Xiaotian, come here and let your sister kiss you twice. Along with a gust of fragrant wind, Chu Yunsheng's triumphant laughter like a silver bell rang out. Baji, Baji, reward my best little brother. Chu Yunsheng hugged Chu Tian and kissed him twice, then raised her chin slightly, glanced at everyone proudly, put her arm around Chu Tian's shoulders and walked out of the temple of the gods, as if swearing to everyone that this was her biological brother. Chu Tian, I don't believe you are that strong. Suddenly, a hoarse and low voice sounded. Buzz, the purple light was dazzling, and a purple phantom flashed and suddenly rushed towards Chu Tian. Let me see if you are really that strong. Lin Jie leapt into the air like a white tiger pouncing on its prey, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. He didn't believe that Chu Tian could be 10 times stronger than him at the 1st level of spiritual refinement, so he wanted to personally expose Chu Tian's hypocritical mask. The vigorous spirit surged, purple light flashed, and it turned into a purple white tiger armor that covered his whole body. He punched Chu Tian in the face, and a white tiger roared behind him, and the roar shook the sky. The terrifying murderous aura made people shiver all over, and the surrounding disciples retreated one after another. It's the white tiger holy killing technique of the Sihang holy sect, the most advanced attack and killing method. A disciple said in shock, the white tiger has manifested. I'm afraid Lin Jie has already cultivated it to a point close to perfection. Roar. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar rang out, piercing the sky and deafening everyone. A cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes, his blood and energy burst out, a mental tsunami erupted into chaos in his mind, and he punched out, accompanied by a shocking dragon roar. A winding real dragon emerged, its scales shining with golden light, its eyes containing coldness, and its claws flashing with cold and sharp light, noble and powerful. Dragons roar and tigers roar, fists collide. In an instant, a terrifying hurricane suddenly swept through, and the aftermath echoed for hundreds of meters, blowing away the disciples around who had no time to leave. The collision of fists did not sound like the collision of two small figures, but rather like the collision of two mountains. The dull collision sound was like thunder, which could make a person's eardrum bleed. Many of the spirit refining disciples were even severely injured by the aftermath, vomiting blood, with cracked muscles and severe mental trauma. The powerful disciples were horrified and took action one after another to isolate the aftermath of the collision between the two. Chu Yunsheng left with lingering fear and did not interfere in her brother's battle. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound all over Lin Jie's body, and the purple white tiger armor began to shatter. His face turned pale and he retreated repeatedly. However, he is indeed much stronger than he went. As the number 1 on the soul refining list, he has killed more than 4,000 geniuses in the illusion nightmare. Although he fell into a disadvantage in the first attack, he was not killed instantly by Chu Tian. Boom! Chu Tian's eyes were cold, and he threw a punch, performing the prison dragon emperor technique. His blood, energy, and spirit condensed into 3 real dragons, surrounding Lin Jie and fighting against him. Then, rich Dao energy surged out and condensed into Dao runes, which turned into a huge purple hand. It slammed down and made Lin Jie, who was surrounded by the real dragon, vomit blood. The white tiger behind him wailed. The 3 real dragons shot up into the sky, surrounding and fighting Lin Jie. Their sharp claws left deep scars on his body that could be seen to the bone. There was no murderous look in Lin Jie's eyes anymore, and the white tiger condensed behind him was wailing continuously. The purple white tiger armor on his body had long been shattered, and he only had the strength to defend himself. The prison dragon emperor technique in the Grand Emperor Sutra also contains a profound and unknown secret technique. A highly knowledgeable disciple was horrified and said, the young saint has at least comprehended it to the intermediate or even advanced stage. Combined with his 100% mental concentration, he has even unleashed the power of the secret technique to its full potential. Combined with his blood and energy, he has directly condensed 3 materialized prison dragons. At this time, a genius on the fusion ranking said solemnly, don't forget, the little saint's physical strength has reached 2.5 million kilograms in the bone tempering realm. With the blessing of his spirit, the power he exerts now is close to 15 million kilograms. Combined with the prison dragon emperor technique, he can almost destroy Lin Jie, who is second on the spirit refining ranking, with a single punch. With so many factors combined, the little saint's combat power in the spirit refining realm is close to being invincible. An invincible body, a 100% condensed spirit, and the ability to comprehend 2 secret arts to a high level. Oh my god, can someone tell me if the little saint is really only 8 years old? A man slapped his forehead heavily, feeling powerless. Are you still human? We are all born and raised by our parents, so why do you have to be so perverted? Huaimei was so thirsty that her mouth was dry. She felt that if she went on the field, she would definitely not be able to withstand a single move from her elder brother and would be beaten to death. Moreover, his comprehension of the supernatural power that he was most proud of, the Phantom Dragon technique, which he had mastered to a high level, was actually caught up with and even surpassed by his elder brother. What a pervert, Huaimei said helplessly. Others had always complained about him like this before, and he had never thought that there would be a day when he would complain about others like this. Huaimei looked at Saint Hillian and said, cousin, why don't you stop competing with that pervert, big brother? You're second on the earth ranking, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to get to 3rd place in the future. I won't be any worse than the Shengxian sect. As soon as these words were spoken, Saint Hillian's face became even colder. A cold blue light flashed in her eyes, forming a layer of ice on her face, making her almost turn into an ice sculpture on the spot, staring at Chu Tian without blinking. But at this moment, almost in the blink of an eye, he fell into an absolute disadvantage. Lin Jie, who was on the verge of death, gritted his teeth and roared, Chu Tian, even if you are stronger than me, is definitely limited. How could you surpass me by 10 times and kill more than 70,000 illusion nightmares? You must have cheated on the Hangtian ranking. You have no shame. To get on the earth ranking, you'll do anything. Chu Tian looked at Lin Jie coldly with indifferent eyes. Between his eyebrows, his eyes suddenly opened, and a rich purple light covered his whole body. Since he wanted to die so much, he could only oblige him. Boom! In an instant, his spiritual power increased tenfold and enveloped his entire body. The terrifying blood energy rose into the sky and condensed with the powerful and substantial spirit, turning into a winding real dragon that spanned 1,000 meters across the sky above the Hengtian Palace. The huge dragon eyes were as dazzling as stars, and the dragon's whiskers fluttered, whipping the sky and making it tremble. Chu Tian took a step forward, moved his mind, and instantly appeared in front of Lin Jie, punching out. Roar! The real dragon roars. The attacking power of the prison dragon emperor technique, combined with the tenfold mental superposition, Chu Tian's original strength of 2.5 million jin instantly exploded to over 50 million jin. A full 20-fold increase. A punch was thrown, the void trembled, and the sky seemed to be shaking. The force of 50 million jin is like a mountain 10,000 feet high crashing down from the sky, capable of crushing everything. Lin Jie's pupils contracted violently. He was terrified to the extreme, opened his mouth and let out a silent scream. Because the sounds were directly eliminated by the terrifying power. Chapter 69. It feels so good to be admired by everyone. The golden light was dazzling. A real dragon meandered for 1,000 meters, standing above the Hengtian Palace, and the dragon's roar was deafening. Lin Jie's roar of extreme fear was completely drowned out. Break all laws with one force. Under the extreme power, all rules were destroyed, and the place where he was squeezed into a vacuum state by the surging power. Before the fist arrived, the powerful pressure of the vacuum had squeezed out all the blood from his pores. Suddenly, a flash of icy light passed by, and Saint Hillian stood in front of him. Her palm condensed into ice, blocking Chu Tian's attack. Boom! The low sound, like muffled thunder, pierced the eardrums, making the nearby disciples dizzy in their ears, noses and eyes bleeding. The terrifying mental aftermath, accompanied by a powerful chill, spread 360 degrees like a tsunami, blowing dozens or even hundreds of people away. At this moment, Lin Jie's scream of extreme fear pierced the sky. Hiding behind Saint Hillian, he was finally able to make a sound, which contained endless fear of death. He really never thought that he might die. He was only 14 years old. Born into an extremely noble family and gifted with extraordinary talents, he had been the center of attention since childhood, with countless people surrounding him. He had never imagined that one day he would be so close to death. Lin Jie could feel that if Chu Tian hit him with this punch, he would definitely die. The force of over 50 million kilograms was like a mountain thousands of feet high falling from the sky. In an instant, he would be shattered into flesh and blood by the terrifying force, and turned into a mist of blood, with no remains left. Lin Jie, covered in blood, trembled violently. Looking at Chu Tian, his eyes suddenly showed endless fear, pleading, fear, suffocation and other negative emotions. Don't kill me, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Lin Jie's voice was trembling and hoarse, and he was covered in blood. At the age of 14, he had never experienced such a scene. The strong murderous aura seeped into his bones, and his fear of Chu Tian at this moment penetrated deep into his soul. He will probably never forget the fear of this moment in his life. Brother, we are one family. This is my cousin, Saint Hillian. Huaimei was afraid that her elder brother and cousin would start fighting, so she hurried over to mediate. But suddenly she frowned and looked at Lin Jie with disgust. He smelled a foul odor. Saint Hillian frowned slightly on her icy face. She first withdrew her hand and took a few steps away from Lin Jie. Then she turned around and saw the disgusting state of his crotch. She waved her hand, and cold air swept out, freezing his lower body with a thick layer of blue ice. Hurry up and get up. You took the initiative to provoke me. You've been beaten like this. You've brought shame upon the holy sect. Lin Jie's eyes were full of fear. He struggled to stand up with shame in his eyes and his face flushed red, but his legs were still shaking violently and he couldn't even stand steadily. As a demon in the fusion realm, being frightened like this, one can imagine how deep the shadow in his heart is. A man in a white robe from the Sehang Holy Sect soon appeared, saluted Holy Maiden Hillian, and quickly took her away from Hengtian Palace. He is the candidate for the holy son of my Sehang Holy Sect, and you actually want to kill him. Holy Maiden Hillian looked at Chu Tian, her face still with the eternally unchanging icy look, and there was no emotion on her beautiful face. I just fulfilled his wish to die. Chu Tian's voice was flat, his eyes closed between his eyebrows, and the winding real dragon in the sky disappeared in an instant. What's more, the Lin family actually dared to bargain with me. They deserve to die. His third uncle Chu Tianyan had already told him that the faction within the Sehang Holy Sect that supported digging out the eye of heaven between his eyebrows included the Lin family. Lin Jie actually dared to come to Shengxian sect. He was so arrogant and bold. Of course, in Chu Tian's eyes, Lin Jie was just a child, not worth his energy to care about, but Lin Jie was determined to seek death, so he could only help him. Since he failed to kill him, Chu Tian had no intention of chasing him. According to his insight into human nature, after what happened just now, let alone revenge, this little brat probably won't even have the courage to look him in the eye again. Saint Hillian's face was icy cold, and she didn't say anything more, because she was present throughout the whole process, and it was indeed Lin Jie who took the initiative. He provoked the holy son on the territory of the Shengxian sect and was beaten to death, but the Lin family had no complaints. Xiaodian, wait for me, big sister. I'll be back soon. At this time, Chu Yansheng's eager voice came. She had already entered the golden boulder of the fusion hall and started the test. Chu Yansheng's name soon appeared on the combined list. Chu Yansheng, 1 second, 3 red flame golden crystal leopards. Ordinary grades, but soon, Chu Yansheng's grades began to rise rapidly. Chu Yansheng, 5 seconds, 36 red flame golden crystal leopards. 10 seconds, 82 red flame golden crystal leopards. 20 seconds, 186. 1 minute, 536 red flame golden crystal leopards. Chu Yansheng ranked 4th on the fusion list, directly surpassing Yifeng. Hiss. In an instant, in the fusion hall, many horrified sect disciples suddenly gasped, opened their mouths wide, and were extremely shocked. If I remember correctly, this person seems to be Chu Yansheng, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. This should be her first time participating in the Hengtian Palace test. In my first test, I killed 530 red flame golden crystal leopards. What a terrifying natural fighting power this is. Chu Yansheng seems to be younger than Yifeng. I vaguely heard from the elders that Chu Yansheng seemed to be born with holy bones. Not long after she was born, she was favored by a passing holy spirit from outside the domain. He took her in as a disciple and taught her cultivation for 3 years before leaving. This generation of the Chu family has always kept a low profile. Whether it's the direct disciples or the collateral branches, none of them are well known. It's amazing that they have hidden themselves so deeply. God, the sect disciples were extremely shocked and discussed the matter heatedly. Although Chu Tian had achieved such a great result before, this result was not very shocking. But don't forget that Chu Yansheng was the second genius of the Chu family to participate in the Hengtian Palace test, and she was still extremely terrifying. So how many hidden talents are there among the younger generation of the Chu family? Oh my god, Huaimei was extremely shocked. She didn't expect that Chu Yansheng, who looked innocent and lively and had no scheming, was actually so powerful. Brother, this generation of yours is too terrifying. Their talent is even stronger than that bastard Yifeng. The eyes of Saint Hillian also became solemn. Although her record was far inferior to hers, she was older than Chu Yuncheng. Even if his fighting ability with this kind of talent is not as good as hers, it will not be far behind. Chu Dian smiled slightly. It seemed that his elder sister had absorbed and transformed the demonic energy in his Dantian. With the addition of the White Dao Seed, her strength had greatly improved. After all, the eldest sister Chu Yuncheng had originally practiced the sub-method of the supreme yin-yang art, and her strength was definitely not comparable to Yi Feng's, but now she has jumped above him. From this perspective, once Yi Feng becomes possessed by the devil and becomes eldest sister's killing demon soldier, allowing eldest sister to further transform into nirvana, there will definitely be a chance for her to rival Saint Hillian. At this time, Chu Yuncheng walked out of the whirlpool. After seeing her results on the fusion list, her face showed some surprise and excitement. She didn't expect that she was so strong. The admiring gazes of the crowd made her feel a little elated. It turned out that being admired by everyone felt so good. Chapter 70, Continental Shock. Wait a minute, little brother. I didn't do well in my first test just now. Chu Yuncheng waved her fist, her face brightened, and turned around to plunge into the test space again. The second time, in 1 minute, he killed 630 red flame golden crystal leopards. Chu Yuncheng was still not satisfied with her performance. The third time, 658 statues. The fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time. For the ninth time, Chu Yuncheng's score reached 739, just squeezing into the top 3 of the fusion list. Chu Yuncheng was not testing. She walked over with a dejected look on her face and told Chu Dian that Saint Hillian was a monster and she could not compare to her. Chu Dian smiled and comforted his elder sister, which soon made the optimistic sister smile. At this moment, the whole audience was suffocating. Looking at the two siblings, Chu Dian and Chu Yuncheng, I was completely shocked. They couldn't understand why this family could produce 2 such terrifying monsters, while it would be difficult for ordinary people to produce even one. Seeing Chu Yuncheng's dejected look, everyone was so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Are you going to let people live? This kind of achievement is already among the top 3 in Hengtian continent. As for Holy Maiden Hillian, is she a human? If the little saint had not appeared, she would have been recognized as the #1 prodigy under the age of 30 and the undisputed strongest person below the saint realm. She was praised by the saint sect's saint lord, Tianyan Daozhen, as a prodigy that appears once in a million years in the Sihang saint sect, and had the opportunity to surpass him and become one of the strongest people in the saint sect's history. At this time, on the earth ranking, Chu Yuncheng's name surpassed Yi Feng and came to 3rd place, second only to Holy Maiden Hillian. Chu Yuncheng, from Shengxian sect, was born with holy bones, was 17 years old, had reached the 8th level of fusion, and ranked 3rd on the fusion list. A very short sentence, but the shorter it is, the more unparalleled impact it has. Because the ranking of the earth ranking is not based on actual combat power, but on potential. The fewer the words, the greater the potential. Just one test made Hen Jinbang recognize that it has huge potential. Just like Chu Dian, who took his first test at the age of 8 and directly broke through the bone-tempering list, killing 30 ancient ferocious beasts including true dragon cubs, so he directly squeezed into the first place on the earth list. This is a huge honor. No matter in which sect, even in Shengxian sect, it is enough to shock the entire sect, get the attention of the highest level, obtain huge resources and focused training, and even be accepted as a disciple by the top leaders and be recruited by the top clans. It will completely change your life's destiny immediately. At this moment, the first on the earth list is Chu Dian, and the third on the earth list is Chu Yuncheng. These two names silenced everyone in Hengtian Palace. At this time, what happened between Chu Dian and Chu Yuncheng in Hengtian Palace spread throughout the sect at lightning speed, reaching the highest level and being reported to the elders' council. The Shengxian sect was shocked. At this moment, all the Hengtian rankings in Hengtian continent were refreshed at the same time. Countless top sects and old monsters fell silent. Because at this moment on the Hengtian list, the first, third, and fourth are all from the Shengxian sect. The only difference is that the first 2 have the surname Chu and the last one has the surname Yi. A few decades ago, 2 names kept changing in the top 3 of the earth list, namely Chu Tianwang and Yi Tianshang. An old monster muttered to himself in the forbidden area of a top sect. A few decades later, Shengxian sect became the strongest sect in Hengtian continent. Is this scene going to happen again? Could it be that the Chu family has received the favor of the Hengtian continent? After years of silence, I thought the Chu family might have gone astray and fallen into decline. I didn't expect that the Chu family had been hiding all this time and hiding so deeply. The Hengtian continent was deeply shaken. At this time, Chu Dian and Chu Yuncheng had just walked out of Hengtian Palace, followed by Huai Mei and Hillian, but unexpectedly, a familiar figure fell from the sky. Little Saint, Miss Yuncheng, I, an old fellow, congratulate you in advance. Duan Mulei landed in front of Hengtian Palace with a smile on his face. Uncle Lei, Chu Dian and Chu Yuncheng called out at the same time. After a polite conversation, Duan Mulei began to get to the point, still with a thick smile on his face, and said, Little Saint, I have come here specifically to invite you to participate in the sacrifice peak in the reward hall, but this time is different. Don't rush to refuse. Wait for me, the old man, to finish what I want to say. After a discussion lasting half a month, the elders, council approved your suggestion, Little Saint, and reached the following resolution. First, Yu Tianhong's position as the head of the Internal Affairs Hall will be revoked, and the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall, that is, your uncle, will temporarily manage the Internal Affairs Hall. Second, Sectmaster Yi Tianshang made an incorrect decision this time, which seriously affected the unity within the sect. He is ordered to make a public self-criticism to the elders and the sect's top leaders. Duan Mulei smiled broadly as he said, Little Saint, your proposal has been fully approved by the Elders' Council, so there is no need to have the Internal Affairs Hall, the Justice Hall, and the Law Enforcement Hall jointly investigate and review it. The work of the Internal Affairs Hall is now temporarily handled by me, Uncle Lei. I, your uncle, have come to invite you personally. Little Saint, you should at least give me, an old fellow, some face. Duan Mulei did not deliberately lower the sound or isolate it. As long as the disciples around him had sharp ears and eyes, they could hear it. After hearing Duan Mulei's words, there was already a suffocating atmosphere in Hengtian Hall, and all the disciples were completely shocked. This news was like a huge meteorite falling from the sky, making everyone dizzy. One of the sect's top leaders, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, was dismissed. The leader made a public review. This was simply an earth-shaking wave that could create huge waves of billions of feet. Such a thing had never happened in the millions of years of history of the Shengxian sect. Oh my god, am I dreaming? The 2 giants of the founding family, the Yi family, one was dismissed and the other was asked to review his work. This is too unbelievable. How is this possible? The suggestion made by the Little Saint, who ranked first on the earth list, was only to investigate the past, but this time, the investigation was directly passed, the conclusion was reached, and the punishment was imposed. The Yi family will suffer not only serious injuries but also great damage to their vitality. Especially when the sect master publicly reflects on his mistakes, this. The area around Hengtian Palace was already crowded with disciples, and when they heard the news, they were shocked and turned pale. You need to know who these 2 people are. The Shengxian sect governs an area of tens of millions of miles and has a population of nearly 10 billion. Among these 2, one is the highest ruler of the sect, and the other is a giant whose stomping of feet can shake the land of millions of miles. If the sect's ruler was forced to make a public review, it would be an earth-shattering event. If the news got out, it would cause endless waves. The head of the Internal Affairs Hall was dismissed from his post, and this involved enormous interests. There were many disciples in the field, many of whom were from the territory of Shangxian sect and were descendants of big families like the Lu family. At this moment, their faces were pale and they immediately sent messages to their own families. For decades, the Yi family has been at its peak, but this is the first time they have suffered a setback, and it was such a huge loss. Chapter 71, Sect Master, please. Oh my goodness. Huaimei was so confused that she even forgot to scratch her head as usual. You can imagine how shocked she was at that moment. Although he always complained that one day he would kill Yi Qianshang with his own hands, he only complained about it in private. After all, this man is a giant in the Hengtian continent who can stand on equal footing with the Holy Lord of the Siheng Holy Sect and his master, the Taoist Master Tianyin, and he looks down on the common people. It's like someone whispering in Huaimei's ear that one day, your master, Tianyin Daozhen, will be forced to make a public self-criticism and admit his mistakes. It's like someone told him that the top boss of your sect, the one who is responsible for handling the daily training, life, and management of all aspects of affairs of the Siheng Holy Sect's millions of disciples and tens of billions of people, will one day be suddenly dismissed from his post. Huaimei would not be angry, she would just think that the other person was mentally abnormal and absolutely crazy. It's like a dream. Huaimei, however, watched this scene from beginning to end and witnessed with her own eyes how Chu Dian did it step by step. Oh my goodness. Chu Yunsheng opened her eyes wide and her mouth open. She was so shocked that she couldn't say a word for a long time, because all these things were caused by her own brother who was only 8 years old. If I tell this to others, who would believe it? The icy face of Saint Hillian, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, moved slightly and she subconsciously turned her head to look at Chu Dian. Uncle Lei, you are too polite. Since you personally invited me, how could I dare to refuse? Chu Dian's expression was calm, showing no signs of surprise. He smiled slightly and said, I have to thank you and Uncle Duan Murong for your great help. By the way, I, your nephew, would like to congratulate you, Uncle, for taking control of the Internal Affairs Hall. It's only a matter of time before you take the position of Hall Master. Chu Dian understood that the elders, council had been arguing for nearly half a month without coming up with a result. The reason why they were able to reach a conclusion so quickly this time was closely related to the fact that after he gained the approval of the holy ancestor Duanmu, the Duanmu family sided with the Chu family. As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples around Hengtian Palace who knew some of the inside story turned pale and almost fainted with fright. Anyone with a little knowledge would know that the Internal Affairs Hall has been the Yi family's territory for millions of years, and all the hall masters in the past have the surname Yi, without exception. If Chu Dian's words were to get out, it would scare a lot of people to death. Uncle, I dare not take credit for it. Besides, I am just an acting official now, so I dare not say such words. Duan Mulei shook his head and laughed. He suddenly leaned in front of Chu Dian and whispered, you kid, you don't know how fierce the struggle is in the Elder Council. If it weren't for the news that you have regained the first place on the Earth list, and Yansheng broke into the third place on the fusion list in the Earth list, which shocked a large number of Supreme Elders, these two resolutions would have been difficult to achieve. It is a blessing to be able to achieve one of them. And it was mainly thanks to your father. Originally, his attitude had been somewhat wavering, and he was unwilling to pursue the Yi family too deeply. It was your third uncle and a group of your Chu family senior executives who firmly slammed the table and insisted. Unexpectedly, after the news of you and Yansheng came, he suddenly changed his mind. Not only did he support the dethronement of Yi Tianhong, he also asked Yi Qianshang to make a public self-criticism and promised that he would never do it again. Quote. Chu Dian smiled and said, my nephew has only made some insignificant efforts outside, so I dare not take credit for it. It is my uncle, the uncles, and the Duanmu family who have given me great support. After the two of them exchanged a few polite words, Duan Mulei laughed heartily and suddenly blocked out the outside world with his magical powers. He moved his lips slightly and said, as for the position of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, you should help your uncle to move around in the family. Chu Dian frowned slightly, and immediately understood that King Chu Dian and a group of people in the Chu family were probably still unwilling to push the Yi family too hard, fearing that it would affect the so-called stability of the sect, or even fearing that the Yi family would turn against them. After all, the position of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall was one of the most core interests of the Yi family. Don't worry, Uncle Lei. Chu Dian said calmly, no one other than you is qualified to sit in this position. The Chu family will definitely support you wholeheartedly. Although the Duanmu family came over because of the Duanmu saint ancestor, no matter what the reason, since they have already stood on their side, they need to offer real benefits in terms of money and silver to let the Duanmu family understand that they can eat meat by following the Chu family instead of just getting beaten and suffering losses. As a godfather, Chu Dian deeply understands the truth, that is, only interests are eternal. Without real money, or without promises that make people believe there will be real money in the future, no one will stick with you. With your words, little saint, Uncle feels relieved. Duan Mulei laughed loudly twice and lifted the isolation. The reward ceremony is ready. Miss Yansheng has reached third place on the Earth ranking. This time, we will be rewarded together. Let's go. Little saint, you and Miss Yansheng have truly brought honor to the Chu family. My Duanmu family is envious. Chu Dian nodded, asked Huaimei and Hillian to return to Shangwang Peak first, and then he and Chu Yansheng followed Duan Mulei to Jishan Peak. Jishan Peak is a mountain specially used by Shangxian sect to hold various ceremonies and rituals. It is not far away. With Duan Mulei's strength, he took Chu Dian and Chu Yansheng and landed on the altar at the top of the Jishan Peak in just a few breaths. There were not many people around the altar. The heavenly guards wearing black armor and holding halberds stood on both sides, standing as cold as sculptures, in 2 rows, extending all the way to the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, tens of thousands of disciples had already gathered, gazing longingly at the summit, hoping that one day they could stand there, attracting everyone's attention and enjoying the highest honor. But the fact is, there won't be even one such disciple for many years. Only the sect's top leaders can enter the top of the Jishan Peak. At this time, many supreme elders and high-ranking members of the sect all came to the sacrifice peak with serious expressions. Chu Dian landed on the altar and glanced around. Right in front of the crowd, he saw Yi Qianshang with a very gloomy face and Yi Tianhong standing next to him. Yi Tianhong was also looking at Chu Dian, his eyes bloodshot and filled with deep resentment. The most outstanding son was killed, and another son was crippled and unable to practice for a long time. He himself became the first person in the Yi family in millions of years to be deposed from the position of Hall Master, which was a huge shame. Chu Dian looked to the side and saw his father Chu Tianwang, his second uncle Chu Tianxing, his third uncle Chu Tianyin, his fourth uncle and a group of senior members of the Chu family, many of whom he had never even met. There was a complex look in King Chu's eyes, including excitement, pride, confusion, and all kinds of complicated emotions. The rest of the Chu family, without exception, had pride in their eyes, their spirits high, and they stood with their heads held high. It is the first time in the history of the Chu family and the Shangxian sect that 2 geniuses in the clan have entered the top 3 of the Earth ranking at the same time. This is the supreme honor of the family. According to the resolution of the elders, council, the sect master will personally offer sacrifices to the heavens during this award ceremony, expressing gratitude to the heavens for bestowing a genius upon our Shangxian sect. Duan Mulei's voice thundered through the sky, announcing to everyone, and then he walked down the altar and said respectfully to Yi Qianshang, Master, please. Chapter 72. What else can be done? Yi Qianqiang nodded. Although there were faint bloodshot in his eyes, he did not reveal anything. He walked up to the altar, began to offer sacrifices to the sky, followed the procedures, and then faced everyone and said some set words. For the benefit of the sect, everyone worked hard together to maintain the sect's unity and stability. As long as they worked hard, they would gain the sects. Then, it was time for the rewards. Chu Yunsheng was only third on the earth ranking, so she was the first to step forward to receive the reward. She could choose any 3 sets of secret arts and magical powers from the sect's suitor library, have weapons tailor-made for her by the sect's god-level weapon refiner, be promoted to a core disciple, have her monthly sect allowance doubled, be awarded a spot in the holy heaven pond, and after breaking through to the god level, she would receive the holy vein flower fruit. For ordinary sect disciples, a long list of rewards is like a step to heaven, but for Chu Yunsheng, it is just a formality. The main purpose is to encourage the disciples with ordinary backgrounds. The population of the Shengxian sect is over 10 billion, but the direct young generation of the founding family is less than 500 people at most. The probability of being reborn into the founding family is less than 1 in 10 million. This kind of identity is out of reach for ordinary people. The whole process was uneventful. Chu Yunsheng didn't have any ulterior motives. She had a happy smile on her face throughout the whole process, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention at the foot of the mountain. After Chu Yunsheng was rewarded, Duan Wulei's voice was loud and clear, resounding throughout the universe. Little Saint Chu Dian, you have reached the top of the earth ranking, the bone refining ranking, and the spirit refining ranking. You have broken all the records in the history of Hengtian Palace, and your name has shaken the continent. It is the heavens that have favored our Shengxian sect. Please, little Saint Chu Dian, accept the reward. Many sect leaders and supreme elders focused their eyes on Chu Dian, carefully examining this little fellow who had repeatedly created miracles, shocked the entire sect, and even overturned the sect's inner structure. Yi Qianqiang's eyes were slightly bloodshot, his breathing became heavy, and he looked at Chu Dian. In the million years since the establishment of the Shengxian sect, he was the first sect leader to make a public review for doing something wrong, and at the same time he was a powerful emperor. And all this is because of this little guy who, in a sense, hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Saint Sun Chu Dian greets Master Duanmu, sect master. Chu Dian stepped forward with a calm expression, clasped his fist and saluted everyone with great courtesy. But as soon as Chu Dian finished speaking, it was visibly that Yi Qianqiang's breathing suddenly became heavy, his face became gloomy, his fists were clenched, and a faint murderous aura lingered around him. Under the altar, many supreme elders and sect leaders were slightly confused when they heard Chu Dian's words. Chu Dian's words were simply a slap in the face of Yi Qianqiang. You should know that the Shengxian sect has been established for a million years, and there is a strict hierarchy outside the sect. In public, the sect master is the supreme leader, and all the treatment and etiquette he can enjoy are the highest standards in the sect. This kind of hierarchy of rules in public places is a compulsory course for children of large families since childhood. This is true even for second or third-rate small families. This is even more true for top families, and even founding families above them, because they are the highest rulers in the system and naturally have to maintain this set of rules and regulations. However, Chu Dian saluted the deputy hall master Duan Wulei first, and then saluted the sect leader Yi Qianqiang. This was a blatant trampling and provocation to the dignity of sect leader Yi Qianqiang in such a public and serious occasion. Even though Chu Dian is young, it is impossible for him not to have learned these things. It is obvious that he did it on purpose. Moreover, Chu Dian's greetings intentionally ignored the word deputy before deputy hall master Duan Wulei. In this kind of situation, coupled with the little Saint Chu Dian and his identity as the young master of the Chu family, it is even more meaningful and can't help but make people think about it. This is more like a public statement. Although he didn't say it directly, he seemed to be intentionally using this occasion to reveal an attitude to everyone. The Chu family will do its best to help Duan Wulei become the head of the Internal Affairs Hall. As for the Internal Affairs Hall, everyone knows that for millions of years, the head of the hall has always been surnamed Yi. Many supreme elders and high-ranking members of the sect had heavy eyes and felt heavy in their hearts. Originally, they asked Yi Qianqiang to personally reward Chu Dian and Chu Yunsheng in order to act as a middleman and ease the relationship between the two families. After all, if the two founding families continued to clash, the aftermath would hurt many people, and it was not in line with the overall unity and stability of the sect. Everyone liked the peaceful and stable situation before. So we want to ease the various conflicts that have broken out between the two families in recent times. I never expected that as soon as Chu Dian came to power, the atmosphere was so tense. This did not show that he was willing to reconcile. Many supreme elders and sect leaders looked at King Chu Dian. After all, he had always been working hard to maintain the stability of the sect's upper echelons in the relationship with the Yi family. Moreover, he and Yi Qianqiang were sworn brothers. Seeing the gazes from the supreme elder and the higher-ups, King Chu Dian had a wry smile and bitter emotions in his eyes. When he learned that his most well-behaved daughter Chu Yunsheng had actually disobeyed his wishes and gone to participate in the Hengtian temple test with his son Chu Dian, he understood that not only his son, but his eldest daughter was also dissatisfied with him. So he made a prompt decision and cooperated with the Duanmu family and the leaders of various supporting sects to depose Yi Tianhong, forcing Yi Qianqiang to make a public review, so that his son and daughter could vent their anger and ease the relationship between the two families. But now judging from Chu Dian's attitude towards Yi Tianqiang, this was clearly an indirect statement to him, telling her that it was impossible for the Chu family to restore its previous relationship with the Yi family. Chu Dian did not like, approve of, or accept his compromising strategies towards the Yi family. Even the most well-behaved daughter, Chu Yunsheng, stood on Chu Dian's side to fight against her father. He originally wanted to persuade Chu Dian that there was no need to make things so awkward with the Yi family. Yi Feng was not a bad person and had a good relationship with Yunsheng, so there was no need to cancel the engagement. But now it seems that Chu Yunsheng has completely stood on Chu Dian's side without realizing it. A strong sense of dejection suddenly emerged in King Chu's heart. As Chu Dian stood up to openly resist him, it actually had a huge impact on the family. Although the family was still following his instructions and keeping a low profile, he could clearly feel that Chu Tianyan and a large number of Chu family senior executives had already developed a great resistance to him. During the meeting of the elders' council, these people firmly supported Chu Dian and were determined to fight the Yi family to the end. Although his attitude was tough and forced Yi Qianqiang to give up various interests and make many guarantees, it seemed that it was still far from meeting the demands of his son and the clan. King Chu Dian sighed deeply. Facing the gazes of many sect leaders and supreme elders, he understood what they meant. They wanted him to stand up and ease the situation, to calm the tense situation between his son Chu Dian and Yi Qianqiang. But what else can he do? His children have already made their stance clear and will not listen to him. The stance of most of the clan's senior leaders is also very clear. Although they have not yet clearly taken sides, they support Chu Dian's approach. Everyone, I have important matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. King Chu Dian turned around and flew directly away from the Jishan Peak, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. Chapter 73 Breaking off the engagement. Many sect leaders and supreme elders were shocked when they saw this. What does King Chu mean by this? Does that mean he doesn't care about anything anymore and wants to leave all family affairs to Chu Dian? After all, among the direct descendants of the Chu family, apart from King Chu Dian, the next successor is Chu Dian, the young master of the Chu family, who was designated as the sect's holy son at birth and whose parents are both emperors. At this moment, there was a roar in their minds, and they vaguely felt that the sect had changed. King Chu Dian actually handed over the helm of the direction of a founding family to an 8-year-old child. It is obvious that Chu Dian's attitude is that he will never compromise with Yi Qianqiang and will pursue him to the end. Yi Qianqiang stood there with a gloomy expression, his eyes bloodshot, watching King Chu leave. He understood that the situation was completely out of control. If it were usual, King Chu Dian would definitely step forward to save the situation and resolve the conflict between him and Chu Dian. But this time, he chose to leave directly. Master, everyone in the sect is watching us. It's your turn to speak. Duan Mule coughed twice and reminded Yi Qianqiang in a low voice that Chu Dian had finished his salute and it was his turn as the master to say some words of encouragement. Yi Qianqiang's face was extremely gloomy. He stood there for a long time without moving. His heart was in turmoil, and a strong murderous aura was brewing in his eyes. The Tao essence of the emperor level made the sky gloomy. Faintly, there was a strong wind sweeping, and even in the depths of the void, there was a muffled thunder. Chu Dian used the elders' council to suppress, despise, and challenge his authority as the clan leader. If he took the initiative to surrender at this moment, not only would his authority as the clan leader be completely lost, he would also not be able to explain himself when he returned to the family. Yi Tianhong's position as the head of the internal affairs hall was abolished, and as the head of the family, he had an unshakable responsibility. But at this time, everyone in the sect, from the top leaders and the supreme elders to the ordinary disciples, was watching. Chu Dian fought his way to the top of the earth list, shaking the continent. He had made great contributions to the sect and brought endless glory. It was neither reasonable nor logical for him, the sect leader, to lose his temper and leave. Yi Qianqiang was in a dilemma at this moment, unable to advance or retreat, and the bloodshot in his eyes became increasingly thick. At this moment, he found that Chu Dian's calm and indifferent eyes were also looking at him, as if saying, I know everything you're thinking. Yi Qianqiang felt so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. Looking back on what had happened during this period, one thing after another left him overwhelmed, and each one was beyond his expectations and control. All his plans and calculations were disrupted. The talented children in the family were either dead or injured. Even his most beloved son Yifeng seemed to be hiding something from him and was unwilling to tell him. And all of these things are actually related to the 8-year-old boy Chu Dian in front of him. Yi Qianqiang thought of all the connections, took precautions for everything, and made various preventive measures, but all of them were resolved and broken by Chu Dian. Master, Duan Mule called out in a low voice several times, but found that the murderous aura on Yi Qianqiang was getting heavier and heavier. He felt a little awe-inspiring in his heart, and secretly enveloped Chu Dian and Chu Yansheng with his spirit. At this moment, many sect leaders and supreme elders also noticed that Yi Qianqiang was in a bad mood. They looked stern and immediately blocked the void with their spirits. They were absolutely terrified. What does the sect master want to do? Do you want to attack the little saint Chu Dian? Are you crazy? If the sect master attacked the little saint, they couldn't imagine what kind of storms and earth-shattering changes would be caused. This is something that absolutely cannot be allowed. As the sect leader, holding great power, he must put the collective interests of the sect first. If he attacks his own holy son, the most evil of the younger generation, then all the sect rules will collapse. How can he manage the huge Shengxian sect with a territory of tens of millions of miles in the future? They are going crazy. No one expected that Yi Qianqiang would show such signs. For a person who holds the highest power in the sect and a leader who dominates the fate of hundreds of millions of people, this kind of emotional controllability is absolutely unacceptable. After all, Yi Qianqiang represents the face of the sect, and his every move is related to the interests of millions of people. Countless people in the sect, inside and outside, are watching. Master, you have been overworked and mentally exhausted. Why don't you go back and have some rest? The supreme elder said in a low voice and walked onto the stage. At the same time, there were 5 other supreme elders standing on the stage with him, and they were blocking Yi Qianqiang in all directions. The rich aura of Taoism permeated the air, causing the space to distort. If Yi Qianqiang made any unusual movement, he would immediately face blockades from all sides. At this moment, some senior members of the Chu family had already sent messages to the clan, notifying Yi Qianqiang, notifying Tuo Lao, and even trying to find a way to notify Jian Kongzu. Waves of terrifying murderous aura that were suppressed but like the prelude to a volcanic eruption caused the 90,000-mile sky above the Qianqiang Jishin peak to tremble. Even if Yi Qianqiang is a supreme being at the emperor level. But you have to know that at this moment, almost all the bigwigs and high-ranking officials of Shengxian sect have gathered on Jishin peak. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, above the holy emperor peak, a terrifying aura of the emperor spread, shaking the heavens and the earth. The terrifying killing aura contained in it even caused the outer space to be in turmoil. One could faintly see the dark red pupils of the camel old man staring at Yi Qianqiang through the sky. Boom! Suddenly, in the main hall, King Chu Tianwang's aura spread out, directly pressing towards the holy emperor peak. The terrifying murderous aura surged, causing the majestic holy emperor peak to shake violently. At this moment, King Chu Dian, who had returned to the main hall of the holy emperor peak and entered into seclusion, seemed to be expressing his stance in this way and telling Yi Qianqiang his attitude. He chose to stand on the side of his son Chu Dian. If Yi Qianqiang dared to make any move, he would immediately kill all the young people on the holy emperor peak. In an instant, the situation on the Jishin peak became extremely tense, and it seemed that the sect might fall into an unprecedented chaos at any time. Yi Qianqiang's eyes were bloodshot and his whole body seemed to be trembling slightly. At this moment, it was as if he was standing on the opposite side of the entire sect. He really couldn't understand why it turned out like this. It was obvious that just a short time ago, he was still the one who had the final say in the sect. King Chu obeyed his orders and the 3 top families continued to move closer to him. Why did everything change overnight? Master, since you are unwilling to speak first, let me speak first. At this moment, Chu Dian's calm and indifferent voice suddenly broke the dead silence and tense situation, like a flash of lightning piercing through the void. Bang! Suddenly, contrary to everyone's expectations, Chu Dian took 2 steps forward and was less than 1 meter away from Yi Qianqiang. He seemed completely unaware that Yi Qianqiang was emotionally unstable at the moment and could no longer withstand the high-intensity stimulation. In front of the sect's many great elders, high-ranking officials, uncles, your nephew, on behalf of the Chu family and your eldest sister Chu Yansheng, formally proposes to the Yi family to cancel the engagement. Chu Dian raised his head, his indifferent eyes staring directly into Yi Qianqiang's, and said word by word, Yifeng, you are not worthy of marrying my sister. Boom! In an instant, it was like a bolt of thunder piercing the silent sky, and the rolling evil energy erupted like a volcano, disrupting time and space. Chapter 74. The overall situation is important, you need to reflect and stay calm. Chu Dian's voice was like a flash of lightning, streaking across the sky and hitting everyone's mind. Some of the sect's senior leaders turned pale instantly and spoke subconsciously. Master, don't be impulsive. Little saint, be careful. Danger, go. Master, unity is the most important thing. The little saint is still young and ignorant. Intensive and anxious voices continued to ring out. Third uncle Chu Tianyan appeared beside Chu Dian in an instant and took him away from Yi Qianqiang. His eyes were full of murderous intent, and a terrifying aura swept out, pressing directly towards Yi Qianqiang. A dark blue broadsword appeared in his hand, and the handle was a white tiger roaring towards the sky. It was his famous weapon, the Chengxing white tiger sword. Buzz! The sword energy swept out like a raging wave, roaring into the air. Yi Qianchong, just try and see if you dare. The voice was low and hoarse, like the roar of a white tiger, the howling of a strong wind, and the energy of a sword that could cut the vast sky in half. Chu Tianyan immediately took a fighting stance. Many senior members of the Chu family appeared beside him, protecting Chu Dian and the pale-faced Chu Yuncheng. They used practical actions to implement the creed of an ancient clan. That is, the younger generation is the future of the family. Even if they are facing an emperor who is famous on the heavenly list, many of them are not even half a step away from being an emperor. If they go on stage, they may very well die. But they did not retreat, nor did they hesitate at all, and they went straight up to the altar. In less than 1/100th of a second after Chu Tian finished speaking, the 6 supreme elders who had already stepped onto the stage instantly surrounded Yi Qianchong, placing their hands on Yi Qianchong's shoulders and back. Master, you must not be impulsive. You are tired, go back and rest first. The speaker was the grand elder of the Duanmu family. Chu Tian had met him the last time he went to the Holy Emperor Peak to fight Huaimei. Master, the overall situation is more important. The other supreme elders also spoke out to dissuade Yi Qianchong, and their spirits had already enveloped Yi Qianchong. If he showed any signs of taking action for even a moment, he would be temporarily blocked immediately. At this moment at the foot of the mountain, the ordinary disciples of the sect had already been isolated from sight and were evacuated by the heavenly guards stationed on both sides of the altar. But you can temporarily block their prying eyes, but you can't shut their mouths. Yi Qianchong's impulsive behavior and inability to control his emotions just now will inevitably spread at a terrifying speed, which will be another huge loss to his dignity. What a pity. Chu Tian, who was protected by his third uncle and many senior members of the Chu family, sighed softly in his heart and took back the Emperor of Heaven's Descent talisman that he had taken out from the system warehouse. He was not making a mindless provocation, he wanted to use his own life to exchange for Yi Qianchong's disgrace. He's not that stupid yet. He deliberately provoked Yi Qianchong so that he could be sure of getting away with it. As long as Yi Qianchong takes action, his position as the sect leader will immediately belong to his father, King Chu Tianwang. A person who assaults his own 8-year-old son in public and has such poor emotional self-control is not qualified to be our leader. Even if Yi Qianchong could still sit on the position of sect leader, his prestige would instantly plummet to the bottom, and he would be in name only. The major top families, supreme elders, and senior officials would immediately have great distrust in his abilities. It is a pity. Yi Qianchong's ability to control his emotions was truly extraordinary. Even in this situation, he managed to hold it in. Otherwise, with his emperor-level strength, Chu Tianyan and the other supreme elders would not be able to react as quickly as he did, let alone protect and control Chu Tianyan. For Chu Tian, his age is his biggest amulet. At the age of 8, even if his behavior is a little indecent and he is a little willful, it is understandable. As an adult, you need to be decent and thoughtful in all aspects when doing things. Everyone, please forgive me. Yi Qianchong's eyes were bloodshot, but the murderous aura around him gradually subsided. He clasped his fists to the many supreme elders and said, Qianchong lost control of his emotions for a moment and was a little impulsive. The 5 elders, including Elder Duanmu Taisheng, shook their heads and said nothing more. Some of them sighed slightly and turned back to the altar. They showed no emotion on their faces and didn't say anything, but only they knew what they were thinking. It would have been fine for a dignified sect leader to repeatedly lose control of his emotions and do so many disgraceful things. After colluding with the Sehang Holy Sect and being exposed by Tianyan Daozhen, leading to the current situation, his emotions were out of control again, and he was toyed with by a child. If it was just an ordinary senior executive, it would be fine and would not affect the overall situation. But unfortunately, he is still the sect master and the leader of the Shengxian sect. Qianchong, there have been a lot of unexpected things recently, and your uncle knows that you are a little anxious. You should calm down first and think carefully about the situation. The losses are indeed huge, but not irreversible. I believe you can get over it. The only remaining supreme elder patted Yi Qianchong on the shoulder. He is one of the supreme elders of the Yi family, the second brother of Yi Hongwu, Yi Hongchen, and the previous head of the Internal Affairs Hall. Second uncle, I lost my composure. I will reflect on it when I get back. Yi Qianchong loosened his clenched fists. Although there were still traces of bloodshot in his eyes, the murderous aura had disappeared. The sudden events that occurred during this period and the situation that suddenly got out of control did indeed make him mentally unbalanced, and he was too eager to quickly bring the situation back on track. If he thinks about it carefully, if he had just sat back and waited, although the losses would still be huge, they would never have reached the point they are now. As the helmsman, he must bear the primary responsibility. Things have been going too smoothly these years. Some people in the clan have indeed become too arrogant. It's good to let them suffer a little. The main thing is that you, the head of the family, must not cause chaos. As long as you are still in the position of clan leader, you are still the emperor. With the foundation of my Yi family, everything will be stable. Yi Hongchen patted his shoulder vigorously, turned his head and looked at Chu Dian coldly, then walked back to the altar. He did not hide his true feelings in his words, as if he was speaking to everyone present, especially the people from the Chu family. It seemed to be telling everyone that Yi Qianchong was still the sect leader, holding the highest decision-making power in the sect, and was also the emperor, so they should not go too far. The Yi family was still the founding family and had the ability to overturn the table, so they should stop. Xiaodian, the cancellation of the engagement is a matter of great importance. It concerns the marriage between our two families. Yi Qianchong seemed to have regained his composure and said in a deep voice, Uncle knows that because of some recent events, you have opinions about me, Yi Feng, and even the entire Yi family. Uncle does not expect to gain your forgiveness immediately. But throughout the ages, the Yi and Chu families, as the founding families of the sect, would arrange marriages between their direct descendants to deepen their relationship. If our two families work together, both will benefit. If we fight, both will suffer. Given the size of our two families, if we start to fight, it will cause huge damage to the entire sect. You are still young, but because of your extremely high talent and various reasons, you have gained great voice and influence in the clan. Uncle hopes that you will think twice before speaking or doing anything. Yi Qianchong said in a low voice, the engagement between Yi Feng and Yansheng is known to everyone in Hengtian continent. It has a huge impact on both families. It is definitely not something that can be simply cancelled just because of a few words from you. Your uncle's words don't count, your words don't count, and even Yi Feng and Yansheng's words don't count. Unless there is a major relationship, the cancellation of the engagement can only be announced to the world in the name of the sect after consultation and approval from the sect's elders council and the recognition of the 5 major families. Uncle, I have been a sect leader for many years and have worked tirelessly to bring the sect to the throne of being recognized as the strongest sect on the continent. If the outside world were to believe that the relationship between the two founding families of Shengxian sect had completely broken down, it would cause endless waves, even a tsunami, and the interests of the sect would suffer enormous losses. Chapter 75. Is there something wrong with what I said? Yi Qianchong's words were sincere and heartfelt, and his analysis was in-depth, causing many of the sect leaders and supreme elders below to nod secretly in agreement, and their disappointment in Yi Qianchong's emotional outburst was slightly alleviated. During the years that Yi Qianchong has been the sect leader, he has indeed done a lot of great things for the sect and brought huge benefits. The sect's strength is growing and it is prosperous. Moreover, it is indeed a custom for the two founding families to intermarry over the generations. If the engagement is suddenly cancelled and this custom is broken, the impact will be unpredictable. You keep talking about the interests of the sect, so this is the reason why your Yi family colluded with the Lu family and plotted against my Chu family's young master, the sect's holy son. Chu Tianyin sneered and said, this is the reason why you, as the sect leader, colluded with Tianyin Daozhen and wanted to dig out the eye of heaven between my nephew's eyebrows. And Yi Qianshong, you still have the nerve to mention your tireless efforts for the sect, but you didn't even mention a word about the contribution of my elder brother Chu Tianwang. Over the years, my elder brother has sacrificed so much of the Chu family's interests and made so many compromises in order to take care of the overall interests of the sect and cooperate with you, his sworn brother. It's a huge joke that you were able to accomplish so many things without the cooperation of my Chu family. Chu Tianyin was filled with murderous intent, and the Qingxing white tiger knife in his hand flashed with cold light. So, this is how you repay my elder brother and my Chu family. Now that we've spoken, if you don't make things clear today, don't blame me for turning my back on you. It's just a public self-criticism. That's because my eldest brother is giving you face. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to get away with it. Many senior members of the Chu family surrounded Chu Tian with cold eyes, staring at Yi Qianshong coldly, and the atmosphere was solemn. Over the years, for the overall interests of the second to cooperate with Yi Qianshong in various things, the Chu family has been compromising and hurting many of their own interests. There has been dissatisfaction within the Chu family for a long time. Chu Tian's resistance was like a fuse that ignited the powder keg of the Chu family. For millions of years, the Chu family, as a founding family, has never been in such a difficult situation, even though the three great ancestors of the revival have taken office as the patriarch, and the Chu family has no emperor in the current era. In this generation, King Chu Tian became the deputy clan leader and even the emperor, but the Chu family lived an extremely difficult life. The sect was thriving, but the Chu family's power was constantly weakening. Today, Yi Qianshong actually dared to speak so confidently and work so hard for the sect. It can be said that this directly ignited the anger of the top leaders of the Chu family. Following Chu Tianyin's words, they all shouted and cursed, their murderous aura rising to the sky, pouring out all the frustration they had been holding in their hearts for years. It's not just the Yi family that has the ability to overturn the table. The Chu family also has it. Yi Qianshong, if you don't explain clearly today, no one in my Chu family will obey your orders as the clan leader in the future. A senior member of the Chu family said in a firm voice. In all previous generations, marriages were between two families on an equal footing. But why do I feel that in this generation, my Chu family is inferior to your Yi family? Yi Feng is marrying the eldest daughter of my Chu family's direct lineage, but why is it that the young master of my Chu family, the holy son of the sect, is fiancé by a daughter of a third-rate family? Who on earth made the decision and instigated this, the patriarch of my Chu family? A great elder of the Chu family spoke with a strong murderous tone in his voice. Why, just because the heavenly king didn't marry a woman from the sect, my young master is not worthy of marrying the eldest daughter of your Yi family's direct line, or a woman of higher status in the sect. It's just a huge joke. Young master, what you said is right. I think Yi Feng is not worthy of the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Cancel the engagement. It's a good idea to cancel it. I, an old man, fully support it. Why should I, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, compromise and give in again just for the benefit of the sect? That's right, let's talk about it today while everyone is here. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. I support breaking off the engagement. Seeing that Yi Qianshong was involved in the sect's interests again, the powder keg within the Chu family, which had been suppressed for many years, was directly ignited, and one after another, the senior members of the Chu family began to angrily scold him. Under the vast sky, the terrifying power of Camel Old Man still did not dissipate, but the power of King Chu Tian seemed to be very unstable, because although the words of the Chu family's senior leaders did not directly point to him, the head of the family, every word of theirs was inseparable from him, the head of the family. Beneath the altar, many sect leaders and supreme elders were silent, their eyes showing complicated expressions. Because of King Chu's selfless dedication. Over the years, everyone has indeed ignored the emotions within the Chu family. At the elders' meeting, the powerful outburst of the Chu family's top leaders led by Chu Tianyin made them realize that the Chu family was almost a powder keg, but it had always been forcibly suppressed by the head of the family, Chu Tianwang, who was the emperor. Yi Qianshong's face was gloomy. He suddenly realized that since King Chu was not around, he might be able to move other sect leaders and supreme elders by raising the banner of the sect's interests, but it would only anger the Chu family further. At this moment, he finally realized what he had lost. King Chu's authority in the Chu family was shaken. For him, the loss was so huge that it was beyond words. Nowadays, the more he talks, the more mistakes he seems to make. Unless he really wants to turn the table. But this is unrealistic and impossible. At this time, Duan Wulei also stepped forward and said in a deep voice, over the years, the Chu family has indeed sacrificed too much for the prosperity of the sect. We, the sect leaders, cannot let our heroes shed blood and tears. Under the altar, some of the sect's senior leaders and supreme elders nodded and agreed with Duan Wulei's statement. The Chu family has indeed made great contributions to the sect over the years, but because King Chu does not fight or compete, they subconsciously ignore the Chu family. Uncles, aunts, grandfathers, sect leaders, and supreme elders. At this time, Chu Tian's indifferent and calm voice resounded throughout the audience. Contributing to the sect is the responsibility of our Chu family. There is nothing wrong with that. Being able to sacrifice a little of our own interests for the benefit of the sect is the honor of our Chu family. For the survival of the sect, even if all the members of my Chu family were to die on the battlefield right now to save the sect, none of us in my Chu family would hesitate at all. There were some things that Chu Tian was unwilling to say for the sake of the sect's overall interest and honor. But since the sect master has said so, I would like to ask you a question in front of everyone. Chu Tian looked into Yi Qianshong's eyes and said coldly, the sect master keeps saying that for the benefit of the sect, the engagement cannot be cancelled. But who is it that has been damaging the interests of the sect for his own selfish gains? Yi Feng, the young master of the Yi family, practices the Supreme Demon Sect's technique, the Supreme Yin Yang technique, and encourages my sister Chu Yansheng to practice the sub-technique of the Supreme Yin Yang technique. This kind of devil disregards the sect's main patriarch, tramples on the sect's interests, hurts the dignity of my Chu family, and deceives my eldest sister's feelings. Such a cold-blooded devil has no bottom line, is shameless, ruthless, and heartless. Chu Tian spoke each word with a cold look in his eyes. He is not worthy of marrying my sister. Is there something wrong with what I said? Chapter 76 The Calm Before the Storm. Boom. It was a bright sunny day, but there seemed to be a muffled thunder explosion, loud thunder roared, and the sky was filled with dark clouds. This was because the emperor's mind was in turmoil, and the Dao essence overflowed subconsciously, causing the sky to change color. What nonsense are you talking about, you beast? Yi Qianshong's face instantly turned ferocious. He subconsciously shouted angrily, and suddenly tried to grab Chu Tian. Buzz. A deep blue sword light spanned the sky, and a ferocious white tiger appeared and roared, with the word, King, on its head vivid. It ran along with the sword light and slashed towards Yi Qianshong. Chu Tianyin's eyes were red as he slashed out several fierce white tiger swords that pierced through the sky and earth, tearing the universe apart. There were also several furious Chu family leaders who directly used their top-level magical powers to attack Yi Qianshong, with their Taoist power reaching the sky. Boom. The top of the Jishan peak shook violently, and an emperor-level formation pattern appeared to suppress the aftermath. Yi Qianshong's figure flashed out from the sword light and landed under the altar. His face was gloomy and slightly ferocious. He realized he had overreacted. At this moment, Yi Qianchong suddenly realized that the last time outside Shengxian Lake, his eldest son Yi Feng suddenly agreed to cancel the engagement. Could this be the reason? Is this also the reason why Chu Tian fought so fiercely in Shengxian Pool? But even Jian Kongzu and King Chu Tian, the emperors and great powers, couldn't discover it, so how did Chu Tian know about it? Yi Qianchong's face was ferocious, his mind was full of thoughts, but he didn't have time to think too much. He subconsciously shouted at Chu Tian in a low voice, "Little bastard, I have tolerated and indulged you many times because of your young age, but you are so presumptuous time and time again. You don't know your place and even slander my Yi family's eldest son for practicing magic. Do you really think that my Yi family has no means to punish you? The dignity of the Yi family cannot be trampled upon by you like this." He understood that no matter what the truth was, he had to act as if he knew nothing about it and show the rage that a father should have when his own son was slandered. Many sect leaders and supreme elders looked solemn at this moment. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They simply couldn't believe what they had just heard from Chu Tian. Did I hear it wrong just now? Yi Feng is practicing the magic technique of Supreme Yin and Yang. Chu Yansheng has cultivated the vice junction of the Supreme Yin Yang sect. What kind of shocking statement is this? I remember that the Supreme Demon sect was besieged by the major sects on the continent and destroyed for hundreds of thousands of years. All the magic skills were sealed away, and only the sect masters could enter. Masters of each sect, Elder Duanmu said to himself, looking at Master Yi Qianchong, whose face was slightly ferocious and seemed to be in a rage. Many sect leaders and supreme elders were extremely shocked and turned to look. In the millions of years of history of the Shengxian sect, such a horrific thing has never happened. So, was Yi Qianchong so furious because of Chu Tian's slander, or was he looking a little ferocious because such a horrific thing was exposed? If the leaders of many sects were merely horrified, then at this moment in the sky, the imperial power of Tuolao and King Chu Tian was like a violent storm, raging waves, and a tsunami hitting the sky. After all, Old Camel already knew about it, but he was just releasing the suppressed anger in his heart. If it weren't for the young master's instructions that he had other plans for this matter and needed to find a suitable opportunity, he would have already rushed into the Holy Emperor Peak and crushed Yi Feng to death. At this moment, in the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak, King Chu Tian, who was a dignified emperor and a super powerful person who could pluck stars and catch the moon with a wave of his hand, had a pale face. He could not believe what he heard. The well-behaved and sensible eldest daughter was encouraged by Yi Feng to practice the Supreme Yin Yang technique. A strong sense of fear enveloped him, causing King Chu to tremble slightly all over. He didn't even have the courage to stand up and verify whether what his son said was true and whether his eldest daughter had really practiced the Supreme Yin Yang technique. This is an unsolvable magic skill. If the person who practices the main technique dies, the person who practices the secondary technique will also die. If they don't die, they will sooner or later lose all emotions and desires, and turn into a demon who only knows how to kill, becoming the master's cauldron. Chu Tian turned his head to look at Chu Yansheng, whose face was slightly pale, and said softly, "Don't be afraid, big sister, I am here, and the elders of the family are here, no one can hurt you. Show everyone the sub-command of the Supreme Yin Yang technique that you have practiced. Tell the elders how Yi Feng helped you practice the secondary magic technique." The reason why he didn't say it before was not just because he was waiting for Yi Feng to become possessed by the devil, but because he needed to wait for the best opportunity, an opportunity that could bring the Yi family's prestige to the bottom in one fell swoop. In this kind of situation, many sect leaders and supreme elders are present, and the atmosphere is very high. Saying it at this time would be like the last straw that broke the camel's back for the Yi family, and the effect would be magnified tenfold. Seeing Chu Tian's calm eyes, Chu Yansheng was injected with a strong courage, and the fear in her heart suddenly dissipated. Chu Yansheng didn't look at Yi Qianchong's ferocious face. She raised her hand and the Supreme Yin Yang technique was activated. The demonic energy gathered in her palm, but it would soon be transformed into spiritual energy unique to Chu Yansheng by the white Dao seed in her body. At the same time, Chu Yansheng began to whisper to Chu Tianyin, Chu Tianxing and other family elders about how she went out with Yi Feng to gain experience, and how he took out the Supreme Yin Yang technique for her to practice, and told her that this was a private secret technique for dual cultivation after they became Taoist partners in the future, and it was a little secret between them. Hoo. Heavy breathing sounds like those of ferocious beasts began to echo in the field, as if a group of pixie with red eyes and open mouths were thinking about how to tear their prey into pieces. At this moment, the only thing left in the minds of the Chu family's top leaders was immense rage and endless murderous intent. The eldest daughter of the Chu family married into the Yi family for the benefit of the family since she was young, but she was treated like this by the Yi family. They can no longer describe how they feel at this moment. There is only one word left. The Yi family must pay the price in blood, even if killing one of them would turn the world upside down, even if killing one of them would turn rivers of blood, even if the Shengxian sect would be split, it would be worth it. Otherwise, if they can't even protect their eldest daughter, where will the Chu family's dignity be? How can they have a foothold in this continent? Tian Tang, Tian Mai, the two of you take a group of law enforcement halls, no, the family trained death squads, and go seal off the Holy Emperor Peak. Forbid all voice transmission, seal off time and space, and don't allow anyone to enter or leave. Not even a mosquito is allowed to fly out. Chu Tianyin's voice was hoarse, and the Chengxing white tiger knife in his hand was trembling. A tiger roar that shook the mountains and rivers echoed from it. It was impossible to imagine how murderous the intent in his heart had reached. However, he has always had an extremely hot temper, so he did not explode directly this time. It's like the calm before the storm. Take the token of my law enforcement hall and seal off the Holy Emperor Peak. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed on the spot. Pass on my order. All 8,000 guards at the law enforcement hall headquarters and 30,000 disciples from the law enforcement department will be dispatched to seal off all exits of the sect. Chapter 77. If you are not decent, everyone will help you be decent. At this moment, Chu Tianyin was as calm as the leader of a wolf pack, constantly issuing orders. There were many high-ranking strong men of the Chu family who obeyed the order, flew out of the Jishin Peak with cold and murderous expressions, and headed to various places with the token of the head of the law enforcement hall, warrants, etc. The law enforcement hall is a violent hall in the sect responsible for internal law enforcement. It is extremely powerful and has the power to enforce the law. But at this moment, every order he issued was once unimaginable. Seal off the Holy Emperor Peak, close the sect's entrances and exits, and strictly prohibit anyone from traveling or communicating. This is not an affiliated force of the Shengxian sect, nor is it a branch or a large county under it, but the headquarters of the Shengxian sect. There are countless strong people and giants running rampant. If such an order is issued under normal circumstances, it will undoubtedly offend a large number of people. Especially the Holy Emperor Peak, which is the ancestral peak of the founding family, the Yi family. It has stood for millions of years and has a profound foundation. There are countless powerful people in overwhelming power. If someone says that he wants to seal off the Holy Emperor Peak, everyone will think he is crazy. But at this moment, the scene was dead silent. Many sect leaders and supreme elders looked pale, and occasionally glanced at Yi Qianchong, wondering if this guy was crazy. Those who stand here and can become high-level people have all traveled through countless worlds and are knowledgeable. They have seen countless giants in the magic world. They can tell at a glance whether a simple-minded little girl like Chu Yansheng is lying or not. And that is really the sub-secret of the Taishang Yin Yang Ju. They really felt that Yi Qianchong was crazy and dared to do anything. You want your son to practice the supreme yin-yang art and make a furnace to kill the demon soldiers, so you use the power of the patriarch to take out the secret magic art sealed by the supreme demon sect. Then you can take it. Just find a second or third-rate small family in the Shengxian sect, or a female genius with no background. As long as she doesn't go too far and cause any big trouble, everyone will turn a blind eye. As long as it doesn't harm the sect's interests and doesn't cause any major trouble, it doesn't matter. At this level, there is no distinction between good and evil. That is said to the lower levels below. But as that Chu Yunsheng an ordinary person? Her parents are both emperors, she is the legitimate daughter of the founding family Chu, and she is the only direct disciple of the famous independent cultivator saint in all the worlds. What's wrong with your brain that you want your son to practice the supreme yin-yang technique and then let Chu Yunsheng practice the secondary technique? It would have been fine if he had just done it, but he was exposed in public in such an occasion. No one spoke to stop Chu Tianyan, because now it's not just Chu Tianyan, the entire Chu family, and even the entire Shengxian sect, are going crazy. The eldest daughter of the Chu family practiced the secondary secrets of the supreme yin-yang technique and will transform into the cauldron of the eldest son of the Yi family to kill the demon soldiers and cut off all emotions and desires. The most crucial thing is that this technique has no solution in the history of Hengtian continent. There is no way to escape the constraints of Taisheng yin-yang magic. Unless the person who practices the secondary technique is killed directly. Otherwise, as time goes by, not even the emperor can stop him from breaking through the divine realm, igniting the divine fire, cutting off all emotions and desires, and transforming into a human-shaped killing demon. Impossible, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could my son, who practices the supreme yin-yang technique, do such a cruel thing? It's impossible. Yi Qianshang's eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed to be growling madly. A terrible aura filled the air, and he kept making excuses, as if he would go crazy at any time. Yi Hongqian and several other supreme elders of the Yi family, and even the top leaders of the Yi family appeared beside him, trying to dissuade him and suppress his aura. Everyone understands. Chu Yunsheng did not lie, and she really practiced the sub-secret of Taisheng yin-yang technique. So Yi Feng must die. Almost instantly, the senior members of the Yi family and the supreme elder all made the same judgment. But Yi Feng can die, and the head of the family, Yi Qianshang, cannot be involved again. Yi Qianshang must defend himself and must completely clear himself of any connection with this matter, otherwise he will be ruined. But you can argue, but you must not take action or resist. Let the Chu family vent all their anger first. The entire Shengxian sect, the other three top families, and even the senior leaders and supreme elders who do not belong to the top families will not allow such a thing to happen. If the Yi family resists and protects Yi Feng, they will face a situation where everyone attacks them. At this time, the Yi family does not even have the qualifications to overturn the table. If they resist, the entire family will be implicated. In this matter, everyone will stand against the Yi family. Qianshang, tell your second uncle whether the matter of Taisheng yin-yang magic has anything to do with you. Yi Hongqian stared at Yi Qianshang's eyes. But what he really meant was to ask Yi Qianshang whether he would be implicated if Yi Feng was arrested. For example, when Yi Hongwu died, all the things he had done were taken to the underworld. Although many people were implicated, not many important figures of the Yi family were implicated, let alone Yi Qianshang. As long as this is the case, the Yi family will not suffer any serious damage. Second uncle, I really don't know anything. You watch Fenger grow up. He is kind-hearted and would never do such a cruel thing. You have to believe Fenger, Yi Qianshang said hoarsely. Upon hearing this, although Yi Hongqian and the senior executives of the Yi family still looked grim, they still breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Qianshang would not be implicated, so they could still have a bottom line. Now we have to see how this matter will develop. We must try our best to minimize the losses of the Yi family. Pass on the sect leader's order. All members of the sect must cooperate with the order of the leader of the law enforcement hall. Seal off the entire sect and capture Yi Feng. Not a single mosquito can be let out. The entire Holy Emperor Peak is under martial law. Fully cooperate with the law enforcement hall in searching for Yi Feng and get to the bottom of this matter. Yi Hongqian did not answer Yi Qianshang. His low voice spread throughout the sacrifice heaven peak. He must give this order on behalf of Yi Qianshang. We must sacrifice our relatives for the sake of justice. It is not just about not angering the Chu family, but also about having to give an explanation to the entire sect. From now on, all the senior members of the Yi family, including me and the sect leader, will live in the elders' hall and are not allowed to contact the outside world until everything is settled. Yi Hongqian said in a low voice. Gan, good, I agree. Practicing demonic skills is a heinous crime. Even if he is the eldest son of the Yi family, a monster, he must be severely punished. An explanation must be given to the entire sect. To avoid suspicion, I agree that from now on, we will all head to Elder Peak. Many of the Yi family's supreme elders and senior leaders nodded, and even though their faces were extremely gloomy, they all agreed. They understood that this was not just said to the Chu family, but also to the three top families, the Jiyu family, the Su family, and the Duanmu family, and to the council of elders and the top leaders of the sect. No matter how shameful this matter is, no matter how great the damage is to the dignity and interests of the Yi family, no matter how great the price will be. They must also swallow this bitter fruit. Even if you are acting, you have to perform it well and show it to everyone. This is to give dignity to the Chu family, to the entire sect, and to the Yi family itself. Because if the Yi family themselves are not decent, then everyone will help the Yi family to be decent. Chu Dian, if my son Yi Feng had not practiced the supreme yin-yang technique, Yuan Yansheng would have to pay a huge price for this matter. Yi Qianshang stared at Chu Dian with bloodshot eyes, and said word by word, this is not what the leader of Shengxian sect said, but what a father said for his child. Chu Dian's eyes were calm and indifferent. He ignored Yi Qianshang's acting. He knew that this guy would never admit it. Otherwise, Yi Feng would not be so scared and would not even dare to tell the truth to his biological father. Because the consequence of telling Yi Qianshang would be that he would be silenced directly, and there would be no accidents. What Chu Dian wanted was to strike the Yi family hard, forcing them to swallow their anger even if it meant losing everything. Not only did he want to cancel the engagement, he also wanted the Yi family to kneel down and beg the Chu family to cancel the engagement, and publicly apologize to the eldest sister Chu Yansheng, and pay a huge price to compensate Chu Yansheng. At this moment, the sky was shaking, and King Chu Dian's breath was extremely unstable. The space thousands of miles away from the sky suddenly collapsed, and another void crack that stretched for thousands of miles appeared. The unstable and grand avenue caused chaos in the sky. Why? King Chu Dian's mind was broken, and his hoarse roar pierced through the sky of Shengwang Peak and resounded throughout the heavens. The entire Shengxian sect was in turmoil. Chapter 78, End of Friendship. Why? The sky was turbulent, time and space were distorted, and King Chu Dian walked step by step from the top of the Holy Emperor Peak. The chaotic Dao aura was overwhelming, and his blood-red eyes made him look as terrifying as a demon god at this moment, as if he was a ferocious beast that wanted to devour people. King Chu Dian did not even dare to look at his children standing on the altar. Instead, he stared at Yi Qianshang with his eyes wide open, without blinking. His eyes were bloodshot, and his neck was trembling violently. One could see that the body of this dignified emperor was shaking violently. My son almost had the eye of heaven between his eyebrows gouged out. Now he suddenly found out that his well-behaved and lovely daughter had practiced the magic skill Tai Shang Yin Yang Shu's sub-command, which had no solution. Yi Qianchong, tell me why you do this. King Chu Tianwang landed in front of Yi Qianchong, and the two were less than half a meter apart. At this moment, King Chu Tianwang's back looked a little hunched and slightly bent, and his nails could be seen sinking deeply into the flesh of his palms. The blood of the emperor dripped from between his fingers, dyeing the altar blood red. The powerful energy contained in it was directly absorbed by the altar and used as a sacrifice. A blood-red beam of light gushed out from the altar, piercing through the sky, turning the sky blood-red. But at this moment, no one cared about the grand ceremony of offering sacrifices to heaven or praying to heaven for protection, because it was just a ritual, and the scene before their eyes might very well permanently determine the future direction of the Shangxian sect and completely change the structure of the sect's upper echelons. The whole place was silent, not even breathing could be heard. Many high-ranking officials of the sects, and even the supreme elders were extremely nervous. But at this moment, no one dared to step forward to stop it. These are the two most honorable, powerful and strongest figures in the sect. A soft look appeared in Yi Qianchong's eyes, and he said softly, "Second brother, others don't understand me, but you should know me best." Boom! Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering roar, and terrifying energy penetrated the sky, accompanied by a thick blood mist. A golden beam of light pierced through the sky, and a huge space vortex appeared in the sky. Everyone in the field looked ahead in horror. In front of King Chu Tian, there was only a headless body left. He suddenly attacked and punched Yi Qianchong's head open without even giving Yi Qianchong a chance to finish his words. Why are you doing this? King Chu Tian's voice was hoarse, and murderous aura surged. It is because I know you too well that I accepted your advice and let Yunsheng get engaged to Yifeng. Let my second and third daughters leave the sect to become disciples, and let Xiaodian get engaged to a shabby Shandian Dao body from a third-rate family. I've already done this, why are you still doing this? If you still consider me a brother, tell me why. The flesh on Yi Qianchong's neck squirmed, and soon his head regenerated. His eyes and expression were gloomy, and his cheeks were only slightly pale. He said, Heavenly King, even you are unwilling to trust my elder brother. Brothers like you and I have been so powerful and influential, traversing countless realms. We have experienced countless life and death together, and brought the Shangxian sect to where it is today. What a deep friendship this is. I am the dignified sect leader and an emperor on the heavenly ranking. Yunsheng will soon be my daughter-in-law. Why would I instruct Feng Er to harm Yunsheng? What good will it bring to me and the Yi family? Yi Qianchong shouted angrily, if you firmly believe that I was the one who murdered Yunsheng's niece, I will stand right here. You can kill me or chop me up, and I will never fight back. Yi Qianchong, you are still quibbling until now. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Boom! King Chu roared angrily, his black hair danced wildly, and golden light flowed all over his body. A mighty real dragon spanned the sky for thousands of miles. The dragon's roar shook the sky, and murderous aura filled the fields. The terrifying murderous intent seemed to transform the area around the Jishan Peak into a hell on earth. The sky was distorted and even the leaders of many sects turned pale. Deputy sect leader, don't do anything. Calm down first. Once Yifeng is captured and interrogated, the truth will be revealed. The sect has been sealed off. Even with the Yi family's incredible abilities, Yifeng, a mere fusion realm cultivator, will definitely not be able to escape. Many supreme elders and high-level officials turned pale and tried to dissuade them. If the sect leader is really so heartless, acts recklessly, practices evil skills, and secretly harms the younger generation, the sect will not tolerate him. The supreme elder Duan Mugraldan made his attitude clear. As long as he could get hold of Yi Qianchong's handle, he would definitely lose his position as the sect leader. This was also to advise King Chu not to be impulsive. Until the truth comes out and the dust settles, Yi Qianchong is still the sect master and leader. Taking action against him is absolutely against the sect rules. After all, it all comes down to dignity. Everyone must play according to the rules. Otherwise, the Shangxian sect has been passed down for millions of years, with a population of tens of billions within its territory and countless forces, large and small. Without the constraints of rules, so many families will act recklessly, killing each other indiscriminately, and the big fish will eat the small fish. The Shangxian sect would have perished long ago. Second brother, I know nothing. When I learned that Yunsheng practiced the supreme yin-yang technique, I was heartbroken. Calm down first. Yi Qianchong growled, still insisting that he knew nothing. Who? King Chu was panting heavily, like a gluttonous beast. Suddenly, his hoarse voice rang out, Yi Qianchong, from today on, we are done with each other. You go your way, and I go mine. From now on, I will no longer ask the Chu family to unconditionally cooperate with all your actions and orders. If you dare to act recklessly, you will bear the consequences. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, bright red blood began to flow from the corner of King Chu's mouth, down his chin, and drip onto the ground. His jet black hair suddenly lost its luster, became dry, and turned pale. In the blink of an eye, he had become a tall and burly middle-aged man, but his hair was already white, and he seemed to have lost all his energy and spirit. King Chu Tian turned and walked up to the altar, heading towards Chu Tian and Chu Yunsheng. His whole body was trembling slightly, and he seemed a little frightened. He didn't even dare to look into Chu Tian and Chu Yunsheng's eyes. His eyes flickered and seemed evasive. Dad! Chu Yunsheng's eyes were red and she threw herself directly into the arms of King Chu. Dad! Chu Tian called softly. Seeing King Chu Tian's white hair and the eyes filled with fear and guilt as he looked at him, he felt mixed emotions. Of course, he didn't regret what he had done. These are all things that have to be done. Otherwise, with the speed at which the Chu family was being squeezed by the Yi family, it would probably sink before he could grow up. If the original plot had really developed, the Chu family would have been in that situation more than a decade later, deserted by their friends and relatives, hated by everyone on the mainland, with leaks everywhere, and no one could have saved the situation. Therefore, he had to push the Chu family and the Yi family into opposition and strive for the power, voice, influence, and interests that originally belonged to the founding family. King Chu values feelings, friendship and loyalty in his actions and dealings. He was trying to balance the conflict between the two founding families, fulfill his responsibilities as a father, and at the same time take into account his brotherhood with Yi Qianchong. However, as the patriarch, he lacked the skills and strategy and failed completely. Chapter 79 ran away. Yunsheng, do you hate your father? King Chu held his daughter in his arms, his voice trembling. He raised his hand and then put it down again, not even daring to touch his daughter's head as usual. No, I know Dad has his own difficulties. It's all because I trusted that beast Yifeng. Chu Yunsheng lay in the arms of King Chu Tian, her voice choked with sobs, and don't worry too much, Dad. Xiaodian has already lifted the restrictions of the Taisheng Yin-Yang technique for me. Yifeng can no longer restrict his daughter's practice and behavior. What did you say? Xiaodian has dissolved the supreme Yin-Yang technique for you. King Chu was shocked. Below the altar, the pupils of many supreme elders and high-ranking officials contracted violently, their mouths slightly opened and their hearts were shaken to the extreme. Looking at the records in various ancient books, there is no solution to the Taisheng Yin-Yang technique. When the supreme demon sect was rampant across the Hengtian continent with impunity, even the emperors of the major top sects took action, but they were still unable to resolve the situation. They could only watch as their own geniuses turned into heartless and desireless murderous demon soldiers. For example, in the Siheng Holy Sect, a demon from the Wei family was captured by a powerful person from the supreme demon sect. The contemporary Holy Lord Daozhen personally took action, but still could not dissolve the demonic power and could only watch him become possessed by the devil. Because of that incident, the Siheng Holy Sect was furious and took the lead in uniting all the top sects, and spared no expense to wipe out the Taisheng demon sect on a large scale. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Yi Qianchang's eyes and he looked at Zhu Dian. At this time, he found that Zhu Dian also turned his head to look at him, with a seemingly kind smile on his lips, and nodded at him. Yi Qianchang's fists were clenched slightly, turning pale, and his face was extremely gloomy. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have been fooled by this child. Zhu Dian had clearly discovered the Supreme Yin-Yang art a long time ago, but he didn't say anything. He suppressed Yifeng in Shengxian Lake and dissolved the Supreme Yin-Yang art, but he still didn't mention it, causing Yifeng and his biological father to be suspicious of each other. Finally, he waited until the atmosphere reached its peak before he pulled out his trump card. Damn it, Yi Qianchang's fists were clenched white. He was actually played around by Lil Brat. Yes, Dad, Xiaodian has dissolved it all for me, and he has also transformed all the evil energy accumulated by the Supreme Yin-Yang technique into my power. Chu Yuncheng excitedly waved her fist and boasted, this is also the reason why my daughter was able to reach 3rd place on the fusion ranking and 3rd place on the earth ranking. My daughter is now extremely strong. Many of my cousins in the clan cannot beat me. My dear daughter, it's Daddy's fault. As a father, King Chu Dian's eyes were filled with pain and guilt. He turned to look at Chu Dian, but he didn't dare to look at his own son. Xiaodian, Daddy, I'm not a good daddy if it weren't for you. Xiaodian, turning the tide, Daddy really wouldn't dare to think. King Chu's voice trembled. He didn't dare to think about it. If he saw his well-behaved daughter become possessed by the devil, lose all emotions and desires, and become a human-killing demon soldier, he would go crazy. This is what a child should do. Chu Dian's voice was flat. He did not choose to blame King Chu Dian too much. Blame would only waste time and energy. It was enough to achieve the goal. No matter what, King Chu is still the mainstay of the Chu family. It's just a pity. He originally wanted to take advantage of the situation this time to depose Yi Qianchang from the position of sect leader and help King Chu Dian ascend to the position of sect leader, but now it seems difficult. The Yi family, a truly powerful clan with a rich heritage spanning millions of years, possessed a profound foundation and wealth of talented individuals. They reacted swiftly and correctly, preserving the family's reputation and executing Ma Su with tears in their eyes. They showed no hesitation at all, even though Yifeng was the most outstanding contemporary Yi family prodigy, and thus mitigated potential discontent within the clan. Yi Qianchang was indeed a powerful figure, ruthless in his methods and quick in his reactions, yet meticulous in his actions, making it difficult to find any real evidence against him. From Yi Qianchang's reaction, we can know that even if Yifeng is captured and severely interrogated, or even if the magic means are used to search the soul of the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Qianchang will never be implicated. Yi Qianchang must have understood the seriousness of the matter from the very beginning, so he must have used other methods to allow Yifeng to obtain the supreme yin-yang technique, secretly telling him what to do. Even if the incident breaks out and Yifeng's son is exposed, it will not implicate him as a father. Of course, in the original plot, Yi Qianchang won the bet at the cost of his own son. Yifeng obtained a humanoid-killing magic soldier, his magic skills were perfected, and he was reborn like a nirvana. His strength was overwhelming. When the novel ended, he had already become the emperor and squeezed into the top 50 of the heavenly list. His strength was second only to Yifan, the son of destiny who possessed the Hangmeng Holy Bone. The two emperors of the Yi family both made it into the top 50 of the heavenly ranking, and their power was feared by all the worlds. And now, the two most outstanding talents of the Yi family are firmly held in his hands, unable to turn over. This is the biggest gain. This time, for the Yi family, is definitely a major blow to its prestige and reputation. Moreover, the Yi family will definitely have to pay a heavy price and give up many major interests to appease the anger of the Chu family. Only those in high positions understand how important prestige and credibility are. If people's morale is low and everyone has their own ulterior motives, it will be difficult to lead the team. This was the most serious blow to Yi Qianchang, the sect leader. At this time, Chu Tianteng, a senior member of the Chu family, flew back. He first saluted Chu Tianwang and others, and then said with a gloomy face, Yifeng, ran away. Run away. Even with the entire law enforcement hall mobilized, 8,000 guards, 30,000 disciples, a dragnet spread out, and the entire sect sealed off, how could a mere fusion realm beast escape? Tell me clearly, what's going on? Chu Tianyan's eyes were full of murderous intent, and the Chengxing white tiger sword in his hand turned over, the sword energy soared into the sky, and the murderous aura was awe-inspiring. Chu Tianteng glanced coldly at the many senior members of the Yi family and told them the whole story. When the Holy Emperor peak was sealed, Yifeng used the sect leader's token to let a group of Yi family's death squads activate the Holy Heaven sect's formation. When they arrived, Yifeng had just teleported away from the Holy Heaven sect. Chu Tianteng took out a golden token with a big, saint, character engraved on it. It was the sect master's token held by the sect masters of all generations. It could activate the sect's formation, had the power to mobilize the sect's strong men, and could activate the core of the Shengxian sect's foundation. Yi Hongchen and other Yi family supreme elders and senior leaders looked at Yi Qianchang with gloomy expressions. I didn't. Yi Qianchang growled through gritted teeth. He felt that he had no way to defend himself. If he had known about it a day earlier, things would never have developed to this point. But he couldn't tell his son that he was afraid that his biological father would kill him to silence him, so he hid it from him, stole the sect leader's token, and secretly planned to escape from the Shengxian sect. Those Yi family warriors would rather die than surrender. When they saw us breaking in, they committed suicide on the spot. We were unable to capture them alive. Chu Tianteng gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Qianchang with cold eyes. It is obvious that someone tipped off Yi Qianchang in advance and made arrangements in advance. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Buzz. The white tiger's sword light tore through the sky and slashed towards Yi Qianchang. What else can you say? We have all the evidence, including witnesses and evidence. We even gave the sect leader's token to that beast. Chu Tianyan's voice was low, and the Chengxing white tiger blade pointed directly at Yi Qianchang. The blade light tore through the vast sky, old beast. My Chu family is irreconcilable with you. Chapter 80 Dare not move. The vast sky was gloomy, and a murderous intent as tangible as a tear in the sky. The terrifying white tiger sword light seemed to be chopped down from the sky, trying to cut the Jishin peak in half. Chu Tianyan was killing the enemy by using the white tiger's fierce weapon and magical powers. Chu Tianyan was filled with murderous intent as he stared at Yi Qianchang, his angry roar resounding through the sky. Yi Qianchang, you hypocritical old beast, you say one thing and do another, you have no bottom line, what qualifications do you have to be the leader of my Shengxian sect? I will kill you first today, so that you won't bring shame to my Shengxian sect. Gangjin white tiger slash, kill, the incarnation of the white tiger emerged, and its roar shook the universe, causing time and space to become chaotic. The terrifying murderous aura made the faces of the disciples from the surrounding peaks pale. At this moment, there were unknown numbers of sect disciples, even powerful people in the middle levels of the sect, and powerful human beings looking towards the Jishin peak. They couldn't believe what they heard. Yi Qianchang, old beast, the leader of the clan. Lord Chu wants to kill the clan leader. What kind of horrifying statement is this? Is the Shengxian sect about to have a civil war? Of course, no matter how powerful Chu Tianyan's fighting ability is, as a half-step emperor, it is impossible for him to threaten the life of Yi Qianchang, who is listed as an emperor on the heavenly ranking. But this shows an attitude. Who is Chu Tianyan? He is the third most important person in the Chu family. Even because the second most important person, Chu Tianxing, is immersed in unconventional ways such as refining weapons, refining medicine, and growing spiritual medicine, he is actually the de facto second most important person in the Chu family. He has a huge influence in the Chu family and is also the head of the law enforcement hall, the core hall of the Chu family. He is a true giant of the sect. If he stomps his feet, the Hengtian continent will tremble. Especially now, King Chu is in such a bad state. Although he is still the mainstay of the family, his prestige has obviously declined. Chu Tianyin's attitude can be said to almost represent the attitude of the Chu family. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the Chu family's supreme elders and senior leaders all surrounded Yi Qianchang. The murderous aura was everywhere, and the Taoist energy was rolling, surging out like a tsunami. They formed a circle, trapping the elders of the Yi family, including Yi Qianchang. Rich Taoist energy soared into the sky, the power of law was like a dragon, disrupting the universe, and the top-level terrifying power was ready to go. In the Holy Emperor Peak, a terrifying aura came, especially the aura of Camel Old Man, which was like a giant beast from the abyss, as if it wanted to swallow all the strong men of the Yi family in one gulp. Yi Qianchang, I really misjudged you. Don't you even want the slightest bit of dignity you have as a sect leader? You keep talking about the interests of the sect, but have you thrown the interests of the sect to the wind? King Chu's voice was hoarse, revealing his infinite disappointment in Yi Qianchang. Buzz. King Chu Tian's white hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was flowing with dazzling golden light. A real dragon meandered into the depths of time and space, the vastness of which was unknown. One of the dragon's eyes was as majestic as a star, shining with terrifying divine light. I didn't. Yi Qianchang roared continuously, almost going crazy. He raised his hand to shatter all the sword lights that Chu Tianyin was slashing at him. The aftermath raged across the world, causing chaos in the sky. At this moment, the elders of the Yi family, led by Yi Hongchen, looked extremely ugly. This is a huge shame. The head of the family, Yi Qianchang, was besieged and killed in this way. It was a severe trampling and humiliation to both the Yi family and the dignity of the head of the family. However, they did not dare to move, because many sect leaders and supreme elders looked at them with cold eyes. Their faces were gloomy and there was a chill in their eyes, which was a warning to them not to impulsively fight with the Chu family, otherwise they would have no choice but to join forces to suppress the Yi family, whether they wanted or not. This time, the Yi family acted too disgracefully, making it difficult for anyone to save face. A mere genius in the fusion realm, who practiced vicious magic, was allowed to escape right under their noses. Each and everything that was exposed was extremely childish. If it were to get out, Shangxian sect would become a laughingstock. At this moment, everyone was angry. Even if you were the founding clan and occupy the most resources and power, in such a large sect, everyone still has to share the food. But you not only want to eat the most, you also want to smash the pot so that no one can eat it. If the Yi family dares to fight back in an undignified manner and split the sect, they really don't mind taking action together to let the Yi family understand that the sect is huge and they cannot cover the sky with one hand. The terrifying evil spirit spread, the atmosphere was heavy, and the strong murderous aura pierced the sky. The Yi family's supreme elders and senior leaders were all at a loss as to what to do for a moment. Was it Yi Qianchang who did it? Did he love his son so much that he secretly let Yi Feng go? What Tai Shang did with yin-yang magic was really too irrational. Brother, are we going to fight? Chu Yansheng's face was pale and there was fear in her eyes. She had never seen such a scene since she was a child. The uncles and aunts who were usually kind and amiable were now murderers and stood like demons in the sky. The terrifying evil spirit made her feel like she was falling into an icy cave. Even though there were two senior members of the Chu family right next to her, guarding her and Chu Tian, Chu Yansheng still felt fear. She subconsciously hugged Chu Tian's arm and huddled close to her younger brother. Only in this way could she feel a sense of security. It's okay, big sister. It's good to have a fight. We Chu family members have been frustrated for too long. Chu Tian smiled slightly to comfort his big sister, but his face was very calm. The sky won't fall. Chu Tian understood that the layout he had been making during this period had finally paid off. Although Chu Tianyin has a hot temper, as the head of the law enforcement hall, he still acts in an orderly, measured and bottom-line manner, and is not the kind of person who acts blindly without thinking. Just like the matter against the Lu family, Chu Tianyin invited him over first, hesitated again and again, and finally made up his mind to act after he took out Jian Kongzu. Swinging the sword with all one's strength and killing the sect leader is of great significance and far-reaching impact, almost equivalent to leaving no room for maneuver at all. It can be seen that Chu Tianyin has made up his mind at this moment and has deviated from the route that King Chu Tian had set for the Chu family, which was to put the interests of the sect first and help the Yi family expand the sect. Chapter 81 The more you live, the more you go back. At the same time, the system's gentle and pleasant voice sounded in Chu Tian's ears. Congratulations to the host for reversing the fate of two sons of destiny, Yi Feng and Yi Fan, and causing an irreversible and significant blow to the Yi family, which had a huge impact on their fate. I will reward you with 100,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host, for taking a huge step forward on your path to becoming the only child of destiny. Congratulations to the host for changing the course of fate and triggering the hidden reward of the villain system. You have obtained a law divine channel seed, which has been placed in the system warehouse. During this period of time, the system's gentle reminder sound has sounded in his ears many times. After all, there are many people with great luck around him. The attack on Huaimei, the killing of the younger generation of the Yi family, and especially the strong suppression of Yi Feng and Yi Fan will all receive a lot of destiny points as rewards. Chu Tian has not specifically calculated it, but the destiny points are at least not less than 50,000 or 60,000. But this time, he was directly rewarded with 100,000 destiny points, especially this magical path seed, which made Chu Tian's heart tremble slightly, because even after he broke through the spirit refining realm, he went to the system mall specifically to look for this magical path seed. The magical seed is worth 1 million destiny points. It can combine the host's spirit, will, personality, cultivation, magical power, etc. to create a magical power that is unique to them. In the realm of soul refining, creating a magical power that is unique to oneself, a magical power that best suits one, what does that mean? How many gods and celestial beings are unable to cultivate even the highest level of magical powers to perfection and transcendence? The monsters who can create their own unique magical powers are all famous in the world, praised for generations, and revered as ancestors. The two founding patriarchs of the Shangxian sect and the three ancestors of its revival all belong to this category. In the original plot, Yi Fan also obtained a magical seed after breaking through the divine realm. After going through untold hardships, he gave birth to his own magical powers. The visions were so great that they shook the world. But although Chu Tian knew where the magical seed was, it would take many years to obtain it. I thought it would be difficult for him to create his own magical powers in the spirit refining realm. He never expected that the system would suddenly give him a pleasant surprise and trigger a hidden reward. He would have a great opportunity to create his own magical powers in the realm of spirit refining, which was unprecedented. Sure enough, it's true that you can always trust the system. However, it can also be seen from this how huge the impact of this suppression of the Yi family is. It can be called a turning point in fate, which directly reversed the Chu family's established fate and embarked on a new path. The Yi family was suppressed and suffered heavy losses in prestige and power. It was a huge blow to the two evildoers who were born in this family and rose to power by relying on the power of this family. After all, for them, the Yi family is the protector of the way. Suddenly, Yi Qianchang's roar resounded through the sky. You little bastard Chu Tian, you've messed up the sect by doing this. What good will it do to your Chu family? Chu Tian looked at him calmly, only to see Yi Qianqiang blocking the consensus between Chu Tianyan and the senior members of the Yi family, but looking at him with bloodshot eyes. Your actions and calculations are a huge harm to the stability and interests of the sect. It may even interrupt the sect's upward momentum, disrupt the sect, and allow external forces to take advantage of the opportunity to cause chaos. Your Chu family is also a founding family. You occupy the largest piece of the sect's profit pie. If the sect's interests are damaged, your Chu family will also suffer huge losses. I have already agreed to designate you as the holy son ahead of time. The position of the next sect master will be yours sooner or later. Under my leadership, the sect is thriving and expanding. When you become sect master, the Chu family will also benefit. Why are you still scheming, at the cost of the sect's interests and the foundation of our ancestors? Yi Qianqiang roared continuously, almost going crazy. He deeply understood that after this incident, his authority as the sect leader would fall to the bottom. In the future, let alone continuing to lead the sect to do great things and expand outward, it would be a question whether he could hold on to the position of sect leader. Maybe he has the opportunity to become the first clan leader to step down in office in a million years. For some reason, Yi Qianqiang always had a deep feeling that Yi Feng's escape from the sect was also part of Chu Tian's calculations. Chu Tian expected that he had already made preparations and would not get involved in such a dirty business himself. Even if Yi Feng was caught, he would not be implicated. So he deliberately waited until today, found the perfect opportunity, and at the same time gave Yi Feng time to escape before he said it all at once. Yi Feng ran away and there was no evidence to prove his guilt. His most beloved son suddenly ran away, and he ran away using the clan leader's token. He couldn't explain it even if he had 100 mouths, and everyone's anger would surge towards him. Even within the Yi family, people have great doubts about his abilities because of a series of recent events. Fortunately, he is the emperor of the heavenly ranking. If he was still the Yi family's patriarch who was only at the half-step emperor level like before, Yi Qianqiang was sure that the elders would have convened a meeting to discuss deposing him as the patriarch. But Chu Tian, who was only 8 years old, should not have been able to have such far-reaching plans and calculations. Everything seemed to be just a coincidence, but Yi Qianqiang's strong personality made him unwilling to believe that such a so-called coincidence really existed. As the young master of the Chu family, you should follow the Chu family's ancestral precepts to prioritize the stability and unity of the sect and the interests of the sect. Have you thrown all of that out of the window? Yi Qianqiang was panting heavily, with a strong murderous aura. Master, what does this have to do with my nephew? Isn't it all your own fault? After the last incident with Yi Hongwu, your nephew warned you that your scheming had cost you your life, yet you still insisted on doing so. Chu Tian's face was calm as he said, you don't think that all this was my plan, that Yi Feng practiced the supreme yin-yang technique, and then coincidentally obtained the inheritance of the heavenly fate Taoist master, helped my sister resolve her demonic possession, and incidentally stole your sect leader token and gave it to Yi Feng, thus manipulating the Chu family, the Yi family, and so many high-ranking members of the sect at my fingertips, right? Chu Tian looked at Yi Qianqiang with a half-smile. If I had this ability, I'm afraid the position of the sect leader would belong to my nephew now, not just the little saint now. At this moment, many supreme elders and sect leaders also looked at Yi Qianqiang with strange eyes. Perhaps the blow was too great, causing Yi Qianqiang to become mentally disturbed and show signs of being possessed. In the history of the universe, there really was an emperor who entered the Tao through madness and was called the Crazy Emperor. A high-ranking official of the sect said in a low voice to tell everyone that it is possible that the emperor is crazy. No matter how talented Chu Tian appears, the undeniable fact is that he is only 8 years old. At the age of 8, he can make far-reaching plans, take every step carefully, and utilize all kinds of complex external forces. If this is not crazy, then what is? The Yi family's supreme elders and senior leaders also frowned and looked at the patriarch. They really didn't understand what Yi Qianqiang was doing. Don't you think the Yi family is embarrassed enough this time? You, puff, I'm so angry. Yi Qianqiang was extremely angry. Looking at Chu Tian's half-smile, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and took 3 steps back. He is not a fool. He also understood that this idea was unrealistic. But he just felt that way. But it seemed that everyone thought he was a shameless fool who was willing to throw dirty water on an 8-year-old child. Yi Qianqiang, you're really going backwards as you get older. Chu Tianyan said with a murderous look, you're the one who did all this. It's fine that you don't have the courage to admit it, but you actually threw dirty water on an 8-year-old child. What sin did our Shangxian sect commit to have someone like you become the sect master? Is it God punishing my Shangxian sect? Yi Qianqiang, do you even know what you're saying? King Chu Tian's voice was hoarse, his withered white hair fluttering, giving him a sense of desolation. I suggest that we all give up the positions of sect master and deputy sect master, go into seclusion together, and no longer interfere in the affairs of the sect. We should temporarily transfer the power of the sect to the council of elders and the sect's top leaders, and wait for the younger generation to grow up and take over. We should just fulfill our responsibilities as the sect's pillar of support and guard its foundation. Chapter 82 Rejection, Breakup. Deputy sect leader, absolutely not. Brother, you must never have such thoughts. The sky cannot do without the sun, and how can a sect do without a master for a day? With a population of hundreds of millions, a vast territory, and countless powerful people, who will make the final decision on so many important matters. Yi Qianqiang is not worthy of the position of sect master. According to the sect rules, you, big brother, should be the successor. Why are you giving up the position with him? Brother, you haven't committed such a heinous mistake. Over the years, you have made enormous contributions to the sect. Without your concessions and the Chu family's contraction, there would be no way the Shangxian sect would be thriving and flourishing today. Even if we take a step back. When the leaders of many sects and the grand elders heard this, their minds went blank. As for the people from other top families and the leaders who came from independent cultivation, the grand elder did give it some thought. Especially the strong men of the Yi family, their pupils contracted violently, and they subconsciously shouted out their objections frantically. The position of the suzerain is so important. At this stage, if the Yi family voluntarily gives up the position of clan leader, how much profit will they have to give up to stop the loss? The reason why he swallowed the bitter fruit and maintained his dignity before was to keep Yi Qianqiang's position as the head of the family at all costs. No matter whether Yi Qianqiang is stupid or foolish, or how much his prestige has declined, as long as this position is still in the hands of the Yi family, it will be beneficial to the Yi family. Even the top leaders of the Chu family immediately spoke out to dissuade King Chu. The 2 founding families took turns to be the banker for millions of years. Except for the 3 ancestors who revived the sect during special periods, the power of the sect has always been in their hands. This is the greatest guarantee of family interests. The Yi family can be suppressed, but not at the expense of the huge interests of the Chu family. He's really a coward. Chu Tian shook his head slightly, naturally understanding that King Chu Tian was not really stupid and completely unable to see the situation clearly. On the contrary, his father, as a heavenly ranking emperor and a deputy sect leader for many years, had witnessed many struggles and could see the current general trend. The Yi family and the Chu family are almost incompatible. King Chu does not want to come to a point of fighting with the Yi family one day, or to fight a life and death battle with his sworn brother Yi Qianqiang. Even King Chu Tian may have vaguely understood that although he could not obtain any substantial evidence pointing to Yi Qianqiang, all signs pointed to the head of the Yi family as the mastermind behind the scenes. Grand Elder Yi Hongwu, eldest son Yi Feng, and the top 10 monsters on the earth list are all plotting against the Chu family's direct descendants. Without the tacit approval of the clan leader Yi Qiansheng, they would not have the courage to do so. Everyone is not a fool. King Chu Tianwang's goal is to pull Yi Qiansheng, the mastermind behind the scenes, into retirement together and stop interfering in the affairs of the outside world, in an attempt to cool down the situation where the two families are showing their true intentions. What a naive fantasy. Chu Tian said silently in his heart, but he did not stop King Chu Tian. This was just a way for King Chu Tian to preserve his brotherhood of life and death, but Yi Qiansheng. Second brother, I understand your good intentions. Yi Qiansheng's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was low, but we are the highest level of the sect, with huge responsibilities. We are responsible for the rise and fall of the sect. How can we just sit back and watch the sect do nothing? Yi Qiansheng's voice was hoarse, and he directly rejected King Chu Tianwang's suggestion on the grounds of the sect's interests. But at this moment, no one can tell how much of Yi Qiansheng's so-called sect interests belong to the sect and how much belongs to his own selfish interests. Moreover, according to the current situation, if he gave up the position of sect leader at this time, without the deterrence of his position as sect leader, the Supreme Elder Council and the sect leaders would take control of the power and might even tear the Yi family to pieces. That's enough. King Chu Tian raised his hand and interrupted Yi Qiansheng's words directly. His voice was hoarse. He turned around and no longer looked at his sworn brother. Yi Qiansheng, if that day ever comes, I will personally send you off. There was no murderous intent in King Chu's voice, only an infinite lowness, as if he had already seen the arrival of that day. Yi Qiansheng had a gloomy face, his hands clenched into fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh. One could see his whole body trembling violently. He looked at King Chu's back, wanting to say something but stopping himself. He opened and closed his mouth several times. Second brother, if that day really comes, I want to see with my own eyes the supreme magical power you created for the Grand Emperor Sutra, the Grand Emperor Heavenly Dragon Seal, after you attained enlightenment in the ruins of all realms. Yi Qiansheng's low voice sounded. At this moment, he lowered his head and no one could see his face clearly. King Chu Tian paused without responding. His dry white hair fluttered lightly as he looked at Chu Tianxing and Chu Tianyan. Tianyan, from now on, the second the family will be handed over to you too. Big brother, Chu Tianxing and Chu Tianyan were shocked, their pupils contracted, and they were about to dissuade him. I understand your concerns. I don't want to be a hands-off boss. King Chu Tian raised his hand to interrupt the two brothers, telling them to listen to him. I will be in seclusion in the main hall of St. Emperor Peak, serving as the pillar of the family and guarding the family's foundation. This is the only role I can play for the family now. I'm afraid everyone is thinking the same thing now. The Chu family's senior executives showed a bitter look on their faces, but they didn't know how to refute. From now on, the power of the sect's deputy leader will be exercised by you two on my behalf. The three major halls controlled by the family, the Divine Medicine Hall and the Divine Weapon Hall, will still be headed by you, Qianxing. Please work hard and serve as the acting head of the family. I know you have the ability. Chu Qianxing smiled bitterly and said, brother, you don't want me to delve into the cultivation of miracle medicine. King Chu Tian looked at Chu Tianyan again and said, third brother, you will continue to be in charge of the law enforcement hall. You will work hard for a while and serve as the chief elder of the family, assisting your second brother in managing the family's affairs. If there are any major issues, you two will handle them together. I know you are very capable. I am afraid that you have been very frustrated because of me these years. I am sorry for wronging you. Chu Tianyan's eyes were still bloodshot. He gritted his teeth, clasped his hands together, bowed, and saluted. Tianyan, I obey your command. Xiaodian is my only son. He is gifted and thoughtful. Please help him from now on. At this point, King Chu Tian's mouth curled up slightly, as if this was the only thing he was proud of. Although Xiaodian is only a month away from turning 9, and still a few years shy of the family's stipulated age of 13, I'm sure no one will object to him getting involved in family and sect affairs early. You can all start letting him know about any family and sect matters, big or small, and let him express his opinions. Of course, since he's still young, the important matters should be decided by the two of you. Let him just learn from the side. Brother, don't worry. I needn't tell you this. I watched Xiaodian grow up little by little. He is the hope of our family's future. I will treat him as my own son, Chu Tianyan said in a deep voice. No, even my own son is not as good as Xiaodian. I will do my best to cultivate Xiaodian into a talented person. Chu Qianxing glanced at Chu Tian and said with a smile, brother, there's not much I can teach Xiaodian. I don't dare teach Xiaodian the unconventional ways I know, such as refining weapons and medicine or cultivating things. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my sister-in-law will come back and chop me in half with a sword. But don't worry, I have no children, and I have already regarded Yancheng and the other 4 siblings as my own children. I will do my best to protect them and let them grow up safely. Big brother knows your abilities. Over the years, I have been a burden to you. Thank you all for your tolerance and forbearance. King Chu Tian smiled brightly, his gray hair fluttering in the wind, and bowed deeply to all the senior members of the Chu family. From now on, I will leave it to you all. Head of the family. All the senior leaders of the Chu family had complicated expressions in their eyes, and they all bowed deeply 90 degrees to King Chu. Work together to strengthen the family and revitalize the sect. Many senior officials shouted at the same time, their voices shaking the sky. Father. Chu Yansheng's eyes were red and tears as big as beans kept falling. She covered her mouth, trying hard not to cry out loud. Finally, she leaned on Chu Tian's shoulder, her shoulders trembling. Xiaodian. King Chu Tian walked towards Chu Tian. He was tall, about 1.9 meters tall. Although Chu Tian had grown rapidly in height recently, he was only about 1.6 meters tall. In front of King Chu Tian, he still looked like a child. You're great. You're now able to protect my sister and safeguard the interests of the family. Fortunately, you saved the day this time. Otherwise, Dad would be blamed for his death. Chapter 83 The Dagger Revealed. King Chu Tian patted Chu Tian's shoulder heavily, as if they were brothers. A good man should be a hero, soaring across the sky, shining brightly, and admired by billions of people. You were born with the body of a chaos demon god, and you inherited your mother's will and talent. It's Dad who has delayed you all these years, don't blame Dad. Next, you will enter the law enforcement hall and begin helping your second and third uncles handle sect affairs. If you need anything in your cultivation, please consult your second and third uncles, or come to the main hall to find your father. Okay, Dad. Chu Tian's face was calm, he clasped his fists and bowed. He understood that this was the best outcome. King Chu's temperament is one of loyalty and righteousness, and he is open-minded and generous. This kind of character is suitable for traveling the world and being a chivalrous and tender-hearted hero, but it is not suitable for dealing with the complicated interpersonal relationships, various interest entanglements, and intricate matters within the sect and family. If you are not careful, it will really end up like the original plot, where a great family with a heritage of millions of years and profound heritage, at the peak of prosperity and at the peak of its power, will sink in just a few decades and be destroyed beyond recovery. King Chu Tian entered the main hall to go into seclusion, guarding the family and intimidating all worlds. He left the specific matters to Chu Tianxing and Chu Tianyan. This was the best result. Everyone, from now on, Tianxing will fully represent me, please. King Chu Tian nodded slightly to the sect's top leaders and the Supreme Elder, his dry white hair fluttering in the wind. Without even looking at Yi Qiansheng and the Yi family, he instantly disappeared from the top of the Jishan peak. Send it to the deputy leader. Except for Yi Qiansheng, all the top leaders of the sect, including the top leaders of the Yi family, bowed deeply to bid farewell to King Chu Tian. At this moment, many senior executives had complicated expressions, and the atmosphere in the field fell into a long silence. Everyone understands that for the Shangxian sect, and even for the entire Hengtian continent, a brand new era has arrived. Although King Chu Dian was still in seclusion in the Holy Emperor Peak, he had entered a state of retirement and handed over power. What does that mean? This meant that the compromise and stability represented by King Chu had been completely overturned, and the Chu family's future behavior and conduct would usher in earth-shaking changes. From now on, the era in which Yi Qianqiang was the absolute core and the sect's power was instantly mobilized at the first command was over. Although the conflict between the Yi family and the Chu family will not lead to a fight, fighting each other, fighting openly and secretly, and even harming each other will become the norm. The Shangxian sect has been passed down for millions of years, and its interrelations are extremely complicated. It not only affects the sect itself, but also represents a huge change for those outside the sect. If the two founding families start fighting, it will cause earth-shaking changes to the entire Hengtian continent. At this moment, looking at the silent senior members of the Chu family, and even Chu Dian with calm eyes, everyone felt cold and creepy. The Chu family has been suppressed for so long, and after this series of events, without the suppression and compromise of King Chu, the Chu family has completely broken free from the shackles of the reins. Facing the calculations of the Yi family, what kind of revenge will they take? Everyone in the room was in a heavy mood, with a heaviness in their hearts. Some people even looked at Yi Qianqiang with cold eyes and deep dissatisfaction. No one denies that Yi Qianqiang has done a good job as the sect leader over the years. After gaining the cooperation of King Chu Dian, he integrated the sect's power. Under his leadership, the sect's power and influence are growing day by day. However, a series of events that happened during this period made everyone suddenly realize that although Yi Qianqiang was on good terms with King Chu Tianwang on the surface, he had been secretly planning to deal with the Chu family and attack the next generation of the Chu family. This kind of operation made everyone confused. What a stupid operation. It's full of loopholes, and even has such a weird move as letting the daughter-in-law practice the supreme yin-yang technique, which is really suffocating. Yi Qianqiang's various outrageous actions were completely incomprehensible. He even deceived King Chu Dian, causing him to be unanimously opposed by his own children and enter a state of retirement early, allowing the hot-tempered and tough Chu Tianyin and the young Chu Dian to step into the spotlight of the Chu family. Everyone understood that although on the surface, Chu Qianqing was in charge of the power of deputy sect leader and clan leader, Chu Qianqing was a person of unconventional character. He liked to study unconventional ways, tinker with flowers and plants, and study alchemy. When it came to family affairs, Chu Tianyin was probably the one who had the final say. In fact, judging from the series of events that happened during this period and the observation of the little saint Chu Dian, although he is young, he has a very important say. Even in this series of events, the young little saint's son is the fuse and the detonator. He is not someone who would be content and willing to suffer losses. The Chu family's attitude will definitely change dramatically, but no one can predict to what extent it will change and how they will retaliate against the Yi family. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, and even some of the Yi family's own people, Yi Qianqiang is simply courting death. In such a stable situation, he insisted on doing something out of the ordinary, but he could not control the situation, which led to the sect falling into this situation. Facing huge uncertainty and an unknown future, everyone felt heavy in their hearts, and the scene fell into deadly silence for a moment. No one spoke for a long time. At this time, Chu Dian's face was calm, his eyes swept over everyone, and then he clasped his fists towards his two uncles and said, Uncle, I feel that the last meeting of the elders was not a complete success. Yi Feng's escape, the clan leader's public self-criticism, and the fact that Yi Tianhong, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, was deposed without a new head being chosen, all require the elders' council to discuss and address. My nephew thinks we should immediately return to Elder Peak and convene another meeting of elders to redistribute the division of sect affairs, as well as what responsibilities the sect master and the Yi family should bear for this matter, and elect a new head of the Internal Affairs Hall. Chu Dian turned to look at Duan Mulei. At this time, Duan Mulei also looked up at him, with a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Chu Dian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, The Internal Affairs Hall manages the internal affairs of the sect, which is a heavy responsibility. The head of the hall needs a strong person who is steady, experienced, and prestigious. My nephew feels that for the sake of the sect's interests, the Chu family should fully support Uncle Duan Mulei in taking over the position of head of the Internal Affairs Hall. There's also the position of War Hall Master. It's been vacant for a long time, and for decades, the sect master has held the position concurrently. I find this extremely inappropriate. The War Hall oversees the sect's external wars, involving 200,000 of the sect's elite warriors. This is a matter of great importance. I feel that a War Hall Master should be elected immediately to reorganize the War Hall. Chu Dian's voice was icy cold, filled with a strong murderous aura. There's also the demonic leader Yi Feng, who practices demonic arts and commits heinous crimes. Given his status and background, I'm afraid a large number of powerful people are involved behind this. He must be severely punished. My nephew suggests that the elders discuss and immediately set up a dedicated investigation team to hunt down Yi Feng and hold him accountable to the end. No matter who is involved, what position they hold, or what their background is, no one involved must be let off. Chapter 84 The Rhythm of Endless Fight. The Internal Affairs Hall and the War Affairs Hall set up exclusive investigation offices with no upper limit. Chu Dian's indifferent and calm voice echoed on the silent Jishin peak. The murderous aura contained in it made everyone in the field feel a chill running up their spine to the back of their head. Chu Dian's appetite was so big that it shocked everyone. The Internal Affairs Hall has been run by the Yi family for millions of years and is the core interest of the Yi family. With a turnover of trillions of spirit stones every year, the profits contained therein are extremely huge. The head of the Internal Affairs Hall is basically as important to the Chu family as the head of the Law Enforcement Hall. The War Affairs Hall is the external force department of the Holy Heaven sect, with 200,000 elite core disciples, including countless powerful ones. In the past few decades, as the Holy Heaven sect has greatly expanded its influence and territory, it has become the most powerful sect on the continent. The War Affairs Hall has made great contributions to this and has become one of the most important halls in the sect. It has obtained a huge supply of resources and a huge amount of spirit stones. It is one of the basic foundations of Yi Qianqiang's authority. In the past, the head of the War Affairs Hall was generally chosen from the top experts within the sect, unlike the Internal Affairs Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall, which were completely controlled by any one large family. However, in recent years, with the support of King Chu Dian, Yi Qianqiang took on the role of head of the War Affairs Hall and directly presided over the annexation of several large sects, even destroying several large demon sects. This is also one of Yi Qianqiang's most important achievements in recent years. The Yi family's influence and control over the Military Affairs Hall is also increasing day by day. The Yi family members control many important positions in it, and it is almost becoming another hall that the Yi family completely controls. Chu Dian's proposal was to take away all of Yi Qianqiang's achievements and results over the past few decades, and also to deprive the Internal Affairs Hall, one of the most core interests of the Yi family. Evil beast, bastard, the angry roars of the Yi family's top leaders echoed. Even though many senior members of the Yi family understood that the Yi family would suffer a huge loss this time, they did not expect that Chu Dian's appetite would be so big. This is no longer just vomiting blood, but vomiting out all the internal organs. Some of the Yi family's senior executives had cold eyes and even wanted to overturn the table. At this time, many supreme elders and senior officials turned their eyes to the people of the Yi family and Yi Qianqiang, with coldness and warning in their eyes. If the Yi family is unwilling to maintain their dignity, then everyone can only help the Yi family maintain their dignity. The series of events targeting the Chu family during this period actually made many people realize that Yi Qianshang's ambition had expanded too much and he must be restrained. So many things were done so carelessly and improperly, turning the originally stable situation into a mess. So although Chu Tian had a big appetite, it was not beyond his expectations. These things have had a very bad impact. If the Yi family is not made to pay the price, there will be no way to explain to the sect, let alone calm the Chu family's anger. Yi Qianshang's face immediately turned gloomy, his clenched fists kept bleeding, and the gaps between his fingers turned blood red. But at this time, Yi Hongqian and several other Yi family supreme elders came forward with gloomy faces and asked him to calm down, saying that now was not the time to lose his temper. Yi Feng practiced the supreme yin-yang art and escaped using the clan leader's token. This not only completely detonated the Chu family, but also incurred public outrage. At this time, as long as Yi Qianshang's position as the leader can be maintained, it will be a victory. My nephew is right. The sect is in such a state of chaos because we have taken too many big steps in recent years. We have caused too much trouble, which has led to some people and families becoming overly arrogant. Chu Tianyan's eyes were cold and fierce, and the Chengxing white tiger knife in his hand was emitting a fierce light and blade energy. He said coldly, we should hold a meeting of senior leaders and elders to discuss the reshaping of the sect structure. After stabilizing the situation, we can rediscuss the next direction of Shangxian sect. Second brother, Xiaodian, what do you think? Chu Tianyan expressed his support and turned to look at Chu Tianxing and Chu Dian. Gan, Chu Tianxing is an elegant middle-aged man with a gentle smile. He nodded and said, we should indeed convene a meeting of elders. The supreme elders, senior staff, and current elders should all be present. This will not only give an explanation to my Chu family, but also to the entire sect. It's not enough to just have the top leaders. At this time, Chu Dian shook his head and said, we should call back the middle-level leaders of the sect, the county governors of each county, the heads of each branch of the hall, etc., inform them of the situation and discuss it together. The faces of the senior members of the Yi family were collectively gloomy, and their bodies were shaking slightly with anger. Chu Dian, this little evil beast, was simply going to use these things to completely discredit Yi Qianshang and destroy the Yi family. Many high-ranking officials and supreme elders also looked stern, secretly analyzing the situation in their hearts, and finally came to a shocking conclusion. Chu Dian has absolutely no intention of reconciling with the Yi family and is determined to fight to the death. The top management learned that it was just a small-scale incident and the impact could be controlled. After everyone negotiated and made the Yi family bleed a little, the matter would be over. But if all the middle-level managers were called back, the impact of the incident would inevitably be greatly expanded, and even the entire Hengtian continent would know about it. The Yi family's reputation is truly terrible. The dignity of the sect leader Yi Qianshang will also plummet completely. After all, his own son practiced magic and defected from the sect. When the news spread, it was clearly telling the outside world that a huge change had occurred within the Shangxian sect, and the sect leader Yi Qianshang could no longer control the situation. The thing that everyone fears the most has finally come. After King Chu went into seclusion and handed over power, the Chu family's direction indeed changed, and it happened so quickly. From fully cooperating and maintaining stability to making every effort to attack the Yi family and fight against the clan leader Yi Qianshang. It's your own fault. What a sin. A supreme elder sighed, glanced coldly at Yi Qianshang and the people of the Yi family, turned around and flew towards the elders, peak. I, an old man, agree with all the suggestions made by the little saint. The sect has been in such a mess. It's time to clean it up. I also agree to recall many middle-level leaders of the sect. Agree. The law enforcement hall will issue a notice, asking the middle-level leaders to rush back to the sect immediately. After informing them, we will hold a meeting in the elder hall tonight. Agree. For the eldest son of the Yi family to do something like this has a truly detrimental impact. This must be rectified and reported to the entire clan so that they can learn from it. Many supreme elders and sect leaders looked solemn and agreed before turning around and leaving the sacrifice peak to prepare for the large-scale meeting at the elders peak tonight. Everyone understands. The sect has really changed. The wind direction has completely changed. The previous situation where the Chu family sacrificed their own interests, with the cooperation of King Chu, the sect was united and worked together to face the outside world will completely become a thing of the past. Xiaodian, second brother, I'll take our people to make arrangements, and send someone to hunt down that beast Yi Feng. There were still bloodshot in Chu Tianyan's eyes. He put away the Chengxing white tiger knife with his backhand, looked at Yi Qianshang and said coldly, wait until I catch him, it will be better than making him wish he could neither live nor die. Chu Tianyan was resolute and was about to salute when Chu Tianxing stopped him and said, third brother, you will preside over the elders meeting tonight in place of eldest brother. Chu Tianyan frowned and said, second brother, my eldest brother has told you to take on the responsibilities of deputy sect leader and patriarch of the Chu family. There are a lot of things coming up that cannot be done without you. Chu Tianxing waved his hands and said, you and big brother know me well. It's fine for me to plant some flowers, grow some grass, and study some unconventional methods, but this kind of head-on confrontation intense situation is not suitable for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you take on the position of the family's chief elder to assist me. It's decided. At tonight's elders meeting, you just need to follow Xiaodian's instructions. I think Xiaodian's plan is very good. I'll take Xiaodian and Yunsheng back first. After saying that, without waiting for Chu Tianyan to speak, Chu Tianxing smiled faintly, waved his sleeves, and flew into the air with Chu Dian and Chu Yunsheng. Xiaodian, are you a little disappointed with your second uncle? Flying in the air, Chu Tianxing suddenly smiled and patted Chu Dian on the shoulder. Such a crucial elders meeting that will determine the future of the sect. It's almost a last-ditch battle for our family's comeback. Your father handed all the power to your second uncle, but your second uncle didn't even show up. Chapter 85 You must return the holy sect to me. No, my second uncle's decision is correct. I have nothing to say. Chu Dian said calmly. Chu Dian actually has a lot of feelings for his second uncle who likes to play with flowers and plants and delve into unconventional ways. Because in the original plot, after King Chu Dian was thrown into prison, it was the second uncle who almost single-handedly supported the Chu family. Chu Tianxing was very skilled in maneuvering and had extraordinary means. He managed to keep the Chu family, which should have been destroyed immediately, alive for a while longer, showing his great skill. It's just a pity that the Yi family had already gained an absolute upper hand at that time, and suppressing the Chu family had become a consensus in the sect. The Chu family was hated by the people within the sect and even on the mainland, and it was no longer something that could be reversed by the power of one person alone. News of Jian Kongzu's death has been reported. King Chu died in prison. After being stripped of his position as deputy sect leader, Chu Tianyan's position as leader of the law enforcement hall was also abolished. Although the Divine Medicine Hall and the Divine Weapon Hall had huge resources and benefits, they were not the halls responsible for combat. Chu Tianxing was completely deprived of all hope of a comeback. The Chu family collapsed overnight. At the final moment, Chu Tianxing, a refined middle-aged man, unleashed a fighting prowess nearly akin to that of an emperor. Uncharacteristically, he led the few remaining Chu family members in a tenacious fight. Facing a siege from powerful figures from the entire sect, the War Affairs Hall dispatched 100,000 warriors to lay a tight net. The sect's leadership had promised him permission to rebuild the Chu family within the Shangxian sect's territory, but they would no longer serve as founding clans or top families. Yet, Chu Tianxing chose to fight to the death, preserving the Chu family's last shred of dignity. In the end, he vowed to never surrender, and took Shangwang Peak and the remaining direct descendants of the Chu family and sank forever into the ground of Hengtian continent. He chose to end his life, preferring death to being a prisoner and cooperating with them to admit the sins committed by the Chu family. After all, at that time, a founding family that had made huge contributions to the sect was suddenly exterminated, and many people did not accept it, even though the Chu family was already hated by the people at that time. Yi Qiansheng and the sect's top leaders also need to put up a sign to tell everyone in the sect that they are not taking the opportunity to kill everyone, but are just acting in accordance with the sect's rules. However, Chu Qiansheng vowed to never surrender. Chu Dian felt that Chu Qiansheng was capable, with a strong sense of the overall situation and a clear understanding of priorities. It was just a pity that his second uncle's cultivation talent was ultimately lacking, and he ultimately failed to break through to the emperor level before his death. In a world where the strong are respected, his influence was far less than his. Otherwise, he might have taken over the Chu family and changed their fate. Therefore, he did not object to King Chu Tian's handing over the family power to his second uncle Chu Qiansheng, but instead fully supported it. He would not think that Chu Qiansheng was unsuitable just because he liked to play around with flowers and plants and do unconventional things. King Chu Tian has the responsibility to be the mainstay of the family. His second uncle Chu Qiansheng is in charge of the overall planning, and Chu Tianyan has a strong and tough character and attacks and charges fiercely. This is what Chu Tian believes is the most reasonable combination for the Chu family. It turns out that it is extremely unhealthy for King Chu to have everything in his hands. His sentimental character is not suitable for dealing with these complicated matters of human relations, and he is even less able to kill decisively. Chu Tianyan's fierce attacks have reduced the family's deterrent power to almost zero, and even made the Lu family dare to secretly investigate the Chu family's black spots and collect black materials. King Chu Tian was in charge of everything, and even limited the advantages and strengths of Chu Qiansheng and Chu Tianyan, failing to make the best use of them. Chu Qiansheng is now the acting head of the family, and he is doing very well in this regard. Dad handed over the family power to you, second uncle, and made you the acting head of the family and deputy head of the clan. This was one of the few correct decisions he made since he took office. Chu Tian smiled at Chu Qiansheng and said, second uncle's words just now further prove my judgment. The Chu family should indeed change their original course. Unreasonable concessions and sacrificing family interests are absolutely unacceptable. Sooner or later, they will push our family into a dead end. But being stubbornly strong and inflexible is not the way for a great clan to conduct itself. Uncle San has a strong personality. He attacked fiercely at the elders, meeting tonight and was so strong that he made the family bleed. Uncle you are in control of the overall situation behind the scenes. At the same time, you can also send a soft signal to the outside world on behalf of the family. You are not someone who cannot talk and negotiate. The best strategy is to balance yin and yang, and cultivate both the ways of a king and a tyrant. This is the path to long-term survival. Chu Qiansheng was slightly stunned, then laughed and shook his head and said, you little guy, how can you speak and deal with things like an old guy who has experienced all kinds of hardships, has seen through current affairs, and has seen through the essence of human nature? Damn, your third uncle is right. Big brother really gave birth to a good son. He is so enviable. Why is there no goddess who is blind enough to fall in love with my uncle? Everyone despises me for not doing my job properly and studying unorthodox methods. Otherwise, I would have given birth to a good son. Chu Qiansheng jokingly complained a few times before continuing, Xiaodian, you have a very accurate vision. Tonight's elders meeting is very important, but the outcome is already determined. It doesn't matter whether I go or not. Instead, hiding behind the scenes is the best strategy. The Yi family is destined to suffer a great loss, and the sect's future course of action will definitely be greatly changed. It will no longer be possible to respect Yi Qiansheng as the leader. In such a short period of time, so many major events have occurred with such a bad impact, and without the support of my eldest brother, my Chu family has taken the lead in strongly opposing it. The reason why Yi Qiansheng can still sit on the position of the clan leader is that he relies on the powerful influence accumulated by the Yi family over a million years. With the full support of my Chu family, the position of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall will definitely belong to Duan Wulei. The position of War Hall Master should be chosen from the current generation of half-step emperors from the Su and Jiyu families. Su Busheng and Jiyu Wudao have the best chances, and it all depends on who can gain the support of our Chu family. As long as they gain the support of our family, they will also gain the support of the Duanwu family. Chu Tian said calmly, second uncle, the positions of the heads of these two halls can be given to them, but the positions of deputy heads, and various important mid-level positions below, especially the positions of the 5,000 elite guards of the War Affairs Hall and the commander of the Reserve Army, must all belong to our family. We can now insert our hands into the Internal Affairs Hall and the War Affairs Hall. Chu Qiansheng's eyes flashed with surprise, and he sighed, Xiaodian, if I hadn't seen you grow up with my own eyes, I, your uncle, would really doubt whether you were the reincarnation of some ancient monster that had gone through many struggles. At such a young age, you've mastered these things so thoroughly. Don't worry, your third uncle understands these things. If your second uncle is right, he should be discussing the next cleanup of the Internal Affairs Hall with that guy Duan Wurong. The old guys from the Jiyu and Su families have probably prepared precious tea and are about to invite your third uncle to sit down and discuss, express their feelings, and then exchange important positions in the two halls. My personality isn't suited to these things, so I'll let your third uncle handle it. Then, we can make the Yi family bleed at the elders' meeting tonight. Chu Tian's face was calm, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said, my nephew actually hopes that the Yi family will go crazy and refuse to agree to it. After hearing this, Chu Qiansheng thought seriously for a while and shook his head, thinking that this was impossible unless Yi Qiansheng was really crazy. Uncle, little brother, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word? Chu Yansheng pouted and said, it's like a heavenly book, confusing and insane. Chu Tian and Chu Qiansheng looked at each other, were speechless, and then laughed. Xiaodian, regarding the Dao Pearl, the clan has decided to follow your suggestion and provide resources to build a top-level secret realm with the Dao Pearl as the core. Just after returning to Holy Emperor Peak, Chu Qiansheng said in a deep voice, the Dao Pearl is the most precious treasure you have obtained, so the clan has decided to build the secret realm with your room as the center. From now on, it will be up to you to decide who can enter to comprehend the Dao. The clan has unanimously agreed. Second uncle came back with you this time to personally build this top-level secret realm for you. You are a genius that only appears once in hundreds of thousands of years in my Chu family. All these top-level resources should be tilted towards you, not to mention that the Dao Pearl was originally obtained by you. Chu Qiansheng smiled and said, those unconventional methods that I, second uncle, have studied can finally be put to use. Chu Tian's face was calm and he did not object. This should be the style of a top clan that has been passed down for millions of years, unity, not encroaching on or suppressing the interests of the younger generations, and fully supporting the outstanding young generation. Without these, it would be impossible to have a founding clan that can be passed down for millions of years. At this time, the three of them had just reached the top of the mountain. In the distance, under the ancient tree of the main hall, the camel old man leaned against the trunk and grinned at them. His big yellow teeth with holes in them were extremely eye-catching. If no one had seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would have imagined that it was this hunchbacked old man who had just unleashed the power of an emperor, shocking the entire sect and playing a huge role in the Chu family's great victory this time. Grandpa Tuo. Chu Yansheng threw herself into Tuo Lao's arms, kissed him twice on both sides of his face, and smiled brightly, thank you, Grandpa, for standing up for Yansheng. Old camel. Chu Tiansheng also stepped forward and saluted respectfully. Old Tuo is of a very high generation and can be said to have watched King Chu and his brothers grow up. Everyone in the Chu family respects this old man who has guarded the main hall of the Holy Emperor Peak all his life. This old servant greets the second master, the acting head of the family. Tuolao stood up and respectfully saluted Chu Tianqing Chu Tian, still without any transgression. Greetings to the young master. At this time, a stunningly beautiful iceberg beauty walked out of the main hall and came under the tree. Huaimei followed her obediently, winking at Chu Tian, as if hinting at something. Chu Tian, I come here on behalf of the Holy Lord of the Sihang Holy Sect. Holy Maiden Hylian was like an ice sculpture, with a chill emanating from her body. Her beautiful face, as if crafted by nature, showed no emotion at all. Since the Eye of Heaven has recognized you as its master, my holy sect can give it to you, but you must return the corpse of the ancestor Emperor and the great Tao Pearl to my holy sect. What are the conditions and how to exchange? Feel free to ask. Chapter 86, Be patient and everything will be fine, otherwise you will be beaten. Saint Hylian had a blank expression on her face, standing like a perfect ice sculpture, but her voice was still mixed with the arrogance that was unique to the disciples of the Sihang Holy Sect. Even when asking someone to do something for you, there's a sense of arrogance. It's as if the fact that I can do business with you means I think highly of you, and you should feel proud. Chu Tian's face was calm, and he said two words lightly, no change. Not only will the Tao Pearl not be exchanged, you won't even think of taking the Emperor's corpse away. He was mentally prepared for the attitude of Saint Hylian, a strong-willed and arrogant woman, and was not surprised. Of course, this woman does have the capital to be arrogant. In the original plot, Yifan was chased by her at the beginning and had no way to go up to heaven or down to earth. Later, he suppressed her many times before making her surrender. For such a strong-willed woman, you must strike hard and break her arrogance. What a disgusting woman, she's so annoying the moment she opens her mouth. Chu Yansheng said angrily to Tuolao, right, Grandpa? The old camel smiled and nodded, saying, yes, our eldest daughter is the most lovable. Chu Yansheng nodded with satisfaction, her eyes narrowed into slits with joy. Huaimei, who had been winking at Chu Tian, had a bitter expression on her face. She knew it would be like this. The scene she least wanted to see finally appeared. Even though he had tried his best to warn his cousin and tell her what kind of character Chu Tian was, it was still useless. These two guys were both incredibly talented, freaks who could repeatedly fight for the top two spots on the Earth ranking. They acted like they were the boss, the second best on Earth, and him the third. It was strange that they could even agree after just a few words during their first exchange. Chu Tianqing curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and stood aside tactfully regarding this dispute between the younger generations, not intervening or saying anything. Chu Tian, don't go too far. Saint Hylian's face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice, and the coldness was oppressive, as if it indicated the great anger in her heart. I've learned the entire story. The one who tried to dig out your Eye of Heaven was someone from within your sect. My Sihang Holy Sect was also being used. Furthermore, Master has already apologized to your father, Patriarch Chu, and has even sent someone to explain the entire process to you. What else do you want? Holy Maiden Hylian's face was as cold as ice. She suddenly said, and the Holy Lord has just sent me a message, telling me what happened on the sacrifice peak. My holy sect has done your Chu family a great favor. You should thank me for being your pawn. I come here with the utmost sincerity as a master this time. If you have any requests, feel free to ask. The greatest sincerity. Chu Tianqing's mouth twitched slightly. He always felt that this disciple of Tianyan Daozen seemed to have some misunderstanding about the word sincerity. Cold as ice, without a trace of smile, arrogant and domineering. Is this the attitude when asking someone to do something for you? If it were someone else, they wouldn't even be able to enter the Holy Emperor Peak. Chu Tian's calm face narrowed slightly, and he was not surprised that the Sihang Holy Sect learned the news so quickly. He said, as expected of the Sihang Holy Lord, even though we are hundreds of millions of miles apart, you know everything about the Shengxian sect like the back of your hand. As for the so-called great help to my Chu family, that is a big joke. Your master is a 1,000-year-old fox. His only goal is to tear apart the relationship between my Chu family and the Yi family, causing fierce internal fighting within my Shengxian sect and halting its expansion. Now that our Chu family has a huge advantage and is putting pressure on the Yi family, I'm afraid your master, the Holy Lord Sihang, is very disappointed, right? Chu Tian's voice was indifferent. He had long seen through the plans of the Holy Lord Sihang. However, the Holy Lord Sihang intended to use the Chu family, so wasn't he also using the Holy Sect of Sihang? It can be said that the last time the Sihang Holy Sect stabbed Yi Qianshang in the back, it also played a big role in the collective support of the top leaders of the Holy Heavenly Sect for the Chu family this time. They colluded with foreign enemies and plotted against their own evil saint son, but were actually tricked by the Holy Lord Sihang, who exposed the whole story to the public, bringing complete disgrace to the Shengxian sect. It would be fine if he followed King Chu's strategy and practiced in a low-key manner as before. But he broke the record of the bone tempering ranking again, rushed into the first place of the Earth ranking, and shocked the Hangtian continent. The disciples of the sect were watching. There were some unspoken rules that could not be put on the table. The struggle was fierce. In the eyes of outsiders, the top leaders of the sect must be harmonious and united. This is called decency. Yi Qianshang's affairs have repeatedly broken this dignity, which can be said to have made everyone dissatisfied. But now, the Holy Lord Sihang actually asked his personal disciple, Holy Maiden Hylian, who was as innocent as a little white lotus, to come over. He said confidently that she came with great sincerity and helped the Chu family a lot. Do you really think that he is a child and that it is easier to communicate with younger people? Since Tianyan Daozen feels that he has helped my Chu family so much, why should he let a simple girl like you come to me to ask for it? Chu Tian's face was calm. My Chu family is clear about right and wrong, and they always repay even the smallest favor with a spring. Since you feel that my Chu family owes you a favor, you can ask your master to ask for favors from our current acting head, Chu Tianqing, or our great elder, Chu Tianyan. My Chu family won't take even a single cent of the Tao Pearl or the corpse of the heavenly fate Taoist Emperor. So what if I give it to you, the Sihang Holy Sect? Why would you, a yellow-haired girl who hasn't even grown all her hair yet, come here? Huaimei's face turned pale. She asked for benefits from the ruthless Chu Tianyan. Thinking of that night, her legs were shaking. He suddenly felt deeply that his master might think that his cousin was indeed too arrogant, so he sent her here specifically to make her suffer a little and temper her character. Chu Tian's expression turned indifferent, and he said coldly, if you want to comprehend the Eye of Heaven, then learn from your cousin and be obedient. Otherwise, I will have you thrown out of Shengwang Peak. Chu Tian, you, Saint Hylian was speechless for a moment and stood there blankly. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever spoken to her like this. Chu Tian walked forward with murderous intent in his eyes, and a terrifying majesty filled the air. In the eyes of Saint Hylian, it was as if a demon god was walking towards him, making her subconsciously make way to let Chu Tian pass. Hee, you iceberg girl, now you have come to this day. I've taught you to be so condescending every time. Chu Yansheng was very happy and relieved to see this. It was her little brother who had to deal with her. Saint Hylian had just reacted when she felt a chill all over her body. The blue light was as dazzling as ice crystals, and it was like a cold wave sweeping across her. She was really angry. But at this moment, Huaimei hurried over and took her cousin's hand, whispering to comfort her, sister, please don't anger my eldest brother. This is the Chu family's territory. Be patient for a while, otherwise you will be beaten. This was definitely Huaimei's heartfelt words. If it were Lin Jia, he would be happy to watch the show and would not interrupt. Hey, who made him pursue his cousin? Bang! Upon hearing this, Saint Hylian was furious and slapped his smooth head. The azure frost swirled around and froze Huaimei into an ice sculpture. Chu Tianxing, who was standing by, was amazed. Even he, who was immersed in unconventional ways, had heard about the temperament of Saint Hillian. She is cold as ice and extremely arrogant. She has been at the top of the local ranking list since she was young. She is a favored girl of heaven. All men feel ashamed in front of her. Now she has been humiliated in front of her little nephew. Second uncle, we can start now. My nephew still needs to practice. Chu Tian's calm voice came. Chu Tianxing was stunned for a moment and said, the Sihang holy sect seems to want to exchange the Dao Pearl. Should we? Chapter 87. Is this all right? No need to wait, no need to change. Chu Tian said indifferently, I'm the successor of Tianming Daozhen, and the ownership of the Dao Pearl will naturally be decided by me. Well then, regarding the divine objects and inheritances obtained by this young disciple, neither the sect nor the family will interfere. You can make the decision yourself. Chu Tianxing nodded, flipped his palm, and the Dao Pearl that Chu Tianying gave him appeared in his palm. Buzz. Suddenly, the Dao essence filled the air, and the Dao Pearl flew into the main hall, floating just above Chu Tian's room, dropping down thousands of Dao essence laws that seemed to be materialized. This is Tianming Daozhen, one of the most powerful Daozhen in the history of Sihang Holy Sect. The insights gained from his lifelong cultivation in the condensation of the Dao's laws contain a terrifying power. You must use the Dao Pearl to create a top-level secret realm. In an instant, the pupils of the icy-cold Holy Maiden Hillian shrank slightly as she shouted angrily, Chu family, you can't do this. This is the most precious treasure of my Sihang Holy Sect. Stop immediately. The Taoist essence inherited by Tianming Daozhen has a huge impact on her cultivation. The Eye of Heaven is definitely not something that can be retrieved. So she must get the Dao Pearl. Chu Tianxing ignored her words and waved his hand. The secret realm seeds, world sand, star origins, 5 elements, divine sources and other magical objects, with the Dao Pearl as the core, appeared in the air. Each one of them is a top-level treasure. If placed on the continent, it will attract countless old monsters to fight for it, and rivers of blood will flow. A top-secret realm can serve as the core foundation of a top sect, an immortal heritage passed down for millions of years and has endless benefits. However, the cost of creating a top-level secret realm is unparalleled. Even many top-level sects do not have a single top-level secret realm. As powerful as the Shengxian sect is, it has produced many of the most powerful people, but there are only a few secret realms of the same level as the Shengxian Pong, which consumes countless huge resources. It is conceivable that the Chu family has really invested a huge amount of money to train Chu Dian this time. Using such a huge amount of precious resources and divine treasures at one time is also a huge loss for the Chu family. All the accumulation of 100,000 years will be wiped out. The mobilization of such a massive amount of resources may even shake the foundation of the family and requires the consent of most of the family's senior leaders. It is not something that can be decided by one person alone. The secret realm of the Daoju, which consumed a huge amount of the family's resources, was built with Chu Dian's room as the core, which means it is dedicated to serving him alone. Whether others can enter is entirely up to him. What a concept. In order to train Chu Dian, the entire Chu family really invested a lot of money. You have to know that if you want to enter the Holy Heaven Lake, you have to pay a huge price. Many older generations of sects will never get a chance in their lifetime. The speed of practicing and understanding the laws in it is more than 10 times faster than in the outside world, and there are many incredible benefits. From now on, Chu Dian will be able to practice in the top secret realm every day and comprehend the essence of Taoism. This is an unimaginable top treatment. Chu Dian's heart was also slightly shocked. Seeing these magical objects, he understood more deeply what an ancient clan with a history of millions of years was. Of course, Chu Dian also understood that this was also related to the many major things he had done during this period, which reversed the family situation and won the recognition of a large number of senior family members. Rich Dao aura permeated the air and transformed into the fire of the Dao, burning fiercely in the sky and melting many divine objects. With the Dao Pearl as the core, it injected the power of origin, the power of the world, the power of the 5 elements, and other supreme powers. Chu Tianxing's face was solemn. He made mysterious and complex hand seals with his hands, casting out mysterious runes one after another, which merged into the Dao Pearl. At this time, a light sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Even though he was a half-stepped emperor and had the ready-made supreme treasure, the Dao Pearl, which was the condensation of Tianming Daozhen's lifelong insights, forging this top-level secret realm was still a huge challenge. After all, the Holy Heaven Pool was built by Saint Ancestor Duanmu before he passed away, using his own body as the foundation. Compared with Saint Ancestor Duanmu, his strength was like heaven and earth. Even emperors like King Chu Dian and Tuolao dare not say that they can definitely build a top-level secret realm. Chu Tianxing had been immersed in and studied these unconventional methods for many years before he dared to agree to it. Chu Dian, what exactly do you want? I have already lowered my attitude very much and offered to exchange with you. Don't go too far into too much. At this time, Saint Sihang was extremely angry. She roared, and the thick cold air danced wildly, turning into an ice dragon that swirled around her and made a shocking dragon roar. You know, her main goal this time is the Dao Pearl. As proud as she is, she really doesn't want to follow Chu Dian like a follower in practice. Although the corpse of Emperor Daozhen is important and concerns the reputation of the holy sect, for her personally, it is only a secondary purpose. She had never asked anyone for help in her life. Chu Dian was the first one, but even so, he was still not satisfied. He called her a naive girl and wanted to throw her out. You call this lowering your posture, iceberg girl. Do you have any misunderstanding about lowering your posture? Chu Yansheng's big eyes were full of speechlessness. Huaime's heart skipped a beat and she immediately felt that something was going to happen. Old Tuo, throw her out for me. Chu Dian's voice was indifferent. He didn't have time to pay attention to this arrogant and strong-willed woman. With a flip of his hand, a sapling of the enlightenment tea tree appeared in his hand and he threw it directly towards the Dao Pearl. He could see that Chu Tianxing's understanding of these unorthodox methods was indeed very deep, but his strength was not as strong as that of an emperor, which was ultimately a big pain. Refining the top secret realm, maintaining the various complex Taoist essences and original powers, and refining various top divine treasures at the same time were already beyond his ability. Buzz. In an instant, the innate spiritual root of the enlightenment tea tree released endless Taoist essence. The roots wrapped around the Dao Pearl below, absorbing the Taoist principles within it, and also took advantage of the situation to absorb all the law power, original power, 5 elements power, etc. of other divine objects and treasures. All the power between heaven and earth seemed to have become the nourishment for the enlightenment tea tree. The rich Taoist aura emanated from it, containing endless mysteries. The Wu Dao tea tree absorbs the essence of Dao and grows rapidly. Divine light flows on its branches and leaves. The green leaves will be like emeralds, flashing dazzling and moving divine light. With the enlightenment tea tree suppressing the Dao essence and various original forces, Chu Tianxing's pressure was greatly reduced. He began to quickly make hand gestures and insert mysterious runes into it. A prototype of a secret realm quickly took shape with the Dao Pearl and the enlightenment tea tree as the core. This is immortality. Seeing the miraculous power displayed by the enlightenment tea tree, Saint Hillian was shocked, and for the first time, a strong change of emotion appeared on her frosty face. But before she could finish her words, Camel Old's condensed big hand dropped from the sky, grabbed her directly, and threw her out of the Holy Emperor Peak like a little chicken. If it were an ordinary senior member of the Chu family, they might not dare to take action against Saint Hillian. But Tuolao was different. As an emperor, and saved by Chu Dian with an ancient divine pill of creation, he didn't even hesitate when he heard Chu Dian's order. What does the Holy Lady Hillian, that shocking evildoer, have to do with him? Grandpa is so powerful, he should teach this cold girl a lesson. Chu Yansheng was so excited that she kissed Tuo Lao on the face twice. Hee, the old camel grinned. Huai Mei slapped her head helplessly, and the next moment, she heard a loud roar coming from the foot of the mountain. She didn't know how big the hole her cousin had dug was. Cousin, I warned you to be more polite when speaking to big brother, but you just wouldn't listen. Now that's better. If you don't listen to the advice of the elderly, you will suffer the consequences. Chapter 88, Beginning Realm, the Three Ancient Realms. Congratulations to the host for striking hard at Hylian, the daughter of fortune. You were rewarded with 2,000 destiny points. Congratulations, host. Chu Tian could vaguely hear the gentle prompt sound of the system ringing in his ears, but his mind at the moment was focused on the enlightenment tea tree and the picture of the top secret realm that was constantly taking shape, and he had no time to pay attention to the affairs of Saint Hylian. He suddenly realized, the Tao Pearl, the enlightenment tea tree, the formation process of the top secret realm, the convergence of many of the most powerful original forces of heaven and earth, the five elements, yin and yang, the power of the starry sky and other laws which contain endless Tao essence. Watching this process is itself a great adventure. Chu Tian now swallows the best spirit refining pills every day, and his condensed spirit is always full and constantly improving. In addition, with the blessing of the two halos of Tao essence and enlightenment, it has a huge blessing for comprehending Tao essence and practicing supernatural powers. In addition, the Tao Pearl has already recognized him as the master and is connected with his spirit. Due to various factors, he suddenly entered the state of enlightenment that countless practitioners dream of, or even may not encounter once in their entire lives, under the gaze of everyone in this not so peaceful scene. Buzz. The essence of yin and yang suddenly flowed around Chu Tian. The great art of yin and yang condensed endless yin and yang energy. With a roar, the yin and yang energy transformed into two yin and yang real dragons. Suddenly, they transformed into yin and yang golden winged rocks. Suddenly, they transformed into ancient ferocious beasts such as Junho, Pixiu, Teodi, etc. The terrifying roars of beasts, containing terrible pressure, echoed between heaven and earth. The yin and yang energies are endlessly changing, surging in the sky, and condensing into terrifying beasts, dominating the world and roaring to the sky. This is the manifestation of cultivating supernatural powers in Taoism to an extremely high level. The magical power that Xiaotian has cultivated is so mysterious and unheard of. He can actually condense it into a famous ferocious beast in the heavens and all realms, and it seems to be alive. Chu Yansheng was very surprised and curious. She had never seen such a mysterious and ever-changing magical skill. Grandpa Tuo, what happened to Xiaotian? Why does it suddenly seem like he's getting stronger like crazy? My dear, I'm afraid you have entered the legendary. The old camel's smiling expression turned extremely serious, and he spoke word by word, sudden enlightenment state. Among the various realms of cultivation, such as the realm of sudden enlightenment, Grandpa Camel, body forging, spirit refining, fusion, and divine realm, is there such a realm? Chu Yansheng was full of curiosity. Roar. Suddenly, dragon roars shook the sky, and 9 golden real dragons that were winding for 1,000 meters suddenly appeared. Every inch of dragon scales was releasing a fierce aura. The dragon horns, dragon eyes, and dragon whiskers were lifelike, as if they were born to be the most noble creatures between heaven and earth. Below the 9 true dragons, a dark hell world emerged, with evil spirits and the roar of demons coming from it, and the true dragons suppressed the hell above. The vision of a true dragon suppressing the prison. Chu Yansheng shuddered all over. This time she understood it, because she was also practicing the Duandi Sutra. Although the top attack and killing secret technique in it, the prison dragon emperor technique, was not her main magical skill, she naturally understood it. Oh my god, Grandpa Tuo, am I seeing things? Is this the vision of the prison suppressing true dragon? Oh my god, I must be dreaming. Isn't this the magical power that can only be condensed by practicing the prison dragon art to the great stage? Oh my god, Chu Yansheng was stunned, and words kept coming out of her little mouth. It was hard to imagine the shock in her heart when she saw this scene. Because even she has only cultivated one top-level magical power to the great perfection realm. But she is 9 years older than Chu Tian. It took her many years of practicing supernatural powers to master a top-level supernatural power and condense a supernatural vision. After all, I was born with holy bones and my talent is pretty good. Seeing this scene, Chu Yansheng was really shocked. Even though the person in front of her was her most beloved little brother, the stronger Chu Tian was, the happier she was. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Roar. 9 real dragons nearly 1,000 meters long roared, standing on the top of the 9 heavens, suppressing the hell below. In this picture, suddenly a great force gently diffused and spread out. In an instant, the sky was cloudless for thousands of meters, and the breeze was extinguished, turning into a vacuum. Faintly, one could feel the void violently trembling. In a man-made lake 100 miles in radius far from the main hall, a 1,000-meter high wave suddenly erupted, swirling back into the sky and transforming into a dense drizzle that fell upon the land for 10 miles around. This is the great power of the supernatural vision condensed after the top supernatural power reaches the state of perfection. It is a symbol of reaching an extremely high level of supernatural power cultivation and reaching the mastery of the supernatural power. My dear lady, it's more than just the prison suppressing true dragon vision. The vision of the myriad beasts condensed from the power of yin and yang is even more terrifying. The old camel said shockingly. As an emperor, his eyes were very sharp. Pointing at the many true dragons, Teodi, and other beasts formed by the power of yin and yang in the sky, he said, the magical power you are cultivating is even more profound than the prison suppressing true dragon technique. This vision of the myriad beasts of yin and yang contains the power of creation of heaven and earth with infinite changes and infinite mysteries. Oh my god. Chu Yansheng's eyes were wide open, her mind seemed to have been shot blank, and she could only say these 2 words. She never imagined that the yin-yang beast was actually also a strange phenomenon, and it was a secret technique even more profound than the prison dragon emperor technique. It was also cultivated to the state of perfection by her younger brother and condensed into a strange phenomenon. Grandpa, I want to cry. Chu Yansheng's eyes were red, tears dangling in them, as if they would turn into bean-sized tears and slide down at any moment. I have been practicing the secrets of the Duang Spirit Dragon Sword for 10 years and have just reached the great success realm. Xiaotian, hee. He's really hitting my sister hard. Add 1. At this time, Huai Mei's expression was dull, and she even forgot to scratch her smooth head with her palm. This is too disappointing for me. I have been practicing the Phantom Wandering Dragon secret art for so long, and I have only reached the advanced level. I don't want to live anymore. Chu Yansheng felt so uncomfortable that she wanted to cry. She shook Tuo Lao's arm vigorously with both hands. Grandpa Tuo, what exactly is this state of enlightenment? I have never heard of it before. Why is it so incredible that it allows Xiaotian to condense 2 magical powers at once? I also want enlightenment. We are the same age. No, he is even 1 or 2 years older than Chu Tian. Why are you so perverted? At this time, Huai Mei also looked over with a sad face because it was really too depressing. The state of enlightenment is something you can only encounter but not seek. It is mysterious and profound, a very strange state. The old camel shook his head and said, take my grandfather as an example. In this life, when I was at the heavenly god realm, I broke into a forbidden area of origin in the myriad worlds and happened to witness the simulation of the birth of the starry sky and universe. Suddenly, I fell into enlightenment and directly cultivated a magical power to the extraordinary realm. Since then, my grandfather has tried many times, even breaking into that forbidden area and watching the birth of the starry sky and universe, but he has never been able to enter the enlightenment realm again. The sudden enlightenment realm is also known as the beginning realm. Within this realm, it's profoundly mysterious, as if one can connect with the pristine, ancient state of the universe, and progress in cultivation is rapid. The beginning realm, along with the equivalent extreme realm and Tao realm, these three realms have existed since the immeasurably distant ancient times. They are profoundly mysterious. Even on our Hengtian continent, there were supreme masters of the level of heavenly fate Dao Zun who sought to thoroughly study the beginning realm, but they spent their entire lives, even until their death, unable to master it, wasting their time. Chu Yunsheng opened her mouth in surprise. How amazing. When will I be able to enter this kind of profound enlightenment? Oh no, the beginning realm. Also, Grandpa, if the beginning realm is so magical, then what are the extreme realm and the Tao realm like? Chapter 89. Are you giving me a life? Hue Mei's charming little face was also full of curiosity and longing. After all, she was still a child, very curious, and extremely interested in this ancient secret. The three realms of extreme, Tao, and beginning are so mysterious and elusive that they're hidden away to prevent you young people from wasting your time pursuing them. The camel shook his head and said, if you meet in the future, then you meet. If you don't, it is also the fate that is destined. For example, our family's current acting head has never entered the beginning realm in his life, so if there's no affinity, there's no need to worry too much. When mentioning these three realms, the old camel's eyes became slightly gloomy, and he deliberately avoided Chu Yunsheng's curious eyes. The killing magic soldiers created by the supreme yin-yang magic are actually an extreme magical power created by the supreme demon clan by imitating the legendary extreme state. To cut off all emotions and desires is the ultimate. He is ruthless and has no desires, and only knows how to practice and fight. Although this kind of magic skill only imitates the ultimate state, it is already extremely mysterious, leaving the entire Hengtian continent helpless. Fortunately, the young master obtained the inheritance of Tianming Daozhen, which solved this problem. Otherwise, old Po really wouldn't dare to think about the consequences. At this time, Chu Tianxing, who was condensing the secret realm with a serious face, suddenly had a slightly darker expression. Mr. Tuo, just explained it properly to the younger generation, why involve him? He also wanted to have an epiphany and enter the beginning realm. Maybe he could take the opportunity to break through to the Emperor realm. But his luck was just too bad. Otherwise, why would he go and study unconventional methods? Isn't it just in the hope of learning by analogy and having a sudden enlightenment? What embarrassed him most was that among the Chu brothers, King Chu Dian had entered the initial realm twice in his life, once in the divine realm and once in the Emperor realm. Even Chu Tianyan had this experience once, where his sword intent became so perfect and extraordinary that he walked out of his own sword path. There are even more when sister-in-law Jian Kongzu enters the initial realm. Now even the young Xiaotian, because of watching him condense the top secret realm and looking at the enlightenment tea tree, entered the mysterious initial realm once. Only he. Congratulations to the host for entering the beginning realm. Urgent reminder, the current realm is hard to come by, and every minute and every second is extremely precious. The host can spend 10,000 destiny points to exchange for the celestial clan emperor level Dao talisman to extend the time of entering the beginning realm and maintain the state, thereby increasing the chance of entering the beginning realm next time. The system's gentle and pleasant voice sounded in Chu Dian's mind. Chu Dian's state at the moment was very mysterious, like the legendary ethereal and transcendent state. He could hear what Tuolao, Chu Yansheng and others said, and took in Chu Tianxing's movements and expressions. At the same time, all kinds of Taoist essences and difficult magical powers in his mind were easily solved. Almost instantly, he realized the two top-level magical powers and reached the state of perfection, condensed a strange vision, and rapidly advanced towards the state of perfection. If he were to practice normally, even with the blessing of Taoism and the invisible halo, it would take him at least half a month or even longer. Chu Dian naturally understood this initial stage of enlightenment. In the original plot, the protagonist Yi Fan only entered twice and gained enormously, once at the peak of the fusion realm, and once at the half-step Emperor realm. Chu Dian understood that the reason why he reached the initial realm so quickly was due to his condensed spirit and the blessing of the four intermediate halos. Because this mysterious state is so profound, opportunities are almost fleeting and must be seized in an instant. If you slack off, you will miss it. This is also the reason why so many evil geniuses, and even my second uncle Chu Tianxing, cannot reach the initial state in their entire lives. His concentrated spirit and four auras allow his energy, condition, and physical strength to always be at the peak of perfection. His ability to seize opportunities is unparalleled and unmatched. He caught the fleeting state of enlightenment in an instant and entered this ethereal state. System, redeem and use the Emperor level Dao talisman immediately. Chu Dian said without hesitation. Chu Dian understood how precious the beginning realm was. If he could extend his time by 1 minute, the gains would be immense. Any resources and external objects will only be real if they are immediately transformed into one's own strength, and destiny points are no exception. Successfully use the Emperor level Dao talisman. The duration of the enlightenment state is extended to half a day. At this moment, Chu Dian's heart moved, and he took out the magical path seeds that the system had just rewarded from the warehouse. His mind is now focused, and he can do 3 things at once, comprehending the great Tao of Yin and Yang and the prison-suppressing Dragon Emperor technique at the same time. Chu Dian does not want to waste the remaining energy. In the mysterious state of the beginning realm, using magical power seeds to create your own magical power may bring you surprises. Buzz. The magical seed appeared in Chu Dian's mind. It was a black seed the size of a fingernail, emitting chaotic light. Bang. The magical power exploded and turned into a chaotic airflow, instantly covering every corner of Chu Dian's mind. In an instant, Chu Dian's mind was in a state of emptiness and enlightenment, and another layer of the realm of 10,000 laws was superimposed on it. The secret techniques of supernatural powers are actually about transforming the power of heaven and earth and using all the rules for your own benefit. The purpose of the supernatural power is to help living beings directly enter the origin of all the laws of heaven and earth, choose the avenue that best suits themselves, and condense supernatural powers. Yin-Yang Avenue, Dragon King Avenue, Strength Avenue, Five Elements Avenue, Star Avenue. All kinds of mysterious avenues flowed through Chu Dian's heart. Being in the initial state, his mind was empty and his spirit was concentrated, so he actually recorded every trace of the great Tao, forming a Tao trace in his mind. Tao traces of various shapes and colors continued to gather in Chu Dian's mind. If a powerful person were to use his spirit to probe into Chu Dian's mind at this moment, he would probably be scared to death. Because throughout history, no one has ever been able to condense so many Tao marks at the same time, not even the Emperor. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the Tao traces in Chu Dian's mind began to condense, gathering into the outline of a small 3-legged tripod. The tripod is the highest and greatest, and in Chinese culture, is a symbol of supremacy. The legend of the 9 cauldrons is engraved in the minds of every Chinese descendant. So almost subconsciously, Chu Dian condensed the thousands of Tao marks into the shape of a 3-legged cauldron. The great cauldron is condensed with 10,000 Taos, and the great cauldron in turn melts 10,000 Taos. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a chaotic colored 3-legged small tripod appeared above Chu Dian's head. In an instant, the yin-yang beast and the real dragon prison image suddenly fell to the ground, seeming to be extremely frightened. The chaos was foggy and dense Tao marks were condensed on the 3-legged tripod, and they were getting denser and denser. The terrifying power that encompasses all the laws of heaven and earth burst out. The supernatural power that best suits the practitioner's own ability will reach the state of great success once it is created, and it will condense the supernatural power vision. As the practitioner's realm improves, it is only a matter of time before it reaches the state of perfection. This magical power is called the 10,000 Tao Cauldron. In the darkness, Chu Tian's spirit echoed, and his mutterings resounded in the empty space of the sky above the Holy Emperor Peak. At this moment, Old Tuo looked at the strange image of the chaos cauldron in the sky and fell into complete silence. Snap, snap, 2 lines of clear tears suddenly slid down from the corners of Chu Yansheng's eyes. It was so depressing. Huaimei, after being beaten and crying at Shengwang Peak last time, couldn't help crying out loud again. Are you going to let us live? Chapter 90, created top-level magical power at the age of 8. Another top-level magical power has been comprehended to the grand perfection realm, giving rise to strange phenomena. Woo woo, I don't want to comprehend the eye of heaven anymore. Woo woo, I want to go home and practice hard. This is too depressing. Huaimei cried loudly with tears streaming down her face. She had been with Chu Tian for a while and he was really devastated. Although he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Chu Tian before, he could still use the excuse that he was willful and went to practice top-level magical powers instead of focusing on honing his body. Therefore, he confidently believed that once he broke through the spirit refining realm, Chu Tian would call him Big Brother. Who knows, let alone becoming the master. As soon as Chu Tian broke through, he directly rushed to the first place on the soul refining list. Now, even his only remaining self-esteem, the ability to cultivate top-level magical powers to a high level, was crushed by Chu Tian. At this time, the camel's voice came. No, this isn't a phenomenon born from the culmination of my magical power cultivation, but rather a self-created magical power. Huaimei, Chu Yansheng. Suddenly, the minds of both of them went blank, with only a series of question marks flashing through their minds. Inventing supernatural powers at the age of 8. Grandpa, your joke is not funny. Chu Yansheng's face was stiff. My younger brother is only at the spirit refining realm. Huaimei had a bad feeling in her heart. The corner of her eye twitched violently. She raised her hand and scratched her head frantically. To create a magical power yourself, doesn't that require at least igniting the divine fire? I'm sorry, miss, I didn't explain it clearly. The old camel remained silent, gazing at the vast and extraordinary 3-legged tripod in the sky. He shook his head and said, what the young master created is not some ordinary divine power. This power was fully developed the moment it was conceived. It gave birth to a magical power phenomenon that directly suppressed the prison dragon emperor's phenomenon. This is at least a prototype of a top-level magical power. Chu Yansheng, oh. Huaimei's shocked face, oh. At this time, not far away, Holy Maiden Hylian, who had just crawled out of the big pit and walked to the top of the mountain, saw this scene as soon as she arrived and heard what Old Tuo said. Saint Hylian suddenly fell silent, and the vision of the extremely cold ice dragon circling around her dissipated instantly. She then walked to the side, sat down cross-legged, and looked at Chu Tianqing who was refining the top secret realm in the sky. She began to gain insights and observe the vision of the 3-legged chaos cauldron created by Chu Tianqing. After a moment, the unchanged face of Saint Hylian could be seen. The corners of her mouth twitched violently, and her hands clenched involuntarily. It is really a top-level magical power. This little bastard who had always been against her, had his first epiphany in the spirit refining realm and created a top-level magical power. Chu Yansheng was already numb. She walked stiffly to the door of the main hall and sat down. She felt that she was really ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, and she even overestimated her own abilities and wanted to compete with her brother. She is a human being, not a freak. Since you are a human being, just compare yourself with other humans. Why compare yourself with freaks? Huaimei was already tired and exhausted. She sat down with her eyes dull on her charming little face, and the flame of hope was completely extinguished. Cousin, have you ever entered the beginning realm? Huaimei asked without turning her head. Yes, Saint Hylian nodded expressionlessly. Did your 2 top-level magical powers reach perfection because of that sudden enlightenment? Then when you had that epiphany and created a magical power, no, a top-level magical power. Roar, the ice dragon roared and twisted, and the extremely cold air surged. Huaimei instantly turned into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. At night, the moonlight is like water, and the stars tonight are particularly bright. The light is scattered, making the main peaks of the Shengxian sect seem to be glowing, which is extremely beautiful and mysterious. Holy Emperor Peak, main hall. Master, there's still no response from the Jiyu family. Master Jiyu Wuxian seems to have gone into seclusion. Master, the Su family did respond, but they said they had something else to do and refused to meet with us. Master, we still can't get in touch with Deputy Sect Leader Chu. We've exhausted all the previous contact methods and are still trying to get in touch. Patriarch, the chiefs and deputy chiefs of each of the 108 counties in the sect have already arrived at the Elders' Council. Also, the heads of the various special halls, the top experts of the War Affairs Hall, and so on, are almost all here. Hallmaster Chu Tianyan has sent someone to urge you and the clan leaders to come to the Elders' Peak for a meeting. The sound of Yi family members entering the main hall to report could be heard continuously. Yi Qianshang sat in the main seat, his body shrouded in shadow. All that could be seen was his extremely gloomy face, with veins bulging between his neck and arms, like a ferocious beast about to devour someone. Has Uncle Hong Chen come back? Yi Qianshang's voice was hoarse. At this time, Yi Hongchen walked in from the main hall with a very unhappy look on his face. He said, Qianshang, I have searched the entire Lu family, but I can't find the evidence of the Chu family's crimes that you mentioned, which Lu Zheng collected. Where's Lu Zheng? Can't you find him? Yi Qianshang raised his head and saw that in the shadows, his eyes had turned blood red, as strange as a demon. I can't find it. Yi Hongchen's expression remained unchanged as he said, I sneaked into the various prisons of the law enforcement hall and questioned the imprisoned members of the Lu family. I even went into the crime domain to meet Yi Fan. I then returned to the Lu family to search the soul of Lu Zheng's wife, Luo Yushan, but was unable to find any trace of Lu Zheng. Luo Yushan is Chu Dian's nominal mother-in-law after all. She shouldn't have left any clues, Yi Qianshang said in a low voice. No, Luo Yushan's sea of consciousness has been completely shattered by my soul search. Even if the Emperor takes action, there's no way he can find any evidence against her. Yi Hongchen said coldly, Hung Wu was too slow in doing things back then, which left a handle for the Chu family to catch. I will not make this mistake again. Master, that little girl Lu Yun might know where Lu Zheng is, otherwise. Yi Qianshang waved his hand, stood up, and said hoarsely, this little girl's identity is too sensitive. She is the fiancé of that little evil beast. Don't touch her for now. It's too late. What fiancé? That little bastard doesn't even look down on him. The Chu family treats her like trash. Yi Hongchen's eyes were cold and gloomy. If our family hadn't been behind the scenes, she wouldn't be worthy of being the young master of the Chu family's fiancé. She is also a waste, wasting so many resources, and she can't even coax an 8-year-old child. This led to a series of events, causing such a huge loss to our Yi family. She really deserves to die. Yi Qianshang shook his head, walked out of the shadows, and said, Yi Fan has deep feelings for her. Just based on this, he can't touch her. Qianshang, why do you always think so highly of Yi Fan? His Hanmeng holy bone has long been useless. In the last duel with Huaimei, he brought shame to our family. Now he is still a big joke in the sect. Yi Hongchen frowned. Yi Qianqiang looked at the Holy Emperor peak not far away and said, "Third uncle, if our family wants to grow stronger, we must unite as one." When Yi Fan was born, the Hongmeng holy bone was polluted and his tendons and veins were severed. It was the negligence of his elders. We are so sorry for our third brother. After so many years, even now, we still haven't found the murderer behind this. And Yi Qianqiang's face and eyes were bloodshot. Fenger is completely finished. We must find him before the Chu family does. We, the Yi family, will kill him personally. We must not let the Chu family catch him. Our Yi family cannot do without a leader for the next generation to fight against Chu Dian. Yi Fan must protect him at all costs. The power of the Hongmeng holy bone appears only once in billions of years and it is impossible to be wiped out so easily. Only Yi Fan has the opportunity to lead the Yi family to fight against Chu Dian. In the Hengtian competition 5 years later, in order to preserve the reputation of the Yi family as a founding clan, we must rescue him from the Sin domain at all costs. Qianqiang, I understand what you mean. I mean, what if, Yi Hongchen's voice was cold, what if Yi Fan is not good enough? What if he can't suppress that bastard Chu Dian? Then for the future of our Yi family and to maintain the balance and stability within the sect, some necessary sacrifices are unavoidable. Yi Qianqiang said indifferently, Uncle, you must make arrangements early on in this regard. You must do it in secret and leave absolutely no evidence behind. Yi Hongchen sneered, this little bastard, who keeps contradicting you and doesn't know the difference between superiors and subordinates, deserves to die. I'll do the work, don't worry. As for the Su and Jiyu families, they're probably determined to side with the Chu family this time. They're simply a bunch of fence-sitters. The Internal Affairs Hall and the War Affairs Hall scene. Yi Qianqiang took a deep breath, the bloodshot in his eyes faded, and he walked out of the palace. Let it go. Use these two positions and some necessary sacrifices in exchange for Yi Fan's release from prison. The Chu family will not refuse. After all, he's just a piece of junk with broken tendons and veins. The outcome is set. The family has already suffered great shame this time. I will attend the elders' meeting alone. You go and make arrangements. Let the clan leaders and the supreme elders mobilize to go out and find Fenger. We must spare no expense and fully prepare all resources to help Yi Fan recover the Hongmeng sacred bone. This time, no one should object. Under the night sky, Yi Qianqiang flew towards Elder Peak. Chu Dian, Yi Hongchen's cold and icy voice echoed in the main hall. Chapter 91. You are a freak, you must quickly establish your authority. A sleepless night. The second day, a major announcement came from Elder Peak, detonating the entire Shengxian sect. Have you heard? Elder Peak held an expanded meeting last night. The sect's top leaders, as well as the county governors, mid-level officials, and other important figures were all summoned back for the meeting. It said that the argument was extremely heated during the meeting. Law Enforcement Hall Master Chu Tianyan drew his sword in anger, saying that if the Chu family wasn't given justice, he would lead the Chu family in revolt against the sect and establish his own independence. The notice stated that Yi Tianhong, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, was suspected of plotting to persecute the Lil Saint. He also colluded with Yi Feng, the eldest son of the Yi family, to practice the magic technique of the supreme yin-yang technique and to harm Chu Yunsheng, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. He has been apprehended and imprisoned in the Sin domain prison. He will soon be publicly executed and his soul destroyed. Duan Mulei, the deputy head of the Internal Affairs Hall, will take over as the head of the Internal Affairs Hall. The sect leader's poor management has led to such a huge scandal. By unanimous agreement, he is dismissed from his position as the head of the War Affairs Hall. Su Muan of the Su family will take over as the head of the War Affairs Hall. Two top-tier experts from the Chu family's side branches have been transferred back to the sect's headquarters to serve as deputy heads of the Internal Affairs Hall and the War Affairs Hall, respectively. In the two major halls, a large number of Yi family members were arrested and imprisoned in the Law Enforcement Hall. A large number of mid and high-level positions were taken over by strong men from the Chu family, and the rest were divided among the Jiyu family, the Su family, and the Duanmu family. The Yi family suffered an extremely huge loss. Everyone in Shengxian sect, in every corner, on the main peak, and even outside the sect, was discussing these things frantically. Among these events, the Chu family, which had been silent for decades, once again came into everyone's sight and returned with almost a shocking attitude. Anyone who is slightly familiar with the history of Shengxian sect will know that the two founding families were in charge of various important halls. Hundreds of thousands of years, without exception. Some people even speculated that the sect leader Yi Qianqiang was also going to step down. Two important assistants were taken down one after another, and the key positions of the two hallmasters were lost. But soon, someone strongly refuted it, believing that sect master Yi Qianqiang had made great contributions over the years, and the Elder Peak declaration also said that it was Yi Tianhong, the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, who was behind the planning and instigating it. A group of Yi family strongmen were involved, and they had all been arrested and imprisoned. It had nothing to do with the sect master and would not affect his position. These are certainly earth-shattering events, but there's something less noticeable, yet with even greater and far-reaching implications, that you've overlooked. Amidst the heated debate, an inappropriate voice suddenly rang out. What's the lasting impact? The man said solemnly, look carefully at the last line of the Elders' Council's announcement. It states that there will be an investigation office, composed of members from the four major halls, the Justice Hall, the Law Enforcement Hall, the Internal Affairs Hall, and the War Affairs Hall. They will rigorously investigate Yi Feng's cultivation of demonic arts, and there's no limit to how far they can go. Look, who is in charge of the investigation department? Soon, a core disciple took out the Elders' Council notice and turned to the last line. Then, he was completely stunned. Who is it? Let me see it. Someone quickly snatched the notice away, and when he saw the name, he was also stunned. The last line of the decision notification. The person in charge of the investigation department is the sect Saint Chu Dian. In an instant, the whole audience was suffocated. Isn't the little saint only 8 years old? What the hell? The investigation office was established by the four great halls. It is extremely powerful and can even investigate the supreme elders. How could they give such an important position to the little saint? Isn't it stipulated in the sect's rules that no matter what their origin or status, sect disciples must be at least 15 years old before they can take up a sect position? Little saint's son is just a title. He inherits the position of the sect master, but he holds no real power. The little saint should be at least 15 years old before he can participate in the sect's internal affairs. Soon, people from all over the sect began to notice the small detail in the last line of the notice, causing a sensation throughout the sect. In the sect's millions of years, there has never been such a precedent. The Elders' Council is training overtime personnel in advance, preparing for the little saint to succeed the position of sect leader in advance, right? This is going crazy. The young saint was plotted against by the Yi family, and his sister was induced to practice the secondary formula of the supreme yin-yang technique. For him to be the head of the investigation department at such a young age, this is simply going to cause a huge upheaval. The entire sect was in complete shock. Holy Emperor Peak. The three strange phenomena in the sky, the chaotic and ancient three-legged tripod, the nine dragons' prison, and the yin and yang beasts fluctuated slightly and slowly disappeared before everyone's sight. Call. Chu Dian let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. Two small three-legged tripods of chaos appeared in his eyes, and his focused gaze blasted into the lake in the distance. After a moment of silence, boom, suddenly, the lake was stirred up by huge waves 10,000 meters high, which rolled into the sky with a roaring sound. A terrible force was so powerful that it turned all the surrounding boulders into powder. As expected of the beginning realm among the three ancient realms, in just one night, I broke through 4 levels and reached the 5th level of spirit refining. My physical strength has even doubled to 5 million gen. Chu Tian looked at the chaos spirit bead in his mind. It was already the size of an adult's fist. The spiritual power contained in it was as vast as the ocean and endless. With a slight movement, terrible waves were emitted, and it even seemed that it could rush out of Chu Tian's mind directly and smash the mountains and rivers. Chu Tian understood that this was not an illusion. His mind was concentrated. Now, this spiritual chaos bead was an extremely powerful spiritual weapon. Even an ordinary fusion realm cultivator would be crushed to death. And it's not just the mind, the blood and energy in the body are surging like an abyss, and every hair seems to have been tempered into a fierce weapon, stronger than swords and knives. This is a manifestation of the body's strength and condensation to a terrifying level. For example, in the True Dragon clan, any scale of an adult True Dragon is an extremely precious weapon for refining weapons. Now, even a single hair of Chu Tian can be used to refine a solid silver needle weapon. The silver needle is extremely solid and contains rich Taoist essence. If a weapon refiner refines it at will, its power will surely be extraordinary. Chu Tian exhaled lightly, and it was like the sound of a dragon's roar, containing a powerful and shocking force. 5th level of spirit refining, with a solidified spirit and a physical strength of 5 million Jin. When all combined, the power of my punch can directly reach 50 million Jin without the need for the Eye of Heaven or even the 3 great magical powers. It only takes one punch to kill Lin Jia. Even if Lilian were there, she would definitely not be able to save him. With my full power, combined with the Eye of Heaven and the superposition of the 3 great magical powers, I can even fight Yifeng. Especially the 10,000 Dao Cauldron, which can smelt all the Daos and has unlimited potential. Chu Tian looked at the Chaos Pearl in his mind and saw a small Chaos 3-legged tripod standing upright, emitting a supreme aura. It was engraved with 2 visions, the great yin-yang technique of the Supreme Being and the prison-suppressing Dragon Emperor technique. The more top-level magical powers I cultivate, the stronger the Dao essence I comprehend, and the stronger the 10,000 Dao Cauldron will become. Its potential will be limitless. When I become an emperor, I will definitely have the strongest magical power in the universe without a doubt. At this time, Chu Yansheng's mumbling voice came from the side. Xiaodian, I want to challenge you. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows and asked, why? Because you are a freak, I feel that if I don't fight you now, I will soon be unable to beat you. Chu Yansheng said righteously with her hands on her hips. While I can still beat you, I'll quickly establish my authority as the eldest sister. Chapter 92 The Secret Realm of the Rising Sun. The little bald guy said that we should beat our younger brother as early as possible. Chu Yansheng argued confidently, waving her fists. As soon as these words were spoken, Huaimei felt a chill running down her spine to her head, and her pupils contracted violently. He never expected that Chu Yansheng would sell him out directly. Brother, please listen to my explanation. Boom. In an instant, strange images of yin and yang beasts emerged, and a powerful force suppressed Huaimei to the ground in an instant. The yin and yang beasts gathered together, the real dragon, the golden-winged roc, the real roar, and the Teoti surrounded Huaimei and began to beat her inhumanely. Huaimei also broke through the spirit refining realm. His spirit was strong and abundant, and he had cultivated the Phantom Dragon technique to an advanced level. In addition, with his body that was as strong as that of a real dragon cub, he could kill Yu in seconds, and Yuan had to be suppressed by him. However, in the face of the power of the vision, Huaimei had no room to fight back at all. The gap between the advanced realm and the great perfection realm is as huge as a chasm. Many people in the divine realm who have ignited the divine fire have not been able to cultivate the top-level magical powers, let alone cultivate the magical powers to perfection and produce magical visions. A god with supernatural powers and visions can even kill a god without visions in seconds. You can imagine how big the gap is. Huaimei was brutally tortured and was completely unable to fight back under the suppression of magical powers and visions. Her inhumane howls resounded throughout the summit of Holy Emperor Peak. Brother, that's not the case. Give me a chance to explain myself. I was wrong, big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have encouraged big sister. Huaimei had a soft body and flexible posture. She admitted her mistake immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, the strange vision of yin and yang beasts disappeared. The power of the supernatural power is stronger than I imagined. Chu Tian pondered. In fact, he also intended to use Huaimei to test her strength. The strength of the eldest sister Chu Yansheng was indeed a better test subject, but Huaimei was not his fellow sister. Just now, he had even used less than half of his mental power to activate the vision. Chu Tian felt that if he used all his strength and unleashed his full force, he could even kill Yifeng. Chu Tian pondered for a moment, wondering if with his current strength, he could break through the limit set by the person who set up the Hangtian refining god list. Huaimei was covered in wounds, her black clothes had been completely ripped into strips, and she lay on the ground gasping for breath, with a lingering sense of horror in her eyes at the power of the strange vision. Less than a month ago, even if Chu Tian used the Eye of Heaven, he could still take a few moves. Now he has no chance to fight back as the vision is merely suppressed. Moreover, Chu Tian had not even used the Eye of Heaven, nor the even more terrifying Chaos 3 clan's small cauldron magical power that he had created. In such a short period of time, the gap between them was as huge as heaven and earth. Haha, lil bald head, you really think that I am a vegetarian, and you dare to provoke me to suppress my younger brother. Chu Yansheng wrinkled her nose, waved her fist at Huaimei, and said, big sister, you have some brains, okay. Chu Yansheng walked to Chu Tian, hugged Chu Tian's neck, and kissed Chu Tian on the forehead and cheek several times. Happy birthday, Xiaodian. Chu Yansheng's big eyes were full of joy, and she kissed Chu Tian a few more times. Big sister is poor, and I don't have any precious gifts to give you. I'll kiss you a few more times, just as a gift for your 9th birthday. Reward my awesome little brother more. Baji, Baji. Chu Yansheng kept kissing Chu Tian all over his face. 9 years old, Chu Tian's heart moved slightly, and his eyes became a little deep. In the original plot, not long after Chu Tian turned 9 years old, Yifan began to rise, the Hungmeng Holy Bone revived, and he, the holy son of the sect, was suppressed. It is also the starting point of the tragedy of the great demon lord of hate. Soon after, Chu Yansheng, the elder sister who married into the Yi family, will have her supreme yin-yang magic unleashed. She will cut off all emotions and desires and turn into a demon. She will rebel against the sect and kill people wantonly. Everyone on the Hangtian continent will want her to be killed, and God will be angry and people will resent her. This will also mark the beginning of the Chu family's decline. This time, everything is different. Ha ha ha, Xiaodian, happy 9th birthday. Chu Tianxing strode over, his face a little tired but also proud. He pointed at the Dao Pearl floating in the sky with a laugh and said, second uncle doesn't have much ability, so I'll be shameless and give you this top-level secret realm as a birthday gift on behalf of the family. At this time, Chu Tianyan also strode down the mountain, walking with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, full of vigor and high spirits, and laughed loudly, Xiaodian, third uncle also has a big gift for you. In his hand was a square iron sheet made of star iron. 3 large golden characters, letter of appointment, shone brightly on the top of the iron sheet. Below it were densely packed small golden characters written in flowing strokes, exuding a strong sense of majesty. It was also stamped with the seals of the Council of Elders and the Sect Master. The investigation office you proposed at the Sacrifice Peak was successfully established by third uncle at the Elders' meeting. The 4 halls, the Law Enforcement Hall, the Judicial Hall, the Internal Affairs Hall, and the War Affairs Hall will all be mobilized to form a joint office. This office will have the power to coordinate the forces of the 4 halls. A good man should have lofty ambitions and dominate the world. Third uncle knows your ambitions and has taken it upon himself to secure you the position of head of the investigation office as a gift for your 9th birthday. Chu Tianyan handed the letter of appointment to Chu Dian, patted his shoulder vigorously, and laughed loudly, as if last night's elders' meeting had swept away the haze that had accumulated in his heart over the years. Thank you, second uncle, third uncle. Chu Tian's face was calm, but the hand holding the appointment letter exerted a little force, showing his inner unrest. Age has always been his biggest flaw, forcing him to use various means to influence the fate of his family and subvert the family's calculations. Now, apart from the empty title of the sect's holy son, which had no real power, he finally had a force that belonged to him and could be used. There's more. Chu Yuansheng stared with dissatisfaction. She was the first one to congratulate and gave such a big gift. Her lips were almost swollen from kissing, but her younger brother dared to ignore her. Chu Tian smiled slightly. Thank you for your love, big sister. That's pretty good. You have some conscience. Chu Yuansheng immediately smiled happily. At this time, after all the main characters had appeared, the camel old man came forward respectfully and said, "Congratulations to the young master on your 9th birthday. I have nothing, and it is only thanks to the kindness of my family that I have been able to survive to this day." Substantial spiritual consciousness burst out from the old camel's eyes, outlining a series of mysterious and complex patterns in the void, which eventually condensed into a small black talisman the size of a thumb. The old camel held up the small black talisman in both hands and handed it to Chu Tian, saying in a low voice, "Young master is gifted and holds the safety and future of the family at stake. You grew up in the sect headquarters and are now leading the investigation department. You will soon be out on missions for the sect. I should have been accompanying you to protect you, but I have the important task of guarding the main hall and cannot follow you. This black talisman is drawn by my soul. No matter where you are, as long as you call, I will be able to sense your location and go there immediately." Chu Tian took the black talisman with a serious expression. "Thank you, Mr. Tuo." He understood how valuable this black talisman was. It was almost equivalent to an emperor's personal bodyguard. Looking throughout the myriad realms, no other monster had received such treatment and could be personally guarded by an emperor. At this time, Chu Tianxing smiled slightly and said, "Xiao Dian, you are the one who obtained the Dao Pearl and the immortal medicine seedling. This top secret realm should be named by you. Choose a name. Creating a top-level secret realm is a great achievement that has protected the family for millions of years." Chu Tian looked up at the Daoju and gazed at the horizon. The sun was rising and shining brightly. "Let's call it Suyang Secret Realm." Chu Tian said calmly, "The rising sun marks the beginning of all things, symbolizing a brand new beginning. One day, our Chu family will stand at the top of the continent, sweeping across all realms and illuminating all living things like the blazing sun. Now is like the eve of darkness, a ray of blazing sun will gradually pierce through the darkness and illuminate all realms." Chapter 93. You have to ask Mom. Suyang Secret Realm. Chu Tianxing muttered to himself, then smiled. What a good name. At this time, Chu Tianyan shouted to the back, "You little bastards, and you little beasts, why don't you come over to celebrate Xiao Tian's birthday and present the gifts you prepared? One by one, learn from Xiao Tian and don't look down on others with your little ability." The words fell. A group of young people from the Chu family under the age of 18 came from the corner of the mountain. The leader was a burly young man with a strong build. He led many young men from the Chu family towards Chu Tian. They were holding precious magic medicines, long swords, jade pendants and other precious gifts in their hands. "Dad, don't rush me, I'm here." Chu Shang tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, his nostrils facing the sky, and led the way towards Chu Tian. "Damn it, you dare to talk back. You're such a rebel." Chu Tianyan was furious and kicked his son on the butt. "Look at you, Xiao Tian, and then look at you like a wretch. You have no ability at all, and you look down on me all the time. You haven't learned any humility from me, and I don't know whose son you are." Chu Shang patted his butt nonchalantly and muttered, "How would I know that? You'd have to ask Mom." Gay. Many young men from the Chu family wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Their faces turned red from holding it in, and strange sounds came out of their throats. Chu Tianxing also slapped his forehead and turned around, unable to bear to look at it. He suspected that the reason why he had not found a Taoist partner for so many years was because he had seen too many tragic situations like this, which affected his confidence in getting married and having children. He, big guy, I'll tell third at later. Chu Yansheng's eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. Chu Shang didn't care, but Chu Tianyan's face instantly turned from red to purple. If that woman heard this, her son might be fine, but he would definitely lose a layer of skin. He didn't have time to teach his bastard son a lesson, so he hurried to Chu Yansheng to plead for mercy. "Xiao Tian," Chu Shang handed the gift in his hand to Tuo Lao. Just as he opened his mouth, Chu Tianyan's roar came, "You can't call me Xiao Tian. You don't know the etiquette and hierarchy. What did I teach you? Call me holy son." However, after his father's teachings, Chu Shang did not look down on others. There was even some awe in his eyes as he said, "Happy birthday, holy son." He was arrogant, but that was based on his strength. He had the ability to look down on his peers. However, Chu Tian's titles of first place on the bone refining ranking, first place on the spirit refining ranking, and first place on the earthly ranking directly shattered his arrogance. According to seniority, he is also a direct descendant, older than Chu Tian and is Chu Tian's cousin. However, Chu Tian has been practicing with King Chu Tian over the years. In addition, he is very young and has little contact with his peers in the clan, so their relationship is not very close. This was the case even for Chu Shang, a direct descendant, not to mention the children of the clan's high-ranking officials who followed him, or even the children of the side branches, who were young men who were chosen to practice in the clan's main peak just because of their outstanding talents. They didn't even dare to look Chu Tian in the eye, but lowered their heads, handed the gifts to Tuo Lao, and stood aside. This is the hierarchy of the great clans that has been passed down for millions of years, and it is also the guarantee of family cohesion. This is also the reason why King Chu Tian caused widespread dissatisfaction within the family, but no one dared to openly oppose it before Chu Tian took practical action to oppose it. The Chu family had strict rules. To maintain family unity and consolidate strength, the authority of the direct descendant head of the family could not be challenged. Without these ironclad rules, an ancient family that had been passed down for millions of years would have long since fallen apart, each family living their own separate lives. Chu Tian smiled slightly and said, "In our family's direct lineage, there are only 2 brothers in this generation. You are older than me, so it is reasonable for you to call me your younger brother." Chu Tian didn't think too much about it. Moreover, he approved of his cousin Chu Shang in his heart, because after the 4 siblings died or became disabled, it was this arrogant Chu Shang who supported the younger generation of the Chu family. Although his talent and strength were indeed limited, in the Hengtian competition 5 years later, he gritted his teeth and refused to surrender, trying to maintain the dignity of his family. However, he was completely defeated by Yi Fan in 3 moves in the duel, his tendons and veins were broken, and he died in humiliation in the secret realm. Xiao Tian, etiquette cannot be abandoned. Chu Tianxing's face was serious. You are the holy son of the sect, the eldest son of the patriarch, and the next patriarch and sect leader. Although he is older than you, he is still below you in rank. You can call him brother, but he can only call you young master or holy son. Otherwise, he will be severely punished according to the clan rules. Chu Tianxing glared at Chu Shang and said, "Just now, considering you are young, I won't do it again." However, after hearing Chu Tian's words, Chu Shang was relieved and no longer restrained. After all, he was a carefree person. He lowered his voice and asked Chu Tian quietly, Holy Son, can I enter the Dao Pearl, the Rising Sun secret realm to practice? At this time, many young men from the family also quietly raised their heads and looked at Chu Tian with desire in their eyes. Even if they are the geniuses of the Chu family is so huge that there are too many people and too little resources. It is difficult for them to enter this top secret realm. Of course you can, but there are conditions. Chu Tian's face was calm as he pointed towards the Hengtian Palace outside the Holy Emperor Peak. From the lowest level of the blood coagulation clan to the highest level of the Divine King clan, regardless of their background, as long as they can make it onto the various rankings, they can enter the secret realm to cultivate for one day. Those who can make it into the top 10 of each ranking can enter the Rising Sun secret realm to cultivate for 3 days. Those who can consistently stay in the top 3 can enter the Rising Sun secret realm for 10 days. Family prodigies who can make it onto the Earth ranking can enter the secret realm at any time to cultivate with me. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. It is not enough for a top clan to rely on him alone, unless he reaches the level of Saint Ancestor Duanmu and can support the Shangxian sect with his own strength. But before that, the family must be full of strong people, shining stars, and geniuses in order to support the majesty of this huge family. The decline of the Chu family began with the decline of the younger generation. So simple. Chu Shang's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned and rushed down the mountain, shouting, I've long been fed up with seeing those guys from the Yi family showing off. I'm sure there will be a place for me in the top 10 of the fusion ranking and the Hengtian ranking. The eyes of many young geniuses in the clan also lit up, and they hurriedly followed and headed towards Hengtian Palace. Even if it's not for the Rising Sun secret realm, which young man doesn't want to be the center of attention and dominate the world? This is what a young man should be like. Looking at the excited looks of the young men in the clan, Chu Tianxing smiled slightly and sighed slightly. Happy birthday, big brother. At this time, the ragged Huaimei also came forward, took out the gift that had been prepared long ago and handed it to Tuolao, accompanied by the cold-faced holy maiden Hillian. Sister, it's your turn. Huaimei pulled Saint Hillian. Chu Tian, there's one thing I want to make clear to you. A rare trace of confusion appeared on Saint Hillian's icy face, but it quickly disappeared. She said coldly, Master's calculations in the secret fighting between sects have nothing to do with me, and I don't want to get involved. But the number 1 spot on the Earth ranking will definitely still be mine. After Saint Hillian finished speaking, she took out a purple box and opened it. Rich vital energy filled the air, and a purple-red divine fruit with purple lines all over it lay in the box. It was the Sihang holy fruit that Huaimei had taken out. Xiaomei said that he gave you a Sihang holy fruit as a gift. Saint Hillian's face was cold, but one could still see some unnaturalness on her face. She had never given gifts to anyone before. Happy birthday. This should also be my apology for what I said before. This is the treatment that a strong person deserves. You deserve my respect. Chu Tian looked at Huaimei calmly. He remembered that it was not just a gift for meeting, but also a gift for paying respect to his elder brother. It was obvious that what the little bald guy told my cousin was probably half true and half false. The little bald guy was looking at him pleadingly, begging Chu Tian not to expose him. What a tragic secret love. Chu Tian nodded slightly before turning and heading towards the main hall. But at this moment, Chu Tianyan caught up with him, his face solemn and his voice low, saying, Xiaodian, someone broke into the Lu family and searched them thoroughly. They also searched Luo Yushan's soul. Chapter 94 Top Secret of Top Secret. It happened just before the elders' meeting last night. The Yi family is desperate and desperate. As Chu Tianyan spoke, he and Chu Tian entered the main hall and walked towards the depths of the palace. However, they were not heading towards Chu Tian's room, but to the other side, deeper into the main hall. Chu Tianyan told Chu Tian that all the dark history of the Chu family and some things that should not be seen in public that were collected by the Lu family were sorted out and controlled by Lu Zhang. This was probably the reason why the Yi family sneaked in and turned the Lu family upside down, and even poisoned Luo Yushan in search for soul. After interrogating the Lu family's top brass, we found that some of the evidence they collected was very detrimental to our family. It might not be a problem normally, but if it falls into the hands of someone with ulterior motives and is used at a critical moment, it could have a very negative impact on our family. Chu Tianyan's face looked very unhappy, and he did not elaborate on what these things were. Chu Tian did not ask any further questions because there was no need to do so. It would be strange for such a large and ancient family, which has held the power of the sect for nearly 1,000,000 years, to have no dark history and some shameful things in secret. If this kind of thing is exposed when the Chu family is at its peak, it may make the Chu family uncomfortable and require them to give up some interests and make some concessions. But if it is used at a critical moment, it can be a fatal blow. In the original plot, it was the evidence that the Lu family handed over to the Council of Elders, which slandered the Chu family for treason, that became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the Chu family. Lu Zhang is very stubborn. He has been tortured many times but still refuses to speak. He keeps clamoring to see you. Moreover, as a divine king, his soul has undergone the ultimate nirvana sublimation, so it is impossible to forcibly search his soul. As Chu Tianyan spoke, he brought Chu Tian to a blood-red hall deep in the main hall. Chu Tian looked up and saw 3 large blood-red characters written in iron and silver strokes on the dark plaque, Yamahal. A faint, yet pungent, stench of blood filled the air, a scent so faint yet so pungent that it assaulted the very skull. It seemed as if it had been accumulating for ages. A faint, shrill wail could be heard from within the palace, uninterrupted, yet the sound could not reach beyond 3 meters of the palace before being muffled by an invisible force. Chu Tian looked around. The front, back, left and right of the Yama palace were empty. A dark shadow enveloped the palace. In the dark corner, he saw old men wearing bloody ghost masks sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. There were no less than 10 of them, supporting each other. Each of them was skinny and covered with dust and cobwebs, as if they had been sitting there for many years. But with Chu Tian's powerful spirit, he could catch the powerful and terrifying aura that flashed occasionally from them. These were the 10 Chu family's death warriors, extremely powerful, responsible for guarding the Yama palace. Chu Tian's powerful spirit swept through, and he caught a series of thick and dense rune chains in the empty void. They were as densely packed as colorful spider webs, stacked layer upon layer. It was unknown how many kinds of formations were laid around here. All the signs told Chu Tian that this Yama palace was also one of the so-called shameful things of the Chu family. The sect's rules stipulate that, with the exception of the law enforcement hall, no other hall or family may set up a private prison. Judging from its ancient aura, this Yama palace has existed in the Chu family for at least nearly 1,000,000 years. Chu Tian's face was calm and he didn't show much surprise. Outside the main hall of the Chu family, there's even the Emperor Tuolao who is guarding it closely, isolating it from all external investigations. It would be strange if there were no things inside that absolutely cannot be exposed. This place was top secret, even within the Chu family, known only to a handful of high-ranking officials. For example, these assassins, at least at the Divine King level and wearing blood-red ghostly masks, were considered top-tier experts within the Chu family. They could lead a powerful team on Saint Emperor Peak, be sent outside the sect, lead a team of elite warriors in the War Affairs Hall, or hold important positions in various halls and prefectures. But they have been guarding the main hall silently for who knows how many years. This is the heritage of a super clan that has been passed down for millions of years. Chu Tian sighed in his heart. Xiaodian, this is the most top secret of the family secrets. Some secret matters are of great importance and should not be spread outside, or the people who are suppressed have special identities, etc., and the family will detain them here for interrogation. Over the past millions of years, there have been many people imprisoned here, including outstanding people, peerless gods, and true gods from outside the domain, but no one has ever been able to walk out of it. Chu Tianyin's face was serious. This is a family secret. The only people in the entire clan who know about this place are your father, the head of the law enforcement hall for generations, your third uncle, and the old camel who is in charge of guarding the main hall. Even your second uncle doesn't know about it yet. According to family rules, I should have waited until you grew up and succeeded the position of head of the family before letting you know. However, the circumstances are special now, so I can only let you know in advance. From the interrogation of the Lu family's senior members, we learned that Lu Jung had also learned about this place through some unknown channel. He even obtained a list of people who had been suppressed in Yama Palace throughout the ages. He compiled it and included it among the evidence. Chu Tianyin's expression was unusually serious. If this matter gets out, it will even shake the foundation of my Chu family. Lu Jung has been asking to see you, otherwise he wouldn't say anything. Uncle San had no choice but to bring you here. Nephew understands. Chu Tian nodded to show his understanding and followed Chu Tianyin into the Yama Palace. Although Chu Tianyin did not specify the specific identities of these so-called peerless heroes, unparalleled god kings, and true gods from outside the domain, you can tell with a simple thought that they must be people with profound backgrounds and huge influence. Then, for some special reasons, like Lu Jung, who was Chu Tianyin's father-in-law and a high-ranking member of the sect, he used his connections to secretly collect negative information and history about the Chu family and was imprisoned here. People like this have no other way out except to die in the Hall of Yama. Once they escape, it will be a huge wave for the Chu family. Chu Tianxin had a deeper understanding of his father-in-law Lu Jung. After all, the original plot did not specify what evidence the Lu family submitted to frame the Chu family. Now it seems that it is very likely that it was not a frame-up. After all, some things only weigh 3 or 2 pounds if they are not weighed, but once they are weighed, they weigh 1,000 pounds. These pieces of evidence directly crushed the Chu family, and made the top leaders of Shangxian sect determined to cooperate with the Yi family to destroy the Chu family, preferring to let the Yi family lose its checks and balances and become the only dominant family. This is definitely a hero-level figure, extraordinary. He was able to secretly gather so much top-secret black history of the Chu family, even getting the list of names. He also climbed up the Chu family while hooking up with the Yi family, playing both sides, allowing the Lu family to rise rapidly, and letting his daughter play both sides, hooking up with Chu Dian while hooking up with Yi Fan, betting on both sides. In the original plot, Lu Jungjun even succeeded in bringing the Lu family to the top of the Shangxian sect, becoming the top family second only to the Yi family. The more Chu Dian learned about Lu Jung's scheming and tactics, the more surprised he was. At the same time, he also felt a little curious about his father-in-law. He originally thought that this was just a formality, but now he has some expectations. Chapter 95 Are Your Aunt and Xiaoyun? The Yama Palace was pitch black, and all the cells were sealed tightly, leaving no cracks. Faint, shrill howls could be heard coming from inside. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Chu Dian even heard a dragon's roar from the howling. The dragon's roar had a hint of childishness, so it was probably not an adult dragon. A true dragon cub. Considering that the Chu family's Tuangyi Sutra contains many top-level magical powers of the dragon clan, the prison dragon Emperor technique is just one of them. The true dragon clan is a super clan in the myriad worlds, dominating a world. Chu Tian's face was calm, and he followed Chu Tianyin forward. Soon, Chu Tianyin stopped in front of a prison and used a secret technique to open a prison door made of red flames and black gold. Uncle is waiting for you outside, Chu Tianyin said, without saying anything like calling him when something happened. In the Yama Hall in the main hall of the Chu family, if a little Lu Jung had been allowed to cause trouble, the Chu family would have been destroyed long ago. As Chu Tian entered the prison, he was instantly filled with a bloody smell that was 100 times stronger than before. The terrifying evil spirit filled the air, even giving Chu Tian goosebumps on his strong body. Chu Tian remained calm. This was just a natural reaction of his body. However, he had been a human for 2 lifetimes and had experienced fighting in mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but these could not move him. He was standing on a shore made of black and red stone slabs. In front of him was a blood pool with a radius of thousands of meters. The scarlet blood in the pool was boiling and bubbling continuously. Occasionally, various skulls could be seen surging from the bottom of the lake. In the center of the lake, there stands a cross-shaped stone tablet with densely engraved patterns, which continuously draws blood from the lake. At this moment, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair was tied to the stone tablet with black gold chains. He also noticed Chu Tian, raised his head, and a faint smile appeared on his blood-stained face. Son-in-law, you're here. Uncle, I heard that you have always wanted to see my nephew, so I am here. Chu Tian's face was calm. He clasped his fists about as usual, and was very polite. He seemed not to notice that only white bones were left in Lu Jung's limbs, with tiny strands of flesh floating on the surface of the bones, as if someone had shaved off the flesh bit by bit with a small knife. Lu Jung's face was even more horrifying at this moment. In his ears, nose and mouth, there were scarlet insects that looked like centipedes, only half the size of a baby's little finger. They were crawling around in there, tearing and devouring his flesh and blood in small bites. Tiny insects in the blood lake kept crawling onto the stone tablet, tearing his flesh and blood with their sharp mouthparts and squeezing into his body. One could vaguely see that there were densely packed little bugs crawling around under the surface of Lu Jung's skin. If Chu Yansheng saw this scene, she would probably faint from fright. Lu Jungjun remained calm, his eyes kind, as if he felt no pain. He spoke as usual. Uncle knew you would come to see him, so he said nothing and waited for you to come. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a blood-red flame gushed out from under the stone tablet like a volcanic eruption, covering Lu Jung, making his face suddenly hideous and letting out a low, hoarse howl. This blood-colored flame was invisible and intangible. It did not burn Lu Jung's flesh and blood, but directly touched his soul. The pain in his soul penetrated into his bones, causing Lu Jung, who remained calm even when being bitten by thousands of insects, to howl in pain. Chu Tian's powerful spirit also discovered that there was an invisible and transparent centipede in the blood-colored flames. It drilled into Lu Jung's mind and soul, gnawing at his God King soul. Being attacked from both inside and outside is simply the most painful torture in the world. Lu Jung was able to hold on in the Yama Palace prison for so long that Chu Tianyin was helpless against him and had no choice but to let Chu Tian come to see him. You can imagine how firm his will was. Ashura demon flame. Chu Tian's heart moved, and he understood more deeply why the Yama Palace was top secret in the Chu family. Even Chu Tianxing, who was now the acting head of the family, didn't know about it. The Shira demon flame is a forbidden technique in the Hengtian continent. It was created by a clan called the Shira demon clan, which is despised by all clans in the world, and even the demons don't want to get close to them. There was also a legacy left by the Shira demon clan on the Hengtian continent, called the Shira demon sect, but before it could become powerful, it was destroyed by the Shangxian sect. Unexpectedly, the forbidden techniques sealed by the Shira demon sect were used by the Chu family. Sorry, Xiaodian, I made a fool of myself in front of you. Lu Jung's face was still a little ferocious, but the Shira demon flame had subsided. Perhaps it was to avoid excessive torture that made his soul collapse directly, and it would erupt once in a while. Seeing Chu Tian's calm expression, Lu Jung sighed. He is indeed a genius who can reach the top of the earth ranking in one fell swoop. Uncle hedged his bets on Xiaoyun's matter, but it was the worst decision he ever made. One misstep led to eternal regret. I thought your Chu family, under your father's leadership, would never be able to turn the tide. I never expected that you, at such a young age, would suddenly appear and break the deadlock. Uncle, you are too kind. You are not inferior to me. You played both sides and forged the innate Dao body. You quickly brought a small and insignificant family into a second-rate clan and even joined the upper echelons of the Shengxian sect. Chu Dian smiled slightly and did not rush to ask Lu Zheng about the evidence collected about the Chu family. Instead, he started to chat with Lu Zheng. Lu Zheng had a shrewd eye and was immediately convinced that the direct suppression of the Lu family and the forced detention of him, a high-ranking member of the sect, were definitely not the decisions of the two brothers, Chu Tianwang and Chu Tianyan. He firmly believed that it was Chu Dian who did it, and he was deeply impressed by Chu Dian's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Chu Dian also smiled faintly, praising Lu Zheng's superb skills, his various maneuvers, dancing on the edge of a knife, and playing around with all the top families in the sect. The two of them were like close friends who flattered each other. Are your aunt and Xiaoyun okay? Lu Zhengkai asked after a while. My nephew is incompetent and failed to protect Annie and Xiaoyun. Chu Dian said calmly, the Lu family was broken into yesterday and turned upside down. I don't know what they were looking for, but they forcibly searched Annie's soul. Her sea of consciousness collapsed and she has gone mad. Xiaoyun's innate Dao body is unstable, and her Dao essence is constantly being lost. There are already many rumors circulating within my nephew's clan. I originally wanted to bring Xiaoyun to see my uncle this time, but unfortunately, the family rules are so strict that I can't go. Crackle, clackle. The amiable Lu Zheng suddenly opened his eyes wide and began to struggle violently, causing the chains that bound him to make a harsh sound. The power of the rooms exploded, and the sheer demonic flame swept over, directly covering him. After a while, Lu Zheng finally calmed down, his voice slightly hoarse. What a ruthless and heartless Yi Qianchong. Xiaodian, I only trust you. Let's make a deal. Please help Xiaoyun to survive. I'll tell you where all the dirt on the Chu family that I've collected over the years, as well as the evidence left behind by the Yi family about their shady deeds, is stored. The corners of Chu Tian's mouth curled up slightly on his calm face. He felt right. A capricious and ruthless hero like Lu Zheng could not trust anyone. He would even betray the Chu family, which had done great favors to the Lu family, let alone the Yi family. He would definitely keep something in secret. Chapter 96, The End of the Lu family. Well, did Lu Zheng tell me where all those things were placed? Chu Tianyan had been guarding the door. When he saw Chu Tian come out, he couldn't wait to ask. I told you, they're all in Moyang County. Chu Tian nodded, turned around and glanced at the prison. He saw that Lu Zheng had closed his eyes, his face calm as he waited for the ending he deserved. He didn't tell Chu Tianyan that there was evidence of the Yi family hidden there. There are many people and many eyes. Just like what happened to my eldest sister Chu Yansheng, some things will only work wonders when used at the critical moment. Moyang County is the Yi family's territory. Lu Zheng is truly audacious. The Yi family sent people to search the entire sect and any place where the Lu family might have hidden something. They probably never imagined that Lu Zheng would hide something right under their noses. He didn't put forward any excessive conditions. Chu Tianyan breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at Lu Zheng with cold eyes, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In nearly a million years, no one had entered the Yama Palace and was able to leave. Chu Tianyan even now couldn't figure out how Lu Zheng found the evidence in the list of living beings who had been captured and sent to the Hall of Yama throughout the ages. Chu Tian took out a blood letter and handed it to Chu Tianyan, saying calmly, Third uncle, he's a very smart man and wouldn't say that kind of useless nonsense. Bring Luo Yushan here with you afterwards and let the couple go together. Third uncle, check it. If there are no hidden traces, give this blood letter to Lu Yun. Then the law enforcement hall can inform the outside world of the Lu family's crimes, exterminate the entire family, and then find a chance to announce the cancellation of the engagement. We must let everyone in the sect know that for the sake of the sect's interests, our Chu family can sacrifice relatives for the sake of justice and will never show favoritism. Chu Tianyan glanced at the blood letter and sneered. This guy, at the last moment, actually had a change of heart and realized that only by pledging allegiance to the Chu family could he save his daughter's life. If he had known this would happen, why would he have done it in the first place? He actually wanted to step on the corpses of the Chu family to rise to power. He has no idea how high the sky and the earth are. Chu Tianyan immediately used various magical powers and secret techniques to investigate the blood letter. Only after ensuring that there were no hidden traces did he put the blood letter away. Leave it to Uncle San from now on. As long as that little girl is sensible and listens to what her father wrote in blood, Uncle San will ensure that she can practice normally and peacefully within the sect. Chu Tianyan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He flipped his hand and the Chengxing white tiger blade appeared in his hand. He turned and walked into the prison. The black gold door slowly closed, and his voice came from inside. Duan Murong's little daughter is waiting for you outside the palace to go to Moyang County together. The investigation team has been arranged. They are all elites from the 4 major halls and are waiting for you at the foot of the mountain. At the last moment before the door closed, Chu Tian saw from the corner of his eye a ferocious white tiger roaring, which turned into a sword light that shot into the sky and tore Lu Zheng's head into pieces. A strong person in the realm of God King has reached the ultimate nirvana and sublimation in both body and soul. A drop of blood can bring him back to life, and ordinary means cannot kill him at all. Congratulations to the host for reversing the family's fate and destroying the huge threat posed by the Lu family. You will be rewarded with 20,000 destiny points. Congratulations to the host for completely suppressing the lucky girl Lu Yun, causing a huge loss of her luck. Her innate Dao body was broken and she degenerated into an innate body. She is no longer a lucky girl. I reward you with 50,000 destiny points. Chu Tian curled his lips slightly, his face calm, and walked towards the outside of Yama Palace. At this time, a prison door opened. It was the prison where the faint dragon roar was heard just now. A dead man wearing a blood-red ghost face mask walked out of it, respectfully saluted Chu Tian, and then walked deeper into Yama Palace. Dragon Ball. Chu Tian muttered to himself. Just now, he saw the assassin holding a golden dragon ball the size of a baby's fist, filled with blood-red evil spirit. The golden dragon blood on it even exuded the powerful power of the dragon god, but the power and mystery contained in it were sealed up by a secret method. The information about the dragon clan that King Chu Tian taught him automatically emerged in his mind. The Golden Dragon clan is one of the strongest clans among the dragon clans. It has produced 3 dragon emperors and its heritage is endless and long. Among the dragon clan, those who can give birth to dragon balls are at least golden dragons with 9 claws. They are considered monsters with the potential to become dragon emperors. This dragon ball means that a 9-clawed golden dragon who at least ignited the divine fire died in prison. Chu Tian looked at the black gold door that had not yet been closed and saw an extremely large dragon skeleton slowly sinking into the blood lake. The bones were riddled with holes, and a strong resentment was lingering on the bones as if it were a substance. It was unknown how much torture the dragon skeleton had gone through before dying. The death of this divine dragon will probably provide more valuable information for the research of the top dragon-shaped magical powers in the Great Emperor Sutra. If it had continued to practice normally, the limit of this 9-clawed golden dragon would probably be at least at the level of God King. However, while on its way to experience the myriad realms, it was spotted by the Chu family and captured and brought back to Yama Palace. Chu Tian increasingly felt the cruelty hidden beneath the surface of this world. The strong prey on the weak and only the fists survive. A tiny mistake may cost you your life and all your efforts will be wasted. Over the past millions of years, countless real dragons have been buried in this Yama Palace. There are probably no less than 100 prisons in Yama Palace. Apart from the Dragon Clan, there are also many things hidden in them that cannot see the light. Chu Tian shook his head and didn't think about it any further. After all, for him at this moment, thinking about these things was a waste of time and energy. While walking on the road, my mind suddenly moved and the system panel opened in front of me. Host, Chu Tian. Realm, 5th level of the spirit refining realm possessing a force of 5 million kilograms. You can blast asteroids with your physical body alone. Your spiritual essence can condense into a chaos pearl. Even a super dragon cub is not as good as you. The host is worthy of being the only child of destiny in the future. Constitution, Chaos Demon Body. Skill, Chaos Creation Suitor 2nd level. Mystical powers, Eye of Heaven, 10,000 Tao Cauldron prototype of the Supreme Mystic Art. Creating the prototype of the Supreme Mystic Art in the spirit refining realm is a big step towards becoming the only child of destiny. The host is awesome. Secret techniques, Supreme Yin Yang Dao Technique Great Mastery. Prison Suppressing Dragon Emperor Technique Great Mastery. Treasures, Emperor's Coming Talisman gives Emperor's combat power for 10 minutes. Mysterious Heavenly Ring consumes 500 life points to refine. Contains a wisp of ancient remnant soul, makes the host's spirit vigorous and condensed, and greatly reduces the threat. Great Dao Pearl Assistant Treasure, already refined. Destiny points, 194,000. The prototype of the Supreme Secret Technique. Chu Tian was stunned for a moment. In the original plot, there was no such thing as the Supreme Secret Technique. However, when he thought of that bastard author who had such a bad ending, he felt relieved. When the crappy author ruined the ending, Yi Fan had just broken through to the Emperor level, but he could only squeeze into the Hengtian Tianbang. He was far from reaching the pinnacle of the 10,000 realms, and he probably had not yet been able to access the level of the Supreme Secret Art. Yi Fan, even when you broke through to the Emperor, you were not as good as me, let alone now. There was a cold light flashing in Chu Tian's eyes. He had learned from his third uncle that after the mediation of the Elders' Council, Chu Tianyan had reached an exchange with the Yi family and Yi Fan's life could not be harmed. The plan to directly refine Yi Fan into elixir cannot be implemented. But he would never allow the powerful medicinal properties of those magical treasures to remain in Yi Fan's body. According to the time, my second sister should have returned to the sect. I have to let her deal with Yi Fan. The Lord of Death, Hell Valley. A cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. Thinking of the tragic ending of his second sister Chu Yuyao in the original plot, a terrifying murderous intent rolled in his heart. This tragedy must never happen again. Chapter 97. What happened? Chu Tian had just walked out of the main hall and was waiting at the door when Duan Muwaner, looking anxious, came up to him quickly. Her chest was shaking violently, and Huaimei, who was bruised and swollen not far away, was stunned. She subconsciously turned to look at her cousin Hillian beside her. Hillian really didn't know why, there was no reason, but he just really liked the big one. Why is his cousin unwilling to help him? It is obviously to help herself. She just wants to ask Duan Muwaner for the method of growing bigger. Seeing Hillian's resentful gaze, the face of Saint Hillian, which was as cold as an iceberg, turned ashen. She said nothing, but slapped forward with a palm filled with thick cold air. I don't know what happened during the time when Chu Tian entered the main hall and after Duan Muwaner arrived. Bang, bang, bang. Holy Maiden Hillian slapped out thousands of palms in succession, and Huaimei was directly frozen into an iceberg tens of meters high. She was frozen in the mountain with her eyes wide open. The shiny top of her head sparkled in the cold blue light, reflecting a dazzling and glaring light, and her already charming little face was even more beautiful. Duan Muwaner, the representative of the Internal Affairs Department sent to the investigation team, meets with the chief officer of the Holy Sun. Duan Muwaner was worthy of being born into a top aristocratic family. She was well educated since childhood and was very well mannered. She did not overstep the boundaries at all and bowed to Chu Tian. The Holy Sun is only the heir of the sect. His status is indeed noble, but he still belongs to the younger generation. In order to encourage the younger generation to compete with each other, the sect uses strength as the standard to measure everything, so she did not need to salute before. Now Chu Tian is also the head of the investigation department. His status and power are comparable to those of the top leaders. He even has the power to directly investigate and deal with the sect leaders as long as it involves Yi Feng. He holds the enormous power of life and death. Except for the sect leaders, anyone who sees Chu Tian needs to salute. Just call me Holy Sun. Chu Tian's face was calm. Okay, Holy Sun. Duan Muwaner bowed and began to report the current situation to Chu Tian. The investigation office has already mobilized all the experts. They are all experts personally dispatched from the 4 major halls by the hall master, that is, my second uncle. The Holy Sun also. No need to report these, let's get to the point. Chu Tian raised his hand to interrupt her directly. Because of the birth of the holy ancestor Duanmu, the Duanmu family has completely boarded the Chu family and is confronting the Yi family head-on. Duanmu Lei even took the position of head of the Internal Affairs Hall, a position the Yi family had held for a million years. The entire Duanmu family was probably more eager to capture Yi Feng than he was, and to bring destruction upon the Yi family. The people they were sending in were bound to be trustworthy and truly elite. Chu Tian has always believed that human hearts cannot be trusted, only eternal interests can be trusted. But now, his interests are consistent with those of the Duanmu family. Duanmu Wan nodded and began to report to Chu Tian. After the elders, council gave the order, the entire sect began to mobilize its forces and had already found clues of Yi Feng. After being teleported away from the sect headquarters by the sect's formation, traces of Yi Feng were found around Moyun County. I have already issued a death order, asking Yi Tiancheng, the governor of Moyun County, to urgently block all the important roads in the county and not allow any cultivators or living beings to leave. Duanmu Wanner's eyes flashed with a cold light. Holy Sun, the 500 elite experts from the investigation team are waiting at the foot of the mountain. The carriage is ready. Should we go there immediately? No rush. Chu Tian's face was calm as he said, as long as Yi Feng is within the territory of my Shengxian sect, he can't fly away unless someone behind the scenes wants to help him leave. No one in the entire Shengxian sect knows where Yi Feng is better than him. He condensed the black Dao seed and injected it into Yi Feng's body. Even if Yi Feng ran to the ends of the earth, he could still sense it. However, he was not in a hurry to catch Yi Feng. The people who are most anxious to catch Yi Feng now are the people of the Yi family, and even Yi Tianchong himself wants to kill his son the most, in order to erase this stain on himself by sacrificing his own family for the sake of justice. Chu Tian understood that even if he caught Yi Feng, he wouldn't be able to get much useful information from him, let alone link him to Yi Tianchong. Treat others in their own way. Only when Yi Feng is alive can his effect be maximized. Summon Yi Tiancheng, the governor of Moyun County, and immediately stop all efforts to search for Yi Feng. Everyone must remain on standby until the investigation team arrives in Moyun County. Anyone who violates this order will be treated as an accomplice of Yi Feng. Chu Tian said calmly. Hearing this, Duan Muwaner was stunned for a moment. The news of Yi Feng's appearance in Moyun County was even reported by the Yi family. Ordering to stop the search would not give Yi Feng a chance to escape from Moyun County. The best option should not be to let Moyun County intensify the search and then rush over to take over immediately to prevent Yi Feng from falling into the hands of the Yi family. You have to remember that Yi Tiancheng's surname is Yi, and you can't trust him. Chu Tian explained calmly, I'm afraid some people will openly build a plank road, but secretly cross Shengang. On the surface, they fully cooperate, but secretly they are thinking about sending their young master away. Do as I say immediately. Send another 100 strong men from the investigation department to monitor the Yi family in Moyun County. No movement is allowed. Stay where you are and wait for the saint sun to arrive. Duan Muwaner pondered for a moment, her eyes lit up slightly, and she felt that what Chu Dian said was indeed reasonable. Chu Dian is so young, but he is so thoughtful. No wonder his second uncle asked him to learn from Chu Dian and said that Chu Dian is extraordinary. As expected, he is the second uncle who has high standards and says that most of the sect leaders are trash, and he values people who praise him. Okay, holy son, I'll do it right away. Duan Muwaner turned around and glanced coldly at Huaimei, who was as cold as an iceberg, her eyes full of disgust and nausea. They are about the same age, so why is there such a big difference between them? Whether it's strength, mind, or character. Bah, you bald little pervert. Duan Muwaner spat before walking down the mountain. Is it wrong to like older ones? Huaimei's charming little face was tearful, because even if she had tears, they would be frozen into ice cubes. Xiaodian, look who's back. Chu Yanchang's happy voice sounded. A dark shadow suddenly flashed by, and a woman in a black gauze dress appeared in front of Chu Dian. She looked at Chu Dian carefully with eyes painted with thick black eyeshadow, and then opened her black lips slightly. I haven't seen you for 3 years. It's good that you didn't lose anyone from my Chu family. Second sister brought you a lot of valuable gifts. I'll give them to you after you pay your respects to your parents. The woman reached out and stroked Chu Dian's head, a rare look of doting appearing in her dark eyes. Although the 3 sisters of the Chu family have different personalities, they all dote on and love their only younger brother. Second sister, you killed someone. Chu Dian's voice was low, looking at his second sister Chu Yuyao, who was dressed like a vicious witch in a TV drama, with 2 big black earrings, her hair tied up, thick black eyeshadow, and black lips. He felt a strong murderous intent in his heart. He felt a strong resentment, murderous intent, and the smell of blood from Chu Yuyao. Well, I met robbers on the road, so I chased them and poisoned one of them to death. Chu Yuyao spoke lightly, but the murderous intent that emanated from her voice was chilling. Xiaodian, there are over 10,000 people in the village, including 6,000 innocent civilians. They have all been corrupted into blood. At this time, Chu Tianxing's low voice came from the side, but your third uncle got the news in advance and has suppressed the matter. They deserve to die for living in the same mountain with the robbers. Chu Yuyao said indifferently. Second sister, look into my eyes. Chu Dian's voice was extremely low, and between his eyebrows, the eye of heaven suddenly opened, and his powerful and substantial spirit shot directly into Chu Yuyao's black pupils. Boom! Chu Dian's mental power exploded tenfold, purple light surged, and 3 strange phenomena broke out at the same time. Chu Yuyao, who was caught off guard, was directly suppressed in place by the vast power. In an instant, in Chu Yuyao's eyes, layers of golden divine patterns overlapped like vast stars, containing endless mysteries and instantly reflected in Chu Dian's mind. Chu Yuyao, the owner of the ancient double pupils and supreme bones. However, these densely packed golden divine patterns were now covered by a thick layer of black fog, evil spirit, resentment, and toxicity, which had already seeped into the depths of his double pupils. Chu Dian tried to follow his eyes and look at the supreme bone in Chu Yuyao's chest. But suddenly, a terrifying spiritual power suddenly erupted from Chu Yuyao's mind. Who was looking for death? The voice was low and hoarse, with tremendous power that was shocking, and the Taoist aura was surging. The sky was instantly covered by thick black fog. The murderous intent like a raging tide enveloped Chu Dian. How dare you? Chu Tianxing roared in anger, shaking the sky. Boom! The old camel appeared in an instant, his eyes turned completely blood red, and his big hands grabbed Chu Yuyao's mind directly. Chapter 98 The Cruel and Merciless Venerable. Your Majesty the Poison, if you dare to touch the young master of the Chu family, I will wipe out your entire clan. Chu Tianxing's voice was shrill and his eyes were bloodshot. This terrible incident shocked everyone, but the sudden outburst came so quickly that it caught everyone off guard. Who would have thought that in Chu Yuyao's mind, there was actually a magical killing move of a poison lord hidden? The distance between Chu Yuyao and Chu Dian was only 1 foot. For a super powerful person at the level of half-step emperor, it is equivalent to nothing. Even a veteran emperor as strong as Tuolao is completely unable to stop it. On the holy emperor peak, everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Chu Dian was enveloped by murderous intent. His body began to crack visibly, and it seemed that it would explode into a bloody mist in the next moment. Black blood oozed out of Chu Yuyao's pores, her entire body was filled with negative energy, her facial features were bleeding, cracks spread from her head all over her body, and she stood frozen in place like a piece of porcelain on the verge of breaking. Young master, the old camel's voice was shrill and hoarse, as if he was crazy. Boom! Suddenly, a rune at Chu Dian's fingertip shattered, emitting a faint Taoist aura that merged into his body. It is the Emperor's Descent talisman rewarded by the system that allows Chu Dian to briefly possess the power of the Emperor for 10 minutes. In an instant, an almighty imperial power swept across the entire universe, and the murderous intent condensed into substance by the poison Lord of Death was instantly frozen and annihilated. The chaotic divine light rose from Chu Dian's body and penetrated the sky. Chu Dian let out a low roar, and his tongue burst out like thunder, and the dark clouds in the Taoist aura in the sky were directly wiped out. Old Tuo, protect me. The venerable poison master has plotted against my second sister and wants to silence her. Chu Tianyi was shocked at the words. At this moment, he was like the Emperor of Heaven. The eye of heaven between his eyebrows burst into billions of feet of purple light, illuminating the entire sky of Shangxian sect, freezing time and space, blocking the past and the future, and completely sealing and suppressing Chu Yuyao's body inside and out, isolating her from the influence of all visible and invisible forces. In the original story, Yi Qianshang learned that Chu Yuyao was born with ancient double pupils and supreme bones. Upon her birth, he ruthlessly poisoned her, eroding these 2 supreme gifts. To save their daughter, Chu Tianwang and Jian Kongzu, at Yi Qianshang's suggestion, sent the 2-year-old to Hell Valley, the most renowned poison center on the Hangtian continent. There, she became a disciple of the valley's grand elder, the deadly poison master, and practiced poison techniques, hoping to one day undo the poison's effects on her ancient double pupils and supreme bones. But they didn't know that Yi Qianshang had already colluded with the poison master and intended to train her to be vicious and cruel, and to kill people without blinking an eye. The poison sutra taught by the poison master could not only help Chu Yuyao to get rid of the poisonous power of the 2 supreme talents, but as time went on, the more people Chu Yuyao killed, the more negative forces such as the resentment of living beings, residual souls, evil spirits, etc. accumulated by her would be completely absorbed into the ancient double pupils and supreme bones, completely destroying the top talents that Chu Yuyao was born with. Not only will Chu Yuyao's temperament become more extreme and cruel, but she will also become bloodthirsty. She is not a demon, but she is worse than a demon. She will stir up a bloody storm on the continent, causing the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people, and even her fellow disciples in Hell Valley will envy her. Moreover, when these negative forces reach their limit, the 2 supreme talents, the ancient double pupils and the supreme bones, which are incompatible with these negative forces, will explode, making Chu Yuyao like a possessed person and instantly become a cripple. Chu Yuyao's final outcome was that she handed over all her accumulation to the great demon lord Chu Tiano and then committed suicide. Among the 3 sisters of the Chu family, the one who was the most intimidating and had the greatest hope of becoming an emperor did not know why she ended up like this until her death. Before her death, she even regretted that she had done so many evil things in her life and was punished by God, which was why she ended up like this. She advised her brother not to follow her example. Chu Dian also listened to his sister's words. Although he possessed the body of a chaos demon god and an unrivaled aura, his actions were restricted everywhere, causing the Chu family to lose the last chance to turn the tables. In the original plot, the master of all evil was cruel and ruthless, and Chu Yuyao's character was deeply influenced by this master. Therefore, Chu Tiansheng was afraid of alerting the enemy, so he did not take the initiative to attack, but waited for Chu Yuyao to return to the sect on schedule to visit her parents. But when he felt the strong evil spirit coming from Chu Yuyao, Chu Tian used the Eye of Heaven to find out the truth and see to what extent his second sister's ancient double pupils and supreme bones had been contaminated by negative forces. I never expected this. The venerable poison master was so cruel and ruthless that he probably knew that once his deeds were exposed, the consequences would be disastrous, so he secretly set up a killing move in Chu Yuyao's Sea of Consciousness. Once a powerful person uses supreme magical powers to forcibly explore Chu Yuyao's ancient double pupils and supreme bones, he will be retaliated against, and Chu Yuyao will be destroyed both physically and spiritually, and the explorer will be wiped out together. In this way, there will be no evidence. The poison master would still have a chance to defend himself or even escape, and he could also pour water on Chu Yuyao's poisonous power, automatically detonating the two supreme talents. The special magical power created by Tianming Daozhen in the Eye of Heaven contains the intention of the Emperor, so it directly detonates the killing move set by him. At this moment, the poison and evil spirit of the half-step Emperor had even detonated the vitality in Chu Yuyao's body. Even if Jian Kongzu returned now, he would not be able to save Chu Yuyao. He could only watch his daughter's body being corroded and exploded by various negative forces. A critical moment. System, can the Danwang Heart Sutra and the Destiny Extraction Technique help my second sister change her fate? Give me a plan. Chu Dian asked immediately. The host can exchange for the creation pill to cleanse the essence and marrow. At the same time, with the host's current power as the Emperor, combined with the powerful control of the Eye of Heaven, and with a concentrated spirit, he can force Chu Yuyao to cultivate the Pilking Heart Sutra. After exchanging the true solution of the Destiny Extraction Technique, I will help Chu Yuyao quickly cultivate it to the intermediate level, allowing her to operate it independently and gradually eliminate the residual influence of the negative power. The cooperation of the three can save Chu Yuyao from certain death. The Pilking Heart Sutra and the Destiny Extraction Technique are worth 11,000 Destiny points, the Creation Pill is worth 100,000 Destiny points, and the Destiny Extraction Technique is worth 4,000 Destiny points, for a total of 115,000 Destiny points. The system did not disappoint Chu Dian. A gentle and pleasant voice quickly sounded and gave a solution. However, the required Destiny points were almost an astronomical number. You should know that to save the old camel from his chronic illness and hidden injuries, only a magic pill of good fortune was used, which is worth 100,000 Destiny points. But saving Chu Yuyao would cost 115,000. This does not include the Emperor's Descent talisman used by Chu Dian, which is no less valuable than the Creation Pill. Exchange. Chu Dian didn't hesitate at all, nor did he feel the slightest bit of heartache. All Destiny points are external things. Chu Yuyao is his relative and possesses two supreme talents. She will be of infinite help to him in the future. Whether it is family affection or long-term perspective, Chu Yuyao's importance is far beyond what can be measured by 110,000 Destiny points. Chapter 99, Heavenly Killing Order. Exchange successful. Everything happened in a flash. The Emperor's Descent talisman only lasted for 10 minutes. Chu Dian was unwilling to waste even a second. With a flip of his hand, the Creation Pill appeared in his hand and he stuffed it directly into Chu Yuyao's black lips. The Danwang Heart Sutra, the Destiny Extraction Technique, and the true explanation immediately appeared in Chu Dian's runes. With his current strength at the Emperor level, he understood it in an instant. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Eye of Heaven burst out with billions of feet of purple light, tearing the sky apart, suppressing time and space, and at the same time, accompanied by the substantial spirit of the Emperor level at this moment, forcibly tearing apart the magical powers of the Taoist Master Juming and blasting into Chu Yuyao's mind. Chu Dian was extremely domineering. He directly controlled Chu Yuyao's body and began to guide the power in her body to operate the Danwang Heart Sutra. At the same time, he used 5 things at once and began to use the Emperor's Dao Yun in Chu Yuyao's mind, chanting the Destiny Extraction Technique to her, and directly injecting the true answer into her mind to help her decipher it. At the same time, he also used 3 major visions in succession to suppress time and space, cutting off the past and the future, and not allowing any force to interfere with Chu Yuyao. The 10,000 Dao cauldron emerged in the sky, reaching hundreds of millions of feet high. The lines on it were as thick as majestic mountains stretching for tens of millions of miles, towering into the starry sky. An infinite and supreme aura permeated the area around Shangxian sect for tens of millions of miles, and even penetrated all the territories of Shangxian sect and spread directly outside Shangxian sect. The surrounding sects were all alarmed, and countless old monsters were awakened. They looked at the Shangxian sect with horror, subconsciously thinking that another strong man in the Shangxian sect had attained the status of emperor. What a vast and supreme aura. He has just attained enlightenment and is still imperfect, yet he is so powerful. Is the Holy Heaven sect going to produce another heavenly ranking emperor? The arrival of 3 heavenly ranking emperors has already put pressure on the entire continent sects to the point of suffocation. If another one appears, could it be that he intends to single-handedly challenge the top 100 ranking in the 10,000 realms? I have a very deep relationship with the Holy Heaven sect, but why have I never heard of such a powerful and heaven-defying half-step emperor among them? Many old monsters outside the Shangxian sect were shocked. Some people who were on good terms with the Shangxian sect even stood up immediately and flew quickly to the Shangxian sect headquarters, crossing the Shangxian sect's territory, wanting to witness the emperor's enlightenment with their own eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The billions of purple rays of light that erupted from the Eye of Heaven were earth-shaking and tore through the sky. There were even earth-shaking thunders resounding from the depths of the sky. Chu Dian immersed all his mind into Chu Yuyao's mind, suppressing and eliminating the impact of the killing move left by the deadly poison lord on Chu Yuyao. The sudden change in the terrifying murderous intent came and went quickly. The earth-shaking aura of the emperor burst out from Chu Dian, but it actually only took a breath. But the world bathed in sunshine has completely changed its appearance. The entire Shangxian sect was in an uproar, and countless old monsters who were in seclusion were awakened. In the Holy Heaven Lake, Duan Mushengzu was sleeping in a star crystal coffin. After sensing a familiar breath, he woke up from his sleep, his eyes red and filled with tears. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Little snake, can you see what's happening over there, big brother? I want to go out. Boom, boom, boom. The huge body of the dragon ancestor moved slightly, and he was awakened from his slumber. His eyes, as huge as stars, tore through the void and cast towards the Holy Emperor Peak. At this moment, on the Holy Emperor Peak, Yi Tianchong was alarmed almost immediately. After seeing the scene on the Holy Emperor Peak, he witnessed Chu Dian bursting out with the aura of an emperor, suppressing the deadly poison lord, and feeding Chu Yuyao the creation pill. The Emperor's Advent Talisman, Chu Yuyao. Ancient double pupils, supreme bones. Your Majesty, you want to die, why do you drag me into this? Yi Tianchong was stunned at this moment, his face was slightly pale, he sat blankly on the highest throne in the main hall of the Yi family, watching the movement on the Holy Emperor Peak, without saying a word for a long time. We just went through the Chu Yunsheng incident, and one problem after another has arisen. The venomous lord is trying to kill him. Why did the Chu family give birth to such a monster? Why? Why would such an incredible thing happen? Why would the supreme ancient talisman like the Emperor's Advent Talisman and the ancient divine elixir like the creation pill appear in the hands of an 8-year-old child? Yi Tianchong was almost going crazy. He growled at the dark corner of the main hall, quick, notify Juming Guzun immediately. The matter has been exposed. It's terrible. Tell him to run. Use all means to help him run. The farther the better. Leave Hengtian realm immediately and hide far away. Never show up again. Tell him that I will protect his life and family at all costs. I must keep him safe. Yi Qianshang was horrified and his scalp was about to explode. He couldn't believe why things turned out like this. Because of the strength and means of the Lord of Deadly Poison, he was the one who personally contacted and offered huge benefits to gain the other party's trust. Unlike Yi Feng, he could not distance himself from the matter. Once the Poison Lord exposes him, Jian Kangzu and King Chu will tear him to pieces. Everyone in the sect will be stunned to learn that it was he who poisoned Chu Yuyao into this state and wiped out a monster with supreme talents such as supreme bones and ancient double pupils. No one can save him. Send a message to Elder Hong Chen immediately and ask him to put down what he is doing and come back to see me immediately. I have something to discuss with him, Yi Qianshang said hoarsely, staring at Chu Dian without blinking. At this moment, within the sect, the Duanmu family, the Su family, and the Jiyu family all cast their gazes towards the Holy Emperor Peak. On ordinary days, they naturally wouldn't dare to do this, as it is extremely disrespectful. But Chu Dian's sudden outburst of imperial power shocked everyone. When they saw Chu Dian's erupting eye of heaven in the 10,000 Dao cauldron that was tens of millions of feet tall and soared into the sky, the minds of the strongest men from the three top families fell into chaos. But suddenly, Tuolao and Chu Tianqing reacted quickly with red eyes, and immediately activated the peak suppressing formation on the Holy Emperor Peak. Golden lines spread out, layer upon layer, directly blocking out all outside observation. Everyone, leave the summit immediately. No one is allowed to step inside. Death Squad, immediately control the main peak. Everyone stays where they are and is not allowed to move without authorization. Anyone who disobeys this order will be killed without mercy. Old Tuo directly issued a death order, and the murder's intent was like a tsunami, resounding throughout the Holy Emperor Peak. From his gaze, he could immediately tell that Chu Dian and Chu Yuyao were in a state that absolutely could not be disturbed. Even though Chu Dian had the Emperor's supreme ancient talisman, his realm was too low. He had to extend Chu Yuyao's life on the one hand, and fight against the magical powers of the deadly poison lord on the other hand, while avoiding hurting Chu Yuyao. This was an extremely energy-consuming task and could not tolerate any interference. This matter concerns the lives of two direct descendants, Chu Dian and Chu Yuyao, who he had watched grow up little by little and had long regarded as his own children. Tuolao felt that he was going crazy and no longer cared about the hierarchy or the difference between master and servant. He directly used the authority in his hands to block the entire peak. Just a little bit, just a tiny bit, and he was about to witness two children die in front of him at the same time. Fortunately, the young master is blessed with great fortune, is protected by destiny, and possesses the divine pill of creation and the ancient talisman of the emperor. Fortunately, thousands of words, buzz, buzz, buzz. The vast imperial consciousness of Camel Old Man covered every corner of the Holy Emperor Peak, monitoring every movement of every person. Send the order. Issue a heavenly killing order in the name of Shengxian sect. Immediately inform Hell Valley and control the Death Poison Lord. If he is allowed to escape or if there is even the slightest mistake, the entire Hell Valley clan will be wiped out. The unprecedentedly furious voice of Chu Tianqing, the elegant middle-aged man, resounded throughout the Shengxian sect. Chapter 100. The order must be to kill, and the fight will not stop until death. Heavenly killing order. Chu Tianqing's furious voice resounded throughout the sect, shocking many sect leaders. Countless disciples, guardians, and strong men looked towards the direction of Shengwang Peak at the same time. Has it become so serious? Duanmu Rong, the head of the Duanmu family, muttered to himself with a cold and solemn expression. I'm afraid the situation of Chu Dian and Chu Yuyao is not good. Duan Mulei's face was gloomy and ugly. This ignorant person, Juming Duzun, is simply courting death. But big brother, do you still remember what happened with Chu Yuyao? Duan Murong nodded and said, of course I remember. Because of this incident, countless people were implicated and killed. 18 divine kings and even half-step emperors were killed by Jian Kangzu. However, after tracing the case all the way, the truth is still a mystery. It is ranked alongside the poisoning of Yifan's Hanmeng sacred bone as one of the two major mysteries in the sect for thousands of years. Duan Mulei looked towards Shengwang Peak, his voice getting deeper and deeper. Brother, it was Yi Qianshang who suggested that Chu Yuyao become a disciple of Juming Duzun. What you mean is, Duan Murong's pupils suddenly contracted violently, and his hands trembled subconsciously. This guess is terrible. If this is confirmed to be true, the sky will collapse. Chu Tianqing is only the acting deputy sect leader. The issuance of the heavenly killing order needs to be approved by the council of elders and then approved by the sect leader. However, it should be passed without a doubt, and the sect leaders will fully support it. Duan Mulei said calmly. At this time, whether for the sake of our family or for the sake of the sect's justice, our family must firmly stand on the side of the Chu family. The Holy Heaven sect has accumulated millions of years of hard work and struggle to reach its current peak. However, at this peak, scandals like this have occurred repeatedly. The most outstanding younger disciples have been poisoned and assassinated. Now, even Chu Dian, who is ranked first on the earth ranking, has almost died. It's a huge shame. Duan Mulei's eyes flashed with murderous intent. At this time, the Su family, the Jiyu family, and even the Yi family of the Holy Emperor Peak were all discussing the outbreak of the Holy Emperor Peak and Chu Tianqing's announcement of the number 1 kill order. The heavenly killing order, the highest level kill order of Shengxian sect. Once the order is issued, the enemy must be killed, and there will be no turning back. The last time the Holy Heaven sect issued a heavenly kill order was 30,000 years ago. The target of the hunt was an emperor from the demon spirit realm, because he had killed a disciple who was in the top 3 of the Holy Heaven sect's core sequence and was about to step into the divine king realm and had the opportunity to become an emperor. The order was to pull out the emperor's tendons and skin, and hang his head on the 10,000 realms mountain. After the incident, the Shengxian sect was furious, and the heavenly kill order was issued. The old monsters in the sect woke up from their retreat one after another, activated many of the sect's taboos, and laid a tight net. Many of its staunch allies, sects, families, and tribes cooperated together, and finally intercepted the emperor in the ruins of 10,000 worlds, and a shocking battle broke out. In that battle, Shengxian sect dispatched 3 emperors and more than 15 half-step emperors, as well as countless forbidden weapons, imperial weapons, and treasures, as well as many top-level formation plates, etc. The staunchest allies also sent out their strongest men to provide full assistance. That peak siege battle blew up the endless starry sky, and eventually caused the emperor to bleed and die in the ruins of all worlds. His clan, numbering 60 million, was utterly slaughtered by the Holy Heaven sect, leaving no one behind. Their heads were chopped off and forged into a mountain of white skulls, 8,000 feet tall. Even the ferocious beasts raised within the clan were chopped to pieces. That battle was also the battle that made the Holy Heaven sect's Tianzi killing order famous. Its powerful foundation was so intimidating that it intimidated all worlds. The Shengxian sect also jumped from being the top sect in Hengtian continent to becoming the strongest sect that could rival the Siheng Holy sect. There are many top sects in the Hengtian continent, but 30,000 years ago, the only one whose name was circulated in the myriad realms was the Siheng Holy sect. The Siheng Holy sect almost represents the entire Hengtian realm. After that battle, Hengtian realm had a second force that could have a say, called Shengxian sect. In the myriad worlds, the most powerful sects and clans are never judged by their strength at their peak, but by the accumulation of countless years. Even at their lowest point, without a supreme being like Saint Ancestor Duanmu, and even after the strongest is gone, it's impossible to fathom the depth of their foundation, how many powerful individuals they conceal, how many killer moves they possess, how many powerful forces they can rally to support them, and how complex their relationships are. This is called background. After millions of years of accumulation, 3 ups and downs, the Shangxian sect finally dominated the world. 30,000 years later, Yi Qianqiang and Chu Tianhuang, a pair of sworn brothers with extraordinary talents, rose up all the way, united as one, and finally stood on the shoulders of their ancestors, overwhelmed the oldest holy land in the continent, Sang Shangzong, and brought Shengtianzong to the throne of the continent's #1 sect. When my Shangxian sect was at its peak, such scandals kept happening. Alas, where's the majesty of my Tianzong? It's been many years since our holy sect has produced a young monster like the little Saint Sun, and now we don't know whether he's alive or dead. The deadly poison master must die. His blood will pave the way for the majesty of our Tianzong. Even if Hell Valley is the strongest sect in the way of poison and one of the top sects on the continent, it must pay the heaviest price for this. 30,000 years ago, our Tianzong dared to cross the border to exterminate the clan and kill the emperor, let alone now. The entire Shangxian sect headquarters exploded, and a strong murderous intent lingered in the sky. At the same time, one after another, old monsters from other sects who were on good terms with Shangxian sect came to Shangxian sect to pay their respects. When they learned about the power of the emperor and that the 10,000 Dao cauldron that was billions of feet high was sent out by the young Saint Chu Tian of the Holy Heaven sect, who used an ancient supreme talisman of the emperor to save his sister Chu Yuyao, they were shocked and their minds were stunned. The young saint of the Chu family was so powerful that it was almost against the will of heaven. He actually survived the almost sneak attack of a half-step emperor and saved Chu Yuyao. Gazing at the vast sky above the holy emperor peak, the boundless 10,000 Dao cauldron towering into the starry sky made their hearts beat wildly. Is the Lord of Death crazy? The Holy Heaven sect is at its peak. What does he want to do? Poisoning the Chu family's daughter and silencing the Holy Son of the Heaven sect. How much shit is in his head? I'm afraid everyone in Hell Valley will be killed by him. The heavenly killing order, oh my god. Why do I always have a feeling that there are many hidden dangers here? Is the venerable deadly poison so audacious? That's right. Poisoning Chu Yuyao and ruining the future of a Saint Heaven sect demon will only bring catastrophic disaster to Hell Valley and will not bring any benefits. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. I can't care less. Something big is going to happen. The situation in mainland China is going to change. The little saint and the Chu family's daughter have been persecuted like this. The Holy Heaven sect will definitely take action. Hurry up and send a message to our family. We can't get involved in this mess in Hell Valley. Chapter 101, A roar that shakes the mountains and rivers. On the Holy Emperor Peak. Second brother, I will go to Hell Valley myself. A deep and hoarse voice came from the main hall. Big brother. Chu Tianqing was shocked and looked towards the door of the main hall. He saw that King Chu Tian with withered white hair had appeared at the door at some point. King Chu's white hair fluttered slightly in the wind. His originally tall and sturdy body was slightly bent at the waist, as if his shoulders were collapsed by a heavy burden, making him look a little decadent. A low, sad and desperate aura emanated from him, making the atmosphere of heaven and earth a little bleak. King Chu Tian looked at his son and daughter who were being guarded by old Tuo, and was lost in thought for a long time. His eyes were bloodshot and his hands were shaking violently. Take good care of my 3 daughters and youngest son, otherwise I will cut you to pieces when I come back. The voice of Jian Kongzu before he left kept ringing in his mind. And what on earth did he do? How could he face his wife, his 1 son and 3 daughters? Puff. Suddenly, King Chu Tian's chest heaved violently, and he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood towards the sky. He took several steps back until he hit the door of the main hall. He leaned against the door, gasping for breath, and blood kept dripping from the corners of his mouth. King Chu was originally in his prime, but at this moment, he exuded the aura of an old man in his twilight years. The drifting blood mist dyed his withered white hair red. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Big brother. Big brother. Chu Tianqing and Chu Tianyan, who had just stepped out of the main hall with a strong murderous aura on his body, were furious and rushed over to support King Chu. Head of the family, patriarch. Anxious shouts echoed across the Holy Emperor Peak. No problem, I was just a little angry. King Chu Tian waved his hand, telling everyone not to worry. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, walked forward step by step, stepped out of the Holy Emperor Peak, and headed towards the Holy Emperor Peak. King Chu Tian took a step, crossed time and space, and landed directly in front of the main hall of the Yi family on the Holy Emperor Peak. His blood-stained white hair fluttered slightly, his back was slightly bent, and he just stared at the front without saying a word, looking at the main hall of the Yi family, as if his eyes could see through the layers of formations and see Yi Qianqiang inside. Silence. There was a dead silence, even the breeze seemed to have come to a standstill. Time and space have stagnated like a quagmire. Inside the hall, Yi Qianqiang sat on the main seat, his eyes bloodshot, his breathing heavy, his hands tightly gripping the handles of the chair, and he remained silent for a long time. Qianqiang, why don't you go out and explain? You 2 brothers are so close. Yi Hongchen, who was standing aside, couldn't help but speak. No. Yi Qianqiang's voice was horribly hoarse. The innocent will be innocent. If I leave now, I will completely confirm his idea. Second uncle, please help me pass a message to the Elders' Council. The facts have not yet been ascertained. Hell Valley and my Shangxian sect have been friends for thousands of years. For the sake of the sect's interests, I do not agree to issue the heavenly killing order until I have evidence. Qianqiang, under the shadow, Yi Hongchen trembled visibly, and his pupils contracted violently. One can imagine how anxious he was at the moment. Although there is no evidence. However, the deadly move and terrifying murderous intent of the Poison Lord could now be detected in the sky. The fact that the sect's saint son and the eldest daughter of the Chu family were almost killed was a fact visible to the naked eye. The entire sect is now filled with collective indignation. At this time, issuing such an order is almost equivalent to Yi Qianqiang using his own strength to fight against the surging anger of the sect, which may very likely bury him. I am the head of the family and even more so the sect leader. I need to be responsible for the Yi family and the overall situation of the sect. Do as I say, Yi Qianqiang suddenly shouted, his eyes full of bloodshot. He had no other choice. Go ahead and do it. I'll explain it later. Come back to see me as soon as you're done. I have something urgent for you to do. Yi Hongchen nodded with difficulty, walked out of the main hall, and said to King Chu in a low voice, King Chu, you and Qianqiang are sworn brothers, you shouldn't doubt him. I watched you all grow up. Boom. King Chu Tian swung his palm, and the shadow of a divine dragon passed across. The dragon roared to the sky, and time and space were directly shattered. Yi Hongchen spurted blood and was knocked into the turbulent flow of time and space. The strength of the emperor on the heavenly ranking is almost overwhelming for a veteran half-step emperor like him. After a few breaths, Yi Hongchen, covered in blood and scars, flew out of the turbulence. Not daring to say another word, he hurriedly flew towards the Elder Peak. From beginning to end, King Chu Tian didn't even look at Yi Hongchen. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on the main hall without blinking. There was deathly silence throughout the sect. There was still no sound in the main hall of the Yi family. There were countless powerful people in the Holy Emperor Peak, but even their breathing could not be heard. Countless powerful people in the sect were extremely nervous, holding their breath and widening their eyes. Suddenly, golden light began to emerge from King Chu Tian's eyes, and his dry white hair fluttered like dragon whiskers. Fine golden dragon scales suddenly grew on his head. Buzz, a supreme and surging dragon might swept across billions of miles of sky. Roar, King Chu Tian roared like a dragon, which contained endless rage, and the terrifying sound waves swept directly towards the main hall of the Yi family in front. A roar shakes the mountains and rivers. Time and space collapse. The main hall of the Yi family that had stood for a million years collapsed and turned into ashes. The huge holy emperor peak shook violently. Cracks appeared on the mountain that the Yi family had occupied for a million years, and it seemed that it would collapse at any time. The dragon head that King Chu Tian transformed into emitted rolling and substantial sound waves. This was the roar of a divine dragon. If it were outside the domain, even the stars would be shattered in an instant, and the stars in the sky would be reduced to dust. In a breath, the holy emperor peak trembled, and huge rocks rolled and turned into a torrent and fell down. In 2 breaths, the top of the holy emperor peak was flattened by thousands of meters, and endless sound waves swept the dust into the turbulence of time and space. In 3 breaths, the 10,000-meter top of the holy emperor peak was flattened and turned into a platform. The sky was filled with golden light, and the mighty dragon roars made it impossible for anyone to see the scene clearly. There was complete silence throughout the sect. Even the 3 top families were worried. There are more than tens of thousands of Yi family members on Shangdi Peak. With this roar from King Chu, all the stars in the sky will be extinguished, and countless people in the Yi family will die. The mountain where the Yi family had stood for a million years was flattened, and the main hall was blown up by roars. This scene was simply indescribable. What happened to sect leader Yi Qianshang? No one could understand it. Today is the most prosperous era of Shangxian Peak. Its influence reaches every corner of Hengtian continent, and its prestige is at its peak. Why has the sect become like this in such a prosperous era? The 2 founding families had lived in peace for a million years, and had grown the sect to its current size, but now they were on the verge of a bloody fight, and it seemed as if they would erupt in violence at any moment. King Chu, Duan Wurong wanted to say something, but when he finally opened his mouth, all the words he wanted to say turned into a long sigh. No one wants to see the sect split. At this moment, Duan Wulei said in a hoarse voice, "Third uncle sent a message from the Elder Peak. Yi Qianshang ordered that the heavenly killing order is not allowed to be issued." Chapter 102. Is this a miracle? Additional. Duan Wurong was stunned and dazed for a long time. Is Yi Qianshang really crazy? Brother, we may really be witnessing history. Duan Wulei looked at the smoke and dust filling the sky above the holy emperor peak and spoke word by word. Abandoned sect leader. Is it possible? Duan Wurong murmured to himself. We are sending a note to the Council of Elders in the name of the Duanwu family. We do not agree with the sect master's statement and fully support the issuance of the heavenly killing order to the deadly poison master. Immediately mobilize all forces, arrest the deadly poison master, and seal off Hell Valley. Now, from the top families of Shangxian sect, such as Duanwu, Su, and Jiyu, to the second-rate families, regardless of their relationship with the Yi family, all send a note to the elders expressing their disapproval of sect master Yi Qianshang's statement. Many sect leaders immediately stood up and headed to Elder Peak to convene an emergency elders meeting. Yi Hongchen, the supreme elder of the Yi family, was blasted out of the Elder Peak. The Elder Council reached a resolution to reject the suggestion of the sect leader Yi Qianshang, and issued a heavenly kill order to the Lord of Death. According to Chu Tianqing's suggestion, a death warning was issued to Hell Valley. The smoke and dust dissipated, the dragon roars disappeared, but the out-of-control chaos remained, and a low cough was heard from the holy emperor peak. Yi Qianshang was still sitting on the golden dragon throne, coughing violently, with blood constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth. At this moment, every inch of his exposed skin, from his forehead to the soles of his feet, was covered with cracks, as if he were a human-shaped porcelain piece that was about to break. Thousands of people from the Yi family were standing densely around him, their eyes filled with infinite horror. Many of them had pale faces, as if they had seen death coming. But strangely, the dragon's roar that could shatter the stars in the sky seemed to avoid them consciously and did not harm their lives. Heavenly King, Big Brother, I have a clear conscience. Yi Qianshang kept coughing, and the aura of reincarnation emanated from his body, causing time and space to distort and go back. The main hall of the Yi family reappeared on the top of the mountain, but the flattened top of the mountain could no longer be restored. He is the emperor of the heavenly ranking and possesses the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. But he is not the creator god. In front, the figure of King Chu Tian had disappeared. He did not even return to the holy emperor peak, but disappeared within the holy heaven sect. But the strong men in the sect looked at the flattened top of the holy emperor peak and understood completely that everything could never go back to the way it was before. Second brother, the elders' meeting was in an uproar. They reached a rare consensus and rejected Yi Qianshang's suggestion and kicked Yi Hongchen out of the elders' peak. Chu Tianyan said in a low, hoarse voice, but the time for issuing the heavenly killing order has been delayed. I'm afraid that the deadly poison master has already escaped. Big Brother might miss the opportunity. Let me lead a group of death warriors to Hell Valley to cooperate with Big Brother. No, the sect is in such a state now, I can't handle it alone. I need you to hold the front, you can't leave. Chu Tianqing shook his head and said in a low voice, where are Sun Slave and Moon Slave? The space fluctuated slightly. 2 men wearing black and white ghost face masks appeared and half knelt on one knee. Meet the acting patriarch. Meet the great elder. The sun, the moon, the stars, the universe, and the vastness of the world are the highest code names for the Chu family's dead warriors. Only when the previous one dies will the next one be replaced by a dead warrior with extraordinary talent. The current Sun Slave and Moon Slave have survived for more than 2,000 years. They are older than King Chu Tian and their strength is unfathomable. The Sun Group and the Moon Group led by the 2 are one of the most elite forces in the Chu family. One needs strength of at least the divine realm to join them. Chu Tianqing's elegant face was filled with murderous intent. He said, take the Sun team and the Moon team, each carrying a family forbidden weapon, and head to Hell Valley. You must secretly cooperate with the patriarch. I grant you the highest level of authority to kill anyone who hinders you from carrying out your mission, and to mobilize all the forces of the Chu family in the surrounding area without having to report to them. There is only one purpose, to monitor the movements of Hell Valley, record all suspicious individuals, and cooperate with the patriarch to capture the deadly poison master. Your command. The space distorted slightly, and the 2 assassins disappeared on the holy emperor peak. Second brother, letting me stay in the sect is too. Chu Tianyan's voice was low and trembling slightly. Are you going to abolish the sect leader? Shangxian sect has been around for a million years. The sect master is the undisputed leader of the sect. Only when the previous one passes away will the Holy Sun take over. There has never been a precedent of deposing a clan leader. Even someone as powerful as Jiyu Mozu, the ancestor of the revival of the country, who practiced magic and made the Hengtian continent tremble, had to admit the fact that he practiced magic. But he still had to wait until the ancestor of the Chu family passed away before he took over the position of the clan leader. This is the sect's rules, an implicit rule that everyone tacitly accepts, and it is also a guarantee to ensure that the sect's power is smoothly passed down from generation to generation without major changes. But now, Yi Qianshang's series of actions seemed to have crossed this bottom line and completely aroused public anger. A series of things. Rejecting the sect leader's order and blasting Yi Hongchen, the Yi family's supreme elder, out of the elder peak has already vaguely conveyed some information. If Yi Qianshang could be deposed from his position as the sect leader, The impact is unimaginable. If the head of the Yi family is deposed during the period of rotation between the two families, the damage to the Yi family will be fatal and will far exceed the impact of the replacement of the head of the Internal Affairs Hall. What do you think? Chu Tianqing's voice was hoarse and hysterical, but after a moment he shook his head slightly. It's still a little short of the right temperature. We need to add more firewood to make the fire stronger. It would be best if we could burn a big hole in the sky. The heavenly killing order has been issued. Even if Hell Valley had the courage of a dragon and a white tiger, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. Furthermore, Big Brother has finally let go of his burden and taken action himself. With the cooperation of the Sun and Moon teams, it's only a matter of time before we capture the deadly poison master. I hope they can find something earth-shattering over there. Chu Tianqing looked at Chu Tian and said in a low voice, it would be great if Xiao Tian could create a few more miracles. Nowadays, the more evil Xiao Tian becomes, the greater the blow to Yi Qianshang's reputation. How can it be so easy? If miracles can be created easily, they are not worthy of being called miracles. Chu Tianyan also looked at Chu Tian. Even though he knew that this was too difficult, a hint of expectation emerged in his eyes. At this moment, the time for the Emperor of Heaven to descend has arrived, and the aura of the Emperor on Chu Tian's body began to gradually fade away. Second uncle, third uncle, how many miracles do you want? Is this a miracle? Chu Tian's calm and indifferent voice sounded. He opened his eyes and whispered to his second sister Chu Yuyao, sister, it's safe. The eye of heaven between his eyebrows closed, the purple light covering Chu Yuyao dissipated, the one now cauldron that reached heaven and earth disappeared, and the blockade of time and space suddenly dissipated. Chu Yuyao seemed to have regained consciousness. When she heard Chu Tian's words, her body trembled and her eyes slowly opened a crack. Boom! Two rays of divine light shot out from her eyes, piercing through the galaxy and shaking the outside world. In an instant, the universe shook, extraterritorial stars fell, the sun and the moon shifted, and all kinds of shocking phenomena in the heaven and earth continued to appear. The ancient double pupils appeared, and one glance could see through all the worlds. At this time, a mist fell across Chu Yuyao's chest, and a small golden bone appeared, evolving endless mysteries and revealing the secrets of the heaven, earth and universe. Chapter 103 Why did it suddenly become like this? The ancient double pupil, the supreme bone. Chu Tianyan's voice was trembling, his whole body was shaking. Yuyao's the two supreme talents are both back. Second brother, did you see that? They are all back. Chu Tianyan's eyes were bloodshot. This 5-foot-tall, muscular, and powerful middle-aged man now had tears rolling in his eyes. His tongue was tied with excitement and he couldn't even speak clearly. Chu Yuyao's two supreme talents are a great pain in the hearts of the Chu family. It is a huge pain, and it is also a huge shame for the entire Chu family, which is remembered by all the senior executives of the Chu family. If a family wants to be passed down for a long time, it depends on the emergence of outstanding people from generation to generation and the passing of the torch. It depends on the younger generation. Chu Yuyao possesses two supreme talents, each of which is capable of shocking the Hangtian continent. It is a peerless talent that appears only once in millions of years. However, she was accidentally poisoned not long after she was born. For the Chu family, the pain was indescribable, and the blow it brought was incomparable. Especially for Chu Tianwang and Jian Kongzu, they were almost going crazy at that time. A bloody storm broke out almost inside and outside the sect, and they caught countless spies, undercover agents, or people with evil intentions who might harm Chu Yuyao. But in the end, it still ended in vain, becoming a great pain in the hearts of the top management of the Chu family. Chu Yuyao had two supreme talents and a bright future, but she was ruined. Everyone in the Chu family felt extremely guilty towards Chu Yuyao. But I never expected it. In this life or death situation, in the critical situation of escaping death, Chu Tian actually helped Chu Yuyao to revive these two supreme talents. Miracle, a miracle of the universe. Chu Tianqing's eyes were also red, and his whole body was trembling slightly. He turned around, lowered his head, and gently wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Then he turned around and said, quick, inform my eldest brother and sister-in-law, tell them the good news, let them be happy too. I'll notify my brother now. Chu Tianyan nodded and wiped away the tears from his eyes with his rough hands. The old camel's eyes were still red, but this time, they were filled with joy. He said, acting master, I have already informed the mistress, but she must have entered a forbidden area, cut off from any outside communication. Once she leaves and receives the news, she will surely be proud of you. At this time, far outside the territory of Shengxian sect, King Chu Tian, who was traveling through space at high speed, trembled all over and plunged directly into the turbulence of time and space. The terrible mixed flow rules bombarded his body, making a violent roar and vibration, but he didn't care at all. Okay. Good son, my dear son, thank you so much. Chu Tianwang's white hair fluttered, tears streaming down his face. Yuyao, my dear daughter, you are finally healed and can still hold your head up and face people. You don't have to make yourself look so unapproachable, neither human nor ghost. And you don't have to pretend to be indifferent in front of your parents. Chu Yuyao has a bad temper, is cruel and ruthless, and is cruel to outsiders, but she is almost open-hearted to her family members. Every year when she went home to visit her parents, she would pretend in front of him and Jian Kongzu that she was very strong and did not need the ancient double pupils and supreme bones, so as to prevent her parents from being sad and feeling guilty about her. Every time Chu Tianwang and Jian Kongzu saw Chu Yuyao's obedience, they felt heartbroken, but they had to force themselves to put on a smile so as not to let their daughter be sad with them. But even if they searched high and low, Jian Kongzu even got all the magical medicines from the forbidden areas and secret realms of the 10,000 worlds, and even forcibly abducted the divine doctors from the same medical world to Hangtian continent to detoxify Chu Yuyao, they were still helpless. Because the poison has completely merged with Chu Yuyao's double pupils and supreme bones, detoxifying it is equivalent to taking her daughter's life. The heavenly doctor even suggested to Jian Kongzu that he could forcibly detoxify the body and then transplant the double pupils and supreme bones to other geniuses to avoid wasting these two supreme talents. But the price was Chu Yuyao's life. The furious Jian Kongzu drew his sword and nearly struck the heavenly doctor with it, sending him out of Hangtian continent. King Chu Tian had seen his daughter more than once, and saw Jian Kongzu secretly crying, but as a man, he was helpless. Ha. King Chu looked like a madman, laughing crazily, his dry white hair waving like dead grass, tears constantly falling, and he continued to rush towards the Hell Valley. Son, daughter, Dad has figured it out. I really have figured it out. You are the most precious things around, Dad, screw your sworn brothers. I treated him as a brother and put the interests of the sect first, but he treated me like a fool. I am just an incurable fool. The Chu Tian dynasty rushed towards the Hell Valley, with the Sun Slave and the Moon Slave following far behind. The murderous aura was rising to the sky, shaking the boundless time and space. In the Holy Emperor Peak, Huaimei gasped, looked at the shocking sight in the sky, and scratched her head frantically, feeling that her bald head had grown bigger. The ancient double pupil and the supreme bone have fully awakened. My dear, these two supreme talents are both ranked in the top 20 on the Hangtian continent, and now they are concentrated in one person. The Chu family is going against the will of heaven. Huaimei felt her head was as big as a bucket. She looked at Chu Yuncheng, whose divine light was surging and dazzling like a blazing sun. She looked at Chu Tian again and gasped repeatedly. She turned her head to look at the holy maiden Hylian beside her and said, Cousin, it seems that our Shengxian sect can no longer suppress the power of this generation of Shengxian sect. Big Brother's chaos god demon body is enough for us to deal with. He has even stolen your limelight. Now it seems that Big Brother's second sister is also unstoppable. Although she hasn't made a move yet, she looks much more powerful than Chu Yuncheng. Master's mission, it seems that we are. Suddenly, St. Helian's icy gaze swept over like lightning, causing Huai Mei to shut her mouth and wave her hands repeatedly. No, no, I understand. I won't say anything more. Cousin, please don't do anything. For millions of years, our Sehang holy sect has been the representative of Hengtian continent and the most powerful sect, but we lost it at the hands of our master. St. Helian's voice was cold and low. She stared at Chu Yuyao and Chu Dian intently, biting her lips hard. No matter how difficult it is, I will help Master fulfill his wish and lead the holy sect back to being number one on the continent. Sister, don't worry, I will definitely help you. I will go back to the holy sect to meditate and practice hard, and then come back to help you suppress your elder brother. Seeing her cousin's stubborn and unwilling look, Huai Mei felt distressed. She hurriedly comforted her and secretly made up her mind not to relax anymore. At this moment, everyone in Shengxian sect was in shock. On the Holy Emperor Peak, Yi Qianshang stood there in a daze, staring at the shocking scene on the Holy Emperor Peak, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Neither knows. It was he who personally poisoned Chu Yuyao. This was also the reason why King Chu and Jian Kongzu could not find the real culprit even after searching the entire sect. Because no one knows what he will do. After Chu Dian was born, he actually thought about replicating what happened to Chu Yuyao on Chu Dian, but King Chu Dian and Jian Kongzu were on high alert. As the deputy sect leader, King Chu Dian always kept Chu Dian by his side, taught him personally, and protected him tightly, leaving him no chance to make a move, even though he was busy with affairs. His best son was abandoned. Yi Fan, who had hoped to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the Yi family, was poisoned by someone unknown and is still in prison. But the Chu family. Chu Yuncheng's holy bones broke free from the control of the supreme yin-yang magic. Chu Dian's chaos demon body ranked first on the earth list, with incredible potential. Now even Chu Yuyao's two supreme talents that were destroyed by the poison have been restored. Chapter 104. It's time to settle some accounts. Why? Why is this happening? Yi Qianshang's eyes were filled with bloodshot. At this moment, many members of the Yi family around him, including many of the younger generation of the Yi family, were pale with shock. The Yi family seems to be at its peak, but now it seems that no one among the young generation under the age of 18 can be compared with the Chu family, and they are completely suppressed. This is a situation that has never occurred in millions of years and throughout the ages. My Yi family is the founding clan of a great family. Why is it that in this generation, there is not even a single outstanding genius? The most outstanding Yi Feng's magic skills have been completely wasted. Yi Wen was killed, and Yi Wu was seriously injured and bedridden, unable to continue practicing for half a year. Yi Wulong's grandfather committed a serious crime and committed suicide out of fear of punishment, which led to him being implicated in becoming almost half-crippled. Who can tell me what the Yi family should do next? Yi family leaders, why don't you think of a solution? If this continues, the next generation of our Yi family will be eliminated. The internal affairs hall was lost to our Yi family, and a large number of high-ranking members of the Yi family were arrested. Does anyone need to step forward and acknowledge this responsibility? In the Holy Emperor Peak, the Yi family finally became angry and began to talk about it. Not long ago, the Yi family was still in an overall upper hand. The younger generation of the Yi family was leading the way, and the upper echelons of the sect were the only one in power. But now, the Yi family was severely damaged. The younger generation died, were injured, became disabled, or fled. What is the reason for this? Yi Qianshang's face was pale. The huge pressure from the clan surged towards him, almost suffocating him. As the head of the family, he should bear the main responsibility for the situation. Everything was fine not long ago. What happened? Yi Qianshang's eyes were separated by two main peaks, staring at Chu Dian intently, and the bloodshot in his eyes gradually thickened. He also understood what the people of the Yi family said. But he suddenly discovered that all these things that happened seemed to be closely related to the young man Chu Dian. Starting from the holy vein flower fruit, Chu Dian rose to the top of the earth list, and his third uncle Yi Hengwu was exposed, and everything seemed to be wrong. Constantly slipping out of his control, Yi Qianshang stared at Chu Dian intently. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually became stronger. His fists were clenched tightly, his nails were deeply inserted into the flesh, and blood filled the gaps between his fingers. A strong sense of crisis filled Yi Qianshang's heart. He had never been so afraid of an 8 or 9-year-old child before. This can't go on any longer. Yi Qianshang's keen intuition as a hero told him. After the incident with the Poison Lord, Chu Dian had to die, no matter what the cost. He had to die. Otherwise, everything he had painstakingly built, including the Yi family's million-year foundation, would probably be destroyed in the hands of this 8 or 9-year-old kid. At this time, Chu Dian, who was far away, seemed to feel his gaze. He turned his head and smiled at Yi Qianshang, his mouth moving slightly, as if saying something. Uncle Qianshang, you were too clever and calculated, but ended up costing Qingqing your life. The divine light soars into the sky, and the supreme will is vast. Chu Yuyao's eyes finally opened. Second sister, I have removed most of the toxins from the double pupils in the supreme bone, but the remaining ones require you to use the Danwang Heart Sutra and the Destiny Extraction Technique to remove them. Chu Dian retracted his gaze and smiled calmly. Now, these are not the full power of the double pupils in the supreme bone. When the poison is completely eliminated, that will be the day when my second sister soars to the sky and dominates the world. I am looking forward to that day. Xiaodian, Chu Yuyao opened her mouth to speak, but in the end, she was silent for a while, and only 2 words came out, thank you. She understood everything from Chu Dian's eyes. We are a family, so why say so much? Sister is about to break through. Boom. Suddenly, a divine fire ignited between Chu Yuyao's eyebrows, and the supreme divine will and vast divine power spread from her body. The divine realm is reborn from then on, becoming extraordinary and otherworldly, different from humans and gods. Those who are under 18 years old and have broken through to the divine realm are all astonishing monsters. Even a Saint Helian, who is extremely gifted, is only a few months away from reaching 18 years of age, but she has yet to ignite the divine fire. This shows how difficult it is to reach this threshold. This is one of the biggest thresholds in the realm of cultivation. Entering the divine realm means completely transcending the constraints of natural rules, being able to fly into the sky and hide in the ground, turning stones into gold and fire into water with a wave of the hand, being able to initially reverse the laws, and possessing all kinds of incredible abilities. This state is called God. The 2 supreme talents awakened at the same time, which directly saved the 16-year-old Chu Yuyao from huge accumulation and allowed her to step into the realm of God, becoming extraordinary and otherworldly. At the age of 16, he was in the divine realm, possessing ancient double pupils and supreme bones. Such talent was enough to shake the world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a huge hand from heaven appeared in the sky, and a mighty power filled the air. It was a huge vision. The hand of God stretched out across the sky, grabbing from the void and pulling out chains of divine rules from the void, making a clattering sound. Extraction, condensation. Chu Yuyao let out a clear cry. It turned out that with the help of Chu Tian's ever power and his personal recitation of the true meaning of the destiny extraction technique, combined with the insight into the divine powers brought by the ancient devil pupils, he actually achieved great comprehension of the destiny extraction technique at the moment of breaking through the divine realm, igniting the divine fire, and merging with the heaven and earth, and derived a strange phenomenon. In a short period of time, he cultivated a top-level magical power to the great perfection realm. Such a speed is a miracle that has never been seen before or since. Chu Tian used the Heavenly Emperor's talisman, combined with the creation pill, the Pill King's Heart Sutra, the True Solution, and superimposed on Chu Yuyao's own two incredible talents to create an incredible miracle. If this were to be spread, it would probably scare a large number of evildoers to death. Xiaodian, the magical power you just passed onto me is so powerful. Chu Yuyao murmured to herself, and her eyes, which were painted with thick black eyeshadow, seemed to contain some kind of perception, and she waved her hand gently. Suddenly, the rule chain was grabbed by the hand of God, and after being slightly squeezed, it gathered into a rule ball. The terrifying destructive power emanated from it, and it seemed to have the terrifying ability to blow the stars into powder. This scene was so outrageous that it was suffocating. Extracting the divine chain of rules from the virtual space and condensing it into a means of attack is like a myth. Divine light shone in Chu Yuyao's eyes, layer upon layer. All the rules of the world were visible in her eyes, which was similar to the eye of heaven. The combination of destiny extraction technique and the ancient devil pupils produced all kinds of incredible changes. The degree of shock this brings is probably second only to Chu Tian's creation of the supreme magical power, the Wan Dao Ding. Oh my goodness, this is truly incredible. Chu Tianyan was stunned. Second brother, did you hear that? Yuyao actually just learned top-level magical powers from Xiaodian. What kind of incredible talent is this? Are we old guys going to be spared from living? Chu Tianxing's face darkened slightly, and he immediately remembered that Tuolao said that he had never entered the initial realm in his life and was crushed by Chu Tian. Second sister, I didn't gain nothing this time. Chu Tian's face was calm, but his heart moved slightly. Suddenly, the eye of heaven between his eyebrows blossomed, and a chaos spirit the size of an adult's fist in his mind burst out with a huge spirit. In the short time just now, because of the grooming of Chu Yuyao's body and the help of the Heavenly Emperor's talisman, his spirit was greatly tempered, allowing him to break through again and again and reach the 7th level of spirit refining. His horror at this moment was as vast as the ocean, yet as solid and heavy as steel. The eye of heaven was multiplied tenfold, and in an instant, the condensed spirit gathered together and actually created a huge black hole in the sky. Buzz! Suddenly, a purple hand of heaven that was not even much inferior to Chu Yuyao's condensed and grabbed the divine chain of rules from the void and squeezed it into a ball. That's right, after using the power of the Emperor to chant the true meaning of the destiny extraction technique for Chu Yuyao just now, I finally understood it. Chu Tian also cultivated this top-level magical power to the state of perfection, and a strange vision was born. Because of the blessing of the Emperor realm, Chu Tian's understanding of the art of destiny extraction is even deeper than Chu Yuyao's. One gold, one purple, two visions of God's hands, shining brightly in the sky. The fourth door, Huaime's charming little face turned pale, and she burst into tears again when she saw the scene. My mentality collapsed again. Can people still live well? Brother, if you can't do this, just kill me with your knife. Why make me endure this torture? It's worse than death. Huaime sat down on the ground with tears in her eyes. No, I can't bear this kind of blow. Cousin, I'm going back to the sect to practice in seclusion. You stay with me, big brother. Take care of yourself. Huaime wiped away her tears, got up, and ran down Shengwang Peak to find Mr. Chu. The cold face of St. Helian had turned pale at this moment. Even if she comprehended the eye of heaven, would she really have a chance to compete with this pervert? Uncle San, please bring me Fan from the prison. Chu Tian looked at his Uncle San, his voice calm, but with a hint of deep coldness. The second sister has mastered the art of destiny extraction and has practiced the Danwang Heart Sutra. It's time to settle some accounts. Uncle, please wait a moment. Another miracle will happen soon. Chu Tian's face was calm. Chapter 105 Preparing for Succession. You kid, you never stop talking until you shock people. You can come up with miracles just by speaking your mouth. Your second uncle, I'm so worried. Chu Tianxing said with a smile, but there was expectation in his eyes. The awakening of Chu Yuyao's two supreme talents, together with Chu Dian and Chu Yansheng, can be said to have completely established the leading position of the next generation of the Chu family. The Chu family's voice and influence in the sect will be even greater, and the pressure on him as the acting deputy sect leader will be greatly reduced. Even more so, the more Chu Yuyao defies the heavens, if she catches the deadly poison master and can find some irrefutable evidence, Yi Tianchong. A rare hint of coldness and murder's intent flashed across Chu Tianxing's kind eyes. You scared me to death. At this time, Chu Yansheng rushed over with red eyes, opened her arms, hugged Chu Dian and Chu Yuyao around the waist, and cried inconsolably, with lingering fear on her little face. The scene just now really scared her, but when she saw Chu Dian and Chu Yuyao were on the verge of life and death, she knew that she could not help it all and her strength was too low, so she could only suppress her emotions and watch from the side. Alright, don't cry, big sis. Xiaodian and I are both fine now, and we both made huge breakthroughs in strength. Chu Yuyao restrained her aura, and a doting look appeared on her face which was painted with thick black eyeshadow. She patted Chu Yansheng's back gently as if coaxing a little girl, and comforted her softly. Don't look at the fact that Chu Yansheng is 2 years older than her. However, due to her childhood experiences, Chu Yuyao has seen the warmth and coldness of human nature, and she has been in a poisonous sect like the Hell Valley. She has experienced all kinds of intrigues, killings, and struggles since childhood. On the contrary, Chu Yansheng grew up in the Holy Emperor Peak and was loved and pampered by her parents and many elders. She has a simple heart. In fact, Chu Yuyao plays the role of the eldest sister in the Chu family. Chu Dian also gently comforted Chu Yansheng. He understood that this elder sister had just experienced such a huge blow, and it was not so easy for her to let go of everything. She just didn't want to worry everyone, so she put on a lively attitude. Now, she suddenly saw her two closest relatives almost dying on the spot, which was a huge shock to her. No wonder she was so emotional. It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. Old Camel muttered to himself, looking at the heartwarming scene of the three siblings, grinning with his yellow front teeth showing, and returned to the ancient tree at the main hall door and sat down against the trunk, just like when he watched the 4 siblings playing at the door in the past. Brother has been reincarnated for 99 lifetimes and has accumulated merits for 99 lifetimes to have such great blessings and rewards. Chu Tianxing, the elegant and tolerant middle-aged man, muttered with jealousy, and the desire to find a woman to have a child became stronger in his heart. It seems that not every child is as bad as the one born to my third brother Chu Tianyan. The ones born to my eldest brother and sister-in-law are all good. He is extremely talented, filial and sensible, and can bring honor to his parents. Suddenly, a hearty and rough laugh came from halfway up the mountain. Holy sun, Chushong, I'm back. Chushong strode up the mountain from the mountainside. His tall and burly body was covered with dust. Behind him were more than a dozen excited young men and young women from the Chu family. Chushong grinned, his front teeth seemed to be glowing, and the corners of his mouth were almost stretched to the back of his head. He stopped in front of Chu Dian and said, Holy son, I have broken into the 5th place on the fusion ranking and suppressed Yi-Feng, that pretentious and malicious guy. Now I am ranked 5th on the fusion ranking and 11th on the earth ranking. From now on, I can practice in the rising sun secret realm at any time. Of course, cousin, your talent is indeed invincible. I admire you. Chu Dian smiled slightly, his face calm, raised his arm and patted Chu Shang's shoulder. There was no other way, this guy was too tall and strong. He was only 15 or 16 years old, but he was nearly 1.9 meters tall, really like a black bear. Although his height had increased rapidly recently, there was still a huge gap. He was not at all surprised at Chu Shang's performance and his entry into the Earth ranking. This is the glory and honor that the younger generation of the Chu family should have. In the original plot, Chu Shang's fighting talent was no less than Yifeng's, and he was even a stronger genius. However, he was suppressed too harshly by King Chu's orders, and he could not show up for decades. But a genius should be able to dominate the world, be admired by all, enjoy the feeling of being brilliant, and accumulate invincible confidence in little by little. Working in isolation will only ruin a talented person who should be a powerful figure. But even though he was suppressed so harshly by King Chu, Chu Shang still withstood the tremendous pressure and was able to compete with the protagonist Yifan. It can be imagined that his talent is even stronger than his third uncle Chu Tianyan. What Chu Tian needs to do is to release all the youthful spirit, let the young men and women of the Chu family enjoy the feeling of being brilliant and admired by everyone, train their self-confidence, temper their will, and let them bring glory to the Chu family. Compared to you, Saint Son, I am still far behind. I still need to learn from you and bring honor to the Chu family. Chu Shang was rarely modest, grinning excitedly, his face radiant. He had been walking with his nose pointed upwards at 90 degrees, but in front of Chu Dian, he sensibly bent down, allowing Chu Dian to easily pat his shoulder. Thank you, Saint, for reversing the trend in our family. My father told me that the younger generation of the Chu family must thank you, Saint, otherwise everyone would have to stay at home. Chu Shang's mouth was almost stretched to the sky, and he said as if he was pointing fingers at the mountains and rivers, let those rumors spread within the sect, saying that my Chu family has declined, that the younger generation is not good enough, and can't compare to the scum of the Yi family. Son, you didn't see the expressions of the disciples in Hengtian Palace just now. When they saw our brothers and sisters making it onto the list, their eyes almost popped out of their heads in shock. At this time, many young boys and girls from the Chu family who followed, and even young boys and girls, all spoke out excitedly. Holy Son, I'm number 36 on the God Fighting ranking. Holy Son, I'm number 28 on the Fusion ranking. I'm 5th on the Blood Coagulation list. I'm number 7 on the Bone Forging ranking. I'm number 83 on the Fusion list. Holy Son, I have entered the 95th place on the Earth ranking. The young men of the Chu family were very excited and reported their rankings to Chu Dian one after another as if to seek credit. On the mountainside, young men and women with excited expressions came over intermittently to report the good news to Chu Dian. In the distance, the senior members of the Chu family on the peak had smiles on their faces. Some even lowered their heads and raised their hands to wipe their eyes, as if there was sand in their eyes. The Chu family is a great founding family that has been passed down for millions of years. This is how it should be. There are many outstanding people, and women are as capable as men. Everyone is united and works together for the future of the family. Over the years, it has been like a stagnant pool, causing countless older people to worry and lament day and night. We are back, all back. At this time, Chu Tianqing came over with a smile and said, the Holy Son suggested to the family that over the years, the younger generation of our family has suffered a lot of grievances for the benefit of the sect and the honor of the family. I hope the family can compensate them. After consultation with many family elders, I decided to adopt the Holy Son's suggestion. The younger generation of the Chu family will have their salary resources, which the sect and the family do not have, doubled, and will be provided with 10 top-grade elixirs of various realms. They can enter the Sutra library to choose a top-level magical power. The family heroes who made it onto the Hengtian list will continue to double their numbers on this basis. Chu Dian was stunned for a moment. He had not made this suggestion, but he saw Chu Tianqing nodded slightly at him with a smile on his lips. Second uncle was paving the way for him, helping him to establish his prestige among the younger generation in the clan and preparing for his future succession. Chu Dian felt a slight warmth in his heart. This is what a founding clan with a heritage of millions of years should look like. Passed down from generation to generation, the descendants are fully supported without reservation. Chapter 106 Human Weight Bill 3000 chapters presented. Thank you, Holy Son. Thank you, Holy Son. Many young men and women looked excited and thanked Chu Dian one after another. After all, because of the decline of family power and the reduction of income in recent years, the resources they could get were also reduced a lot, and there had been complaints in the family for a long time. After all, not everyone is a direct descendant like Chu Dian and Chu Shang, who have unlimited resources and magical powers that are completely defenseless. The sect and family salaries will be doubled, they will acquire a magical power, and they can enter the top secret realm for cultivation. The benefits that can be brought to them are unimaginable. It is the Son of God who allows them to fully enjoy the feeling of being radiant and admired by everyone. It was the Holy Son who gave them enormous resources, allowing them to continue their cultivation with peace of mind. Gain both fame and fortune. Xiaodian, although I have just ignited the divine fire, I can still challenge the divine ranking. Chu Yuyao curled her lips slightly. Your position on the Earth ranking is yours, and I will take it. Chu Dian smiled slightly and said, second sister, as long as you have the ability, just take it. He understood that this was Chu Yuyao's true nature, strong-willed and always striving to be the best. Even after her two supreme talents had been wasted by poison for so many years, she never gave up her efforts. It's just because he was poisoned since childhood and was sent to Hell Valley. He has seen the warmth and coldness of human nature and is used to disguising himself. With the awakening of two supreme talents, Chu Yuyao's confidence also returned. He liked to see this kind of scene. The Holy Son is mighty. Chu Shang roared at the top of his voice, but at this moment, Chu Tianyan appeared behind him with a dark face and kicked the rebellious son to the ground. Fuck you, you have no shame, but I still have some dignity. Chu Shang bared his teeth, covered his butt, and glared at his father. It's you who asked me to get along well with the Holy Son and learn a lot, but it's also you who kicked my butt. Can you give me a clear answer on how to do it? Besides, my uncle is your father and the saint's grandfather. Chu Tianqing slapped his forehead, and his desire to have a baby was almost gone due to the blow. They are both descendants of the direct lineage, so why is there such a big gap between them? Oh my god, Chu Tianyan's face was dark. He didn't want to look at this rebellious son anymore. He said to Chu Dian, Xiaodian, I brought him here. Bring up the beast. Yifan was tied with iron chains and brought to Chu Dian by two law enforcement disciples. Kneel down, a law enforcement disciple shouted. Yifan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unyielding determination, and said in a low voice, I'm a direct descendant of the Yi family. I am of the same status as him. Why should I kneel to him? Bang! The law enforcement disciple's eyes turned cold, and he kicked out as fast as lightning. With two bangs, Yifan screamed, his knees were broken directly by the kick, and he knelt in front of Chu Dian. What Yi family's direct descendant? You have committed a heinous crime and have been imprisoned in the prison. You are a criminal of the most heinous crimes. You dare not kneel when you see the Holy Son. You are seeking death. The law enforcement disciple said coldly, then saluted Chu Dian respectfully before stepping aside. The law enforcement hall has been run by the Chu family for a million years and has complex networks. Most of the people in the hall are die-hard Chu family members, so they naturally don't worry about the title of the Yi family's direct descendant. In the main hall of Holy Emperor Peak. This is too much, this is too much. Yi Qianqiang clenched his fists, his eyes were bloodshot, his body was shaking violently, and he tried hard to suppress the urge to rush directly to the Holy Emperor Peak. The expressions of other senior members of the Yi family were also extremely grim and ugly. The direct descendant of the Yi family was actually humiliated in his way on the Holy Emperor Peak. But they understand that they can't do anything now. Decent. Ultimately, it all comes down to dignity. Yi Hengwu's suicide left his case unsolved. However, plotting against the Holy Sun was a heinous crime. If this matter continues to escalate, the Yi family will suffer even greater losses. The reason why Yi Fan's life was saved was that Yi Qianqiang overcame all objections and gave up huge benefits. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it will first test his mind and spirit, exhaust his muscles and bones, and starve his body. Yi Qianqiang's voice was hoarse. Although they were separated by 2 peaks, his eyes were fixed on Chu Dian. Yi Fan, remember my words. You have to hold on. Your uncle has paved the way for you. The future is yours. Chu Dian is already dead. Don't bother with him. But even as he said this, veins bulged on his arms, and he had gripped the handles of the divine gold chair beneath him until they were twisted into a knot. It was hard to imagine the rage he was feeling at the moment. Heaven will give me a great mission. Yi Fan knelt on the ground, lowered his head, and muttered to himself. He did not choose to confront Chu Dian head-on and anger the Chu family, because Yi Qianqiang had already gone to him in person and told him that he would be released from prison soon. Before leaving, I gave him these words. Will God give us a great mission? Chu Dian's eyes flashed with coldness. He lowered his body and said softly, Yi Fan, in fact, with your talent and strength, you are not even qualified to be my enemy. The reason you endured so much torture was because you took the knife for the person behind the scenes. As long as you tell me who is behind Yi Hengwu, I will let you leave safely now. He could see that Yi Fan had also broken through the spirit refining realm. Breaking through in the environment of the Sin prison, it was conceivable that Yi Qianqiang must have spent an extremely huge amount of resources on him. Yi Fan is indeed worthy of being the protagonist. He suppressed many sons of luck and reached the top. This luck is indeed not to be underestimated. But even so, Chu Dian doesn't actually take him seriously now. In the original plot, Yi Fan broke through the realm of spirit refining only after he restored the Hanmeng Holy Bone, and his spirit was close to the level of materialization. But now, without the help of the Tianquan Divine Ring, the Hanmeng Holy Bone is still corroded by the venom, and Yi Fan's strength and potential are greatly reduced. One wrong step leads to all wrong. A tall building rises from the ground, and the foundation is of paramount importance. After choosing to force a breakthrough and catch up with the progress, even if Yi Fan possessed the Hanmeng Holy Bone, he had already lost the qualifications to compete with him head-on. Grandpa Hengwu was wrong. I know nothing. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and turned his head away from Chu Dian's eyes. Xiaodian, I've seen this kind of stubborn little bastard many times. He won't cry until he sees the coffin. Chu Yuyao walked forward with a cold look in her eyes. With thick black eyeshadow on her eyes, she looked like a female demon. She raised her hand, grabbed Yi Fan's neck, and lifted him up like a chicken. Chu Yuyao has a slender body, not much inferior to Chu Shang. After awakening 2 supreme talents, she has an invisible aura that makes her look intimidating without even being angry. Combined with the murderous aura on her body, it is simply chilling. She had learned everything from Chu Tianyan and knew that Chu Dian had been waiting for her to come back. You plotted against my dearest brother and asked him to help you steal the sex divine medicine and treasure to detoxify you. Do you think that being a direct descendant of the Yi family can save your life? Chu Yuyao's eyes flashed with dark light, and she was extremely cold. Black mist emanated from her body. Suddenly, a colorful little snake as thick as a thumb and as long as chopsticks flew out from her sleeve and went straight into Yi Fan's mouth. The 5-colored bone-eating snake, one of the 5 poisonous creatures in Hell Valley. Chu Yanshang's scalp tingled, and she jumped 3 feet high, running away at a rapid speed. At this moment, the young men and women of the Chu family who were around were all horrified and quickly moved away. Looking at this scene, a chill ran down their spines to the back of their heads. The 5 poisonous creatures in Hell Valley are famous throughout Hengtian continent. They can also be said to be notorious and can make people's lives worse than death. This 5-colored bone-eating snake will bite and chew the bones into pieces inside the human body, and will completely merge with the human flesh and blood, making it impossible to expel it. Even the gods will be terrified at the sight of it. 1, 2, 3. In the end, a total of 9 colorful bone-eating snakes flew into Yi Fan's mouth. Next moment, then, small snake-shaped bags appeared on Yi Fan's skin, wriggling wildly. Then, Yi Fan let out an extremely shrill scream, which made people turn pale and shudder. Yi Fan's skin changed into strange colorful colors at a terrifying speed, like a chameleon, so strange that it made people's scalps almost explode. You are not worthy of swallowing the divine medicine and treasure my brother brought you. Spit it all out. Chu Yuyao's voice was extremely cold. The Danwang Heart Sutra was running, allowing her to know the medicinal power hidden in every inch of Yi Fan's flesh and blood. Buzz. Suddenly, the black mist around her turned into poisonous flames that enveloped Yi Fan. The vision of the hand of God and the destiny extraction technique emerged, directly pinching Yi Fan's head, tempering and extracting at the same time, extracting the power of the magical medicine that was integrated into Yi Fan's flesh, blood, and bones bit by bit. Ah! Yi Fan's incredibly shrill wails and screams echoed in the sky above the Holy Emperor Peak. The power of the divine medicine that had long been integrated into his body was drained away, and even the power of the sex treasure contained in his spirit was forcibly extracted. This kind of pain was not even inferior to the torture Lu Zhang had endured in the Yama Palace. You have to know that Lu is at the level of God King. His body and soul have been tortured beyond recognition and sublimation. The gap between Yi Fan and Lu Zhang is like heaven and earth. It is simply unimaginable that enduring such pain would have such an impact on his will. Xiaodian, third uncle told me that you wanted to refine it directly into a pill. Chu Yuyao was surrounded by a demonic mist, like an ancient female demon descending upon the world. Sister, I can refine him into a human-shaped pill right now. The cruelty and viciousness in Chu Yuyao's words were so intense that it made people feel like they were falling into an icy cave. Even Chu Shang, a carefree and arrogant guy, turned pale and subconsciously moved away from the area. Chapter 107. Yi Fan is convinced. Humanoid Dan. Chu Yuyao's voice was cold and flat, without the slightest fluctuation, as if it was as simple as saying that she wanted to crush a bug to death. However, using living people to refine elixirs is recognized as the most vicious method of magic on the mainland and is despised by countless people. Chu Yuyao not only spoke, but also started moving her hands. The black mist turned into thick flames, and the scorching heat enveloped Yi Fan, and the space was burned and distorted. Evil woman, you can't kill me. Yi Fan's shrill and creepy voice gradually became hoarse, but the pain contained in it was really chilling. The burning aroma of Yi Fan's skin, even with a hint of the fragrance of magical medicine, echoed in the sky. The young people of the Chu family had turned pale, and some girls who were older than Chu Yuyao were even frightened to tears. The pungent smell of burning even frightened several young children so much that their eyelids fluttered and they fainted. After all, Shengxian sect is a famous and righteous sect. The young men of the Chu family have never seen such a cruel and cold scene. Chu Yuyao's words and actions completely refreshed their 3 views. Sister, you are my real sister from now on. Chu Shang's face turned pale with fright. He had never been afraid of anyone in his life, but this time he was really scared of Chu Yuyao. He made up his mind that he could offend anyone in the future, but he must never offend his elder sister. Too cruel, she is worthy of being the poison queen who can scare her fellow disciples in Hell Valley. Chu Dian said to himself, but his face remained calm. In the past, on the battlefields in the Middle East, which were like a meat grinder, he might face death at the next moment. He had seen so many cruel things. Of course, compared to Chu Yuyao's ruthlessness of poisoning tens of thousands of people at will, is indeed far inferior. But, so what? Chu Yuyao treats her family with all her heart and dotes on him, and that's enough. The Chu family not only needs someone like Chu Tianqing who appears gentle and elegant to the outside world, and Chu Tianyan who appears strong to the outside world, but also someone like Chu Yuyao who is a strong person who can make people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Only in this way can outsiders understand that it is beneficial to be on good terms with the Chu family, but if you offend the Chu family, you may face a thunderous revenge. My second sister was the candidate for the Saint of Hell Valley, but in the original plot, she lost to the little medical fairy Zishi in the battle for the Saint because of Yifan's help. A cold light flashed in Chu Dian's eyes, and he did not try to stop Chu Yuyao. If Yifan, the protagonist and son of destiny, was refined into a human-shaped pill, it would be just the right time to completely eliminate him. Chu Dian was thinking about how to help Chu Yuyao take the throne of the Saint, and even take over as the Lord of Hell Valley in the future and take charge of the top poison sect in Hengtian continent. Although Hell Valley is not as powerful as Shengxian sect and Sehang Holy sect, it is still a top sect with a history of hundreds of thousands of years and profound cultural heritage. It focuses on poison techniques and has high attainments in alchemy. If Hell Valley can be conquered, it will be an extremely huge boost to the Chu family's power. At this moment, Yifan's hoarse and dying voice suddenly echoed between the sky. I say. Elder Hungwu has a secret cave in Muyan County. He once took me there. There might be something you want there. It's in. Buzz. A cold light flashed in Chu Dian's eyes, and he instantly appeared in front of Yifan. The eye of heaven between his eyebrows opened, and his spirit power increased tenfold to block all surrounding inquiries. Yifan's eyes were full of bloodshot as he told Chu Dian the specific location of Yi Hungwu's cave residence in Muyan County. Chu Dian nodded slightly to Chu Yuyao. Chu Yuyao understood and waved her hand. The black flames in the sky disappeared, and Yifan, whose body was charred, fell heavily to the ground. His dry and black skin was torn, revealing scarlet flesh and blood, which was creepy to look at. The medicinal power of the magical medicine was completely refined from Yifan's body and condensed into a golden bead the size of a fist in the air. Yifan also lost his almost immortality and ability to recover from injuries quickly. Congratulations to the host. You have dealt a strong blow to the luck of Yifan, the son of luck, and plundered him of a great adventure, causing his luck to decline greatly. You will be rewarded with 100,000 destiny points. The gentle and pleasant voice of the system immediately sounded in Chu Dian's ears. The rewarded destiny points were unprecedentedly huge. It can be imagined how important the power of these magical medicines was to Yifan. Because this is Yifan's greatest reliance when he is knocked down again and again, but like Xiaoqiang, he can stand up again and again. Sister, the lost divine medicine treasure of the sect has been replaced by the Yi family. This golden divine medicine can be regarded as compensation from the Yi family to you. Chu Dian's voice was calm. With a wave of his hand, a golden bead cut through the sky and fell directly into the mouth of the pale Chu Yunsheng. Chu Yunsheng was born with holy bones, and with the medicinal properties of these magical medicines, her potential will be even greater. Buzz. In an instant, the enormous power of the divine medicine and treasure burst out from Chu Yunsheng's body and spread, almost instantly making her enter a state of breakthrough. When God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first make him suffer. Yifan's eyes were full of bloodshot. He looked towards the direction of Holy Emperor Peak, looked up to the sky and let out a silent roar in his heart. There are so many powerful people in the Yi family, and Yi Qiansheng is the clan leader. Why should they just watch him being tortured and let him bear all this? Yifan couldn't bear it anymore, he didn't want to die. Boom, but at this moment, in the Holy Emperor Peak, Yi Qiansheng, who was sitting in the main hall, was dumbfounded and completely confused. Yi Hungwu actually has a secret cave in Muyan County. Why doesn't he know? Where? What is hidden in it? Yi Qiansheng's eyes were full of bloodshot. Yifan's behavior was equivalent to being unable to bear the pressure and betraying his instructions. After all, as long as Yifan held on, and the power of the magic medicine was fully refined, Chu Tianqing and Chu Tianyan would not watch Yifan being refined into a big pill. Because this was an agreement reached with the mediation of the elders, council and the witnesses of the top families, the Chu family was just putting pressure on Yifan to make him reveal the truth. In order to avoid accidents, he even went to the prison to meet Yifan in person and told him not to be afraid and to hold on. But Yi Qiansheng didn't care about Yifan's fragility, because Yi Hungwu, as the supreme elder of the Yi family, knew too much, just like Yi Hongchen. Otherwise, he would not choose to commit suicide and take all the secrets to hell. If there really were something shady hidden in that so-called hidden cave, the losses suffered by the Yi family would be unimaginably huge. Hurry, Yifan has been interrogated. Second uncle, go and bring him back immediately. Yi Qiansheng roared. Send a message to Tiansheng. They must be well prepared. We must not leave any loopholes for the pursuit team led by that little bastard. Yi Qiansheng's eyes were bloodshot and his fists were clenched. Chu Dian, there's a road to heaven but you don't take it, there's no door to hell but you break in. Since Chu Dian wants to die, he can only oblige him. Buzz. Yi Qiansheng held a blood-colored communication talisman in his hand, which was covered with dense blood-colored magic runes. It burned out in an instant, and a message merged into time and space and was transmitted in the direction of Muyan County. Chapter 108. This is a miracle. Uncle San, Yifan has instructed us to keep him under strict guard at Shengwang Peak. No one can get close to him until I return from Muyan County and hand him back to the Yi family. Chu Dian gave a warning, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Muyan County, it's here again. The Heart Demon sect also points to Muyan County. Lu Zheng also left evidence of the Yi and Chu families in Muyan County. Coincidentally, Yifeng also escaped to Muyan County. Now even the Supreme Elder Yi Hungwu has left his secret cave in Muyan County. Yi Qiansheng's two most trusted brothers, Yi Tianhong was appointed as the head of the Internal Affairs Hall, while Yi Tiansheng was assigned to Muyan County as the county governor. All signs are telling Chu Dian that Muyan County is probably extremely important to the Yi family and may be hiding a huge secret. Xiaodian, you must be careful and cautious on your trip to Muyan County. Chu Tianqing approached, his elegant face particularly solemn, and he said in a low voice, the water in that place is very deep. Our sect has spent a lot of effort for millions of years but has not been able to control it properly. It hides a huge secret. The death rate of the middle-level officials such as the county magistrate, county secretary, and the garrison generals in Muyan County also ranks first among the 108 counties in our sect. 3 days ago, the garrison commander, He Tianao, perished in the mansion for no apparent reason. A mighty divine king, commanding an army of 50,000 elite soldiers, he died without a trace. Even the law enforcement hall couldn't find any trace. His body bore no trace of injury, and his spirit vanished. You must not act alone. You must always bring a strong member of the tracking team with you. Old Tuo has to guard the main hall, and your third uncle and I can't leave. Chu Tianqing said in a low voice, D Nu, from today on, you will lead the D group to closely protect the young master. You must stay with him at all times. The space was slightly distorted. A woman wearing a white star-shaped gauze dress and a pale yellow ghost mask appeared, knelt on one knee, and said, Your Majesty, I will never leave the young master's side. From today on, you and the ground team will be under the leadership of the young master. You will be directly responsible to the young master for everything. You don't need to report to me or the great elder. Chu Tianqing smiled at Chu Dian and threw an ancient token engraved with the word, Earth, to Chu Dian. This is the token that controls the life and death of all members of the ground group, including the ground slaves. Thank you, second uncle. Chu Dian's face was calm. He put away the token with the word, Earth, and thanked him politely. He understood that Chu Tianqing was telling him that this was not a surveillance of him, that the clan would not restrict his movements, and that the ground team was sent out only to protect his safety. He even directly handed over the power of life and death over the land slaves in the land group to him. You should know that among the 8 Chu family death squads, the sun, moon, stars, and heaven and earth, the heaven and earth are the most important. The heaven squad is ranked first, the most mysterious and powerful of the Chu family death squads. The earth squad is second only to the heaven squad. The woman in front of him, wearing a pale yellow ghost mask, is at least a half-step emperor. The earth squad also contains numerous divine king level experts. This is also an extremely important and powerful force within the Chu family. But Chu Tianqing, who had just become the acting head of the family, handed over this power to Chu Dian without hesitation. Second uncle Chu Tianqing is indeed more suitable to be the head of the family than King Chu Tianwang. He acts appropriately and makes people feel warm, and at the same time he takes into account all the details so as not to disappoint the clan members. In comparison, even his biological father, Chu Tianwang's behavior and conduct are far inferior to his. Dinu, meet the young master. The slave knelt on his knees, prostrated himself forward with his hands, and prostrated himself on the ground, giving Chu Dian the highest level of etiquette among the dead soldiers. This is the rule set by the Chu family for the death squad. To the supreme controller, everything they have belongs to the controller. From now on, Chu Dian's words are absolute imperial decrees to them. Then, the space around Dinu twisted and he disappeared on the spot. From now on, she will follow Chu Dian wherever he goes and will be absolutely obedient to him. Everything belongs to Chu Dian, just like a star slave. At this moment, beneath the ancient tree at the main hall entrance, Tuolao grinned at Chu Tianqing because he also had another code name, Tianu. The highest-ranking member of the Chu family's death squad, along with the acting head of the family, Chu Tianqing, was currently the highest controller of the Chu family's death squad. Uncle, before I leave, I will give you a miracle. Chu Dian smiled slightly, left Shangwang Peak and headed towards Hengtian Palace. At this time, Chu Yuyao beside him had already disappeared. Saint Hillian's face turned slightly pale, but when she saw Chu Dian leaving, she gritted her teeth and hurriedly followed him. No matter what, she must comprehend the eye of heaven. Only in this way can she become stronger. She must fulfill her master's wish. Not long after, Chu Tianqing's elegant face moved slightly, his pupils contracted violently, and then he burst into ecstatic laughter. Ha 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 ha, big brother, you got the news too. Chu Tianyin grinned and laughed heartily. Great joy, Yuyao is worthy of being able to combine 2 supreme talents in one person. Just after igniting the divine fire, she broke into the 3rd place on the Hengtian God list and directly broke into the 1st place on the earth list, suppressing Xiaodian. Under the ancient tree, the old camel smile became even brighter. His old face was full of wrinkles, and the corners of his mouth were stretched to the back of his head, as if he wanted to show all the few remaining big yellow teeth. Chu Tianqing's face was also filled with excitement. He clenched his fists, his whole body trembling with excitement. The top 3 on the earth ranking, the 1st and 2nd are both direct descendants of my Chu family. They have completely suppressed Saint Hillian. This is an epic-making record in the history of our family, worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. Xiaodian's appearance is truly a gift from God to our family. At this time, Chu Yansheng puffed her lips and said unsatisfactorily, Second uncle, I'm still 4th on the earth ranking. Have you forgotten? Chu Tianyin and Chu Tianxing looked at each other and burst into laughter at the same time. That's right. I forgot about our little Yansheng, she is also a rare genius. God bless our Chu family. It seems this is the miracle Xiaodian mentioned. Their brows were raised, and they were full of energy and pride. The prosperity of the Chu family no longer seems to be a distant thing, but is within reach. At the same time, they were also feeling relieved. Fortunately, Chu Dian obtained the Eye of Heaven and many other adventures, which helped him to solve the problems of Chu Yansheng and Chu Yuyao. He was just one step away from defeating these 2 geniuses of the Chu family. Hengtian Palace. As soon as Chu Dian stepped out of the palace, he saw many disciples in the palace looking towards the direction of Hengtian Temple with pale faces, their eyes full of fear and shock. First on the Hengtian ranking, Chu Yuyao, candidate for Saintess of Hell Valley, direct descendant of the Chu family, 3rd on the divine ranking, 13th on the fusion ranking, and 5th on the divine refining ranking. Xiaodian, I'll take the 1st place on the earth list. Chu Yuyao walked out of the Hengtian Temple, smiled at Chu Dian, glanced at Saint Hillian, and curled the corners of her mouth slightly. Saint Hillian's face was as cold as ice and slightly pale. She gritted her teeth and plunged directly into the fusion hall. She couldn't accept that another person stepped on her head, and she couldn't even keep the 2nd place and was squeezed to 3rd place. Duan Muwaner, who was following beside them, smiled bitterly. She was also extremely talented and had won praise from her father Duan Murong and 2nd uncle Duan Mulei, but why did she always feel like a waste in front of these 3 guys? Extremely stressful. Sister, you might not be able to hold on to the top spot on the earth ranking. After all, I said I would give 2nd uncle a miracle. Chu Dian's expression was calm as he stepped directly into the testing space of the Spirit Refining Temple. Suddenly, Chu Dian's name appeared on the Spirit Refining list. Chu Dian, in 1 second, 10,000 delusion nightmares. 2 seconds, 30,000 delusion nightmares. 3 seconds, 50,000. 4 seconds, 75,000. 5 seconds, 100,000 delusion nightmares. Suddenly, the numbers on the Spirit Refining list stagnated. This time, in just 5 seconds, Chu Dian killed all the illusion nightmares in the test space. The whole audience was completely shocked. Suddenly, the golden boulder in the Temple of Refining Gods burst out with billions of feet of golden light, illuminating the vast sky. The whole sect was shocked. Chapter 109, Supreme Immortal Weapon. Boom, boom, boom. The golden boulder in the God Refining Temple emits a golden light that reaches the sky and penetrates the universe. The billions of rays of light are like rays of scorching sun, illuminating the entire Shengxian sect. Suddenly, in the other halls of Hengtian Palace, the 4 golden boulders of blood coagulation realm, bone tempering realm, fusion realm, and divine realm resonated with the golden boulders of the divine refining palace at the same time, bursting out with rolling Tao essence and divine light soaring into the sky. In the 4 main halls, the sect disciples who were undergoing tests were forcibly expelled from the test space at the same time. They were only halfway through the test and looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Saint Hillian was expelled from the fusion realm test space, with deep confusion on her cold and beautiful face. She tried her best and had just tested for 30 seconds. She was about to break through the previous limit, but suddenly the test space seemed to be disturbed by something, and a powerful force directly expelled her. She had been taking the Hengtian Palace blood coagulation ranking test since she was 6 years old, and such a strange situation had never happened in the Seheng Holy Sect. There was a dead silence in Hengtian Palace. Everyone stared at Chu Dian's number on the stagnant spirit refining list with angry eyes. They were shocked by the powerful energy and had no extra mind to pay attention to Saint Hillian. The 5 golden boulders in the Hengtian Palace resonated with each other like a divine weapon passed down for billions of years, as if some terrifying existence within them had been awakened. What happened? Saint Hylian walked out of the fusion hall, looked at the spirit refining list, and then her body froze in place like an ice sculpture. A line of small golden characters, like a sharp sword, pierced into her eyes and her heart, leaving her mind blank. Chu Dian, in 5 seconds, killed 100,000 illusion nightmares. Saint Hylian's face turned pale instantly, without a trace of blood. She subconsciously took several steps back, and her back hit the door of the hall heavily. She had been at the top of the soul refining ranking for several years, but until she broke through the fusion realm, she was unable to kill all the illusion nightmares in the test space. But now, Chu Dian only took 5 seconds. The huge gap was like a huge hammer, hitting Saint Hylian's heart hard, suffocating her in pain and shattering her pride. When she was at the peak of her spiritual realm, she had killed 70 to 80,000 illusion nightmares and understood how difficult it was. Killing 100,000 phantom nightmares in just 5 seconds in the spirit refining realm is simply like a fairy tale. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the 5 golden boulders roared, and there seemed to be a terrifying existence in the dark, which began to display its magical powers, pulling out thick chains of rules from the void and merging them into the golden boulders of the god refining temple. This scene is so scary. It was a scene that had never appeared in Hengtian Palace since ancient times. It seemed that Chu Dian's 5-second slaughter of 100,000 illusion nightmares had triggered some taboo in Hengtian Palace. The horrific scene suffocated countless people. It was like a god that had been sleeping for eternity awakening. The entire Shangxian sect was shaken. Holy Emperor Peak. The smile on the old camel's face disappeared, his cloudy eyes narrowed slightly, and he stood up from under the ancient tree with a solemn expression. One could even faintly see a hint of horror in his face. His eyes penetrated the space, and he was even more shocked when he saw the 5 golden boulders echoing each other, pulling out from time and space lines of divine chains as thick as mountains. A distant and ancient will, could it be that the being who created the Hengtian ranking left his consciousness in the Hengtian ranking and has been sleeping ever since? The one who created the Hengtian ranking, Chu Tianqing was shocked and blurted out, could it be Emperor Hengtian? That eternal myth, the invincible legend, the eternal number 1 on the Hengtian Tianbang, the unrivaled powerhouse for countless years, the Hengtian Emperor. Oh my goodness, what is Xiao Dian trying to do? He even brought up Emperor Hengtian. Chu Tianyan was stunned. He looked at the Hengtian palace from afar, his whole body trembling. Is he trying to scare his old guys to death so that he can inherit my inheritance sooner? Is this the miracle Xiao Dian mentioned? Chu Tianqing's Adam's apple rolled as he said in horror, how powerful is he to have penetrated the spirit refining list? Tuo Lao's face was extremely solemn, and he said in a low voice, since Emperor Hengtian established the Hengtian ranking, this phenomenon has never occurred before. The entire Shangxian sect was shaken, and old monsters woke up one after another. No one could remain calm and everyone was talking about it in the sky. The ancestor of our clan once said that the golden boulder on the Hengtian list might be a dormant supreme immortal weapon. Could this be true? Elder Duanmu exclaimed in shock. A supreme elder of the Jiyu family said in a low voice, our clan's demon ancestor once said to himself that the Hengtian ranking is a supreme weapon left by the Hengtian emperor to our Hengtian realm. It is used to suppress the destiny of this realm, and it is not simply used to test the potential of the geniuses. The divine ancestor of my Su family also left behind similar words, saying that if someone can reach the height of Emperor Hengtian, they may be recognized as the master of the Hengtian list and unify the Hengtian continent. But throughout the ages, no one has ever been able to do it. It seems that the divine ancestor of our clan once tried to impact the number 1 on the list, but returned with regret and failed to awaken the Hengtian palace. The strongest person in the Su family also spoke out. As soon as these words were spoken, the Shangxian sect was even more suffocated. Those old monsters who were attracted by Chu Dian's burst of imperial power were shocked and opened their mouths wide, looking at the mythical scene in the sky. Emperor Hengtian, Jiyu Mozu, Su Shenzhu, Duanmu Shangzu, the supreme immortal weapon. Is it possible for the young saint of Shangxian sect to be recognized as the master of Hengtian list? This is a terrifying speculation. It's like a myth. The Hengtian temple had stood on the continent for countless ages, no one knew how long. Top sects all had a Hengtian temple, used to test their prodigies. It was simply unimaginable that one day, this temple, which existed almost everywhere on the continent, would one day recognize a single master. Is the Holy Heaven sect's little saint going to defy the will of heaven? It completely overturned all my cognition. What exactly happened in the god refining